Chapter 1, Becoming a Father Unexpectedly? Something is so heavy, it's making it hard to breathe. Suddenly, Lin Xian realized something was wrong and quickly opened his eyes. A stunningly beautiful woman with a graceful figure, delicate features, fair skin, and long, flowing black hair was lying on Lin Xian's body. Her thin lips were as delicate and luscious as rose petals, making one want to kiss her passionately. What's going on? How did I end up sleeping with a woman? Who is this? Li Mengyao? The pure and innocent campus belle of Jinghai University? Lin Xian recalled the dormitory gathering yesterday, where some bastard suggested going to a bar and even offered to pay for everything. As a result, Lin Xian, who was not a heavy drinker, quickly got drunk and vaguely remembered that a woman had thrown herself into his arms. Hiss! He lost his virginity after drinking. Lin Xian couldn't help but exclaim. Just then, the beautiful woman in his arms gently opened her eyes, her large, elegant eyes adorned with long eyelashes. Their eyes met, and it was quite awkward. Then came a scream from the woman, and Li Mengyao hurriedly sat up, glaring angrily at Lin Xian. Seeing that Lin Xian was still staring at her, Li Mengyao realized what was happening and, in a fit of embarrassment and anger, grabbed a pillow and threw it at Lin Xian. You're still looking. Turn around right now, you're not allowed to look. Lin Xian finally snapped out of his daze from the indescribable scene just now, and almost had a nosebleed. Okay, I won't watch. I'll take responsibility for you. Li Mengyao quickly picked up her clothes, hurriedly dressed, and left the room without looking back. He didn't leave Lin Xian a single word. Are you leaving already? Oh well, we're all adults. Lin Xian wanted to explain further, but the other party didn't give him a chance at all. I got up to tidy up, but found a striking blood-red stain on the sheets. 2 months later. June 2024, Jinghai City People's Hospital. Please come to medical room number 6 for your consultation, Lin Xian number 66. The merciless hospital radio started playing. A tall, handsome man, standing at 182 centimeters, stood up and slowly walked forward. The nurse next to her seemed to stare wide-eyed and gently nudged another nurse with her arm. Look! There's a really handsome guy. Quick, sneak your phone and take a picture. Wow, he's really handsome. Cover me, I'm taking a sneaky picture. Want to come? I'd like to get your contact information. He's a handsome guy with fair skin and a youthful appearance. Let's go together. After saying that, the two nurses walked up to Lin Xian. Although the two nurses were whispering very quietly, Lin Xian still heard them. But he was used to it. He had been confessed to in public many times during college, which made him very embarrassed. Hello, could I please have your contact information? Lin Xian looked at the two nurses with his bright, deep eyes and smiled as he said. Sorry, I like men. After saying that, Lin Xian bypassed the two nurses and quickly walked into medical room number 6. Hello, young man, are you feeling unwell anywhere? A middle-aged man wearing a white coat and sporting a receding hairline looked at Lin Xian. Hello, doctor, I've been experiencing some pain in my liver lately. Let me take your pulse. Okay. Lin Xian obediently extended his arm, and the doctor began to take his pulse, but then frowned and sighed softly. Well. Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that he has some kind of terminal illness? He should have known better than to stay up late playing games lately. Doctor, why are you sighing? Is there something seriously wrong? The doctor rubbed his eyes and said. No, I'm just tired from work. Young man, you must have been staying up too late lately and not getting enough rest, which is why your liver hurts. Yes, I've been going to bed late lately, and I always feel very weak. I'll prescribe some traditional Chinese medicine. Just go back and pay attention to your rest and take the medicine on time. Young people shouldn't stay up late all the time, it's bad for your health. Okay, thank you, doctor. After saying goodbye to the doctor, Lin Xian took the prescription and headed to the pharmacy window. I was wondering if I'd taken on too many projects lately. I spent my days coding and writing programs, and at night, my 3 good boys in the dorm kept yelling at me. Dad, take me flying through the canyon tonight. Dad, I want to become a god today. Dad, I want to get into a top-tier university. If he wins, he's a good dad. If he loses, he's a dog. There was no way around it. As the strongest king, Lin Xian naturally had to spoil his obedient son. So at night, I would ride across Summoner's Rift, carrying the entire team. Looks like I'll have to take on fewer projects in the future after all, my son and my dog's life are more important. As Lin Xian passed by the obstetrics and gynecology department, he glanced at it unintentionally. Suddenly, a strange yet familiar figure appeared in Lin Xian's field of vision. Li Mengyao wore a milky white dress with white canvas shoes. At 168 centimeters tall, she had a beautiful, jet black hair that cascaded down her shoulders. Her face was slightly flushed as she stared in astonishment at the medical examination report in her hand. Is it her? What's she doing in the OB/GYN? Could it be? Lin Xian recalled that night 2 months ago and immediately sensed something was wrong, so he quickly stepped forward. The ultrasound report clearly stated, 8 weeks pregnant. Li Mengyao covered her delicate pink lips and murmured. How could this be? I got pregnant in just one time. Clearly, the stunned Li Mengyao did not notice Lin Xian. Is this child mine? Lin Xian asked, looking shocked. Ah. It's you. Li Mengyao was startled and involuntarily leaned back. 2 months later, that face remains unforgettable and deeply memorable. Immediately afterwards, a feeling of grievance welled up in her heart, tears welled up in her eyes, and she sobbed softly. Lin Xian couldn't stand seeing girls cry in front of him. Meanwhile, many people in the hospital looked at this place and couldn't help but sigh, another scumbag. Lin Xian could already sense that everyone was looking at him like he was a monkey. Don't cry, otherwise everyone will think I'm bullying you. Lin Xian panicked instantly. Tears streamed down Li Mengyao's face, her eyes were red and swollen, and her hands were clenched tightly together. You're bullying me. This child is yours. I'm a dad now? A one-shot kill? Lin Xian was shocked. Li Mengyao continued to sob softly, when suddenly a strange sound echoed in Lin Xian's mind. Ding! God-level dad system is connecting. Connection successful. Congratulations, host, for activating the God-level nanny system. No doubt about it, the children before you are your masterpiece. And they are twins, a boy and a girl. Congratulations, host, on activating the God-level nanny system for the first time and receiving the newcomer gift pack. A reward of 100,000 yuan for starting your childcare journey, please check. A complete guide to pregnancy knowledge is here as a reward, please check it out. Reward, 100% increase in human attributes. Please check. Chapter 2 Paternity Testing. A system? What is a system? Lin Xian, who had never read any novels on tomato, naturally had no idea what a system was. Ding dong. Lin Xian opened his phone and saw that 100,000 yuan had been deposited into his Alipay account. Immediately afterwards, the most comprehensive pregnancy knowledge in the world suddenly flooded into Lin Xian's brain. Lin Xian is already an excellent pregnancy expert. Wait, something seems wrong with my body too. An invisible force surged into my body, as if my rin and du meridians had been opened. He's brimming with power. Now, he can knock down a bull with a single punch. This seems to be true. A 100,000 yuan deposit into your Alipay account could be a scam, but the comprehensive knowledge about pregnancy and improving physical fitness are real. How did such a great system end up in my hands? Am I the chosen one? Lin Xian was still gloating over his actions. Seeing Lin Xian frowning and remaining silent, Li Mengyao choked up and said, You don't believe me? If you don't believe me, you can get a paternity test. Lin Xian finally came to his senses and looked at the school beauty in front of him, who was in tears. He then took out a pack of tissues from his pocket and handed it to her. Don't cry yet, wipe your tears first. I take responsibility for my own actions. If it's my fault, I will definitely take full responsibility. Although Lin Xian was amazed by the amazing system, he couldn't be 100% sure that the school beauty was pregnant with his child. There were plenty of men willing to take over someone else's child these days. Lin Xian's firm answer surprised Li Mengyao. She raised her delicate hand, took the tissue, and gently wiped away her tears. Okay, let's go now. After a long 3-hour wait, the doctor announced calmly. Mr. Lin, the match rate between your baby and Ms. Li's baby is as high as 99.99%. Confirm parent-child relationship. So young and already preparing to be parents, young people these days are really open-minded, the doctor couldn't help but remark. But why bother with a paternity test? Could it be? The doctor looked at Lin Xian with a strange expression. Lin Xian held the appraisal report in his hand, pretending to be calm, but couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat. Oh no, I've messed up terribly, I'm really a dad now. Lin Xian turned to look at Li Mengyao, whose eyes were red and swollen, and felt even more guilty. Okay, thank you, doctor. It was almost noon when Lin Xian and Li Mengyao walked out of the hospital. Mengyao, what are your plans next? Gurgle. Li Mengyao's stomach made a rumbling sound, much to her dismay. She hadn't eaten breakfast because she was going to the hospital for a checkup that morning. Li Mengyao clenched her hands together, her face flushing slightly. Mengyao, let's find a place to eat first. Li Mengyao nodded. Lin Xian opened his phone and called a ride-hailing service. In less than 5 minutes, the ride-hailing car arrived at the hospital entrance. Lin Xian very gentlemanly opened the car door for Li Mengyao. After Li Mengyao was seated, he carefully closed the car door, then went around to the other side and got into the car. Master, to the Peace Hotel. Young man, did you have a fight with your girlfriend? The driver glanced back at Lin Xian and Li Mengyao sitting in the back seat through the rearview mirror, guessed what was going on, started the car, and couldn't help but laugh as he spoke. As someone who's been there, I know you have to be more patient with your girlfriend. Lin Xian's face fell. Brother, you're right. We managed to coax them out for dinner. After saying that, he turned and glanced at Li Mengyao. With a gentle blink, Li Mengyao turned her elegant head to the window, a blush spreading across her beautiful face. Looking at Li Mengyao, Lin Xian smiled slightly. We've arrived. Remember to give me a good review, young man. Okay, no problem, Lin Xian readily agreed. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao got out of the car and quickly walked into the Peace Hotel. The food at this Peace Hotel is very good, delicious and inexpensive, and the hygiene is also very good. I often ate here during my 4 years of university. Lin Xian found a seat by the window and arranged for Li Mengyao to sit down first. Oh, thank you. Lin Xian picked up the menu and handed it to Li Mengyao, smiling as he spoke. You must be starving. Order whatever you want, but no raw food. Li Mengyao blinked her beautiful eyes and raised her small hand to make a few strokes on the menu. I've ordered. Do you want anything else? Lin Xian took the menu and glanced at it, marveling that it was no wonder the school beauty had such a great figure. She hadn't even eaten breakfast and yet she ordered so little. Hello, we would like to order 1 serving of beef brisket with tomatoes, shrimp and tofu, stir-fried beef with bell peppers, steamed sea bass, and 1 serving of steamed egg custard. The waiter took the menu and said with a smile, okay, please wait a moment. Lin Xian looked at the charming Li Mengyao. Mengyao, I will take responsibility. Are you willing to give birth to the child? Li Mengyao smoothed her soft hair. How do you plan to take responsibility? We haven't graduated yet, we don't have jobs, and we don't have a stable source of income. Lin Xian is a top student in the computer science department of Jinghai University, having won a gold medal in the ACM International Collegiate Programming Contest, and is also very handsome. Li Mengyao is a student majoring in Chinese language and literature, and is the university's undisputed campus beauty. Both of them are senior students and are nearing graduation. I did part-time jobs from my freshman to junior year of college, and I also received various scholarships during my university years. I have saved up quite a bit of money now. I will work even harder to earn money in the future, so that you and the baby can have a warm and loving family. Lin Xian smiled and spoke at length, his tone resolute, as if afraid that Li Mengyao would reject him. Seeing Lin Xian speak so much in one breath, Li Mengyao chuckled, her big, watery eyes sparkling with gentle light. This is what you said. I'm going to have the baby. Li Mengyao gently stroked her belly and smiled. Of course, the clueless Lin Xian had no idea that Li Mengyao had liked him since their freshman year. Not only was he handsome, but he was also incredibly capable. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been dragged out drinking by her roommates for the first time, and then gotten drunk and ended up in Lin Xian's arms. What followed was something that cannot be described in words. The food is served. The waiter arrived late. At the dinner table, Lin Xian kept putting food on Li Mengyao's plate, and her small bowl was always full. After lunch, the two took a ride-hailing service back to Jinghai University. Lin Xian escorted Li Mengyao to her dormitory building and said gently, "You've worked hard today, go home and get some rest. I'll take you to the hospital for a full checkup tomorrow." A hint of happiness flashed across Li Mengyao's face. Okay. Lin Xian smiled and hummed a song all the way back to his dormitory. Back in dormitory 622, as soon as I opened the door, 3 little heads crowded around me. "Lin Xian, where have you been? Did you go on a date with some female student? They didn't even invite me." Lin Xian gently patted his obedient son's heads. Don't pry into adult matters. Hey! You think you're so great? Brothers, let's take him down together. A friendly interaction between the dormitories thus began. In the afternoon, Lin Xian continued working on his previous project, completing it ahead of schedule and earning another 10,000 yuan in extra income. Combined with the 100,000 yuan the system had given him earlier, his personal savings now exceeded 200,000 yuan. Yeah, I need to find some time to rent a place outside. Li Mengyao is pregnant and cannot stay in the dormitory indefinitely, which is ultimately inconvenient. That evening, Lin Xian once again led his sons to dominate Summoner's Rift. 5 consecutive losses. Lin Xian, feeling unwilling to accept defeat, was just about to lie down and rest. The system emitted another crisp sound. Ding dong, the system has detected that the host needs to take the baby for a full checkup. To facilitate the host's travel. A top-of-the-line Xiaomi SU7 has been awarded to you and is currently parked in the parking lot of Zone C at Jinghai University. Please check it. Chapter 3. So, they're living together already? This system is quite user-friendly. It even knows what the host currently needs. Xiaomi SU7? Is it the Mi Sports that's been all the rage lately? I'll go check the parking lot tomorrow. The next day, Lin Xian woke up to find an exquisite car key on the table. Without thinking much of it, he picked up the key and headed straight for the school parking lot. Soon, in an inconspicuous corner, Lin Xian spotted a purple-colored Xiaomi SU7. It must be said that the exterior is quite cool, with smooth lines and a simple yet elegant design, giving it a sense of style and technology. The sunset purple color adds a unique charm, truly deserving of its reputation as the king of value for money. Lin Xian excitedly opened the car door, got into the driver's seat, and casually took out his phone to make a call. Hello, Lin Xian? Li Mengyao's voice was soft and gentle, probably because she hadn't woken up yet. Mengyao, are you awake? Just woke up. Let's go to the hospital for a prenatal checkup together later. The first 3 months are the most crucial period. I'll pick you up from downstairs at your dorm. Okay, then wait for me for about 10 minutes, I'll get ready. Li Mengyao felt a warmth in her heart and was very happy, which showed that Lin Xian still cared about her and the baby in her belly. Lin Xian drove the Xiaomi SU7 directly to Li Mengyao's dormitory building. Along the way, many students took out their phones and started snapping photos of the Xiaomi SU7, even though the top-of-the-line Xiaomi SU7 only costs 300,000 yuan. But her good looks are undeniable, which has attracted the attention of many students. Before long, Li Mengyao came running down from the dormitory. She was wearing a light blue dress with a plain-colored belt around her waist, which was adorned with a few crystals. She looked beautiful and elegant. Upon seeing this, Lin Xian quickly stepped forward and pulled Li Mengyao back, reminding her, slow down, don't fall. Li Mengyao smiled slightly, it's okay, I'm watching. Sorry to keep you waiting. Lin Xian stared intently at Li Mengyao and smiled, you look beautiful today. Li Mengyao blushed slightly and whispered, and what about yesterday? It looks better every day. Oomph, glib talker, let's go. Good. Lin Xian led Li Mengyao to the Xiaomi SU7, opened the car door, and said gently, wife, please get in the car. Li Mengyao's face instantly turned bright red. She muttered in a low voice, who is your wife? Despite this, she obediently sat in the passenger seat. At this moment, a shy blush rose on her delicate face, making her as beautiful and charming as a blooming peach blossom. After Lin Xian got into the driver's seat, Li Mengyao couldn't help but ask, Lin Xian, did you just buy this car? Yeah, Mengyao, you should have a driver's license, right? Yes, Li Mengyao nodded. Then you can drive this car from now on. It will be more convenient for you and the baby to travel. No. No need, I'm not good at driving, and besides, if I drive away, you won't have a car to drive. You should drive yourself. Li Mengyao gently shook her head. I have other cars, so it's settled. I'll teach you then. After saying that, Lin Xian started the car and drove towards Jinghai City People's Hospital. The other vehicles Lin Xian mentioned were actually his electric scooter, which had been with him for over 3 years. Upon arriving at the hospital, Lin Xian accompanied Li Mengyao to begin her prenatal checkup. Around 8 weeks of pregnancy, no special examinations are usually required. First, an ultrasound examination was performed to check if the size of the gestational sac in the uterine cavity matched the gestational age, and whether there was fetal bud development and cardiac activity within the gestational sac. Then, routine tests were performed, including complete blood count, urinalysis, hepatitis B serology, blood sugar, and liver function tests. Soon after, the test results came out, and the embryonic development was normal. Just as Lin Xian and Li Mengyao were about to leave, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them. "Brother Xian? What are you doing here?" Zhou Quan looked at the two of them with curiosity. Zhou Quan is Lin Xian's roommate. He happened to be there for a physical exam today and unexpectedly ran into Lin Xian, especially in the obstetrics and gynecology department. "I'll be right there," Lin Xian said to Li Mengyao with a smile. Li Mengyao said softly. "Quaner, what are you doing here?" Lin Xian slowly walked towards Zhou Quan. "Good heavens, you've secretly hooked up with the school beauty? No wonder you've been running around so much lately. You're still in the OB/GYN department at the hospital. Tell me. Tell the truth." Zhou Quan said with a wicked grin. "You guys find a place tonight, it's on me. And you have to call her sister-in-law. You said it. Watch us rip you off. Who told you to keep quiet and do big things? Go ahead and get busy. I'll talk to you when I get back tonight." Before leaving, Zhou Quan called out to Li Mengyao, who was not far away, "Goodbye, sister-in-law," and then disappeared in a flash. Lin Xian returned to Li Mengyao's side, and saw that her face couldn't help but blush. "He's my roommate. It's getting late, let's go back." "Okay." Li Mengyao blinked her beautiful eyes. "Ding dong, we have detected that this is the host's first prenatal checkup for the baby. We are rewarding you with a premium apartment, Unit 1601, in Building A of Jinwan Mansion. All the paperwork has been completed in the system, and you can move in immediately." Ding dong, it has been detected that the host has gifted a Xiaomi SU7 to Li Mengyao, and has received a hidden system reward. A Maybach S680 has been awarded to you and is currently parked in the Jinwan Mansion parking lot. Please check it. Host, as long as you bring happiness to Li Mengyao and the babies, the system will continue to provide generous rewards. The system's crisp voice rang in Lin Xian's mind again. The system is amazing. Not to mention that it rewarded me with a Maybach S680 luxury car worth more than 3 million yuan. Jinwan Mansion is also a high-end community in Jinghai City, and the penthouse unit here is worth more than 8 million yuan. Lin Xian's net worth is almost 10 million, and he is very excited to suddenly become a wealthy person. This is all thanks to Li Mengyao. If she hadn't agreed to give birth to the baby, Lin Xian wouldn't have received the system's favor. "Mengyao, let's go." Lin Xian returned to reality and said to Li Mengyao, who was still somewhat asleep. "It's probably because she didn't get enough sleep this morning. Pregnant women usually like to sleep more." Lin Xian reached out and gently took the fair hand in his, looking at her with a smile. "The first time I held Li Mengyao's little hand, it was so soft and tender." Li Mengyao was startled awake by the sudden hand holding, a blush spreading across her face, along with a hint of happiness. "Okay, let's go." The two returned to the Xiaomi SU7. Lin Xian started the car, while Li Mengyao fell asleep inside. If Li Mengyao hadn't fallen asleep, she would have noticed that Lin Xian had already bypassed Jinghai University and was speeding through the streets of Jinghai City without speeding. "Welcome home, esteemed residents of Jinwan Mansion." The crisp sound startled Li Mengyao awake. "Ha? Where is this? Aren't we at school?" Li Mengyao raised her delicate hand and gently rubbed her eyes. When she saw the tall building in front of her, she couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. "This isn't a school, it's Jinwan Prefecture, our future home," Lin Xian said with a slight smile. "Your future home? You even bought a house?" Li Mengyao asked, her lips slightly agape in shock. "Yes, you're pregnant, so it's definitely not good for you to stay in the dorm all the time, and we're graduating soon too. So I bought a set, so it will be easier for me to take care of you all on a daily basis." Lin Xian looked at the other person with a gentle expression. "Then, it must have cost a lot of money. Where did you get so much money?" Li Mengyao pursed her lips. "I forgot to mention before, I started investing in college, and all of this is money I made from those investments," Lin Xian said confidently. "So let's move in sometime later." Li Mengyao's pretty face turned bright red. This is already living together? Chapter 4, Mother Li's Call. Isn't this too fast? They've only met twice, and they're already living together. While Li Mengyao was still lost in thought, Lin Xian had already parked the car steadily in the community parking lot. Seeing Li Mengyao still looking worried and adorable, Lin Xian couldn't help but reach out and gently pinch her fair and soft cheeks. Wife, what are you thinking about so intently? Lin Xian asked gently. Who's your wife? Not yet. Li Mengyao's face flushed instantly. She slapped away the groping hand on her face with one hand, raised her other hand and ran towards Lin Xian's soft waist, then twisted it hard. Ouch! It hurts, honey, be gentle. You're still yelling. Li Mengyao pretended to escalate the noise. Lin Xian wasn't about to give her a chance. He grabbed her delicate hand and smiled. Stop fooling around, let's go upstairs and take a look at the house. Li Mengyao pouted slightly and then gave up. The two got out of the car, and Li Mengyao quickly noticed a long Maybach S680 parked not far away. As expected of a high-end residential area, it was a luxury car at first glance. Lin Xian naturally saw it too, but he didn't say anything. He reached out and took Li Mengyao's hand, and walked towards the elevator. Soon, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao arrived at the house in Jinwan Mansion. It was a large single-level apartment with an internal area of 200 square meters. The decoration style was modern minimalist, using a combination of gray and white colors. It had 5 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, and the furniture was also fully matched. Li Mengyao walked onto the spacious balcony and looked out at the afterglow of the sunset over the river, which draped the river surface in a golden veil. The gentle June breeze caressed the girl's face, making the whole scene warm and romantic. Seeing such a beautiful scene, Lin Xian finally couldn't help but step forward and gently embrace Li Mengyao in his arms. Li Mengyao was startled at first, but she did not struggle. Instead, her delicate face flushed again, and she asked softly. This house must have cost a lot of money. Over 8 million. Lin Xian savored the girl's fragrance. You've bought a car and a house, but I can't give you anything. I feel so useless. Li Mengyao murmured to herself, looking down. Lin Xian gently turned Li Mengyao around, looked at her with his deep, bright eyes, and said in a firm tone. Who says it's useless? You and the baby in your belly are the greatest gift. Wife, you gave me a home. I will do everything in my power to protect this family. Overwhelmed with emotion, Lin Xian gazed at Li Mengyao, whose eyes were misty and filled with affection, and slowly lowered his head, gently approaching her alluring cherry lips. Li Mengyao panicked for a moment, her heart pounding, and she closed her eyes tightly, letting Lin Xian do as he pleased. Suddenly, a cell phone rang, interrupting the two. Li Mengyao instantly regained her composure, gently pushed Lin Xian away, and said urgently, I need to take this call. Li Mengyao hurriedly opened her phone. It was her mother, Huang Shifang, calling. She pressed the answer button. Hey! Yao Yao, what have you been busy with lately? Huh? Mom! I haven't been busy with anything lately, Li Mengyao explained in a fluster. Why are you speaking so hurriedly? Is there something you're hiding from your mother? She knew her precious daughter best. She could tell from her tone just now that something was off. Did someone bully you? No. Because Lin Xian was very close, he could clearly hear the conversation between the two. Seeing Li Mengyao's nervous expression, Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh out loud. Li Mengyao glared at him, then raised her delicate hand and twisted it around Lin Xian's waist again. Hiss. Has Yao Yao gotten a boyfriend? Hearing a boy's voice next to her daughter, Li's mother had already guessed the general situation. Li Mengyao blushed and hesitated before speaking. Great. It's time to get a boyfriend in college. What's he like? He is a very nice person. If you're free next week, bring him back so Mom can give you a good look at him. It would be a lie to say that Li's mother wasn't worried when her daughter, who was studying at a university far away from home, suddenly started dating someone. She had to personally check on the situation. Then I'll ask him later. Okay, then Mom won't bother you any longer. After hanging up the phone, Li Mengyao glared at Lin Xian. It's all your fault. My mom found out. It's only a matter of time. I'm already prepared to have my legs broken, Lin Xian said shamelessly. Then, will you come back with me next week? Li Mengyao clenched her hands tightly together. We'll go back together. We've stolen someone's precious daughter, so naturally we should pay them a visit in person. Let's get ready to move here tomorrow, Lin Xian said gently. Okay, Li Mengyao smiled sweetly. Afterwards, the two prepared to drive to a nearby shopping mall for a meal. When they arrived at the parking lot downstairs, Li Mengyao was about to take out her car keys when Lin Xian stopped her. Just park this Xiaomi SU7 in the community parking lot, and take my car. Do you have any other cars? Li Mengyao asked, puzzled. Yes, look, this is it. Lin Xian pointed to the Maybach S680 not far away, took out the car key to unlock it, started the car, and the headlight shone with a unique beam of light, as dazzling as a meteor shower. This Maybach was originally yours. Li Mengyao opened her lips slightly, her big, round almond-shaped eyes blinking rapidly. Lin Xian took Li Mengyao's hand and walked to the passenger seat. After settling her in comfortably, he got into the driver's seat, started the car, and drove towards the mall. Upon arriving at their destination, Li Mengyao finally couldn't help but ask, what else are you hiding from me? No, didn't I say before that I have another car to drive? Lin Xian said gently. But this car looks brand new to me. I just washed the car yesterday, Lin Xian replied firmly. He couldn't very well say that the system had given it to him. I'll believe you for now. I don't like being lied to, especially by people close to me, Li Mengyao said softly, lowering her head. Honey, I promise I'll always consult you about anything from now on, okay? Because Li Mengyao likes to eat fish, the two walked hand in hand into a grilled fish restaurant in the mall. After lunch, Li Mengyao was already drowsy, so Lin Xian drove her back to her school dormitory and then returned to his doghouse, where he had spent over 3 years of university life. Kids, Daddy's home. Lin Xian kicked open the door and said with a grin. It was him who lured the school beauty away. Zhou Quan pointed at Lin Xian, feigning anger. Good lad, you actually dare to do something big behind your father's back. Zhong Zixing chimed in. Tell us the truth, and we might go easy on you, Chen Jinming said with a sly grin. Then, Lin Xian was surrounded by the three of them. Chapter 55 Star Chef. Lin Xian told the whole story truthfully. They were brothers who had lived together for almost 4 years and knew each other very well, so he didn't hide anything from them. Of course, the system wasn't mentioned, and more importantly, no one would believe it anyway. That's the situation, Lin Xian shrugged. Ha? Did I hear that right? Zhong Zixing said in shock. So that's why I saw you and the school beauty in the obstetrics and gynecology department of the People's Hospital. It turns out you've already. Zhou Quan was equally stunned. Wow, you're like a rocket. You're so fast. My girlfriend and I have been dating for 2 years and we haven't even gotten to that point yet. Chen Jingming put one hand on Lin Xian's shoulder and laughed heartily. Keep this a secret for me. I don't want to become the enemy of all the boys in the school. Mengyao and I are moving out tomorrow, and I'll pay for everything tonight. Lin Xian said with a smile. Enough talk, get in the account first, I'll give you a good rip-off tonight. It's normal for senior students to move out, so no one asked Lin Xian where he moved to, assuming he was just looking for a rental nearby. Quaner, save your ultimate move for the new year. You don't understand, I'm waiting for the right opportunity. That evening, the entire 622 dormitory went out. Zhou Quan had just opened his phone to call a ride-hailing service when Lin Xian stopped him. We'll drive there. Where did we get the car? Zhou Quan asked, puzzled. I just bought it. Don't move around here. I'll be right back. Just as the three were wondering what kind of car Lin Xian had bought, a long Maybach slowly drove up, rolled down the window, and revealed a handsome face. Get in the car. Isn't that a Maybach? A luxury car worth over 3 million. Brother Xian, you're so rich? You always seem so stingy and secretive, it turns out you were hiding something. The three of them looked completely bewildered. My family just bought it, it'll be more convenient to take care of the baby in the future, Lin Xian explained with a smile. Afterwards, Lin Xian drove to a restaurant where he often had group meals with his university dormitory. You've arrived, please have a seat. We've reserved a private room for you. You're about to graduate from university, right? The landlady greeted him warmly. Yes, you can still come often even after graduation, Zhou Quan said with a smile. Just don't forget when the time comes, and I'll give you a discount, the proprietress said with a smile. This restaurant has unique flavors, and the owner often gives Lin Xian and his friends discounts, so the dorm often gathers here for meals. After the proprietress left, Lin Xian said to the three of them, You're about to graduate from university, what are your next plans? I've already registered for the civil service exam and joined the ranks of those taking it. I'll become a junior civil servant in the future, Zhou Quan said firmly. My girlfriend and I have both been accepted into graduate programs, and will both be studying at Jinghai University, Chen Jingming said with a smile. I wanted to start my own business, but unfortunately I don't have the platform or the funds, so I'll have to go into a company first, Zhong Zixing said helplessly. Brother Xian, what about you? What are you planning to do after graduation? Zhou Quan asked Lin Xian. I'll take care of the baby full time for now, Lin Xian said with a smile. You deserve to die, you're here in Versailles again, Zhou Quan complained. In fact, Lin Xian initially wanted to start a business with Zhong Zixing, since the two of them were top talents in the computer science department of Jinghai University. But plans can't always go as expected. Right now, Lin Xian just wants to focus all his energy on taking care of Li Mengyao and the baby in her belly. He'll just have to wait for another opportunity. The food is served. The four of them wolfed down their food. The next day, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao agreed to move their luggage to Jinwan Mansion together at 10 a.m. Lin Xian drove his Maybach slowly toward the girls' dormitory and soon spotted a familiar figure downstairs. Today, Li Mengyao wore a solid color shirt paired with a denim skirt, which looked fresh and pleasant, like a cool morning breeze that refreshed the mind and body. My wife looks good in everything, huh? And why is there another girl next to her? She was tall and slender with delicate features, exuding a cold and aloof beauty, while her sharp eyes revealed a hint of hostility. Lin Xian opened the car door, walked quickly to Li Mengyao's side, gently took her small hand, and said with a tender expression. You said you'd call me down when I got there, have you been waiting too long? Li Mengyao's face flushed slightly. No, we just came down too. All right, this is my roommate Lu Yusen. She insisted on coming along. Hello, I'm Lin Xian, Li Mengyao's husband, Lin Xian said with a smile. You're the one who kidnapped my Yao Yao, he said angrily when he saw Lin Xian and Li Mengyao holding hands. Lu Yusen thought Lin Xian was indeed very handsome and drove a Maybach, so she figured his family background must be pretty good. But nowadays, many rich kids are womanizers, and as Yao Yao's best friend, she had to keep a close eye on him. Yes, Yao Yao will be in my care from now on, Lin Xian said firmly. Dream on. If you want Yao Yao, you'll have to get past me first. Didn't you want Yao Yao to move there? I want to go see for myself and see if you can take good care of Yao Yao. After Lu Yusen finished speaking, she pulled Yao Yao's suitcase and walked towards the car. Lin Xian looked helpless and followed behind, holding Li Mengyao's hand. This time, Li Mengyao did not sit in the front passenger seat, but sat in the back with Lu Yusen. The car started slowly and soon arrived at the gate of Jinwan Mansion. Lu Yusen stared in astonishment at the gate before her. Jinwan Mansion was a well-known upscale residential community in Jinghai City, boasting a beautiful environment, a prime location, and stunning river views. Although Lin Xian's strength is indeed impressive, it's unclear how he feels about Yao Yao, and whether he'll become fickle and tire of her. Soon, Lin Xian parked the car and carried all his luggage into the house. Ding dong, we have detected that this is the host's first time moving. To help you better care for the baby in the future, you are rewarded with a 5-star culinary skill manual. Please check it. In an instant, all kinds of culinary knowledge from around the world flooded into Lin Xian's brain, and now Lin Xian is the most versatile 5-star chef. In fact, Lin Xian had always been reluctant to let Li Mengyao eat out, since she was pregnant, and what if the food outside wasn't clean and affected the baby? This 5-star cooking skill came at just the right time. It's almost lunchtime, so I'll show off my skills at noon. Honey, you and your best friend rest at home for a bit. I'm going to the market to buy some groceries. And what would you like to eat? Lin Xian asked with a smile. You can cook? Lu Yusen looked at him with a questioning gaze. These days, it's really rare to find a man who can cook. Anything is fine with me, I like everything you make. A hint of happiness flashed across Li Mengyao's face. Yao Yao, I'm still here. Lu Yusen glanced at Li Mengyao speechlessly, then said, I want sweet and sour pork ribs, boiled sliced pork, braised beef brisket with potatoes, and braised fish. Okay, I'll be right back. Lin Xian put on his shoes and prepared to go out. Suddenly, a petite figure rushed into Lin Xian's arms, accompanied by a faint fragrance. Come back soon. Li Mengyao lowered her head and hugged Lin Xian tightly with both hands. Okay, my wife. Lin Xian reached out and gently stroked Li Mengyao's hair. Li Mengyao then let go of her hands and ran back to her room, her face flushed. Chapter 6 Li Mengyao's family. What's that stinky smell? Oh, it's the sour, stinky smell of being in love. Lu Yusen looked at everything that had just happened with disdain. Yusen, stop talking. Li Mengyao's face was flushed. Hey Yao Yao, how could you be so easygoing? You're already living with Lin Xian so quickly. You're the campus belle of Jinghai University. What if he treats you badly when you're alone together in a room? No. He's been very good to me, always taking care of me, and I've liked Lin Xian for a long time, Li Mengyao murmured. Sigh, you're such a love-struck fool. That can't be this fast. Yao Yao, are you hiding something from me? Lu Yusin stared at Li Mengyao. No. No. Li Mengyao stammered, her face flushed, her hands clenched tightly together, avoiding eye contact with the other person. You're lying, or I'll get into trouble. Lu Yusin looked at her with a sly grin. Li Mengyao and Lu Yusin have known each other for almost 4 years. As best friends, Lu Yusin could tell at a glance that Li Mengyao was lying. Ha ha ha, stop it, it tickles. Lu Yusin pounced on Li Mengyao, tickling her waist with both hands. Will you tell me or not? I'll talk. Ha ha ha. Li Mengyao had no choice but to surrender. She was most afraid of being tickled. While wiping away the tears of laughter from the corners of her eyes, Li Mengyao said shyly. Actually, I'm pregnant. Ha? Did I hear that right? Lu Yusin exclaimed in shock, her mouth agape. It's been over 2 months. Afterwards, Li Mengyao told Lu Yusin what had happened. From this perspective, Lin Xian is quite responsible. But I must warn you, you two are living together, you'd better keep it up. Lin Xian wouldn't do that. Who told you to be so beautiful? Who knows what will happen if he suddenly becomes a beast one day? No. No way, right? Li Mengyao's face instantly turned red. Just then, the sound of the door opening came from the doorway, and Lin Xian walked in carrying large and small bags. You're back. Li Mengyao walked quickly to Lin Xian and reached out to take the bag. I'll take care of it. What are you two talking about? Your faces are so red. Lin Xian gently pinched Li Mengyao's pretty face. I won't tell you. Li Mengyao pouted slightly, looking smug. Then I'll go cook now, it'll be ready soon. Lin Xian had no choice but to go into the kitchen and start cooking. As expected of a reward from the system, just looking at these ingredients, I can immediately recall the corresponding cooking methods. Whether it's frying, stir-frying, roasting, boiling, steaming, stewing, or braising, I'm proficient in everything. The house the system provided is also fully furnished, and all of it is from top brands. Soon, a fragrant aroma wafted from the kitchen, like an invisible hand drawing Li Mengyao and Lu Yusin closer involuntarily. The food is served. The dining table was filled with delicious-looking and fragrant dishes by Lin Xian. Wow, this is so delicious. It's like a 5-star chef's creation. Lu Yusin exclaimed, popping a piece of beef brisket into her mouth. Li Mengyao was also eating small bites beside her. Yao Yao, you'll have a really lucky life from now on, with a great chef by your side every day. Li Mengyao was surprised that Lin Xian could cook at a chef level, and her face was filled with happiness. Lin Xian took a bite. The taste was mellow and the aroma was rich, making every bite intoxicating. Ding dong, congratulations host for successfully preparing a delicious meal for Li Mengyao and the babies. A cash reward of 500,000 yuan has been awarded, and a critical hit probability of 6x has been triggered, resulting in a cash reward of 3 million yuan. This reward has been transferred to the host's bank card through legitimate means. Please check. The system's voice echoed in Lin Xian's mind again. The system was as awesome as ever, giving out a reward of 3 million right off the bat. After lunch, Lin Xian drove Lu Yusin back to school. Lin Xian drove quietly, glancing at Lu Yusin sitting in the back seat through the rearview mirror. Why are you staring at me like that? Lin Xian said helplessly. When are you planning to get married? Yao Yao is pregnant with your child, you should at least give her a proper status. You knew all along? Lin Xian asked, somewhat surprised. Of course, Yao Yao and I are best friends who can talk about anything. Lu Yusin said with a smug look on her face. We plan to go back to Mengyao's hometown together next week. Once we get her mother's approval, we'll get married, Lin Xian said firmly. Okay, Yao Yao is yours for now. Yao Yao's family situation is not good. Her father died in a car accident when she was young, leaving only her and her mother. Therefore, Yao Yao lacks a sense of security. She hasn't mentioned any of this to me yet, Lin Xian said with heartache. Don't let her gentle and weak appearance fool you, she is actually very strong inside and can be quite stubborn at times. Since she has decided to be with you, treat her well. If you dare to bully Yao Yao, I will definitely not let you off. Lu Yusin waved her little pink fist. I know that words are not as good as actions. I will definitely not let Mengyao down. You can keep an eye on me at any time. After safely delivering Lu Yusen, Lin Xian immediately returned to Jinwan Prefecture. I'm back. There was no response. Lin Xian went inside and found Li Mangyao asleep on the sofa. She must have been waiting for Lin Xian to come back and had fallen asleep in a daze. At this moment, Li Mangyao had changed into a white nightgown, revealing her charming long legs. Lin Xian carefully walked to the sofa, squatted down, and carefully examined the sleeping beauty. Her body was slightly curled up, her eyes were closed, her eyelashes trembled gently like butterfly wings, and the corners of her mouth were slightly upturned, as if she were having a sweet dream. Thinking of Li Mengyao's tragic childhood and the hardships endured by the mother and daughter, Lin Xian felt a pang of pain in his heart. I will be a good husband, Mangyao, Lin Xian said gently. Li Mangyao made a soft sound as if she had heard it. Lin Xian gently picked up Li Mangyao and carried her slowly towards the master bedroom. Li Mangyao had a beautiful dream in which she and Lin Xian walked down the aisle and embraced and kissed passionately. Li Mangyao woke up around 5 p.m. There was nothing she could do. Pregnancy really makes you sleepy. She remembered falling asleep on the sofa, but when she opened her eyes she found herself in bed. Her face flushed, and she hurriedly got up and opened the door. At this moment, Lin Xian was in the computer room, sitting upright in front of the computer, his fingers clattering across the keyboard, seemingly doing something. Lin Xian, what are you doing? Li Mengyao's voice was a little hoarse, as if she was still immersed in a sweet dream. Honey, you're awake? I'm doing a part-time job, Lin Xian said gently as he walked up to Li Mengyao. Did I bother you? Li Mengyao blinked her beautiful eyes gently. You never bother me. Are you hungry? What do you want to eat tonight? Lin Xian's eyes were full of affection. Anything is fine, I'm not picky about food. Hug me. Li Mengyao stretched out her hands and said coquettishly. Lin Xian gently held Li Mengyao in his arms. She exuded a unique fragrance, not strong but lasting, like the tranquil atmosphere of a secluded valley. Want to go shopping at the mall tonight? Lin Xian asked. Why do you suddenly want to go shopping? Li Mengyao asked, puzzled. It's usually the girl who suggests going shopping. It's rare for a boy to do it. Let me take you to buy some things. I don't need to buy anything. You'll understand when you get there, it's something very important. Okay. Li Mengyao smiled brightly, making everyone's heartstrings tremble. Chapter 7: Shopping at the Mall. In the evening, Lin Xian put free-range chicken, shiitake mushrooms, ginger slices and other ingredients into a pot to stew. The umami flavor of the shiitake mushrooms and the unique aroma of the free-range chicken blended together to make a rich and delicious shiitake mushroom and free-range chicken soup. Wife, come and try the chicken soup I made. Lin Xian placed a small bowl of chicken soup in front of Li Mengyao. Li Mengyao experienced a loss of appetite during her pregnancy, and had no appetite for anything. So Lin Xian made a delicious chicken soup, and with the help of a 5-star chef, it directly stimulated Li Mengyao's taste buds. Lin Xian, why are you so good at cooking? Li Mengyao blinked her beautiful eyes and took small sips of her drink. It's all my mom's fault. She always likes to come up with new ideas. For example, kiwi rice, dragon fruit stir-fried with meat. In short, my cooking skills are not very good. Later, I started to study cooking on my own during winter and summer vacations. Lin Xian recalled painfully that his mother, Zhang Shulan, was indeed not a very good cook. So, having no other choice, I started cooking for myself. Over time, I learned how to cook, though it's certainly not up to the standards of a 5-star chef, but at least it's edible. Li Mengyao chuckled, you're not allowed to talk about auntie like that. That evening, the two drove their Maybach to a nearby shopping mall, Jinwan Plaza. Jinwan Plaza is the commercial center of Jinwan District, Jinghai City. Neon lights flash and shops line the streets, creating a dazzling and bustling atmosphere. Li Mengyao took Lin Xian's arm and walked into Jinwan Square. You haven't said what you want to buy yet? Li Mengyao gently squeezed Lin Xian's hand. You'll find out soon enough, it's just ahead. The two then entered a store specializing in maternity supplies. Welcome. What would you like to do for us? The shop assistant greeted them warmly. Hello, do you have any moisturizing lotion to prevent stretch marks? Lin Xian asked. Yes, this is a very popular product recently. It has a great effect on removing wrinkles and is very cost-effective. Seeing that they were two young people, the shop assistant didn't immediately recommend the most expensive item, otherwise they would have scared them away. Lin Xian glanced at the product's details and frowned. Although this product was effective at removing wrinkles, it wasn't the best. These other options are also good, although they are less effective at removing wrinkles, they are much cheaper than the previous one. The shop assistant noticed Lin Xian frowning and figured the two of them probably didn't have that much budget. Could you please bring me your most expensive and most effective product? Lin Xian asked the shop assistant with a smile. Okay, please wait a moment. This is the one. I guarantee you won't have a single stretch mark after using it. The salesperson quickly brought it over. Lin Xian, using the pregnancy knowledge encyclopedia rewarded by the system, glanced at the product information and found that it was fragrance-free, alcohol-free, and free of chemical additives and other miscellaneous ingredients, making it indeed the best choice for removing stretch marks. Li Mengyao glanced at the price and gasped the small bottle cost 1,000 yuan. So she gently tugged at Lin Xian's sleeve and whispered, "Let's buy the previous one, this one's too expensive." "It's okay, your husband is rich. You don't want to have stretch marks after giving birth, right? If you're going to use something, use the best one." Lin Xian gently squeezed Li Mengyao's small hand and said tenderly, "Hello, I'd like 5 bottles of this, please." "Thank you." "Okay, please wait a moment while I pack it for you." The shop assistant was very happy and sold 5,000 yuan worth of goods in one go. After paying, the two walked out of the maternity supply store, and Lin Xian pulled Li Mengyao to continue walking forward. "Is there anything else we need to buy?" Li Mengyao tried to stop Lin Xian, not wanting him to spend any more money. They should save where they could. "I also want to buy this," Lin Xian said with a smile, pointing ahead. Li Mengyao looked in the direction of the store and saw that it was a maternity clothing store. "Why buy these? Your belly will start to show after 3 months of pregnancy, and the clothes you wore before won't fit anymore. That's why we came to buy some maternity clothes." Lin Xian continued to educate Li Mengyao about pregnancy. "How do you even know all this?" Li Mengyao blushed upon hearing this. "I've done my homework, for you and the babies," Lin Xian said with a smile. "Lower your head, I have something to tell you." Li Mengyao blinked her beautiful eyes happily and whispered, "Why are you being so careful with your words?" Lin Xian obediently bent down, and she gently tiptoed to leave a tender kiss on Lin Xian's cheek. He then quickly created distance and strode briskly toward the store. A faint smile appeared on Lin Xian's face, as if the whole world had become more beautiful. After selecting a few maternity clothes, Li Mengyao went into the dressing room to try them on. Lin Xian glanced at a jewelry store across the street, estimated the time, and quickly ran inside. "Welcome." A tall, fairly good-looking shop assistant greeted us. "Hello, do you have any diamond ring recommendations?" Lin Xian asked with a smile. "This is a 1-carat, G-grade engagement ring. Its novel design is very popular among young people. It's only 20,000 yuan. The salesperson saw that Lin Xian looked like a college student and probably didn't have much of a budget. "While this design is novel, the diamond grade is a bit low. Do you have any better options?" Lin Xian continued to ask with a smile. "Sir, what is your approximate budget?" "Around 500,000. The shop assistant was shocked. 500,000. A student has that much money? He must be some rich kid. My monthly salary is only a few thousand. It's truly infuriating to compare myself to others." Soon, the salesperson brought out a new diamond ring. The design of this diamond ring was exquisite, the cutting craftsmanship was superb, and it was crystal clear, like a morning dewdrop. It was set on the ring and made it even more precious. This exquisite 2-carat D-grade rare diamond is a testament to eternal love. Grade D is completely colorless, the highest level of color, and is extremely rare and precious. The price is exactly 500,000. Lin Xian was instantly dazzled. "You really do get what you pay for after all." It was worth 500,000 yuan, almost the price of a house in a small county town. "Okay, thank you, I'll take this one," Lin Xian said, while giving the shop assistant the measurements he had taken yesterday while Li Mengyao was asleep. "Okay sir, please pay here and I'll pack it up for you." The shop assistant was very happy, as he would receive a substantial commission after completing this large order. After paying, Lin Xian immediately returned to the maternity clothing store and pretended that nothing had happened. "Lin Xian, does this look good?" Li Mengyao happened to walk out and twirled around on the spot. "She looks good in everything, my wife looks good in anything," Lin Xian said with admiration. Although Li Mengyao's belly isn't showing yet, she still exudes a pure and beautiful vibe. "Oomph, that's like saying nothing at all." Li Mengyao looked at herself in the mirror, felt it was pretty good, and bought it. After buying the clothes, the two drove back to Jinwan Mansion. It was already 10 p.m. when Li Mengyao got home, and she was so sleepy. I'm going back to my room to wash up and go to sleep. Good night, Li Mengyao said, yawning. Want a goodnight kiss? Lin Xian leaned forward and asked in the gentlest of all. No. No, we already kissed today. Li Mengyao's face flushed red instantly, and she quickly turned around and walked back to her room. So it'll be available tomorrow? And then Li Mengyao returned to her room and gently closed the door. Chapter 8. Can you come over here for a second? Ding dong, congratulations to the host for successfully accompanying Li Mengyao to buy maternity products. A luxury shop in Jinwan Plaza is awarded as a reward. Please check. The system's voice echoed in Lin Xian's mind again. Meanwhile, staff from Jinwan Plaza also called. Hello Mr. Lin, I am the marketing manager of Jinwan Plaza. The paperwork for your purchase of the luxury shop in Jinwan Plaza has been completed. When would you be available to come and collect the goods? Okay, I'll check it in a few days. Lin Xian hung up the phone, thinking to himself, what time is it? The staff at Jinwan Plaza are still working overtime. This society is too competitive these days. As usual, Lin Xian took care of Li Mengyao's 3 meals a day for the past few days. The weather forecast indicates that there will be severe thunderstorms in Jinwan district late at night. At this moment, Lin Xian, who had just finished dinner, brought out a plate of cherries. Li Mengyao was leisurely lying on a beanbag chair, watching the shimmering river while being fed by Lin Xian. Is it tasty? Delicious. Hey, let's go see a movie together tonight? Okay, what movie do you want to watch? I want to watch a horror movie. Li Mengyao hesitated slightly. Horror movies? Lin Xian was slightly taken aback. Li Mengyao was usually so gentle and weak, why would she like watching horror movies? I didn't watch horror movies before, it's just. After starting university, Yusin often watched horror movies in her dorm. She started to enjoy the tense and exciting feeling, Li Mengyao explained softly. This girl. No, a pregnant woman's emotions and mental state can affect the baby's development. Watching horror movies can cause feelings of tension and fear, which may be transmitted to the baby. So how about we pick a heartwarming movie to watch? Lin Xian explained gently. Okay. Li Mengyao pouted slightly. Ultimately, the two chose the movie Hachiko. Actually, there's another important reason why Lin Xian doesn't watch horror movies. He's been afraid of ghosts since he was a child. As a child, he was frightened by the older girl next door. Once, taking advantage of being a few years older, she insisted on watching a horror movie with him, causing indelible trauma to his young mind. The living room features a high-definition projector with a 70-inch screen, a comfortable sofa, immersive sound effects, and crystal-clear picture quality, creating an ultimate movie-watching experience. After Lin Xian set up the projector, Li Mengyao quietly leaned against him with fruit and snacks, feeding him while watching the movie. Hachiko tells the story of the deep emotional bond between humans and dogs, and reminds us to cherish the people and animals around us, as well as the love and companionship they give us. As expected, after watching the movie, Li Mengyao's eyes were blurred with tears as she became completely immersed in the emotional world of the film. Appropriate crying can help pregnant women release inner stress, reduce psychological burden, and relieve emotional tension. Lin Xian gently held Li Mengyao in his arms, while constantly handing her tissues with his other hand. Although the movie was very moving, Lin Xian did not experience any emotional fluctuations. Crying is out of the question. What kind of behavior is it for a grown man to cry while watching a movie? It was already past 10 p.m. when the movie ended. Li Mengyao yawned, raised her hand and gently hugged Lin Xian's neck. She tilted her head up slightly and left a kiss on Lin Xian's face. I'm going to sleep now, good night kiss. After saying that, he ran back to his room in a flash. Lin Xian had no way to deal with this kind of flirting and then running away. After turning off the projector, Lin Xian returned to his room to prepare for sleep. Boom! In the dead of night, a fierce wind howled in the darkness, lightning flashed and thunder roared, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, and torrential rain poured down, violently pounding the earth. Li Mengyao was startled awake by a clap of thunder while she was fast asleep. The thunder was deafening, and Li Mengyao was so frightened that her face turned pale, and she trembled and curled up. Li Mengyao has been afraid of thunder since she was a child, although as she has grown older, she is no longer afraid of ordinary thunder. But now, the thunder seemed to be right above Jinwan Mansion, deafeningly loud. In addition, being pregnant amplified her fears. In contrast, Lin Xian, although also awakened by the first loud thunderclap, actually prefers thunderstorms. I always feel like I sleep better when the sound of thunder and rain is playing. Just as Lin Xian was about to fall back asleep, his phone suddenly rang. Who is it that's sending messages in the middle of the night? Lin Xian was very reluctant, but couldn't resist his curiosity. I checked my phone and saw it was Li Mengyao. Lin Xian, could you come here for a moment? After sending the message, Li Mengyao continued to curl up. In the past, she could have gritted her teeth and gotten through it, but now it was different, and she thought of Lin Xian. Afraid of disturbing Lin Xian's sleep, after much consideration, she decided to send a message first. Wife, I'm coming in. Lin Xian knocked gently on the door, then pushed it open and went inside. Upon hearing Lin Xian's voice, Li Mengyao quickly jumped off the bed. Like a frightened little bird, she nestled into Lin Xian's arms and clung tightly to his neck. I'm sorry, I didn't know you were afraid of thunder. Lin Xian gently stroked Li Mengyao's hair. Then I'll watch you sleep? Lin Xian looked at Li Mengyao, who was trembling slightly in his arms. We sleep together. A faint blush rose on Li Mengyao's face. Is this for real? Lin Xian suddenly felt grateful for the weather tonight. Lin Xian carried Li Mengyao back to bed, then lay down beside her, gently holding her in his arms to make her feel safe. Li Mengyao, who was being held by Lin Xian, was no longer so scared. Instead, she felt very warm and cozy. As a result, the temperature of her face continued to rise. Li Mengyao blushed. Lin Xian looked at Li Mengyao, whose face was flushed, and said with a smile. Are you not scared now? It's not like it's the first time I've held you while sleeping, why are you so shy? The last time, wasn't it when I was pregnant? That scoundrel Lin Xian still dares to tease me at a time like this. Li Mengyao grew increasingly angry, and raised her delicate hand to pinch Lin Xian's waist. Okay, I was wrong, I won't tease you anymore. I just wanted to ease your fear. You've cried enough today. It's not good for the baby if you cry anymore. Are you still scared? Lin Xian coaxed gently. I'm not scared anymore, Li Mengyao murmured. Soon, Li Mengyao fell asleep, but Lin Xian was not so comfortable. This girl is a restless sleeper. Lin Xian was in immense agony at this moment. Chapter 9. You're going to be a grandma. The next morning, a phone rang in Li Mengyao's ear. Still half asleep, Li Mengyao picked up her phone and pressed the answer button. Hey, Li Mengyao's voice was soft and sweet. Lin's mother on the other end of the phone looked shocked and froze. What's going on? I called my son, and a woman's voice came from the other end of the line. Who are you? Where is my son, Lin Xian? Lin's mother asked anxiously. Lin Xian? Lin Xian is sleeping next to me. After saying that, Li Mengyao put the phone closer to Lin Xian, then hugged Lin Xian and continued to sleep soundly. Lin Xian is sleeping like a log because he stayed up all night yesterday. All that's left on the other end of the phone is, hello? Hello? Why is nobody here? Hello? 2 hours have passed. Lin Xian slowly opened his eyes, stretched, and finally came back to life. Looking at Li Mengyao, who was hugging him tightly, and her alluring cherry lips. I really want a bite. At this moment, an angel and a demon appeared in Lin Xian's mind. Angel, they trust you so much, Lin Xian, you can't take advantage of their vulnerability. Demon, we already have a child, what's wrong with a kiss? Lin Xian, give him a good kiss. Lin Xian fell into deep thought. Both of them made a lot of sense. Let's choose the middle option then. It's not too much to secretly kiss Li Mengyao's cheek, is it? Li Mengyao has also stolen kisses on Lin Xian's cheek several times, which can be considered a reciprocal gesture. Lin Xian lowered his head and slowly approached Li Mengyao's flawless face. Just a few centimeters away, Lin Xian's breathing made Li Mengyao's eyebrows tremble slightly. She slowly opened her eyes, her gaze gradually becoming clear, revealing a freshness and innocence as if she had just woken up. What do you want to do? Li Mengyao regained her senses and spoke in a weak voice. I just wanted to see you up close, Lin Xian said guiltily. Looking at Lin Xian's eyes and then glancing down at her neckline, Li Mengyao's face instantly flushed red. You pervert! You lecher! She then quickly distanced herself, burying her head under the covers, too shy to come out. Lin Xian looked at her with doting eyes. Even when his wife scolded him, it was all done gently. Ahem, enough joking around. After spacing out for a while, Lin Xian prepared to get up. Just then, his mother called again. Without thinking much about it, Lin Xian pressed the answer button. Hey mom, what's up calling so early in the morning? Hey kid, where are you now? Me? I'm in the dorm. Looking at the situation, Lin Xian felt it wasn't a good time to explain, so he could only lie to his mother for now. In the dorm? Then why did a girl answer my call just now? You didn't sneak into the girls' dormitory at night, did you? You're really something. I won't take care of you then, Zheng Shulan said angrily. Ha? Lin Xian quickly opened his phone and saw several calls from Zhang Shulan. The first one that connected, could it have been Li Mengyao who answered? Li Mengyao fell asleep again. At this moment pregnant women really can sleep a lot. Mom, I'll explain later, Lin Xian said in a low voice before hanging up the phone. That brat dared to hang up on me. I'm so angry. Zhang Shulan looked at Lin Zhenghua, who was playing on his phone not far away. Old Lin, go wash the vegetables if you have nothing else to do. Lin Zhenghua glanced at him innocently. What does it have to do with me if my son offended you? Forced by her position in the family, she reluctantly went into the kitchen. On the other side, Lin Xian tiptoed out of the room, opened the first call record on his phone, and clicked to replay it. Hey! Lin Xian? Lin Xian is sleeping next to me, Li Mingyao's soft voice came. Oh no, Mom must have misunderstood. However, it's time to be honest with my family. It's nothing more than mixed doubles, something we did all the time when we were kids. Lin Xian then quickly dialed his mother's number back. You brat, you think you've grown wings or your ass is hardened now, daring to hang up on your mother? Mom, don't be angry. I just fought back, didn't I? Lin Xian said with a grin. Tell me quickly, what happened this morning? Mom, you need to prepare yourself mentally. Preparing yourself mentally? You're not really going to. Mom, don't get the wrong idea. How could I do something like that? After careful consideration, Zhang Shulan realized that she knew her son well and that it was indeed unlikely he would do such a thing. Then hurry up and tell me, I heard you clearly. Mom, it's nothing really, it's just, you're going to be a grandma. Thank goodness, it's really nothing, what? Zhang Shulan jumped in shock. The person who just answered the phone was your daughter-in-law. You little brat, how did your father and I raise you? How can you let someone's daughter get pregnant out of wedlock? If I hadn't caught you, were you planning to hide forever, were you? You're really driving me crazy. Zhang Shulan clenched her fists tightly, wishing she could fly over and beat Lin Xian up right away. Mom, don't be angry. It's just because I wasn't ready yet, isn't it? And I'm planning to marry her, and we'll have a grand wedding then, Lin Xian quickly explained. So where are you living now? You can't possibly be in the girls' dormitory, can you? Of course not, I currently live in Jinwan Mansion, Jinghai City. You wait, kid. Your dad and I will be there this afternoon. Send me the address. By the way, do you have a photo of your daughter-in-law? Send it over too. Zhang Shulan was furious. Although she did want to be a grandmother after retiring, it wasn't something that happened suddenly. No one could accept this, and she had to go to the scene to see for herself. Old Lin, come out. Zhang Shulan called out to the kitchen. What's going on? Why does it feel so tense? Lin Zhenghua asked innocently. Take a couple of days off from work. We'll go to Jinghai City this afternoon. Why are you suddenly asking for leave? I'm a mid-level manager in a state-owned enterprise, it's not easy for me to approve it. Your son got someone's daughter pregnant. You're going to be a grandfather, do you think you should ask for leave? Zhang Shulan rolled her eyes at Lin Zhenghua. Ha? What exactly happened? After Zhang Shulan gave her explanation, Lin Zhenghua's forehead veins bulged with anger. This brat, I'll teach you a lesson. Here's my belt. I'll bring a few more with me. At this time, Zhang Shulan contacted her good friend who did business in the countryside and asked her to bring over a few free-range chickens as soon as possible. The two then began rummaging through drawers and cabinets, packing up their belongings. Lin Xian, on the other side, was in a state of panic, pacing back and forth in the hall. Oh no, he thought, I'm going to get a test this afternoon. Just then, Li Mengyao pushed open the door and came out, seeing Lin Xian's anxious expression. Lin Xian, what are you doing? Honey, you're awake? Are you hungry? I'll make breakfast right away. Lin Xian's anxiety vanished the moment he saw Li Mengyao. A hint of happiness flashed across Li Mengyao's face. Soon, the fragrant mushroom and lean pork congee was served. Watching Li Mengyao sip her drink, Lin Xian felt a surge of happiness. Anyway, the deed is done, so at worst I'll get a beating. One meal at home, one meal at wife's home. Honey, did you receive a phone call this morning? Really? Li Mengyao asked, trying hard to recall as she ate her porridge. It seems like someone was looking for Lin Xian, and then That's my mom, Lin Xian said helplessly. At this moment, Li Mengyao's eyes were wide open, and her cherry-like mouth was slightly open, unable to close for a long time. Chapter 10 Don't Pull Your Ears. Li Mengyao couldn't even finish her porridge. Her eyes were filled with shock, and she didn't know what to do. Lin Xian gently pulled Li Mengyao into his arms and said tenderly, "Don't be afraid, honey, this was bound to happen sooner or later. I was planning to tell them after I visited your mother. My parents are very easy to get along with. They are overjoyed to see such a beautiful daughter-in-law." Li Mengyao frowned. "I'm still a little nervous. Do your parents think I'm a promiscuous person?" Lin Xian gently played with Li Mengyao's hair, which emitted a faint fragrance. "No, they think I've let you down. They're probably packing their things right now. You're planning to come over this afternoon and beat me up." Upon hearing this, Li Mengyao's lips curled up slightly, forming a beautiful crescent moon shape, and she seemed less nervous. "Hey, how did your parents beat you?" "My dad has an heirloom belt, and my mom has an heirloom clothes hanger. It's a mixed doubles match, and it's a round-robin format. This time, after my dad beat me, my mom comforted me. Next time, after my mom beat me, my dad comforted me. The two of them were working together in a coordinated way," Lin Xian recalled painfully. Li Mengyao chuckled and blinked her elegant eyes gently. "That must be because you're too naughty. You were just trying to harass me. Can a husband kissing his wife be called being a pervert?" Lin Xian said shamelessly. Not yet, we're not married yet." Li Mengyao's face flushed instantly, and she raised her delicate hand to gently punch Lin Xian's chest. "It's only a matter of time." Li Mengyao rolled her eyes, then hesitated. "I used to have a happy family. But when I was 8 years old, my dad left us prematurely due to a car accident. I was young then and naively thought my dad had gone on a long trip. The next time we met was in a black and white photo on the tombstone. After that, my mother started working hard every day, leaving early and returning late, in order to support the family. When I was a child, I was often ridiculed at school for being a child without a father." Li Mengyao recounted many of the hardships of her childhood, tears streaming down her face, her eyes red and swollen, her arms tightly embracing Lin Xian. Lin Xian gently wiped away his tears with a tissue, then hugged Li Mengyao tightly. "Don't cry, I'll always be here for you. I will give you and the babies a wonderful home in the future," Lin Xian said firmly. I believe you. Do you still want some porridge?" "I'm not drinking anymore, I'm still a little sleepy, carry me back to bed." Li Mengyao gave a sweet smile. "You lazybones." Then Lin Xian effortlessly picked her up and carried her gently as if she were a princess. Hiss. "Don't bite, I was wrong." Lin Xian carried Li Mengyao back to the room. After they came out, he saw the cute teeth marks on his arm and smiled happily. "Ding dong, that brat sent me a message." Zhang Shulan opened it and was instantly captivated. In the photo, Li Mengyao is wearing a white nightgown. Her features are delicate, fresh, and charming. She is biting a cherry with her cherry-like lips, giving people a sense of comfort and tranquility. That's right, this is a photo that Lin Xian secretly took. Even without beauty filters and makeup, she still looks like a fresh and beautiful woman. This daughter-in-law is quite pretty. Old Lin, take a look. Zhang Shulan eagerly handed it to Lin Zhenghua. "I'm driving, we'll see when we get there. Let me tell you, when you see your daughter-in-law later, don't give her that sour look, okay? If you want to beat up your son, go outside and settle it. Don't scare your daughter-in-law, you hear me?" Okay, I'll do whatever you say." Lin Zhenghua sighed helplessly. It seemed his status within the family was about to decline again. Lin Xian's hometown is in Yunhai City, which is a 3-hour drive from Jinghai City. Therefore, Lin Xian can still survive for another 3 hours. But what was bound to happen still happened. In the afternoon, Zhang Shulan and Lin Zhenghua arrived at the entrance of Jinwan Mansion and were also attracted by the beautiful scenery of the community. "This neighborhood is quite nice." Zhang Shulan compared her own neighborhood to the Jinwan Mansion in front of her. Although her neighborhood was considered quite good in Yunhai City, it was still far inferior to the Jinwan Mansion in front of her. "This brat rents such an expensive place. Doesn't he know that getting married and having children costs a lot of money? Another reason to beat up Lin Xian. He then angrily dialed the number. Hey kid, we're here. Come down and get us. Coming, Lin Xian said helplessly. So fast. Only 2.5 hours. Lin Xian quickly put on his shoes and ran to the entrance of the community to greet the two elders. Soon, Lin Xian saw two familiar figures, familiar faces, and angry eyes. Mom and Dad, come here. Ouch, that hurts, don't pull my ear. You brat, did you ignore all the lessons I taught you before? Zhang Shulan grabbed Lin Xian's ear, forcibly pulling him down because Lin Xian was tall. Everyone around was watching with gossipy eyes, making Lin Xian extremely embarrassed. Mom, let me explain slowly. Save some face for your son in public. Lin Xian wailed in pain, while casting a pleading look at Lin Zhenghua standing beside him. Lin Zhenghua's mouth open and closed, as if he were using sign language to tell Lin Xian. I can't do anything about it, and I'll have to beat you up later too. Lin Xian looked utterly hopeless. Zhang Shulan looked around before letting go of her hand. Let's go upstairs and talk. The three then walked towards Lin Xian's house, where Lin Xian told his parents everything that had happened. Strangely, Mom didn't seem very angry, but Dad was giving a forced, insincere smile. And what about my daughter-in-law? Zhang Shulan asked impatiently. She's sleeping in her room, she should be awake around this time. Let her continue sleeping. I'll go and make some chicken soup to nourish my daughter-in-law. After saying that, Zhang Shulan got up and prepared to go to the kitchen. The father and son were taken aback. Mom, I'll take care of it, you guys just rest. Lin Xian quickly stopped her. Do you know how to make chicken soup? Of course she will. Now your daughter-in-law only eats my cooking. You might not be used to it if it were you. Even with her daughter-in-law's tactic, Zhang Shulan was helpless. Then Lin Xian rushed into the kitchen and started to eat the poor hen. Soon, a rich aroma of chicken soup filled the room. Just then, Li Mengyao woke up and came to the hall, drawn by the fragrance. Lin Xian, did you make chicken soup again? It smells so good. As soon as Li Mengyao finished speaking, she saw Zhang Shulan and Lin Zhenghua looking at her with tender expressions. Her face went from beaming with joy to blushing with embarrassment, and then she hurriedly ran back to her room. Chapter 11 Uncle, please don't hit Lin Xian. When Zhang Shulan saw her daughter-in-law run away, she punched Lin Zhenghua, who was standing next to her, but she didn't put her full strength into it. Look at your grinning face. Look, you scared your daughter-in-law away. Zhang Shulan glared at her, then went into the kitchen. Lin Zhenghua felt a little wronged, thinking, didn't you tell me not to have such a sour face, and you were all smiles and grinning too? Of course, Lin Zhenghua dared not say it out loud, and could only silently endure it, waiting to take it out on his son later. Son, go check on my daughter-in-law. She just came out and it seems she was scared away by your father, Zhang Shulan said to Lin Xian. Meng Yao is awake? I'll go right now. The chicken soup is almost ready, Mom, don't cook it any further. As Lin Xian walked, he turned back and gave instructions. Okay, go quickly. Zhang Shulan knew her son disliked her cooking, so she glared at him. Lin Xian entered the room and closed the door. Li Mengyao was dressed in a light purple ruffled dress, looking like an elf emerging from a sea of flowers, exuding a charming and fresh aura. Her light makeup also made her look even more fresh and pleasant. Is it good looking? Li Mengyao asked shyly when she saw Lin Xian staring straight at her. She's very pretty, just like a fairy. Lin Xian walked to Li Mengyao's side and took her soft little hand in his. I was still half asleep and forgot your parents were coming. Will they like my outfit? Li Mengyao pursed her lips, still a little nervous. No parent in the world would dislike a little fairy like you, Lin Xian said, squeezing her little hand. You're so good with words, Li Mengyao blinked her beautiful eyes. Let's go out together. Don't worry, I'm here. The two then walked out of the room hand in hand, with Lin Xian in front and Li Mengyao clinging tightly to him from behind. Mom and Dad, let me introduce you. This is Li Mengyao, the child's mother. Mengyao, these are my parents, Lin Xian introduced. Hello, uncles and aunts, Li Mengyao greeted them nervously. Zhang Shulan and Lin Guozheng looked at their daughter-in-law in front of them. She was even more beautiful in person than in the photos. He exclaimed that his son was indeed a good judge of character. Mengyao, come and sit down, Auntie has a good chat with you. Zhang Shulan greeted them warmly, pushed Lin Xian aside, and pulled Li Mengyao to sit down. Mengyao, where are you from? Jingshui City. Seeing that Li Mengyao was still very reserved, he thought it might be because Lin Zhenghua was standing next to her, so he glared at her. Old Lin, didn't you have something to say to your precious son? You all go out and discuss this. Lin Zhenghua and Lin Xian left helplessly. We already know about what happened between you. It was my brat who wronged you. I just gave him a good beating. Here, the Lin family apologizes to you. Then Zhang Shulan took out a bracelet from her bosom. The bracelet was inlaid with exquisite gemstones, which shone with a dazzling light. The unique design of the bracelet was like a work of art. We don't have heirloom bracelets or anything like that where we're from. This is a bracelet I bought while traveling a few years ago, which I was planning to give to my future daughter-in-law. I'm giving it to you as a gift when we first meet. Auntie, I can't accept something so valuable. Li Mengyao quickly refused. Here, this is what that kid owes you. Don't worry, if this kid dares to treat you badly, just tell me, and I'll definitely teach him a lesson for you. Hearing the reprimand, Li Mengyao suddenly realized that Lin Xian and his father going out might be. Li Mengyao's expression changed drastically, and she quickly ran outside. Just then, they saw Lin Zhenghua holding a belt, preparing to whip Lin Xian. Lin Xian remained motionless, ready to obediently accept the punishment. Li Mengyao quickly rushed towards Lin Xian, hugged him tightly, and looked directly at Lin Zhenghua. Uncle, please don't hit Lin Xian. Lin Xian did nothing wrong, it was our carelessness that caused this. Lin Xian has taken good care of me during this time and has also taken on responsibilities. I really like Lin Xian. Lin Xian never expected that Li Mengyao, who was always gentle and weak, would be so brave, especially to protect him. Sigh. Lin Xian, what do you suggest we do? Lin Zhenghua sighed helplessly. I will take responsibility and spend my whole life accompanying you and taking care of you, Lin Xian said firmly. I believe you. Li Mengyao lowered her head shyly. All right, stop standing outside. Mengyao must be hungry. Come in quickly and have a bowl of chicken soup to replenish your nutrition. Zhang Shulan stepped in to smooth things over, pulling Li Mengyao back into the dining room, followed by Lin Xian and Lin Zhenghua. Lin Xian went back to the kitchen and cooked a few homestyle dishes. The family was finally able to eat dinner. You brat, when did your cooking skills get so good? Zhang Shulan and Lin Zhenghua were both shocked the taste was just too delicious. However, Zhang Shulan did not forget to keep serving food to Li Mengyao. Li Mengyao's bowl was never empty. After dinner, Lin Xian took Li Mengyao for a stroll around the neighborhood, as usual. Zhang Shulan and Lin Zhenghua stayed at home. Honey, were you scared just now? Lin Xian, holding Li Mengyao's hand, asked. Yes, a little. Actually, my parents are very nice people. From a young age, I was taught to be upright, not to cause trouble, and not to pick up bad habits. They must be both angry and happy this time. Angry because I bullied you, and happy because they have such a beautiful daughter-in-law who is now a grandparent. So it's perfectly normal for you to want to beat me up. I should have known better than to protect you and let you get beaten up. Li Mengyao smiled happily, a slight upturn to her lips. Meanwhile, Zhang Shulan and Lin Zhenghua stayed at home. Old Lin, you're about to become a grandfather, shouldn't you do something to celebrate? Zhang Shulan asked. Okay, I'll have Lin Xian go and take a look at the house later, Lin Zhenghua said. That's all we can do. This spendthrift son, instead of being frugal, he rents such a big house. Doesn't he know that having a baby costs a lot of money? As Zhang Shulan spoke, she wanted to hit Lin Xian again, but she couldn't because her daughter-in-law wouldn't allow it. When Lin Xian and Li Mengyao returned in the evening, Li Mengyao was already feeling sleepy, so she went back to her room to rest early. After Lin Xian helped his parents tidy up the room, Zhang Shulan pulled him over. Son, go and look at houses in Jinghai City in a few days. Now that Mengyao is pregnant, we need to buy a house quickly and prepare for the wedding. Here's 1,000,000 yuan. It's what your dad and I saved up to get you a wife. Take it. As he spoke, he took out a bank card and handed it to Lin Xian. Mom, there's no need to buy anymore, I already have a house. Lin Xian stepped back. Where did you get the house? Isn't this rented? I bought this house, Lin Xian said proudly. Zhang Shulan was stunned for a moment, then slapped Lin Xian on the head. You brat, where did you get so much money? I started learning about investing when I went to university, and I've also been doing part-time design work for the past few years, so I've saved up some money. Let's keep this money for Cece, Lin Xian explained, covering his head. Zhang Shulan has never denied that her son is intelligent. Thinking about it carefully, my son is quite reliable except for this incident, so I believed him. Okay, if you don't have enough money, just tell mom. Zhang Shulan took back the bank card. By the way, does Cece know about this? Lin Xian also has a younger sister who is currently attending high school at Yunhai No. 1 Middle School. I don't know yet, she's gone to school. Alright, it's getting late, your dad and I are going back to our room to rest. Seeing that it was already past 10 p.m., Lin Xian prepared to go back to his room to rest. Upon opening the door, I discovered a stunningly beautiful figure lying on the bed. Chapter 12 Luxury Restaurant. Lin Xian went out to check the room again, and confirmed that he hadn't gone to the wrong room. Could it be that this girl? Lin Xian didn't care about all that. He quietly climbed into bed and lay down next to Li Mengyao. Looking at the sleeping Li Mengyao, Lin Xian wondered what delicious food he should make for his wife tomorrow. Make a red date and white fungus soup. Both red dates and white fungus are nourishing and beautifying. Make another dish of shrimp and broccoli stir-fry to supplement protein, vitamins, and folic acid. One more, please. Suddenly, Li Mengyao turned around, gently embracing Lin Xian with her delicate hands. Her beautiful eyelashes trembled slightly, and the corners of her mouth turned up slightly. Lin Xian chuckled as he looked at Li Mengyao pretending to be asleep. Wife, are you asleep? Lin Xian gently pinched her cheek. Ignoring it, but Li Mengyao frowned slightly. Ouch. That hurts. You big scoundrel. Li Mengyao turned over, leaving Lin Xian with only her beautiful back of her head. Lin Xian chuckled, leaned forward, and hugged Li Mengyao tightly, saying gently, Honey, why did you come to my room today? Li Mengyao's face turned bright red, and she said proudly, This is my room, but you've come to the wrong room. Lin Xian knew Li Mengyao was shy, so he said with a doting expression, Okay, I went to the wrong place. Then I'll just keep going the wrong way from now on, okay? The wife is always right. Li Mengyao couldn't stand it anymore, and turned around in annoyance, raising her small fist to gently punch Lin Xian. Stop talking. Okay, I won't say anymore. Lin Xian hugged Li Mengyao. We'll go to your house the day after tomorrow to visit your mother-in-law, okay? Li Mengyao hadn't seen her mother for a while either. By the way, what does your mother like? I need to prepare some gifts for our first meeting, Lin Xian asked. No need, just buy some fruit for her, she'll be very happy. Li Mengyao gently shook her head. No, let's go to the mall again tomorrow. Okay. Li Mengyao yawned, clearly very sleepy, and secretly kissed Lin Xian on the cheek when he wasn't looking. Good night, you idiot Lin Xian. Then he turned over and fell fast asleep. Another flirt and run away. Lin Xian had absolutely no way to deal with her. I'll deal with you later, Lin Xian said softly. He then held Li Mengyao and gradually fell asleep. The next day, after lunch, Zhang Shulan and Lin Zhenghua prepared to return to Yunhai City. Before leaving, Zhang Shulan pulled Li Mengyao aside and whispered something to her, laughing as she spoke. Lin Xian was very curious. He wondered if she would reveal embarrassing things from his childhood. Lin Xian was about to lean in to listen when the two stopped talking. Son, take good care of Mengyao. Call home if anything happens. Hurry up and find time to go to Mengyao's house to apologize. Zhang Shulan remarked that she liked this daughter-in-law more and more the more she looked at her. Okay, Mom. We'll go tomorrow. Have a safe trip, Lin Xian said. After seeing the two elders off, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao returned home. Lin Xian asked curiously, What did my mom say to you? You've been smiling the whole time. Li Mengyao smiled and gave a soft hum. I won't tell you. Lin Xian deliberately put on a stern face, lifted her chin, and made her look at him. Tell me or not, or I'll take action. Li Mengyao squinted her beautiful eyes. I won't tell, let's see what you can do to me. Lin Xian suddenly swept Li Mengyao up in a princess carry, holding her tightly as they slowly walked towards the room. What are you doing? Put me down right now. Li Mengyao frantically reached out and hugged Lin Xian tightly, leaving only her two calves gently resisting. Lin Xian carried Li Mengyao back to the room and gently placed her back on the bed. Looking at her delicate face, Lin Xian lowered his head and kissed Li Mengyao's forehead, saying gently, Take a nap, and then we'll go to the mall. Li Mangyao lowered her head shyly because of the kiss just now, like an ostrich burying its head in the sand. After waking up, the two drove their Maybach to Jinwan Plaza. Lin Xian first bought a lot of health products for Li Mengyao's mother, and later bought her some bags for middle-aged people, as well as some jewelry. Seeing Lin Xian buying more and more, Li Mengyao finally couldn't resist and grabbed Lin Xian's hand. Lin Xian, stop buying, we've already bought enough. Lin Xian suddenly had a bad idea and pretended to say, "No, I want to buy more, these aren't enough." Li Mengyao puffed out her cheeks, looking like a pufferfish. "If you buy any more, I'll get angry." "You don't have to buy it, just give me a kiss and I'll not buy it." Lin Xian shamelessly replied, "Who told you to flirt with me and run away yesterday while we were sleeping? Let's go back and talk about it. There are too many people here." Li Mengyao blushed and turned her head away. Lin Xian took Li Mengyao's small hand and said happily, "I'll take you to see a place." Lin Xian picked up his phone and dialed the number of the marketing manager of Jinwan Plaza. "Hello manager, I previously purchased a luxury shop in Jinwan Plaza. May I come and check it now?" "Is this Mr. Lin?" the other party replied. "Yes, I am on the first floor of Jinwan Plaza right now." "Okay, please wait a moment, I'll come down to get you right away." A short while later, a man dressed in a suit and of decent appearance jogged over. "Hello, Mr. Lin, I am Chen, the marketing manager of Jinwan Plaza." "Hello, Manager Chen, could you show us around the shop now?" Lin Xian asked. "Of course, this way please." Manager Chen gestured. Li Mengyao was slightly taken aback again. When did Lin Xian buy another shop, especially in such a prime location as Jinwan Plaza? The two then went to the 5th floor of Jinwan Plaza, where there are all kinds of restaurants. Manager Chen led the two to the largest shop on the 5th floor. As expected of the system's rewards, every single one is top-notch. This shop is a full 150 square meters. At the price of 30,000 yuan per square meter here, that's 4.5 million. "Mr. Lin, you can just sign here." Manager Chen handed a document to Lin Xian. Lin Xian read it carefully and signed his name. "Okay, thank you, Mr. Lin. Please feel free to call me if you have any further questions." "Okay, thank you, Manager Chen." After Manager Chen left, Lin Xian asked Li Mengyao, who was still in a daze. "Honey, what do you think this shop should sell?" "It must be a restaurant, and it's so big." Li Mengyao gestured with her small hands. "Alright, let's open a fish restaurant here." "Why is it a fish restaurant?" Li Mengyao asked, her face full of confusion. Lin Xian squeezed Li Mengyao's small hand and said, "Because my wife loves to eat fish the most." Chapter 13. Wife, you're still biting me. Li Mengyao was enveloped by a warm feeling and was so moved that she couldn't speak. She then gently wrapped her arms around Lin Xian's waist, rested her head against his chest, and felt his warmth. After spending some time together, the two drove back to Jinwan Mansion. Lin Xian returned to the kitchen to prepare dinner, and Li Mengyao wanted to help. Lin Xian gently pushed her out, saying that pregnant women shouldn't smell cooking fumes. Left with no other option, Li Mengyao could only sit on the sofa and watch the show. Ding dong, Lu Yusen sent a message. "My dear Yao Yao, how have you been these past few days? Did Lin Xian bully you? It's been so long since I've seen my Yao Yao," crying emoji. Li Mengyao smiled brightly, picked up her phone, took a picture of Lin Xian busy in the kitchen, and then took another picture of herself watching a show on the sofa. She sent the picture to Lu Yusen with the caption, "Shiba Inu emoji." Seriously? I'm being fed dog food, a Chinese slang term for witnessing public displays of affection. Yao Yao, can love really disappear? Shiba Inu vomiting blood emoji. I still love you very much, de xin. Just say xin, don't add big before it. 50-meter long sword emoji. Haha, you can just come find me if you want. Really? Your husband won't mind, will he? After all, it's disturbing your time together. Smirking emoji. I'm not your husband yet. Although Li Mengyao had always heard Lin Xian call her wife, she still felt a little shy when the topic of husband came up. Still shy, you've been completely taken advantage of. Alright, that's enough. I'm going to eat now. Lin Xian brought out 2 bowls of braised chicken and mushroom rice, a plate of steamed mandarin fish, and a plate of tomato and egg soup. Honey, dinner's ready. Li Mengyao stepped forward, threw herself into Lin Xian's arms, and murmured, "Thank you for your hard work. I feel so warm inside knowing I'll have such a considerate husband in the future." After cuddling together for a while, the two started eating dinner. Lin Xian, Uxin said she wants to come here to find me, is that okay? Li Mengyao asked while taking small bites. Of course you can. You don't need to ask me about this. You're the lady of the house, Lin Xian said gently. Okay, Li Mengyao smiled sweetly again. Seeing Li Mengyao enjoying her food so much, Lin Xian felt incredibly happy. To this day, Lin Xian still doesn't understand why Li Mengyao likes to eat fish. But Li Mengyao didn't bring it up, and he wouldn't ask about it. He just wanted her to be happy right now. As for the luxury shop that was used as a fish restaurant, Lin Xian still has no clue. First, you need to renovate the store. After that, you need to find a reliable manager and hire a head chef. He could become a head chef in a restaurant thanks to the system's 5-star chef qualifications, but his wife is pregnant and he can't leave his job. Oh well, I'll just take it one step at a time. Anyway, it was given to me by the system for free. I'll get past my mother-in-law first tomorrow. After the two finished dinner, Lin Xian washed the dishes and then played games with his roommates, while Li Mengyao watched dramas in the living room. Around 10 p.m., Lin Xian prepared a cup of hot milk and placed it by the bedside, then pulled Li Mengyao, who was looking at her phone, up. Honey, have a glass of milk. After finishing their drinks, the two washed up and lay down on the bed. Lin Xian played with Li Mengyao's hair. Honey, do you think we should buy some more bird's nest or something tomorrow? No need, that's enough. My mom really doesn't care about these things. Li Mengyao snuggled into Lin Xian's arms, a smile playing on her lips. Are you very nervous? Of course I'm nervous, I'm really afraid of being kicked out by Auntie. Lin Xian's face turned awkward. Now imagine if your own daughter suddenly told you she was pregnant, and then pointed to some greenhorn college student and said, he's great. Lin Xian would probably break his legs. The current situation seems to be similar. Seeing Lin Xian's nervous expression, Li Mengyao chuckled. Don't worry, my mom has always been very gentle, and besides, I'll help you. Honey, this afternoon at Jinwan Square, you promised to kiss me. Li Mengyao was stunned. This change was too fast. Suddenly, Lin Xian felt a warmth on his neck, accompanied by a faint fragrance and a slight pain. Wife, you still bite me? Lin Xian touched his cheek, which had just been kissed, and smiled slightly. I'm going to sleep now, good night. Li Mengyao turned her head away, not letting Lin Xian see her already flushed face. Lin Xian was already used to Li Mengyao's tendency to flirt and then run away. He then gently hugged Li Mengyao from behind and they both drifted off to sleep. The next morning, after breakfast, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao are preparing to set off for Jingshui City. Jingshui City is a 4th-tier city in Hai Province, a 4-hour drive from the provincial capital, Jinghai City. Lin Xian's hometown, Yunhai City, is a 3rd-tier city, so it is less than a 3-hour drive from Jinghai City. Lin Xian, how about we go for a ride in a Xiaomi SU7? Li Mengyao grabbed Lin Xian's hand. Why? Lin Xian asked, puzzled. He still really liked that Maybach. He used to frequently see, on Douyin TikTok. It's not that your parents-in-law are unhospitable, it's that you don't drive a Maybach. A Maybach isn't a symbol of respect, it's a sign of a back that's been crippled for over a decade. I've gone off on a tangent. Because I feel that driving a Maybach is a bit too flashy. Li Mengyao muttered to herself. What's wrong with being a little flamboyant? I'm going to beg your mother for her permission. Otherwise, it would make me seem too stingy. Besides, it takes 4 hours to drive there and back, so it would take 8 hours round trip. If I were to use the Xiaomi electric car, I would have to charge it, which would be a bit of a hassle. I need this Maybach to stand tall. Lin Xian pinched Li Mengyao's little face. Okay. Li Mengyao glanced at the purple-colored Xiaomi SU7 parked to the side. She hadn't even driven it once yet. Lin Xian saw through his wife's thoughts and said gently. When we get back, you can drive your Xiaomi SU7 to go for a ride with your best friend. Li Mengyao gave a sweet smile. The two arrived at the parking lot. Lin Xian opened the back door of the Maybach and said to Li Mengyao. Since we're going to get on the highway, for safety reasons, honey, you can sit in the back. Pregnant women should avoid sitting in the front passenger seat, especially when traveling at high speeds. After Li Mengyao settled down quietly, Lin Xian went around to the driver's seat, started the car, and the Maybach, like a shining pearl, headed towards Jingshui City. Chapter 14. Actually, I'm pregnant. While driving the Maybach, Lin Xian glanced at Li Mengyao through the rearview mirror. At this moment, Li Mengyao was resting her chin on her hand, quietly looking out the window, humming a little tune from time to time, and a happy smile on her face. Honey, it's a 4-hour drive. Don't you want to get some sleep? Lin Xian asked gently. I just woke up this morning, and I'm not sleepy anymore. And I'll be able to see my mom soon, so I can't sleep at all, Li Mengyao smiled brightly, her eyes crinkling with joy. Then tell me about life in Jingshui City. Lin Xian wanted to learn more about the city where Li Mengyao grew up. When you like someone, you want to know more about their past life. Let me tell you, Jingshui City is just a small fourth-tier city with a slow pace of life and is not very prosperous. But it's filled with a strong sense of human warmth, and there's a sense of harmony and neighborly affection. Furthermore, the nights in Jingshui City are softly lit, creating a tranquil and warm atmosphere. My home is in the old town, and there's a small park downstairs. When I was little, I often played hide and seek there. Once, my mom got really upset when she couldn't find me, but I ended up getting a scolding. And also, there's an incredibly cute tabby cat in the park. I wonder if it still recognizes me. When Li Mengyao talked about her hometown, her eyes sparkled with joy, and she shared it with Lin Xian incessantly. While driving, Lin Xian listened quietly. Perhaps she was tired from talking. Li Mengyao leaned back in the car seat and fell asleep quietly. 4 hours passed quickly, and Lin Xian drove out of the Jingshui City toll station and pulled over. Wife, we've arrived, Lin Xian gently pinched Li Mengyao soft cheek. Have we arrived? Li Mengyao rubbed her sleepy eyes, looking a little dazed from just waking up. What came into view was a city familiar to Li Mengyao. Have you called your aunt? Lin Xian asked gently. Not yet. I'll call right now. Li Mengyao then took out her phone. Hey mom, we're almost there. It's good that you've arrived. Mom has already prepared the meal, including your favorite braised fish, a gentle voice came through the phone. We set off at 8 in the morning, and it's already noon now. We just got off the highway, we're heading back now, Li Mengyao replied. After hanging up the phone, Lin Xian started the car and quickly arrived at Li Mengyao's house. Although the houses in this old town are somewhat old, they are bustling with people and full of life. Li Mengyao's home is a standard 140 square meter apartment, not too big or too small, but living on the 8th floor, climbing the stairs is still a bit tiring. Lin Xian carried 2 large bags of gifts and climbed to the 8th floor with Li Mengyao. After seeing their familiar home, Li Mengyao took out her key and opened the door. Mom, I'm home. A kind-faced, beautiful middle-aged woman with long eyebrows approached. Her almond-shaped eyes were bright as stars. Although time had left its mark on her skin, it had not diminished her beauty. Instead, it had given her a unique mature charm. Li Mengyao instantly threw herself into Huang Shifang's arms, and the mother and daughter hugged each other tightly. It's good to be back, Yao Yao. Have you gained weight recently? Huang Shifang patted Li Mengyao's head and asked happily. No. No, Li Mengyao said softly, her face flushed. At this moment, Huang Shifang began to look at Lin Xian with gentle eyes. Hello, Auntie, I'm Li Mengyao's boyfriend, my name is Lin Xian. Nice to meet you, Auntie. This is a gift for you. With that, Lin Xian handed over 2 large bags of gifts. Hello, what did you bring with you? Don't do this again next time. Come in quickly, Huang Shifang said with a smile after taking the gift. Entering Li Mengyao's home, although it was somewhat old, the whole house was tidy and organized, with clean and neat furniture, giving people a comfortable and peaceful feeling. Are you all hungry? Come on, get ready to wash your hands and eat, Huang Shifang said with a smile. On the table were stir-fried pork belly with green peppers, braised prawns, boiled fish fillets, braised fish, and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. These are all dishes that Li Mengyao likes to eat. Xiao Xian, don't be shy, make yourself at home. Try Auntie's cooking, Huang Shifang said gently. Li Mengyao plopped down next to Lin Xian and started eating. Yao Yao, Xiao Xian hasn't even started eating yet, and you're already eating like crazy? That's so unruly. Huang Shifang feigned anger, but her eyes were full of smiles. Mom, I'm really hungry. Li Mengyao pouted and said with a proud look. Seeing the good relationship between the mother and daughter, Lin Xian smiled happily and peeled a few shrimp for Li Mengyao before starting to eat. Auntie, your cooking is delicious, Lin Xian said. Although Huang Shifang's homestyle dishes may not be as good as those made by a 5-star chef, they are very warm and have a homey feel to them. Eat more if you like it, Huang Shifang said gently. Li Mengyao also put a few pieces of pork belly on Lin Xian's plate and said happily. Lin Xian, this is delicious, you should try it. Thank you, sir. Li Mengyao glared at her and mouthed, my mom's still here. Lin Xian had no choice but to swallow the word wife. Seeing Lin Xian and Li Mengyao so affectionate, Huang Shifang smiled gently. How did you two meet? Lin Xian and Li Mengyao were both stunned for a moment and looked at each other. We met at a school party, Li Mengyao said somewhat flustered. Yes, that is right. I fell in love with Mengyao at first sight. Lin Xian echoed. Huang Shifang looked at the two of them with gentle eyes, noticing that her daughter was a little flustered, but she didn't say anything. After lunch, Huang Shifang cleared the dishes and washed them in the kitchen. Lin Xian wanted to help, but was refused. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao had no choice but to return to the living room and sit quietly. Li Mengyao took Lin Xian's hand and asked, Lin Xian, are you nervous? Of course we're nervous, but we'll have to face it eventually. Lin Xian held her delicate pink hand in return, their fingers intertwined. It's already this late, and you're still not being serious. Li Mengyao rolled her eyes and gently punched him with her other small hand. My mom is gentle and kind, she would never hit anyone. After finishing in the kitchen, Huang Shifang returned to the living room and sat down opposite the two men with a smile. What are you two whispering about? Xiao Xian, why did you buy so many expensive things? Auntie can't accept this. Huang Shifang looked at the health products and jewelry, all of which were brand names and expensive, probably worth tens of thousands of yuan. Auntie, these are just a small token of my appreciation for our first meeting. Please accept them, Lin Xian said firmly. Seeing her daughter's nervous expression, Huang Shifang knew something must have happened. Yao Yao, is there something you're hiding from mom? Huang Shifang asked gently. Li Mengyao hesitated for a moment, then finally made up her mind. Mom, there's something I want to tell you. Go ahead and speak, Mom is listening. Mom, actually I'm pregnant. Chapter 15. Is this the kind of mom? Huang Shifang suspected that her daughter was hiding something from her. Perhaps she wanted to live with Lin Xian, or perhaps she wanted to marry Lin Xian. She had guessed all of these possibilities. To my utter surprise, my daughter got pregnant. Huang Shifang's eyes widened in shock and confusion. Yao Yao, are you joking with mom? Li Mengyao lowered her head and said guiltily. Mom, I'm sorry. At this moment, Lin Xian stepped forward and said firmly. Auntie, it's all my fault. I'm the one who got Mengyao pregnant. Don't worry, I will take good care of Mengyao. If you're still not satisfied, then beat me up. I'll let you do whatever you want with me, Auntie. Huang Shifang closed her eyes, her brows furrowed. She knew her daughter wouldn't lie to her about being pregnant now, but she still couldn't accept it, the daughter she had raised with so much care. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao held hands tightly, as if this could provide an invisible strength. After a while, Huang Shifang opened her eyes, her expression slightly angry, but her tone remained gentle as she spoke. Yao Yao, come inside with mom and let's talk. Li Mengyao looked at Lin Xian with a panicked expression, and Lin Xian returned her with a reassuring look. Afterwards, the mother and daughter went into the room and closed the door. Yao Yao, what happened? How could you? Huang Shifang asked, trembling. Lin Xian and I couldn't help ourselves for a moment. Li Mengyao said, her eyes slightly red. Seeing that her daughter was about to cry, Huang Shifang softened her tone and spoke gently. Mom isn't saying you can't find a boyfriend, but you're doing it way too fast. Mom is asking you, do you like Lin Xian? I like it. Li Mengyao said firmly. Huang Shifang touched her forehead helplessly. I trust my daughter's judgment. I think he's handsome, very polite, and a good young man. But I'm still very angry about the fact that he got you pregnant out of wedlock. Li Mengyao clenched her hands tightly together and spoke softly. Actually, I also bear a lot of responsibility for this. I was the one who approached him first. You, sigh. Huang Shifang slumped weakly onto the bed. Mom, Lin Xian said he would take responsibility as soon as he found out I was pregnant. He has taken good care of me during this time. I really like Lin Xian. Li Mengyao sat next to her mother, holding her hands tightly. Did he propose to you? Huang Shifang asked. He said he would get your consent before, and then we would get married. Li Mengyao's face flushed slightly. It seems that Lin Xian still respects the opinions of his elders, and at this moment, Lin Xian's favorability in Huang Shifang's mind has increased slightly. Lin Xian, who was in the living room, was sweating nervously, wondering why the two of them had been inside for so long, and whether his aunt would eventually object. Just as Lin Xian was lost in thought, the mother and daughter came out of the room and sat down opposite him. The difference is that just now Lin Xian and Li Mengyao were sitting side by side, but now the mother and daughter are sitting side by side. Huang Shifeng looked at Lin Xian and said in a gentle tone, "Lin Xian, Auntie has a few questions for you." "Don't worry, Auntie won't hit you. Besides, I'm too old to hit you." "Auntie, please ask." Lin Xian sat up straight and said firmly, "I already know what happened. You said you want to take responsibility for Yao Yao, so how do you plan to do so?" "I plan to get your permission, Auntie, and get married to Mengyao right away. I'll also give Mengyao a grand wedding." "So where are you planning to live? You can't keep renting while you're pregnant." Huang Shifeng felt that if the two were still dating, renting an apartment wouldn't be a problem, but now that Li Mengyao was pregnant, they couldn't continue living in a rented apartment after the baby was born. "Auntie, I've already bought the house. The one that Mengyao and I are living in now, is it? Look, these are photos and the property certificate." Lin Xian opened his phone and handed it to Huang Shifeng. Huang Shifeng took a look. Although she hadn't been to big cities much, she could tell at a glance that the apartments in this neighborhood weren't cheap. What surprised her even more was that the property certificate was in the names of both Lin Xian and Li Mengyao. This further increased Huang Shifeng's positive feelings towards Lin Xian, as many men who buy houses before marriage are now unwilling to add the woman's name to the deed. "So what job do you plan to do after graduation?" Huang Shifeng continued to ask. "I don't plan to work right now. I intend to take care of Mengyao during this period until the baby is born and Mengyao finishes her postpartum confinement period, after which I will make further plans. Of course, I wasn't idle during this time either. I made some investments," Lin Xian said. "With such a powerful system, who needs to work? Isn't it better to just be a stay-at-home dad?" "So what do your parents mean?" Huang Shifeng asked, puzzled. "My parents came to see Mengyao and me a few days ago, and they really like Mengyao. After giving me a beating, they told me to hurry up and go apologize to you, Auntie." Lin Xian suddenly stood up, his eyes in tone firm, and said, "Auntie, please rest assured to entrust your daughter to me. I will definitely take good care of Mengyao." Li Mengyao stood up and ran to Lin Xian's side, holding his hand tightly and looking at Huang Shifeng with a determined gaze. Huang Shifeng looked at the two of them and shook her head helplessly. When Lin Xian saw his aunt shake her head, his heart skipped a beat. Did his aunt disagree? When Li Mengyao saw her mother shake her head, her eyes began to redden slightly. "The deed is done, and you two are in love. How could your aunt possibly object? I just never expected to become a grandmother so soon." Huang Shifeng looked at the two of them, couldn't help but shake her head, and then smiled slightly. "Mom!" Li Mengyao finally couldn't hold back her tears. "Thank you, Auntie," Lin Xian said with delight, while wiping Mengyao tears with a tissue. "Lin Xian, remember your promise. My daughter and I have relied on each other since we were little and have suffered a lot, so I don't want my daughter to have to suffer in the future. If I find out that Yao Yao is not doing well, I will definitely hold you accountable." Huang Shifeng, abandoning her previous gentle demeanor, spoke with unusual firmness. "Okay. Auntie, you can move in with us. We have plenty of space. That way, you and Mengyao can continue to be together," Lin Xian said with a smile. "I'm an old man, so I want to live with you young people. Besides, I've lived in Jingshui City for most of my life, and I'm not used to living in a big city. I'd be so happy if you could come back and visit often," Huang Shifeng said with a smile. "All right, it's getting late. Lin Xian, you must be tired from driving. Go back inside and rest," Huang Shifeng urged. Li Mengyao went back to the guest room, looked around, and said, "Mom, didn't you prepare a guest room for Lin Xian?" Huang Shifeng looked at her silly daughter, smiled, and said, "Lin Xian will sleep with you in your room." "Li Mengyao? Is this the kind of mother you are?" Chapter 16, Husband. Lin Xian entered Li Mengyao's room. The room was decorated in a warm and elegant style, with pink walls, a soft bed, and bookshelves filled with various books, exuding a feminine charm. Li Mengyao smiled and said, "Lin Xian, let's go to sleep." Without a word, Lin Xian changed into his pajamas and lay down on the bed. Li Mengyao turned her head away in embarrassment. "Honey, now that Auntie has agreed, shouldn't you call me husband? We're not married yet." "I need to change my clothes, you turn around," Li Mengyao said, blushing. "Call me husband and I'll turn around," Lin Xian said with a grin. "Husband." Li Mengyao's voice was tinged with annoyance, and she glared at him. Lin Xian then happily turned around, his back to Li Mengyao. After changing her clothes, Li Mengyao gently climbed onto the bed and hugged Lin Xian. Suddenly, a clear sound rang in Lin Xian's mind. Ding dong, congratulations host for passing the mother-in-law's test. A luxury apartment in Times Garden, Jingshui City, is awarded as a reward. Please check your account. The system has reappeared? Is it giving away another house this time? Ding dong, congratulations host for triggering the lottery mechanism, you are rewarded with one chance to draw a lottery. The prize pool includes 1. A 3x cash bonus card 2. A complete guide to exclusive fish recipes 3. A free voucher for shop decoration 4. Thank you for your patronage. Would you like to participate in the lottery? The system even has a lottery mode? From this perspective, as long as I don't win thank you for your patronage, it's a huge profit. I'd be willing to spend my roommate Joe Kwan's guaranteed minimum reward every time he plays Yuanshin to get into the top 3. Lottery. Ding dong, congratulations host, you have obtained a free shop decoration voucher. It has been placed on the desk in Jinwan Mansion. Please check it. The system is really thoughtful now the renovation of that luxurious shop in Jinwan Plaza is settled. Ding dong, just a friendly reminder, the result of this lottery draw should be thank you for your patronage. However, since the host successfully used Joe Kwan's guaranteed minimum reward every time, the reward has been changed to one free voucher for shop decoration. You can play like this? Kwaner, I'm sorry, laughs wildly. Lin Xian came to his senses, and Li Mengyao was already fast asleep. The two then drifted off into a sweet dream. Meanwhile, Joe Kwan, far away in his dormitory at Jinghai University, was clicking on the prayer button, skeptical of the superstition. I can't believe you. Ugh, it's another guaranteed minimum. I've won the grand prize 4 times in a row. Mihaha, come out here. Joe Kwan roared angrily. P.S. Has anyone ever had a streak of guaranteed low scores? Chen Jingming glanced at it disdainfully, then took out his computer and fired 10 shots in quick succession right in front of Joe Kwan. Whoosh! Golden Legend. Double yoke. You should give up on this game as soon as possible, it's bad for you, Chen Jingming patted Joe Kwan on the shoulder. I'll fight you to the death. Joe Kwan roared angrily in the dormitory. The two started touching each other inappropriately. 2 hours later, while Li Mengyao was still fast asleep, Lin Xian woke up first and tiptoed out of the room. Just then, the phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Lin Xian pressed the answer button. Hello, are you Mr. Lin? Yes. Here's the thing, I'm the sales manager of Shidai Jiayuan. Your apartment, Unit 1201 in Building A of Shidai Jiayuan, is ready. When would you be free to come and take delivery? Can I go tomorrow? Of course, I'll wait for you tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, Lin Xian marveled at the system's efficiency. Lin Xian, you're awake? Come and chat with your aunt. Lin Xian walked into the living room and saw Huang Shifang sitting on the sofa, looking at him with a kind expression. Yeah, I just woke up. Mengyao is still sleeping. What do you think of Mengyao? Huang Shifang suddenly asked. Mengyao is gentle, kind, and refined, yet strong and courageous. She never backs down in the face of difficulties and always brings me the warmth of home, Lin Xian said with a smile. Mengyao lost her father at a young age and lacked fatherly love, so she is very independent, has a strong sense of self-esteem, and is also somewhat sensitive. So, Auntie would like to ask you to be a little more considerate. Your aunt is entrusting her only daughter to you, so please treat her well. Huang Shifang looked at Lin Xian with gentle eyes. Don't worry, Auntie, I will definitely take good care of Mengyao, Lin Xian replied firmly. Then Auntie is relieved. By the way, what would you like to eat tonight? I'll make it for you, Huang Shifang asked. Auntie, can I cook with you tonight? I'd like to learn from you how to make the food that Mingyao's family eats. Although Lin Xian has the skills of a 5-star chef, he can only bring out the best flavor of the ingredients and cannot replicate the taste of Li Mingyao's home cooking. You really want to learn? Huang Shifang asked in surprise, but also with a sense of relief. These days, there are very few men who cook for their wives. Yes, I want to be able to make it whenever Mengyao wants to taste the flavors of her childhood home. Okay, Auntie will teach you. Huang Shifang smiled and walked into the kitchen. In the evening, after dinner, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao decided to go out for a walk. The two walked hand in hand to a nearby park. Although small, the park was exquisitely laid out, with shady trees and blooming flowers. Under the soft light of the night, it created a peaceful and serene atmosphere. Lin Xian, this is the little park I used to come to when I was a child. What do you think? A hint of happiness flashed across Li Mengyao's face. This park is lovely, it has a very welcoming feel, but what? Li Mengyao asked, puzzled. But you called me the wrong thing just now, you should have called me husband. Lin Xian pulled Li Mengyao into his arms. I'm not used to calling you that. Li Mengyao lowered her head, her face flushed with embarrassment. You'll get used to it after a few times. Lin Xian lifted Li Mengyao's chin, making her look at him. Husband, Li Mengyao said softly. Chapter 17 is supposed to be about a kiss on the cheek, right? Looking into Li Mengyao's captivating eyes, her slightly parted lips exuded an irresistible allure. If it weren't for the crowds around the small park. Meow. A clear, melodious meow came from beneath Li Mengyao's feet. Ha, little tanuki, so you're still here. Li Mengyao stepped out of Lin Xian's arms, squatted down, and gently stroked the cat's soft fur with her small hands. This tabby cat has colorful fur, a well-defined face, soft and shiny fur with unique patterns, and eyes as clear as amber. It's chubby and doesn't look like a stray cat at all. These are the kittens I used to feed regularly. It was just a kitten back then, super cute. I didn't expect you to still remember me. Li Mengyao stroked the cat while turning back to look at Lin Xian, and said with a smile. At this moment, Xiaoli squinted her eyes, enjoying Li Mengyao's caresses. They are really cute, you can't tell they're stray cats at all. Lin Xian squatted down and reached out to pet the little fox, but the little fox nimbly dodged him and meowed. You're not familiar with him yet, of course he won't let you touch him. But I have a way. Then Li Mengyao took out a small bag of snacks from her bag and handed it to Lin Xian. If you put the snacks in your hand, Xiaoli will come over. Li Mengyao tucked her hair behind her ear and smiled serenely. I'll give it a try. Lin Xian put the snacks in his palm and handed them to Xiaoli. Sure enough, the little fox walked lightly to Lin Xian and gently licked him with its little tongue. In no time, the snacks were licked clean, and the little fox even licked Lin Xian's palm with its tongue. Ha, it's quite itchy. Lin Xian gently stroked the little fox's soft fur. After feeding the raccoon, the two strolled around the area for a bit before heading back. That night, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao were both lying in bed playing on their phones. The two of them are now naturally lying on the same bed. Honey, I'll take you somewhere tomorrow, Lin Xian said first. Where are you taking me? Li Mengyao blinked in confusion. This was her hometown. If anyone should be taking someone, it should be me taking you there. Then Li Mengyao thought for a moment, turned around, hugged Lin Xian's waist with her small hands, puffed out her cheeks cutely, and tilted her head back proudly, saying, Are you hiding something from me again? There is something, but it's a good thing, Lin Xian said, his eyes filled with undisguised affection. Tell me. Tell me. Li Mengyao whimpered in Lin Xian's arms, rubbing her delicate little face against his. If you don't tell me, I'm ignoring you. Li Mengyao raised her head again, pouted slightly, and said proudly. Okay, I can say that, but you have to give me a kiss, honey. Lin Xian seized the opportunity to make a condition. Then you can kiss me, Li Mengyao hesitated slightly before speaking softly. Li Mengyao thought to herself, it's just a kiss on the cheek, I'm not so shy anymore. Lin Xian gently lifted Li Mengyao's chin, slowly approached her alluring cherry lips, and then kissed her mouth to mouth. Li Mengyao, wasn't it a kiss on the cheek? After a long while, their lips parted. You're the one who made me kiss you. Lin Xian's skin was incredibly thick. Li Mengyao was furious. She raised her hand and pinched Lin Xian's soft flesh. It hurts, wife, I was wrong. Lin Xian quickly begged for mercy upon seeing this. Li Mengyao slowly calmed down after pinching Lin Xian's waist hard a few times. Lin Xian knew his wife wasn't angry anymore, so he hugged her back and said gently. All right, it's getting late, we should go to sleep. Li Mengyao said softly. Then they both drifted off to sleep. The next day, the two slept until 9 o'clock. Huang Shifang had already left breakfast and gone to work. At the dinner table, Li Mengyao was quietly enjoying her breakfast when she suddenly recalled what happened yesterday, and her cheeks flushed red again. Suddenly, she realized something. Lin Xian still hadn't said where he was going yesterday. And why is Lin Xian so skilled at it? Lin Xian saw that his wife's face had turned red again and asked. Honey, what's wrong? Li Mengyao shook her head slightly, glared at Lin Xian, and said angrily, "Nothing." Lin Xian saw that Li Mengyao was angry again, which must have reminded him of yesterday. But since they're already planning to get married, there's nothing wrong with that, right? Li Mengyao slowly lifted her lowered eyelids, stared into his eyes, and couldn't help but ask, how are you so skilled at this?" Lin Xian was slightly taken aback, not expecting Li Mengyao to ask such a question. Boys are naturally gifted in this area, they'll get the hang of it after a while. Li Mengyao thought of something very important. Her first kiss was with Lin Xian, but was Lin Xian's first kiss. "You'll get the hang of it as you keep kissing. Haven't you kissed me a lot before?" If not, then who was his first kiss with? Li Mengyao bit her lip in frustration and continued to press for answers. "So, was this your first kiss? Tell the truth." Lin Xian immediately felt an overwhelming sense of crisis and quickly hugged Li Mengyao. "Hey! What are you doing? Tell me, isn't that right?" Li Mengyao angrily punched Lin Xian. Lin Xian gently flicked Li Mengyao's delicate nose and said with a smile, "Of course, last night was my first kiss." A wave of shyness washed over Li Mengyao, and she instinctively pulled her hair up to cover her slightly flushed cheeks, speaking softly. "Oh." After breakfast, the two went downstairs to the Maybach parked there. Lin Xian helped Li Mengyao into the passenger seat, then walked around the car and returned to the driver's seat. "You haven't said where we're going yet." Li Mengyao blinked her bright, doe-like eyes at Lin Xian. "Go to Times Garden." Lin Xian started the car and slowly drove forward. Chapter 18. This is my husband. The Maybach's distinctive body gleamed as it cruised through the streets of Stillwater, attracting the attention of those around it. It's worth noting that even in Jingshui, a small fourth-tier city, a Maybach S680 worth over 3 million yuan is a rare sight. The two soon arrived at Times Garden. Lin Xian parked the car and took Li Mengyao's hand as they walked to the gate. The gate of Times Garden is like a magnificent archway, grand and solemn, showing nobility and elegance. Although it can't compare to Riverview apartments in big cities, it's still considered a high-end community here. Because it's fully furnished, it costs 10,000 yuan per square meter. "Honey, husband, did you buy something recklessly again?" Li Mengyao hesitated slightly, still feeling uncomfortable calling him that. "No, these are things I should have bought, not things I bought randomly," Lin Xian said with a smile. "Do you dislike my old house?" Li Mengyao asked softly, her head lowered. Yes, Lin Xian's family is so well off, he definitely wouldn't be used to living in that old house. Lin Xian bringing her to see Times Garden now means he must have already bought a place. Lin Xian saw through his wife's thoughts, squeezed her small hand, and said gently, "No, I had a very comfortable stay yesterday. But this is not a long-term solution, we will have to change it eventually. I don't want my future mother-in-law to climb 8 floors every day, and this place is also close to where my aunt goes to work, so she won't have to squeeze onto the bus every morning. Besides, we'll be coming back often in the future, so it's convenient to buy them all at once." Huang Shifang was not yet of retirement age and was still working at a nearby shopping mall. Li Mengyao hugged Lin Xian tightly with both hands, looked up at him, and her eyes were full of admiration. "Thank you, honey." Lin Xian gently supported Li Mengyao's waist, leaned down and kissed her on the cheek, then smiled brightly. "I want to thank my husband with practical actions." Li Mengyao's face began to flush, and she whispered, "We're still outside." "All right, stop fooling around, let's go inside and take a look." Then Lin Xian picked up his phone and dialed the number of the manager of the Era Garden from yesterday. "Hello manager, this is Mr. Lin, who purchased apartment 1201 in Building A of Times Garden yesterday. May I check my mail now?" "Hello Mr. Lin, of course. Where are you now?" "I'll come over right away. I'm right here at the gate. Please wait a moment, I'll be right there." A moment later, a young man dressed in a neat suit and with a confident smile jogged over. "Hello, Mr. Lin, I am the manager of Times Garden, my surname is Huang." "Hello, Manager Huang, could you take us there now?" "Of course, this way please." Manager Huang dared not be negligent in the slightest. Mr. Lin had bought the penthouse of Times Garden, a mid-floor unit, one of the most expensive apartments in the entire complex, and he had paid in full. "Is this your first time visiting Times Garden?" Manager Huang asked with a smile. "Yes, this is our first time here." Lin Xian and Li Mengyao looked around, taking in the neighborhood. They bought a house worth over 2 million yuan on their first visit. They must be incredibly wealthy. Then let me give you a brief introduction. The reason why Times Garden is called a garden is because its screening rate is as high as 50%. As soon as you enter from the main gate, you are greeted by lush greenery and blooming flowers, just like a magnificent painting. The garden paths meander and twist, with plants arranged in a pleasing manner on both sides. Various flowers bloom in vibrant colors, and pavilions and towers dot the landscape, creating a beautiful scene that is refreshing and delightful. To put it simply, in Jingshui City, if our Times Garden community environment is second to none, no other community would dare to claim to be first. Following manager Huang's introduction, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao both nodded in satisfaction. We soon arrived at Building A of Times Garden. The design of the penthouse was noticeably more prominent and grand than the other buildings. They then took the elevator together to the door of room 1201. Manager Huang took out his key and opened the door, and Lin Xian and Li Mengyao went inside. This house is 200 square meters, with 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. The interior decoration is quite good, and the workmanship is very meticulous. You really do get what you pay for. There's a reason it's expensive. It just doesn't come with furniture, and we'll have to renovate it all over again later. It looks like we'll have to keep busy for a while before we can move in. Lin Xian took Li Mengyao's hand and led her to the large balcony. The view from the penthouse overlooked the entire Times Garden, and it was quite excellent. Wife, what do you think? Lin Xian looked at Li Mengyao tenderly. It's beautiful, completely different in style from the Jinwan mansion in Jinghai City, Li Mengyao said with a bright smile, very happy. Seeing that the two people in front of him were very satisfied, manager Huang was also very happy. He had closed a big deal and would get a lot of commission. If you two have no further questions, you can simply sign here. Manager Huang handed Lin Xian a sales contract, which Lin Xian carefully read and then signed. Congratulations to you both on becoming distinguished owners of Times Garden. If you have any further questions, please feel free to contact me. I won't bother you any longer. After finishing his speech, manager Huang took his leave. After Lin Xian and Li Mengyao carefully inspected the new house again, they took the elevator downstairs together to pick up their aunt from get off work at a nearby shopping mall. Just as the two stepped out of Building A of Times Garden, a clear voice rang in their ears. Mengyao. Mengyao, is that really you? You've come home? The person who arrived was a girl with fresh and pretty features. Although she wasn't stunningly beautiful, her smile was captivating. Ting Ting? I didn't expect to run into you here. Li Mengyao smiled happily. Mengyao, it's been so long since we've been together, come give me a hug. The two then happily hugged. It was only then that Chen Tingting noticed that there was a super handsome guy behind Li Mengyao. Mengyao, aren't you going to introduce her? Chen Tingting squinted at Li Mengyao. Mengyao, oh Mengyao, you've only gotten prettier in the last few months, and now you even have such a handsome boyfriend, wow. Li Mengyao turned around, took Lin Xian's arm, and with a gentle blink of her elegant eyes, said with a smile. Tingting, let me introduce you. This is my husband, Lin Xian. Although they are not married yet, they already have a child and have done what they should and shouldn't have done, so Li Mengyao simply introduced him as her husband. Chen Tingting's eyes widened in disbelief. Li Mengyao was already married after only a few months apart? Honey, this is my childhood friend, Chen Tingting, Li Mengyao continued, introducing her. Chen Tingting quickly pulled Li Mengyao aside, hugging her and saying, on the verge of tears. Mengyao, tell me this isn't real. Li Mengyao was a little at a loss, blinking her eyes in confusion. It's true. Chapter 19. My mom's still here. You got married after only a few months apart? Chen Tingting asked. Not married yet, but it should be soon. Li Mengyao blushed slightly, secretly glanced at Lin Xian, and found that he was staring at her, so she quickly turned her head away. Chen Tingting looked at them exchanging glances and said helplessly. Yao Yao, are you really sure you've got him all figured out? Yes, he's very good to me. Li Mengyao nodded gently. Chen Tingting smiled and said. Okay, as your best friend, of course I'll wish you all the best. But if Li Jia and the others find out you're getting married, they'll probably be howling like ghosts tonight, ha ha ha. Li Mengyao, don't talk nonsense, I've always been just ordinary friends with them. Chen Tingting waved her hand, I know, you've never given them a chance. By the way, what are you doing at Times Garden? Chen Tingting had only recently moved to Times Garden. Her parents had contributed a lot of money, which was enough to buy a small apartment of less than 100 square meters. Li Mengyao, we came to see the house, and now we're getting ready to go back. Chen Tingting didn't think much of it and said, oh, okay then. Come to my house next time you have time. Let me tell you, my house has a fantastic view. She remembered that Li Mengyao's family situation wasn't very good, so it was unlikely that she could afford such an expensive neighborhood. She was probably just looking at it. Okay, we'll have plenty of opportunities to play together in the future. Li Mengyao smiled slightly, quickly walked back to Lin Xian's side, took his arm, and said gently, "Sorry to keep you waiting." Lin Xian pinched Li Mengyao's cheek and smiled. "What did you two talk about?" Li Mengyao shook her head and smiled happily. "It's nothing, just catching up." "Alright, let's go back then." Lin Xian pulled Li Mengyao and prepared to walk towards the parking lot. Suddenly, a shout came from behind. Mr. Lin, please wait a moment." Then, Manager Huang came running over. Manager Huang finally caught up with Lin Xian and was panting heavily. "Manager Huang, is there anything else?" Lin Xian asked, puzzled. I forgot to give you the key to the community gate, I'm so sorry." Manager Huang said, panting as he handed the key to Lin Xian. "I almost forgot too, thank you." Lin Xian picked up the keys and left with Li Mengyao. Not far away, Chen Tingting, who hadn't left yet, saw Manager Huang and was very puzzled. "Isn't this the sales manager from the apartment I bought from? Did Li Mengyao and her husband already buy it?" Then Chen Tingting stepped forward and asked, "Manager Huang, hello, do you remember me?" Manager Huang turned to Chen Tingting and said apologetically, I don't quite remember. Is there anything I can help you with?" "I am Ms. Chen, who bought apartment 3201 in Building E a few months ago." Chen Tingting said angrily. Before the deal was finalized, they called every day to ask if I wanted to buy the house, saying there were special offers and such. Now they don't recognize me at all. "Oh, I remember now, you bought the top floor apartment, right?" "Sorry, I've been busy with clients lately, so I couldn't remember for a moment." "So, what can I do for you?" Manager Huang asked. Chen Tingting, I want to ask if those two people also bought a property in Times Garden." Manager Huang, yes, they are VIPs of Times Garden. They bought the 12th floor of Building A, the king of the buildings, and they paid in full. Chen Tingting's eyes widened in shock. The penthouses were all 200 square meter single-level apartments, and they were mid-floor units, costing over 2 million yuan. Looking back, I realized that because I didn't have enough money, I had no choice but to choose the top floor. I was just so proudly inviting Li Mengyao to my house, how embarrassing. However, she was genuinely happy for Mengyao, as it seemed she had met the right person. Then Chen Tingting took out her phone and said in a group chat, "I just met your goddess, but it seems she's getting married, so you guys don't have a chance." Laughing emoji. This can't be real. Tell me this can't be real. Whoever stole my goddess, I'll beat them to a pulp. Isn't this a wedding preparation? I still have a chance. Doge emoji. On the other side, Lin Xian drove Li Mengyao to the supermarket to buy some groceries before arriving at Heping Shopping Mall. Huang Shifang works at Heping Shopping Mall, and it was just time for her to get off work. People leaving the mall all saw a long, black Maybach parked at the entrance. Although some people didn't know the exact price, they could tell at a glance that it was a luxury car and must be very expensive. At this time, Huang Shifang and her colleague Chen Li were leaving get off work and preparing to take the bus home. As the two walked and talked, Chen Li started to have designs on Huang Shifang's daughter again. "Shifang, why don't you reconsider? My son works for a state-owned enterprise, and the benefits are quite good." "No need, Chen Li, my daughter already has a boyfriend," Huang Shifang politely declined. "Oh? When did this happen? What does your daughter's boyfriend do for a living?" Chen Li asked, somewhat surprised. "He hasn't graduated yet," Huang Shifang said, not wanting to reveal too much. "Not graduated yet? That means you don't have a job yet. Let me tell you, jobs are hard to find these days. Look at my son, he works for a state-owned enterprise. Every year, so many people are vying to get in," Chen Li boasted. Huang Shifang thought about Chen Li's son's arrogant and condescending attitude, and the rumors that he was also a womanizer who frequently changed girlfriends. How could she possibly entrust her daughter to such a person? Just as Huang Shifang came out to wait for the bus, a long, black Maybach stopped in front of them. "Mom, I've come to pick you up and take you home." Li Mengyao poked her head out and smiled brightly. "Yao Yao, is this your car?" Huang Shifang asked in shock. Although she doesn't know much about cars, she can still roughly distinguish between ordinary cars and luxury cars. "Auntie, please get in the car. We've already bought the groceries for lunch." I'll show off my skills when we get back and let Auntie have a taste, Lin Xian said with a smile. At this moment, Li Mengyao also noticed Chen Li beside her and asked happily. Aunt Chen, are you going back too? Let us take you home. No. No need, my son will pick me up later, you guys go back first, huh? Chen Li smiled awkwardly. This is my son-in-law, I'll head back now. Huang Shifang turned and said to Chen Li before getting into the back seat of the Maybach. Chen Li then sheepishly boarded the next bus. Inside the Maybach, Huang Shifang hesitated for a moment, then couldn't help but ask. Lin Xian, is this the car you bought? Yes, Auntie, I just bought it recently, so it's convenient to take Mengyao out. Lin Xian drove steadily. Buying such an expensive car for travel. Lin Xian's family must be very wealthy. Will his in-laws be difficult to talk to? Will they look down on our family? Mom, doesn't Aunt Chen's son never pick her up from get off work? Li Mengyao asked curiously. Yes, she's just being stubborn. Her son will never come to pick her up. She keeps pestering me to introduce my son to you, but I've already told her I have a son-in-law. Now that she has seen it with her own eyes, she should give up. Huang Shifang came back to her senses. Lin Xian smiled and said, it seems my wife is still quite popular. I'd better keep a close eye on her. Li Mengyao's face flushed instantly. She glared at Lin Xian and whispered. My mom's still here. Huang Shifang covered her mouth and chuckled in the back seat. Chapter 20 Morning Sickness. Back home, Lin Xian went to the kitchen to start cooking. Huang Shifang tried to help several times but was refused, so she could only watch TV in the living room with her daughter. Before long, Lin Xian had prepared a table full of dishes, including steamed turbot, mushroom and scallop soup, stir-fried beef with scallions, steamed pork ribs with garlic, and stir-fried broccoli. Because Li Mengyao loves to eat fish, there will be a fish dish with every meal. Lin Xian would always cook different dishes for Li Mengyao, and Li Mengyao's face would be filled with a happy smile. Dinner's ready, Lin Xian called out. Lin Xian, you made so many dishes. Huang Shifang said with a smile. Not much, just 4 dishes and a soup. Auntie, please try my cooking. After saying that, Lin Xian first put a large piece of fish on Li Mengyao's plate, and then a large piece of beef on Huang Shifang's plate. Seeing how well her future son-in-law took care of Yao Yao, Huang Shifang felt even more at ease with Lin Xian. This is even better than many famous restaurants in Jingshui City. Lin Xian, who taught you to cook? It's so delicious. Huang Shifang looked shocked and exclaimed. Before, when I was at home with nothing to do, I would cook whatever I liked. Eat more if you like it. Lin Xian smiled. After a while, Lin Xian saw that they had almost finished eating, so he spoke up. Auntie, I bought a new apartment in Times Garden. Let's move in together once the renovations are finished. Huang Shifang's heart skipped a beat, and she said incredulously. Lin Xian, are you serious? Lin Xian nodded seriously. Huang Shifang paused for a moment, thinking that the houses in Times Garden weren't cheap, and even if Lin Xian had money, he couldn't just spend it recklessly. Then he said to Lin Xian. That must have cost a lot of money. This house is a bit old, but it's still habitable. Lin Xian, listen to your aunt and cancel the lease. Lin Xian said firmly. It's all right, Auntie, just leave the old house as it is. Times Garden is very close to your workplace, so you won't have to climb 8 floors anymore. Then his gaze fell on Li Mengyao. Besides, Mengyao and I will be coming back often in the future. The baby will be able to play in the Times Garden community then. Huang Shifang thought about it and finally agreed. They would move to Times Garden together after a while. After lunch, Lin Xian wanted to clear the dishes, but Huang Shifang took them away from him. With nothing to do, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao returned to their bedroom early. Lin Xian had one arm around Li Mengyao, while the other hand was playing with her hair. Honey, what kind of decorating style do you want for our new house? Li Mengyao raised her pretty eyebrows and said. Let's try a new Chinese style. The one in Jinwan Mansion is already a new minimalist style, so let's try a different one this time. She then showed Lin Xian the pictures she had found on her phone. Okay, this afternoon we'll go check out the renovation companies and furniture stores in Jingshui City. Okay. Li Mengyao's eyes were full of bright light, and she was as happy as a child. Soon she was hugging Lin Xian and fell fast asleep. At 2 p.m., Lin Xian got up and looked at Li Mengyao, who was still fast asleep in his arms. Not wanting to wake the sleeping beauty, he tiptoed out of the room. After tidying up briefly, Huang Shifan walked out of the room, ready to go to work. "Auntie, let me drive you to work. I'll go check out the renovation company while I'm at it," Lin Xian said with a smile. "This is too troublesome." "It's no trouble at all, I'm just killing time anyway." Afterwards, Lin Xian drove his Maybach to take Huang Shifan to Heping Shopping Mall, and then went to visit some well-known decoration companies in Jingshui City. After an unknown amount of time, Li Mingyao's small hands kept touching around the bed, as if searching for something. "Where is my husband?" The little hand turned around but couldn't touch it, which meant Lin Xian was no longer in the room. Li Mengyao gently rubbed her eyes, struggled to get out of bed, and walked out of the room. They searched the whole house but couldn't find Lin Xian. Li Mengyao thought for a moment and then took out her phone. "Honey, where are you?" Then, an angry bear emoji appears. 5 minutes later. "Honey, are you awake?" After seeing this, Li Mengyao immediately made a video call. She hadn't done so before because she was worried that Lin Xian would be driving and wouldn't be able to answer the video call. Soon, Lin Xian's handsome face appeared on Li Mengyao's phone screen. "Why didn't you wake me up? We agreed to go together." Although her tone was calm, the expression in her eyes clearly showed that she was somewhat unhappy. "I saw you were sleeping so soundly, so I didn't wake you. I've looked at several companies. I'll bring back the plans and renderings for you to see. You can rest at home." Lin Xian smiled and quickly started to tease him. "Then come back soon." Lin Xian was also thinking of her, so he stopped being childish. "I just checked the time, and I slept until almost 5 o'clock. I can sleep so much. I might not even be able to get up if Lin Xian calls me." "Okay, my dear wife, I'll be right back after picking up Auntie." Li Mengyao then hung up the phone, her face flushed. Wife is wife, why add adult? Lin Xian had worked hard all afternoon and must be hungry when he got back. "I'll cook dinner tonight, so Lin Xian can try my cooking." Li Mengyao then took out the ingredients she bought at noon from the refrigerator and started busying herself in the kitchen. At first, I didn't feel anything unusual, but halfway through, a sudden wave of nausea hit me. Li Mengyao covered her mouth and rushed to the toilet, where she began to vomit violently. After vomiting for an unknown amount of time, Li Mengyao emerged from the bathroom pale-faced. She picked up a small water cup, drank some hot water, and sat on the sofa in a daze before gradually regaining her senses. "I never imagined my first bout of morning sickness would be like this." Then, the door opened, and Lin Xian and Huang Shifan returned home. "I'm back," Lin Xian said with a happy smile. Li Mengyao hurriedly got up, rushed forward, and threw herself into Lin Xian's arms, her voice a little hoarse. "Welcome home." Lin Xian immediately sensed something was wrong. The voice sounded like someone had been crying. Looking at his wife in his arms, he saw that her eyes were red with faint tear stains and her lips were quite dry. "Honey, what's wrong?" "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have left you alone at home. It will never happen again." Lin Xian picked up Li Mengyao and gently placed her on the sofa. "No. I was just thinking of making you dinner. Who knew that I would feel extremely nauseous halfway through and then throw up?" Li Mengyao nestled gently in Lin Xian's arms and said softly. Huang Shifan looked at the two of them, knowing that she was now superfluous, and said to Lin Xian. "Lin Xian, I'll go make dinner first. You take care of Yao Yao." Lin Xian nodded to Huang Shifan. "Okay, Auntie." Lin Xian turned around and gently wiped away Li Mengyao's tears with a tissue. He felt sorry for her when he thought about how she had vomited violently in the bathroom. The first trimester is a high-risk period for morning sickness in pregnant women. Lin Xian had been feeding Li Mengyao small, frequent meals and strictly forbidding her from entering the kitchen, trying to minimize the chances of vomiting. But it still happened. "Don't go into the kitchen anymore. Leave all the housework to your husband, okay?" Li Mengyao leaned against Lin Xian's chest, the intense discomfort she had just felt vanished, and a happy smile appeared on her face. Chapter 21 I Can't Finish Eating. After dinner, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao went for a walk along the river. Jingshui River is the mother river of Jingshui City, so the residents of Jingshui City come to the river for a walk in the evening. Because Li Mengyao's home was far from the river, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao drove there in a Maybach. Upon arriving at the riverbank, Lin Xian parked the car and took Li Mengyao's hand, and the two strolled along the riverbank together. The banks of the Jing River are bustling with people, all smiling. The river water shimmers under the lights, reflecting off the neon lights on the banks, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Life here is really pleasant. Lin Xian admired the night view of the Jingshui River inside. Yes, I really like this small fourth-tier city. There's none of the hustle and bustle of first-tier cities, only a leisurely lifestyle and a tranquil atmosphere. Li Mengyao smiled sweetly at Lin Xian. We can come back anytime once the house in Times Garden is renovated. Lin Xian squeezed Li Mengyao's small hand and said with a smile. Yes, I used to come here to play a lot when I was a kid. I remember there was a kind old man here who sold candied hawthorns. They used to give me a candied hawthorn stick with a small bamboo skewer. Li Mengyao kept reminiscing about her childhood, while Lin Xian listened quietly beside her. As they strolled along the river, they soon passed an ice cream shop. This is a popular shop in Jingshui City. Because the ice cream they make tastes so good, there are always many people queuing up every night. Honey, do you want some ice cream? Li Mengyao looked at the ice cream in the store, her stomach growled loudly, and her face turned red. I want to. Because Li Mengyao experienced morning sickness in the afternoon, she didn't have much of an appetite for dinner and didn't eat much. I'm out for a walk now, and I get hungry very quickly. Lin Xian led Li Mengyao to the ice cream shop. Since there were still many people in line, Lin Xian led Li Mengyao to an empty seat. Honey, sit down first, I'll go queue up to buy it. What flavor do you want? Lin Mengyao gently shook Lin Xian's hand and said with a smile. I want the strawberry flavor, thank you so much, honey. Lin Xian took Li Mengyao's small hand and kissed the back of it smelled sweet. Good. Li Mengyao quickly pulled her hand back, her face flushing red. How could this person be so shameless, kissing in public like that? Lin Xian smiled and went to the back to join the queue. Seeing that the line was still very long, Li Mengyao picked up her phone and started watching videos. Lu Yusen, my dear Yao Yao, where are you now? I'm coming to play with you. Li Mengyao, I'm in Jingshui City, do you want to come? Lu Yusen, why did you suddenly come home? Li Mengyao, bringing my husband home. Lu Yusen, you're already calling me husband? You're not even married yet. Li Mengyao, that's about it. Lu Yusen, so, auntie has already agreed? She didn't break his legs? Li Mengyao, don't talk nonsense, my mom has already agreed. Lu Yusen, girls are really useless now that they're grown up. You're just so easy to please. Fine, I'm going to play by myself now. I'm not eating your dog food. Li Mengyao replied with a nodding bear emoji. Just after finishing her chat with Lu Yusen, a boy sat down opposite Li Mengyao. The man was quite handsome, dressed neatly, and sported a trendy Korean-style voluminous hairstyle. He smiled and struck up a conversation with Li Mengyao. Hello, beautiful, would it be convenient to exchange contact information? Li Mengyao glanced at it and said politely. I'm sorry, I have a husband. The boy saw that Li Mengyao still looked like a student, and there was no so-called husband next to her, so he guessed that it was probably made up. We're very compatible, so we just exchanged contact information. Seeing that he was still relentless, Li Mengyao said coldly. Please stop bothering me. I already told you I have. Didn't she say she has a husband? That's me. Lin Xian arrived at this moment, staring fiercely at the man who was flirting with his wife. Li Mengyao immediately took Lin Xian's hand and hid behind him. The boy looked at the person in front of him who was taller and more handsome than him, and knowing he couldn't compete, he slunk away. Honey, next time someone tries to pick you up, just call me and I'll be right there. Lin Xian smiled and handed the extra-large strawberry sundae to Li Mengyao. Why did you only buy one, and there's so much of it? I can't finish it. Li Mengyao nodded, revealing a sweet smile. Eat slowly. Lin Xian patted Li Mengyao's head, then took her hand and continued their walk along the river. Looking at the extra-large strawberry sundae in front of her, Li Mengyao thought for a while and then took out her phone to take a picture and send it to her best friend Lu Yusen. Lu Yusen? Li Mengyao, it's delicious. Lu Yusen, Yao Yao, have some decency. Previously, when Lu Yusen had a boyfriend in college, she would show off her affection in front of Li Mengyao every day and keep urging Li Mengyao to find one too. Now that they've broken up, it's Li Mengyao's turn to show off her love to Lu Yusen. Li Mengyao tidied her hair and smiled slightly. Lin Xian saw his wife staring at her phone and grinning foolishly, and asked her curiously. What's so funny? Li Mengyao came to her senses and looked at Lin Xian with an innocent expression. No. It's nothing. I can't finish this. Li Mengyao looked at the strawberry sundae she had eaten half of, looking utterly disheveled. Then give it to my husband, I'll take care of it. Lin Xian smiled gently. Were you planning to eat me from the very beginning? Realizing Lin Xian's scheme, Li Mengyao was too embarrassed to continue. She could only glare at Lin Xian before handing him the strawberry sundae. Lin Xian took it and started eating it in big bites, swallowing it down in no time. The two continued their walk along the river, and soon Li Mengyao felt a little tired. Honey, I'm a little sleepy, let's go home. Li Mengyao tugged at Lin Xian's small hand. Okay, let's go back the way we came. Just as the two were about to go back, an old man was on the bustling street, tending his candied hawthorn stall, waiting for customers with a smile. That's the grandpa who used to give me candied hawthorns when I was little. Li Mengyao spoke excitedly. Let's go buy a string of candied hawthorns. I think he only has one skewer left, so let the old man pack up and leave early. Lin Xian looked at Li Mengyao tenderly. Lin Xian led Li Mengyao forward. Grandpa, how much are these candied hawthorns? Lin Xian could tell that Li Mengyao was very happy. 3 yuan a skewer. I want a skewer. Grandpa, do you still remember me? Li Mengyao smiled broadly, looking very happy. The old man selling candied hawthorns looked up at the girl in front of him and felt that she was somewhat familiar. Suddenly, he remembered. You're the little girl who used to eat my candied hawthorns all the time when we were kids. Chapter 22. The babies will grow up quickly. It's me. It's me. I never expected that Grandpa would still remember me. Li Mengyao's eyes crinkled with joy as she smiled. Haha, how could I not remember? When I was little, lots of kids would crowd around me to buy candied hawthorns. You were just standing not far away, drooling over it. Grandpa Candied Hawthorn smiled kindly, his brows narrowing into slits at the corners of his eyes. Li Mengyao said somewhat embarrassedly, I was just being greedy. Grandpa Candied Hawthorn. That's why I always save one candied hawthorn for you, ha ha ha. Hey, here's the last string of candied strawberries for you. Because candied hawthorn is usually made with hawthorn, pregnant women should avoid eating hawthorn-based foods as they can have adverse effects on their health. However, if the candied hawthorn is made with fruit, such as the strawberry candied hawthorn in front of us, pregnant women can eat it. Li Mengyao quickly waved her hand. No, we'll buy it. Lin Xian took out his phone to scan the QR code. Yes, Grandpa, we'll buy it. Thank you for taking care of her when she was little. Grandpa Candied Hawthorn looked at the two holding hands tightly and smiled with satisfaction. I just felt sorry for you back then, you were so cute with your 2 braids, it reminded me of my granddaughter, ha. Here, your candied hawthorn. He then handed the last string of candied hawthorns to Li Mengyao. Thank you, Grandpa. Li Mengyao was as happy as a child, smiling from ear to ear. When Lin Xian left, he secretly left 100 yuan for the candied hawthorn grandpa to thank him for taking care of Li Mengyao. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao continued their journey back the way they came. Along the way, Li Mengyao ate candied hawthorns while holding Lin Xian's hand and swaying it up and down, just like when they were children. Wife, is it delicious? Lin Xian smiled. It's delicious, it tastes just like it did when I was a kid, it hasn't changed at all. Li Mengyao nodded happily, then looked up blankly and asked Lin Xian. Do you want some? Lin Xian smiled as he looked at the candied hawthorn that Li Mengyao handed him. I've just finished eating, you can have it. Oh. Li Mengyao continued to savor her candied hawthorn, which was sweet and sour, and full of flavor. There's only one left, are you sure you don't want to eat it? Li Mengyao looked at Lin Xian, her elegant eyes blinking slightly. I won't eat. Lin Xian said firmly, and then kept looking at Li Mengyao's alluring cherry lips. Li Mengyao always felt that Lin Xian had ill intentions, but being naive, she couldn't think of anything else, so she simply refused to eat. He then popped the last candied hawthorn into his mouth, and after holding it for a while, just as his cheeks were about to puff out, Lin Xian suddenly smiled and spoke. Honey, I want to eat candied hawthorn now. There aren't any left, Li Mengyao said, looking at the gourd-shaped divination stick in her hand and shaking her pretty head. Isn't there still one left? There's one left in my mouth. Li Mengyao suddenly realized something and quickly reached out to cover her mouth. You can't, But someone else beat them to it. Lin Xian wrapped one arm around Li Mengyao and pulled her into his arms, while using the other hand to lift her chin and lean in to kiss her alluring lips. This prompted Li Mengyao to shove him forcefully. She first looked around and, thankfully, no one was around. Then, she glared angrily at Lin Xian. Why did you steal my candied hawthorn? I like candied hawthorns that are sweet, Lin Xian said shamelessly. Li Mengyao was so angry that she reached out and pinched Lin Xian's waist. It hurts. Stop twisting it, I already have several bruises on my waist. Lin Xian, who was all smiles 1 second, turned into a ferocious expression the next. Snort! Li Mengyao pouted and turned her face away slightly, refusing to let Lin Xian see her. Okay, honey, I know I was wrong. Let's go back now, Lin Xian coaxed. You always say you know you're wrong, but you still do the same thing next time. Li Mengyao playfully scolded him, continuing to refuse to show Lin Xian her face. Oh no, is this girl really angry? Lin Xian suddenly felt that the candied hawthorn in his mouth was no longer sweet. After a while, Li Mengyao turned to look at the bewildered Lin Xian and burst out laughing. Are you scared? Li Mengyao gently patted Lin Xian with her small hand. I'm scared, wife. Lin Xian laughed along. Don't do that suddenly in public next time. Yes, we can kiss when we get home, Li Mengyao said softly, her bright, doe-like eyes sparkling. Okay. Lin Xian readily agreed without the slightest hesitation. The two finally returned to where they had parked. Lin Xian put Li Mengyao in the passenger seat, then returned to the driver's seat, started the car, and drove home. In the car, Li Mengyao looked at her little belly and asked Lin Xian. Honey, do you think this is a boy or a girl? Is it possible that there's one boy and one girl? Lin Xian replied with a smile while driving steadily. How can you be so lucky as to have twins all at once? Li Mengyao raised her pretty eyebrows and smiled happily. It's almost been 3 months, baby needs to grow up quickly. Li Mengyao gently stroked her soft little belly. Wife, I want to touch it too, Lin Xian said enviously, glancing at it. Let's talk about it when we get home. Focus on driving and don't look around. Li Mengyao blushed. Soon, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao returned to their apartment building. After parking the car, Lin Xian took Li Mengyao's hand and prepared to go home. Li Mengyao noticed a person standing at her door, holding a bouquet of flowers. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was Li Jia. Li Jia was Li Mengyao's class monitor in high school. He had been pursuing Li Mengyao, but she didn't like him and rejected him several times. However, Li Jia felt that since Li Mengyao didn't have a boyfriend, he had a chance, so he kept pestering her. Eventually, Li Mengyao simply stopped paying attention to him. When Li Jia saw Li Mengyao leading a man out of a Maybach luxury car, his fist clenched, but he still tried to keep smiling. It seems Qin Tingting was right, Li Mengyao really does have a boyfriend. Mengyao, I heard you're back. Why didn't you say so? These flowers are for you. Li Jia smiled and handed the flowers to Li Mengyao, completely ignoring Lin Xian. When Li Mengyao saw that it was Li Jia, she frowned. Li Jia, what are you doing at my doorstep? As I said before, we're not a good match. Please give the flowers to someone else, thank you. After saying that, she took Lin Xian's hand and prepared to go home. Unexpectedly, Li Jia blocked Lin Xian and Li Mengyao again, and shouted anxiously. Mengyao, can't you give me a chance? I've been hired by a well-known company in Jingshui City, and both my parents work. We'll have a great life in Jingshui City from now on. Li Mengyao's eyes were icy cold as she angrily interrupted. I'll say it again, there's absolutely no possibility between us, and I already have a husband, so get out of my way. This was the first time Lin Xian had ever seen Li Mengyao so angry. Looking at Li Jia, who was still relentlessly pursuing the matter, he clenched his fists. But, oh, it hurts, it hurts. Li Jia tried to explain, but Lin Xian reached out, grabbed Li Jia's arm, twisted it forcefully, and pinned him down. After the system gave him his first reward that enhanced his physique, Lin Xian's strength was now far greater than that of an ordinary person. I've made myself perfectly clear. If you dare harass my wife again, I won't be so polite next time. Get lost. Then Lin Xian kicked Li Jia hard in the butt, and Li Jia fell face first into the dirt. Chapter 23 Husband, you're the best. Li Jia scrambled to his feet, his face contorted with rage, gritting his teeth as he watched Lin Xian and Li Mengyao leave. He won't give up easily, he's been pursuing it for so many years, he's become obsessed. He then limped away. After Lin Xian and Li Mengyao returned home, since it was already late, they quickly washed up and lay down on the bed. Li Mengyao was quietly looking at her phone, while Lin Xian stared blankly at his wife beside him. Li Mengyao quickly noticed something was wrong, put down her phone, turned around and hugged Lin Xian, then looked up. Honey, what are you thinking about? You've been staring at me. Although they are not married yet, Li Mengyao calls him husband very naturally now. It's only a matter of time anyway. Lin Shen snapped out of his daze, reached out and hugged Li Mengyao tightly, speaking gently. I was wondering why my wife is so popular. The aunt's son this morning, the boy at the ice cream shop last night, and the person downstairs just now. 3 people tried to steal my wife in just one day. It's infuriating to think about. Li Mengyao smiled with a hint of helplessness but couldn't hide her gentleness. You're only doing this because of this? It's not something I can control. They insisted on coming up to us, there was nothing I could do. Lin Xian smiled and lowered his head, touching his forehead with hers, revealing his signature smile. Then I'll have to keep a closer eye on things from now on. Sure enough, a barrage of kisses followed, first on her forehead, then on the tip of her nose, and finally on her lips. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao stayed in Jingshui City for a few more days. After arranging the renovation and furniture placement at the Times Garden, they prepared to set off back to Jinghai City today. The 3 of them went downstairs. Huang Shifang smiled with relief as she looked at how Lin Xian was taking care of her daughter, and handed the household registration booklet to Li Mengyao. Yao Yao, keep this household registration book safe. Remember to come back and visit often. Li Mengyao stared blankly at the household registration book in her hand, realizing what her mother meant, and her eyes welled up with tears. Seeing this, Lin Xian took Li Mengyao's small hand and said firmly, Auntie, don't worry, we'll come back often. A ripple appeared on Li Mengyao's face. Yes, Mom, we will definitely come back often. Huang Shifang's eyes also reddened slightly as she spoke gently. Mom knows, be careful on the road. After helping Li Mengyao settle into the back seat, Lin Xian got into the driver's seat, started the Maybach, and slowly drove away. Huang Shifang could no longer hold back her tears. She and her daughter had depended on each other for more than 10 years, and now she was getting married. Inside the Maybach, Li Mengyao was also in tears, her eyes red and swollen. Lin Xian drove quietly ahead, knowing the hardships the mother and daughter had endured, so he didn't offer them any special comfort, giving them some time. Soon, 4 hours had passed. The long, black Maybach drove into the parking lot of Jinwan Mansion once again. After Lin Xian parked the car steadily, he got out of the car and went to the back seat. Shortly after Li Mengyao got on the bus, she cried herself to sleep and is now sleeping peacefully, like a cute little girl. Lin Xian gently picked up Li Mengyao and slowly walked towards the elevator. Soon the beauty in his arms woke up, and they looked at each other with a dazed expression. Awake? Lin Xian asked, his eyes filled with undisguised affection. Quick, put me down. Li Mengyao's pretty face was flushed. We're still outside, it would be so embarrassing if someone saw us. It's okay, there's no one here. As he spoke, Lin Xian entered the elevator and pressed the button for the 16th floor. The elevator slowly ascended, then suddenly stopped on the first floor. The elevator doors opened, and an older woman and an older man entered. The woman looked at the 2 men with an undisguised smile on her face. At this moment, Li Mengyao was so embarrassed that she buried her head in Lin Xian's chest and used her small hands to brush her hair to cover her blushing face. Finally made it to the 16th floor. The elevator was unusually slow today. After exiting the elevator, Li Mengyao struggled to get down quickly, and Lin Xian slowly put her down as well. Li Mengyao angrily punched Lin Xian, who was still laughing, with her small hand, not daring to hit him too hard, lest she hurt herself. The 2 finally returned to their home in Jinwan Prefecture. As soon as they got home, Lin Xian started cleaning, and Li Mengyao joined in, doing what she could. Lin Xian initially disagreed and wanted her to rest, but Li Mengyao insisted on being together, otherwise she wouldn't let Lin Xian kiss her tonight. This was a killer move for Lin Xian, so he had no choice but to give Li Mengyao some of the lighter tasks. Working together as a team makes the work easier, and the house was quickly cleaned up and spotless. Since returning, Li Mengyao has been preparing for her graduation defense. These 2 are still senior students and need to pass their graduation defense with their university advisors to officially graduate. In contrast, Lin Xian acted as if nothing had happened, playing around with this and that. That evening, Lin Xian was engrossed in watching a movie on his 70-inch screen in the living room. Li Mengyao came out of the room, hugged Lin Xian tightly, rested her chin on his shoulder, and asked curiously, Honey, don't you need to prepare for your graduation defense? Looking at his lovely wife in his arms, Lin Xian couldn't help but lean down and kiss her soft face. Your husband is not very talented, but because he performed so well before, he has been exempted from his graduation defense and has gone straight to graduation. Li Mengyao puffed out her cheeks and complained. Ah, how could this be? Lin Xian grinned from ear to ear. Your husband is very outstanding, didn't you know that? Li Mengyao hooked her little hand around Lin Xian's neck and gently bit his cheek. I know, honey, you're the best. After saying that, she quickly distanced herself and ran back to her room. Lin Xian touched the faint teeth marks on his face, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. Chapter 24. You've been laughing the whole time, without stopping. The day of graduation defense arrived quickly. The sun shone brightly, the air was fresh, and birds sang merrily in the branches, as if celebrating the upcoming graduation of the students. Li Mengyao's graduation defense was scheduled for the afternoon, so she took a nap after lunch to be in good condition. After a short nap, she got up early and began to carefully dress herself up. She was wearing a snow-white shirt, the collar slightly open, revealing her slender neck and delicate collarbone. She paired it with a long black skirt, the hem of which swayed gently with her steps, like a butterfly in flight. Her long, jet-black hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall, emitting a faint fragrance. Li Mengyao walked up to Lin Xian, twirled gracefully, and asked with a bright smile. Honey, does this look good? Lin Xian couldn't help but step forward and hug Li Mengyao, taking a deep sniff of the captivating fragrance emanating from her body. He said softly. She looks good in everything. My wife looks good in everything. Li Mengyao playfully scolded. Glib-tongued. All right, let's go. Lin Xian flashed his signature smile again. Can I come in and watch your graduation defense? Li Mengyao hurriedly shook her head, her tone firm. No. I'll get nervous. Okay, stop fooling around, we're going to be late. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao walked out of the room and arrived at the parking lot of Jinwan Mansion. Lin Xian still chose to drive his little black car the name Lin Xian gave to his Maybach. A short while later, Lin Xian drove his Maybach to the school's parking lot. Because Li Mengyao majored in Chinese language and literature, Lin Xian took her hand and led her to the teaching building of the School of Literature. They found the corresponding classroom and looked inside. In the first row, there were 5 professors, and behind them were a bunch of flustered students. Lin Xian said gently to Li Mengyao, Go ahead, don't be nervous, I'll wait for you at the door. In fact, given Li Mengyao's diligent study over the past 4 years of university, dealing with this graduation defense shouldn't have been too much of a challenge. However, facing 5 professors pointing out her flaws still made her somewhat nervous. Li Mengyao blushed and looked at Lin Xian. A kiss will make me less nervous. Lin Xian was also taken aback. Why was his wife being so proactive today? He then embraced Li Mengyao and gently kissed her forehead. Go. Li Mengyao smiled and happily walked into the classroom. Did he really think Lin Xian would be so honest? He had never seen Li Mengyao give a speech in the classroom before. Lin Xian flashed his signature smile again. Lin Xian returned to the parking lot and took a black hat from the Maybach. After putting on his hat, Lin Xian returned to Li Mengyao's graduation defense room, sneaked into the classroom through the back door, and sat in the last row, making him hard to spot unless you looked closely. Seeing that Li Mengyao was still resting with her eyes closed and relaxing, I noticed that Li Mengyao was still resting with her eyes closed. Lin Xian picked up his phone and started snapping photos like crazy. He knew he'd miss this opportunity, especially since he only met Li Mengyao in the final stages of his university life. After an unknown amount of time, Li Mengyao finally stepped onto the podium. Unlike her usual gentle demeanor, Li Mengyao was quite confident on the stage, speaking fluently and logically. Her beautiful face radiated a confident smile, and her profound knowledge of Chinese language and culture, along with her excellent expression skills, won high praise from the mentors present. Lin Xian quickly took out his phone and started taking pictures. No wonder she's the school beauty, she's beautiful and academically outstanding. Yeah, but I heard the school beauty seems to have a boyfriend. Holy crap, which newbie stole our school beauty? It seems like they're from our school too. Lin Xian heard the boys next to him discussing something and smiled. Hey, classmate, what are you laughing at? A boy next to him asked curiously. Did I laugh? Lin Xian asked with a smile. You've been laughing the whole time, without stopping, another boy said. I remembered something happy. Lin Xian's lips curled up. What's so funny? Tell me about it. At this time, Li Mengyao had finished her graduation defense and returned to her seat to pack her things. Seeing that his wife was about to come out, Lin Xian quickly made his escape. I have to go now, classmates. Good luck to you guys. After saying that, he secretly slipped out of the classroom through the back door. This person doesn't seem to be from our college, that's strange. The group continued to discuss. Lin Xian walked out of the classroom, casually looking at his phone, and stood at the door waiting for Li Mengyao. His handsome figure was as upright as a pine tree, and his handsome face with a slight smile attracted the attention of the girls around him. Finally, one of the girls couldn't resist stepping forward. "Hi, can we exchange contact information and get to know each other?" This female classmate has a sweet appearance, a petite figure, and a charming smile, making it easy for people to like her. "I'm sorry, I already have." Lin Xian began to refuse. Suddenly, a figure darted to her side. Li Mengyao took Lin Xian's hand, her eyes turning slightly cold. "Excuse me, classmate, he already has a girlfriend." When the female student saw that it was the school's most beautiful girl, she felt overshadowed and slunk away. "Honey, how did your graduation defense go?" Lin Xian asked with a smile. "Not going well. The first thing I saw when I came out was you with another girl." Li Mingyao's face fell, her expression full of unhappiness. "I'm innocent, my dear wife." "I just arrived at the classroom door a short while ago," Lin Xian quickly protested. "Who knows you?" Li Mengyao pouted, looking serious. "I have a way to prove my innocence," Lin Xian said earnestly. "What method?" Li Mengyao had obviously seen that the girl had approached Lin Xian first, but she still wanted to tease him. Lin Xian took out his phone and showed the photos he had secretly taken of Li Mengyao in the classroom. Li Mengyao looks beautiful and elegant in the photo. "Ah! You were peeking again." Li Mengyao then noticed that Lin Xian was wearing a black hat, and surprisingly, he looked quite handsome. But she was still furious and reached out her small hand to grab Lin Xian's waist. Lin Xian took the opportunity to hug Li Mengyao, letting her pinch him as she pleased, since he was tough as nails. "I just wanted to see what you were like in class, to experience what it was like to take a class with you." "I won't have that chance again," Lin Xian continued gently. After the graduation defense comes the graduation ceremony, and generally students won't come back to attend classes. "Okay then, send me the photos." Li Mengyao's cheeks flushed as she spoke softly, tilting her head slightly. "Good." Lin Xian sent the picture to Li Mengyao, and also casually forwarded it to a group chat of a loving family. "Zhang Shulan, my daughter-in-law is so beautiful." "Lin Zhenggui, as expected of my son, his taste is just like mine when I was young." "Lin Cece, this is my sister-in-law." "Zhang Shulan, Cece, you're playing on your phone at school? You've gone too far." "Lin Cece, sorry, wrong number." "I'm not Cece." Lin Xian, speechless expression. At this moment, the boys who had been discussing things next to Lin Xian also came out of the classroom. Seeing the school beauty being held by a handsome boy, they gritted their teeth. It seems the news that the school beauty already has a boyfriend is true. Wait, no, isn't he the guy who was laughing next to us just now? Damn it, no wonder he kept chuckling. Chapter 25. That's not my boyfriend, he's my husband. You just said you wanted to experience what it's like to take a class with me, right? Li Mengyao rolled her eyes, tilted her head, and smiled sweetly. Yes, Lin Xian said. Then let's eat dinner at the school cafeteria. Neither of us has ever eaten together at school. Li Mengyao raised her pretty eyebrows and tilted her head back haughtily. No, the ones outside aren't clean enough. Lin Xian shook his head. Oh, it's just once. Besides, the school should be clean compared to outside. Li Mengyao continued to act coquettishly. Lin Xian was still frowning and hesitating. Li Mengyao took Lin Xian's hand and started walking towards the cafeteria. Come on, I'm hungry. If you don't leave, I'll go by myself. Lin Xian had no choice but to agree. Soon, the two arrived at the Meiyuan canteen, which had the best reputation in the school. It was already dinner time, and students from Jinghai University were gradually arriving at the canteen for their meals. Auntie, I'd like a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, a plate of braised fish, a plate of stir-fried broccoli with shrimp, and 2 fried chicken drumsticks. Auntie, please don't shake your hand. This is the last time we'll eat in the cafeteria during our university years. Li Mengyao was as happy as a child, speaking with a beaming smile. Okay, Auntie will give you a little more. The aunt gave Li Mengyao a larger amount than usual. Lin Xian then casually ordered a few dishes, and the two went to a corner of the cafeteria to start eating. This is delicious. I used to come to Meiyuan to eat here all the time. As she spoke, Li Mengyao placed half of the braised fish and a fried chicken leg into Lin Xian's bowl. No wonder I didn't see you much in college. Lin Xian's dormitory and classrooms are both located in the south of the school, and he also eats in the bamboo garden in the south. Li Mengyao, on the other hand, is in the north, where the plum garden is the school's canteen in the north. Jinghai University has a large campus, and Lin Xian is rather lazy, he wouldn't even bother going to the north side of the school. But I've seen you before, Li Mengyao said softly. What did you say, honey? Because the cafeteria was getting crowded and Li Mengyao was speaking very softly, no one could hear her clearly. And nothing, here, have a bite. Li Mengyao picked up a shrimp and held it to Lin Xian's mouth, but Lin Xian swallowed it in one gulp. Lin Xian also picked up a piece of braised pork for Li Mengyao. Li Mengyao ate it in small bites, only taking half of it, and Lin Xian swallowed the rest. While the two were feeding each other, they had already become the subject of gossip among the other students. Look, isn't that our university's campus belle? Is that her boyfriend? Damn it, how come my goddess already has a boyfriend? You know what, that guy was actually quite handsome. Handsome my foot. He doesn't deserve it. Take a picture quickly and post it on the campus intelligence network, so that guy becomes the public enemy of all male students at Jinghai University. Click. 2 photos of feeding each other were posted on the campus information network of Jinghai University. Headline, shocking. Jinghai University's most beautiful girl is seen eating with her boyfriend in the cafeteria. Who's that scumbag next to our school beauty? The school beauty has a boyfriend, my heart is broken. He's just my boyfriend, I still have a chance, lol. Isn't this Lin Xian, the genius from our computer science department? Shall we all rush to the computer science department tomorrow? As Lin Xian ate his dinner, he felt countless hostile gazes on his back, which made him feel a chill. Just then, Lin Xian's phone rang. 622 Rice Bucket Group. Zhou Quan, brother Xian, you've been exposed. Zhong Zixing, remember to wear a mask at school in the future. Just a friendly reminder. Chen Jingming, brother Xian, you're finished. Lin Xian, what exactly happened? Zhou Quan, pictures. These are the photos of Lin Xian and Li Mengyao being all lovey-dovey. That was a mistake. I'll have to be more discreet when I go back to school in the future. Seeing that Lin Xian was ignoring her and was constantly looking at his phone, Li Mengyao scolded him playfully. Lin Xian, what are you looking at? You're ignoring me. I become the public enemy of all the male students at Jinghai University, Lin Xian said with a helpless smile. Why? Li Mengyao blinked in confusion. Look, it's all because my wife is too beautiful, Lin Xian said, taking out his phone and showing Li Mengyao the campus information network. Li Mengyao covered her mouth and burst out laughing. Then there's nothing I can do to help you. Good luck to you. Soon, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao finished their dinner and strolled hand in hand on campus. At this moment, Lin Xian still looked worried, fearing that someone would suddenly hit him on the back with a hammer. He still believed in Li Mengyao's charm, but he was afraid that a very small number of people might not be able to handle the stimulation and go astray. Honey, do you need my help? Seeing Lin Xian's still nervous expression, Li Mengyao kept secretly laughing. How can you help? Lin Xian looked at Li Mengyao expectantly. Call me sister, and I'll help you. Li Mengyao tucked her hair behind her ear and smiled happily. She had seen Lin Xian's ID card. Although they were born in the same year, Li Mengyao was a few months older than Lin Xian. Even a few months is still a difference, so she had to call her older sister. No. Lin Xian's face flushed slightly, a rare occurrence. Calling his wife sister was incredibly embarrassing. I'm older than you, what's wrong with calling me sister? Just call me that once. Li Mengyao pouted, acting cute and charming. I'll give you a reward for every time you call my name, Li Mengyao continued, looking at Lin Xian with anticipation. Real? Yes, it helps you resolve the school incident and you get a reward at the same time, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Li Mengyao stepped forward and hugged Lin Xian, then looked up and smiled slightly. If you don't call me, I'll hold you and won't leave. Lin Xian turned her flushed face away and murmured something. Elder sister. My little brother is so good. Li Mengyao's eyes crinkled with joy as she reached out and hugged Lin Xian's neck, kissing him on the lips before quickly pulling away. Lin Xian usually makes her shy, but I never expected to win around today. I'm so happy. Is this the reward? Lin Xian touched his mouth. Yes, I don't like it. Li Mengyao blinked her elegant eyes slightly. I like it, but it's too short, Lin Xian said gently. Still at school. The two continued to wander around the school, and Lin Xian continued to receive hostile stares from the boy opposite her, seemingly even more intense than before. "Wife, didn't you just say you were going to help me?" Lin Xian asked. "I helped, now check the school's information network again." Li Mengyao smiled, pursing her lips. Lin Xian took out his phone, opened the school's information network, and immediately saw a pinned comment posted by Li Mengyao. "That's not my boyfriend, that's my husband. Chapter 26 I saved the galaxy in my past life." "What? He's already my husband? Newborn, damn it, newborn. I have no chance," bursts into tears. "Brothers, it's time to unite and charge at this guy." Lin Xian looked at the campus information network and felt a chill run down his spine. "Wife, you." While Lin Xian was looking at his phone, Li Mengyao secretly walked ahead, turning back to look at him every 10 steps. "Wife, you still want to run away?" Lin Xian started running to catch up with Li Mengyao. "Don't come any closer." "Ha ha ha." Seeing that her plan had been exposed, Li Mengyao also started to run forward. One was running ahead, and the other was chasing behind. Two cheerful laughs echoed through the quiet campus. Because Li Mengyao was pregnant, she didn't run fast, and Lin Xian easily caught up with her, hugged her tightly, and said gently, "Don't run around, be careful." Li Mengyao tidied her disheveled hair and revealed a charming smile. Under the cover of night, the campus, with its flowers, trees, and shrubs bathed in moonlight, appears exceptionally tranquil and mysterious. On campus during graduation season, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao strolled hand in hand, their every step filled with sweetness under the moonlight. After her graduation defense, and with 3 or 4 days of careful instruction from Lin Xian, Li Mengyao was able to drive skillfully in the city. In addition, the Xiaomi SU7 has an automatic parking function, so she didn't have to worry about not knowing how to park. Today, Li Mengyao's university dormitory is hosting a farewell dinner, which is the last meal after graduating from university. Since they were all girls, Lin Xian felt embarrassed to go along, so Li Mengyao drove herself. When Lin Xian was training Li Mengyao to drive, he found that she learned to drive quite quickly and drove very steadily. Moreover, the Xiaomi SU7, being a smart car, also had intelligent driving and emergency avoidance functions, so he agreed to it. "Honey, I'm going out." Li Mengyao wore a simple white dress, which highlighted her elegant temperament. She happily ran up to Lin Xian, gave him a light kiss on the lips, and was about to leave when Lin Xian pulled her back into his arms and kissed her cherry-like lips with light lipstick on them. "I don't know how much time has passed." "Come back soon," Lin Xian said with a grin. Li Mengyao touched her flushed face and slightly red lips, and didn't forget to say something as she left. "You bad husband." Li Mengyao arrived at the parking lot, walked to the Xiaomi SU7, got into the driver's seat, skillfully started the car, and even took out a small mirror to touch up her lipstick, all of which Lin Xian had eaten. Soon, Li Mengyao arrived at the dormitory building of Jinghai University and picked up her 3 roommates whom she hadn't seen for a long time. "Chen Man, wow, Yao, it's only been a few months and you're already driving a car, and it's not cheap either." "Yang Lin, yes, tell us quickly, we saw you making a high-profile confession yesterday." Only Lu Yusin, who was standing to the side, knew all this, but she also joined in the teasing. "Yes, our Yao has forgotten about her sisters now that she has a husband." Li Mengyao blushed slightly as her roommate teased her, and quickly changed the subject. "Stop talking and quickly decide where to eat. I'm starving." "Hey, the place we ate at last time was pretty good, but it seems like there are some new restaurants opening up nearby." "Oh no, I'm getting decision-making anxiety. I think that one is better." "No, I think the other one is better." The 4 of them argued in the car for more than 10 minutes, and finally decided by vote. Meanwhile, Lin Xian had nothing to do at home. Thinking that the luxury shop given to him by the system had not yet opened, he decided to post a recruitment notice at Jinwan Plaza, and the first thing he wanted to do was to recruit a store manager. The store manager is responsible for all aspects of the restaurant, including its operation, recruitment of chefs and waiters, and interior design. This way, Lin Xian can be a hands-off manager and focus on being the boss. Lin Xian immediately drove his Maybach to Jinwan Plaza, printed out a job posting, and posted it on the door of the luxury store. Lin Xian then felt that this method of recruitment was too outdated, so he posted a job ad on a mobile recruitment app, offering a monthly salary of 20,000 yuan, plus social insurance and housing fund benefits. These conditions should attract quite a few people. After finishing everything, Lin Xian drove home. On the other side, Li Mengyao was having dinner with her 3 best friends. Li Mengyao told her roommate about what had happened in the past few months, but of course she didn't mention that she was pregnant. Wow, your boyfriend is so amazing. Yang Lin exclaimed. Yes, she is good looking, cooks every day, and is very devoted, Chen Manman chimed in. Only Lu Yusin remained silent, because she knew what was going on, even though Lin Xian was indeed a very good person. Hey, Yao Yao, you're not even married yet, why are you calling him husband? Did he propose to you? Lu Yusin couldn't help but ask. Not yet, you'll get used to it after a while. Li Mengyao's cheeks flushed instantly. He's really devoted, my dear Yao Yao, Chen Manman said with a smile. I remember you had a crush on him back in freshman year, right? Now your dream has finally come true. By the way, Yao Yao, good men like this are very popular, you have to keep a close eye on them, Yang Lin reminded her. Mum. Li Mengyao nodded shyly. Can't I keep a close eye on her? We already have a child, and my Yao Yao is now someone else's. Lu Yusin thought helplessly. Alright, we've finally graduated. Wishing us all the best for the future. Cheers. The four girls downed a drink in one gulp. After Li Mengyao and her best friends had eaten and drunk their fill, Li Mengyao took them back to their dormitory, then drove to Jinwan Plaza and went to a jewelry store. Lin Xian is indeed too easy to attract attention. I ran into one at the classroom door yesterday. I need to find something to prove that he's taken. So Li Mengyao thought of men's rings. Welcome, beautiful lady, how can I help you? A tall and decent-looking shop assistant came over. That's right, this is the jewelry store where Lin Xian bought the diamond ring before, and even the salesperson is the same one. Hello, do you have any men's ring recommendations? Li Mengyao asked softly. Yes, please follow me. The shop assistant led Li Mengyao to a display case on the side. The men's rings displayed in the showcase shone with dazzling light, each exuding a unique charm. Soon, Li Mengyao took a liking to a men's ring. Its design was simple yet exquisite, with a unique touch that exuded understated luxury and elegance. Excuse me, could you please get this one for me? Li Mengyao pointed with her little finger. Okay, beautiful lady. The sales clerk then took out the men's ring and handed it to Li Mengyao. Beautiful lady, you have excellent taste. This is the latest design, so it perfectly matches the aesthetics of today's young people. Li Mengyao looked left and right, playing with the objects in her little hands. It was very cute. How much is this one? A total of 18,888. After hearing the price, Li Mengyao gritted her teeth, hesitated slightly, and then paid. Okay, thank you. Welcome to visit again. The shop assistant, smiling as she packed the items, wondered which lucky man was to have such a beautiful woman buying him a ring. He must have saved the galaxy in his past life. Chapter 27. I'm afraid you deliberately left a part unfinished. Li Mengyao drove back to Jinwan Mansion. Arriving at the front door, she stretched out her little hand and unlocked the door with her fingerprint. Lin Xian was watching a movie in the living room when he saw his wife return. He was just about to speak. Wife, come back. Li Mengyao flashed past and quickly ran back to her room. Lin Xian was filled with a big question mark. What was his wife hiding? She was being so mysterious. After hiding the ring she had just bought, Li Mengyao let out a long sigh, patted her face, and then walked out of the room. Honey, I'm home. You were in such a panic just now, did you hide something? Lin Xian pulled Li Mengyao into his arms. No. It's nothing. Li Mengyao's pupils contracted sharply, and a clear sense of tension flashed in her eyes. Really nothing? Lin Xian flashed his signature smile. That's a girl's secret, you're not allowed to know. Li Mengyao blinked her elegant eyes slightly. Oh well. Seeing that his wife wouldn't talk about it, Lin Xian had no choice but to hug her and watch a movie together in the lobby. After watching the movie, it was already 11 p.m., and the two went back to their room to sleep. The next day, a phone call woke Lin Xian from his sleep. In order not to disturb his wife's sleep, Lin Xian went out of the room to answer the phone. Brother Xian, are you awake yet? He, Zhou Quan asked. Quaner, why are you calling so early in the morning? Lin Xian was a little puzzled. Usually, the brothers would send text messages to each other, and would only call each other if there was something extremely urgent. But as soon as he heard Zhou Quan's laughter, he knew that nothing was wrong. Brother Xian, are you planning to open a restaurant in Jinwan Plaza? Zhou Quan continued to ask. Yeah, how did you know? Lin Xian regained some composure. I saw it on a job search app. Brother Xian, have you found a candidate for store manager yet? Why are you asking this? Brother Xian, I'd like to apply for the job. Lin Xian was somewhat shocked. Wasn't Zhou Quan going to take the civil service exam? Didn't you go to take the civil service exam? Why are you thinking of going into business? I didn't pass the exam. I've realized that the civil service exam is incredibly competitive these days. You have no idea, I scored 80 points on the test, but I didn't even get the interview. I heard the first place score was 89 points. Brother Xian, tell me, how insane are these guys? Zhou Quan complained incessantly. Quaner, are you sure you can do it? Lin Xian asked with some doubt. Of course it will work. My family owns a restaurant. Why don't you interview me, Brother Xian? Zhou Quan said confidently. Okay, it's been a while since I last contacted you. Let's meet at the usual place, the coffee shop near the school. Seeing his brother's confidence, Lin Xian thought he should go and check it out. Besides, he knew his brother well, so it might actually be a good fit. Okay, Brother Xian, I'll go order some coffee and wait for you. Zhou Quan said happily. After hanging up the phone, Lin Xian washed up and returned to his room. He saw that Li Mengyo was still fast asleep, so he walked over and gently kissed her smooth, jade-like forehead. Honey, I'm going out for a bit. Okay. Li Mengyao's eyelashes trembled slightly as she responded in a daze. Lin Xian then left his house, went to the parking lot, and drove his Maybach toward the school. Soon, Lin Xian arrived at a coffee shop near the school. After parking his car, he saw Zhou Quan waving happily as soon as he entered the door. Brother Xian, I'm here. Lin Xian sat down opposite Zhou Quan. Brother Xian, please interview me, Zhou Quan suddenly said with a serious expression. Zhou Quan, I'm very happy that you've come to apply for the store manager position. Now I'm going to ask you a few questions. Lin Xian also began to look at Zhou Quan seriously. After asking some basic questions about restaurant operations. Wow, you've got some skills, kid. Lin Xian was somewhat surprised, because he didn't know much about these things either, which was why he planned to find a store manager to run the business and be a hands-off boss himself. Hee, Brother Xian, have you forgotten? My family has always been in the restaurant business. I've been doing odd jobs in my family's restaurant since I was a child. Don't think I can't cook. I can make you a plate of braised pork intestines. It's absolutely delicious. Zhou Quan said proudly. No, I'm afraid you deliberately left some behind. Alright then, you're the one. Lin Xian smiled. Thank you, Brother Xian. When can I start work? Zhou Quan was very happy. Once the renovation is complete, I will give you a sum of money for the renovation. You can start renovating the restaurant then. As for your salary, we'll split the restaurant's profits 30-70, I'll get 70% and you get 30%. If we lose money, I'll still pay you 20,000 yuan a month. Really? Brother Xian, you're so good to me. Zhou Quan was so happy he almost jumped up. Don't be too happy yet. If the restaurant makes a profit, everyone will make money. But if it loses too much, I'll fire you and then sell the restaurant. Lin Xian still wanted to run the restaurant well, but he wouldn't be foolish enough to do a losing business. He would let Zhou Quan try it out first. If it didn't work out and he lost money, he could sell it. Anyway, it was a free gift from the system, so he was guaranteed to make a profit. Brother Xian, don't worry, I will definitely make the restaurant a success. The two continued chatting for a while, and eventually started complaining. Brother Xian, why am I having such bad luck lately? I've recently had 6 consecutive guaranteed drops in my yuanshan skill. I'm really impressed. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian choked on his coffee and almost spat it out. Ahem. Quaner, I think you should try a different game. Why are you telling me to switch games too? That's what Brother Jingming said as well. No, I'll try again later. Brother Xian, I'll head back now and try to finish the restaurant proposal by tomorrow. Good. Zhou Quan then went back to his school dormitory. Lin Xian saw that it was still early, so he continued to look at his phone while slowly finishing his coffee. Alright, by now the little lazybones should be up, it's time to head back. Just as Lin Xian stepped out of the coffee shop and was about to leave, a familiar figure appeared in front of him, his ex-girlfriend, Yi Zixuan. Yi Zixuan and Lin Xian were in the same year. At the beginning of their freshman year, Yi Zixuan pursued Lin Xian relentlessly because he was handsome. After dating for less than half a year, Lin Xian couldn't stand Yi Zixuan's vanity and chose to break up with her. At this moment, Yi Zixuan possessed an outstanding appearance, wearing a white shirt paired with a black short skirt, making her look exceptionally alluring. Lin Xian was somewhat surprised he hadn't expected to run into Yi Zixuan here. Yi Zixuan also saw Lin Xian, a hint of arrogance flashing in her eyes. Lin Xian had no lingering feelings for Yi Zixuan. He glanced at her and wanted to leave immediately. "What a coincidence, Lin Xian," Yi Zixuan said first. "Yes, it is quite a coincidence." Lin Xian's tone was very calm. "How have you been lately?" Yi Zixuan tried to make small talk. "Whether it's good or bad has nothing to do with Yi," Lin Xian replied indifferently. "You treat your first love so coldly? You're graduating soon, have you found a good job yet? By the way, my current boyfriend is a manager at a tech company, and the salary and benefits are excellent. Since we've known each other, I can help you if you want to go." Yi Zixuan started showing off her boyfriend to put Lin Xian down. She just couldn't stand Lin Xian's arrogant attitude despite being poor. "Congratulations then," Lin Xian replied coldly, then left without looking back. Chapter 28 I Believe in You. Lin Xian ignored Yi Zixuan and walked directly to the Maybach parked to the side, started the car and drove away. As the car passed the coffee shop, Yi Zixuan had just finished buying her coffee and stepped out when she saw a long, black Maybach drive past her. The fact that Lin Xian was driving shocked Yi Zixuan. When did Lin Xian start driving luxury cars? I didn't realize he was from a wealthy family when he was a freshman in college. On second thought, it was very likely that Lin Xian had rented the car, and she looked down on him again, thinking, "What are you pretending for?" Lin Xian bought today's ingredients on his way home. Soon, Lin Xian returned to Jinwan Mansion. As soon as he opened the door, a figure rushed into his arms. "Honey, welcome home." A hint of happiness flashed across Li Mengyao's face. "I'm back. Did you eat the breakfast I left for you?" Lin Xian patted Li Mengyao's head. "I've eaten, honey. I've noticed your cooking skills are getting better and better. It even tastes like my mom's." Li Mengyao continued to stick close to Lin Xian. "Of course, okay, you go watch a show in the living room, I'll go to the kitchen to prepare lunch." Lin Xian then plunged into the kitchen to get busy, while Li Mengyao immediately returned to the living room to watch her favorite shows. In no time, Lin Xian had prepared 3 dishes and a soup, which smelled delicious. "Wife, dinner's ready." "They're here." Li Mengyao arrived at the restaurant and sat next to Lin Xian to have lunch together. "Honey, did you know that my roommate Zhou Quan applied for the job of manager at our restaurant?" Lin Xian said while serving food to Li Mengyao. "Huh? Is that the cute boy I saw at the hospital last time?" Li Mengyao recalled. "Well, his family has always been in the restaurant business, so he's very familiar with this, which is why I'm going to make it for him." Lin Xian discussed with his wife. "You can decide for me, I have no objection." Li Mengyao felt a warmth in her heart. It seemed that Lin Xian cared about her a lot and would consult her opinion. Soon after, the two finished their lunch and watched a show together on the sofa in the living room. When they got sleepy, they went back to their room to rest. Lin Xian lay down next to Li Mengyao, and after thinking it over, he decided to tell her. "Honey, actually, after I went out to see Zhou Quan, I ran into someone else." Li Mengyao raised her head, her captivating eyes looking at Lin Xian. "Who else did you run into?" My ex-girlfriend," Lin Xian confessed, not wanting to hide it from her. "Then what?" Li Mengyao's heart skipped a beat, and she lowered her head. Her previous joy instantly vanished. She knew Lin Xian had a girlfriend in his freshman year, so what had Lin Xian said to his ex? Would Lin Xian change his mind? Would he leave her? Pregnant women experience strong mood swings, and their eyes often sting as they overthink. Lin Xian quickly realized that something was wrong with his wife. He reached out and gently hugged Li Mengyao, lifting her head up again so that their foreheads touched. When their eyes met, it was clear that Li Mengyao's eyes were slightly red. "Honey, I'm sorry. I didn't talk to her much this morning and I was very cold to her. I started dating her during my freshman year of college because I was young and naive, and she kept pestering me. But we only dated for less than 6 months before I realized she was really materialistic, so I broke up with her immediately." "Nothing really happened," Lin Xian explained sincerely. Li Mengyao turned her head away from him, knowing she was overthinking things. She thought seriously that Lin Xian wasn't that kind of person, but she still felt a strange discomfort in her heart. "Did nothing really happen?" "Really," Lin Xian answered without hesitation. "Have you ever kissed her?" Li Mengyao looked at Lin Xian again and asked softly. No, my first kiss was with you, Lin Xian said gently, holding her tighter. Upon hearing this, Li Mangyao stopped being petulant and hugged Lin Xian back, burying her forehead in his strong chest. Thank you for being honest with me about these things. Actually, I actually fell in love with you in my freshman year of college, so I knew you had an ex. Huh? When did this happen? How come I didn't know? Lin Xian was very surprised. So, his wife had liked him for almost 4 years? I was secretly watching you from afar back then, so of course my silly husband didn't know. Li Mangyao remained nestled in Lin Xian's arms, her voice soft and sweet. Actually, Li Mangyao had a crush on Lin Xian since her freshman year of college. Besides Lin Xian's handsome looks and outstanding abilities, there was another little-known secret: Lin Xian had once saved her life. Li Mangyao started working as a tutor during her freshman year of college. One night, because the tutoring time was extended, in order to get back to school before curfew, Li Mangyao took a shortcut, but she was spotted by 2 thugs. Just when Li Mangyao was in despair, Lin Xian, who happened to be passing by, came to her rescue. She still clearly remembers the scene of Lin Xian fighting with the 2 thugs. After dealing with the 2 thugs, Lin Xian led Li Mangyao out of the alley and left in a hurry. Li Mangyao was wearing a mask at the time, and because of the darkness of the night, Lin Xian did not recognize her. Wife, I swear, if I ever treat you or the babies badly in the future, may God punish me. Lin Xian held up 3 fingers, ready to swear. Suddenly, Li Mangyao raised her head and sealed Lin Xian's lips with her alluring kiss. After an unknown amount of time, their lips parted. No. You are not allowed to swear, I believe you. How could you not love a wife like that? Lin Xian held Li Mangyao silently, and the two drifted off into a sweet dream. In the afternoon, after waking up, Li Mangyao began studying books compiled by teachers, preparing to become a teacher in the future. Lin Xian stood quietly to the side, watching his wife stare blankly. Ding dong. Lin Xian opened his phone and saw a message from Zhou Quan. Brother Xian, take a look at my freshly baked business plan. Wow, Quaner is so efficient. Lin Xian read it carefully and felt that Zhou Quan was indeed quite capable. Brother Xian, shouldn't we start preparing for the renovation costs? Ha ha ha. Wait for me in the dorm. Okay. Lin Xian got up, quickly changed his clothes, walked up to Li Mangyao, and kissed her on the cheek. Honey, I'm going out for a bit. I'm going to go with Zhou Quan to look at the restaurant's interior design. Go ahead. Li Mangyao blushed slightly. She had just been lying in bed, and in less than a few minutes, he had changed his clothes. Do boys really change clothes that fast? Soon, Lin Xian drove his Maybach to the dormitory building of Jinghai University. Brother Xian, I'm here. Zhou Quan jogged over, opened the car door, and plopped down in the passenger seat. Ah, the seats in luxury cars are so comfortable. Zhou Quan said with a look of enjoyment. No, please. Here, take this. After saying that, Lin Xian handed a voucher to Zhou Quan. Zhou Quan took it and saw that it was a restaurant renovation voucher. What is this thing? Is it real or fake? Zhou Quan asked doubtfully. Of course it's true. Let's go check out the restaurant decoration company in Jinghai City now. Will this work? Zhou Quan had never seen anyone exchange a piece of torn paper for home renovations. You'll find out when you get there. Lin Xian didn't give Zhou Quan any more reason to doubt, so he started the car and drove off. He now has 100% faith in the system, so how could it possibly give him an empty exchange coupon? Ding dong, a friendly reminder, this store decoration voucher can be used at the most upscale decoration companies. The long absence system notification sounded again. Chapter 29. You deserve to die. Soon, Lin Xian drove his Maybach to the catering brand design company in Jinghai City. After parking the car, Lin Xian and Zhou Quan walked into the design company. As expected of the best catering design company in Jinghai City, the company's reception area is spacious and bright, with elegant and luxurious decoration, showcasing a luxurious atmosphere. Welcome, both of you. Are you here for interior design and renovation? A tall, elegant young woman in a business suit stepped forward to greet them. Yes, we would like to inquire about the restaurant's renovation, Lin Xian replied politely. The young woman smiled and nodded. Okay, please follow me. Let me first introduce some of our company's design cases and styles to you both. With that, she led Lin Xian and Zhou Quan to the exhibition area. The exhibition area displayed various exquisite design drawings and renderings. Lin Xian and Zhou Quan looked at them carefully while a young female salesperson gave them a thorough introduction. "What are your requirements for the design of your restaurant?" the young saleswoman asked. "We hope that the restaurant's decor will reflect a stylish and comfortable atmosphere, while also having a unique personality," Lin Xian said. "How many square meters is your restaurant? Where is it located?" the young woman asked while taking notes diligently. "Our restaurant is 150 square meters and is located in Jinwan Plaza," Lin Xian said. The young female saleswoman was slightly shocked, and her note-taking stopped abruptly. "Jinwan Plaza? That's a prime location, and there's a huge 150 square meter area there. You two look very young. It's admirable that you've started your own business at such a young age." The young woman quickly regained her composure and continued. Then, based on Lin Xian's restaurant, several suitable design styles were recommended, and the characteristics and advantages of each style were explained in detail. "Zhou Quan, which one do you think is more suitable?" Lin Xian wasn't particularly clear on these matters, so he left them to Zhou Quan. "This style looks great, let us take a closer look at the specific design details," Zhou Quan said. After discussing all the details, we arrived at the most nerve-wracking part, the payment stage. "Please come over here to pay," the young saleswoman said, maintaining her smile. "Go ahead and give her this voucher," Lin Xian said with a smile. "Brother Xian, are you serious? Will this really work?" Zhou Quan looked suspicious. "Is Lin Xian trying to scam me because he's broke? When have I ever lied to you? Go ahead." Lin Xian suppressed a laugh. "Haven't you lied enough already?" Zhou Quan thought to himself. Reluctantly, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and go along with it. "Hello, is this okay?" Zhou Quan nervously handed over the shop renovation voucher. "This is the latest luxury renovation voucher issued by the head office this year." The young female salesperson was completely stunned. "There are only 5 in the whole country, and I never expected to find one here." The head office had stated that anyone who came to redeem the coupons would be treated with the highest level of hospitality. Zhou Quan looked at the stunned salesperson in front of him and felt that he was too strange. His face turned bright red instantly. "Brother Xian, I told you it wouldn't work. Look how embarrassed I am." At this moment, Lin Xian also walked over with a smile and asked, "Hello, may I redeem this?" The young saleswoman then realized what had happened and hurriedly apologized. "I'm so sorry, distinguished guests. We didn't treat you well just now. Shall Li, please bring you a cup of coffee and some pastries, the best of the best." "I'm so sorry, please come this way with me." The young female saleswoman led Lin Xian and Zhou Quan to the other side of the guesthouse, where the reception area was luxurious and grand, with gorgeous carpets, dazzling crystal chandeliers, luxurious leather sofas, and a huge LCD TV, creating a luxurious atmosphere. Soon, 2 cups of fragrant geisha coffee and French pastries were served to Lin Xian and Zhou Quan. Zhou Quan was stunned by what he saw. The contrast was too great. "Distinguished guests, this voucher has been successfully used. We will process your request with the highest standard of decoration and the fastest speed. Is there anything else you need?" This time, it wasn't the young saleswoman from before, but the general manager of this branch office. He was a middle-aged man with a well-proportioned build, his face showing the marks of time while his eyes were sharp. "That's all. I'll contact you if I need anything, thank you," Lin Xian said with a smile. "Okay, here is my business card. Welcome to visit again." After speaking, the middle-aged man handed Lin Xian a business card. He was also quite surprised that someone who looked like a college student would have this voucher. He must be a child from some family. After a while, the two, having eaten and drunk their fill, left the design company, returned to their Maybach, and prepared to go home. "Brother Xian, how did you do that?" Zhou Quan couldn't help but ask. "Quaner, don't pry into adults' affairs. Just focus on being a good shop manager." "TCH, fine, I won't tell you then." "Oh, right, here you go. If you have any questions about the renovation, just contact him directly." Lin Xian handed the general manager's business card to Zhou Quan. "All right, Brother Xian, where are we going now? Shall we go out for a meal?" Zhou Quan asked happily. "Buy fish," Lin Xian said firmly. "Ah. Buy fish and cook for my wife at home. You deserve to die." Seeing that it was getting late, Lin Xian invited Zhou Quan to go home and have dinner together. "Would you like to come over to my house for dinner?" "Great. Great. You're the best, Brother Xian." Lin Xian opened his phone and told Li Mengyao that Zhou Quan was coming over for dinner. He then drove to the market and bought a sole and a dace, planning to make a dace cake and garlic vermicelli sole for dinner. The two quickly returned to Jinwan Mansion. Zhou Quan thought the events of the day were shocking enough, but he never expected Lin Xian to be staying in the luxurious Jinwan Mansion. Zhou Quan is slowly getting used to it. Lin Xian and Zhou Quan arrived at their doorstep, unlocked it, and saw Li Mengyao already standing there, smiling and saying, "Welcome home. I'm back." At this moment, Li Mengyao had changed into a simple blue loungewear outfit, exuding an elegant temperament. "Hello, sister-in-law, my name is Zhou Quan, and I'm Lin Xian's roommate," Zhou Quan greeted her with a smile. "Hello, please come in." Li Mengyao poured Zhou Quan a drink. Zhou Quan looked around Lin Xian's home, a luxurious residential complex, a large, luxurious apartment, and lavish decorations. "Sigh, I'm really envious and jealous, but I can't bring myself to hate him, after all, he's still my boss. Quaner, come help in the kitchen." Zhou Quan had barely sat down when he was called to work. Although he cursed inwardly, he had no choice but to go. "Zhou Quan, can money really buy you anything?" Lin Xian, sorry, it really works. Chapter 30. My wife is too charming. Zhou Quan helped Lin Xian in the kitchen, washing vegetables, while Lin Xian busily cooked. Zhou Quan was stunned to see that brother Xian could actually cook. Soon, the 4 dishes in one soup were served: dace fish cakes, garlic vermicelli sole fillet, sweet and sour pork ribs, and celery and tofu soup. "Honey, dinner's ready. Here it comes." Li Mengyao walked over happily and sat next to Lin Xian, while Zhou Quan sat on the other side, with Lin Xian sandwiched in the middle. "We have new products again today." Li Mengyao smiled. "Have a taste." Lin Xian picked up a fish cake and put it in Li Mengyao's bowl. Delicious. Li Mengyao's eyes crinkled with joy. "Honey, you should try some too." Li Mengyao picked up a piece and put it in Lin Xian's bowl. Zhou Quan felt superfluous at that moment, wishing he hadn't come. He was already full before even having a meal. "But brother Xian's cooking is really delicious, I'll try it." Zhou Quan also picked up a piece of fish and put it in his mouth, then froze, as if his soul had left his body. The fish is tender and juicy, melting in your mouth, and every bite is full of delicious flavor. It's truly an exquisite delicacy. This is the best fish he has ever eaten in his life. Why bother hiring a chef? Brother Xian is a master chef. Brother Xian, this is so delicious. I think we don't need to hire a chef, you can be the head chef. Zhou Quan exclaimed in surprise. "No, I'm going home to be with my wife and kids. Otherwise, what's the point of having you as the store manager?" Lin Xian continued feeding Li Mengyao. Zhou Quan was fed another round of PDA. Then it dawned on me, I've got it. "Sister-in-law, do you want to know about the embarrassing things brother Xian does in the dormitory?" Zhou Quan said with a sly smile. What embarrassing thing happened?" Li Mengyao raised her beautiful eyes, showing her curiosity. Don't be fooled by Xian's seemingly fearless appearance. He's actually terrified of spiders, even the smallest one. Once, a tiny spider, really tiny, smaller than a thumb, crawled onto Xian Gu. He was so scared that he jumped up and started shaking back and forth. In the end, he even begged me to help him find it, And another thing, once I messed up with Xian Gu while playing games, and he and his roommates almost pulled my pants down. Zhou Quan's actions were akin to killing 800 enemies while losing 1,000 of his own. Also, Lin Xian used to like to secretly look at beautiful women on the street, Lin Xian quickly covered Zhou Quan's mouth with his hand. "Don't talk nonsense, honey, that's not true." At first, Li Mengyao was all smiles, but then her eyes turned a little cold. "Honey, really? Of course it's fake, Zhou Quan was just joking, wasn't he?" Lin Xian released Zhou Quan and pressed one hand firmly on his shoulder. Zhou Quan frowned and slowly spoke. Yes, sister-in-law, I was just joking, With a sister-in-law as beautiful as you, of course my brother Xian wouldn't peek at other beauties." Lin Xian picked up a piece of pork rib and stuffed it into Zhou Quan's mouth, his eyes sharp. "Shut your stinking mouth and eat your food." Soon, the three of them finished their dinner. After Lin Xian had Zhou Quan wash the dishes, he drove his Maybach back to his school dormitory. When Lin Xian returned to Jinwan Mansion, he saw that Li Mengyao had already gone back to her room to rest, so he quickly went to the bathroom to take a shower. After taking a shower, Lin Xian went to the door of his room, intending to open it, but found it locked. "Wife, why is the door locked?" "Let me in," Lin Xian called from outside. "I won't open the door for you, you scoundrel who's been peeping at pretty girls." Li Mengyao's voice came from inside the room. Lin Xian then angrily berated Zhou Quan, vowing to deduct his salary from his paycheck in the future. "Wife, I'm innocent." "Zhou Quan and the others tricked me into watching it," Lin Xian cried out. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xian heard light footsteps and the sound of a door being unlocked. "My wife opened the door." Lin Xian quickly opened the door and went inside. Li Mengyao had already quickly returned to bed and was lying down with her back to him. Lin Xian also climbed onto the bed and lay down next to Li Mengyao. Li Mengyao suddenly turned around, and their eyes met. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on Lin Xian. "How did you lie?" They suddenly said. "Look, there seems to be something over there." "I looked in that direction and realized I'd been tricked," Lin Xian explained patiently. "Why are they teasing you like that?" Li Mengyao's lips curled up slightly. "Because I was like a block of wood back then, I had a nickname called Wooden Lin," Lin Xian said with a smile. "Really? I don't think you're like a block of wood at all. You always kiss me all the time." Li Mengyao chuckled. Li Mengyao wasn't actually angry at first, she just wanted to tease Lin Xian. If she were really angry, she wouldn't have opened the door for him. "That's because my wife is too charming, I couldn't help myself." Lin Xian reached out and gently embraced Li Mengyao, savoring her delicate fragrance. "You're so glib. Okay, I'm going to sleep now." Li Mengyao hugged Lin Xian tightly, hanging her whole body on him. "Good night, my wife." Lin Xian kissed Li Mengyao on the forehead, and then they both fell asleep. A week later, Jinghai University held its graduation ceremony. Under the bright sunshine and gentle breeze, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao stepped into the campus of Jinghai University with excitement and anticipation. The campus was shaded by lush trees, filled with the fragrance of flowers, and imbued with a strong academic atmosphere. Hand in hand, they walked through the tree-lined paths of the campus to the graduation dressing room. Neatly arranged in the room were rows of brand new graduation gowns. Li Mengyao helped Lin Xian put on a black robe. Lin Xian helped Li Mengyao put on her cap and tie her bow tie. They smiled at each other, their eyes filled with anticipation for the future. Wearing his graduation gown, Lin Xian was elegant and had an extraordinary temperament. His handsome figure was particularly eye-catching in the sunlight. Wearing her graduation gown, Li Mengyao was beautiful and elegant, her graceful figure becoming a striking sight on campus. The two arrived at Century Square, located in the center of the campus. The square was spacious and magnificent, surrounded by grand teaching buildings and beautiful flower beds. In the center of the square stood a tall sculpture and the solemn school motto, symbolizing the inheritance of knowledge and wisdom. Standing in the center of the square, Lin Xian hugged Li Mengyao tightly. Their eyes met, their foreheads touched, and Lin Xian felt her warm body and gentle breath. At this moment, Zhou Quan, unwilling to come forward, stood in front of the two. "Stand still, like this, don't move." Zhou Quan took out his camera, adjusted the angle, pressed the shutter, and captured this beautiful moment. Although it wasn't a pleasant experience for him. "Quaner, a few more," Lin Xian said to Zhou Quan. Okay, if I ever overeat in the future, it'll be because you guys fed me." Immediately afterwards, Lin Xian gently kissed Li Mengyao's smooth, jade-like forehead, and Li Mengyao closed her eyes happily. Zhou Quan, a working-class man, went online again, raised his camera, adjusted the angle, and captured this beautiful moment. Chapter 31. Will you marry me? After taking the photos, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao returned to their respective colleges to take a group photo. As the sun set, its afterglow shone brightly. In the blink of an eye, evening arrived. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao strolled hand in hand through the campus. Their steps were light and leisurely, as if they wanted to deeply imprint this familiar land in their hearts. Bathed in the golden light of the setting sun, the school buildings were tinged with a golden glow. As the sun gradually sank behind the western mountains, that golden glow grew even more intense, symbolizing the end of the two students' university life. That evening, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao returned to Jinwan Mansion. Lin Xian opened the door and took Li Mengyao's hand as they walked step by step into the living room. "Why aren't the lights on?" The lighting was poor at night, and Li Mengyao vaguely sensed that her living room was different from usual. Lin Xian did not respond, but continued to lead the little girl to the center of the living room. Lin Xian snapped his fingers, and the lights in the room instantly turned on. Li Mengyao was surprised to find that the living room was filled with colorful balloons and flowers arranged in a heart shape, with romantic candlelight flickering in the air. Li Mengyao blinked in surprise, her mouth slightly open, not knowing what to say. Lin Xian carefully took out a delicate little box from his pocket, gently opened the lid, and inside lay a 2-carat diamond ring that shone with dazzling light. The ring was worth a staggering 500,000 yuan, and every angle of it reflected a mesmerizing light, as if telling a story of endless luxury and preciousness. Then Lin Xian knelt on one knee, looked at Li Mengyao with deep affection, and said, "Mengyao, I'm so glad I met you in the final stages of university. From the moment we met, I knew you would be my life partner. My dear, will you marry me? Let's spend the rest of our lives together and create our own happiness." Li Mengyao was already moved to tears. She gently accepted the ring, took a deep breath, tried to calm her excited emotions, smiled and nodded, and said in a firm yet gentle voice, "I do." These 3 words echoed in the air like heavenly music, and Lin Xian's face showed a happy smile. He had finally married the person he had always dreamed of. Lin Xian stood up and stretched out his arms to hug Li Mengyao tightly. Li Mengyao also reached out her small hand and wrapped it around Lin Xian's waist, enjoying this blissful moment. "Wife, let me put it on you." Lin Xian looked tenderly at his wife, whose face was flushed, in his arms, and said gently, "Whom?" The two released each other at the same time. Li Mengyao extended her fair left hand, and Lin Xian picked up the dazzling diamond ring and gently put it on. "It's so beautiful." Li Mengyao kept waving her left hand, looking at her diamond ring from different angles. Suddenly, Li Mengyao paused, remembering that she also had a ring to give to Lin Xian. "Honey, wait a minute." Li Mengyao quickly ran back to her room and rummaged through the closet to find the men's ring. "Looking at the diamond ring on my hand, I suddenly felt that the ring I bought was incredibly cheap." After a while, Li Mengyao walked out of the room awkwardly, her face conflicted, and came to Lin Xian's side, her hands tightly clenched behind her back. "Honey, you put your hand out." Lin Xian looked at his somewhat nervous wife and smiled as he extended his left hand. Li Mengyao gently placed the men's ring on Lin Xian's hand. "I also prepared a ring for you, but mine is a bit cheap, so please don't mind. I'll work hard to earn money and buy you a better one in the future." After speaking, Li Mengyao lowered her head slightly, her small hands clenching tightly together again. Lin Xian looked at the exquisite and unique ring in his hand and smiled brightly. "Honey, I love it." Lin Xian hugged Li Mengyao tightly again, face to face, and gently kissed her soft cheeks, then her nose, and finally her alluring lips. "All right, I'll tidy up a bit." "You should rest first, honey," Lin Xian said with a smile. "No, I haven't seen enough yet." "Let's clean it up tomorrow," Li Mengyao said to Lin Xian in a coquettish tone. "Okay," Lin Xian said with eyes full of doting affection. The two then snuggled up on the sofa and watched a show together on the big screen. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao also posted on their WeChat moments. The photos show the couple's graduation photo at the school's Century Square, the proposal scene, and finally, a large hand holding a small hand, both hands adorned with dazzling rings. Lin Xian's comments. Zhang Shulan, son, well done. Lin Zhenghua only gave a thumbs up. Lin Cece, brother, is that all? Zhang Shulan, Cece, aren't you preparing for your final exams? Lin Cece withdrew a comment. Zhou Quan, congratulations, wishing you a long and healthy life, 99 years old. Zhang Zixing, congratulations. It's all thanks to brother Xian's speed. Chen Jingming, I'm booking a best man. Li Mengyao, on the other hand, has relatively few close friends. She only has a handful of true friends from university. Lu Yusin, Yao Yao, my Yao Yao. Chen Manman, congratulations, Yusin, wake up, Yao Yao is no longer yours. Yang Lin, OMG, congratulations. That's incredibly fast, did you ride a rocket? Lin Xian was engrossed in reading the comments when the system's crisp voice rang in his ears again. Ding dong, congratulations host on your successful marriage proposal. The award of 100% of the shares of Jinghai Jinwan Technology Company, Limited will take effect tomorrow. Please check your account. Ding dong, congratulations host for triggering the lottery mechanism, you are rewarded with one chance to draw a lottery. The current prize pool includes 1. A cash prize card with 3x multiplier 2. A complete guide to exclusive fish recipes 3. Thank you for your support. Would you like to participate in the lottery? Last time I won a free store decoration voucher, but this time I cancelled it. That means if you draw enough times, you're guaranteed to win something from the prize pool. Let's skip the Zhou Quan scam this time and just start drawing. Lottery. Ding dong, congratulations host for obtaining a complete book of exclusive fish cooking recipes. It has been placed on the desk in Jinwan Mansion. Please check it. Our prize pool is reduced by the number of items drawn. If only thank you for your support is left, the system will refresh the prize pool. This system is incredibly powerful. Chapter 32 The New Chairman. Before going to bed that night, Li Mangyao lay in Lin Xian's arms, constantly playing with the diamond ring in her hand, never getting tired of looking at it. Honey, how much did you pay for this diamond ring? Li Mangyao knew the ring was very valuable, but she still couldn't help asking. 500,000, Lin Xian answered truthfully. Upon hearing this, Li Mengyao's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. She hadn't expected it to be so expensive. Why buy something so expensive? It makes it seem like what I gave you was cheap. Li Mengyao's forehead was pressed tightly against Lin Xian's chest. It's okay, I like anything my wife gives me. If it's really unbalanced, then give me a few more kisses, Lin Xian said with a grin, not in a serious tone. Lin Xian knew that the ring his wife bought was definitely not as good as his, but he could also tell at a glance that the ring on his hand was not a cheap item either, at least worth tens of thousands. For a family like Li Mengyao's, they must have had to scrimp and save during college to afford this amount of money, which moved Lin Xian deeply. Hiss, why are they doing it again? A sharp pain shot through his waist, and Lin Xian quickly reached out and grabbed the restless little hand. All you ever do is kiss me, don't you get tired of it? Li Mengyao raised her head and pretended to be angry. No, you can never get tired of kissing your wife. After saying that, Lin Xian rubbed his face against Li Mengyao's. I want to sleep. Li Mengyao struggled slightly. When his wife said she was sleepy, Lin Xian had no choice but to obediently let go of her. Just as he let go, Li Mengyao suddenly launched a sneak attack, leaning forward to kiss Lin Xian's lips, then quickly pulled away, turned over, and went to sleep. Classic flirtation followed by a runaway. What can we do? We can only spoil them. Lin Xian also fell asleep. On a July morning, as the sun rose, the first rays of golden sunlight fell upon the earth like a light veil. Lin Xian got up early and made breakfast in the kitchen while looking through the exclusive fish recipes the system had given him yesterday. This recipe book is actually a collection of various ways to cook fish and secret seasonings, which, according to the book, can enhance the tenderness of fish meat to a whole new level. Lin Xian decided to give it a try at noon. Suddenly, his phone rang. Lin Xian opened his phone and answered the call. Son, well done. Zhang Shulan's joyful voice came through the phone. Mom, you weren't even this happy when I got first place in the exam, were you? Lin Xian said speechlessly. How can you compare? Oh, you'll soon have a beautiful daughter-in-law and a chubby grandson. All right, Mom, hurry up and pick a good day for us to get our marriage certificate, Lin Xian suddenly thought. Yes, I was so happy I almost forgot about it. Son, you wait. Zhang Shulan then hung up the phone and immediately went to check the 2024 calendar. He just hung up on me like that? Is he even my biological son anymore? Lin Xian went back to make breakfast. Not long after, Zhang Shulan called again. Son, the 7th of this month is a great date. July 7th is so auspicious. It's especially suitable for a wedding. Her tone was full of anticipation and excitement. Then, Zhang Shulan continued to explain, the 7th day of the 7th lunar month is the day when the cowherd and the weaver girl meet on the Magpie Bridge, symbolizing that lovers will eventually be united. Moreover, the number 7 also signifies reunion and happiness. Choosing this day to get married will definitely bring you happiness and good fortune. Okay, Mom, I'll discuss it with Mengyao later, Lin Xian said. Where is my daughter-in-law? She's still sleeping. Alright then, take good care of her. Call Mom if anything happens. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Lin Xian also felt that July 7th was a very good day. Soon, the lovingly prepared breakfast was ready. Just as Lin Xian was about to wake up the little sleepyhead, the phone rang again. I thought my mom had forgotten to tell me something, but it turned out to be a call from an unknown number. Hello, may I ask who you are? Hello, Mr. Lin, I am Yi Tiancheng, the chairman of Jinwan Technology Company, Limited. Hello, Mr. Yi. Lin Xian was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected the system to be so efficient. Mr. Lin, I'm so sorry to bother you so early. Do you have time to come to the company today? I'd like to discuss the specifics of the company handover with you. Yi Tiancheng's tone was very polite. Someone who can acquire all the shares of Jinwan Technology Company at such a high price must be a very important person. Okay, I'll be there in a bit. Lin Xian hung up the phone, ate a quick breakfast, and put Li Mingyao's portion in the warmer. Lin Xian then entered the room and gently shook Li Mengyao awake. "Honey, I'm going out for a bit. Remember to eat breakfast." After saying that, Lin Xian kissed her fair cheek. "Be careful on the road, honey," Li Mengyao said, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Soon, Lin Xian drove his Maybach to Jinwan Technology Company, Limited. Although the company may not look large, its architectural design is ingenious, with a simple and elegant exterior, a lush green courtyard, and a striking and unique logo that highlights the company's brand image. After parking his car, Lin Xian saw a tall and imposing figure downstairs at the company building. He was wearing a well-tailored and high-quality suit, exuding an extraordinary aura. Lin Xian's attire was much simpler, consisting of casual clothes. This person is Yi Tiancheng, the chairman of Jinwan Technology Company, Limited. Unexpectedly, Chairman Yi was already waiting for him downstairs at the company. "I'm sorry to have kept you waiting, Mr. Yi." Lin Xian stepped forward with a smile. "Who are you?" "I am Lin Xian. We just spoke on the phone." Yi Tiancheng found it hard to believe that this casually dressed young man, who looked like he had just graduated, could acquire Jinwan Technology Company, Limited at such a high price. "I'm so sorry, Mr. Lin, you were so young and promising. I didn't expect the new chairman to be so young." Yi Tiancheng took the initiative to extend his hand to shake hands with Lin Xian. This young man must have a powerful family background, so Yi Tiancheng dared not be negligent in the slightest. "Mr. Lin, please come with me. I'll show you around the company." Yi Tiancheng personally led Lin Xian on a tour of the company's various departments. First, we arrived at the R&D department, where a group of top-notch scientific and technological talents were gathered, engrossed in researching various cutting-edge technologies. I didn't even look up at them much. My R&D team consists of the most outstanding and exceptional individuals in the entire field. Suddenly, Lin Xian spotted a familiar figure. Wasn't that his roommate, Zheng Zixing? He was engrossed in his research and hadn't noticed him at all. It turns out that the company he was talking about working for was Jinwan Technology Company, Limited. Lin Xian smiled. Next, he went to the marketing department. Watching the employees working busily and in an orderly manner, Yi Tiancheng continued, "Our marketing team is very professional and efficient, able to quickly capture market dynamics and make accurate decisions." Afterwards, they visited other important functional departments, such as the finance department and the administration department. At each location, Yi Tiancheng provided a detailed explanation of the department's main responsibilities and operations, giving Lin Xian a clearer understanding of the company's overall structure. Finally, the two arrived at the chairman's office, where Yi Tiancheng handed a document to Lin Xian. "Mr. Lin, we are very pleased that you have acquired this company. Once you sign your name, you will become the new chairman of Jinwan Technology Company, Limited." In the end, Lin Xian successfully completed the company's handover procedures. Chapter 33. Should we sell the company again? Lin Xian looked at the chairman's office in front of him. The spacious and bright office space and a series of luxurious furnishings showcased the company's high-end image. Unexpectedly, he became the new chairman of Jinwan Technology Company, Limited overnight. Lin Xian sat in the large black leather chair, turned the chair, and fell into deep thought. Suddenly, a soft knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. "Chairman Lin, is it convenient for you to come in now? Please come in." A soft footstep sounded, and a young woman who looked like a secretary walked towards him with a smile. She was dressed in professional attire, with a graceful figure, light steps, and a faint smile on her face. "Hello, Mr. Lin, I am your secretary, Zhou Siyue." Zhou Siyue was quite surprised when she walked in. She hadn't expected the new chairman to be so young and exceptionally handsome. Zhou Siyue also graduated from Jinghai University, a year earlier than Lin Xian, so she should be Lin Xian's senior. "Hello, Secretary Zhou, I'm new here, so I'll need to ask you for advice if there's anything I need in the future," Lin Xian said with a smile. "Not at all, Mr. Lin, just let me know if you need anything." Zhou Siyue didn't expect Lin Xian to be so modest. "Alright then, could you please show me a list of all the company's employees? I'd like to get a basic understanding of the situation first." "Okay, Chairman Lin, please wait a moment." After speaking, Zhou Siyue first made tea for Lin Xian, and then went back to her desk to organize her documents. Lin Xian sipped his tea while pondering how to manage this company. He couldn't leave his wife's side either, it was a real headache. A short while later, Zhou Siyue placed the company personnel list in front of Lin Xian. "Chairman Lin, this is the current list of all the company's personnel. Please take a look." "Okay, thank you. You can go ahead and do your work." I can take care of it myself. Lin Xian looked at the list of personnel in his hand and said to Zhou Siyue. Okay. Zhou Siyue left the room and gently closed the door. Lin Xian first looked at Zhou Siyue's personnel file. So she also graduated from Jinghai University, only a year earlier than him. That means he'll have to call her senior after get off work from now on. Lin Xian then continued to check. Jinwan Technology Company, Limited has a general manager who is responsible for the company's daily operation and management and coordinates the work of various departments. There are also several department managers who are responsible for the daily management of their departments and completing the tasks assigned by their superiors. As the chairman of the company, Lin Xian plays an important leadership and decision-making role. This is putting a lot of pressure on me. How can Lin Xian spend every day with his wife and children and happily be a stay-at-home dad? Should we sell the company again? Just as Lin Xian was frowning, there was another light knock on the door, accompanied by a few panting sounds. Please come in. A mature and composed-looking middle-aged man hurriedly walked forward. He was Lu Wendy, the general manager of Jinwan Technology Company, Limited. I'm sorry, Chairman Lin, I just went to meet an important client, so I didn't make it in time for your inauguration. Lu Wendy was equally shocked. The chairman in front of him didn't look like a chairman at all. He looked like a recent college graduate. If He Tiancheng hadn't sent a message confirming the change of chairman, he would have thought someone was playing a prank. It's all right, Secretary Zhou, please make Manager Lu a cup of tea. After saying that, Zhou Siyue placed a cup of tea in front of Lu Wendy. President Lu, I have just taken over the company and there are many things I need to ask you for advice on. Lin Xian picked up the tea and took a sip. Lu Wendy quickly picked up his glass, took a sip, and said, Not at all, I will follow Chairman Lin's arrangements. Lin Xian then inquired about various aspects of the company, including its main business, personnel structure, salary and benefits, and future plans. Lu Wendy answered all the questions fluently and also offered his own opinions, demonstrating his extensive knowledge of the company's affairs. Lin Xian was very satisfied with the company's current general manager, Lu Wendy, and decided to use him for a while to see how it went. Alright, I'll go check on the various departments later. Mr. Lu, you can go ahead and get back to work. Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction. Chairman Lin, let me take you there. I can give you a detailed introduction. Lu Wendy said. No need, I just want to see what the company is really like. Lin Xian stood up and took the initiative to extend his hand to shake hands with Lu Wendy. President Lu, let's work together to make the company bigger and stronger. Yes, Chairman Lin, I will do my best, Lu Wendy said firmly. Afterwards, Lu Wendy returned to his general manager's office to start working, while Lin Xian continued to look at the company's personnel list. Finding it too long, he simply looked at the information of middle-level leaders and above, and ignored the rest. Lin Xian walked out of the chairman's office. The company's leadership offices were on the 6th floor, so Lin Xian took the elevator down to the finance department office on the 2nd floor. I took a walk around the finance department and saw that everyone in the finance department office was working diligently, although there were a very few people slacking off and looking at their phones. Lin Xian didn't think much of it. It's okay to relax by playing on your phone when you're tired from work, as long as you don't fall behind on your work. The people in the finance department also saw a handsome young man walking back and forth in their office and assumed he was a new intern. Could you please give this document to General Manager Lu when you have time? It was requested by the finance manager. I'm really too busy to handle this myself. Thank you. A slightly older woman handed Lin Xian a document, clearly mistaking him for a new intern. Okay. Lin Xian smiled slightly. Currently, only General Manager Lu Wendy and Secretary Zhou Siyue and the company know Lin Xian's identity, so they agreed to help with this small favor. Lin Xian then took the elevator to the administrative office on the 3rd floor of the company. The administrative staff are also working diligently and harmoniously, and the entire department is full of positive energy. Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction again, then smiled and left, continuing to take the elevator to the 4th floor, the marketing department, which was also a vibrant and passionate atmosphere. Finally, Lin Xian arrived at the RD department on the 5th floor. As soon as the elevator doors opened, he encountered a familiar figure. Yi Zixuan. Chapter 34. What if I don't? Lin Xian didn't want to have anything to do with Yi Zixuan, but he was still slightly surprised to see her. What a twist of fate. She ended up at this company, and now, by some strange twist of fate, she's my subordinate. If his wife finds out, won't she leave home? No. Yi Zixuan was also taken aback when she saw Lin Xian. How did he get in? Could it be that she still has feelings for me? How did she find out that I work at this company and then follow me here? Lin Xian walked past Yi Zixuan with a blank expression. Hey, Lin Xian, what do you mean? Lin Xian turned his head and looked at Yi Zixuan with an expression as if she were an idiot. It's been so many years, why haven't you given up yet? I've already told you I have a boyfriend, why are you still following me? Or do you want to work in the R&D department of Jinwan Technology Company? To tell you the truth, my boyfriend is the manager of the R&D department. If you beg me now, I might be able to put in a good word for you later. Yi Zixuan saw that Lin Xian still acted arrogantly and wanted him to bow down to her. You also work in the R&D department? Lin Xian remained expressionless. Yes, Yi Zixuan said proudly, arms crossed. I remember you can't write code or program, Lin Xian smiled, already guessing what was going on. Yi Zixuan majored in finance, but because her boyfriend was the leader of the R&D department, she was able to slack off in the R&D department. I don't know how, but my boyfriend is a leader, so I can do whatever I want in the R&D department. In other words, whether or not you can join the company's R&D department is also up to me. Yi Zixuan said with a smug look on her face. You're still the same as before, so vain. Lin Xian flashed his signature smile, then turned and left, walking into the R&D department office. Stop pretending, you're so high and mighty. Yi Zixuan was very angry, so she picked up her phone and called her boyfriend. Honey, a new guy in the R&D department just bullied me. Yi Zixuan pretended to cry. Damn, how dare anyone bully my girlfriend? And this newbie is so arrogant? Xianer, don't be angry. I'll deal with him when I get back. Zhang Haoran, who was still outside the company, was furious and drove back without stopping. When Lin Xian arrived at the R&D department office, he immediately sensed the difference from other departments. The members of the R&D department were all listless, with huge dark circles under their eyes, and exhausted. The entire department was filled with a tense and oppressive atmosphere. Even Zhong Zixing, who was full of energy at school, looked like he was about to collapse. It's obvious that this is caused by working overtime and staying up late too much. Lin Xian felt a pang of heartache for no apparent reason. After all, these were now his employees. Lin Xian quietly approached Zhong Zixing from behind, gently patted his shoulder, and called out, Zixing. Holy crap! Zhong Zixing shuddered and almost jumped up in fright. When he turned around, he saw that it was his college roommate, Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian was looking at him with a smile. Brother Xian? What are you doing here? I came to see you. Zhong Zixing was completely baffled, so he came to see me? Did you also join the R&D department of Jinwan Technology Company? Lin Xian smiled but didn't say anything. Zhong Zixing suddenly got up and dragged Lin Xian to the nearby lounge, finding a secluded spot. Brother Xian, you'd better get out of here. This isn't a place for humans, Zhong Zixing whispered. What happened? Lin Xian asked. The company is pretty good overall. The other departments are very comfortable and the work atmosphere is harmonious. It's just that the R&D department is the most disgusting. The leader of this department is simply insane. He doesn't know any technology himself, but all he knows is to make us work overtime every day and deduct our overtime pay. Zhong Zixing continued to complain. Is it that serious? Lin Xian never expected that Yi Zixuan's boyfriend would treat his employees so poorly. Even pearls aren't this real. Trust me, run. Zhong Zixing urged Lin Xian. Why aren't you leaving? Lin Xian asked. I've only been working here for a short time. If I quit right away, it will be very detrimental to my job search, so I've decided to wait 3 months and see. Zhong Zixing glanced at his phone and hurriedly continued. That idiot boss is coming back around now, I'm going back to my workstation first. Xin-ji, you hurry up and go, don't look back. After saying that, Zhong Zixing ran back to his workstation to continue working. Thinking of his good brother being exploited like this, Lin Xian sighed. It seemed that he would have to start reforming the R&D department on his first day in office. Lin Xian was about to leave the R&D department office when he was stopped by a man wearing glasses, with a thick waist and balding hair. This person was Zhang Haoran, the R&D manager who rushed back. You're the new guy? Lin Xian raised an eyebrow, looking completely indifferent. That's me. Zhang Haoran was so angry that his hair was practically steaming. He had never seen a newcomer who dared to be so arrogant on his very first day. You're the one who just bullied Yi Zixuan from our department. A scum like you should go back to where you came from. Lin Xian remained unmoved. You used to be so arrogant. What if I didn't? After saying that, Lin Xian picked up the phone and called Lu Wendy. Mr. Lu, could you please come to the RD department office? When Zhang Haoren heard Lin Xian mention President Lu on the phone, he looked at Lin Xian carefully again. He didn't seem like someone who knew President Lu at all, he just looked like a kid from an ordinary family. Stop pretending. What kind of behavior is this? President Lu? Get out of here right now, or I'll call security. Zhang Haoren continued to humiliate Lin Xian, but Lin Xian just smiled slightly, completely unconcerned, as if a heavy punch had hit cotton. Zhang Haoren was furious and picked up his phone to yell. Security! Come up to the 5th floor RD department. Someone is causing trouble and won't leave. Someone come and kick him out. After saying that, he glared fiercely at Lin Xian. You brat, just wait until you get kicked out. Okay, I'll wait. Lin Xian found a seat and sat down leisurely. The RD staff were all talking about it. Who is this guy, so bold? Looks like someone new here, quite courageous indeed. This is the first time I've seen someone so disrespectful to Zhang Haoren, ha. Only Zhong Zixing remained worried. He walked over to Lin Xian and whispered. Brother Xian, you'd better leave now, or the security guards will really kick you out. Lin Xian glanced at it and smiled, it's nothing. Zhang Haoren became even more furious when he saw Zhong Zixing whispering to Lin Xian. Zhong Zixing, do you know him? He is not working properly, so he'll be fined a month's salary. He's my roommate, what's wrong with me talking to him? Zhong Zixing could no longer tolerate such a leader. Looks like you're all the same type, huh? That's even better, get out of here, all of you. Upon hearing that Lin Xian was Zhong Zixing's college roommate, Zhang Haoren became even more certain that this person could not possibly have any other identity. Fine, let's go. Who wants a good-for-nothing leader like you? Lin Xian, let's go. After saying that, Zhong Zixing tried to pull Lin Xian away with him. Suddenly, General Manager Lu rushed into the RD department office. Mr. Lu, you've come at the right time. These two. Before Zhang Haoren could finish speaking, Lu Wendy hurriedly walked up to Lin Xian and respectfully said. Chairman Lin, I'm sorry I'm late. What can I do for you? Lin Xian calmly stood up, took out a document, and handed it to Lu Wendy. This is a document that the finance department prepared for you. I happen to be free, so I'm handing it to you for you. How could I trouble you, Chairman Lin, with such a small matter? Lu Wendy hurriedly took the documents. Also, please inform everyone, Mr. Lu, that there will be a company-wide meeting in the large conference room on the 7th floor in 1 hour. I have something important to announce. After saying that, Lin Xian left the RD department office with his head held high and chest out. Chapter 35 I have other uses. Zixing, come with me. Lin Xian glanced back at Zhong Zixing, then gave Zhang Haoren, who was standing there dumbfounded, a disdainful look. Coming. Zhong Zixing hadn't fully recovered from the shock and paused for a moment before responding. The two then took the elevator together to the chairman's office on the 6th floor. Zhang Haoren's face was deathly pale, fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Mr. Lu, is he really the chairman? Where is Chairman Yi? Lu Wendy's expression turned serious. He could clearly sense that Chairman Lin was very angry. At the same time, he said to Zhang Haoren without changing his expression. Manager Zhang, don't think you can act arrogantly just because Chairman Yi is with you. Now that Chairman Yi is gone, you'd better watch yourself. Lu Wendy then left the RD department office, leaving Zhang Haoren standing there in a daze. Lin Xian and Zhong Zixing returned to the chairman's office. Brother Xian, what just happened? Are you really the new chairman? Zhong Zixing couldn't help but ask. Yes, I just acquired it yesterday and came to take over the company today, but I didn't expect to encounter this situation. Lin Xian poured Zhong Zixing a cup of tea. The brothers were very casual with each other, so Lin Xian didn't put on any airs of leadership. Brother Xian, you've kept this a secret for a long time, Zhong Zixing said with a smile. Keep it low-key. Zixing, don't worry, I'll deal with these bad apples properly later. Lin Xian took a sip of tea, looking every bit like a seasoned cadre. Brother Xian, what are you planning to do? Zhong Zixing was very curious, his eyes sparkling with admiration. He had long wanted to see Zhang Haoren get a lesson. You'll find out soon enough, Lin Xian said with his signature smile. When Zhong Zixing saw Lin Xian's smile, he knew that Zhang Haoren was going to be in big trouble. A soft knock sounded on the door. Chairman Lin, hello, may I come in? Please come in. The person who walked in was General Manager Lu Wendy. Chairman Lin, the meeting room is ready. Zixing, you go back first. I need to discuss something with President Lu, Lin Xian said to Zhong Zixing. After Zhong Zixing left the chairman's office, Lin Xian also poured Lu Wendy a cup of tea. Chairman Lin, I'll take care of it. Lu Wendy was somewhat surprised. President Lu, there's no need to be so nervous. Logically speaking, you are still my elder, so it's only right that I pour you a cup of tea, Lin Xian said with a smile. However, I have some questions. How did Zhang Haoren, who doesn't know how to be considerate of his subordinates and doesn't understand RD technology, become the RD manager? Lin Xian suddenly asked. This was promoted by the former chairman. I actually disagreed, but there was nothing I could do about it, Lu Wendy explained, almost choking. What do you think of Zhong Zixing? Lin Xian smiled and continued to ask. I personally interviewed and recruited this young man. He has excellent skills, is hardworking and capable. If he is properly trained, he can be able to work independently in the future. Lu Wendy had a very good impression of Zhong Zixing. Okay, I understand. It's almost time. Let's go to the 7th floor for the meeting. Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction. Lin Xian and Lu Wendy arrived at the large conference room on the 7th floor and sat on the front podium. Good morning, everyone. I'm sorry to take up your valuable time. Due to special circumstances, Chairman Yi Tiancheng has stepped down, and Lin Xian will assume the position of Chairman of Jinwan Technology Company, Limited effective today. Please give him a warm welcome. The more than 200 employees in the audience applauded, saying that a leader who holds meetings even after get-off work hours is a good leader. Only 2 people were still in shock, Zhang Haoren, the RD manager, and Yi Zixuan. Their expressions were worse than crying. Good morning, colleagues. It is a great honor to serve as the chairman of Jinwan Technology Company, Limited. As I am new here, please point out any mistakes I may make. I welcome your supervision at any time. I believe that as long as we work together and strive hard, everyone's income will reach new heights. As a company leader, you still need to paint a rosy picture. In addition, I have something else to announce. Lin Xian smiled and glanced at Zhang Haoren and Yi Zixuan. This morning, during my inspection of the various departments, I discovered that Zhang Haoren, the manager of the RD department, was abusing his position to exploit employees. He even brought his girlfriend in to work for free. I will reassign such people to different positions. Nonsense, what evidence do you have? Zhang Haoren knew Lin Xian wouldn't let him off the hook, so he simply brought it up. You want evidence? I can take you down without evidence. But since you want it so badly, I might as well show it to you. Lin Xian took out his phone and said a few words to Secretary Zhou next to him. Then the entire conference room was filled with the sounds of Lin Xian and Yi Zixuan's conversation, as well as the confrontation between Lin Xian and Zhang Haoren in the RD department. My boyfriend is the manager of the RD department. If you beg me now, I might be able to put in a good word for you later. I don't know how, but my boyfriend is a leader, so I can do whatever I want in the RD department. A scum like you should go back to where you came from. Yes, Lin Xian recorded the conversation from the very beginning. Now that all the company's employees know, Zhang Haoren and Yi Zixuan have extremely unpleasant expressions on their faces. That's just how I am. If you're so capable, then fire me. Zhang Haoren suddenly became angry and embarrassed. Lin Xian smiled slightly. You're dreaming. Why would I fire you? I have other uses for both of your talents. Our company just happens to need a security guard and a cleaner, and the 2 of you are perfect for the job. Lin Xian didn't look down on the professions of security guards and cleaners, rather, he wanted to use this opportunity to force them to resign voluntarily. If the company dismissed them directly, they would have to pay a sum of money in compensation. Of course, if it's a normal employee downsizing, the company should still pay the compensation. Lin Xian guarantees that he won't shortchange them by a single penny. However, these 2 people don't deserve this money because of their actions. As for the new RD manager, Mr. Lu, do you have any recommendations? Lin Xian asked Lu Wendy. I think Zhong Zixing is very good. He has top-notch skills and is also hardworking, Lu Wendy replied. Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction again. Then it's decided. Effective immediately, Zhong Zhe will serve as the RD department manager. Alright, everyone, thank you for your hard work. Meeting adjourned. Lin Xian and Lu Wendy were the first to leave, and everyone else followed suit, discussing the matter. Wow, the new chairman is so young. And quite handsome too. That's quite bold of you, getting rid of the company's cancer right from the start. Yes, Zheng Haoran always acts so arrogant, I've disliked him for a long time. I just asked the chairman to pass me some documents. In the end, only Zhang Haoran and Yi Zixuan were left standing there dumbfounded. Chapter 36. Congratulations on your twin pregnancy. Lin Xian returned to the chairman's office, preparing to pack up and go home to cook for his wife. A soft knock sounded on the door again. Please come in. Brother Xian, are you really going to make me the RD manager? Zhong Zixing asked incredulously as he walked into the office. Is there a problem? Lin Xian trusted Zhong Zixing's technical skills, and since Jinwan Technology Company Limited was primarily a technology company, he felt at ease letting his good friend manage key departments. I'm worried I won't do a good job, Zhong Zixing said with some concern. I believe in you. Go for it. I'll support you through anything. Also, what do you mean by Brother Xian? I've said it so many times, when you're working, you should use your job title. Lin Xian joked, mimicking the tone of a certain TV drama. Okay, Lin Exposition. Zhong Zixing was amused as well. Alright, if there's nothing else, I'll head back now. Lin Xian missed his wife. Doesn't Lin eat in the cafeteria with us? Zhong Zixing put his hand on Lin Xian's shoulder, just like in college. No, I need to go home and cook for my wife, Lin Xian refused. Damn, it's Versailles again. Let's get together in our dorm sometime. Can. Zhong Zixing was unaware that Zhou Quan was also working for Lin Xian. Lin Xian drove his Maybach out of the company gate, went to the market to buy some groceries, and then returned home. I'm back. A petite figure darted into Lin Xian's arms. Welcome home. Li Mengyao looked up and smiled at Lin Xian. Be careful. Lin Xian lifted Li Mengyao's chin and gently kissed her delicate lips. Have you had breakfast? I ate it. What time did you eat? You're just like my mom. Lin Xian gently stroked Li Mengyao's nose with his hand. Your husband needs to take good care of you too. I'm going to cook now. Okay. Li Mengyao obediently returned to the sofa to continue watching the show. For lunch today, Lin Xian tried using the exclusive fish recipe provided by the system. Wow, honey, your cooking skills have improved again. Li Mengyao exclaimed. Lin Xian's 5-star culinary skills, combined with his secret seasonings, make it even more delicious. Then eat more. Lin Xian continued to serve food to Li Mengyao. If I eat any more, I'll get fat. Li Mengyao pouted slightly and put the meat back in the bowl. You should eat more when you're pregnant, and besides, you're not fat at all. Lin Xian continued to pass the meat to Li Mengyao, who happily continued eating. Honey, let's get our marriage certificate on July 7th. Li Mengyao's face flushed slightly. I never imagined I'd be getting married and registering my marriage so soon after graduation. After having a full lunch, the two went back to their room for a nap. In the afternoon, after waking up, Lin Xian suddenly remembered that Li Mengyao was already more than 3 months pregnant and needed to go to the hospital for another prenatal checkup. I checked the time, it was a little past 3. Wife, wake up. Lin Xian gently shook her. What are you doing? Don't disturb my sleep. Li Mengyao rubbed her beautiful eyes with her small hands and mumbled. Honey, we're going to get a prenatal checkup. Lin Xian gently lifted Li Mengyao up with both hands. Oh, Li Mengyao's body went limp again. There's nothing I can do but indulge my wife who loves to sleep in. Half an hour has passed. Honey, let's go. Li Mengyao dressed up simply and smiled slightly at Lin Xian. Lin Xian took Li Mengyao's hand and led her to the parking lot. After they were settled, they started the car and headed to Jinghai People's Hospital. Upon arriving at the hospital, Lin Xian carefully helped Li Mengyao out of the car. Inside the hospital lobby, Lin Xian busied himself with registering and paying, while Li Mengyao sat quietly to the side, waiting. Li Mengyao was 13 weeks pregnant at this time. This prenatal checkup mainly checked whether the embryo was developing healthily, whether the mother was healthy, and whether the embryo had any congenital defects. When it was Li Mengyao's turn to be examined, Lin Xian nervously stayed by her side. A kind-looking middle-aged female doctor was carefully examining Li Mengyao, but Lin Xian's gaze never left her. How many weeks pregnant are you? About 13 weeks, Li Mengyao said softly. The female doctor thought to herself, he's so young and already has a child, and he's so beautiful. This young man is really lucky. The inspection was completed quickly. The fetuses are all healthy, and the two little ones are very well behaved. 2. Li Mengyao's beautiful eyes widened instantly. Yes, the ultrasound confirms it's two embryos. Congratulations on your twin pregnancy. Lin Xian brought Li Mengyao for a physical examination before, but no ultrasound examination was done, so she didn't know she was pregnant with twins. But you should still maintain a balanced diet, exercise appropriately, and get plenty of rest. The female doctor smiled and gave her instructions. Okay, thank you, doctor. Lin Xian smiled and thanked her as he took Li Mengyao's hand and left. At this moment, Li Mengyao thought about how she was pregnant with twins and how the babies were growing healthily every day, and a happy smile appeared on her face. Actually, fraternal twins are a type of twin, specifically dizygotic twins. However, because Chinese law prohibits sex determination of fetuses for non-medical purposes, many women who are pregnant with twins only find out whether they are fraternal twins after the babies are born. Upon arriving at the hospital parking lot, Lin Xian helped Li Mengyao into the car, and then drove the Maybach back to Jinwan Mansion. Honey, wait a minute, I'm going to pick up a package. Li Mengyao, who was sitting in the passenger seat, suddenly shouted. Send me the pickup code, I'll go get it. Lin Xian parked the car on the side of the road, unbuckled his seatbelt, and prepared to pick up the package. Li Mengyao blinked her elegant eyes gently, reached out her small hand to hug Lin Xian, and kissed his lips. Thank you for your hard work, honey. That's it? Li Mengyao touched him lightly, and Lin Xian didn't feel anything. What else do you want, Lin Xian raised his hand and grabbed her forehead, pulling her close and continuing to seal her alluring lips with a kiss. After a while, Lin Xian finally released Li Mengyao. Go quickly. A blush rose on Li Mengyao's delicate face, and she glared at him reproachfully. Lin Xian then got out of the car, satisfied, to pick up the package. Soon, Lin Xian returned to his car with two packages. Honey, what did you buy? I'm not telling you. Once the two returned home, Li Mengyao couldn't wait to open the package. Lin Xian stepped forward and saw that they were two sets of matching outfits. How is it? Does it look good? Li Mengyao picked up the clothes and held them up against herself, then smiled slightly. Honey, try putting it on. Li Mengyao picked up her clothes and went back to her room. Lin Xian picked up his clothes, looked at them, and decided there was no need to try them on, they would definitely fit. That's how casual guys are, especially one with such a great physique. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for accompanying the baby to another prenatal checkup. A cash reward of 1 million yuan has been awarded, with a 5x bonus, for a total reward of 5 million yuan. The reward has been transferred to your bank account through official channels. Please check. Ding dong, congratulations host for triggering the lottery mechanism, you are rewarded with one chance to draw a prize. The current prize pool includes 1. A cash prize of 3x multiplier 2. Thank you for your patronage. Would you like to participate in the lottery? Lottery. Ding dong, congratulations host, you have obtained a 3x cash critical hit card. It has been successfully used for you. Please check. Chapter 37 The day we got our marriage certificate. The system's voice echoed in Lin Xian's mind once again. What does this 3x cash critical hit card mean? Lin Xian asked, somewhat puzzled. The 3x cash strike card means that your current amount of money is multiplied by 3. Can I keep it for now and not use it? No, it takes effect as soon as it's drawn. Lin Xian wanted to save up more cash before using it altogether, so he could exchange it for even more cash. Jinwan Technology Company, Limited has 50 million yuan in its accounts. If it takes out and uses 3 times that amount, that would be 150 million yuan. Alas, what a pity. Lin Xian opened his phone and saw that his bank account had more than 20 million yuan, instantly making him a multi-millionaire. Just as Lin Xian was feeling smug, Li Mengyao came out after changing her clothes. Honey, isn't it beautiful? Li Mengyao wore a snow-white shirt paired with a simple gray miniskirt. What caught the eye even more was the adorable little bear pattern on her clothes. She looked fresh, refined, and playfully cute. She walked gracefully to Lin Xian, as if a fairy had descended to earth. Her long, straight legs swayed slightly, and then, like a butterfly in flight, she twirled lightly, her skirt fluttering in the wind, exuding a captivating charm. Lin Xian stared intently at Li Mengyao, swallowing hard. Li Mengyao sensed something was wrong and was about to run away when Lin Xian beat her to it, gently pulling her into his arms. My wife is so beautiful. Lin Xian left a kiss on her soft pink lips and smiled. Why don't you change it? Li Mengyao gently pressed her small hand against Lin Xian's firm chest, her face slightly flushed. I'll change it right away. Lin Xian released Li Mengyao and then immediately started taking off his clothes. Ah! Why did you take off your clothes like that? Li Mengyao covered her eyes with her small hands, feigning anger. How can you change without taking off your clothes? Lin Xian laughed heartily. Then go back to your room and change. Li Mengyao continued to cover her eyes, but secretly left a gap between her fingers, and her fair cheeks instantly turned red. Wife, you've seen it all before, why are you so shy? Lin Xian continued to tease. Then a sofa pillow was thrown over, soft and harmless. I've changed. Boys change clothes very quickly, as long as they're securely fastened. Lin Xian wore a snow-white short-sleeved shirt paired with long black trousers, the shirt also adorned with an adorable little bear pattern. His tall stature of 180 centimeters was even more eye-catching. His fair skin glowed faintly under the light, his jet-black hair was slightly curled, his sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes revealed a deep light, and his lips were slightly upturned under his high-nose bridge as he smiled at Li Mengyao. Li Mengyao stared blankly at Lin Xian. Her husband was practically a male model. Are you stunned? You're the one who's staring blankly. Li Mengyao snapped out of her daze and scolded her playfully. The two then went to the mirror. Li Mengyao straightened Lin Xian's collar, then took his hand and stood in front of the mirror to examine him closely. As Lin Xian was going to sleep that night, he suddenly asked, why did you suddenly buy clothes? And there's a cartoon pattern on the chest, it makes me look so childish. It's so cute. We'll wear this when we get our marriage certificate, no arguments allowed. Li Mengyao extended her index finger and gently touched Lin Xian's lips. Whatever my wife says goes. Lin Xian took a small bite and smiled. Li Mengyao rolled her eyes, then hugged Lin Xian and fell asleep together. A few days later, July 7th finally arrived. At 9 a.m., Li Mengyao, still asleep, felt something wriggling on her face, as if something was kissing her cheek. Then she stretched out her delicate hand and gave a gentle pat, speaking softly. Stop fooling around. Honey, have you forgotten what day it is today? Lin Xian continued to breathe into Li Mengyao's ear. Who cares what day it is? Li Mengyao was still drowsy and unwilling to open her eyes. Today is July 7th, the day we got our marriage certificate. Upon hearing this, Li Mengyao immediately opened her eyes and blinked in a daze. What time is it? It's 9 o'clock. Why didn't you call me sooner? I called you a long time ago, but you wouldn't wake up even with kisses. Lin Xian looked speechless. Li Mengyao quickly got up and ran to the bathroom to wash up. Half an hour later, the two changed into matching outfits they had bought the day before, left their home, went to the parking lot, and Lin Xian started the Maybach and drove straight to the Jinghai Civil Affairs Bureau. Soon, the two arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Lin Xian led Li Mengyao by the hand into the hall, where the marriage registration office was already packed with people who were all getting married that day. The two waited quietly behind them. An hour later, Lin Xian held Li Mengyao's hand tightly as they walked out of the hall. They carefully examined the bright red marriage certificate, which bore their names and photos. Both of them wore happy smiles. Li Mengyao also gazed at the marriage certificate, her eyes sparkling with tenderness. A sweet smile played on her lips. Wife, I've finally married you. Lin Xian looked at her tenderly. I've been home for a while now. Li Mengyao gently pinched Lin Xian's cheek and smiled slightly. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao's stunning good looks drew envious glances from passers-by. They truly are a match made in heaven. Back in the Maybach, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao each shared their marriage certificates on their WeChat moments. Zhang Shulan, my son has made something of himself. Lin Zhengwei, it looks good. Huang Shifeng, when will you bring it back to show mom, smiling emoji. Zhou Quan, congratulations. I knew I'd be subjected to this dog food scene today. Dog emoji. Zhong Zixing, happy wedding, brother Xian. Chen Jingming, when are you going to hold the banquet? Hurry up. Lu Yusin, congratulations, Yao Yao, my Yao Yao, crying emoji. Lin Cece did not make any comments at this time because her phone had been confiscated. Chapter 38. Your husband's money is your money. A phone suddenly rang. Hello, Mom. Lin Xian picked up his phone and answered the call. Son, have you gotten your marriage certificate yet? Zhang Shulan's joyful laughter came from the other end of the phone. I just received it and am about to go back. Give the phone to my daughter-in-law. Oh, and quickly add her to our loving family group chat. Is he still my own son? He changes people after just one word, Lin Xian complained. Hurry up. Honey, it's my mom on the phone. Lin Xian reluctantly handed the phone to Li Mengyao. Hello, Auntie? Li Mengyao was so nervous that she forgot to change her address. Why are you still calling me Auntie? You should change your address now, my good daughter-in-law, Zhang Shulan said with a smile. Mom. Li Mengyao was still a little unaccustomed to it. Why? Sitting in the driver's seat, Lin Xian could only see Li Mengyao's lips slowly curving upwards, and she would occasionally look up at him. Okay, Mom. Li Mengyao then smiled slightly and returned the phone to Lin Xian. Wife, what did Mom say to you? Lin Xian asked curiously. You want to know? Li Mengyao blinked her beautiful eyes gently. Lin Xian nodded. My mom told me that after I get married, my husband should hand over his bank card. Ugh. Mom's really messing with her son. Honey, do you think I'm right? Li Mengyao leaned forward and asked with a smile. It was a familiar scene, a familiar distance, and familiar lips. Lin Xian took the opportunity to cup Li Mengyao's forehead and kissed her again. After kissing for a while, Lin Xian released her, satisfied. An angry Li Mengyao punched Lin Xian hard. Li Mengyao was obviously joking. She didn't want Lin Xian's bank card, she just wanted to tease him, but she ended up getting the short end of the stick. However, during the phone call just now, Zhang Shulan also shared her tips on how to control her husband's lifeline, the most important of which was to make him hand over his bank cards. At this moment, Li Mengyao turned her face to the side, ignoring Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled, silently started the car, and drove out of the Jinghai Civil Affairs Bureau. After driving for a while, Li Mengyao finally realized something was wrong. This wasn't the way home. Honey, aren't we going home? Li Mengyao turned around and couldn't help but ask. Let's go somewhere first, Lin Xian said with a smile. Soon, a long, black Maybach drove into the parking lot of a bank in Jinghai City. What are you doing at the bank? Honey, didn't you want my bank card? I'll transfer the money to you. Lin Xian smiled as he unbuckled his own seatbelt and then leaned over to help Li Mengyao unbuckle hers as well. I was just kidding, I don't want your bank card. Li Mengyao shook her head cutely. Your husband's money is your money, let's go. Lin Xian pinched Li Mengyao's cheek. Then I'll keep it for you. Just tell me if you need money, Li Mengyao whispered. The two then got out of the car and walked hand in hand into the lobby of Wanha Bank in Jinghai City. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao walked to the counter. Lin Xian handed his bank card to the teller and told her that he wanted to transfer all the money in the card to Li Mengyao. The bank teller picked up Lin Xian's card and swiped it, and was instantly shocked to find that he had 20 million yuan in it, and the person was still so young. May I ask who this lady is to you? Because of the large sum of money involved, the bank teller still needed to ask questions carefully to prevent Lin Xian from being scammed. She is my wife, Lin Xian said with a smile. Is there any proof? I'm sorry, because the transfer amount is so large, we need to verify it clearly. Lin Xian handed the newly received marriage certificate to the bank teller. After processing the transaction for a while, the teller informed Lin Xian that the transfer had been successful. A few minutes later, Li Mengyao received a message on her phone. 20 million yuan had been deposited into her bank account. Li Mengyao looked at Lin Xian in surprise. Honey, so many? Lin Xian gently pinched Li Mengyao's cheek again. Yes, now you hold my lifeline in your hands, so you'll have to take good care of me from now on. Li Mengyao gave Lin Xian a playful glare. I'll keep it safe for you. Just as Lin Xian and Li Mengyao were about to leave the bank, a figure appeared before them without warning. It was a middle-aged man, tall and straight as a pine tree, dressed smartly and appropriately, exuding composure and confidence in every gesture. Distinguished guests, please wait a moment. I am Lu Yong, the branch manager of Wanha Bank in Jinghai City. It is a great honor to meet you both here today. Hello, President Lu, is there anything I can help you with? Lin Xian shook hands with Lu Yong politely. Here's the thing, our bank just saw that you two have 20 million yuan in your bank accounts, but it's in a current account, so the interest rate is relatively low. I wonder if you two would be interested in learning about our bank's newly launched fixed-term product. Turns out he was a salesperson, and the branch manager personally received him. Okay, What exactly is it like? Please follow me, both of you. Afterwards, Lu Yong, with a smile, led the two into the luxuriously decorated and tranquil VIP room of manhwa Bank. Upon entering, they were immediately served several cups of fragrant, high-end coffee and delicate, delicious snacks. Lu Yong took out a brochure and handed it to Lin Xian. The two of you just deposited 20 million yuan into a current account, which means the interest rate is a paltry 0.5%, amounting to only 100,000 yuan in interest per year. Earning 100,000 yuan a year without doing anything is equivalent to the annual income of many people. But if the two of them deposit 20 million yuan in a one-year fixed deposit, we can raise the interest rate to 2.3%, which would amount to 460,000 yuan a year, more than 4 times the interest rate of a current account. At the same time, manhwa Bank will also present 2 VIP black cards, and cardholders can enjoy high-quality services such as exclusive bank account manager services, high-end benefits, and consumption discounts. If you're not in a hurry to use it, you too can seriously consider whether to deposit it for a year. Lin Xian hesitated slightly. He didn't really have any use for the 20 million yuan given by the system at the moment, so it would be best to keep it in the bank. However, if he deposited it all, it would be very troublesome to withdraw it in case he needed it urgently. Honey, you can put 10 million in a fixed deposit and the rest in a savings account, Li Mengyao said softly, seemingly noticing Lin Xian's troubles. Lin Xian suddenly realized something, quickly kissed Li Mengyao on the cheek, and smiled, "My wife is so smart." Li Mengyao glared at Lin Xian, her pretty face flushed red. There were other people around. Then can we deposit 10 million in a fixed deposit and the remaining 10 million in a current account? Lin Xian asked. Of course, no problem. Please follow me, both of you. Lu Yong beamed with joy. His sales target for the month was secured. He then led the two to the VIP exclusive counter. 10 minutes later, the two finally settled the 20 million. The VIP counter is so fast. At the regular counter, you have to wait at least an hour. Lu Yong bowed slightly and solemnly handed 2 luxurious VIP black cards to Lin Xian and Li Mengyao, smiling as he said, "Congratulations on becoming VIPs of manhwa Bank. From this moment on, you will enjoy the highest level of treatment from the bank." Lin Xian and Li Mengyao took the black card and felt its heavy weight and the exquisite patterns on it. After saying goodbye to President Lu Yong, the two left the manhwa Bank lobby and returned to their Maybach. "Honey, are you hungry?" "I'm hungry." Li Mengyao smiled happily. "Then let's go home for dinner." Chapter 39 Xianmeng Restaurant. Lin Xian started the car and drove home. After the two returned to Jinwan Mansion, Lin Xian prepared a sumptuous lunch, while Li Mengyao ate small bites of rice. Lin Xian took out his phone, pulled Li Mengyao into the group chat of the loving family, and casually took a picture of his wife eating a small meal, then posted it to the group chat. "Zhang Shulan, my daughter-in-law is eating so heartily. Lin Zhengwei, it looks better than what your mother makes. Lin Cece is taking her final exams." After finishing her meal, Li Mengyao picked up her phone and saw that her photo had been posted in the group chat. "Lin Xian, you took pictures of me without my permission again." Li Mengyao glared at him. When she was angry, she would call Lin Xian by his name. After Lin Xian put the dishes and chopsticks into the dishwasher, he heard his wife calling him. "I think it looks pretty good," Lin Xian said with a smile as he sat down next to Li Mengyao. Li Mengyao was still angry and pinched his waist. "Hello Mom and Dad, I'm Li Mengyao," Li Mengyao greeted in the group chat. All right, take the money. Congratulations on your marriage." Subsequently, Zhang Shulan initiated a transfer of 100,001 yuan. Li Mengyao hesitated after seeing the money, unsure whether she should accept it. Although she and Lin Xian were not short of money, it was still a lot for an ordinary family. At the same time, it was a token of her parents' goodwill, and refusing it would be disrespectful to her elders. "Honey, keep it. We'll buy some more gifts when we go back to Yunhai City to visit them." Lin Xian noticed his wife's concerns and smiled gently. Okay, Li Mengyao nodded and accepted the money. Li Mengyao, "Thank you, Mom and Dad." Lin Xian, "Mom, where's mine?" Zhang Shulan, "Go play somewhere else." It is undoubtedly confirmed that he is her biological child. In the afternoon, Lin Xian, who had just woken up, received a message from Zhou Quan. "Zhou Quan, Brother Xian, the restaurant is all renovated. When do you have time to come and take a look?" Lin Xian was taken aback. This was troublesome. It would be so much better to stay home with his wife now he had a restaurant to manage. He then kissed Li Mengyao, who was still fast asleep, sent her a message to let her know, and left the room. After washing his face to clear his head, Lin Xian picked up his phone and called Zhou Quan. Quaner, where are you now? Now everyone has graduated and no longer lives in the dorms. Brother Xian, I'm at my rented apartment. Send me your location, I'll come pick you up, and we'll go check out the restaurant together later. Okay. 20 minutes later, Lin Xian drove his Maybach to Zhou Quan's rented apartment. Zhou Quan ran down the car without stopping, opened the door, and got in. Brother Xian, I'm here. Happy wedding, he said, taking out a red envelope and handing it to Lin Xian. Thank you, Quaner. Let's go. After accepting the money, Lin Xian started the car and drove to Jinwan Plaza. After parking the car, Lin Xian and Zhou Quan went to the 5th floor of Jinwan Plaza and were immediately attracted by the luxurious and magnificent scene in front of them. The entire restaurant features high-end materials and exquisite design. Luxurious wallpaper covers the walls, while the floors are paved with gleaming marble. A dazzling crystal chandelier hangs from the ceiling, emitting a soft, warm glow that illuminates the entire space. The tables and chairs are neatly arranged, each covered with a pristine white tablecloth, complemented by delicate tableware and fresh flowers, creating an elegant and comfortable dining atmosphere. Lin Xian was slightly shocked. He hadn't expected the decoration to be so luxurious. Hee, Brother Xian, isn't this renovation pretty good? Zhou Quan said proudly. Lin Xian walked into the restaurant and looked around carefully. It was practically a 5-star restaurant. It's very good. Next, we can start preparing for business. Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction. Brother Xian, you're right, but haven't you forgotten something? Zhou Quan chuckled. Forgot what? Lin Xian asked, puzzled. Money, Brother Xian, I have no money. How can I recruit soldiers and buy horses without money? Zhou Quan complained bitterly. Oh, I almost forgot about that. I've been too busy lately. Send me your bank account number. Yes, I've been busy with my wedding lately. Just tell me if you want it or not. Yes, I sent you the bank card account number, Zhou Quan replied hurriedly. Lin Xian then transferred 1 million yuan to Zhou Quan via his mobile phone. I'll give you 1 million yuan as startup capital. If it's not enough, just let me know. You'll be responsible for everything in the restaurant from now on, and we'll split the profits 30-70. Alright, as expected of Brother Xian, he's given away 1 million right off the bat, Zhou Quan said happily. Stop flattering me, or I'll fire you if you don't do a good job, Lin Xian joked. Yes, boss. By the way, shouldn't we name the restaurant? Zhou Quan asked. Let's call it Xianmeng Restaurant. Its specialty is fish dishes, but of course you can add some other cuisines. Lin Xian stroked his chin, thought for a moment, and then said. Combining the names of Lin Xian and Li Mengyao, it feels pretty good. Anyway, you're the store manager now, so don't let me down. Lin Xian patted Zhou Quan on the shoulder. He trusted Zhou Quan quite a bit. Although Zhou Quan was sometimes a bit silly, he was very capable when it came to getting things done. Mission accomplished. Zhou Quan even saluted, considering he's a grown man. Okay, Lin Xian took back his previous thought. After explaining the restaurant's arrangements, Lin Xian took Zhou Quan back to her rented apartment and then went to Jinwan Technology Company, Limited. As Lin Xian entered the company, the receptionist greeted him warmly. Hello, Chairman Lin. Hello, Lin Xian replied with a polite smile. After that, every employee Lin Xian met greeted him warmly, and Lin Xian responded to each one. Is this what it feels like to be the chairman of a company? It's so awesome. When Lin Xian arrived at the chairman's office, he saw 2 resignation letters and a red envelope on the table. Lin Xian opened the red envelope first. Inside were several hundred yuan bills and a small note. Lin, congratulations on your marriage. Lin Xian smiled slightly. This kid. Then he picked up 2 resignation letters, which were indeed from Zhang Haoran and Yi Zixuan. Lin Xian then waved his hand and immediately agreed. Seeing that there was nothing else to do, Lin Xian left the company and drove home. Actually, the company's main affairs are handled by General Manager Lu Wendy. The 2 resignation letters were given to the chairman for personal processing due to special circumstances. Honey, I'm home. Lin Xian changed his shoes, walked into the hall, and hugged Li Mengyao, who was running towards him. Honey, why have you been going out so often lately? Have you been secretly doing something? Li Mengyao pouted cutely. My husband went to check on the restaurant's renovation. Lin Xian took out his phone and handed the photos he had taken at the restaurant that afternoon to Li Mengyao. Wow, this is too extravagant. Li Mengyao's beautiful eyes widened. Honey, have you named the restaurant yet? Li Mengyao asked. I'll take it, Lin Xian said, getting up to go into the kitchen to cook. What's your name? Li Mengyao hugged Lin Xian tightly and continued to ask. What do you think of Xianmeng restaurant? Lin Xian casually pinched Li Mengyao's cheek and smiled. Chapter 40. You're a complete idiot. Xianmeng restaurant. This poetic name seems to be the crystallization of Lin Xian and Li Mengyao's love, representing Lin Xian's affection for Li Mengyao. Li Mengyao gazed at Lin Xian with her clear, autumn water-like eyes, and gradually, ripples of emotion spread across her face. Lin Xian saw tears welling up in Li Mengyao's eyes and instantly panicked. What's wrong, honey? Did I pinch you too hard just now? I'm sorry, it was my fault. Li Mengyao gently shook her head, buried her face in Lin Xian's arms, hugged him tightly, and parted her lips slightly, her voice dreamlike. Husband, why are you so good to me? Lin Xian took a deep breath, gently lifted Li Mengyao's forehead, and said with tender eyes. Because you are the only one in my life, the person I love most in this lifetime. You are my wife, the mother of my baby, and I am willing to use all my strength to protect you, cherish you, and make you happy forever. Lin Xian's gaze was firm and ardent, as if burning with an inextinguishable flame. Li Mengyao tiptoed, wrapped her arms around Lin Xian's neck, and gave him a sweet kiss. My husband went to cook, Lin Xian said with a smile. Then he turned around and went to the kitchen to start making dinner. Li Mengyao nodded shyly. After dinner, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao watched a show on the big screen in the living room. Li Mengyao rested her long legs on Lin Xian's legs, nestled in his arms, and was watching the drama with great interest. Lin Xian picked up his tablet and started reading the company's daily report sent by General Manager Lu Wendy. When he's not at the company, he always takes some time in the evening to read the company's daily report, to see what important things the company did that day, and how much profit the company made, instead of completely ignoring it. Honey, what are you looking at? Li Mengyao leaned forward and saw a series of data reports. I'm looking at the company's daily operations report, Lin Xian said with a smile. Company? What company? Li Mengyao blinked in confusion. Jinwan Technology Company, Limited. Honey, have you gone to work? Li Mengyao thought to herself that Lin Xian had been taking care of her for the past few months, so she hadn't looked for a job and it was normal for her to go to work now. Honey, you go to work. I can take care of myself. Li Mengyao pursed her lips. What are you thinking? Your husband has tens of millions in assets, there's no way he'd be working a regular job. Lin Xian pinched Li Mengyao's pretty nose. So what is your company? Li Mengyao asked, puzzled. This is my company. I am the chairman of Jinwan Technology Company, Limited, and you are the chairman's wife. Lin Xian smiled. Li Mengyao was slightly taken aback, her face full of disbelief. Then take me to visit next time. Okay, silly boy. You're a complete idiot. After watching the TV series in the living room, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao went back to their room to rest. The next morning, Lin Xian woke up naturally and got up to make breakfast. Lin Xian was still eating breakfast when the phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw it was Zhou Quan. Brother Xian, have you had breakfast yet? Hee, I have something I want to discuss with you. Eat, and you can say what you want. I already have someone in mind for the chef position at the restaurant. It's my cousin and his wife. They run a fish restaurant in Jinghai City, but they're planning to move recently because the rent is too high. They happen to be good at fish dishes and have a great reputation in Jinghai City, which can directly bring customers to Xianmeng restaurant, so I want to invite them to be chefs. Zhou Quan rattled off a whole bunch of things in one breath. Have they agreed to let them work as chefs at Xianmeng restaurant? Lin Xian asked. Of course. With such a prime location and such luxurious decor, anyone would want to come. Alright, have them come to the restaurant later. I want to take a look myself. The chef is the soul of a restaurant, so Lin Xian must personally oversee the process. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Lin Xian put Li Mengyao's breakfast into the warmer as usual, went to the room, kissed her, and left. Half an hour later, Lin Xian arrived at the Xianmeng restaurant on the 5th floor of Jinwan Plaza. Upon entering, you'll see Zhou Quan and a young couple. Brother Xian, you're here. Let me introduce you. This is my cousin Zhou Yong, and the other is my cousin's wife Wang Li, Zhou Quan said. Hello, Mr. Lin, I am Zhou Yong, and this is my wife, Wang Li. Lin Xian and Zhou Yong shook hands politely. Zhou Yong was tall and slightly overweight, with an honest and simple appearance, while Wang Li was petite but had a beautiful face and a mature beauty. Both were in their early 30s, not much older than Lin Xian. Hello, I am Lin Xian, Zhou Quan's college roommate. I have heard Zhou Quan praise your cooking skills for a long time. Not at all, Zhou Yong said with a simple smile. Could you make me a steamed turbot to try? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Zhou Yong knew very well that Lin Xian was testing his cooking skills, so he stepped into the back kitchen area without hesitation and began to cook. Lin Xian followed, carefully observing Zhou Yong's every subtle movement and technique. He skillfully selected a fresh, plump turbot and quickly cleaned it. Then, Zhou Yong lit the stove and expertly controlled the heat and time, causing the water in the steamer to gradually boil. Soon, an enticing aroma wafted from the kitchen, and a delicious steamed turbot was served. Lin Xian picked up his chopsticks, took a piece of fish and put it in his mouth. It was tender, juicy and melted in his mouth. The special delicious sauce was the icing on the cake and made his mouth water. As expected of a master chef, the food is absolutely delicious. I warmly welcome you to join Xianmeng restaurant. Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction. Thank you, Mr. Lin. However, I can take your cooking skills to the next level. What? Zhou Yong was quite confident in his culinary skills. Could this person, who was several years younger than him, really be a master chef? After Lin Xian finished speaking, he returned to the kitchen, and everyone else followed closely behind. He skillfully selected a fresh and plump turbot, cleaned it quickly, lit the stove, and precisely controlled the heat and time while personally preparing his unique sauce. In a short while, the kitchen emitted an even more enticing aroma than before, tantalizing everyone's taste buds. Chapter 41 Baby, remember to eat breakfast. A fragrant and tempting steamed turbot is served, presented on an exquisite plate, resembling a work of art. Everyone, please have a taste. Everyone eagerly picked up their chopsticks, grabbed a piece of tender fish, and stuffed it into their mouths. Before they could even chew, the delicate and delicious flavor flowed through their mouths like a clear spring, instantly stimulating every taste bud. This. Zhou Yong was so surprised that he could not speak normally. Brother Xian, it has to be you. This is so delicious. Zhou Quan couldn't stop eating. Wang Li ate quietly beside her, not saying much, but you could tell from her expression that she was amazed by the delicious food. Soon, the entire plate of turbot was devoured. Zhou Quan even licked the plate clean. Boss Lin, can I become your apprentice? Zhou Yong looked at Lin Xian with admiration. Ahem, there's no need for apprenticeship. As long as you become the head chef at my restaurant, I'll teach you for free. Lin Xian felt somewhat awkward being asked to become someone's apprentice by someone several years his senior. Really? That's great. Zhou Yong jumped up with joy. Boss Lin, can I learn too? Wang Li asked gently. Sure. What about me, Brother Xian? Zhou Quan shamelessly stepped forward as well. Go play somewhere else and manage the restaurant properly. Lin Xian looked at Zhou Quan and Wang Li again, and suddenly said seriously. However, I have one condition. What are the conditions? Zhou Yong asked hurriedly. I'll add a confidentiality agreement to your employment contracts, and I'll teach you all my exclusive fish recipes, which will definitely improve your cooking skills, Lin Xian said with a slight smile. What confidentiality agreement? The exclusive fish recipe must not be disclosed to outsiders in any form, otherwise a fine of 5 million renminbi will be imposed, Lin Xian said firmly, changing the subject. 5 million is no small sum for an ordinary family. Many people work hard their whole lives and still can't earn that much. I promise you, I, Zhou Yong, am definitely not that kind of treacherous person, Zhou Yong said firmly. I promise you, what my husband can do, I can do too, Wang Li said firmly. Okay, Zhou Quan, go prepare the employment contract. We'll sign it right away. Okay. Zhou Quan happily ran out to prepare the employment contract. While Zhou Quan was preparing the labor contract, Lin Xian chatted with the couple. Suddenly Lin Xian's phone rang. He picked it up and saw it was his wife. Hey, baby. When Li Mengyao heard Lin Xian call her baby, she was slightly taken aback. Why did he suddenly change his taste today? Honey, where are you now? I'm still in the restaurant. My roommates want to come over for dinner later, is that okay? Just now in Li Mingyao's roommate group chat, Chen Man Man and Yang Lin kept clamoring to come and see her, and Lu Yusin was also fanning the flames. Having no other option, Li Mengyao had to call Lin Xian for his opinion. Of course, I'll buy more groceries when I get back, Lin Xian said with a smile. Okay. Baby, remember to eat breakfast, Lin Xian said with a smile. Li Mengyao hung up the phone shyly. She just called him baby, and now he was calling her treasure again. What was wrong with her husband today? Li Mengyao gently patted her cheeks, picked up her phone, opened her roommate's group chat, and wrote in the rich girl's chat, "Come over here." "Chen Man Man, hee hee, Yao Yao, I'm here." "Yang Lin, where's the address?" "How can we get there without the address?" Li Mengyao shared an address. Chen Man Man? Yang Lin? Chen Man Man and Yang Lin obviously did not expect that Li Mengyao lived in Jinwan Mansion, the most luxurious area in Jinghai City. Meanwhile, Zhou Quan finally arrived at the restaurant with 2 employment contracts. "Brother Xian, I'm ready, take a look." Lin Xian carefully examined the 2 employment contracts, found no problems, signed his name, and then handed them to Zhou Yong and Wang Li. "If there are no problems, let's sign this employment contract." "I have a question. Is Zhou Quan considered an outsider?" Zhou Yong asked with a smile, looking at his cousin. "Yes," Lin Xian said with a smile, looking at Zhou Quan as well. "Brother Xian, this isn't fair. We've been roommates for 4 years. Alright, I was just kidding. I've already handed the restaurant over to you to manage, don't I trust you enough?" Lin Xian laughed. "Hee hee, Brother Xian, I will definitely make the restaurant bigger and stronger," Zhou Quan said with a grin. "The rest is up to you. I'm going home now." After saying goodbye to them, Lin Xian drove his Maybach to the supermarket to buy some groceries before heading home. "Let's go back to Li Mengyao." Ding dong. The doorbell rang crisply. Li Mengyao put down what she was doing and went to the front door. She checked the smart lock screen to make sure it was her roommates before opening the door with peace of mind. "My Yao Yao, happy wedding." Yang Lin stepped forward, hugged her, and presented her with her gift. "And mine too, Yao Yao, happy wedding." Chen Man Man followed in and handed the gift to Li Mengyao. "Here, this is mine, Yao Yao, happy wedding." Lu Yusin said with a smile. "Thank you." Li Mengyao smiled happily. Chen Man Man plopped down on the sofa, looking completely relaxed. Yang Lin followed closely behind, while only Lu Yusin was helping Li Mengyao prepare drinks and fruit. "Yao Yao, you're so comfortable. You're practically a little rich girl," Chen Man Man exclaimed. "Yes, such a big house with a river view, it's the life I've always dreamed of," Yang Lin exclaimed. "Here, have some drinks, and there's fruit too." Li Mengyao picked up a plate of fruit and several drinks and placed them in front of them. Chen Man Man, Yang Lin, and Lu Yusin sat on the sofa, while Li Mengyao lay on a beanbag chair, all gossiping and complaining about recent events. "Yao Yao, you have no idea how tough my internship is right now. I have to work overtime every day, you know?" Chen Man Man complained. "Who isn't?" "I have to work overtime every night to grade assignments, it's really a headache," Yang Lin complained. "Yao Yao, why don't you have to go to work?" Chen Man Man asked. I'll find time to go back to work later," Li Mengyao stammered, her head down. "Yao Yao, you're lying, huh? Tell the truth, you can't fool our best friends." Yang Lin saw through it at a glance. She is under special protection now, how could Lin Xian possibly let Yao Yao go to work? Lu Yusin said. Lu Yusin felt there was no need to hide it from her sisters anymore, since Lin Xian and Li Mengyao were already married and had registered their marriage. "What do you mean? A key protected person? Something's fishy." Chen Man Man stared at Li Mengyao with a smile. "Actually, it's because I'm pregnant," Li Mengyao said softly, her face flushed. Chapter 42. I want to hear the baby's voice. "What? Yao Yao, you're pregnant?" Yang Lin exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. "My god, when did this happen? So fast?" Chen Man Man couldn't believe it either. "It's been more than 3 months." A blush rose on Li Mengyao's delicate face. Only Lu Yusin remained silent, she already knew. "Yang Lin, 3 months ago, that is, before you even graduated." Chen Man Man, and it's premarital pregnancy. "Yusin, aren't you surprised?" "I'm so surprised." "Didn't you notice?" Lu Yusin deliberately put on a surprised expression. "Yang Lin, oh, so you knew all along. Why didn't you tell us?" Chen Man Man, yeah, are we still best friends? "Lin Lin, let's go together. I'm warning you, don't come any closer, or I'll scream." Lu Yusin said fearfully, clutching a pillow. Yang Lin and Chen Manman ganged up on Lu Yusin, tickling her with their hands. Chen Manman, go ahead and yell all you want, no one will listen to you even if you yell until you're hoarse, ha. Yao Yao, save me, ha ha ha. Lu Yusin begged for mercy as she was being tickled, tears streaming down her face from laughing. Alright, stop it, you two. I told Xin not to say it, Li Mengyao quickly stopped them. Chen Manman, alright then, considering that a pregnant woman is pleading for you, I won't hold it against you. Yang Lin, by the way, Yao Yao, is Lin Xian good to you? Chen Manman, yes, is he good to you? Lin Xian is very good to me, and I love him very much, Li Mengyao said, blushing. Is this still the pure and aloof campus belle of Jinghai University that we usually remember? Yang Lin, you're married and have a child now, Yao Yao, you really are a winner in life. Hey, do you guys think Deng Junyi should give up now? Chen Manman suddenly remembered that there was another senior in school who was infatuated with Li Mengyao and had been pursuing her. Yang Lin, yes, I heard he's preparing to return to China. Let him give up on that idea. Yao Yao is already taken. Lu Yusin didn't have a good impression of Deng Junyi. I've rejected him so many times, he probably won't come looking for me again this time. Li Mengyao pursed her lips. Suddenly, I heard the sound of the door unlocking. Honey, I'm home. Lin Xian walked in carrying a large bag of things. Chen Manman and the others only saw Li Mengyao quickly get off the beanbag chair, put on her shoes, run over, and jump into Lin Xian's arms. Welcome home. Every time Lin Xian returned home, he could feel a warm atmosphere, and the source of this warmth was Li Mengyao's embrace, which made him deeply feel the warmth and happiness of home. Lin Xian gently stroked Li Mengyao's hair and asked softly, "Wife, how are you feeling today? Are you feeling unwell?" Li Mengyao gently shook her head, "I'm fine." Cough cough. Li Mengyao turned around and saw Chen Manman and the others looking at the two of them with excited expressions. She then released Lin Xian, her face as red as a cherry tomato. Hello, I am Li Mengyao's husband, Lin Xian. Hello, I'm Chen Manman. Chen Manman smiled brightly. Chen Manman is tall and slender with a neat short haircut, giving her a free and unrestrained feel. Hello, I'm Yang Lin. Yang Lin smiled slightly. Yang Lin is the complete opposite. She has a petite and delicate figure, and long, shiny black hair that flows over her shoulders, giving her a quiet and elegant feel. Lu Yusin needs no introduction, she exudes a powerful and domineering aura. You guys continue chatting, I'll go to the kitchen to cook. Lin Xian smiled slightly, then went into the kitchen to start preparing lunch. The four returned to their original positions and continued their discussion. Yao Yao, your husband is really handsome. My God, how did you manage to control him so well? Please teach me. At this moment, Li Mengyao's pretty face was flushed red. A short while later, Lin Xian brought out the last dish. Dinner's ready. The crowd came over following the scent. It smells so good. Today we have stir-fried lamb with scallions, cumin ribs, braised beef short ribs, spicy diced chicken, and a big plate of grilled fish. Wow, this is so delicious. I've never eaten anything this good in my life, Chen Manman said, her face beaming with happiness after taking a bite. Yes, even chefs at big hotels can't make this delicious food, Yang Lin remarked. Yes, it really is delicious. Lu Yusin pretended to be nonchalant, so as not to be discovered by her two roommates that she had arrived earlier and then be besieged again. Soon, after Chen Manman and the others had eaten and drunk their fill, they prepared to go back. Chen Manman, Lin Xian, I'm entrusting Yao Yao to you. Please take good care of her. Yang Lin, yes, otherwise we sisters wouldn't have let you off the hook. Okay, I will protect Mengyao as the most precious person in my life. Lin Xian said firmly, holding Li Mengyao's hand. After Chen Manman and the others went back, Lin Xian cleaned up the dishes and, because he had sweated a lot, went back to the bathroom for a quick shower before returning to his room. At this moment, Li Mengyao was leaning against the headboard, quietly reading a book. Lin Xian also climbed onto the bed and lay down next to Li Mengyao. Baby, what are you looking at? Why are you suddenly calling me baby? Li Mengyao blushed, feeling quite uncomfortable. Because you are my darling. Lin Xian smiled. Aren't you ashamed? Li Mengyao's face instantly turned bright red, and she silently continued reading her book, seemingly trying to use the book to cover up her embarrassment and shyness. Seeing that his wife was ignoring him, Lin Xian's gaze involuntarily fell on Li Mengyao's soft belly. He slowly reached out and quietly lifted Li Mengyao's clothes, gently pressing his ear against her soft belly. Accompanied by a fragrance, a wonderful feeling welled up in his heart. "Husband, what are you doing?" Li Mengyao was startled by Lin Xian's sudden action and tried to stop him, but it was too late, and her face turned even redder. Li Mengyao stretched out her small hand and tried hard to push him away, but he didn't budge. Seeing that she couldn't push him away, Li Mengyao started to vigorously knead Lin Xian's handsome face. "Wife, I want to hear the baby's voice," Lin Xian said gently. Even though Li Mengyao was 13 weeks pregnant and the fetus had developed to a certain stage, Lin Xian still couldn't hear the baby move even when he pressed his face against her belly. Li Mengyao was amused by his innocent and adorable appearance, and a warm feeling welled up in her heart. "Did you hear that?" "I heard it. The baby said, 'Daddy is so handsome.'" "Shameless." Li Mengyao just quietly watched Lin Xian, who looked like a baby at that moment. Suddenly, a cell phone rang. Chapter 43. Bro, you just wait. Suddenly, a cell phone rang. Lin Xian reluctantly picked up his phone and saw that it was his mother calling, so he quickly answered the call. "Hey mom, what's up?" "Sons, have you eaten yet?" "Have eaten." "It's good that you've eaten. When are you going to bring my daughter-in-law home to meet us?" Zhang Shulan asked impatiently. Lin Xian put down his phone and turned to look at Li Mengyao. "Honey, is it okay if we go back to Yunhai City tomorrow morning?" Li Mengyao nodded obediently. "Mom, we're going back tomorrow morning." In the afternoon, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao planned to go to Jinwan shopping mall to buy some gifts to take back to Yunhai City. "Honey, let's go." Li Mengyao changed into a dark blue denim dress, tied a black belt around her waist, and finished the look with a pair of white canvas shoes, showcasing a youthful freshness and vitality. "My wife looks beautiful today." Lin Xian stepped forward, put his arms around her, and savored Li Mengyao's fragrance. "Okay, stop hugging, let's go." Li Mengyao gently pushed her away. Lin Xian took Li Mengyao's hand and led her to the parking lot, starting the Maybach and heading towards Jinwan Plaza. The two arrived at the second floor of Jinwan shopping mall, found a jewelry store, and went inside. "Hello, both of you, welcome." "Hello, do you have any bracelets you could recommend?" "I'd like to give one to an elder." "Yes, please wait a moment." The shop assistant smiled and took out several bracelets, showing them to Lin Xian and Li Mengyao and explaining their features. "Honey, how about this? Will mom like it?" Li Mengyao took a fancy to a jade bracelet, which was crystal clear and had a warm and smooth texture, like emerald green lake water. "She should like anything her daughter-in-law gives her," Lin Xian said with a smile. His biological son is losing his status more and more. "Hello, how much is this?" Li Mengyao asked politely. "Beautiful lady, you have excellent taste. This is the one most favored by elders. It's made entirely of icy jadeite, so the price is a bit higher, 100,000 yuan." Li Mengyao turned to look at Lin Xian, as if seeking his opinion. "Honey, you control all the money in the house. It's your decision." Lin Xian saw through her thoughts and smiled slightly. "Hello, this is the one I want." Li Mengyao smiled. "Okay, I'll pack it right away. Please pay here." The shop assistants were overjoyed. They made a huge sale as soon as they started work in the afternoon. These two young people are really rich. "Beautiful lady, please keep this safe. Welcome back next time." After receiving the bracelet, Li Mengyao returned to Lin Xian's side, took his arm, and walked out of the jewelry store. "Let's go see if there's a gift Dad would like." Lin Xian gently snatched the packaging bag away. "My dad doesn't have many other hobbies, just one, he really loves fishing. Sometimes he even stays up all night, so I'll buy him a fishing rod." "Do all middle-aged men enjoy fishing?" "But there don't seem to be any fishing gear stores around here." Li Mengyao blinked her beautiful eyes slightly. "Look, there seems to be one there." Following Lin Xian's gaze, Li Mengyao found a shop in a corner of Jinwan shopping mall. "Let's go then." Li Mengyao happily pulled Lin Xian towards the boutique. The two went into the store, and since Li Mengyao didn't know how to choose a fishing rod, she left it to Lin Xian. Lin Xian reached out and grabbed a fishing rod used in fishing competitions, examining it closely. The fishing rod is entirely black, with a faint glow shimmering on its shaft, as if it contains boundless power. Lin Xian gently gripped the handle, feeling the texture of the fishing rod, and tried swinging it a few times. It felt pretty good. "This is really good, Dad will probably like it a lot." Lin Xian smiled. "Then this one will do." Li Mengyao smiled. The two went to the front desk to pay the bill. The owner was a middle-aged man who was preparing the bait for the evening. He was clearly a seasoned fishing enthusiast. "Hello boss, how much is this?" Li Mengyao smiled slightly. "The 60,000 yuan fishing rod is for competitions. All the materials used are top of the line." The fishing shop owner was surprised that two such young people came to buy fishing rods. "A fishing rod costs 60,000 yuan? Boss, can you give me a discount?" Li Mengyao looked at the chubby middle-aged man with pitiful eyes. "You like fishing?" the shopkeeper asked, looking at the two of them. "Yes, we love fishing the most," Li Mengyao blurted out. Lin Xian stared in shock at his wife. Was this how his wife bargained? "All right, considering you're both young and love fishing, I'll sell it to you cheaply, 50,000 yuan, really, I can't go any lower." "Thank you, boss." Li Mengyao was so happy she almost jumped for joy. After leaving the shop, Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh. "Honey, what are you laughing at?" Li Mengyao pouted. "I'm laughing. Honey, you're so virtuous. Do you really know how to fish?" "Ha ha ha." Li Mingyao's pretty face turned bright red. She raised her delicate hand and twisted it in a familiar spot. Okay, honey, I was wrong. By the way, honey, what does your sister like?" Li Mengyao suddenly remembered that Lin Xian had a younger sister. "See? You don't need to buy her anything. If you really want to buy something, I think you can buy her the 5 years of college entrance examination simulations series." Lin Xian showed his signature smile. "Lin Cici, bro, you just wait. Be serious." Li Mengyao rolled her eyes at Lin Xian, then suddenly noticed an Apple mobile phone store upstairs. "I know what to buy, let's go." Li Mengyao took Lin Xian's hand and headed upstairs. The two soon arrived at the entrance of the mobile phone store. "Honey, do you want to buy a cell phone for Cici?" Lin Xian asked. "Yes," Li Mengyao smiled slightly. "Her phone was just confiscated at school, ha ha." Lin Xian laughed heartily. "It's okay, just let her play at home." Li Mengyao felt that the child shouldn't be disciplined, so strictly things should be relaxed when necessary. "Lin Cici, sister-in-law. My dear sister-in-law. I love you." The two then went inside. "Hello, how can we help you?" a shop assistant greeted them. "Hello, do you have the latest Apple phone?" Li Mengyao asked politely. "Yes, this is our latest Apple 15 version. It not only features the most advanced chip technology, but also comes equipped with an ultra-high-definition camera, allowing you to easily capture high-quality, clear, and detailed photos and videos. It has a stylish and simple appearance, and is available in a variety of colors to showcase your personal charm," the salesperson explained in detail. "How much does this top-of-the-line model cost?" "The top-of-the-line model costs 18,999 yuan. Li Mengyao hesitated slightly. She bought 50,000 or 100,000 yuan items for her parents, but only 10,000 yuan for Lin Xian's younger sister. Would that make her seem like a bad sister-in-law? Chapter 44 is somewhat like an insurance sales pitch. The shop assistant noticed that Li Mengyao was frowning and suddenly realized that the two of them were still students and probably couldn't afford something so expensive. If you think the top-of-the-line model is too expensive, you can take a look at the standard version. No need. Do you have any new laptops? Li Mengyao had a sudden inspiration. Yes, do you still want the top-of-the-line model? The salesperson asked, somewhat surprised. Yes, the top-of-the-line version. Li Mengyao nodded slightly. Okay, please wait a moment. Soon, the shop assistant placed a notebook in front of Lin Xian and Li Mengyao. This is our latest top-of-the-line Apple laptop. It boasts amazing performance, massive memory, and is incredibly lightweight, moving as lightly as a feather. It's also a bit pricey at 22,399 yuan. Honey, what do you think? Li Mengyao looked up at Lin Xian. I think Cici is laughing her head off right now. Lin Xian nodded helplessly. We'll take these too. Li Mengyao smiled slightly. Okay, please wait a moment. The shop assistant left and then immediately returned. Hello beautiful lady, if you'd like these two items, why not try our latest complete gift set? It includes a mobile phone, iPad, laptop, and wireless earphones, all top of the line. The original price is 77,888 yuan, but now it's on sale for 67,888 yuan. Why not just buy the whole set? It's more cost-effective, the salesperson explained. Li Mengyao pursed her lips and looked at Lin Xian hesitantly again. Buy it, honey, you're not short of money. Consider it a big gift for Cece. Lin Xian smiled. Okay, we'll buy the whole set. Li Mengyao smiled again. Okay, please wait a moment. The shop assistant excitedly packed up, having completed another big order. Sigh, even Lin Cece's gift is more valuable than her father's. It seems that family status really does determine value. Lin Xian glanced at Li Mengyao, who was playing on her phone, and suddenly realized that his wife was still using an old phone. However, Li Mengyao is very clean and always wipes her phone clean, making it look brand new. In fact, she bought it during her freshman year of college. Hello, could you please add another top-of-the-line, brand new Apple 15 phone? Lin Xian said to the clerk who was still packing the items. Okay, it'll be ready soon. The shop assistant smiled even more broadly. Honey, why do we need to buy another phone? Li Mengyao gently squeezed Lin Xian's hand. Honey, how many years have you been using this phone? Lin Xian asked her tenderly. No. It won't be long, it'll still work. Li Mengyao said softly, her face slightly flushed. It's my fault for only realizing this now. Honey, you don't need to think about saving money anymore, just spend it freely. Lin Xian gently hugged Li Mengyao. No, we have to be thrifty and manage the household well, Li Mengyao murmured. This girl is really, incredibly lovable. Be good, Lin Xian said gently. Oh. Soon, Lin Xian came out of the store carrying large and small bags. Li Mengyao took his arm and continued to look around, checking if there was anything else she needed to buy. Honey, stop buying. I can't carry anymore. It's okay, I can still carry it. Li Mengyao remained unmoved, and then she discovered a men's clothing store. Let us go take a look over there. Li Mengyao happily pointed with her little finger. Clothes? I don't need any more clothes, Lin Xian said. You always wear the same few clothes, I'm tired of seeing them. Be a good girl. Li Mengyao grabbed Lin Xian's hand and led him into the store. Don't guys usually only have a few outfits to change into? Lin Xian didn't quite understand, but he still listened to his wife and went inside. The two entered the store. Li Mengyao looked around, then picked up a few pieces of clothing and held them up against Lin Xian. This style isn't nice, Li Mengyao said, gently shaking her head. This color is too eye-catching. Li Mengyao continued to choose. This polo shirt and that short-sleeved t-shirt are both pretty good, honey, why don't you try them on? Li Mengyao nodded in satisfaction. Good. Lin Xian picked up 2 pieces of clothing and went to the dressing room to change. After Lin Xian tried on 2 outfits, Li Mengyao smiled and nodded, these are the 2 I'll take. She turned her head and glanced at the suit next to her. She had never seen Lin Xian wear a suit before, so how could she let this opportunity pass by? He then picked out another item and handed it to Lin Xian. Honey, let's try again. Li Mengyao's lips curled up slightly. Ha? Again? Lin Xian reluctantly picked up his clothes and went back to the dressing room, while Li Mengyao waited quietly outside. Not long after, Lin Xian emerged from the dressing room dressed in a pristine white suit, with a classic black blazer over it, paired with an elegant black belt and long black trousers. He looked exceptionally energetic and dignified. Honey, how are you? Ah, it looks great, it really looks great. It's kind of like selling insurance, ha ha ha. Li Mengyao's eyes crinkled with laughter. Wife, you're playing me. Lin Xian looked embarrassed and hurriedly returned to the changing room to change back. Li Mengyao was really happy, because her husband can be a bit dazed sometimes. Excuse me, could you please pack these 2 items and the suit he was just wearing? Okay, please wait a moment. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao walked out of the store, finally ending their shopping trip. Honey, let's go home and have dinner. Lin Xian took Li Mengyao's hand and prepared to leave, but the latter remained motionless, her eyes fixed on a barbecue restaurant upstairs. Honey, I want to eat barbecue. No, the smell of cooking oil there is too strong, I'm afraid you'll get morning sickness again, Lin Xian refused. This barbecue restaurant has a smoke extraction machine at every table, so there's not much oily smoke. That won't work either. Who knows if the meat here is fresh or not? Lin Xian refused again. This barbecue restaurant is the #1 rated restaurant in Jinghai City. The meat is very fresh, isn't it? Li Mengyao pouted slightly and said coquettishly. The two had been out shopping all afternoon, and Li Mengyao didn't want Lin Xian to go home and cook a tiring meal. Besides, the barbecue was really delicious. Under Li Mengyao's persistent pleading and coaxing, Lin Xian reluctantly agreed. But there's a condition: Lin Xian first tastes the meat to see if it's fresh. If he finds the meat isn't fresh, he immediately takes his wife home for dinner. The two then happily entered the barbecue restaurant. Soon after, the waiter brought out all the ingredients that needed to be grilled. Lin Xian picked up a piece of beef, placed it on the grill to roast slowly, and then put it in his mouth to savor it. How is it? Not bad, right? Li Mengyao almost drooled just looking at it. After all, she was really hungry. The meat quality is pretty good, and it's quite fresh. After saying that, Lin Xian picked up another piece of beef and placed it on the grill. After it was fully cooked, he gently blew away the heat from the surface and then brought it to Li Mengyao's lips. Honey, be careful, it's hot. Li Mengyao slightly opened her mouth and took a small bite of the beef. Immediately, a satisfied smile appeared on her face. At that moment, in a corner, a figure was looking towards Lin Xian and Li Mengyao. Isn't that Li, our school's most beautiful girl? Chapter 45. What are you? A tag-along? Zhang Hua, a friend of Deng Junyi, happened to be eating at the same barbecue restaurant at that moment. He then slowly took out his phone from his pocket, opened the camera, and pointed the lens at Lin Xian and Li Mengyao. When Lin Xian gently brought the food to Li Mengyao's lips, he pressed the shutter button and sent the photo to Deng Junyi. An hour later, Li Mengyao, arm in arm with Lin Xian, left the barbecue restaurant, completely satisfied. Honey, let's bake at home next time. Lin Xian looked at Li Mengyao tenderly. Okay, Li Mengyao smiled sweetly. Just as Lin Xian and Li Mengyao were about to leave Jinwan shopping mall, an uninvited guest suddenly blocked their way. This person was Deng Junyi. Deng Junyi is 180 centimeters tall, about the same height as Lin Xian. He has a handsome appearance with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, and a face like jade, but he is still a bit inferior to Lin Xian. At this moment, he is looking at Lin Xian with an arrogant expression. Long time no see, junior sister Mengyao. Deng Junyi looked at Li Mengyao gently. Long time no see, senior Deng, Li Mengyao replied politely. This is a gift I brought you from abroad. Do you like it? Deng Junyi completely ignored Lin Xian and handed the exquisite high-end perfume in his hand to Li Mengyao. I'm sorry, I don't like this perfume. You should keep it for yourself, senior Deng, Li Mengyao said calmly. It's okay if you don't like this. I'll buy you whatever you like, Deng Junyi continued. No need, senior Deng, you don't need to give me anything, Li Mengyao said in a cold tone. Don't you understand my feelings? I've liked you for 4 years. Who's this person next to you? Deng Junyi clenched his fist and saw a dazzling diamond ring on Li Mengyao's left hand, and said angrily. I know, but I've said it before, we're not a good match. This man next to me is my husband. Li Mengyao gripped Lin Xian's hand tightly. Why? Why did you get married after only a year of me being gone? He's just a gigolo. Mengyao, don't be deceived by him. Deng Junyi said angrily. Those who make malicious comments about others often have dark hearts. It's none of your business to comment on my husband. Please don't bother me anymore. Honey, let's go. Li Mengyao said angrily, her eyes turning icy cold. Li Mengyao didn't like Deng Junyi, but she addressed him as Senior Deng out of politeness. But he slandered Lin Xian, which Li Mengyao could not tolerate. If I'm a gigolo, then what are you? A tag-along? Lin Xian looked at Deng Junyi and smiled disdainfully. Then, Li Mengyao held Lin Xian's hand tightly, bypassed Deng Junyi without hesitation, and strode forward. At this moment, Deng Junyi's face turned extremely ugly. He clenched his fists tightly, his eyes flashing with anger and resentment. Suddenly turning around, Deng Junyi seemed to have lost his mind, swinging his fist like a madman and lunging straight at Lin Xian. Faced with this sudden attack, Lin Xian remained unusually calm. He seemed to have already sensed the disturbance behind him, quickly released Li Mengyao's hand, and turned around with lightning speed. Lin Xian caught Deng Junyi's punch accurately, then pushed him away with force, followed by a beautiful over-the-shoulder throw, slamming Deng Junyi to the ground. Ah! Deng Junyi screamed and lay on the ground, unable to move for a moment. Attacking from behind, what a sycophant! There are surveillance cameras here. I'm warning you, if you do anything wrong again, we'll call the police immediately, Lin Xian said coldly. Honey, are you alright? Li Mengyao was terrified and quickly returned to Lin Xian's side, carefully examining him to see if he was injured anywhere. It's alright, he's just desperate and he can't hurt me at all. Lin Xian smiled slightly. Let's go quickly. Seeing the strange looks from those around her, Li Mengyao grabbed Lin Xian's hand and left. After returning home that evening, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao began packing their luggage. After packing her luggage, Li Mengyao went into the bathroom to take a shower, while Lin Xian lay on the sofa reading the company's daily report from Jinwan Technology Company, Limited. "Honey, go get me a nightgown." Li Mengyao opened the bathroom door a crack, peeking out her head shyly. "Okay, where did you put your pajamas?" Lin Xian asked with a smile. "I forgot." "Could you help me look for it?" Li Mengyao said nervously. Lin Xian first went to the wardrobe but couldn't find it. Then he went to the huge balcony and immediately saw a cute pajama set hanging there. Soon, Lin Xian accepted Li Mengyao cute pajamas and went to the bathroom door. At this moment, Li Mengyao quickly shrunk her cute little head into the bathroom, leaving only one fair and delicate arm exposed, radiating a charming glow. Lin Xian was completely stunned. "Is it all done?" Li Mengyao asked softly. "Here you go." Coming to his senses, Lin Xian handed the pajamas to Li Mengyao. "Thank you, honey." Li Mengyao tried to pull her pajamas back, but found that she couldn't budge them no matter how hard she tried. "Lin Xian, let go," Li Mengyao said angrily. "Honey, how about we shower together?" Lin Xian flashed his signature smile. "No. You pervert." "Okay, honey, I was just kidding." Lin Xian released his hand easily. "You big bad guy." After Li Mengyao withdrew her hand, she quickly closed the door, not forgetting to scold Lin Xian angrily. Lin Xian returned to the living room with a smile. Half an hour later, Li Mengyao finally came out of the bathroom, glared at Lin Xian who was still grinning on the sofa, and went back to her room to rest. "My wife looks so cute when she's angry." Then, Lin Xian went into the bathroom to take a shower, but halfway through, he suddenly realized. "Where's my towel? Where did it go?" After searching the bathroom for a long time, Lin Xian had no choice but to slightly open the bathroom door. "Honey, I can't find my towel, can you help me look for it?" "I can't hear you." "Wife, I was wrong." "What's wrong?" The mistake was flirting with his wife. "Will you dare to do it again?" "I wouldn't dare." There was no response from Li Mengyao. Just as Lin Xian was continuing to apologize, he suddenly heard light footsteps slowly walking towards the bathroom. A blue light suddenly flashed before Lin Xian's eyes. Upon closer inspection, he saw that it was Li Mengyao standing at the bathroom door, holding a blue towel. Her movements were incredibly swift, as if she'd done something wrong. She slung the towel over the bathroom doorknob, then turned and ran back to her room, seemingly letting out a soft laugh. Chapter 46. This is my home now. After Lin Xian finished showering, he returned to his room and saw Li Mengyao pretending to read a book seriously, with an undisguised smile on her face, and her eyes occasionally glancing at Lin Xian standing by the window. Lin Xian had already roughly guessed what was going on. "Wife, where did you find this towel?" Lin Xian lay on the bed, close to Li Mengyao. On the balcony," Li Mengyao said calmly. "That's strange. I found your pajamas on the balcony, but I didn't notice my towel hanging there at the time," Lin Xian said with a smile. "You must have misread it," Li Mengyao continued, feigning calmness. "Is it possible that my wife secretly took my towel and then pretended not to know?" Lin Xian once again flashed his signature smile. "That's impossible, honey, I'm sleepy, good night." Li Mengyao placed the book beside the bed almost instantly, then climbed onto the bed as lightly as a cat. She lay quietly on her back, her eyes closed, her breathing becoming even, as if she had truly drifted off to sleep. However, the slight upturn of her lips betrayed her. Lin Xian didn't hesitate when he saw it, and leaned down to kiss those alluring lips. "I'm ignoring you." Li Mengyao turned around, leaving Lin Xian with only a beautiful view of the back of her head. In the end, she was the one who suffered the loss. Li Mengyao couldn't understand it. Suddenly, she thought of something. Li Mengyao turned around again, looking at Lin Xian with a worried expression. "Honey, will Cece dislike me as her sister-in-law?" "Of course not. My wife is so gentle and beautiful, she's like an angel. Everyone would love her." Lin Xian casually stroked Li Mengyao's hair with one hand, releasing a captivating fragrance. "Stop joking, I'm serious," Li Mengyao said, somewhat embarrassed and annoyed. "Cece is such a lively person, the more lively it is, the happier she is, so don't worry, honey." "Alright, it's getting late, babies need to sleep." Lin Xian hugged Li Mengyao tightly and comforted her. The two then fell asleep. The next morning, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao didn't get ready to get up until the sun was high in the sky. After the two finished washing up, Lin Xian went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast, while Li Mengyao checked their luggage to see if they had forgotten anything. Soon, after finishing breakfast, the two arrived at the parking lot downstairs at Jinwan Mansion. Just as Lin Xian was about to walk towards his Maybach, Li Mengyao suddenly grabbed him. "Honey, let us drive the Xiaomi SU7 this time." Li Mengyao smiled slightly. "Why?" Lin Xian asked, puzzled. "Because you spoil Xiaohei too much, don't you think it's too serious? This Xiaomi has barely been driven." Li Mengyao blinked her elegant eyes slightly. Lin Xian thought about it again and realized that he really hadn't driven it much. "Okay, I'll listen to my wife." Lin Xian led Li Mengyao to the Xiaomi SU7, and after she was settled in the back seat, he returned to the driver's seat and started the car. Ding, the system has detected that the host needs to drive a Xiaomi smart car on a long journey. For the safety of the babies, the system will upgrade the intelligent driving system and battery of the Xiaomi SU7 for free. 1 minute later. Congratulations, host, on successfully upgrading to the Xiaomi SU7. The intelligent driving system has been upgraded to the future's top level, and the host no longer needs to drive manually. The battery has also been successfully upgraded, and the host only needs to charge it once to run for a year. Such a good thing. Lin Xian originally planned to drive manually, but the system gave him a free upgrade. Xiao AI, activate intelligent driving mode, Lin Xian said with some anticipation. Immediately afterwards, a gentle response rang out. "Yes, may I ask where you wish to go, master?" To Yunhai City, Lin Xian replied. "Okay. Okay, destination set is Yunhai City, about to depart. Please fasten your seatbelt and relax." After the Xiaomi SU7's intelligence system issued the prompt, the vehicle slowly started and drove smoothly towards Yunhai City. Lin Xian sat quietly in the driver's seat, his hands lightly gripping the steering wheel. At first, he was still a little uneasy, afraid of an accident, so he was ready to take over the vehicle at any time. Soon, Lin Xian witnessed the power of the system and couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. The system is incredibly powerful. The upgraded intelligent driving system is already very advanced, and its reaction speed is even much faster than that of humans. Along the way, Lin Xian admired the scenery while talking to Li Mengyao about his hometown, Yunhai City. It is a beautiful seaside city with a stunning coastline and unique charm. "Can I go see the sea then?" Li Mengyao asked expectantly. Li Mengyao has never seen the sea since she was a child. "Of course," Lin Xian said with a smile. As they chatted, Li Mengyao fell asleep again. 3 hours passed quickly. Lin Xian drove out of the Yunhai City toll station and arrived at a place he was familiar with. "Wife, wake up, we've arrived in Yunhai City," Lin Xian gently patted Li Mengyao. Have we arrived?" Li Mengyao rubbed her eyes with her small hands, then looked out the window with a surprised expression. This city sits on the shore of the Azure Sea, its edge connecting with the ocean, where the blue waters and sky merge into one, creating a breathtaking panorama. "Wow, it's so beautiful. We can take a walk on the beach tonight, but let's go home now," Lin Xian said with a slight smile. "Okay," a hint of happiness flashed across Li Mengyao's face. The Xiaomi SU7 started up again and slowly drove towards Lin Xian's hometown. Soon, the two arrived at a cozy-looking residential area with lush greenery and a beautiful environment. Although this neighborhood has been inhabited for several years, it still maintains a brand new appearance. Lin Xian parked the car in the parking lot, then took Li Mengyao's hand and walked towards the elevator. As they stepped into the elevator, Lin Xian could clearly feel that Li Mengyao's small hands were slightly sweaty, which made him laugh. "Are you still nervous?" It's okay, didn't we already see each other at home? Relax. At this time, only my mother should be home, Lin Xian said with a slight smile. "I'm still nervous," Li Mengyao said softly. At this moment, the two had arrived at Lin Xian's house. He took out his key, opened the door, and went inside. "Mom, I'm back," Lin Xian said happily. "Oh, my daughter-in-law is here. You must have had a long journey." Zhang Shulan greeted him warmly, bypassing Lin Xian. "Come on in, this is your home now, don't be shy." "Okay, Mom," Li Mengyao said nervously. After Li Mengyao sat down, Zhang Shulan turned to look at her son and said, "What are you standing there for? Bring all your luggage in." Okay, Lin Xian said helplessly. After Lin Xian brought the luggage in, Li Mengyao took out the jade bracelet from inside, handed it to Zhang Shulan, and smiled slightly. Mom, this is a gift for you. Zhang Shulan smiled happily. What gift do I need? You are the best gift. Zhang Shulan picked up the crystal clear jade bracelet and could tell at a glance that it wasn't cheap. Mom really likes it, but you can't buy it for me next time, okay? Lin Xian and Li Mengyao simply continued to smile, pretending not to hear, and of course they would continue to buy. Daughter-in-law, have you been to the hospital for a checkup recently? How is the baby? Zhang Shulan asked impatiently. The baby is developing very healthily, the doctor also said. Li Mengyao lowered her eyes nervously. What else did he say? Zhang Shulan asked anxiously. The doctor said it's twins. Zhang Shulan was instantly stunned. Chapter 47. Lin Xian is very good to me. What? Twins? Zhang Shulan sprang up from the sofa as if she had springs in her bottom, then quickly walked over to Li Mengyao and sat down next to her, holding her little hand tightly, her face full of joy, her mouth almost reaching her ears. Mengyao, are they really twins? Zhang Shulan asked excitedly again. It's true. Li Mengyao was quite frightened by her mother-in-law's series of unusual actions. Here, this is the pregnancy test report. Lin Xian quickly handed his mother Li Mengyao's most recent pregnancy test report. Zhang Shulan took the report and saw the words twins clearly written on it. She was so excited that her hands began to tremble. That's great. Oh, son, you're really something. Lin Xian smiled slightly, and Li Mengyao blushed slightly upon hearing this. Zhang Shulan looked at her pregnancy test report again and again, muttering to herself, twins are great, twins are great. Suddenly, Zhang Shulan thought of something else. Son, did you bring your marriage certificate with Yao Yao? Let mom see it. Here it is. Lin Xian continued to hand the little red book to his mother. Zhang Shulan looked at it from left to right, a happy smile spreading across her face. My good-natured son finally got married, and his wife is absolutely gorgeous. She's stunningly beautiful, a true celestial being. Even more exciting is that she's pregnant with twins. Maybe even a boy and a girl. Li Mengyao blinked in a daze, completely unprepared for her mother-in-law's agitation. How could I not be excited? I've brought 2 kids with me, and I'll be a grandparent soon. After a while, Zhang Shulan realized she had been a bit out of line, so she sat back down next to Li Mengyao and smiled. Mom's just too happy, please don't mind. Li Mengyao was still a little nervous as she said, Mom, I understand. She was also very shocked when she found out she was a twin. Zhang Shulan looked at Li Mengyao's belly. She was 14 weeks pregnant, and with twins no less, so why wasn't she showing yet? You brat, have you not been giving my daughter-in-law enough nutrition? Why isn't her belly showing yet? Zhang Shulan glared at Lin Xian. Mom, some pregnant women just show later, Lin Xian explained helplessly. Mom, Lin Xian is very good to me, Li Mengyao said softly. Mom was too anxious. Zhang Shulan immediately changed to a gentle expression and smiled at Li Mengyao. Son, hurry up and go to the kitchen to make lunch. Also, remember to stew some old hen soup for Mengyao to nourish her. Zhang Shulan had a different expression when she looked at Lin Xian. Ha? Why do I have to cook when I get home? Lin Xian complained. It's all because you brat, have always disliked my cooking since you were little. Go now. Lin Xian reluctantly went into the kitchen and started getting busy. Li Mengyao clenched her hands tightly together. She became even more nervous after Lin Xian left. Zhang Shulan immediately noticed the diamond ring on Li Mengyao's left hand and the bracelet she had given her daughter-in-law for the first time, and she was overjoyed. Mengyao, don't be so nervous, just treat this place like your own home. Li Mengyao nodded slightly. Just then, the door was suddenly opened, and Comrade Lin Zhenghua returned. Honey, I'm home. He walked in with a gloomy face because of the high pressure of working in a state-owned enterprise. He was immediately glared at by Zhang Shulan, a glare that made him feel uneasy and tremble. He then noticed that his daughter-in-law, Li Mengyao, was sitting quietly and gracefully on the sofa, looking somewhat restrained and nervous. Dad, Li Mengyao said softly, bowing her head slightly. Ah. Mengyao, you're here, ha ha ha. Lin Zhenghua snapped out of his daze, immediately put on a friendly smile, and responded warmly. Tell Dad if Lin Xian bullied you, and I'll teach him a lesson. Lin Zhenghua plopped down on the sofa opposite him and smiled. No, Lin Xian is really good to me. Li Mengyao's pretty face turned bright red. A kiss shouldn't be considered bullying, right? Dad, this is a gift I brought you from Jinghai City. Li Mengyao handed Lin Zhengwei the competition-specific fishing rod she had bought at the mall. Lin Zhengwei could tell at a glance that the fishing rod was worth a lot of money. He held it in his hand and kept stroking it. What a good rod! He had wanted to buy a fishing rod like this for a long time, but unfortunately, Zhang Shulan controlled the finances and felt that it was not worth spending tens of thousands of yuan on a broken fishing rod. Thank you, Mengyao, I really like it. Lin Zhengwei said happily. By the way, Lao Lin, take a look at this. Zhang Shulan pointed to the little red book and a pregnancy test report on the table. Lin Zhengwei picked up the marriage certificate and looked at it, a slight, almost imperceptible smile appearing on his lips. He then picked up the pregnancy test report and froze for a second. A few seconds later, his face broke into a wide smile. Where is Lin Shen? Lin Zhengwei asked impatiently. I'm cooking in the kitchen, Zhang Shulan replied. Then I'll go help, you guys continue chatting. After saying that, he walked happily into the kitchen like a child. Zhang Shulan couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Old Lin usually gave people a calm and reserved impression, but this time he completely disregarded his image. We arrived at the kitchen. Lin Zhengwei slapped his son Lin Xian hard. You little rascal, you're something else. You've made me a grandfather of 2 kids all at once, Lin Zhengwei said happily. Dad, be gentle. Lin Xian glanced at his father speechlessly. Is there anything else you want to cook? Dad will help you. Dad, aren't you tired after get off work? In Lin Xian's memory, Lin Zhengwei was always very tired after get off work. What is there to be tired about? I'm full of energy right now. I'll help you and make a few more dishes for the babies. Then Lin Zhengwei picked up a kitchen knife and started working. Before long, the father and son had prepared a table full of dishes. Dinner's ready. At the dinner table, Zhang Shulan kept putting food on Li Mengyao's plate, so her rice bowl was never empty. But Li Mengyao really couldn't eat that much, so she looked up at Lin Xian and raised an eyebrow. Lin Xian understood perfectly and finished off all the food that Li Mengyao couldn't eat. Mengyao, how about we go back to Lin Xian's hometown together in a few days? His grandparents have been wanting to see you, Zhang Shulan asked. Okay, Li Mengyao nodded slightly. After lunch, it was Zhang Shulan's turn to clear the dishes. Lin Xian took Li Mengyao's hand and led her back to his room. After entering, Li Mengyao carefully looked around. It was a spacious and tidy room with a comfortable-looking bed. Opposite the bed was a wardrobe, simple yet practical in design. Next to the bed was a desk with a laptop on it, and the bookshelves were filled with various books, as well as some Gundam mecha models. Honey, you still play with this? Li Mengyao picked up one of the models and smiled slightly. Those were all things I played with when I was a kid. Okay, time for a nap. The two then embraced and drifted off to sleep together. Chapter 48 The Top Scholar. It's 3:30 p.m. Lin Xian slowly opened his eyes and looked at the beautiful woman in his arms who was still fast asleep. He carefully tried to get up quietly. Just as Lin Xian was changing his clothes, Li Mengyao's sensitive little hand sensed Lin Xian's departure, and she groggily opened her eyes. Honey, where are you going? Li Mengyao propped herself up with one hand, gently rubbed her eyes with the other, and asked in a sweet voice. I'm going to pick Cece up from school. She'll be on summer vacation soon. Honey, you can go back to sleep, Lin Xian replied gently. I want to go too. Li Mengyao quickly sat up and hugged Lin Xian tightly. Li Mengyao wanted to leave a good impression on Lin Cece. Okay, let's go together then. Lin Xian ruffled Li Mengyao's hair. Another half hour passed. Honey, let's go. Li Mengyao changed into a simple white shirt paired with an elegant black skirt and light makeup, giving her a fresh and natural look that highlighted her purity and charm. Lin Xian stared intently at her again. Don't kiss me, it wasn't easy to get it done. Li Mengyao gently pushed Lin Xian away with her small hand, preventing him from succeeding. But Li Mengyao, being a young girl, was no match for Lin Xian's strength. With lightning speed, Lin Xian lightly touched Li Mengyao's alluring lips. Just a kiss, Lin Xian said with a smile. All right, let's go. Li Mengyao blushed, quickly broke free from Lin Xian's embrace, and pulled him by the hand to walk outside. The two arrived at the parking lot and got into the Xiaomi SU7. Xiao AI, please proceed to Yunhai No. 1 Middle School, Lin Xian said. Yes, master. The Xiaomi SU7 started slowly and headed towards Yunhai No. 1 Middle School. 20 minutes later, the Xiaomi SU-7 came to a steady stop in the parking lot of Yunhai No. 1 Middle School. It was already 4:30 p.m., and Lin Cece had half an hour left before she finished her last final exam. Lin Xian originally intended to stay in the car and wait for his younger sister to finish her exam. "Honey, can we go for a walk around the school?" Li Mengyao tugged at Lin Xian's hand and smiled slightly. "Okay, let's go." Lin Xian and Li Mengyao got out of the car and walked hand in hand to the security room at the school gate. "Grandpa, do you remember me?" Lin Xian greeted the gatekeeper with a smile. "Oh, isn't this Xiao Xian? What brings you back?" the gatekeeper greeted with a smile. "I brought my wife back to visit our alma mater, and also to pick up my sister who's on vacation. Can we go inside for a look?" Lin Xian laughed heartily. "Xiao Xian is a celebrity at school, of course you can come in." The gatekeeper pressed the button in his hand, and the school gate slowly opened. "What a perfect couple. Xiao Xian, I didn't expect you to get married so soon." The gatekeeper looked at the two of them with kind eyes. "Grandpa, are you also planning to retire?" Lin Xian asked. "Yes, I'll retire after this year." "Okay, you can go in now," the gatekeeper said with a smile. "Thank you, sir," Li Mengyao replied politely. No need, ha ha ha." Lin Xian and Li Mengyao arrived at Yunhai No. 1 Middle School, the premier school in Yunhai City, which gathers the city's best students. The campus is shaded by green trees and full of flowers. The modern teaching buildings are neatly arranged, and the environment is clean and tidy. Every corner exudes rigor and order. The two walk side by side on the greenway, their steps light and gentle, as if afraid to break the tranquility. Li Mengyao tilted her head slightly, quietly savoring the unique atmosphere of the campus. A gentle breeze caressed her face, carrying a faint scent of grass. She imagined Lin Xian spending every day at his high school, his focused expression in class, and his playful antics with his classmates after class, and a feeling of joy welled up in her heart. Along both sides of the greenway, every 10 meters or so, there are display boards showcasing the glorious achievements of students who have taken the college entrance examination over the years. Li Mengyao strolled through the exhibition, her gaze casually sweeping over the display boards. Suddenly, her eyes lingered on one of them. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was none other than her current husband, Lin Xian. The honor board clearly states, Lin Xian achieved an astonishing score of 687 in 2020, winning the top science score in Yunhai City and successfully gaining admission to Jinghai University. Li Mengyao was stunned. She knew Lin Xian was very smart and had a strong learning ability, but she didn't expect him to be the top science student. No wonder the security guard said Lin Xian was a celebrity at school. "Honey, why didn't you tell me about these things?" Li Mengyao gently raised her head and asked with a smile. "Your husband is very low-key, and besides, you didn't ask him." Lin Xian smiled smugly. Lin Xian tried to reach out and pinch Li Mengyao's cheek, but she easily dodged him. "You should behave yourself in high school." Lin Xian then gave up. "Isn't this Lin Xian? What brings you back?" A middle-aged woman walked slowly towards them, wearing a light blue dress and white high heels, her steps light and elegant. This woman was none other than Miss Chiu, Lin Xian's senior-year homeroom teacher. "Teacher Chiu, it's been a long time. You're still so beautiful, and you seem to be getting younger and younger," Lin Xian said with a delighted smile. "You're different now that you're in college. You even know how to joke around with your teachers." Xiu Ruishua couldn't help but laugh. Lin Xian chuckled and then introduced the woman beside him to Teacher Chiu. "This is my wife, Li Mengyao." Then he turned to Li Mengyao and said, "Wife, this is my senior-year homeroom teacher, Teacher Chiu." "Hello, Teacher Chiu," Li Mengyao greeted politely. "Hello, young lady, you're very pretty. You two are a perfect match." "I didn't expect Xiao Xian to get married so soon," Xiu Ruishua said with a satisfied smile. "Thank you for the compliment, teacher." Li Mengyao's cheeks flushed slightly after hearing Xiu Ruishua's praise. You may not know this, but because Lin Xian is handsome, many girls pursued him in high school, including some who were very beautiful. But Lin Xian was unmoved and only knew how to study, so in the end everyone called him a bookworm. "But none of those girls are as pretty as you." "Our Xiao Xian really has good taste," Xiu Ruishua said with a smile, recalling Lin Xian's high school days. Li Mengyao was a little confused after hearing this. A bookworm? Would a bookworm hug and kiss her every night? Chapter 49 Sister-in-Law. You're simply my savior. Ring ring. Exam time is up, please stop answering questions. The bell rang, signaling the end of the exam. Teacher, you still have things to attend to. Please come back to visit your alma mater when you have time, Xiao Ruishua said with a smile as she took her leave. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao then waited downstairs at Lin Cici's teaching building. Not long after, a girl with snow-white skin, delicate features, a high-nose bridge, and eyes as deep and bright as Lin Xian's were the first to run out of the teaching building. Her high ponytail bounced up and down with her running, further highlighting her innocence and cuteness, while the intelligence and cleverness revealed in her brows made her stand out. Elder brother. Lin Cici spotted Lin Xian, who had come to pick her up, at a glance. She waved excitedly and shouted loudly. At the same time, she also saw the elegant and beautiful woman next to Lin Xian, who must be her sister-in-law. Lin Cici excitedly ran over, grabbed Lin Xian's hand, and said happily, "Brother, you've come to pick me up?" Lin Xian reached out and patted Lin Cici's head, smiling as he said, "Yes, let me introduce you. This is your sister-in-law, Li Mengyao." Lin Cici then happily said to Li Mengyao, "Hello, sister-in-law, I am Lin Xian's younger sister, Lin Cici." Li Mengyao smiled slightly, "Hello, Cici. My sister-in-law is so beautiful. I knew she was a great beauty from the photos I saw in the group chat, but she's even more beautiful in person. She's like a fairy descended from heaven." Then Lin Cici looked at Lin Xian with a questioning gaze. Lin Cici couldn't understand how her dim-witted older brother had managed to marry such a beautiful sister-in-law. Lin Xian immediately saw through his younger sister's thoughts and gave her a light tap on the head. "What are you thinking about? Hurry up and go back to the dorm and move your luggage out." "Brother, aren't you going to help me move this?" Lin Cici complained, rubbing her forehead and frowning. "It's inconvenient for me to go into your girls' dormitory. I'll drive the car to your dormitory building later, and you can just carry it down," Lin Xian explained. Oh. Lin Xian had only just graduated from university, not much older than these high school students. It would be very inappropriate for him to enter the girls' dormitory under the guise of being a parent. "Cici, let me help you with your luggage," Li Mengyao said gently to Lin Cici. "Oh? Sister-in-law? You absolutely can't do that. You're pregnant, and if my mom finds out, she'll beat me to death." Lin Cici hurriedly waved her hand in refusal. "It's all right, I'll help you carry some light things." Li Mengyao smiled slightly. "No, the school is about to let out for the holidays, and there are people everywhere in the dormitory hallways. What if we bump into each other?" Lin Xian quickly spoke up to stop Li Mengyao. "All right then," Li Mengyao said softly. "Cici, go back and pack your things. We'll wait for you downstairs in the dorm," Lin Xian said with a smile. Lin Cici replied, and then, like a little rabbit, she took off running towards her dormitory building. "Cici is so cute," Li Mengyao said with a smile. "She's just a little girl, with a very lively and cheerful personality. Okay, let's get back to the car." Not long after, the two returned to the car, started the Xiaomi SU7, and drove to Lin Cici's dormitory building. Half an hour later, Lin Cici was carrying a small, delicate backpack, struggling to drag a large suitcase with one hand, while leisurely sipping an iced drink with the other. Lin Cici stood by the roadside, looking left and right, but still couldn't see her dad's car. She couldn't help but mutter to herself, "Why is this old man so slow?" Beep. Lin Xian honked the horn. Lin Cici looked in the direction of the sound and found her brother sitting in a brand new Xiaomi SU7. Lin Cici's eyes lit up, and she immediately dragged her suitcase and ran over. At the same time, Lin Xian also pushed open the car door and got out, quickly walked towards Lin Cici, and took the large suitcase from her hands. "Wow, bro, when did you buy a new car? That's so cool!" Lin Cici exclaimed with delight. "I just bought it recently," Lin Xian said, as he deftly stuffed Lin Cici's luggage into the trunk. "Then could you stop? You don't even have a driver's license, don't even think about it. Get in the car and sit properly." Lin Cici was interrupted by Lin Xian before she could finish speaking. Lin Cici had no choice but to shut her mouth and get into the car in a huff. After putting away his luggage and closing the trunk, Lin Xian got into the car and turned around to see his younger sister sitting in the back seat with a pitiful look in her eyes. "After you graduate from high school and get your driver's license, I'll buy you a new car, okay?" Lin Xian said gently. "Really?" Lin Cici's face lit up with a bright smile. "When have I ever lied to you?" Lin Xian laughed heartily. "Isn't all the lucky money I receive every Chinese New Year stolen by you?" Lin Cici pouted mischievously. "Ahem, how can you call it deception between siblings like us? It's just a temporary loan, Lin Xian retorted without changing his expression, his shamelessness astonishing. Li Mengyao, who was standing to the side, couldn't help but chuckle. I don't care. They're going to start charging interest now. Once I get my driver's license, you have to buy me a brand new car. Lin Cece said coquettishly. Okay, I'll buy it for you as a high school graduation gift, Lin Xian said with a smile. Speaking of gifts, Li Mengyao suddenly remembered something, then took out a complete Apple gift set she had bought at the mall and handed it to Lin Cece, smiling slightly. Cece, this is a gift from your sister-in-law. Wow, sister-in-law. You're my savior. Thank you so much. Lin Cece pulled out the complete Apple gift set, filled with all the things she had been longing for, a cell phone, a computer, an iPad, headphones. Don't get too excited yet. You can only play with these during holidays, you can't bring them to school. Lin Xian reminded him with a smile as he started the car, activated the advanced intelligent driving mode, and the Xiaomi SU7 slowly drove home. Ugh. Why? I haven't let playing on my phone affect my grades. I've always been in the top 10 of my grade. Lin Cece pouted in dissatisfaction and protested. It must be admitted that Lin Cece's grades have always been among the best at Yunhai No. 1 High School. If nothing unexpected happens, she'll definitely get into Jinghai University. With a little more effort, she might even become the top scorer in the city, just like her brother. Being in the top 10 now doesn't mean you'll be in the top 10 in the future. Looks like I'll have to add another condition. If I find out you're secretly bringing your phone to school, I won't buy you the car. Although Lin Xian's tone was gentle, the determination it contained was undeniable. Chapter 50 Taking a Walk on the Beach. I understand. Lin Cece could only agree. Dude, don't you need to grip the steering wheel tightly? No need, it's intelligent driving now, Lin Xian replied with a smile. Wow. That's amazing. Lin Cece exclaimed with anticipation, hoping that she could drive a smart car someday. Not long after, the Xiaomi SU7 came to a smooth stop in the community parking lot, and the three of them went home together. Ah. Home is so comfortable. Lin Cece plopped down heavily on the soft sofa, revealing an expression of utter enjoyment. Li Mengyao also looked a little tired, and she gently sat down next to Lin Cece. Bro, tonight I want braised beef, boiled sliced pork, sauerkraut fish, and roasted lamb chops. Lin Cece loves her older brother's cooking the most. She hasn't had it in a long time. You're such a glutton. Lin Xian vigorously rubbed Lin Cece's head, then turned and walked into the kitchen to start preparing dinner for the evening. A man who can cook can't escape the fate of cooking, no matter where he is. After seeing her older brother go into the kitchen, Lin Cece turned to look at her sister-in-law, Li Mengyao, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Sister-in-law, you are so beautiful and elegant. How did you and my brother meet, and how did he win you over? Lin Cece couldn't help but ask softly. Well, we met in the library, and then, it was love at first sight, that's how it happened. Li Mengyao smiled slightly, a blush spreading across her delicate face. Upon hearing this, Lin Cece's eyes lit up, and she said with a smile, I knew my brother was a bookworm. But sister-in-law, although my brother sometimes seems a bit dull, he's a really good person. Then, she stretched out a cute little hand and began to count. He can not only cook, but also do housework well. He has excellent grades and is very caring towards his family. With each item she counted, Lin Cece's face was filled with pride. You must have some misunderstanding about your brother. Where did you get that? He's practically a kissing maniac. This was Li Mengyao's true thought at that moment. Mengyao? Cece? You're back? Just then, the door opened, and Zhang Shulan returned home, seeing her daughter and daughter-in-law chatting on the sofa. Mom, you're back. Lin Cece quickly stepped forward and took the large bag of things from her mother's hands. Well, how did you do on your final exams? Zhang Shulan asked with a smile. Don't you know your daughter's level? Don't worry, there's no problem. Lin Cece said with a confident expression. Mom, welcome back. Li Mengyao, who looked a little tired, hurriedly stepped forward to greet Zhang Shulan. Mengyao, are you feeling unwell? Did that brat bully you? Zhang Shulan asked anxiously when she saw Li Mengyao's tired expression. No, I'm just a little sleepy, Li Mengyao replied softly. Li Mengyao is a bit light sleeper, so she didn't sleep much in Lin Xian's room that afternoon, otherwise she wouldn't have noticed that her husband had gotten up. Then you should go back to your room and rest for a while. We'll call you when dinner is ready.
After saying that, Zhang Shulan took Li Mengyao hand and went back to the room. Li Mengyao nodded obediently and lay down quietly before Zhang Shulan left the room with peace of mind.
Li Mengyao was indeed too tired and soon fell asleep.
What time is it?
Li Mengyao opened her beautiful eyes groggily, sat on the bed, and gently stretched.
Honey, it's already 8 o'clock, a gentle voice came. Ah! Honey, you scared me to death.
Li Mengyao was startled and suddenly realized that Lin Xian was lying next to her. She had been half asleep and hadn't noticed him.
I'm sorry, honey, I didn't mean to scare you.
Lin Xian quickly got up, hugged Li Mengyao, and gently comforted her.
I know.
Li Mengyao also reached out and hugged Lin Xian, feeling his body temperature and the sense of security that came from the embrace. Her heartbeat gradually calmed down, and her mood became cheerful.
Have you had dinner? Li Mengyao looked up and asked Lin Xian, looking into his eyes.
We've already eaten, but we specially saved a portion for you, Lin Xian said gently.
Why didn't you wake me up? Li Mengyao complained, feeling it was very impolite.
I saw you were sleeping so soundly, I couldn't bear to wake you.
Let's go eat now, the babies are starving.
Lin Xian gently stroked Li Mengyao's hair, his eyes full of affection.
Lin Xian took Li Mengyao's little hand and led her to the dining table.
After Li Mengyao sat down steadily, Lin Xian took out a dinner from the warming cabinet and gently placed it in front of her. It was all her favorite dishes. Li Mengyao was starving and started eating small bites of rice, while Lin Xian watched quietly from the side.
Where are Mom, Dad, and Cici?
Li Mengyao looked up and found that only she and Lin Xian were left at home. Mom and Dad went for a walk after they finished eating, and Cici went out to play with her classmates, Lin Xian said with a smile.
Oh. Li Mengyao continued to eat, head down.
Soon, Li Mengyao finished eating and let out a satisfied burp.
Honey, let's rest for a bit and then go for a walk. Okay, Li Mengyao smiled happily.
After eating, Li Mengyao rested for about 10 minutes before the two of them left the house. Lin Xian led Li Mengyao by the hand to a small electric scooter.
Honey, aren't we going for a walk? Li Mengyao asked, looking at the cute electric scooter with a puzzled expression.
Yes, we're going for a walk on the beach. It's quite a distance from here, so we're riding electric scooters, Lin Xian said with a smile. Li Mengyao's eyes crinkled with joy when she heard that she could go to the beach to play.
Wife, get on.
Lin Xian got on the electric scooter, handed a pink helmet to Li Mengyao, and smiled.
This is Lin Cici's little helmet.
Lin Xian used to take her out for drives all the time. Li Mengyao put on her helmet, held Lin Xian's shoulder, and with a graceful and nimble step, sat steadily behind him. She wrapped her arms tightly around his waist and smiled happily. Honey, I'm ready.
Then let's go.
Lin Xian started the car and slowly drove towards the seaside. As the electric scooter moved forward, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao got closer and closer to the sea. The sea breeze, carrying a salty scent, blew over them, making them feel refreshed and relaxed. Li Mengyao closed her eyes, feeling the embrace of the breeze, and felt exceptionally relaxed.
Finally, they reached the seaside.
The seaside at night is tranquil and mysterious, with moonlight shining like water on the surface of the sea, creating a shimmering effect. After Lin Xian parked his electric scooter, Li Mengyao couldn't wait to get off. She opened her arms to welcome the sea breeze, fully enjoying the tranquility and freedom that the sea brought. Lin Xian stood quietly to the side, admiring Li Mengyao's beautiful figure, his heart filled with love.
Chapter 51. The more you kiss, the more skilled you become.
This place is so beautiful.
Li Mengyao exclaimed in amazement, and took out her phone.
With a slight smile, she snapped a picture, successfully capturing the breathtaking scenery before her. Just then, Lin Xian quietly walked up behind her, gently stretched out his arm, and softly hugged Li Mengyao, enjoying the beautiful scenery of the seaside at night with his wife. Lin Xian had lived here since childhood and often came to the beach, so he was extremely familiar with it.
How come he had never noticed how beautiful it was before?
After Li Mengyao finished capturing the spectacular scene of the ocean waves crashing against the shore, she gently touched the screen with her small finger, and her phone instantly switched to selfie mode. Two happy faces immediately appeared in front of the camera, capturing the beautiful moment. Honey, let's take a walk along the beach, Lin Xian asked softly, his tone full of tenderness.
Li Mengyao nodded gently.
So they strolled hand in hand on the beach, their steps slow and leisurely. The waves occasionally crashed onto the beach, gently brushing against Li Mengyao's small feet, bringing a cool sensation. Li Mengyao recalled how her father used to carry her around, and whenever they met an acquaintance, he would happily introduce them.
Look, this is my daughter, haha.
At that time, Li Mangyao was still young and only knew how to play on her father's back, feeling that her father's shoulders were particularly strong. Since her father's sudden death, Li Mangyao has never been carried by anyone again. The two continued walking leisurely forward, when suddenly Li Mangyao stood still, as if frozen in place.
What's wrong? Lin Xian turned around and asked gently. Honey, I can't walk anymore.
Li Mangyao blinked her bright eyes and stared straight at Lin Xian.
Oh? What should we do then? How about we go back?
Lin Xian knew his wife's little scheme, but he pretended not to know.
I won't be able to walk back then. Li Mangyao puffed out her cheeks, somewhat angrily. Then, shall I carry you on my back?
Lin Xian raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a doting smile, then turned around and squatted down.
Hee, honey, I'm going upstairs.
Li Mangyao was as happy as a child. She took a small step back and then quickly quickened her pace to run.
Finally, she leaped up lightly and landed steadily on Lin Xian's broad back, tightly hugging his neck. Be careful. Lin Xian quickly grabbed Li Mengyao's long legs tightly with both hands. Honey, let's go. Li Mengyao exclaimed excitedly. Yes, my dear wife. Lin Xian turned around and headed back. Honey, why are you turning back? I haven't seen enough yet. Li Mengyao tugged at Lin Xian's clothes, anxiously. Ha? Didn't my wife say she couldn't walk anymore? So I'll carry you back now.
Lin Xian laughed heartily. Li Mengyao quickly realized that Lin Xian had done it on purpose, then lowered her head and gave Lin Xian a light kiss on the shoulder.
Ouch.
Honey, I was wrong, I'll switch back right away. Lin Xian quickly turned around again. After Li Mengyao's kiss, Lin Xian became a little more obedient. Li Mengyao smiled happily when she saw the little teeth mark she had left on Lin Xian's shoulder.
Honey, am I heavy? Not heavy.
Lin Xian felt an overwhelming sense of crisis. But I weighed myself yesterday and I've gained 2 pounds.
Li Mengyao pouted.
It's normal to gain weight during pregnancy, especially since you're carrying twins, Lin Xian explained patiently.
What if I can't lose weight after giving birth?
Li Mengyao asked, resting her face on Lin Xian's shoulder. No, my wife will definitely lose weight again, Lin Xian said firmly.
I mean, what if?
Li Mengyao smiled at Lin Xian. Then I'll eat my fill too, and we'll both get fat together, Lin Xian said gently. After he finished speaking, Li Mengyao kissed Lin Xian's right cheek hard. Wife, why are you stealing a kiss? Lin Xian tried to turn his head to look, but Li Mengyao turned to the other side. When Lin Xian turned to the other side, Li Mengyao hid back to the other side, just to prevent Lin Xian from seeing her. How dare you say that? Who was it that used to steal kisses from me all the time, leaving me breathless every time? Li Mengyao said, her face slightly flushed. I'm just doing this to train you. The more you kiss, the more skilled you'll become, Lin Xian said shamelessly. Still talking. Li Mengyao reached out her small hand and gently punched him. Lin Xian continued carrying Li Mengyao forward, the two enjoying the refreshing sea breeze and listening to the sound of the waves crashing. Honey, you can put me down now, Li Mengyao said softly, patting Lin Xian's back. Good. Lin Xian nodded slightly and carefully placed Li Mengyao back on the ground. After landing, Li Mengyao stretched her body a little and was about to turn around and walk back when a gentle hand gently pulled her back into Lin Xian's warm embrace. Husband, what are you doing? Li Mengyao's gaze fell on Lin Xian's deep eyes, and she instantly understood his intention. My wife just stole a kiss from me. Should I kiss her back? Lin Xian said in a low voice. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Xian gave Li Mengyao no chance to resist, gently lifted her chin, and then without hesitation, took her tempting lips into his mouth. At this moment, their world consisted only of each other, and everything around them became blurred. From afar, the two figures are closely embracing, like a beautiful painting, forming a charming scene together with the sea and the moon. After returning home, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao took showers and went to bed. Nestled in Lin Xian's arms, Li Mengyao's mind was still replaying the scene of their passionate kiss on the beach, and her face flushed again. Wife, why do you like the sea? Lin Xian asked gently, looking at his wife in his arms. Lin Xian could tell that Li Mengyao longed for the sea. Because my father promised me before he died that he would take me to see the sea, Li Mengyao said, looking down. Wife, I'm sorry, I misspoke. Lin Xian quickly hugged Li Mengyao tightly, stroked her hair, and comforted her. It's okay, I'm already very satisfied. Li Mengyao raised her head slightly, looked at Lin Xian, and smiled.
How about we take our wedding photos by the sea?
Lin Xian smiled at her.
Okay. Chapter 52. I haven't even gotten on the bus yet.
The next morning, Lin Xian woke up first, tiptoed out of the room, and went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast for the family. For some reason, ever since he obtained the system's 5-star chef skill, Lin Xian has actually developed a love for cooking. He enjoys his family eating his delicious meals, he enjoys their praise for his culinary skills, and he enjoys the happy smiles on their faces. Soon, a large pot of fragrant shrimp porridge was served, along with steaming pumpkin pancakes and tender, smooth steamed egg custard. Lin Zhenghua and Zhang Shulan had already gotten up and were sitting on the sofa waiting for dinner. Lin Xian first went to his younger sister Lin Cici's room, gently pushed the door open, and immediately saw the little one fast asleep on the bed. Her sleeping posture was in a big V shape, the blanket was kicked to one side, her little mouth was slightly open, and she was occasionally snoring softly.
Little sister, get up and have breakfast.
Lin Xian shook Lin Cici and called softly.
Ugh, I finally got a day off, what's wrong with letting me sleep a little longer?
Lin Cici complained as she burrowed her head under the covers and continued to drift off into her sweet dreams. Lin Xian had no choice but to turn around and leave the room, as his younger sister was so sleepy. As for his wife Li Mangyao, Lin Xian has always doted on her and usually waits for her to wake up naturally.
Lin Cici?
Lin Xian returned to the dining table and could only have breakfast with his parents first, putting the rest in the warmer.
An hour later, Li Mangyao felt her baby was hungry.
She gently rubbed her beautiful eyes and struggled to sit up in bed. Due to her pregnancy, her movements were somewhat clumsy and labored, but she still managed to get out of bed and slowly walk to the bathroom to wash up. When she finished washing up and came to the lobby.
Mangyao, you're awake. Are you hungry?
Zhang Shulan saw her daughter-in-law get up and hurried over, taking her hand and leading her to the dining table. Good morning, Mom, Li Mangyao smiled slightly. Zhang Shulan took a breakfast out of the warmer and placed it in front of Li Mangyao. Li Mangyao began to eat her breakfast in small bites, when she suddenly realized that her husband was not home.
Mom, where's Lin Xian? Li Mangyao asked.
I sent him to the rooftop to hang the clothes to dry, he hasn't come back yet.
Okay. Li Mangyao nodded gently after hearing this and continued eating her breakfast.
Soon, the door opened, and Lin Xian returned.
Wife, you're awake?
Lin Xian asked softly as he sat down next to Li Mangyao after returning home.
Li Mangyao smiled and nodded. Looking at the two of them and Lin Zhenghua watching TV in the living room, Zhang Shulan suddenly realized that someone was missing, Lin Cici. The little lazybones was still sleeping. Mangyao, take your time eating. I'm going to wake Cici up.
Zhang Shulan said, then got up and headed towards Lin Cici's room. 10 minutes later, Lin Cici was forced to go to the restaurant for breakfast with a resentful look on her face. Fortunately, her older brother's cooking skills were up to par, and the delicious food made her feel a little better. Lin Xian glanced at the time, it was only 9:30.
Honey, shall we go visit the aquarium later?
Lin Xian asked with a smile.
Great. I've never been before.
Li Mengyao's eyes lit up, and a happy smile appeared on her face.
So, Cici, are you going?
Lin Xian turned to his sister and asked with a smile.
I'm not going. I don't know how much dog food I'll have to eat if I go. I want to go back to sleep. Lin Cici muttered, still a little sleepy and a bit grumpy.
After having a full breakfast, Li Mengyao went back to her room, dressed up carefully, and then went out with Lin Xian. The two arrived at the parking lot and got into the Xiaomi SU7. Just as Lin Xian was about to start the car, he heard a familiar shout from behind.
Brother! Brother! Wait for me. I haven't gotten on the bus yet. I haven't gotten on the bus yet. Lin Cici called out anxiously from behind. Lin Cici sat in the back row, panting heavily. Cici, didn't you say you weren't going? Lin Xian couldn't help but burst into laughter, teasing him. I'm not going. Mom just wants me to read and do my homework. I might as well just eat your dog food.
Lin Cici pouted and complained reluctantly.
Let's go together then. You can do whatever you want when we get there.
Lin Xian then started the car and had Xiaomi locate the Yunhai City Oceanarium.
The Xiaomi SU7 slowly drove towards its destination.
A short while later, the Xiaomi SU7 came to a steady stop in the parking lot of the Yunhai City Oceanarium. The three of them then got out of the car. Li Mengyao stared in disbelief at the astonishing sight before her. The Yunhai City Maritime Museum boasts a magnificent architectural style.
The museum cleverly utilizes advanced high-tech methods to create a three-dimensional whale on the building's surface.
The enormous whale appears lifelike, as if it were swimming freely. This whale is so realistic that it seems it might leap out of the building at any moment, delivering an unparalleled and awe-inspiring experience. Stepping into the aquarium is like entering a dreamlike underwater palace, with magnificent decorations and many marine animals swimming around, making you feel as if you are in an underwater world. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao first visited the Marine Life Museum, which housed a variety of marine creatures, including a dazzling array of fish, colorful corals, and ancient and dignified sea turtles, vividly showcasing the diversity of marine life. Lin Cece was also observing the exhibits on her own. Wow, how spectacular! And that turtle is so cute. As Li Mengyao spoke, she excitedly pointed with her little hand to a small turtle that was slowly swimming past her face beaming with a happy smile. Lin Xian quietly used his phone to record his wife's surprised moment. The three then visited the jellyfish exhibit, where the jellyfish, illuminated by special lights, resembled fairies, radiating a mysterious and enchanting glow. The jellyfish's graceful and agile movements filled the entire exhibit with a poetic and romantic atmosphere. These jellyfish are so beautiful. Li Mengyao couldn't stop smiling. Honey, let's take a picture together here to remember this moment, Lin Xian said with a smile. Okay, Li Mengyao's face was filled with a happy smile. Cece, come take a picture of your big brother. Lin Xian called out to his sister who was not far away with a smile. I knew it. Lin Cece pouted. Lin Cece reluctantly took out her phone and still carefully took a few photos of Lin Xian and her sister-in-law Li Mengyao. At this moment, Li Mengyao noticed Lin Cece's little mood and gently asked, Cece, would you like to take a picture together? Okay. Lin Cece immediately smiled brightly. She hadn't taken a photo with her older brother in a long time, and then ran to stand between Lin Xian and Li Mengyao. Lin Xian randomly asked a passerby to take a picture for him. He stepped forward and politely said, Hello, could you please take a picture for us? Sure. Thanks. Then, a passerby took the phone from Lin Xian and pointed the camera at the three of them. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Click. The three people in the photo are all smiles, overflowing with happiness. Chapter 53 Mom cooked lunch today. After visiting the jellyfish exhibit, Lin Xian and his two companions arrived at the underwater tunnel, as if they were in a magical underwater world. The soft blue light bathed me, and all around me was the shimmering seawater where fish darted freely. The massive glass curtain wall connects people closely with marine life. Lin Xian held Li Mengyao's hand and walked slowly along the tunnel, with Lin Cece following behind. Li Mengyao was enjoying the beautiful scenery in front of her. Suddenly, a shark swooped overhead, startling Li Mengyao so much that she clung tightly to Lin Xian's arm. Honey, why don't sharks eat other marine life? Li Mengyao blinked her eyes in confusion and asked curiously. Because the sharks here have adapted to artificial breeding, they have no shortage of food, so they naturally don't prey on other marine life, Lin Xian patiently explained. Oh, let's go check out the shark tank then, Li Mengyao said with a happy smile. Aren't you scared? Lin Xian asked with a smile. What's so scary about that? Li Mengyao said proudly. The three then walked out of the underwater tunnel and headed towards the shark tank. Stepping into the shark aquarium is like entering the realm of sharks. Beneath a giant glass screen, sharks swim about, the ferocious great white shark, the petite lemon shark, the gentle nurse shark, and the incredibly fast mako shark. This was the first time Li Mengyao had seen these giant marine creatures up close. She clung tightly to Lin Xian's arm, and although she said she wasn't afraid, her body language betrayed her inner fear. Lin Xian quickly noticed and smiled, Alright, we've seen enough, we should head back. Li Mengyao nodded slightly. It definitely gives me a feeling of deep sea fear. The three of them left the Yunhai City Oceanarium together and returned to the Xiaomi SU-7 car. Lin Xian started the car, and the Xiaomi SU-7 slowly drove out of the parking lot. On her way home, Li Mengyao suddenly saw a BMW dealership and something occurred to her. Honey, wait a minute. Li Mengyao called out hurriedly. What's wrong? Lin Xian quickly took over the Xiaomi SU-7 and pulled over to the side of the road. Let's go to the BMW dealership, Li Mengyao said, pointing with her little finger. Honey, do you want to buy a new car? Lin Xian asked with a smile. No, I wanted to buy one for Dad. Didn't you say he likes BMWs the most? Li Mengyao shook her head gently and smiled. When Li Mengyao went out in the morning, she saw Lin Jinggua's old BMW, which had been driven for almost 10 years.
Okay, let's go take a look.
Lin Xian smiled slightly. Lin Xian's heart stirred upon hearing this. He knew his father had always loved BMWs, but for various reasons, he had never changed his car. Lin Xian is not short of money now, so it's time to upgrade the family car.
Brother, can you buy me one? Lin Cece asked expectantly.
If you want something beautiful, you can look at it now, and I'll buy it for you after you graduate and get your driver's license, Lin Xian said to his younger sister.
Lin Xian then drove the car into the BMW 4S store parking lot.
The three of them got out of the car and walked into the BMW dealership together.
Welcome, gentlemen. Are you here to buy a car?
A young female salesperson with a graceful figure, dressed in a smart business suit with sexy black stockings, greeted them lightly. Just as people say, the more expensive the product, the younger and more beautiful the salesperson tends to be.
Yes, we're here to buy a car. Do you have any BMW models you'd recommend?
Lin Xian asked with a smile. Sir, what is your approximate budget? The saleswoman asked.
Honey, how much do you think is appropriate to buy?
Lin Xian turned to Li Mengyao and asked gently.
You decide this, I don't understand these things.
Li Mengyao lowered her eyes slightly and said softly. Around 1 million to 1.5 million. Having received his wife's approval, Lin Xian answered without hesitation. Li Mengyao was only slightly stunned when she heard this, but she quickly came to her senses. After all, they now had tens of millions of assets. The saleswoman and Lin Cece were both stunned. The saleswoman thought the three people who came in were young, one of whom looked like a high school student, and that they would choose the cheapest BMW series. She didn't expect them to suddenly reach the million level. Lin Cece was equally shocked. When did her brother become so rich?
If it's in this price range, we highly recommend the BMW 8 Series.
It has a stylish and dynamic exterior, an exquisite interior, and an ultimate driving experience. It's a perfect blend of luxury and sportiness, the saleswoman said, leading Lin Xian and his companions to a BMW 8 Series. Lin Xian walked forward, carefully examined the cool sedan in front of him, then sat in the driver's seat to experience it firsthand. He was very satisfied his father should really like this car.
Is this the top-of-the-line version of the BMW 8 Series?
Lin Xian looked up and continued to ask. The saleswoman smiled and shook her head, replying, No, sir. If you'd like the top-of-the-line model, you can come with me to see the cars over there.
With that, she led the group to another BMW parked not far away.
This is the BMW 8 Series i840, the top-of-the-line model in the BMW 8 Series lineup. As she spoke, the saleswoman opened the car door and invited Lin Xian to get in and experience the car. Lin Xian sat inside the car and felt the comfort and quality of the top-of-the-line luxury sedan, feeling very satisfied. The female saleswoman then gave a detailed introduction to the BMW 8 Series i840, from its cool exterior design to its exquisite and luxurious interior details, and its high-end and advanced features.
I'll take this one.
Lin Xian smiled with satisfaction.
Thank you very much for your choice, sir.
However, since we only have this one BMW 8 Series top-of-the-line model in stock, your order may not be delivered to you for another 3 days. The saleswoman handed Lin Xian a contract.
Okay, thanks.
Lin Xian glanced at the contract and, seeing no problems, paid the deposit. After the transaction was completed, Lin Xian and his two companions left the BMW 4S store and returned to their Xiaomi SU7 car. Lin Xian started the car, and the Xiaomi SU7 drove towards home.
Cece, which car have you chosen? Li Mengyao turned around and looked at Lin Cece, asking gently. Not yet, sister-in-law.
Lin Cece revealed a sly smile. Lin Cece initially thought that even if her brother bought her a new car, it wouldn't be too expensive, at most a few 100,000 yuan. I never imagined my brother was so rich he bought a car worth $1 million so easily. Now she'll have to think about it carefully.
How can I really rip off my brother?
Soon, the Xiaomi SU7 came to a smooth stop in the community parking lot, and the three of them took the elevator to their doorstep.
We're back.
Lin Xian called out as he opened the door. Hearing the noise, Zhang Shulan came out of the kitchen with a beaming smile. Oh, you're back.
Did you enjoy the aquarium? Fan Li Mengyao smiled slightly. That's good. Go wash your hands and get ready to eat.
Zhang Shulan said, turning and walking into the kitchen. Lin Xian and Lin Cece exchanged a glance.
Mom cooked lunch today? Chapter 54, Maybe They're Twins?
Lin Xian and Lin Cece, the siblings, had always been skeptical of their mother's cooking skills, so they secretly went to the kitchen to take a look. It turned out that it was her father, Lin Zhenghua, inside instructing Zhang Shulan on how to cook. Zhang Shulan's cooking wasn't too bad, but in order to let her daughter-in-law Li Mengyao taste even more delicious food, she asked Lin Zhenghua to give her some guidance. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian and Lin Cece finally felt relieved. Before long, four exquisite dishes and a bowl of delicious soup were neatly placed on the table.
Dinner's ready, Zhang Shulan called out loudly. The family sat around the dining table.
Lin Xian first picked up a piece of pork rib and put it in his mouth to taste. Although it wasn't as delicious as his own cooking, it was still pretty good.
How about that? Don't think your mom can't cook,
Zhang Shulan said, seeing the shocked look in her son's eyes.
Mengyao, try this piece of pork rib.
Zhang Shulan picked up a fragrant piece of pork rib and gently placed it in Li Mengyao's bowl. As Mengyao's mother-in-law, she naturally had to cook a sumptuous meal for her daughter-in-law herself.
Deliciously, Mengyao said with a satisfied and happy smile after taking a bite. Mom, just do it this way from now on, I really like it,
Lin Cece said contentedly, taking bites of beef one after another.
Okay, I'll make it for you from now on. Zhang Shulan was overjoyed. The family enjoyed a warm and happy lunch together.
After lunch, the family returned to their rooms to pack their luggage, preparing to visit Lin Xian's grandparents in his hometown that afternoon. After Lin Xian and Li Mengyao finished tidying up, they lay down on the bed together to take a nap.
At this moment, Li Mengyao was tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep.
Lin Xian noticed something was wrong and gently hugged Li Mengyao.
Wife, are you nervous? Lin Xian asked gently.
Li Mengyao nestled her head into Lin Xian's arms, her voice soft and sweet.
Don't be nervous. My grandparents are very easy to talk to.
Besides, you're about to give them a great-granddaughter.
They're overjoyed and are asking to see you.
Lin Xian gently stroked Li Mengyao's hair, lowered his head slightly, and gently kissed her forehead.
Then, will your grandparents favor boys over girls?
What if I give birth to 2 girls? Li Mengyao raised her head slightly, a hint of worry in her eyes.
My grandfather might be a little bit like that, but my grandmother isn't. She especially loves children.
Look at Cece, my grandmother dotes on Cece more than her, Lin Xian said with a smile. After all, they are from the older generation, and it's impossible for them not to have some preference for sons over daughters. But in Lin Xian's opinion, having a son or a daughter is the same. Besides, maybe they're twins, Lin Xian continued with a smile.
What a coincidence! Li Mengyao chuckled softly, and after hearing Lin Xian's words, she wasn't so nervous anymore.
In any case, whether the baby is a boy or a girl depends on the husband, and has nothing to do with her. Nestled in Lin Xian's arms, feeling the warmth he brought, Li Mengyao quickly fell asleep.
Time quickly passed and it was afternoon.
After their lunch break, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao prepared to head to their hometown, Yunshan Town.
Honey, let's go.
Li Mengyao wore light makeup and a snow-white dress. The dress was well-tailored and featured a cute bow-tie neckline, perfectly showcasing a gentle and refreshing feel unique to summer. She looked graceful and lively. Lin Xian stared intently, and it took him a while to come back to his senses before he murmured 2 words, beautiful.
Then let's go quickly.
Li Mengyao chuckled, reached out and pulled Lin Xian, who was still in a daze, out of the room together. Lin Zhenghua and Zhang Shulan were also ready, while Lin Cece followed closely behind her parents.
The group arrived at the community parking lot. Cece, whose car are you going in?
Lin Zhenghua asked, opening the door of his slightly worn BMW.
Of course I'll ride in my brother's car.
Lin Cece plopped down in the back seat of the Xiaomi SU7. The new car was so comfortable.
Lin Zhenghua looked at his old BMW and sighed, it's time to buy a new one. My daughter is already complaining about it.
Lin Zhenghua and Zhang Shulan then got into the car and started driving towards Yunshan Town. At the same time, Lin Xian carefully helped Li Mengyao into the back seat and then quickly started the car, with the Xiaomi SU7 following closely behind. At first, in Yunhai City, Lin Xian's Xiaomi SU7 followed closely behind his father, but once they got on the highway, Lin Xian accelerated without hesitation, instantly leaving his father's car far behind.
Why is that brat driving so fast?
Zhang Shulan said angrily.
Wife, it's not that our son is driving too fast, it's that our car is too slow, Lin Zhenghua explained. I see. Then find some time to buy a new one. Looking at the old BMW, Zhang Shulan realized it was indeed time to replace it.
She used to always think about saving money for Lin Xian to get married, fearing that this blockhead of a man would never be able to find a wife. But now she didn't even have to spend the money, she already had a wife and children. Thinking about this, Zhang Shulan felt that her son was quite capable. Okay. Lin Zhenghua chuckled. He had finally gotten his wife's permission to buy a new car. An hour and a half later, Lin Xian arrived at the Yunshan Town Highway exit first and parked the car on the side of the road to wait for his father. 15 minutes later, Lin Zhenghua finally drove off the highway and headed back towards his hometown. Lin Xian followed closely behind, just as he had in the city. Soon, the two cars slowly drove into a detached small villa. Lin Xian's grandparents were already waiting at the door.
Grandpa and Grandma.
Lin Cece opened the car door first and ran forward happily.
Oh, Cece, how have you been at school lately? Grandma asked with a kind smile.
Great. Lin Cece smiled happily. Lin Zhenghua and Zhang Shulan also got out of the car and came to their grandparents.
Mom and Dad, we're back, Lin Zhenghua greeted them.
It's good that you're back.
By the way, where's my granddaughter-in-law? Grandma asked impatiently.
At this moment, she could vaguely see a petite figure inside Xiaomi's car. It turned out that Li Mengyao had already fallen asleep in the car. Wife, we've arrived, Lin Xian called softly to Li Mengyao.
Have we arrived yet?
Li Mengyao rubbed her eyes and replied sleepily.
Chapter 55. She's so pretty.
What came into Li Mengyao's view was a mountain villa, towering into the clouds and standing a full 5 stories high. The entire villa occupied a vast area, with deep courtyards, lush green grass, and swirling mist, making it seem as if she were in a fairyland, exuding luxury and grandeur. Li Mengyao never expected that Lin Xian's hometown had such a luxurious villa.
Lin Xian led the still dazed Li Mengyao out of the car. As soon as they got out, her grandparents greeted them warmly. Xianer, you've gained weight recently, huh? Grandpa said with a hearty laugh. Xianer, is this our granddaughter-in-law? Grandma asked with a big smile.
Lin Xian's grandfather had his white hair neatly combed, and he looked like an upright and honest old man, much like Lin Zhenghua. Although he was slightly hunched over, his straight posture and firm gaze revealed his composure and perseverance. Lin Xian's grandmother had a kind and peaceful face, always radiating a warm smile, and a soft and gentle voice that was as comforting as a spring breeze.
Hello, Grandpa and Grandma, my name is Li Mengyao, and I am Lin Xian's wife.
Li Mengyao introduced herself politely.
Good. Oh my granddaughter-in-law is so beautiful. Grandma smiled from ear to ear. Grandpa also smiled with satisfaction. Grandpa and Grandma, please wait a moment.
After exchanging greetings, Li Mengyao turned around and went back to the trunk of the Xiaomi SU7, where she and Lin Xian picked up 2 beautifully packaged boxes of health supplements together.
Grandpa and Grandma, this is a small token of our appreciation for our first meeting.
Li Mengyao handed the health supplements to her grandparents.
Child, you're already here, why bring any gifts? Let's go inside and sit down, Grandma said gently. Then, she carefully took Li Mengyao's hand and slowly walked into the villa.
Upon entering, Li Mengyao was immediately struck by the luxurious scene before her.
The villa's decor was exquisite, every detail showcasing the owner's taste and wealth.
Various precious mahogany furniture pieces were arranged meticulously. Everyone sat down in the spacious and bright hall.
Child, from now on, this is your home too, don't be shy, Grandma said with a kind smile. Yes, thank you, Grandma.
Li Mengyao nodded slightly and answered softly, but she was still a little nervous.
Baby, how many weeks pregnant are you now? Grandma asked impatiently, staring at Li Mengyao's belly.
The 2 elderly people were overjoyed when they heard that their granddaughter-in-law was pregnant.
I'm already 14 weeks along, Li Mengyao said in a slightly shy voice. How is the baby developing?
Have you taken him to the hospital for a checkup? The grandmother continued to inquire.
Grandma, the babies are developing very well, and the doctor even said they're twins.
At this moment, Lin Xian walked to Li Mengyao's side, gently took her hand, and tried to ease her tension. Then he smiled and said to his grandmother.
Xianer, you didn't please us old folks, did you? Are they really twins? Grandma was so surprised she couldn't stop smiling. It's true. Look, I've brought you the pregnancy test report.
After saying that, Lin Xian handed a pregnancy test report to his grandmother. Old man, hurry up and get my reading glasses, Grandma said hurriedly to Grandpa beside her.
Grandpa was clearly shocked by the news.
He hurriedly stood up and rushed back to his room to get 2 pairs of glasses. After putting on their glasses, the 2 elderly people stared intently at the pregnancy test report, which clearly stated the words twins. Grandma's eyes welled up with tears, sparkling with joy. Even the usually composed and steady grandpa couldn't help but show his delight, his lips curving upwards and his face beaming with happiness.
That's wonderful, wonderful, old man. Grandma said excitedly, grabbing Grandpa's arm.
Yes, old woman, hurry up and make dinner, everyone's hungry, Grandpa replied excitedly.
All right, now is the time to replenish nutrition. The babies must be hungry. I'm so happy that I forgot. Granddaughter-in-law, I'll go prepare dinner now, it'll be ready soon,
Grandma said to Li Mengyao with a smile, then quickly went into the kitchen. Honey, I'm going to the kitchen to help Grandma cook, Lin Xian said with a smile.
Okay, go ahead. Li Mengyao nodded.
With Lin Xian's help, the dining table was soon filled with delicious dishes.
Grandma kept putting food on Li Mengyao's plate, as if afraid she would go hungry.
This scene reminded Li Mengyao of when she first arrived at Lin Xian's house. Zhang Shulan had also been so hospitable in putting food on her plate. Lin Xian then finished off all the food that Li Mengyao couldn't finish. Of course, Grandma would also serve food to Lin Xian and Lin Sisi, and the family enjoyed a harmonious time together at the dinner table. After dinner, everyone sat together in the spacious and bright hall to watch TV. Li Mengyao leaned gently against Lin Xian. Lin Xian's family treated her very well, and she felt incredibly happy. As night deepened, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao lay together on the soft, comfortable bed.
Honey, I never imagined you had such a luxurious villa in your hometown. Li Mengyao couldn't help but ask curiously.
My grandfather used to be a businessman, so he saved up a lot of money, Lin Xian explained with a slight smile.
Did Grandma only give birth to one child? Li Mengyao hadn't met Lin Xian's other relatives yet. Of course not. Grandma had 2 sons and 2 daughters.
My dad was the youngest, Lin Xian said. In the 1970s and 80s, many families had several children.
Then none of them came back? Li Mengyao continued to ask.
They're all in other cities, and one of my aunts is in another province. She usually only comes back for the Chinese New Year, Lin Xian said with a smile.
All right, it's getting late. Let's go to bed early. Tomorrow I'll take you to explore the town.
Lin Xian gently hugged Li Mengyao and comforted her to sleep.
Feeling Lin Xian's warmth, Li Mengyao quickly fell asleep.
The next morning, sunlight streamed through the clouds, turning the earth a golden hue. After finishing breakfast, Lin Xian strolled around Yunshan town with Li Mengyao in his hand. They strolled hand in hand through the streets and alleys of Yunshan town. Yunshan town is surrounded by mountains, which are lush and green, like a secluded paradise. The streets of the town were filled with a peaceful and harmonious atmosphere. Residents greeted each other with bright smiles on their faces, creating a warm and welcoming ambience.
Xiao Xian? You're back?
Suddenly, a voice came. Lin Xian turned his head and saw a middle-aged woman walking up to him.
Yes, Aunt Wu, we just arrived last night, Lin Xian said with a smile. Oh, who is this?
Aunt Wu's gaze fell on Lin Xian and Li Mengyao's tightly clasped hands, and a kind smile appeared on her face. She's my wife, Lin Xian introduced with a smile.
Hello, Auntie, Li Mengyao greeted politely.
Hello, little girl, you're so pretty, so delicate and beautiful, Aunt Wu praised. Upon hearing this, Li Mengyao blushed slightly and lowered her head shyly.
Chapter 56 Little Crying Pavilion.
Little girl, you don't know, when Xiao Xian was little. Aunt Wu noticed that Li Mengyao was a little shy and was about to talk about the embarrassing things Lin Xian did when he was a child, but Lin Xian hurriedly interrupted her.
Hey, Aunt Wu, could you please stop bringing up my childhood in front of my wife?
Let Aunt Wu continue, Li Mengyao said, her beautiful eyes blinking slightly, revealing a hint of curiosity.
Look, even your wife wants to hear it, Aunt Wu chuckled, then continued, don't let Xiao Xian's current tall, handsome appearance fool you. When he was little, he was a real crybaby.
The slightest thing that upset him, or even the slightest touch, would set him off into a wail.
He was so proud and arrogant back then, so we all called him Little Crybaby Xian, ha.
Li Mengyao chuckled. Her husband turned out to be a crybaby.
Aunt Wu, aren't you going to buy something on the street? Go ahead and do it. We'll just wander around a bit more.
Lin Xian scratched his head awkwardly, trying to change the subject. Then I won't disturb you 2 young couples any longer. Aunt Wu said with a smile as she left. Watching Aunt Wu's departing figure, Li Mengyao's lips curled up slightly, and she stared at Lin Xian with a half smile. Honey, I never knew you were such a crybaby when you were little.
A true hero doesn't dwell on past glories.
Lin Xian blushed slightly.
Li Mengyao scoffed.
Lin Xian and Li Mengyao then went to a shop that sold local specialties from Yunshan town.
Uncle Yi!
Lin Xian called out.
Hey, isn't this Xiao Xian? When did you get back?
A slightly overweight, smiling middle-aged man turned around and spoke in a friendly tone. He was wearing a white chef's uniform, which was a little flowery, and he was holding a spoon in his hand, clearly having just been busy making pastries.
I just got back last night, and that's why I came to see you first thing this morning.
Lin Xian smiled slightly.
You're such a sweet talker, you want some Yunshan pastries again, don't you? Ha ha ha.
Uncle Yi laughed, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes crinkling into a deep knot. Lin Xian scratched his head and laughed somewhat embarrassedly. Uncle Yi understands me best, but this time I'm not alone. As he spoke, he stepped aside, and a beautiful and charming woman appeared in front of Uncle Yi.
This is my wife.
I brought her here to try your Yunshan pastries, Lin Xian said, taking Li Mengyao hand and introducing her to Uncle Yi.
Hello, Uncle Yi, Li Mengyao greeted politely. Hello, hello. Your wife is so beautiful.
I didn't expect Xiao Xian to get married so young.
Wait, Uncle Yi will personally make 2 portions of Yunshan pastries for you.
I also wish you a happy marriage. After saying that, Uncle Yi turned around and went back to his workbench, where he began to work skillfully. He first kneaded the prepared dough into a ball, then gently rolled it out with a rolling pin, added various fillings, and finally shaped it into an exquisite form. Every movement was so skillful and confident, as if he were creating a work of art.
Soon, the sweet aroma of pastries filled the air.
Lin Xian and Li Mengyao couldn't help but move closer, sniffing the tempting smell, and waiting expectantly.
A moment later, Uncle Yi handed them 2 carefully prepared Yunshan pastries. These pastries are brightly colored and tempting, small and exquisite, and adorned with a few crystal-clear candied fruits, resembling exquisite works of art.
Wow, it's so beautiful! Li Mengyao exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with surprise.
Try it and see how it tastes. Uncle Yi looked at his creation with a proud expression.
Li Mengyao carefully picked up a piece of pastry, put it in her mouth, and took a small bite. Instantly, a rich sweetness melted in her mouth. The outer layer was crispy, and the inner layer was soft, leaving a lingering aftertaste.
Deliciously, Mengyao eyes crinkled with joy.
Seeing his wife enjoying her food so much, Lin Xian also picked up a piece of pastry and took a bite.
Uncle Yi, your cooking skills are getting better and better.
Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction.
I'm glad you like it. How many days are you planning to stay?
I'll make some more for you to take back with you when you leave, Uncle Yi said with a smile.
Thank you, Uncle Yi, Lin Xian said.
Ha, when did Xiao Xian become so polite? You used to come here all the time when you were a kid and freeload off me, and you never thanked me.
Uncle Yi laughed heartily. I've grown up now, haven't I?
Lin Xian scratched his head sheepishly.
Let's continue exploring. Goodbye, Uncle Yi. Okay, come again next time. Lin Xian held Li Mengyao's little hand and continued walking through the town.
Soon, the two arrived at an old bridge with a river flowing beneath it, where small boats occasionally passed by. The two continued walking and came to a stream. There were a few houses around the stream, giving it a feeling of a small bridge, flowing water, and traditional houses. The stream here is crystal clear, and you can clearly see small shrimp swimming in it. Li Mengyao walked to the stream and reached her little hand into it to feel it.
The water here is so cool and refreshing.
I used to take a bath here when it was really hot in the summer, Lin Xian said with a smile.
How shameless.
Li Mengyao responded coquettishly with a smile on her face. Honey, it's about time we headed back, Lin Xian said, glancing at the time.
Li Mengyao nodded gently. The two quickly returned home.
We're back. Lin Xian shouted.
Mengyao, you must be tired from walking. Come and rest here for a while.
Grandma pulled Li Mengyao and made her sit down next to her.
Brother! Did you bring me any pastries?
At this moment, Lin Sisi rushed out of the house and asked eagerly. Here, your sister-in-law knows you like this, so she bought it especially for you. Lin Xian pulled out a Yunshan pastry from behind his back and handed it to his sister. The pastry emitted an enticing aroma, making one's mouth water. It turned out that when Lin Xian and Li Mengyao were going home, Lin Xian casually mentioned that his younger sister also liked Yunshan pastries. Without saying a word, Li Mengyao immediately turned around and went back to the pastry shop to buy another one.
Thank you, sister-in-law.
Lin Cece sat down next to Li Mengyao, her face beaming with a happy smile. Lin Xian then went straight into the kitchen and began preparing lunch. After a hearty lunch, everyone went back to their rooms to rest. After waking up from his afternoon nap, Lin Xian received a message from his father, Lin Zhengwei.
Son, want to go fishing?
Lin Xian turned to look at Li Mengyao, who was still fast asleep, leaned down slightly, and whispered in her ear, "Wife, can I go fishing with Dad?" "Okay, go ahead," Li Mengyao mumbled unconsciously, then fell asleep again. In the afternoon, Lin Xian went fishing with Lin Zhengwei and his grandfather. After waking up, Li Mengyao felt a little bored, so she sat quietly in the living room playing on her phone to pass the time. Just then, Grandma came over with faltering steps, holding a thick photo album in her hands. She came to Li Mengyao's side.
Grandma, what is this? Li Mengyao asked curiously. This is Lin Xian's childhood photo album, Grandma replied with a smile. Chapter 57. They must have a very good relationship.
Li Mengyao flipped through the picture book, and what came into view were photos of Lin Xian as a child. There were adorable full moon photos, with round eyes gazing curiously at the world, and a slightly open mouth revealing an innocent smile. There were also photos of him a little over 1 year old, holding a colorful ball and giggling, and there were photos of him starting to walk independently at the age of 2, wobbling unsteadily. She carefully examined each photo, feeling the happy times Lin Xian had in his childhood.
Grandma, was Lin Xian very naughty when he was little? Li Mengyao asked.
Yes, he was very naughty when he was little, and he often wet the bed, Grandma recalled with a smile. Li Mengyao turned to another page, which showed Lin Xian holding hands with a little girl, smiling happily.
This is Lin Xian and his childhood playmate, Grandma said, pointing to the little girl in the painting. Oh? It's a girl. Li Mengyao couldn't help but feel a surge of curiosity.
She continued flipping through the photos and found many more pictures featuring the same little girl.
They must have a very good relationship,
Li Mengyao muttered to herself. Meanwhile, Lin Xian, along with his father Lin Zhengwei and grandfather, went to a reservoir near Yunshan town to start their fishing trip. The three prepared their fishing gear, adjusted their fishing rods, baited their hooks with the bait they had prepared, and cast their lines with a strong pull, waiting for the fish to bite. Same as always, the competition is about who catches the most, and the prize will be weighed by the kilogram, Lin Zhengwei said confidently.
Dad, have you forgotten how badly we lost last time?
Lin Xian said with a smile. I was unlucky last time, so it doesn't count, Lin Zhengwei explained. Lin Zhengwei now has a new fishing rod given to him by his daughter-in-law, which should be enough to change his fate.
Okay, let us have another competition, with sunset as the deadline. Grandpa laughed along.
About half an hour later, Lin Xian's bell rang first, and at the same time, the fishing rod shook violently.
It's on the hook. It's on the hook. Looks like a big fish.
Lin Xian excitedly grabbed the fishing rod, quickly tightened the line, and began to fight the big fish. Soon, the big fish gradually ran out of strength. Lin Xian slowly retracted the fishing line and then pulled hard, successfully pulling a huge bass ashore. Lin Xian quickly reached out and grabbed the fish, waited carefully, and a happy smile appeared on his face. Hee, it weighs more than 3 pounds.
TCH, I'll definitely catch a bigger one than yours later.
Lin Zhengwei watched from the side with envy, but still put on a disdainful attitude. Time passed by, and 10 minutes later, Grandpa's bell rang, and the fishing rod began to shake, though not as violently as Lin Xian's earlier movements. Grandpa, a seasoned fishing enthusiast, calmly and skillfully reeled in the fishing line. Not long after, a grass carp leaped out of the water, and it looked to be over a pound in size. Zhengwei, you're the only one who hasn't opened a business yet, the grandfather said to his son with a smile. The big fish are all behind us, just you wait. Lin Zhengwei continued to stare intently at his fishing rod, not daring to relax for a moment, as if afraid of missing any opportunity to bite. At this very moment, beside him, Lin Xian and his grandfather were leisurely enjoying top-quality Tiguanyin tea, their moods exceptionally pleasant.
Hey, another one!
Lin Xian shouted excitedly. His bell rang again, and the fishing rod began to shake incessantly.
I've got a situation here too. Almost at the same moment, Grandpa's bell also rang melodiously.
The sun was nearing its end, and Lin Xian already had 4 fish in his bucket. Apart from the 3-pound fish he caught the first time, the rest were all around 1 pound each, making a total of 6 pounds. Meanwhile, Grandpa, who was standing nearby, also caught 3 fish, each weighing a little over a pound, totaling about 4 pounds. Looking into Lin Zhengwei's fish bucket, one finds nothing but water, not even a single small fish. Lin Zhengwei looked incredulous.
How come he couldn't catch a single fish?
Dad, the sun is about to set, maybe we should just call it a day, Lin Xian said, walking up to his father to comfort him. It's still a little short, isn't it? Let's wait a little longer. Lin Zhenghua still held on to a sliver of hope. How about I give you one? You can choose whichever you like. I need to go back and cook for my wife, Lin Xian continued. Yes, Lin Xian misses his wife. No need. Lin Zhenghua sighed softly, then said, never mind, let's go. Just as Lin Zhenghua was about to pack up his fishing rod and head back, suddenly, the bell started ringing, and the fishing rod began to shake violently, just as intensely as what Lin Xian had encountered earlier. Clearly, something big was up. It's here. The fish has taken the bait. Lin Zhenghua exclaimed with delight. Lin Zhenghua rushed forward with lightning speed and firmly gripped the fishing rod, but unfortunately the big fish was incredibly strong. Even though he used all his strength, he could only barely maintain the situation and was unable to reel in the fishing line. Son, come help me. Lin Zhenghua hurriedly called out to his son for assistance. They're here. Lin Xian then joined the fight. As the father and son worked together, the big fish gradually lost its strength to struggle and was slowly pulled closer to the shore. Just as it was about to surface, the big fish suddenly darted back down into the water with all its might. In the end, the experienced grandfather took out a long net and successfully caught the big fish and brought it ashore. This fish was significantly larger than the 3-pound grass carp that Lin Xian had caught before. It was actually a large carp weighing over 8 pounds. What a big one! Aha, I knew I could catch a big fish. How about that, I won this time. Lin Zhenghua said smugly. Yes, Dad, you win. Lin Xian smiled. My dad rarely gets this happy. Lin Zhenghua stretched out his hand with difficulty, trying to pick up the carp, but because the fish was so big and slippery, it took a lot of effort to finally lift it up. He smiled and said to his son Lin Xian, Son, come and take a picture of Dad and this big fish to remember this moment. Okay. Lin Xian quickly took out his phone and was about to take a picture of Lin Zhenghua's joyful smile when something unexpected happened. The fish in Lin Zhenghua's hand suddenly began to shake violently. Completely absorbed in his joy, Lin Zhenghua lost his focus and, without warning, the large carp slipped from his grasp and fell into the water with a splash. Lin Zhenghua felt very aggrieved as the big carp escaped from his hands. Lin Xian, standing to the side holding his phone, was also quite embarrassed. Should he take the picture or not? Let's take the picture anyway. A snap. Lin Xian took a picture of Lin Zhenghua looking aggrieved. Chapter 58. My wife is jealous. Did you get a picture of the big fish? Without. Lin Zhenghua was on the verge of tears. 7 p.m. We're back. Lin Xian, Lin Zhenghua, and their grandfather returned home together. You're back? How was it? Did you get anything? Grandma asked with a smile. Yes, Xianer caught a 3-pound bass, Grandpa said happily. Really? Xianer is so amazing. Grandma praised. However, when Grandma saw the 3 fish buckets, she noticed that Lin Zhenghua's bucket had the fewest fish, with only 1. On the way back, Lin Xian saw his father in the passenger seat looking worried and couldn't bear it, so he shared one of his fish with him. Zhenghua, why is there only 1 fish in your bucket? Grandma asked curiously. Yeah, Dad, how come you only caught so little? Lin Cece ran over to take a look. Sigh, I caught a big carp weighing 8 pounds, but who knew my hand would slip and I couldn't hold it properly, so it got away. Lin Zhenghua became more and more frustrated as he spoke. Stop bragging. If you didn't catch anything, you didn't catch anything. Zhang Shulan happened to walk over and heard this, so she curled her lip in disdain. Lin Zhenghua had no way to express his bitterness. What could he do? He hadn't held it properly, and he hadn't taken any photos. He could only silently endure his wife's ridicule. Where is Meng Yao? Lin Xian looked around, but didn't see his wife come out to greet him. She looked through your childhood photo album this afternoon and then went back to her room to rest. I guess she's sleeping, so I didn't disturb her, Grandma replied. I'll go take a look. Before he finished speaking, Lin Xian arrived at the door of the room, quietly pushed it open, and went inside. The room was completely dark, with no lights on, and a petite figure lay on the bed. Li Mengyao was sleeping. Lin Xian carefully walked to the bedside, slowly sat down, and then leaned down to carefully examine Li Mengyao's sleeping appearance. Just then, Lin Xian suddenly noticed that a few tears were streaming from the corners of Li Mengyao's eyes. It turns out that Li Mengyao had a terrifying dream, the girl in the photo had returned and found Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian didn't hesitate to leave her, turning away with his childhood sweetheart.
Husband, don't leave me. Li Mengyao suddenly woke up from a nightmare.
Her eyes were slightly red, and tears were streaming down her face. She looked incredibly pitiful and helpless. Lin Xian was extremely anxious and quickly reached out to gently hug Li Mengyao, tenderly stroking her silky smooth hair.
Honey, did you have a nightmare?
Don't be afraid, your husband is here. Your husband will never leave you, Lin Xian comforted her softly.
At this moment, Li Mengyao realized that she had just had a nightmare.
Seeing Lin Xian return, the weight in her heart finally lifted.
Honey, you're back? I'm sorry I scared you, I just had a nightmare.
Li Mengyao raised her head slightly, a faint smile appearing on her lips, and gazed quietly at the man who brought her peace of mind.
What nightmare did you have that scared you to tears?
Lin Xian looked distressed and reached for a tissue from the table, gently and delicately wiping Li Mengyao's fair and tender cheeks.
No. It's nothing, I just had a terrible nightmare. Honey, don't worry, I'm fine now. Li Mengyao smiled slightly.
Li Mengyao felt much more at ease after Lin Xian returned.
Are you really all right?
Lin Xian vaguely sensed that something was wrong. Although Li Mengyao said she was fine, he could sense the unease deep in her heart, but he didn't know how to ask her. Just then, Li Mengyao took the initiative to stretch out her arms and hug Lin Xian's neck, then gently left a kiss on his face.
Really? Honey, let's go eat.
At this moment, Li Mengyao's eyes were still slightly red, and the tear stains on her face were still obvious. If Lin Xian were to take Li Mengyao out to dinner right now and everyone saw them, he'd definitely get a beating.
No, absolutely not. Honey, you're not in the right state to go out right now.
I caught a 3-pound bass today. I'll make you a bass stew later.
You should rest here, Lin Xian said quickly. Li Mengyao nodded slightly.
Then Lin Xian lowered his head and gently kissed Li Mengyao's forehead before leaving the room. After leaving the room, Lin Xian went to the kitchen to start preparing a meal. At this moment, Zhang Shulan also walked in and asked Lin Xian.
Son, where's my daughter-in-law? Is she still asleep?
No, I'll cook the food and bring it up to her later. You guys eat at the table first, Lin Xian replied while chopping fish with a swift, decisive stroke.
All right then.
Keep an eye on things, Zhang Shulan instructed. A short while later, Lin Xian made 2 fragrant sea-based burgers. One was placed on the table for everyone to enjoy, while the other was taken upstairs separately.
Wife, dinner is ready.
Lin Xian placed the food on the table, including a sea-based stew, braised pork ribs, and a plate of green vegetables.
Among them, the sea-based stew is made by cutting sea bass into pieces and stewing it with vegetables, tofu, and other ingredients, plus the secret seasoning provided by the system, which makes it very fragrant.
Wow, it smells so good.
Li Mengyao glanced at it. It was all her favorite food.
Come on, let your husband feed you. Lin Xian picked up a piece of tender and juicy fish and stuffed it into Li Mengyao's little mouth. So delicious.
Li Mengyao's eyes crinkled with joy.
After a pleasant dinner, Lin Xian cleaned up the dishes and returned to the kitchen. Let Grandma wash the dishes, Grandma said gently, taking the bowl from Lin Xian's hands with a smile.
Grandma, what photo album did you show Mengyao this afternoon?
Lin Xian handed over the bowl and chopsticks and asked curiously.
It's from when you were little, right? It's still on the table in the living room. Grandma smiled and pointed.
After hearing this, Lin Xian went into the living room, and sure enough, a photo album lay quietly on the table. He opened the album. It was full of photos of him as a child, and they didn't seem particularly special. Lin Xian continued flipping through the pages, and suddenly his gaze fell upon a photograph. It was a picture of him and a little girl, holding hands and looking very close.
I see. My wife is jealous.
Lin Xian returned to the room door, pushed it open, and immediately saw Li Mengyao sitting in front of the dressing table, gently wiping away the tear stains from the corners of her eyes with a cotton pad.
Honey, it's not so obvious now, is it?
Li Mengyao turned her head and gave Lin Xian a charming smile.
You can't tell anymore.
Lin Xian looked at her with heartache, stepped forward and gently stroked her cheek, speaking tenderly.
Honey, let's go to the rooftop to look at the moon.
The starry sky in this town is so beautiful, Lin Xian continued.
Okay, Li Mengyao smiled brightly. Chapter 59. So, wife, don't be jealous.
The two walked hand in hand to the rooftop, where the night breeze gently caressed their faces, bringing a touch of coolness. The starry sky overhead was dazzling, and a bright moon hung in the sky, casting its silvery glow. Lin Xian brought over a double beanbag chair, which he bought when he was in college. Every night when he returned to his hometown, he would lie comfortably on it, playing on his phone while admiring the bright moon hanging high in the sky. Lin Xian carefully helped Li Mengyao lie down comfortably on the beanbag chair, then gently lay down next to her and tenderly pulled her into his arms.
The moon is so beautiful tonight.
Li Mengyao said softly to Lin Xian as she looked up at the starry sky. Yes, but my wife is even more beautiful, Lin Xian said with a smile.
You're always talking nonsense.
Li Mengyao rolled her eyes playfully.
Honey, are you having nightmares because of this photo?
Lin Xian took out the photo he had just found in the album.
How did you know? Li Mengyao's cheeks flushed slightly as she stammered in response. Can you see that villa across the street from here?
Lin Xian pointed across the street. Li Mengyao looked in the direction he was pointing and indeed found a villa similar to Lin Xian's house. She was my best friend when I was a child, you could say we were childhood sweethearts.
Oh.
Li Mengyao's mood instantly plummeted upon hearing the words childhood sweethearts.
I haven't finished speaking yet.
Lin Xian gently cupped Li Mengyao's face, looked into her eyes, and said with a smile.
We've been friends since we were little.
She treats me like her own younger brother, and I treat her like my own older sister.
It's not like what you're thinking. I understand.
Li Mengyao now realizes that she was overthinking things, but she has always lacked a sense of security since childhood, and the pregnancy has made her unconsciously start to have all sorts of wild thoughts.
So don't be jealous, wife.
Lin Xian lowered his head slightly, his forehead gently touching Li Mengyao's.
I'm not jealous at all.
Li Mengyao wanted to defend herself, but Lin Xian sealed her lips with his.
There is nothing that cannot be resolved with a passionate kiss. If that doesn't work, then let's have another kiss. I'm still at home, what if someone sees me?
Li Mengyao angrily pinched Lin Xian's waist hard.
It's okay, I just locked the door on the roof, they can't come up.
Lin Xian wasn't afraid of the pain and let his wife pinch him. Li Mengyao was completely at her wits' end with her shameless husband.
From now on, you can't keep any thoughts to yourself. You must discuss them with your husband, okay?
Lin Xian hugged Li Mengyao tightly and said softly.
Li Mengyao nodded slightly, revealing a sweet smile.
Their eyes met, and at the same time, they had another idea. Their faces drew closer and closer, and they were just about to kiss.
Knock, knock, knock.
Suddenly there was a rapid knocking on the door.
Brother, sister-in-law, are you upstairs? Lin Xian, you brat, you ruined my plans.
We're here. Li Mengyao seemed to wake from a dream, and in a panic, she pushed Lin Xian away and then stood up. Lin Xian reluctantly walked to the door and opened the rooftop door. Lin Cece stood outside the door, her gaze fixed on her sister-in-law Li Mengyao's flushed face, and asked curiously.
Brother, sister-in-law, Grandma asked me to call you down to have some fruit.
Then, she winked mischievously, revealing a sly smile. Clearly, she wasn't a 3-year-old, but a high school student, and naturally knew something about matters between men and women.
Sister-in-law, why is your face so red? Lin Cece asked playfully. It's a bit hot.
Li Mengyao stammered as she explained. No, it's quite cool on the rooftop, and there's a gentle breeze, Lin Cece said after taking a moment to feel it.
All right, kids shouldn't ask about adult matters. Go downstairs, we'll be there in a bit.
Lin Xian quickly sent his younger sister away.
Lin Cece then skipped and hopped downstairs. It's all your fault. Li Mengyao glared at him reproachfully. Yes, it's all my fault. Lin Xian took Li Mengyao's soft little hand and carefully helped her downstairs.
As soon as Grandma saw her granddaughter-in-law arrive, she greeted her with a big smile.
Mengyao's here. Are you feeling unwell anywhere? Grandma asked with concern.
No, I was just feeling a little sleepy, Li Mengyao explained gently.
That's good. Come and have some fruit.
Grandma gently placed the colorful and beautifully arranged fruit platter in front of Li Mengyao and smiled.
Aha!
Li Mengyao first picked up a small piece of cantaloupe and quickly stuffed it into Lin Xian's mouth before continuing to eat small bites of fruit. Everyone who saw this smiled like an ant. Afterwards, everyone happily stayed in the warm, spacious, and bright living room to watch TV. After watching TV, they all went back to their rooms to rest and sleep.
Time flew by and it was morning the next day.
After breakfast, the group was greeted by a visit from their neighbors, the Lin Yaowen family. Lin Zhenghua and Lin Yaowen grew up in Yunhai town and were best friends since childhood. Lin Yaowen had been doing business abroad, but when he heard that his good brother Lin Zhenghua was about to become a grandfather, he insisted on coming back to congratulate him.
Accompanying Lin Yaowen were his wife Li Yanxia and their daughter Lin Wanqing. It's worth mentioning that this Lin Wanqing is the lovely girl holding hands with Lin Xian in the photo. Comrade Zhenghua, I didn't expect you to beat me to it, ha ha ha. Lin Yaowen walked into Lin Zhenghua's villa carrying an exquisite gift.
Of course. I've always been a step ahead of you since I was little.
Ha ha ha.
Lin Zhenghua replied happily, and the two smiled at each other and began to chat freely.
Don't stand at the door, everyone. Come in and sit down.
It's more lively with more people, so please stay for a meal today.
Grandma greeted everyone with a big smile.
Hey! Little rascal! How have you been lately? A tall, beautiful woman rushed forward and gave Lin Xian a heavy pat on the shoulder.
This person is Lin Wanqing, a typical domineering and mature woman. Sister Qing, be gentle, it doesn't hurt.
Lin Xian touched his shoulder, where there was already a red mark.
Li Mengyao, standing to the side, was completely stunned. Chapter 60. He's afraid of ghosts. Ha, I accidentally used too much force.
Wow, you little rascal. I didn't expect you to be married after just a few months.
Where's my sister-in-law?
Lin Wanqing laughed heartily. Here she is. Lin Xian pulled Li Mengyao into his arms, a happy smile on his face. This is my wife, Li Mengyao, Lin Xian introduced to Lin Wanqing. Lin Wanqing narrowed her eyes and looked Li Mengyao up and down. The woman before him was tall and slender, with an exquisitely beautiful face, especially her captivating eyes, which seemed to be able to steal one's soul. How did that blockhead little brother manage to win over such a beautiful girl? It's unbelievable.
Hello, Sister Qing.
Li Mengyao felt a little uncomfortable being stared at, so she took the initiative to greet her.
Oh.
Hello, Mengyao, our sister-in-law is so beautiful. Lin Wanqing finally came to her senses and quickly reached out to hold Li Mengyao's hand, praising her with a smile. Xingjia, you're beautiful too, Li Mengyao replied softly, blushing. You two are such a perfect match. Here, congratulations on your marriage. Lin Wanqing took out a thick red envelope from her bag and stuffed it into Li Mengyao's hand.
Sister Qing, what about mine?
Lin Xian asked shamelessly upon seeing this. Now women are in charge of the finances, so your share went to Mengyao too, Lin Wanqing replied with a playful wink and a smile.
Lin Xian.
Afterwards, everyone chatted and laughed in the spacious and bright living room. Time flew by, and before they knew it, it was noon.
Little brother, hurry up and cook, I'm hungry.
Lin Wanqing called out to Lin Xian. Lin Wanqing is a true foodie and has always loved Lin Xian's cooking.
Okay. Lin Xian walked into the kitchen helplessly. Who can blame them when it comes to cooking the best food in the whole family?
Soon, 40 minutes had passed, and Lin Xian had filled the dining table with delicious-looking and fragrant dishes.
Dinner's ready. Dinner's ready.
Lin Xian shouted to everyone. Everyone sat down at the table and began to enjoy the delicious food.
Wow, this tastes absolutely amazing.
Little brother, your cooking skills are getting better and better.
Lin Wanqing exclaimed indistinctly as she chewed on the beef in her mouth. She seemed completely immersed in the world of food, unable to stop eating. Ha, this is even more delicious than what I eat at a 5-star hotel. Xianer, you're amazing.
Lin Yaowen praised without reservation.
Yes, Xianer, could you teach Auntie how to do it another day? Li Yanxia chimed in.
Of course. Lin Xian replied with a smile. Amidst laughter and cheerful conversation, everyone concluded the sumptuous and enjoyable lunch with great satisfaction.
After lunch, Lin Yaowen and his family went home.
Before leaving, Lin Wanqing invited Li Mengyao to come to her house to play after she woke up from her afternoon nap, and Li Mengyao agreed. Meanwhile, Lin Xian and his father, Lin Zhenghua, went to the reservoir for another round of fighting, and Lin Yaowen also joined them. In the afternoon, after waking up, Lin Xian drove his Xiaomi SU7, taking his father and uncle Lin Yaowen to the reservoir from the day before. After getting off the bus at the destination, Lin Zhenghua went to the familiar spot from yesterday and started fishing.
Dad, why did you choose the same place as yesterday? Lin Xian asked.
If you can catch fish here once, you can catch fish again. Just wait, son, I'll definitely win today. Lin Zhenghua replied without turning his head, his eyes fixed intently on the water. You're kidding me, I think you're just bragging.
An 8-pound carp, you know.
While in the car, Lin Yaowen heard Lin Zhenghua say that he had caught a big carp weighing 8 pounds the day before, and he immediately questioned it. Lin Zhenghua didn't take a picture of the large carp as evidence, so he ignored Lin Yaowen's questions and just kept describing to himself just how big the carp was. Time ticked by, and 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye.
Haha, another one.
Lin Yaowen happily showed off to Lin Zhenghua that he now had 5 fish in his bucket, although none of them were very big. At the same time, Lin Xian also successfully caught a fish. He was having a bit of bad luck today, but he still managed to catch 3 small fish. On the other hand, Lin Zhenghua's side has yet to achieve anything. Just as Lin Zhenghua was feeling that he wasn't suited for fishing, his bell began to ring crisply, and his fishing rod began to shake violently. "They're here!" Lin Zhenghua excitedly gripped the fishing rod and fought fiercely with the big fish with all his might. Lin Xian immediately joined in, helping his father slowly tighten the fishing line.
This is definitely a big one. Lin Yaowen was equally excited.
He picked up the long net, ready to finish at any moment. Before long, with the father and son working together, the big fish gradually lost its strength and slowly rose to the surface.
Lin Yaowen reacted quickly and scooped it up, successfully ending this thrilling battle.
The 3 of them eagerly went forward to check and discovered that it was a large carp, and it was the very one that had escaped yesterday.
"Quickly, put it in the bucket,"
Lin Zhenghua urged anxiously, afraid that it would run away again. After the large carp was thrown into the fish bucket, Lin Zhenghua finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Ha, this is the fish I caught yesterday. I accidentally let it get away, but I didn't expect to catch it again today," he said with delight.
"Wow, you really do weigh 8 pounds. Lin Yaowen exclaimed.
Meanwhile, Li Mengyao, after waking up from her afternoon nap, went to Lin Wanqing's house. Lin Wanqing's home has a similar decorating style to Lin Xian's, both are detached villas. "Sister-in-law is here, come in quickly."
Lin Wanqing was wearing pajamas and looked sleepy, obviously having just woken up.
She warmly invited Li Mengyao to sit down on the soft sofa. Then she took out drinks and fruit from the refrigerator and placed them on the table.
"Mengyao, I heard you're pregnant?" Lin Wanqing asked curiously.
"Yes, that's right." Li Mengyao nodded with a smile.
"You've only been out of school for a short time.
Lin Xian really doesn't know how to cherish women."
Lin Wanqing's tone was tinged with reproach. "Don't worry, Mengyao.
If Lin Xian bullies you, tell me, and I'll teach him a lesson."
Lin Wanqing continued.
"No need, Lin Xian is very good to me." Li Mengyao took a sip of her drink and replied gently. Lin Wanqing grew to like her sister-in-law more and more the more she looked at her. "Mengyao, let me tell you, although Lin Xian is a bit thick-skinned, he has one weakness: he's afraid of ghosts." Lin Wanqing smiled mysteriously.
"Ha? Afraid of ghosts?" Li Mengyao asked in confusion.
She figured guys shouldn't be afraid of ghosts, especially since her husband was so handsome.
Chapter 61 Wife, you've gone bad.
Yes. When he was little, I would show him movies like Happy Ghost, and he would cry from the fright. He was such a crybaby, Lin Wanqing continued with a smile. No wonder Lin Xian was so vehemently opposed when Li Mengyao mentioned wanting to watch a horror movie last time. She chuckled to herself, she had caught her husband red-handed again. Li Mengyao and Lin Wanqing continued chatting enthusiastically about all sorts of gossip about Lin Xian until the sun was almost setting before they went back. Li Mengyao had just sat down at home when Lin Xian and Lin Zhenghua followed her back. "We're back!
Ha ha ha!"
Lin Zhenghua shouted excitedly as soon as he entered the door.
"What are you so happy about? Did you eat bee poop? What's making you so happy?"
Zhang Shulan said, looking at her husband's grinning face.
"Ha ha ha, honey, I'm telling you, I caught the big fish I lost yesterday. It weighs 8 pounds.
Lin Zhenghua couldn't hide his excitement and hugged Zhang Shulan tightly.
"Let go.
The child is still here,"
Zhang Shulan said, feeling a little embarrassed, and quickly broke free.
Lin Zhenghua then chuckled and let go of his hand. Zhang Shulan stepped forward and examined it closely, and sure enough, she saw a huge fish.
"You didn't buy this from somewhere, did you? It's such a big fish,"
she asked, half believing. "Mom, Dad really caught it himself," Lin Xian said with a smile.
"Wow, I never expected you to have some skills."
Zhang Shulan couldn't help but smile with satisfaction.
"This is all thanks to the fishing rod my daughter-in-law bought me,"
Lin Zhenghua said happily. "Son, come with Dad to prepare this big carp.
"We'll have a good meal tonight. While it's still fresh, We'll put it on the table right away.
Lin Zhengwei rubbed his hands excitedly.
Okay, Lin Xian readily agreed.
The father and son worked together seamlessly and soon cleaned the fish thoroughly.
Mission accomplished. The rest is up to you.
Lin Zhengwei patted his behind and left, leaving Lin Xian in the kitchen to prepare the meal. Looking at this plump carp in front of me, I could make several dishes with it. The braised carp is incredibly fragrant, the steamed carp retains its original flavor, the sweet and sour carp is delicious, and the fish head soup is exceptionally flavorful. In no time, Lin Xian prepared a table full of delicious dishes with his superb 5-star culinary skills. The family sat together happily and began to enjoy the delicious meal.
Honey, try this.
Lin Xian thoughtfully picked up a piece of tender and juicy sweet and sour carp and placed it in Li Mengyao's bowl.
It's delicious. Li Mengyao smiled broadly, very happy.
The fish that were just caught tasted exceptionally delicious. After dinner, the family, as usual, stayed in the spacious living room chatting and watching TV.
Just then, a telephone rang.
Li Mengyao picked up her phone and saw that it was her mother, Huang Shifang, calling. She and her mother, Huang Shifang, video chat almost every night, but today she unexpectedly received a call from the other party.
Hello, Mom, Li Mengyao said softly after pressing the answer button. Yao Yao, have you had dinner yet? Huang Shifang's gentle voice came from the other end of the phone.
Upon hearing her mother's question, Li Mengyao smiled and replied, I've already eaten.
I'm watching TV in the living room now.
At this moment, Zhang Shulan, who was sitting to the side, quickly turned the TV volume down to the minimum so as not to disturb their call. Everyone else also tacitly remained quiet, and the only sound in the room was the soft breathing.
Mom, have you had dinner? Li Mengyao asked with concern. Yes, Mom has already eaten. Is your mother-in-law here? Huang Shifang then asked.
Huang Shifang felt that her daughter was already married, but hadn't even spoken to her in-laws yet.
Yes, Li Mengyao replied. Could you let Mom talk to her on the phone? Huang Shifang's tone revealed a hint of expectation.
Li Mengyao put down her phone, turned to look at Zhang Shulan, and asked softly, Mom, my mom wants to talk to you on the phone, is that alright?
Zhang Shulan smiled and nodded, saying, of course.
Then, she reached out and took the phone.
Hello, is this your in-law? Zhang Shulan asked softly.
Hello, in-laws, I am Li Mengyao's mother, Huang Shifang, Huang Shifang replied gently. Hello, I am Lin Xian's mother, Zhang Shulan introduced herself politely. In-laws, we're planning to visit Jingshui City in a few days.
Which day would be convenient for you? Zhang Shulan asked directly. Huang Shifang thought for a moment and replied, then let's do it this Saturday.
Zhang Shulan and Huang Shifang happily agreed on a date to meet, and then chatted for a while before hanging up the phone. Li Mengyao also learned that she would be returning to Jingshui City in a few days and would finally be able to see her dear mother.
She was very happy.
Night fell, and moonlight streamed through the window like water. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao finished washing up and lay on the soft bed, ready to drift off into a sweet dream.
Honey, are you afraid of ghosts?
Li Mengyao looked up slightly and smiled. Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat, but she still tried to remain calm and replied, how could that be?
Your husband is fearless, why would he be afraid of ghosts? Are you really not afraid?
Li Mengyao continued to ask with a smile.
I'm not afraid.
Lin Xian gritted his teeth and said, forcing himself to speak.
Then I'll show you something good.
As soon as she finished speaking, Li Mengyao picked up her phone, which was placed aside, and skillfully opened a video. She then held the screen up to Lin Xian's face.
Holy crap!
Lin Xian was so frightened that he trembled all over.
Ha ha ha. Honey, you still say you're not afraid? I don't even feel anything looking at this, ha ha.
Li Mengyao laughed so hard she almost fell over, her eyes narrowing into slits. Lin Xian then realized that he had been tricked by his wife, and the only person who knew he was afraid of ghosts was Lin Wancheng. She must have told Li Mengyao about her fear of ghosts. Wife, stop laughing, Lin Xian said helplessly.
No way, didn't you say you were fearless? Why are you chickening out now?
Li Mengyao said, wiping away tears of laughter from the corners of her eyes. Seeing his boastful expression followed by his embarrassment made her want to laugh.
Wife, you've gone astray. Lin Xian took the opportunity to hug Li Mengyao, revealing his signature smile. Looking at Lin Xian's smile, Li Mengyao quickly realized something was wrong. Honey, I was wrong, I won't laugh anymore. Li Mengyao tried to break free from Lin Xian's embrace, but no matter what she did, she couldn't escape. Too late. Lin Xian's kiss landed quickly. Chapter 62. Who just said the parking space was taken? After staying in their hometown for a few more days, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao embarked on their journey back to Yunhai City at 10 a.m. this morning. Mom, that's enough, I still have. Zhang Shulan tried to dissuade her. However, Grandma wouldn't listen and continued stuffing things into the trunk of the car, mostly local agricultural products, along with a few domestic chickens and geese, until she couldn't fit any more in and then she stopped. Alright, go back and make sure your granddaughter-in-law gets plenty of nutrition, okay? Grandma instructed. Have a safe journey, Grandpa said with a smile. Grandpa and Grandma, we'll head back now, Lin Xian said with a smile. Goodbye, Grandpa and Grandma. Li Mengyao said politely. Okay, remember to come back and visit when you have time. Grandma's face was filled with a warm smile. Immediately afterwards, Lin Xian and Lin Zhenghua started their cars and slowly drove out of Yunshan town. Once on the highway, Lin Xian still showed no mercy to his father, ruthlessly shaking him off. After an hour-and-a-half drive, the family finally arrived at their home in Yunhai City. Lin Xian went into the kitchen and started working, while Lin Zhenghua and Lin Sisi were in charge of cleaning, and Zhang Shulan was preparing gifts for their visit to Jingshui City the next day. Li Mengyao wanted to help, but was refused each time, so she could only sit quietly on the sofa. After lunch, everyone went back to their rooms to rest. In the afternoon, Lin Zhenghua went to work as usual. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was awakened from his sleep by a series of urgent phone calls. He groggily picked up his phone and asked, "Hello, who is this?" A gentle female voice came from the other end of the phone. "Hello, is this Mr. Lin?" The other party continued, "I'm a salesperson from the BMW 4S dealership. The BMW 8 Series i840 top-of-the-line model you ordered has arrived. When would be a convenient time for you to pick it up?" Lin Xian then remembered the luxury car he had ordered earlier, and his spirits immediately lifted. "I'll be free this afternoon. Then I'll wait for you at the store." After hanging up the phone, Lin Xian yawned, then looked at his wife who was still fast asleep beside him, gently kissed her on the cheek, got up, changed into a clean set of clothes, and prepared to go out. After leaving home, Lin Xian hailed a ride-hailing car and arrived at the BMW dealership shortly after. He then entered the store. Soon, the graceful saleswoman from before came forward. "Good afternoon, Mr. Lin." "Hello, where is my new car?" "Here, please follow me." Soon, Lin Xian, led by the female saleswoman, arrived at the brand-new silver-white BMW. This car has sleek lines, a cool appearance, and exudes a noble and elegant aura. Lin Xian walked around the car, reached out and stroked the body, feeling the texture and smoothness of the metal, and nodded in satisfaction. "Dad should like it very much." Lin Xian got into the driver's seat and felt the roaring sound like a wild beast. He carefully checked all the equipment and instruments in the car and drove away after confirming that everything was normal. Just as Lin Xian left the BMW 4S store, he was spotted by a passing high school classmate. "Isn't that Lin Xian? Holy crap, when did he get so rich? Driving a BMW 8 Series worth over $1 million. Not long after, Lin Xian parked the car steadily in the community parking lot. He locked the car door and then took the elevator back home. The moment he pushed open the door, a delicate figure rushed over and hugged him tightly. "Honey, where have you been?" Li Mengyao asked with a smile, her eyes full of concern. Lin Xian smiled gently and replied, "I've gone to pick up the car. The car I ordered has finally arrived." Li Mengyao blinked, then complained somewhat reproachfully, "Why didn't you wake me up to go with you? You're sound asleep." "If you want to see the new car, you can go now," Lin Xian said gently. "Ahem. I'm still at home." Lin Sisi coughed deliberately. Li Mengyao instantly released Lin Xian subconsciously. She assumed he was back at home in Jinghai City when she saw him return. "Hey bro, the new car's here? I want to go see it." Lin Sisi exclaimed excitedly. "Let's go, it's in the community parking lot," Lin Xian said with a smile. The three then went to the apartment complex parking lot. Just as they reached the new car, they heard a familiar voice. "Is this the property management office? My parking space has been taken by someone. Could you come and notify the owner?" This person was Lin Zhenghua, who had just returned home from get-off work. It turned out that after Lin Xian bought his father a new car, he casually parked it in his father's parking space. Lin Zhenghua hung up the phone. Although he recognized it as his beloved BMW at a glance, he was still very angry. Damn it, who's so inconsiderate to take someone else's parking space? There are so many empty spaces around, why take mine? Lin Zhenguo muttered.
Lin Xian felt a wave of helplessness upon hearing his father's words. When Li Mengyao and Lin Sisi saw this, they immediately understood what had happened, and they covered their mouths and chuckled.
What brings you here?
Lin Zhenguo turned around and noticed the three people standing to the side. Dad, I know who parked this car, Lin Xian said helplessly.
Who is it? Call him here and move the car right now. Lin Zhenguo was still very angry.
It's me, Lin Xian said with a smile.
Dad, this car was bought especially for you. It's a BMW 8 Series i840.
After saying that, Lin Xian gently handed a beautiful car key to Lin Zhenguo.
Lin Zhenguo looked on in astonishment and pressed the button in disbelief.
The next moment, the cool BMW 8 Series next to him seemed to be awakened, unlocking instantly, and the headlights flashed with dazzling light.
Son, why didn't you say so sooner? Ha ha ha.
Lin Zhenguo was thrilled and couldn't wait to open the luxury car door, plop down in the driver's seat, and enjoy the comfort and luxurious atmosphere brought by the top-of-the-line vehicle. In fact, he had wanted to buy a new BMW for a long time.
Dad, do you like it?
Lin Xian asked as he approached the BMW 8 Series, placing his hands naturally on the car door.
I love it. It's so beautiful.
Lin Zhenguo exclaimed repeatedly as he stroked the interior decorations of the car. However, amidst his joy, he suddenly realized an important problem.
Son, where did you get so much money to buy a BMW 8 Series?
Lin Zhenguo had secretly gone to the BMW dealership before. This BMW 8 Series costs around 1 million yuan, and what he just saw seemed to be the top-of-the-line version. Don't worry, it's all money I earned from previous investments, Lin Xian said with a smile. That's good, Lin Zhenguo said happily. He secretly rejoiced that his son's intelligence and talent were indeed inherited from him.
Dad, how about we go for a test drive?
Lin Xian smiled slightly.
Okay, I'll give it a try.
Lin Zhenguo couldn't wait to start the car, but just as he was about to drive away, the community property management arrived.
Excuse me, who just said the parking space was taken?
It's me, Lin Zhenguo said with a smile, sitting in the car.
The property management staff looked at the person as if they were an idiot. Chapter 63 In-Laws, we've finally met.
As night falls and the city lights come on, the family gathers around the dining table to enjoy a sumptuous dinner. Zhang Shulan noticed that Lin Jingguo's lips had been turned up ever since he entered the house, and they hadn't come down.
Hey Lao Lin, are you out of your mind? Why are you laughing like that? Zhang Shulan couldn't help but ask.
My son bought me a BMW 8 Series sedan, of course I'm happy, Lin Zhenguo said happily.
How much does that car cost? Zhang Shulan asked in surprise. More than 1 million.
Son, I know you've made a lot of money from your investments, but you still need to save where you can. There is no need to buy something so expensive, Zhang Shulan said earnestly, frowning.
It's alright, as long as you're happy.
Besides, it was Meng Yao who suggested buying a new car for the family, Lin Xian said with a smile. At that moment, Li Meng Yao, who was engrossed in eating, was slightly taken aback when she heard these words. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shulan smiled with relief.
My daughter-in-law is so thoughtful. Here, eat more. With that, Zhang Shulan picked up another piece of tender fish and put it in Li Mengyao's bowl.
After dinner, Lin Xian received calls from his good friends Qiu Wei's and Huang Xinkai, who invited him to get together. Honey, a friend asked me to go out with him, Lin Xian said with a smile.
Boyfriend or girlfriend?
Li Mengyao blinked her elegant eyes slightly.
It's a man. Lin Xian said. Go ahead, but remember to come back soon. Li Mengyao chuckled. Okay. After receiving Li Mengyao's permission, Lin Xian went out to meet with his friends.
Lin Xian drove his Xiaomi SU7 and quickly arrived at a barbecue stall, a place they used to frequent.
Brother Xian, we're here.
Qiu Wei's waved his arms and shouted loudly. Lin Xian's gaze quickly locked onto Qiu Wei's and Huang Xinkai, who were sitting in the corner. They seemed to have been waiting there for a long time. Lin Xian walked to the table, pulled out a chair and sat down, asking with concern, how has everyone been lately? Sigh, don't even mention it, we haven't made a single sale this month.
Nobody has the money to buy a house.
Huang Xinkai complained with a worried look on his face. Huang Xinkai was a slightly chubby boy, about the same height as Lin Xian, and looked very strong. After graduating from university, he returned to Yunhai City to work as a sales manager at a real estate company.
Yeah, we're barely making ends meet this month. Nobody's buying your house, so nobody's hiring me for renovations. It's so tough.
Xiao Wei's chimed in with his own complaints. Xiao Wei's was small in stature but possessed a quick wit and a mind full of ingenious ideas. After graduating from university, he returned to work for a decoration company in Yunhai City. The two often referred a homebuyer to Xiao Wei's for renovations as soon as Huang Xinkai closed a deal with them.
And you, Brother Xian? Xiao Wei's asked. Me? I don't have a job.
I'm going to stay home with my child full-time, Lin Xian said with a smile.
The two looked at Lin Xian with envy. Just then, the proprietress came up and asked warmly, "Hello, three handsome young men, what would you like to eat?" Xiao Wei's couldn't wait to order food. First, 3 skewers of grilled chicken legs, then 10 skewers of lamb and 10 skewers of beef, plus a serving of stir-fried snails, and finally 10 skewers of pork kidneys. Okay, please wait a moment. After writing down the order, the proprietress went back to grilling skewers. Wei Zhe, I'm not trying to be mean, but why did you order so many kidneys? Huang Xinkai couldn't help but laugh. Brother Kai, you don't understand. As the saying goes, you are what you eat. My back is in great shape. Xiao Wei smiled smugly. Come on, what good is a good back if you don't have a girlfriend? Huang Xinkai teased.
I don't have any, but Brother Xian does.
Shouldn't we give Brother Xian a good boost?
Xiao Wei said with a sly grin.
That's true, ha ha ha. But Xian Ji, you're amazing too.
You got married so quickly, and your baby is about to be born.
Huang Xinkai added.
You guys can't skimp on the red envelopes then, Lin Xian said with a smile.
Of course, we're brothers, aren't we?
Huang Xinkai laughed heartily.
By the way, what about Zhang Huiyin? She was pursuing you all the time in high school.
I heard she's planning to come back from abroad soon. Xiao Wei suddenly remembered something and asked. He recalled Zhang Huiyin from high school. That girl was warm and outgoing, beautiful and charming, and came from a wealthy family. She was the daughter of a well-known businessman in Yunhai City, and she had liked him since high school. Unfortunately, Lin Xian was focused on his studies at the time and didn't have much time to think about romance. Zhang Huiyin's grades were not very good, and after graduating from high school, her family sent her abroad to study.
There's nothing between her and me.
Lin Xian shrugged and replied. The three then continued chatting and catching up. Soon after, they finished their late-night snack and went home. Lin Xian got home at almost 11 o'clock. After taking a shower, he carefully opened the door and went inside. However, when he entered the bedroom, he found that Li Mengyao was too sleepy to open her eyes, but she still forced herself to stay awake and wait for her husband to come home. Upon hearing the noise, Li Mengyao opened her eyes with difficulty and smiled slightly. Honey, you're back. Lin Xian quickly climbed onto the bed, stretched out his arms and hugged Li Mengyao tightly, saying gently, Wife, if you're sleepy, go to sleep first.
No, I want to sleep in your arms.
Li Mengyao said coquettishly.
Okay, now go to sleep. Lin Xian gently kissed Li Mengyao's forehead.
The two quickly fell asleep. The next morning, sunlight streamed into the room through the curtains. Lin Xian opened his eyes, looked at Li Mengyao who was still fast asleep beside him, and a happy smile appeared on his face. He got up quietly, washed up, and then went back to the bedside to wake Li Mengyao.
Today, the family will set off for Li Mengyao's hometown Jingshui City. Mom, that's enough, you don't need to bring so many gifts. Li Mengyao advised.
It's nothing, just a small token of my appreciation, Zhang Shulan said with a smile. After everything was ready, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao drove the Xiaomi SU7 sedan, while Lin Zhenghua, Zheng Shulan, and Lin Cixi drove the BMW 8 Series sedan, and the group set off in a grand procession. Yunhai City and Jingshui City are not far apart, only about an hour and a half apart. This time on the highway, Lin Zhenghua was not left behind by Lin Xian.
The two vehicles drove smoothly along the way and soon arrived in Jingshui City.
Upon arriving in Jingshui City, they went directly to a high-end restaurant. This restaurant had been booked in advance by Li Mengyao's mother, Huang Shifang, to welcome Lin Xian and his family. The group rode the elevator slowly upwards, eventually stopping in front of a luxurious private room. Before they could even step out, they saw an elegant middle-aged woman standing there with a friendly smile on her face. At this moment, Huang Shifang had been waiting for a long time, with Li Mengyao's aunt and uncle standing beside her.
As she saw the group exiting the elevator, she immediately went up to them and said warmly, "My dear in-laws, we've finally met. Chapter 64. Your husband brought another woman home. We're so happy to finally meet you."
Zhang Shulan walked up with a smile, grasped Huang Shifang's hand tightly, and said enthusiastically. When Huang Shifang saw Lin Xian and Lin Zhenghua carrying large bags of gifts behind her, her eyes revealed genuine emotion.
"My dear in-law, why did you bring so many things? This is too formal."
"We'll be family from now on, no need to be so polite." Zhang Shulan quickly waved her hand and said with a smile, "Not at all, it's nothing. It's our first meeting, so we should prepare a small gift for the occasion."
"It's a small gift but carries great meaning, please accept it, my dear in-law." "Well, alright, thank you, in-laws, I'll accept it."
Huang Shifang hesitated for a moment, but still gladly accepted the generous gift. When she opened the gift box, she was surprised to find that the items inside were incredibly precious and valuable. After the gifts were properly placed, Huang Shifang continued with the introduction.
"These two are Mengyao's aunt and uncle.
They have always taken good care of Mengyao. Li Mengyao's aunt, Huang Shizhen, is a gentle and generous middle-aged woman who resembles Huang Shifang.
Li Mengyao's uncle, Luo Qingxuan, gives off a kind and amiable impression.
After Li Mengyao's father passed away unexpectedly, her aunt and uncle often helped her and showed her care.
Hello.
Thank you for taking care of Mengyao.
Hello.
I've heard that Yao Yao found a handsome husband, and now it seems they really are a perfect match." After exchanging polite greetings, the group entered the luxurious private room together. The private room was filled with a faint floral fragrance, and soft music played like silk, as if offering the best wishes to the newlyweds. While waiting for the food to be served, Lin Zhenghua, Luo Qingxuan, Zhang Shulan, and Huang Shifang chatted amongst themselves. Huang Shizhen, on the other hand, sat alone to the side.
"Yao Yao, come sit with your auntie."
Huang Shizhen smiled and beckoned to Li Mengyao.
"Honey, I'm coming over for a bit."
Li Mengyao smiled slightly. "Okay, go ahead," Lin Xian said with a smile. So Li Mengyao walked lightly to her aunt and sat down next to her, smiling as she said, "Auntie. Yao Yao, why did you have to report to your husband before coming to your aunt's place?"
"Ha ha ha."
Huang Shizhen teased jokingly.
"No way."
Li Mengyao's cheeks instantly flushed with a shy blush. "How have you been lately? Has Lin Xian been taking good care of you?" Aunt Huang Shizhen asked with concern, knowing that Li Mengyao was pregnant. "Lin Xian is very good to me, really very good."
Li Mengyao's face was filled with happiness.
"That's good.
Don't forget that you have your aunt to back you up. If you encounter any problems in the future, you can come to your aunt anytime."
Huang Shizhen was always worried that her niece would be wronged, but when she saw Li Mengyao's happy and satisfied smile, she was relieved.
Soon, the restaurant began serving the dishes.
As usual, Lin Xian kept putting Li Mengyao's favorite dishes on her plate. Seeing how Lin Xian took such good care of Li Mengyao, Luo Qingxuan and Huang Shizhen smiled with satisfaction.
Everyone enjoyed a warm and cozy lunch together.
In the afternoon, Li Mengyao's aunt and uncle went back first, and Lin Xian's family followed Huang Shifang to Li Mengyao's house, where they all drank tea and chatted together. Li Mengyao felt a little sleepy, so she went back to her room to sleep. Lin Xian was watching Lin Sisi, who was idly playing with her phone. He smiled slightly, revealing his signature grin. "Little sister, I'll take you somewhere."
"Where are you going? You're not planning to sell me off, are you?"
Lin Sisi looked up at Lin Xian and saw that familiar smile on her older brother's face.
She knew it couldn't be anything good. "You'll know once you go. Are you too scared to go?"
Lin Xian seemed to see through his sister's thoughts and deliberately provoked her.
"Fine, I'll go."
Lin Sisi was stubborn by nature and couldn't stand being provoked. "Since staying here is boring anyway, I might as well go out and see the world with my brother."
So the two quickly went downstairs, got into the Xiaomi SU7, and soon arrived at the courier shop downstairs in Times Garden.
It turned out that Lin Xian had purchased some small pieces of furniture beforehand, intending to place them in his house in Times Garden. Coincidentally, these packages had all been delivered yesterday. At this moment, Lin Xian and Lin Sisi were busy moving these packages into the trunk of the Xiaomi SU7.
"Brother, you called me all this way just to help you move your packages?" Lin Sisi asked angrily.
Lin Sisi really couldn't understand why they had to come all the way to pick up the package. Not entirely. Lin Xian laughed heartily after hearing this, then said mysteriously,
"I'll buy you ice cream later, bro. I want the most expensive one."
After unloading the packages, Lin Xian took Lin Cece to the underground parking lot of Times Garden.
Brother, aren't we going back? I'm exhausted.
Lin Cece said wearily while eating the ice cream her brother had just bought for her.
Let me show you my new house first, Lin Xian said with a smile. A new house?
Not long after, they arrived at the entrance of apartment 1201, Building A, Times Garden. The gate has now been replaced with a smart gate, which is intricately carved with special textures, giving it a solemn and grand feel. After entering the password, Lin Xian pushed open the door, picked up the package, and went inside.
Hey bro, when did you buy this?
Lin Cece couldn't wait to run into the house and began to carefully examine the new home. She excitedly wandered through the rooms, not wanting to miss a single corner. After settling the package, Lin Xian began to carefully inspect the house's renovation. Unlike the minimalist style of Jinwan Mansion, this time Sherdai Jiyuan features a Chinese style, emphasizing symmetry and the beauty of square and round shapes. The entire space is dominated by dark red, creating a solemn and elegant atmosphere. Upon entering the spacious and bright hall, the first thing that catches the eye is a magnificent landscape mural. This mural is like a window to nature, taking in the magnificent scenery of mountains and rivers.
Secondly, each room adopts traditional Chinese layout and decoration techniques, with a Chinese round mural hanging on the wall, openwork wooden lattice windows, and smooth, delicate marble floors. It appears that the renovation is basically complete.
Lin Xian was fairly satisfied with the quality and style of the renovation. The only thing left was that the furniture hadn't been installed yet, and he estimated that he would be able to move in about half a month.
Brother, I want this room,
Lin Cece said, pointing to a room that was sunny and had a wide view.
Okay, I'll save it for you, Lin Xian said with a smile.
After everything was settled, Lin Xian and Lin Cece returned to the community parking lot, started the Xiaomi SU7, and drove back the way they came. Just then, Chen Tingting quietly watched all of this from a short distance away and secretly took out her phone to take a picture. She never expected that a chance encounter would lead her to discover such a shocking secret. Lin Xian betrayed Yao Yao so quickly and got together with other women.
He's a complete scumbag.
Chen Tingting quickly sent the photos she had just taken to Li Mengyao.
Yao Yao, something terrible has happened. Your husband brought another woman home. Chapter 65 You've misunderstood.
At this time, Li Mengyao was still fast asleep at home. Lin Xian and Lin Cece arrived at Li Mengyao's house shortly afterward, where Huang Shifang had already prepared the guest rooms.
Everyone returned to their rooms to rest. Lin Xian also entered Li Mengyao's boudoir.
He moved lightly, afraid of waking her, carefully climbed into bed, gently stretched out his arms, and pulled Li Mengyao tightly into his embrace. Then, they drifted off to sleep together. Because Li Mengyao went to bed early at noon, she was the first to wake up. When she opened her beautiful eyes and saw Lin Xian sleeping soundly beside her, she suddenly felt that her husband was especially cute when he was sleeping. So she picked up her phone, intending to secretly take a few photos. As soon as she opened her phone, she saw a message from Chen Tingting.
Yao Yao, something terrible has happened. Your husband brought another woman home.
Upon seeing this message, Li Mengyao was filled with a huge question mark.
My husband is sleeping right next to me.
Immediately afterwards, she clicked to view the photo and chuckled.
At this moment, Lin Xian's long eyelashes suddenly trembled slightly, but Li Mengyao did not notice. Li Mengyao, Tingting, you've misunderstood.
She's Lin Xian's younger sister.
Chen Tingting, huh?
After explaining everything, Li Mengyao picked up her phone again and started taking pictures of the sleeping Lin Xian. After taking several photos, Li Mengyao felt it wasn't enough. So she brought her delicate face closer, slightly touching Lin Xian's face, and raised her phone to take a picture of the two of them together. However, seeing that her foolish husband still didn't make a move, Li Mengyao became bolder and bolder. She first lightly kissed Lin Xian's cheek, then quickly picked up her phone and took another picture. Unexpectedly, Lin Xian hugged Li Mengyao and kissed her.
You stinky husband, you're pretending to be asleep.
Li Mengyao angrily nudged Lin Xian's chin with her head.
Ha ha ha, who told you to steal your husband's kiss, huh?
Lin Xian grinned mischievously. Li Mengyao, however, sullenly lowered her head, pressed her face against Lin Xian's chest, and ignored him. After a while, Lin Xian broke the silence and said, "Send me the photos you just took."
No.
Li Mengyao replied decisively.
After another moment of silence, Li Mengyao suddenly looked up and questioned Lin Xian, "Where did you take Cece just now?"
"Wife, how did you know?"
Lin Xian asked in surprise. "Because I'm a fairy, I know everything,"
Li Mengyao said proudly. I did just take Cece to Times Garden to pick up a package, and also to check on the house renovation.
Lin Xian couldn't help but burst into laughter. You really are Cece's biological brother. How's the renovation going? Why didn't you take me to see it? Li Mengyao continued to ask.
There is still a slight amount of formaldehyde residue in the new house. You're pregnant, so you can't go there, Lin Xian explained gently.
Okay, Li Mengyao was a little disappointed. But I took a video, you can take a look.
As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xian handed the phone to Li Mengyao. Li Mengyao was very satisfied with the decoration of Times Garden. After everyone woke up from their afternoon nap, Lin Xian told his parents about the new house. Lin Zhenghua and Zhang Shulan expressed their support and went to see it together. They were very satisfied. As night fell, Huang Shifang and Zhang Shulan prepared dinner together, which made Lin Xian feel very fortunate that he wouldn't be cooking.
After dinner, Lin Xian and his family began preparing to return to Yunhai City. In-laws, won't you stay a few more days?
Huang Shifang earnestly advised. I'm so sorry, in-laws. Old Lin's annual leave is almost over, and he has to go back to work tomorrow, Zhang Shulan politely declined.
Alright then, come again when you have the chance.
Here are some local specialties from Jingshui City, please take them back and try them, Huang Shifang said gently.
Alright, in-laws, you are welcome to visit Yunhai City when you have time. We'll head home now. Mom, I'm going now.
Li Mengyao stepped forward and hugged Huang Shifang tightly.
Remember to come back and visit often when you have time. Go now.
Huang Shifang gently stroked Li Mengyao's pretty head, full of affection. Seeing how well her in-laws took care of Li Mengyao, she felt at ease entrusting her daughter to them. We'll come back when Times Garden is finished being renovated, Lin Xian nodded gently. Okay, I'll wait for you, Huang Shifang said gently.
Next, the group embarked on their journey home. After an hour-and-a-half drive, they finally arrived at their home in Yunhai City.
It was already late, and night had enveloped the entire city. Everyone returned to their rooms to rest. Just as Lin Xian lay down on the bed and closed his eyes, the long-lost voice came from his mind again.
Ding dong!
Congratulations, host, for facilitating a meeting between the two families. A cash reward of 4 million yuan has been awarded, with a 5x bonus, totaling 20 million yuan. The money has been transferred to your bank account through legitimate means. Please check. Ding dong, congratulations host for triggering the lottery mechanism, you are rewarded with one chance to draw a prize.
Since the last lottery pool has been exhausted, we are now updating the lottery pool. The new prize pool includes 1. A large luxury Riva 88 yacht 2. A Lamborghini Sian Lightning Limited Edition 3. Ocean Heart Necklace 4. A futuristic couple's watch 5. Thank you for your patronage. Would you like to participate in the lottery? System, you finally appeared? I thought you disappeared.
Lin Xian complained. So, are you going to try or not? The system urged again.
Smoke.
Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Ocean Heart necklace worth 5 million.
Please check. Chapter 66 I bought this sea view villa.
The system was indeed generous, giving Lin Xian 20 million yuan right away. What surprised Lin Xian the most was that the prize pool also included luxury items such as a Lamborghini Sian Lightning Limited Edition and a large luxury Riva 88 yacht. Their value is as high as tens of millions.
As the system continues to draw prizes, these prizes will eventually be yours.
However, Lin Xian had no idea what that futuristic couple's tech watch was. This time, I won a Heart of the Ocean necklace, which is perfect for my wife to use in our wedding photos.
Ouch. Honey, why did you suddenly bite me?
Lin Xian suddenly felt a light bite on his face, and then he looked down at his wife in his arms.
Honey, what are you thinking about? You're not even talking to me. Li Mengyao pouted her cute little lips slightly.
I'm thinking about when we should take our wedding photos, Lin Xian replied gently.
How about the day after tomorrow? A hint of happiness flashed across Li Mengyao's face. Okay, let's try on wedding dresses tomorrow.
Lin Xian said with a smile.
Okay, Li Mengyao smiled sweetly.
The two then fell asleep in each other's arms. The next morning, Lin Xian was awakened by a crisp telephone ring. Still half asleep, he picked up his phone and pressed the answer button.
Good morning, Mr. Lin.
I am Zhang Haicheng, the store manager of Royal Jewelry Store in Yunhai City.
Hello,
Lin Xian replied in a slightly weary voice. Zhang Haichang said respectfully, the ocean heart necklace you ordered yesterday has arrived at our store.
When would you be free to come and pick it up?
After all, someone who can buy a necklace worth 5 million yuan in cash in one go is definitely not an ordinary person. I'm free all morning, Lin Xian replied casually.
Then I'll wait for you at the store.
After hanging up the phone, Lin Xian gently woke Li Mengyao, and the two went to the restaurant together to have breakfast. After breakfast, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao went to the parking lot, got into the Xiaomi SU7, and slowly drove out of the community. Before long, the car stopped in front of a high-end residential complex by the sea. This was the sales office of Yunhai Jijia.
Honey, didn't we agree to go pick out a wedding dress? How did we end up here?
Li Mengyao asked, her face full of confusion. Let's buy a small thing first, Lin Xian said with a smile as he unbuckled his seatbelt.
Buying another house? Is a house a small thing?
After Lin Xian's previous experiences of secretly buying houses, Li Mengyao had already guessed it.
Lin Xian didn't continue explaining to his wife.
He leaned forward to unbuckle her seatbelt and then gave her a quick kiss on her slightly parted cherry lips.
Ugh!
Li Mengyao was suddenly attacked by Lin Xian, and she reached out her small hand and squeezed his chest hard.
Doesn't my wife like looking at the sea? Let's buy another sea view house.
Lin Xian rubbed the spot where he had just been pinched and smiled.
How much will that cost? Li Mengyao asked softly.
It's alright, your husband is rich, and besides, it's time to move to a new apartment in our neighborhood, Lin Xian said with a smile.
Alright then.
Li Mengyao really wanted to see what a sea view room was like. Inside the car, Lin Xian's face was very close to Li Mengyao's, close enough that he could feel her breath. Li Mengyao felt Lin Xian's malicious gaze, and a blush rose on her face.
Get out of my way. Li Mengyao gently pushed Lin Xian away, quickly opened the car door, and escaped. Lin Xian, all she does is kiss all day long, doesn't she get tired of it?
Lin Xian got out of the car with a smile. The two walked hand in hand into the sales office of Yunhai Jijia.
Hello, are you two here to buy a house?
Another graceful and beautiful saleswoman came up to greet us.
Yes, do you still have any sea view rooms available? Lin Xian asked.
Yes, please follow me. The female saleswoman led the two to the model of the Yunhai Yijia residential complex, pointed to the top floor of a building, and introduced it as follows. Unit 3201 in Building C of Yunhai Home is still for sale, and it has a very open view.
Only the top floor?
Lin Xian frowned slightly.
Yes, currently only the top floor is left. Never mind then, I don't like the top floor. After saying that, Lin Xian took Li Mengyao's hand and prepared to leave.
Just then, a familiar voice came.
Brother Xian? What are you doing here? Huang Xinkai had just seen off a client when he returned and saw Li Xian and Li Mengyao preparing to leave. Xinkai? So you work here? Lin Xian asked in surprise. Yes, this must be your sister-in-law. Hello, sister-in-law.
Huang Xinkai greeted her with a smile.
Hello. Li Mengyao replied politely. Hey, Xianji, come to me if you want to buy a house. Let's keep the profits in the family, ha ha ha. Huang Xinkai patted Lin Xian on the shoulder and said generously. If I had known you worked here, I definitely would have looked for you. By the way, do you really not have any other ocean view rooms left? Lin Xian asked. Regular houses are definitely out of the question. However, we do have a sea view villa, but it's too expensive, so forget it.
I'll check if anyone has unsubscribed and then contact you again, Huang Xinkai said.
No need, take us to see the seaside villa.
Lin Xian replied with a slight smile and a firm tone.
What? Brother Xian, do you know that seaside villa is worth 20 million? That's no small sum.
Huang Xinkai stared at Lin Xian with wide eyes, completely astonished.
Li Mengyao was also surprised. 20 million? That's too expensive.
However, Lin Xian appeared unusually calm.
He said casually, it's all right. Take us to see it. If we're satisfied, we can just buy it.
20 million is nothing to the system. So the three of them quickly set off for the villa area of Yunhai House. This sea view villa has a building area of 300 square meters and an interior area of 900 square meters. It is a luxury villa with 3 floors above ground and 2 floors below ground. In addition, it features a large garden of over 400 square meters and a full set of home appliances and furniture. The villa is gently embraced by the boundless blue sea. Its unique design is eye-catching,
with a geometric architectural outline that is very modern. Large glass screens are like mirrors, reflecting the shimmering waves of the sea.
Lin Xian and Li Mengyao stepped onto the villa's balcony together, gazing at the shimmering sea in the distance, both of them showing expressions of great satisfaction.
"Wife, what do you think?"
Lin Xian asked softly. Li Mengyao stood there quietly, her eyes slightly closed, trying to feel the sea breeze gently brushing her cheeks. A satisfied smile appeared on her lips as she murmured, "It's so beautiful." "Xinkai, I'm buying this sea view villa," Lin Xian said, turning to Huang Xinkai.
"Really? You're not kidding?"
Huang Xinkai said in shock.
"I'm not kidding." Chapter 67 Heart of the Ocean. "Brother Xian, do you really have that much money?" Huang Xinkai still couldn't believe it, staring wide-eyed at Lin Xian.
"Of course it's true.
If you don't believe me, I can show you my bank account balance,"
Lin Xian said as he took out his phone, opened the banking app, and turned the screen towards Huang Xinkai. Huang Xinkai looked closely and saw an astonishing number displayed on the screen. It started with 2 and was followed by 7 zeros. He couldn't help but gasp, "Holy crap, Brother Xian really has that much money."
"Brother Xian, wait a moment, I'll go prepare the sales contract right away."
After saying that, Huang Xinkai immediately went back to prepare.
Although Li Mengyao was also shocked, she no longer doubted Lin Xian's ability to make money.
While Huang Xinkai was preparing the contract, Lin Xian held Li Mengyao's hand and continued to leisurely admire the beautiful seaside villa. They strolled in the courtyard, enjoying the fresh sea breeze and warm sunshine.
When they reached the edge of the swimming pool in the villa's garden, Lin Xian stopped and pointed to the shimmering water, asking Li Mengyao, "Wife, can you swim?"
No, Li Mengyao gently shook her head.
"After we move here, your husband will teach you. Moreover, swimming during the second trimester is beneficial for both you and your baby.
It can reduce the burden on your joints and alleviate discomfort during pregnancy," Lin Xian said gently, squeezing her hand tenderly.
A happy smile appeared on her face.
Soon, Huang Xinkai returned with a sales contract.
"Brother Xian, do you see there are no problems?"
"We can swipe our card to pay now," Huang Xinkai said excitedly. The real estate industry has been sluggish lately, and in order to boost business, the company has increased the commission rate from 1% to 2%. So, he can get a commission of 400,000 yuan for this 20 million yuan house.
"Okay, no problem."
Lin Xian glanced at the contract, and after confirming that everything was correct, he handed the bank card to Huang Xinkai.
Thank you so much, Brother Xian. I'll treat you and show Wei Eyes to a big meal in a few days, ha?"
Huang Xinkai said with a big smile.
"Sure, it's just a pity that this villa is already fully furnished, otherwise I could have asked him to design it for me," Lin Xian said with a smile.
"He's not so lucky, but it's okay, we'll just treat him to a few more meals."
"Doesn't he like eating kidneys? Let's order him 20 skewers tonight."
Huang Xinkai laughed heartily.
"Show Wei Eyes, you too."
After the transaction was successfully completed, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao drove their Xiaomi SU7 to the Royal Jewelry Store in Yunhai City. Royal Jewelry Store in Yunhai City is the most famous jewelry store in Yunhai City, and it has many precious and rare jewelry pieces.
"Honey, why are we at the jewelry store again?" Li Mengyao asked again, full of suspicion. "I've come to pick up something."
Lin Xian smiled as he unbuckled his seatbelt. Just as he was about to help Li Mengyao unbuckle hers, he saw her quickly unbuckle her own seatbelt and get out of the car in a flustered manner, as if afraid that Lin Xian would hug her and kiss her again in the car.
The two entered the store together, and a young and pretty saleswoman immediately greeted them with a professional smile, asking, "Hello, are you here to buy jewelry?"
"No, I'm looking for your store manager, Zheng Haicheng."
"Could you please contact him?"
Lin Xian replied with a polite smile. "Okay, may I ask your name?" the female shop assistant continued. "My surname is Lin," Lin Xian replied simply.
"Okay, please wait a moment." After saying that, the female shop assistant turned and walked into a luxuriously decorated office.
"Mr. Zhang, there's a young man outside who wants to see you. He says his surname is Lin," the female shop assistant reported to the middle-aged man who was leisurely sipping tea, standing in front of the desk.
"Young man? What does a brat want with me? Tell him I'm not here."
The middle-aged man waved his hand dismissively without even looking up. He was sitting at the tea table, leisurely savoring the aroma of the tea. "This person is Zheng Haicheng, the store manager of Royal Jewelry Store in Yunhai City."
"Okay, I'll go and inform him right away." The female shop assistant turned and left. Zhang Tianchang picked up a cup of fine Longjing tea and took a sip. What did she just say? Her surname is Lin? Mr. Lin?
Zhang Haichang instantly sprang to his feet as if sitting on pins and needles and ran wildly toward the door. I'm so sorry, Mr. Lin, our manager is out right now. Why don't you come again another time? The female clerk explained politely.
All right then.
Lin Xian frowned slightly, but quickly regained his composure. Perhaps Zhang Haicheng really had something urgent to deal with. Just as Lin Xian was leading Li Mengyao away, a hurried shout came from behind.
Mr. Lin, please wait a moment.
Zhang Haicheng ran over, panting. This beautiful lady just said you weren't here, so I thought you were out running errands. Lin Xian smiled and extended his hand to shake hands with Zhang Haicheng. Lin Xian reached out and shook hands with Zhang Haicheng.
I just got back, ha. Please come in.
Zhang Haicheng warmly led Lin Xian and Li Mengyao into his luxurious office and personally brewed them a cup of fragrant Longjing tea on the tea table. Lin Xian glanced at Zhang Haicheng's teacup, which was still steaming, and realized that Zhang Haicheng definitely hadn't gone out.
However, Lin Xian didn't care.
He just wanted to get back the ocean heart necklace that the system had given him. Zhang Haicheng was also completely taken aback. The person who snapped up the 5 million yuan ocean heart necklace was so young, looking like a recent college graduate.
Mr. Zhang, the ocean heart necklace I ordered yesterday, can it be delivered to me now?
Lin Xian took a sip of tea and then asked directly.
Of course, please wait a moment.
Before long, an exquisitely crafted gift box appeared before Lin Xian and Li Mengyao. The gift box was emblazoned with the 4 large characters Heart of the Ocean, making it particularly eye-catching.
Wife, open it and take a look.
Lin Xian smiled and handed the gift box to Li Mengyao. Li Mengyao carefully opened the exquisite gift box, and a dazzling and mesmerizing light instantly burst forth. It turned out that the box contained a sapphire necklace.
This necklace uses an extremely rare cornflower blue sapphire, whose deep blue color is as mesmerizing as the center of the vast ocean.
Moreover, this sapphire has been carefully carved into a heart shape, which represents endless love, hence the romantic name Heart of the Ocean, Zhang Haicheng explained in detail.
Moreover, a ring of dazzling diamonds is set around the heart-shaped gemstone, sparkling like stars on a wave, he continued.
Wife, do you like it?
Lin Xian looked at Li Mengyao tenderly.
Yes, I like it. Li Mengyao smiled sweetly.
Chapter 68 The Allure of the Ocean.
After Li Mengyao happily put away the Heart of the Ocean, Lin Xian and she said goodbye to Zhang Haicheng and prepared to leave. However, just as Lin Xian and Li Mengyao were about to step out of Zhang Haicheng's office, they inadvertently caught a glimpse of an extremely exquisite pair of earrings displayed in the showcase, and Lin Xian involuntarily stepped forward. Mr. Zhang, these earrings are very beautiful.
May I ask what they are called?
Lin Xian asked with a smile.
Mr. Lin, you have excellent taste. This is our Yunhai Royal Jewelry Store's latest masterpiece Ocean Charm.
Zhang Haicheng sensed the potential business opportunity. He explained in detail, this Ocean Charm earring also uses extremely rare cornflower blue sapphires, which are carefully carved into a beautiful teardrop shape, just like the dew that condenses on the tip of the grass in the morning, crystal clear and pure. Diamonds are set around the sapphire with extraordinary skills, forming a dazzling halo, which adds to the charm of the earring.
How much does this Ocean Charm cost?
Lin Xian continued to ask. After a moment's thought, Zhang Haicheng replied, the preliminary price is 3 million, but it hasn't been officially released for sale yet. Lin Xian replied without hesitation, I'm willing to increase the price by 500,000.
What do you think, Mr. Zhang?
His tone was firm, and his eyes revealed a determination to win.
Honey, there is really no need to buy these things. Li Mengyao gently squeezed Lin Xian's hand and said coquettishly. I'll listen to my husband.
Lin Xian turned to Li Mengyao with a smile. Seeing this, Zhang Haicheng anxiously shouted, deal. In no time, the pair of earrings named Ocean Charm were beautifully packaged by the staff and handed to Li Mengyao. It was nearly 11 o'clock, so Lin Xian and Li Mengyao decided to go home for lunch first and then head to the wedding photography company in the afternoon. On her way home, Li Mengyao carefully protected her bag, which contained 8.5 million yuan. Even selling herself wouldn't yield that much. After a hearty lunch, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao lay comfortably on the bed.
Honey, do you know how much money we have left?
Li Mengyao snuggled into Lin Xian's arms like a kitten and asked softly.
How much is left? Lin Xian affectionately stroked Li Mengyao's hair.
I only have 5 million left in my current account, Li Mengyao said softly.
Ha? Only 5 million left?
Lin Xian was a little surprised, but thinking about it, it made sense. He instantly spent the 20 million the system had just given him, and then immediately bought a 3.5 million earring chain. Thinking about it, it really was quite extravagant. So I don't think it's necessary to buy these. One earring costs 3 million, and you even raised the price. Li Mangyao felt that she should be thrifty, even though the ocean enchantment earrings were indeed very beautiful.
Wife, do you know when I'm going to raise the price?
Lin Xian continued to gently stroke Li Mengyao's hair and smiled.
Why? Li Mangyao looked up and asked curiously. Because this piece of jewelry hasn't been officially sold to the public yet. If my wife wears it now, wouldn't she be one of a kind?
I'm thinking that when my wife wears it to take our wedding photos, she will definitely be the most beautiful bride in the world. Lin Xian replied with deep affection in his eyes.
Honey, you're going to spoil me.
Li Mangyao reached out and hugged Lin Xian's neck, pressing her cute little face tightly against his neck as she whispered.
What can I do if she's spoiled? Her husband can only keep spoiling her. Lin Xian gently kissed Li Mengyao's smooth forehead.
Upon hearing this, Li Mangyao raised her head again, gazing at Lin Xian with tender affection. She slightly opened her cherry-like lips and then unhesitatingly offered him a sweet kiss. In the afternoon, after waking up, Lin Xian and Li Mangyao went together to a famous wedding photography studio in Yunhai City. After careful selection and discussion, they finally finalized a perfect shooting plan, which cost as much as 30,000 yuan. We were planning to start taking wedding photos tomorrow, but the weather forecast says the weather won't be good, so we have to postpone the shoot to the day after tomorrow. So, Li Mangyao went to the bridal shop and carefully selected a wedding dress that suited her. After careful consideration, she finally chose her favorite style and went into the dressing room to try them on one by one.
Not long after, Li Mangyao came out of the dressing room.
She was dressed in a snow-white wedding gown that perfectly accentuated her graceful figure. The skirt swayed gently with her steps, like a sacred flower blooming in the clouds, breathtakingly beautiful.
Honey, does this look good? Li Mangyao asked shyly.
Beautiful. Lin Xian was already dumbfounded.
Humph. That's what they said about the other one too. Li Mangyao said irritably. Well, there's nothing I can do about it. My wife looks good in everything. How about we wear them the day after tomorrow?
Lin Xian said with a smile.
A hint of happiness flashed across Li Mengyao's face. Honey, why haven't you changed yet? Li Mangyao asked curiously.
I'm waiting for my wife to choose for me, Lin Xian said with a smile.
Come here, you silly husband. Li Mangyao went to the suit section and began to choose.
Her eyes swept over the exquisite suits, and she already had some ideas in mind. Soon, she picked out several suits that were very suitable for Lin Xian in terms of style and color, and then handed them to Lin Xian with a smile, gesturing for him to try them on. Lin Xian took the suit and went into the fitting room to change. A short while later, Lin Xian changed his clothes and came out. He was dressed in a wedding suit, his handsome figure and dashing face complementing each other perfectly, exuding charm and elegance. Seeing Lin Xian's appearance, Li Mangyao smiled with satisfaction. She gently took Lin Xian's hand and led him to the mirror to take several beautiful photos.
In the evening, the family sat around the dinner table, enjoying their meal.
Mom and Dad, let's move tomorrow, Lin Xian suddenly said with a smile. These words were like a thunderclap out of nowhere. Apart from Li Mangyao, everyone present was stunned, and the others all had puzzled expressions on their faces.
Moving? What kind of moving? Zhang Shulan frowned and asked, puzzled. Could it be that his son's investments failed, and he mortgaged the family home? Chapter 69. What can't your husband do? It's just moving.
We're moving to a different place, Lin Xian said with a slight smile and a relaxed tone.
Son, have you had some bad investments lately?
If you're short of money, just tell Mom.
I have some left.
Before she finished speaking, Zhang Shulan hurriedly returned to her room, took out a bank card, and stuffed it into Lin Xian's hand. Lin Xian was also taken aback when he saw this. His mother's thought process was truly unique.
Mom, you've misunderstood. We're moving to a new house.
Li Mangyao said with a smile as she watched the scene unfold.
Moving to a new house? Where are you moving to?
Zhang Shulan asked with a puzzled look.
The Cloudsea family, Lin Xian said with a smile. Why did you suddenly buy a new house out of the blue? Lin Zhengwu couldn't help but ask.
We've lived in this neighborhood for several years now, so it's time for a change of scenery.
Brother, what does the new house look like? Lin Cece asked eagerly, unable to hide her excitement.
You'll find out tomorrow, Lin Xian said, still smiling.
The next day arrived quickly.
Lin Xian and his family packed their luggage neatly and placed it in the trunk of the car. Lin Xian and Lin Zhenghua started their respective vehicles and slowly drove towards Yunhai's home. This time, Lin Xian drove ahead, while his father, Lin Zhenghua, followed closely behind. Before long, they arrived at the ordinary residential area of Yunhai House. However, Lin Xian did not stop there, but continued straight to the more luxurious Yunhai home villa area.
Shouldn't we be at Yunhai House? Why are we driving forward?
Zhang Shulan asked, puzzled.
Looks like we're heading to the villa area,
Lin Zhenghua said while driving attentively.
A villa district?
Zhang Shulan was astonished. In the blink of an eye, the Xiaomi SU7 and BMW 8 Series came to a smooth stop in front of a large sea-view villa in the Yunhai Azijia villa area. When everyone stepped out of the car, Lin Zhenghua and Zhang Shulan were stunned, but Lin Sisi rushed straight ahead without any hesitation.
Dude, you actually bought such a huge villa.
As the family steps onto the ground floor, they are greeted by a 7-meter-high atrium living room, where they can easily enjoy a stunning sea view from any corner. Next to the living room is a spacious kitchen, which is divided into two distinct areas, a Western-style dining area on the left and a Chinese-style dining area on the right. On the other side of the living room, there is an exquisitely decorated tea room, which displays all kinds of precious and rare tea sets and teas. The second floor has 5 rooms, 4 of which are spacious and bright master bedrooms, each with an unbeatable sea view, allowing you to fully enjoy the tranquility and beauty of the ocean, while the other room has been transformed into an exquisite and elegant study, filled with all kinds of books, like a treasure trove of knowledge. Ascending the stairs to the third floor, the first thing that catches the eye is the spacious and beautifully decorated master bedroom. It features not only a comfortable and soft bed and luxurious furniture, but also a floor-to-ceiling window offering a panoramic view of the vast sea of clouds, making one feel as if they are in a fairyland. In addition, this floor also has a spacious and beautiful viewing terrace. Standing on the terrace, feeling the breeze on your face, and gazing at the distant clouds and the horizon where the sea meets the sky, you will feel extremely comfortable. This must cost so much money.
Zhang Shulan couldn't help but exclaim in amazement.
20 million, Lin Xian replied casually as he unloaded his luggage from the car. Just then, Lin Zhenghua suddenly pulled Lin Xian aside.
Son, tell your dad the truth. Is all this money earned from investments?
Lin Zhenghua found this unbelievable. Buying a BMW 8 Series worth over 1 million yuan was one thing, but now they had actually bought a seaside villa worth over 20 million yuan.
It was simply unbelievable. Not entirely, Dad.
Actually, I also own a company in Jinghai City, and I get 1 million yuan in dividends every month.
What company? Jinwan Technology Company, Limited.
At this very moment, Lu Wendy, the general manager of Jinwan Technology Company, Limited, was busily working in his office. He hadn't seen his boss for so many days. I knew you could do it, son, haha. Lin Zhenghua patted Lin Xian's shoulder hard and said with a smile.
Dad, you were just questioning me.
Lin Xian said helplessly, rubbing his shoulder that had been slapped.
Come on, let's continue moving the luggage.
Lin Zhenghua quickly changed the subject. After spending the whole morning, Lin Xian and Lin Zhenghua finally put away all their luggage. Because the seaside villa had not prepared any food, Lin Xian's family had to return to their original home to have lunch. In the afternoon, Lin Xian and Li Mangyao went to the mall to buy groceries. When they arrived at the mall, Lin Xian suddenly had a flash of inspiration and remembered that his new home had a dedicated Western-style dining area.
Honey, would you like some Western food tonight? Lin Xian asked Li Mangyao with a smile. Oh? Honey, you can cook Western food? Li Mangyao couldn't help but show a surprised expression. What can't your husband do? What kind of Western food would you like to eat tonight?
Lin Xian asked with a smile.
I want to eat spaghetti and steak. Li Mangyao smiled broadly, very happy.
Okay, Lin Xian readily agreed.
He thought it would be nice to change things up once in a while.
Before long, Lin Xian had purchased all the necessary ingredients and then drove back to the seaside villa.
We're back.
Lin Xian and Li Mangyao shouted loudly as they stood at the door, carrying shopping bags of all sizes. However, the room was quiet, and no one responded.
The two then went inside the house, searching for their family members.
They discovered that Lin Zhenghua, the father, was engrossed in playing with various tea sets in the exquisite tea room, completely captivated by them.
What about Mom?
They went to the kitchen again and saw Zhang Shulan tinkering with something there. At that moment, Zhang Shulan thought that with such a spacious and fully equipped kitchen, she would definitely be able to develop many new products. Having a villa that's too big also has its problems. It can be a bit hard to find people. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao sat side by side on the spacious and comfortable sofa in the living room, silently gazing at the magnificent and boundless sea view outside the window. Where's Cece? Lin Xian suddenly realized that he hadn't seen her all afternoon. So he stood up and began searching every corner of the villa for his sister. He started by searching the 3 floors above ground, but every room was empty, and he didn't see a trace of Lin Cece. Could it be on the basement level? Lin Xian then took the elevator in the villa to the basement. The basement level is primarily for entertainment and leisure, featuring a luxurious home theater, a state-of-the-art game room, and a fully equipped gym, among other amenities. As the elevator doors slowly opened, Lin Xian immediately spotted a familiar figure in the game room. At this moment, Lin Cece was staring intently at the screen, wearing headphones, gripping the game controller tightly with both hands, and constantly shouting, "Sisters, let's go together." Chapter 70. I'm willing to spend any amount of money on my wife. Lin Xian watched Lin Cece quietly from behind, a sense of helplessness welling up in his heart. He gently reached out and unplugged the network cable. Suddenly, the screen froze, and the once bustling game world fell silent. Ugh! Why isn't it moving? Frustrated, Lin Cece took off her headphones and turned around angrily, only to be surprised to find her older brother, Lin Xian, standing behind her. An awkward smile appeared on her face as she tried to hide her inner panic. "Brother, what brings you here?" "Ha ha ha." Lin Cece chuckled awkwardly, her voice tinged with guilt. Lin Xian frowned and asked seriously, "Little sister, have you finished your homework?" Lin Cece lowered her head, fiddling with her fingers, and whispered, Almost there, bro, I was wrong." The mistake was playing games secretly. Lin Cece's voice trailed off. Lin Xian shook his head and said firmly, "No. Do you know where you really went wrong?" Lin Cece raised her head and stared blankly at Lin Xian. An hour passed, and Li Mengyao was still sitting on the spacious and comfortable sofa playing on her phone. "Why hasn't my husband come back yet after an hour?" Li Mengyao muttered to herself. So she put down her phone and got up to look for Lin Xian. Soon, she spotted 2 familiar figures in the game room on the basement floor. Lin Xian and Lin Cece were completely focused on the screen, wearing headphones, gripping the game controllers tightly, and constantly shouting, "Sis, there's an enemy on the left, take him out quickly." "Where?" "How stupid." "Bro, you solved it." Seeing the deep affection between the siblings, Li Mengyao's face showed a satisfied and gratified smile. "Honey, Cece, don't forget to stay hydrated while you're playing games." She gently picked up 2 delicate and adorable little cups and placed them in front of Lin Xian and Lin Cece. "Ah, wife?" Lin Xian turned around and saw Li Mengyao. He felt a sudden panic and hurriedly put down the game controller in his hand. "Brother, why aren't you moving?" Lin Cece turned around and her eyes met those of her sister-in-law, Li Mengyao. Without hesitation, she put down the game controller. "Why did you stop playing?" Li Mengyao asked gently, and sat down close to Lin Xian. Lin Xian quickly realized what was happening and hurriedly shifted the blame. "It's all Cece's fault, she insisted on dragging me to play games with her." "Ha? You're talking nonsense, you old bastard. You were the one who insisted on joining." Lin Cece retorted, not to be outdone. "I didn't say you guys can't play games. On the contrary, I think it's very heartwarming," Li Mengyao chuckled. "You guys keep playing, I'll just watch quietly from the side." Her eyes were full of love and tolerance. "Honey, want to play together?" Lin Xian said to Li Mengyao with a smile. "Can I? But I'm not very good at playing." Li Mengyao answered hesitantly. At this moment, Lin Cece chimed in with a smile, "It's all right, sister-in-law. Just let my brother rush ahead and draw fire, and we'll stay in the back." "Okay." Li Mengyao smiled happily. Time flies, and it's almost dinner time. Zhang Shulan looked at the Western food ingredients Lin Xian had bought in the refrigerator and was puzzled. "What should I do?" "Son, the groceries you bought this afternoon, where are they?" Zhang Shulan walked out of the kitchen and found that Lin Xian and Li Mengyao were not in the living room. So Zhang Shulan began searching for their whereabouts in every corner of the villa. The problem with having a big house is that it's especially difficult to find people to live there. Finally, Zhang Shulan saw 3 familiar figures in the game room on the basement floor. The 3 of them were happily playing games, and Li Mengyao was also laughing happily. She hadn't had much of this kind of childhood joy when she was a child. However, at that moment, Zhang Shulan walked towards Lin Xian.
Son, stop playing and hurry up and prepare dinner.
We can't let Meng Yao and the babies go hungry, Zhang Shulan said softly.
Okay, I'll go right away.
Lin Xian quickly put down the game controller in his hand, then took the elevator to the kitchen and began to busily prepare dinner. At the same time, Li Mengyao and Lin Sisi also stopped playing the game. They looked at Zhang Shulan with faces full of grievance, like two children who had done something wrong.
Meng Yao, it's alright, you can continue playing.
Lin Xian will call you when he's finished cooking dinner, Zhang Shulan said with a smile, then turned and left the room. Lin Sisi was stunned. Was this really her mother? She used to get caught by her mom and get a spanking all the time. Soon, an hour had passed, and with his 5-star culinary skills, Lin Xian had prepared a sumptuous Western meal. Italian spaghetti bolognese, pan-fried foie gras, pan-fried cod, fish and chips, and steak Wellington. Each dish looks mouth-watering. The family sat in front of the spacious dining room, ready to enjoy dinner.
Brother, you can cook Western food too.
Lin Sisi exclaimed in surprise. It's nice to change things up sometimes, give it a try, Lin Xian said with a smile.
Wow, this is so delicious.
Lin Sisi cut a piece of Wellington steak and stuffed it into her mouth, her face full of happiness. Zhang Shulan also took a bite and had to admit that her son's cooking skills were truly exceptional.
Lin Zhenghua also enjoyed his meal. Is it good? Lin Xian looked at Li Mengyao gently. It's delicious. Li Mengyao's eyes crinkled with joy.
After dinner, Lin Sisi was urged by her mother, Zhang Shulan, to go to the study to finish her homework. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao went to the viewing terrace on the 3rd floor and looked out at the vast sea, with the gentle sound of waves in their ears. Honey, we're taking our wedding photos tomorrow, Li Mengyao said sweetly, nestled in Lin Xian's broad embrace like a little bird.
How about a preview tonight?
Lin Xian smiled indulgently.
How's the rehearsal going tonight?
Li Mengyao asked curiously, tilting her head up and blinking her bright eyes. I bought all the wedding dresses you tried on, and they're in our closet now, Lin Xian said with a smile.
You're wasting money again.
Li Mengyao scolded, but she was actually very happy inside.
I'm willing to spend any amount of money on my wife, Lin Xian said, gently kissing Li Mengyao's delicate cheek. Thank you, my love.
Li Mengyao was deeply moved. She reached out and hugged Lin Xian's neck tightly, then quickly planted a sweet kiss on his lips. Immediately afterwards, she ran back to the master bedroom to change her clothes. Since the process of putting on the wedding dress was quite complicated, Lin Xian sat and waited while playing on her phone. He didn't know how much time had passed. Lin Xian heard light footsteps, slowly looked up, and the scene before him left him speechless. Dressed in a pure white wedding gown, she stood there like a dazzling pearl in the night, graceful and elegant. The heart of the ocean necklace around her neck and the enchantress of the ocean earrings shimmered with a brilliant blue light in the darkness, like a beautiful fairy who had suddenly descended from the night sky, stunning the whole world.
Chapter 71. I feel like it's all a dream. Is it pretty? A gentle sea breeze caressed Li Mengyao's silky black hair.
She deftly tucked a strand behind her ear, a serene smile playing on her lips. Lin Xian's gaze was deeply immersed in his wife's stunning beauty, as if time itself had frozen at that moment.
Honey, say something.
Li Mengyao reached out her small hand and gently pinched Lin Xian's cheek.
Lin Xian then snapped out of his daze and pulled Li Mengyao into a tight embrace. Honey, you are so incredibly beautiful.
I feel like it's all a dream, Li Mengyao said softly, nestled in Lin Xian's warm embrace.
Dreaming? Lin Xian asked in confusion.
Yes, wearing a beautiful wedding dress and becoming your wife, it all feels like a dream to me. Li Mengyao gazed at Lin Xian with deep affection, her eyes sparkling with happiness.
Do you know why I've liked you since freshman year? Li Mengyao suddenly asked. Isn't it because of my handsome appearance?
Lin Xian smiled mischievously, a hint of pride on his face.
Stop being so vain.
Although my husband is indeed very handsome, he's not enough to make me fall completely in love with you, Li Mengyao said coquettishly.
Why is that? Lin Xian asked curiously. Do you remember when you were a freshman, in that narrow alley, there was a girl being harassed by 2 thugs?
Li Mengyao recalled the past, a hint of emotion in her eyes.
One night during my freshman year, I think I casually saved a girl. Could it be?
Lin Xian was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth. That girl is me. Li Mengyao lowered her head shyly, her voice barely audible.
How could this be?
Lin Xian's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. I was wearing a mask at the time, and it was late at night with dim lighting, so it's normal that you didn't recognize me, honey, Li Mengyao explained gently. I was really scared at the time, but thankfully you saved me. Li Mengyao pressed her small face against Lin Xian's strong and broad chest. I started watching you silently from that time until graduation, Li Mengyao continued to murmur. Lin Xian never expected that the girl he casually saved 4 years ago was actually Li Mengyao in front of him. If he had arrived even a moment later, the consequences would have been unimaginable. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting so long, to meet you so late. Lin Xian hugged Li Mengyao tightly, as if he wanted to melt her into his own body.
Don't say sorry, I'm really happy right now.
Li Mengyao gently reached out and pressed her index finger to Lin Xian's lips, stopping him from continuing. Wife, from now on we'll walk hand in hand. Lin Xian gazed deeply into Li Mengyao's eyes and solemnly made his promise.
Yes. Li Mengyao nodded emphatically, her eyes sparkling with happiness.
Lin Xian slowly lowered his head and gently but firmly kissed those alluring lips. The figures of the two intertwined with the vast ocean and the bright moon hanging high in the sky, creating a magnificent picture.
Time flies, and the next day arrived in the blink of an eye.
At dawn, as the sun rose, golden sunlight shone on the sea, making it sparkle and look incredibly beautiful. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao got up early to prepare for the wedding photos they had always dreamed of taking. Since the villa is located right by the sea, they invited the photography team to their home for convenience. First, professional makeup artists meticulously designed suitable makeup looks for Lin Xian and Li Mengyao, making them even more beautiful and charming. Once everything was ready, filming officially began. The photographers cleverly used the natural seaside scenery to capture many beautiful moments for the newlyweds. They strolled hand in hand on the beach, enjoying the sea breeze. Or, against the backdrop of surging waves, Li Mengyao sits gracefully on a reef while Lin Xian kneels on one knee and proposes to her with deep affection. There was also Lin Xian holding Li Mengyao tightly as they spun around on the beach, her skirt fluttering in the wind, like a fairy descending to earth. Li Mengyao stood quietly by the sea, Lin Xian gently wrapped his arms around her waist from behind, and the two of them admired the picturesque sunset together.
After a long day of shooting, the wedding photos were finally completed.
Despite the hard work, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao both felt it was all worthwhile. All that's left is to wait and choose the photos they like later.
As night fell, the family sat around the dining table and enjoyed a simple yet heartwarming dinner. After dinner, Li Mengyao dragged her tired body to her soft and comfortable bed, gazing at the stunning sea view outside the window, and sighed with emotion, so tired, but it's finally over. At this moment, Lin Xian walked to the bedside and gently asked, would you like to go to the home theater on the basement floor to watch a movie and relax?
Okay, I want a horror movie.
Lin Xian. Afterwards, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao went to the home theater on the basement floor.
The interior was exquisitely and luxuriously decorated, with a top-of-the-line high-definition projector and a large projection screen complementing each other, along with a first-class sound system, making people feel as if they were in a movie world. Li Mengyao wants to watch a horror movie, but Lin Xian doesn't.
After some discussion, the two compromised and chose a disaster movie, Armageddon.
3 hours passed quietly, and the movie finally ended, but Lin Xian was still immersed in the exciting plot. This disaster movie seems to be telling us to cherish everything we have now.
Honey, this movie is really.
He turned his head and found that Li Mengyao had already fallen asleep. Lin Xian carefully picked up Li Mengyao, left the home theater, and then took the elevator back to the master bedroom. He gently placed her on the bed, then held her tightly in his arms, preparing to fall asleep together.
The system's voice sounded again.
Ding dong, congratulations host on completing the wedding photo shoot.
A cash reward of 3 million yuan has been given, but there was no chance of a critical hit.
The money has been transferred to the host's bank card through legitimate means. Please check. Ding dong, congratulations host for triggering the lottery mechanism, you are rewarded with one chance to draw a prize.
The current prize pool includes 1. A large luxury Riva 88 yacht 2. A Lamborghini Sian Lightning Limited Edition 3. A futuristic couple smartwatch 4. Thank you for your patronage. Would you like to participate in the lottery? Lottery.
Ding dong, congratulations host for obtaining a pair of futuristic couple smartwatches. They will be placed on your bedside table tomorrow morning.
Please check. Chapter 72. Who is Zheng Huiyan?
The system was indeed very understanding. It knew that Lin Xian had just spent almost all his money and was sending him more.
But what exactly is this futuristic couple smartwatch? System, could you give a brief introduction?
Yes, this futuristic couple's smartwatch is like an upgraded version of the Xiaomi SU7, using cutting-edge technology from the future.
The system's answer made Lin Xian even more curious.
According to the system introduction, after wearing this couple's watch, it can not only detect various physical indicators and provide timely warnings of various potential diseases, but also sense external risks in advance and send danger signals, accurate location information, and call functions to both parties. Even more amazingly, when facing a critical moment, it will automatically trigger a protection mechanism based on the actual situation, such as the surrounding terrain, but this protection mechanism can only be used once a day.
The system can be used like this?
Lin Xian was filled with anticipation for the futuristic couple's smartwatch that he would receive tomorrow.
With this, Lin Xian would know immediately if his wife encountered any danger while wearing it.
Filled with joy, Lin Xian held Li Mengyao tightly as they drifted off to a sweet dream. The next morning, warm sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the entire room, while the sea outside remained as calm as a mirror. Lin Xian slowly opened his eyes, and what came into view was Li Mengyao quietly leaning against him, her clear and innocent eyes, like those of a fawn, gazing at him.
"Honey, you're awake." Li Mengyao smiled slightly.
"Why did you get up so early today?" Lin Xian reached out and gently stroked her lovely face. "I went to bed early last night," Li Mengyao replied.
"What's that gift box on the bedside table?" Li Mengyao asked. She spotted the exquisite gift box early on. Its unique design, made of special metal, exuded a mysterious and technological aura. "Wife, why don't you open it and take a look yourself?"
Lin Xian said with a smile. "I know this is yours, and it looks very valuable."
"I'm afraid I might accidentally break it," Li Mengyao murmured softly.
Looking at his wife's adorable face, Lin Xian couldn't help but step forward and kiss her. "I haven't brushed my teeth yet."
Li Mengyao hurriedly pushed him away and said coquettishly.
"It's all right, my husband doesn't mind," Lin Xian said with a smile.
"I find it disgusting."
Then Lin Xian reached out and took the exquisite gift box from the bedside table, then gently opened it, and a dazzling light instantly shone out. Upon closer inspection, two exquisitely crafted watches were displayed inside.
The first watch features an ingenious design with a cool metallic texture.
It is inlaid with mysterious and deep black diamonds, which sparkle with dazzling light, as if it has gathered endless power, inspiring awe. The other watch is small and exquisite, set with charming pink diamonds that sparkle like stars, exuding a sweet aura and showcasing elegance and nobility. "Honey, these are couple watches that I specially customized for us," Lin Xian said with a gentle smile. Li Mengyao was overjoyed, her eyes sparkling with surprise. She couldn't wait to put on the small, exquisite pink diamond watch. Lin Xian then put on the mysterious and cool black diamond watch.
"Wow, it's so beautiful." "Thank you, honey."
Li Mengyao was as happy as a child. She gently swayed her wrist, admiring the beautiful jewelry on her hand.
"Honey, let's hurry up and wash up."
"We still need to prepare breakfast later," Lin Xian gently reminded her. Li Mengyao nodded obediently, and then went into the bathroom with Lin Xian to wash up. A moment later, the two finished washing up and went hand in hand to the living room on the ground floor. Li Mengyao sat quietly on the sofa, gazing leisurely out the window, waiting patiently. Lin Xian then went straight into the kitchen and began busily preparing breakfast. Soon, a sumptuous breakfast was served, and the family sat together, enjoying the delicious meal with laughter and joy. After breakfast, everyone got busy with their own things. Zhang Shulan went shopping nearby, Lin Zhengguo went to work as usual, Lin Sisi did her homework in the study, and Li Mengyao sat quietly on the third-floor viewing terrace, basking in the warm sunlight and flipping through the book in her hands. Lin Xian was in the room attending a high-level meeting of Jinwan Technology Company, Limited. Although Lin Xian has always prioritized his family and doesn't care much about the trivial and complicated affairs of the company, he still needs to be personally involved in some crucial matters. During the video conference, Lin Xian saw his good roommate Zhong Zixing enthusiastically introducing the latest products developed by their department.
Seeing Zhong Zixing's confident and professional performance, Lin Xian felt extremely gratified.
Clearly, Zhong Zixing has fully adapted to his new role as department head and has begun to actively promote the company's development and develop products that are more competitive in the market. After a long 2 hours, the boring meeting finally came to an end.
Even as the company's boss, Lin Xian dislikes meetings.
Around noon, Lin Xian also prepared a sumptuous lunch. After the family finished eating, they went back to their rooms to rest.
Time quickly passed and it was afternoon.
Lin Xian, who had just woken up, was called by Zhang Shulan to work in the garden outside the villa. Then, a series of rapid phone rings suddenly rang, continuing for several times. The ringing phone startled Li Mengyao from her deep sleep. Still half asleep, she picked up her phone and answered the call.
Hello, who is this? Li Mengyao's voice still carried a hint of weariness.
I'm Lin Xian's high school classmate, my name is Zhang Huiyan.
You must be Lin Xian's new wife, right?
A woman's voice came from the phone.
Yes, that's me. What do you want with my husband?
Li Mengyao instantly snapped out of her daze, a strange feeling welling up inside her, an indescribable sense of vigilance rising within her. There's a high school reunion tonight, and we'd like to invite Lin Xian.
Could you please pass on the message to him? Zhang Huiyan said.
Okay, I'll ask him later. After hanging up the phone, Li Mengyao clearly sensed that something was wrong with the other person.
Why didn't she just send a notification in the group chat for a high school reunion? Why did she personally call Lin Xian to inform him? Moreover, Li Mengyao also sensed a faint, almost imperceptible hostility emanating from the other party. Just then, Lin Xian returned.
He saw his wife sitting blankly on the bed, her eyes vacant, as if she was thinking about something.
Honey, you're awake? What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?
Lin Xian stepped forward and asked with concern.
Honey, there's something I want to ask you. What is it? Who is Zhang Huiyan? Chapter 73. When did my wife learn to give hickeys? Zhang Huiyan? She's my high school classmate, what's wrong? Lin Xian gently hugged Li Mengyao and asked tenderly. She just called your cell phone and invited you to a class reunion.
Li Mengyao said softly, her head down.
Then, wife, you.
Lin Xian hadn't finished speaking.
Li Mengyao then asked, does she like you?
She slowly lifted her eyelids, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Xian. Yes, he pursued me a lot back in high school, but I didn't agree to date him, Lin Xian answered truthfully.
So that means you still can't forget me?
Li Mengyao bit her lip in frustration and muttered. Lin Xian quickly comforted her, honey, I wasn't planning on going to any class reunion.
I'll just stay home and keep you company.
His tone was very gentle, which warmed Li Mengyao's heart.
Honey, you should go. I trust you.
Li Mengyao wriggled out of Lin Xian's arms and looked up at him.
I'm not going.
Lin Xian said firmly.
Go ahead and go.
This time, you'll put an end to her idea and prevent her from ever trying to get close to my husband again. Li Mengyao smiled sweetly. Lin Xian smiled and couldn't help but kiss her forehead. It turned out that his wife wanted him to personally put an end to Zhang Huiyan's hopes. Night quietly falls, the city lights come on, and the moonlight shines like water on the sea.
In the master bedroom, Li Mengyao gently and gracefully helped Lin Xian tidy up his clothes. Okay, honey, look how it is, isn't it handsome?
Li Mengyao smiled, her eyes revealing a hint of anticipation and sweetness. Lin Xian looked at himself in the mirror, nodded in satisfaction, and replied with a smile, handsome people look good in anything.
Then you can wear my dress, Li Mengyao suddenly blurted out. Lin Xian.
With everything ready, Lin Xian headed towards the garage of his villa. Just as he sat in the driver's seat of the Xiaomi SU7, Li Mengyao suddenly approached him.
Wife, aren't you going back?
Lin Xian asked, puzzled. Li Mengyao glanced around to make sure no one else was nearby, then quickly opened the car door, gracefully straddling Lin Xian with her long, beautiful legs.
She then slammed the door shut behind her, the whole action executed flawlessly. Wife, you.
Lin Xian was somewhat surprised. However, Li Mengyao didn't give him a chance to explain. She reached out her delicate hands and wrapped them around Lin Xian's neck, pressing her alluring lips tightly against his neck. A minute passed, and Li Mengyao hurriedly got out of the car, but before getting out, she didn't forget to tell Lin Xian, honey, come home early. Lin Xian turned on the car's interior light and looked at his neck in the rearview mirror.
A small, strawberry-shaped hickey appeared on his neck, quite noticeable. When did my wife learn to plant hickeys?
Lin Xian smiled slightly and gently pressed the start button on his Xiaomi SU7. The vehicle drove smoothly and slowly out of the villa. Not long after, Lin Xian arrived at Ju De restaurant. He parked the car skillfully, then stepped into the restaurant and entered a private room.
As soon as he entered, a familiar voice came from inside, Brother Xian? You finally arrived.
Huang Xinkai greeted him with a big smile. There was a bit of traffic on the way, so I'm a little late, Lin Xian said with a smile.
Before he could finish speaking, another discordant voice rang out, Hey, isn't this our great Lin? Why are you late? What kind of car did you drive to be late?
It was Chen Feiyu who spoke, and he walked up to Lin Xian with a disdainful look on his face. Lin Xian ignored his provocation and simply replied, "The Xiaomi car I was just driving." Upon hearing this, Chen Feiyu's contempt deepened. "Ha, so it's that beat-up Xiaomi car.
No wonder you get stuck in traffic. Look at my brand new Mercedes SL, it never gets stuck in traffic."
As he spoke, he deliberately showed off the car keys in his hand.
Chen Feiyu is a wealthy second-generation heir in Yunhai City.
He got into Yunhai No. 1 middle school with his family's money and is in the same class as Lin Xian.
He has always liked Zhang Huiyan, but unfortunately, Zhang Huiyan only has eyes for Lin Xian.
Therefore, Chen Feiyu was jealous of Lin Xian and always tried to find ways to make trouble for Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian had excellent grades and was a key student the school was focusing on developing, so Chen Feiyu's little tricks always ended in failure. At this moment, the students in the private room were all ready to watch the drama unfold, knowing that Lin Xian and Chen Feiyu didn't get along.
"Hey Chen Feiyu, what are you pretending for?
My brother Xian just bought a sea view villa in Yunhai Yijia worth 20 million yuan in cash.
What's that compared to that? What's there to brag about?" Huang Xinkai stood up for Lin Xian. "A sea view villa in Yunhai home? And paid in full? You're kidding me, stop bragging."
Chen Feiyu replied with a disdainful look. Although he was a second-generation rich kid with some money, it was still unlikely that he could come up with tens of millions to buy a house all at once. "Xinkai, it's not worth arguing with this kind of person. It's like casting pearls before swine," Lin Xian said casually, placing his right hand on Huang Xinkai's shoulder. Just then, Chen Feiyu's gaze suddenly fell on Lin Xian's wrist, where he saw that Lin Xian was wearing a mysterious and cool black diamond watch. Black diamonds are more expensive than regular diamonds and are an extremely rare variety.
Chen Feiyu was taken aback. Could it be that what Huang Xinkai said earlier was true, and that Lin Xian was really that rich?
Huang Xinkai felt that Chen Feiyu couldn't be allowed to be so arrogant, so he quickly took out his phone, pulled out the transaction screenshot of Lin Xian's purchase of the Yunhai Jijia Seaview Villa, and showed it to everyone. Then he sneered at Chen Feiyu, "Open your eyes and take a good look, you're a disgrace. Wow, I didn't know brother Xian was so rich. Lin Xian, you're being way too modest.
Yeah, Lin the great god, please help me out, okay? Please take me with you."
I saw Lin Xian driving a BMW 8 Series worth over a million yuan just a few days ago. Lin Xian's high school classmates gathered around him and began to flatter and fawn over him. Only Chen Feiyu was left, stunned and speechless, his face full of disbelief. Lin Xian and Huang Xinkai then went to a corner and sat down close to each other. Just then, a pair of eyes had been fixed on Lin Xian ever since he stepped into the room, never leaving his sight. And this person was none other than Zhang Huiyan. At this moment, Zhang Huiyan was wearing a tight-fitting black dress that accentuated her alluring curves, and her delicate face made her impossible to look away from. Zhang Huiyan walked lightly to Lin Xian and sat down beside him, saying softly, "Lin Xian, you finally arrived." "Yeah, long time no see," Lin Xian replied calmly. "It really has been a long time," Zhang Huiyan nodded gently, and continued, "How have you been lately?"
"Not bad." Lin Xian remained as indifferent as ever. "Now that everyone is here, let's get ready to serve the food." Just as the two fell into silence, class monitor Qindong interjected to break the deadlock. Then, the waiters began to bring the delicious dishes to the table one after another. Chapter 74. I love my wife very much.
During the meal, Zhang Huiyan would always try to start a conversation with Lin Xian about various topics, but Lin Xian would only give a perfunctory response.
However, at that moment, Zhang Huiyan suddenly noticed the faint hickey on Lin Xian's neck.
Perhaps due to the passage of time, the once very noticeable strawberry mark has now become slightly faded, but it can still be discerned if you look closely. Zhang Huiyan clenched her fists tightly.
Just then, someone suggested that a high school reunion wouldn't be complete without alcohol.
Immediately afterwards, everyone started toasting each other.
Many people here wanted to drink with Lin Xian. "Come on, brother Xian, let me toast you." "Brother Xian, I also want to toast you." "Excuse me, I'm driving later and can't drink." "Why not just call a designated driver? It's rare for classmates to get together, let's have some fun." After saying that, the two of them downed a full glass of wine in one gulp. Actually, Lin Xian isn't incapable of drinking, it's just that he's drunk and has returned home in a staggering state, and the smell of alcohol might make Li Mengyao uncomfortable. So he said softly, "You guys enjoy your drinks, I'll be right back." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xian stepped out of the private room.
As Lin Xian was taking a deep breath of fresh air outdoors, she suddenly heard the sound of high heels clicking on the ground behind her.
Lin Xian, are you really married? Zhang Huiyan stepped forward quickly and asked.
Lin Xian slowly turned around and replied calmly, "That's right."
Why? Zhang Huiyan pressed. Why what?
Lin Xian asked, puzzled. Why is it that after liking you for so many years, just when I was preparing to go back to China to find you, you suddenly got married?
Zhang Huiyan finally lost control of her emotions, and tears welled up in her eyes like a flood.
Her voice was filled with despair and resentment. Because I met the right person, Lin Xian said firmly. These words struck Zhang Huiyan's heart like a heavy hammer.
Do you really love her? Zhang Huiyan asked.
Lin Xian began to recall the moments he had spent with his wife. That figure who always lacked a sense of security but would rush to protect Lin Xian without hesitation in times of danger. That gentle face that would always rush into her arms the moment Lin Xian came home. And there's also the adorable way he always needs to hug Lin Xian tightly to fall asleep every night. These wonderful memories made Lin Xian's lips unconsciously curl into a smile. Yes, I love my wife very much, Lin Xian said firmly.
What about me? Am I inferior to her? Where exactly am I worse than her?
Zhang Huiyan stared wide-eyed and asked loudly, unwilling to accept the situation. Lin Xian looked at her and said softly, you don't need to compare yourself to anyone.
You have your own unique charm, and you are no less than anyone else. It's just that we lack that special connection.
Zhang Huiyan stared into Lin Xian's firm and unwavering gaze, understanding in her heart that no matter what, this fact could not be changed. She sighed deeply and said helplessly, all right then.
Lin Xian, I wish you happiness and joy. From now on, I will never bother you again.
Thank you, and I hope you can find the right person too, Lin Xian said.
Then, Zhang Huiyan turned and left. At this moment, Lin Xian thought that this should stop them from bothering him, right? He didn't want to make his wife angry because of this.
Lin Xian stayed outside for a while longer, then, estimating the time, decided it was about time to go home and return to the private room. As soon as he opened the door, he saw that Huang Xinkai had been thoroughly drunk. As soon as Huang Xinkai saw Brother Xian walk in, he immediately stood up unsteadily, staggered towards Lin Xian, and clung tightly to his leg.
I'm telling you, Brother Xian is super rich. He bought a sea view villa outright, he's just too low-key.
Lin Xian was utterly speechless at this moment.
Lin Xian, could you please take Huang Xinkai back? Class monitor Chen Dong asked Lin Xian.
Because Lin Xian and Huang Xinkai have been good friends since high school, Chen Dong asked Lin Xian to take Huang Xinkai home.
Okay, leave it to me.
Lin Xian then pulled Huang Xinkai into the car with difficulty, and then started the car and drove towards Huang Xinkai's rented house.
Huang Xinkai's home is in a small county town in Yunhai City, so he has to rent a place here.
Lin Xian went to great lengths to get Huang Xinkai to the downstairs of the rented house.
Xinkai, which floor do you live on? Lin Xian asked.
7. Huang Xinkai answered groggily. Lin Xian looked up and couldn't help but groan inwardly, there's no elevator here. I should have just found a hotel room nearby. With things having come to this, Lin Xian had no choice but to grit his teeth, steel himself, and carry Huang Xinkai upstairs step by step. Finally, Lin Xian carried Huang Xinkai up to the 7th floor. If the system hadn't initially given him a 100% boost to his physical attributes, Lin Xian would probably have collapsed from exhaustion long ago. After all, Huang Xinkai weighs 180 pounds.
Where's the key? Lin Xian asked anxiously.
However, Huang Xinkai was already fast asleep and did not respond to Lin Xian's question at all.
So he could only search Huang Xinkai's body, hoping to find the key.
However, after a thorough search, Lin Xian still found nothing. Lin Xian was speechless.
He should never have attended this high school reunion.
Lin Xian certainly wouldn't leave Huang Xinkai outside for the night, so he had no choice but to carry Huang Xinkai on his back again and head towards a nearby hotel. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Mengyao lay alone in bed, her eyes revealing obvious worry.
It's almost 11 p.m., and my husband still hasn't come home. Calling the phone results in it saying it's switched off. Could something have happened?
Just then, she suddenly remembered that the pink diamond watch Lin Xian had given her and the black diamond watch he was wearing had a tracking function between them. Thinking of this, Li Mengyao hurriedly sat up and quickly rummaged through the bedside table drawer to find the small, exquisite pink diamond watch that shone with a charming light. Immediately afterwards, she turned on the watch's location function and stared intently at the information displayed on the screen. However, when she saw the location results, Li Mengyao's face turned as pale as paper.
The results clearly showed that Lin Xian was actually in a hotel. Chapter 75 Calling for a baby won't help. Why is my husband in a hotel? Was he seduced by Zhang Huiyan?
No, Lin Xian isn't that kind of person. Or did her husband get drunk by his high school classmate, and then Zhang Huiyan took advantage of the situation? The more Li Mengyao thought about it, the more frightened she became. Her anxiety grew stronger, and she kept her eyes glued to the phone's location screen, not daring to relax for a moment. 10 minutes later, Li Mengyao noticed that Lin Xian's location was moving towards home, and she breathed a sigh of relief. After another long 20 minutes, Lin Xian finally returned to the villa and went into the master bedroom. When he pushed open the door, the scene before him caught him off guard. Li Mengyao pounced on him like a hungry tiger.
Honey, where have you been? You're back so late. You didn't even answer the phone. Li Mengyao angrily waved her little pink fists, raining blows on Lin Xian. Phone?
Lin Xian struggled to pull his phone out of his pocket while being punched by a little pink fist. He checked the battery. The phone was dead. It turned out that after Lin Xian settled Huang Xingkai, he drove home without stopping, without even checking his phone, and didn't know that the phone had run out of battery and shut down automatically. Honey, my phone's dead, Lin Xian quickly explained. At this moment, Li Mengyao simply hugged Lin Xian tightly, her face pressed against his chest, refusing to let go.
Honey, let me take a shower first, okay?
Lin Xian gently picked up Li Mengyao and then softly put her back on the bed.
Li Mengyao nodded slightly and lay quietly.
Since Lin Xian returned, the unease in her heart has gradually dissipated. Immediately afterwards, Lin Xian went into the bathroom to take a shower. Lin Xian came out just 10 minutes later. Having lived together for so long, Li Mengyao had become accustomed to her husband's quick showers.
Are all guys this fast?
At this moment, Lin Xian climbed onto the bed and gently embraced Li Mengyao from behind.
Baby, are you still angry?
Calling for the baby won't help.
Then what's the point of my name? Call me whatever you want.
Li Mengyao kept her back to Lin Xian, ignoring him. Seeing that his wife was ignoring him, Lin Xian could only continue to hold her.
Get away from me.
Li Mengyao turned around, stretched out her small hand and pressed against Lin Xian's chest, trying to push him away forcefully. However, this was exactly the moment Lin Xian had been waiting for. He took the opportunity to stretch out his arms and pull Li Mengyao into a tight embrace.
Wife, I was wrong.
Lin Xian said softly with a gentle smile on his face.
Where have you been?
Why are you back so late?
Li Mengyao pouted and asked angrily.
I went to a class reunion, Lin Xian explained.
And then what? Nothing else? Li Mengyao continued to press.
Then, when I was about to leave, I saw Huang Xingkai was completely drunk, so I took him home, Lin Xian replied.
Where did you go back to? Li Mengyao asked immediately.
I took him home first, but I couldn't find his keys no matter what I did, so I had no choice but to find a hotel nearby to settle him in.
Lin Xian recounted the whole incident in detail.
Oh, Li Mengyao lowered her head slightly, seemingly lost in thought.
What, honey, what did you think I went to do?
Lin Xian lifted her face and asked with a smile.
And nothing. Li Mengyao's eyes darted away, avoiding Lin Xian's gaze.
I was just worried because I saw that your watch location was at a hotel and you weren't answering your phone. Li Mengyao muttered, her eyes lowered. What are you worried about? Lin Xian asked softly, a slight smile playing on his lips.
I'm worried you'll be seduced by a vixen. Li Mengyao was immediately a little annoyed.
Knowing that she was easily embarrassed, she still insisted on getting to the bottom of it. Then she raised her small hand and pinched Lin Xian's waist. Lin Xian naturally didn't dodge. He even offered his waist flesh to his wife, letting her pinch it. After all, he had indeed worried her this time.
Have you explained things clearly to Zhang Huiyan? Li Mengyao suddenly asked. I've made myself clear. I said I love my wife very much.
She won't bother me anymore, Lin Xian said gently.
Oh.
Li Mengyao lowered her head slightly again.
Wife, are you still angry? Lin Xian looked at Li Mengyao tenderly and asked again.
There's still a little, Lin Xian lowered his head and kissed those delicate red lips.
The next morning arrived quickly.
Sunlight streamed through the curtains into the room, and Lin Xian was awakened from his sleep by his biological clock. He stretched, then quickly got up to prepare a hearty breakfast for his family. After finishing breakfast, Lin Xian received a phone call. "Hello, your package has been delivered. I've placed it in the parcel locker at the entrance of your villa. Please pick it up when it's convenient for you," a young deliveryman's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Okay, thank you," Lin Xian replied politely.
"Honey, whose phone was that?" Li Mengyao asked curiously as she leaned over.
"The package has arrived, honey, go get it." Lin Xian kissed Li Mengyao and smiled.
"I also have a few packages, honey, why don't you pick them up together?"
Li Mengyao said with a smile.
"Good."
Lin Xian got up, walked to the door, changed into a pair of comfortable flip-flops, and went outside.
Not long after, Lin Xian arrived at the parcel locker at the villa entrance.
He entered the pickup code as instructed and successfully retrieved his package. However, after waiting for a while, my wife still hadn't sent the pickup code. Just as Lin Xian was about to make a call to inquire, a series of pickup codes suddenly popped up on his phone screen.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Lin Xian counted and found there were more than a dozen packages. Lin Xian's eyes widened.
What exactly did his wife buy?
Chapter 76. Wife, you don't need to hug me so tightly. Helpless, Lin Xian went to the villa's warehouse, found a small cart, and transported all the packages back home.
"Thank you for your hard work, honey."
Li Mengyao went up to him, her face beaming with happiness. She tiptoed and planted a sweet kiss on Lin Xian's cheek.
Then, she couldn't wait to start opening the packages one by one. "Honey, what did you buy? How come there's so much?" Lin Xian asked curiously.
"I bought new clothes for everyone in our family, 2 sets for each person," Li Mengyao replied gently, her eyes sparkling with satisfaction. She first picked out clothes for herself and Lin Xian, and after trying them on, the two of them looked even more refreshed. Then, she bought 2 beautiful dresses for Lin Sisi, 2 exquisite cheongsams for Zhang Shulan, and 2 high-end suits for Lin Zhenghua.
"Honey, what about you? What did you buy?"
Li Mengyao turned to ask Lin Xian.
"I bought you clothes too."
Lin Xian's lips curled up, revealing his signature charming smile.
"You bought me clothes?"
Li Mengyao was a little surprised. Were the clothes her husband bought really appropriate?
"Well, didn't I say I'd teach you how to swim? So I bought you a swimsuit."
Lin Xian's tone was tinged with mystery.
"What kind of swimsuit did you buy?" Li Mengyao asked curiously. "You'll see when you put it on."
Afterwards, Lin Xian left the master bedroom and went to the swimming pool in the garden in front of the villa. He took out his tools, opened the drain valve, watched the clear water slowly flow out, and then began to carefully clean the pool walls and bottom with a brush. The scene shifts back to the master bedroom, where Li Mengyao sits on the edge of the bed, holding the package that Lin Xian had just delivered.
Li Mengyao opened the package Lin Xian had bought and saw a swimsuit.
A blush spread across her delicate face. Lin Xian spent half an hour working by the swimming pool before finally completing all the preparations. Considering that Li Mengyao was pregnant, he specially raised the water temperature of the swimming pool to 30 degrees Celsius.
"However, after waiting for a while, why didn't my wife come down? Is it so hard to change into a swimsuit?"
Just as Lin Xian was about to go upstairs to check, Li Mengyao finally slowly came downstairs.
"Stop looking." Li Mengyao's face flushed red with embarrassment and puffed up with anger.
Lin Xian then came to his senses and took her hand, leading her towards the swimming pool. Lin Xian jumped into the swimming pool first, then opened her arms, a gentle smile on her face, and softly called out,
"Honey, come down."
Li Mengyao stood by the swimming pool, hesitated slightly, and a hint of fear appeared in her beautiful eyes. She said softly, I'm still a little scared." She carefully stretched out one of her slender, jade-like legs and gently touched the surface of the swimming pool, finding it quite gentle. "It's all right, your husband is here," Lin Xian quickly reassured her. "Then you have to catch me," Li Mengyao said sweetly. "I guarantee I'll catch it," Lin Xian replied confidently. Then, Li Mengyao mustered her courage, closed her eyes, and jumped into the swimming pool.
Lin Xian reacted quickly and hugged Li Mengyao tightly. To Li Mengyao's surprise, she didn't sink. She curiously opened her beautiful eyes, and what came into view was Lin Xian's handsome and charming face. The two floated silently above the swimming pool. At that moment, Li Mengyao could only cling tightly to Lin Xian, afraid to let go for even a moment, lest she accidentally sink to the bottom. "Wife, you don't need to hug me so tightly," Lin Xian said softly with a smile.
"No."
Li Mengyao persisted, shaking her cute little head and answering firmly.
Lin Xian sighed helplessly and continued to comfort her. "Wife, holding me like this isn't a solution.
I'll go get you a swimming ring. After saying that, Lin Xian picked up Li Mengyao and swam towards the shore.
After gently placing Li Mengyao back on the shore, Lin Xian took out a cute swimming ring from the side, handed it to Li Mengyao, and said tenderly,
"Honey, try wearing these and swimming around."
Li Mengyao took the swimming ring, carefully put it on, and then jumped into the swimming pool. She floated nervously on the surface of the water, afraid to make any big movements. Seeing this, Lin Xian quickly took her hand and encouraged her, "Don't be afraid, wife.
Try kicking the water backward with your calves and feel the power of the water flow."
Li Mengyao nodded and, following Lin Xian's instructions, vigorously swung her legs, slowly moving forward. Since Li Mengyao is currently pregnant, practicing breathing requires frequent breath holding, which may affect oxygen supply and cause hypoxia in both the pregnant woman and the fetus. Therefore, for safety reasons, Lin Xian did not recommend that she practice breathing. So he continued to patiently guide Li Mengyao, first letting her get used to the water. Gradually, Li Mengyao's movements became more and more skilled, and a happy smile appeared on her face.
Meanwhile, in the game room on the basement floor of the villa,
Lin Cece was sitting at her computer desk, her hands gripping the mouse tightly, her eyes fixed on the screen, her face full of tension and focus. However, despite her best efforts, she lost several games in a row, which made her very angry.
"I'm not playing anymore. I'm not playing anymore."
Lin Cece slammed her hand on the table in anger, stood up, and went upstairs to find something to eat to soothe her wounded heart.
She stepped into the villa's elevator, pressed the button, and quickly arrived at the ground floor.
After stepping out of the elevator, she went straight to the kitchen and took out a large bag of snacks. Just as she tore open the packaging to start eating, she suddenly heard laughter coming from not far away. Lin Cece turned around and saw her older brother and sister-in-law happily swimming in the villa's garden.
"That jerk didn't even call me.
No wonder he said this morning I could play as much as I wanted in the game room." Lin Cece has loved swimming since she was a child. So she put down her snacks, hurriedly went back to her room to change into a tight-fitting swimsuit, and then quickly ran to the garden swimming pool and jumped in.
"Brother, sister-in-law, I'm making dumplings too." Chapter 77. Just once. "Honey, please." Before they knew it, it was afternoon. After a good nap, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao received the carefully selected beach wedding photo album from the photography company. In the spacious and bright hall, there was a set of soft and comfortable sofas. Zhang Shulan sat in it, with her daughter-in-law Li Mengyao on her left and her son Lin Xian on her right. Above the sofa, a small and cute head popped out. It was Lin Cece. So beautiful. Zhang Shulan softly flipped through the photo album in her hands, her admiration evident in her words. "Every page is a classic," she continued. "Mom, which one do you like the most?" Li Mengyao asked with a smile. This one is absolutely stunning."
Zhang Shulan pointed to a photograph in which Li Mengyao sat gracefully on a rock like a fairy, while Lin Xian knelt on one knee, proposing to her with deep affection. Just then, Lin Zhenghua paced back and forth behind them, wanting to join in, but the four little heads were pressed tightly together, completely obscuring the photo album, making it impossible to see them at all. Lin Zhenghua had no choice but to silently return to the sofa opposite him and sit down.
Ding dong.
Suddenly, Lin Xian's phone rang with a crisp ringtone.
"Lin Zhenghua, son, I want to see too."
Lin Xian, Dad, wait a minute, I have an online version here. Lin Zhenghua, send it quickly. Afterwards, Lin Xian sent the online version of the album photos to the We Are a Loving Family group chat. Then, Lin Zhenghua began to carefully examine the beautiful wedding photos his son and daughter-in-law had taken at the beach, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up slightly. Lin Xian selected 9 photos from these pictures, which could be pieced together to form a 9-square grid, and posted it on her WeChat Moments. Lin Xian wrote in the caption, "Memories of the sea, traces of love." Soon, a series of comments appeared below.
Zhou Quan, wow, brother Xian, you're so romantic.
Zhong Zisheng, brother Xian, you really know how to flaunt your love.
Chen Jingming, what about the wedding?
Lin Wanqing, my sister-in-law is so beautiful. At the same time, Li Mengyao also posted the same content on her WeChat Moments. Her caption read, "With you by my side, my heart finds a haven."
Chen Manman, Yao Yao is absolutely stunning.
Yang Lin, OMG, this is so sweet.
Lu Yusen, my Yao Yao, I wish you happiness. Kisses.
After dinner, Lin Xian took Li Mengyao for a walk in the park near Yunhai House. The park has a beautiful environment, with the sea as a backdrop and lush greenery all around, making it a very pleasant place. There were middle-aged women dancing in the square, children playing on the slide, and some young people jogging to exercise. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao walked hand in hand in the park, chatting and laughing. Suddenly, Li Mengyao stopped in her tracks and stood there, staring intently at the food street not far ahead. Lin Xian reacted instantly and quickly used his tall frame to block her view. He said gently, "Wife, we've almost finished walking, shall we head back?" However, Li Mengyao didn't respond to him. Instead, she smiled brightly and said, "Honey, I want to eat that." She stretched out her slender little hand and pointed to the food street ahead. Lin Xian said helplessly, "Wife, I can cook whatever you want to eat at home. I'm just worried that food outside isn't very hygienic." After hearing this, Li Mengyao pouted and looked at Lin Xian pitifully, saying coquettishly, "Honey, I really want to eat it, just this once, okay?" As he spoke, he held up one finger and made a one gesture to indicate that he would only eat a little bit. "No way," Lin Xian said sternly. "Oh, just once. Please, honey." Li Mengyao immediately became anxious upon hearing this and quickly grabbed Lin Xian's arm and shook it. "Although my husband cooks very well, I still need to enjoy the simple pleasures of home cooking sometimes," Li Mengyao said, her round eyes wide and her lips pouting, looking very cute. Under Li Mengyao's persistent pleading and charming tactics, Lin Xian finally agreed reluctantly. Afterwards, hand in hand, they arrived at a bustling food street. The street was teeming with people, and the enticing aromas of various delicious dishes made one's mouth water. Li Mengyao excitedly pulled Lin Xian to a small stall. "Boss, 2 orders of grilled lamb skewers, please," she called out cheerfully. "Okay, 10 yuan a skewer, 20 yuan in total," the owner replied enthusiastically. Before long, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao each had a steaming hot mutton skewer in their hands. Lin Xian took a bite first. Although the quality of the lamb skewers wasn't very good, at least they were fresh. "Honey, here you go." Li Mengyao handed Lin Xian the half-eaten lamb skewer she had left, a hint of shyness in her eyes. "What? Can't you eat anymore? If you can't eat, let's go back," he said, seizing the opportunity. "No, I want to try a little bit of everything, and then you can take care of the rest, honey." Li Mengyao playfully stuck out her cute little tongue and blinked her bright eyes. "This girl is really clever." Lin Xian smiled helplessly, and then Li Mengyao took his hand and they continued to explore the bustling food street. "Boss, please give us 2 orders of pan-fried buns." "Boss, could you please bring us 2 servings of grilled squid?" "Wow, this looks delicious." "Boss, give us 2 orders of takoyaki." Just then, Li Mengyao suddenly smelled a familiar stench, and her face instantly lit up with an excited smile. "Boss, could you please give me 2 servings of stinky food?" Lin Xian reacted quickly, grabbing Li Mengyao and covering the words she was about to blurt out. He said to the shop owner with an embarrassed look, "No need for the stinky tofu. Honey, it's best if you don't eat fermented foods like stinky tofu now that you're pregnant, okay?" Lin Xian advised softly. Okay, although Li Mengyao was a little disappointed, she still nodded obediently. Soon, the two were almost full. After Li Mengyao fed the last takoyaki to Lin Xian, she patted her stomach contentedly and prepared to go home. Just then, Lin Xian glanced over and suddenly noticed a small stall selling candied hawthorns not far ahead. His eyes lit up, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. He turned to look at his wife beside him and asked gently, "Honey, would you like some candied hawthorns?" As he spoke, Lin Xian revealed his signature charming smile. "Don't want." Meanwhile, not far away, Zhang Huiyan was quietly watching all of this. When she saw how close and happy Lin Xian and his wife were, and how beautiful and charming Lin Xian's wife was, she finally understood why Lin Xian loved his wife so much. Chapter 78 Wife, I'm back. After staying in Yunhai City for a few more days, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao are preparing to return to Jinghai City today. That noon, the family gathered together for a sumptuous lunch. After the meal, Zhang Shulan carried a large amount of luggage to the Xiaomi SU7 and began stuffing it into the trunk. "Mom, that's enough, there's no more room," Lin Xian said helplessly, watching his mother's busy figure. "Yes, I trust Mama's abilities," Zhang Shulan replied without looking up, her hands still moving. She stuffed bag after bag into the trunk until the entire space was filled. After the back was full, there was still room to put more in the front. Finally, all the luggage was loaded into the car, and Zhang Shulan clapped her hands in satisfaction. "Okay, that is about right," she said. With everything ready, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao said goodbye to their parents. "Son, Mengyao, come back and visit often when you have time," Zhang Shulan said with a smile. "Be careful on the road," Lin Zhenghua added.
Brother, sister-in-law, remember to come back often.
Lin Cece said reluctantly, holding Li Mengyao's hand.
Okay, Mom and Dad, Lin Xian said with a smile.
Cece, you can come to Jinghai City to visit when you have time, Li Mengyao said to Lin Cece with a smile.
Okay, I will definitely go.
Lin Cece nodded happily. Afterwards, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao got into the Xiaomi SU-7. The intelligent driving system automatically located the vehicle to Jinwan Mansion in Jinghai City, and then the car slowly started and drove away from the villa of Yunhai home. Lin Xian looked back through the car window and saw his parents and sister standing at the door, waving goodbye. His heart was filled with warmth and gratitude, knowing that no matter where he went, his family would always be his strongest support. Just as the car was about to reach Jinghai City, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao's futuristic smartwatches suddenly issued a warning voice.
Warning!
Master's destination, Jinghai City, will be hit by a strong typhoon in the next 4 days.
Please take precautions. A powerful typhoon? Lin Xian and Li Mengyao were both slightly taken aback.
After exchanging a glance, the two looked out the window and found the sun shining brightly and harmoniously outside. It didn't look like a strong typhoon at all.
Really?
Li Mengyao asked, frowning.
It should be true.
Lin Xian replied. Lin Xian still had great faith in the system. Soon, the Xiaomi SU-7 came to a smooth stop in the parking lot of Jinwan Mansion, and Lin Xian and Li Mengyao finally returned to Jinghai City.
After Lin Xian moved all his luggage back to Jinwan Mansion, he prepared to leave. Honey, where are you going? Li Mengyao asked.
I'm going to buy some food for the next 4 days and some emergency supplies. I'm worried that I won't be able to go out after the strong typhoon hits, Lin Xian said with a smile.
Oh, okay, then you should come back soon.
Li Mengyao looked at the sky outside the window, which was still clear and sunny. She said with some concern, but we're facing a strong typhoon right after we got here.
Isn't that a bit too unlucky?
It's okay, we can have a good time at home for a few days anyway, Lin Xian comforted him.
Okay, then be careful on the road. Li Mengyao nodded gently.
Okay. Lin Xian cupped Li Mengyao's face, gently kissed her delicate lips, and then turned to leave. Li Mengyao, on the other hand, did some simple cleaning at home. As she was quietly cleaning, she inadvertently looked up and her heart skipped a beat. To her surprise, the left side of the sky was still sunny, while the right side was covered by a huge dark cloud, accompanied by lightning, approaching at an alarming speed. The clear blue sky and white clouds vanished instantly. Before long, the entire Jinwan Mansion was shrouded in dark clouds, and a fierce wind howled through the air. Li Mengyao looked out the window with worry. Although she was terrified of thunder, she was even more worried about her husband who was still out there. On the other side, after buying some food, Lin Xian was preparing to purchase other items. Suddenly, the black diamond smartwatch on his wrist sounded an alarm again.
Alarm! Attention!
This super typhoon will intensify further within 10 minutes, becoming a super typhoon. The eye of the typhoon is expected to make landfall in Jinghai City in 20 minutes.
Please evacuate immediately.
Upon hearing this, Lin Xian took off running, put the things he bought in the trunk of the car, quickly got to the driver's seat, and personally drove the Xiaomi SU-7, speeding home with a burst of speed. Back in Jinwan Prefecture, Li Mengyao also received an alert from the pink diamond technology watch. At that moment, she was extremely anxious, her hands clasped tightly together, constantly praying that her husband would return safely within 20 minutes. At this moment, the sky was covered with dark clouds, a strong wind was blowing, and there was lightning and thunder. Li Mengyao was terrified. She hid behind the door, trembling, her eyes fixed on the window, hoping that the familiar figure would appear soon. 5 minutes passed, and there was still no movement outside the door. 10 minutes passed, and there was still no sign of Lin Xian. 15 minutes passed, and the super typhoon was about to sweep through Jinghai City.
The windows rattled and banged as if they would shatter at any moment.
The raging winds mercilessly tore at the entire city, filling everyone with terror. Li Mengyao was pale and covered her ears with her hands, trying to alleviate her fear. With trembling hands, she turned on the GPS tracking system of her smartwatch to check Lin Xian's location. The location system showed that Lin Xian was speeding towards home, getting closer and closer to Jinwan Mansion. Upon seeing this message, Li Mengyao felt slightly relieved. She stood anxiously at the door, peering through the security camera outside. Finally, 20 minutes had passed, and the super typhoon had officially made landfall in Jinghai City. Gale force winds howled, torrential rain poured down, and the entire world plunged into darkness. The entire city of Jinghai seemed to be instantly engulfed in a terrifying vortex, with the city's skyscrapers swaying precariously in the howling wind. However, Li Mengyao stared intently at the watch's positioning system. Lin Xian's location shows he's already in Jinwan Mansion, but he's not answering his calls. Why hasn't he come up yet? Could it be that she encountered some danger downstairs at Jinwan Mansion? Thinking of this, Li Mengyao was very scared, and her eyes gradually reddened. She stood anxiously at the door, pacing back and forth. Just as Li Mengyao decided to go downstairs to find Lin Xian and was about to open the door suddenly opened. Lin Xian walked in, soaking wet and carrying a large bag. His hair was soaked by the rain, and his clothes were completely drenched, making him look utterly disheveled. But when he saw Li Mengyao, a smile immediately appeared on his face, and he said softly, "Honey, I'm home." This call brought tears to Li Mengyao's eyes instantly. Without hesitation, she threw herself into Lin Xian's arms and hugged him tightly, as if afraid that he would disappear again. Wa'ada! Li Mengyao cried very sadly, her tears flowing like a burst dam, unstoppable. "Honey, I'm sorry for making you worry," Lin Xian said, gently patting her back. Li Mengyao looked up at Lin Xian through teary eyes, choking back tears as she said, "No, don't apologize, husband, it's good that you're back, it's good that you're back." She gripped Lin Xian's clothes tightly with both hands, as if only in this way could she confirm that he had truly returned to her side. Outside, the super typhoon was still raging fiercely across Jinghai City, with howling winds and torrential rain. Inside, the two embraced tightly, basking in each other's warmth and love. In their world, there was no storm, only the presence of each other. Chapter 79, he's guaranteed to win even if his teammates go AFK. Lin Xian gently cupped Li Mengyao's face, lightly wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes with his thumb, and whispered, "Don't cry, I'm fine." Li Mengyao couldn't stop her tears, looking at Lin Xian through her teary eyes. "Baby won't look pretty if you keep crying." Lin Xian looked at the child in front of him with a pained expression and gently comforted him. "It's okay if it doesn't look good, as long as my husband is here," Li Mengyao said, choking back tears. "Honey, go change your clothes, or we'll both catch a cold, okay?" Lin Xian coaxed Li Mengyao with tender eyes. "I'll go with you." Li Mengyao sniffed and held onto Lin Xian's hand tightly. "Good." Lin Xian smiled slightly, letting Li Mengyao hold his hand tightly, and the two of them went into the bedroom together. "Honey, I need to change my clothes. Can you let go of one of my hands for a moment?" Lin Xian asked with a smile, looking at Li Mengyao with a face full of affection. "Okay." Li Mengyao nodded a little shyly, quickly let go of his hand, and then turned her head away shyly, not daring to look at Lin Xian. Seeing this, Lin Xian quickly took off all his soaked clothes and threw them aside. Soon, Lin Xian changed into a set of dry and comfortable pajamas, looking refreshed and energetic. "Honey, your clothes are wet too. Hurry up and change them, or you'll catch a cold," Lin Xian said with a smile. "Then you turn around first, honey," Li Mengyao said shyly. "Good." Lin Xian obediently turned around. If it were any other time, he definitely wouldn't have been so well behaved and would have been tempted to tease Li Mengyao. However, since my wife has just been so frightened, it's best to try not to tease her too much. As Lin Xian was thinking, a pair of small hands suddenly wrapped gently around his waist. He smiled slightly, then turned to face Li Mengyao, who looked aggrieved and had tears in her eyes. "Your husband will always be here and will never abandon you and the baby. Don't think too much, let's go to sleep together, okay?" Lin Xian comforted him gently. Li Mengyao nodded slightly, responding with a hint of coquettishness. Lin Xian carefully picked up Li Mengyao and gently placed her on the bed, then lay down close to her. "Honey, sleep well. Everything will be all right when you wake up," Lin Xian coaxed her gently to sleep. Perhaps because she felt the warmth emanating from Lin Xian, or perhaps because she was exhausted from crying, Li Mengyao quickly fell into a deep sleep in Lin Xian's arms. After Li Mengyao had fallen into a deep sleep, Lin Xian carefully got up, left the room, and properly put away the food he had bought earlier. Then, he went into the kitchen and began preparing dinner for Li Mengyao. He knew that Li Mengyao would definitely be hungry when she woke up. After preparing dinner, Lin Xian put the food into the warmer and then glanced at the time. It was already past 8 o'clock in the evening. He went back into the room, returned to Li Mengyao's side, lay down quietly, and felt her breathing, his heart filled with peace and contentment. Perhaps sensing the movement around her, Li Mengyao slowly opened her beautiful eyes. "Wife, are you hungry?" Lin Xian looked at Li Mengyao with a gentle expression and asked softly. I'm hungry. Honey, carry me." Li Mengyao nodded slightly, stretched out her hands, and a faint smile appeared on her face. Okay. Lin Xian smiled indulgently, then gently lifted Li Mengyao up in his arms. Soon, they arrived at the restaurant. Lin Xian gently placed Li Mengyao on a chair, then turned around, opened the warming cabinet, and took out a steaming hot dinner.
Honey, when did you make dinner? Li Mengyao asked curiously.
While you were asleep just now, Lin Xian said with a smile. Li Mengyao felt a warmth in her heart, as if she were surrounded by happiness. She couldn't help but lean forward and gently leave a sweet kiss on Lin Xian's lips.
Thank you, honey,
Li Mengyao said, blushing, and then began to eat rice in small bites. Lin Xian sat to the side, quietly watching his wife eat, his eyes filled with doting affection and happiness.
After dinner, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao snuggled together on the spacious, soft sofa, enjoying this cozy moment.
At this moment, the wind was still howling outside, but the room was filled with a warm atmosphere. Wife, are you still scared?
Lin Xian asked gently, stroking Li Mengyao's hair.
It's still a little.
Li Mengyao still clung tightly to Lin Xian, refusing to let go.
Honey, let's play a game, Lin Xian suddenly suggested, hoping that playing games would distract his wife and make her less afraid. Okay. What should we play? Li Mengyao immediately became interested and smiled happily. King of Glory or King of Pesticides? Lin Xian thought of a game that Li Mengyao could quickly pick up and play. After all, Summoner's Rift is quite challenging for most girls.
Honey, I've played this game before, Li Mengyao whispered.
After playing ranked matches with Yusin a few times, I stopped playing. Lu Yusin, I played 5 ranked games with Yao Yao, and she fed 100 kills, averaging 20 kills per game.
I can't do that.
Why? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Because I die shortly after I respawn.
Li Mengyao pouted, looking aggrieved and innocent. Lin Xian couldn't help but burst into laughter. Don't laugh.
Li Mengyao pouted angrily and gently punched Lin Xian's chest with her little fist.
Okay, I won't laugh anymore.
Lin Xian quickly comforted her, then looked at her seriously. It's okay, I think it's definitely Yuxian's problem, not your wife's problem.
Lu Yusin?
My husband will take you on a trip, I guarantee it will take you to new heights, Lin Xian said confidently, patting his chest. Just kidding, Lin Xian is a top-tier player in the game, how could he possibly lose to a mere King of Glory?
Even if his teammates are AFK, he's guaranteed to win. Really? Honey?
Li Mengyao looked at Lin Xian with expectant eyes.
Of course, wife, log on.
Lin Xian confidently opened his phone.
Li Mengyao also turned on her phone. Timmy.
With a game sound effect playing, the two entered the world of Honor of Kings. They were both platinum. Lin Xian dropped to this rank because he hadn't played the game for too long, while Li Mengyao reached the highest rank she could.
Platinum rank? Isn't that enough to win with one hand?
TCH, Lin Xian said with a disdainful expression. Chapter 80, it's all the fault of the other 3 teammates.
Defeat. Defeat. Defeat.
Lin Xian stared at his phone screen with a look of resentment.
Lost again? My wife really isn't cut out for video games. Honey, I'm sorry, I lost again.
Li Mengyao looked at Lin Xian pitifully, her voice tinged with guilt. Lin Xian quickly hugged Li Mengyao tightly and gently comforted her. Wife, there's nothing to apologize for. It's all the fault of the other 3 teammates. As he spoke, he gently lifted Li Mengyao's chin and kissed her tenderly. It's getting late, we should go to sleep, Lin Xian said softly, his eyes full of affection. Li Mengyao nodded obediently, letting Lin Xian carry her slowly towards the bedroom. Lin Xian thought to himself, if he continued to lose, he might not be able to sleep tonight. Back on the soft, comfortable bed, the two embraced tightly and soon drifted off to sleep. In the past few days, the super typhoon has brought tremendous impact to Jinghai City, with many areas experiencing water and power outages. However, the Jinwan mansion where Lin Xian lived was not greatly affected and continued to have normal water and electricity supply. This is entirely due to the high quality of the community and the comprehensive security measures. During this special period, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao spent their days watching movies and TV series, and playing games together. After another losing streak, Lin Xian couldn't take it anymore. Honey, have you considered playing a different hero? Lin Xian said to Li Mengyao with a smile. Li Mengyao really enjoys playing the Bull Demon King character. She'll charge at anyone she sees and headbutt them.
Ha! I think the Bull Demon King is pretty fun.
Li Mengyao blinked her big eyes and replied.
Who taught you how to play the Bull Demon King? Lin Xian asked curiously.
Yusin said that having a big guy in front of her makes her little egg feel safer, Li Mengyao replied.
That's just nonsense, honey. Let me recommend a hero that's more suitable for you, Yao. Lin Xian laughed after hearing this, then said seriously. Yao Mei? I don't think I've ever played this hero before. Li Mengyao asked in confusion. It's very simple.
Just tap wherever it lights up, and make sure to choose your husband for your ultimate skill, Lin Xian said with a smile.
Okay, I'll give it a try. Li Mengyao nodded slightly, indicating that she understood.
So they started another game. Lin Xian finally won this round. Several days passed in the blink of an eye, and the super typhoon gradually left the city. That very night, Li Mengyao was quietly leaning against the headboard reading a book, while Lin Xian lay on the bed, staring blankly at his wife. Lin Xian silently counted the days in his mind and suddenly realized that Li Mengyao was already 16 weeks pregnant and would soon be 17 weeks along. At this stage, the baby's hearing begins to develop and they can already perceive some sound stimuli from the outside world, so prenatal education can begin. Thinking of this, Lin Xian couldn't help but quietly move a little closer to Li Mengyao, and then gently lifted her clothes.
Honey! What are you doing now? Li Mengyao was startled and quickly threw the book in her hand aside, reaching out to grab Lin Xian's hand to stop him. But it was too late. Lin Xian had already seen her fair and tender little belly. Honey, look, our baby is already 16 weeks along. We can start prenatal education for the baby now.
Lin Xian said with a happy smile.
Oh, so how are you planning to do prenatal education?
Li Mengyao blinked, looking confused, and asked curiously.
Prepare like this.
After saying that, Lin Xian lowered his head and gently kissed Li Mengyao's soft belly, which still exuded a fragrance.
You stinky husband.
Li Mengyao was so ticklish that she reached out and pushed Lin Xian's head hard with both hands.
Okay, I was wrong.
Let's start the music prenatal education now, Lin Xian quickly begged for forgiveness. Then Lin Xian took out his phone and started playing Twinkle Twinkle Little Star variations. Li Mengyao lay on the bed, quietly listening to the beautiful melody, a happy smile on her face, feeling completely relaxed and happy. Lin Xian gently pressed his ear against Li Mengyao's lower abdomen, listening carefully to the sounds inside. Although he knew he couldn't hear fetal movement through his belly at this time, he still wanted to try and feel the baby's presence. After listening to one piece of music, Lin Xian opened his phone again and found Brahms' Lullaby to play. This piece has a beautiful melody and a soothing rhythm, making the listener feel as if they are in a tranquil forest. As Li Mengyao listened, she gradually drifted off to sleep. Looking at her peaceful sleeping face, Lin Xian couldn't help but smile, then carefully tucked her in.
Ding dong! A crisp and pleasant sound rang out.
Congratulations, host, on completing the prenatal music education for your baby. Reward, top-tier music master skills, please check. Instantly, a surge of amazing knowledge flooded into Lin Xian's mind. This knowledge encompasses a wide variety of musical techniques, theories, and performance methods. Lin Xian closed his eyes, feeling the impact of this knowledge. When he opened his eyes again, they shone with confidence and light. At this time, he possessed unparalleled musical talent. After secretly praising the system's power, Lin Xian turned off the music, lay back on the bed, hugged Li Mengyao tightly, closed his eyes, and drifted off to sleep together. The next morning, sunlight streamed into the room through the window, and Lin Xian slowly opened his eyes. The typhoon from last night has long since passed, and the sky is a clear, deep blue, peaceful, and serene. Lin Xian tiptoed out of bed, afraid of waking Li Mengyao, who was still fast asleep.
He went into the kitchen to prepare a hearty breakfast. After Lin Xian finished his breakfast, he put Li Mengyao's portion into the warming cabinet.
Then, he returned to the room, sat gently on the edge of the bed, looked at Li Mengyao's sweet sleeping posture, and couldn't help but chuckle softly. Lin Xian gently stroked her hair and said tenderly, "Little sleepyhead, I'm going to the company.
Remember to eat breakfast." After saying that, he left a gentle kiss on her forehead, then turned and left the room.
Lin Xian arrived at the underground parking lot of Jinwan Mansion and found his Maybach S680, which he hadn't driven for a long time. This luxury car has been parked here for some time, but it still retains its dazzling appearance. Lin Xian opened the car door, sat in the driver's seat, and felt the familiar atmosphere inside the car. He started the engine, and the Maybach emitted a deep, powerful roar. He then drove out of the parking lot and headed towards Jinwan Technology Company, Limited. He hasn't been to the company in so long, even the security guards probably don't recognize him. Not long after, Lin Xian arrived at the gate of Jinwan Technology Company, Limited. However, just as he expected, his Maybach was stopped by a security guard as soon as he was about to enter. "Young man, who are you?" the security guard asked with a serious expression. Chapter 81. Why are you all staring at each other like that? I am the chairman of this company. Could you please open the door? Lin Xian said with a smile. Chairman? I've never seen you before. Whose chairman is so young? The security guard didn't believe Lin Xian's nonsense at all. Just as the two were locked in an awkward stalemate, a man in a security guard uniform strode over. Captain, you've come at the right time. This young man says he's the company's chairman, and I was just about to tell him to leave. As he spoke, the security guard pointed at Lin Xian. Really? Let me see. The security captain looked in the direction the security guard was pointing and gasped instantly. He then turned to the security guard and reprimanded him. This is our company's chairman. Open the door. Then, he quickly put on a fawning smile and cautiously looked at Lin Xian. Good morning, Chairman Lin. I'm very sorry, this person is new and doesn't recognize you. Please be magnanimous and don't take offense. Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly, revealing a gentle smile. It's all right, he's quite dedicated and deserves praise. After saying that, Lin Xian waved his hand gently, indicating to the security guard not to be nervous, and then started the car and drove in. He soon arrived at the chairman's office on the top floor. Upon entering the office, Lin Xian made himself a cup of hot tea, then leisurely sat down in the spacious and comfortable office chair and began to carefully read the mountain of documents and reports piled up on the desk. These are reports on the company's recent operations. Although Lu Wendy has managed it very well, he still gave them a brief overview. Lin Xian arrived very early, and there was still some time before the official start of work. As time went on, other employees also began to arrive at the company and start their busy day. Chairman Lin. As Zhou Siyue approached the office door, she saw that the chairman's office door was open. Her heart tightened, and she quickly walked over, only to find that it was Chairman Lin Xian, who had been missing for half a month. I'm sorry, Chairman Lin, I'm late, Zhou Siyue said, bowing her head. She was 10 minutes late because she missed the first subway train today. It's alright, I'm not too strict about working hours. You can eat your breakfast first, Lin Xian said with a slight smile and a gentle tone. He always believed that as long as the work could be completed on time, it didn't matter if he was a little late for work. Huh? Okay. Zhou Siyue was a little surprised, but she still hurriedly ran back to her office and then wolfed down her breakfast. Chairman Lin rarely comes, and yet I'm late. Thinking of this, Zhou Siyue couldn't help but speed up her chewing, hoping to finish eating as soon as possible. A short while later, Zhou Siyue quickly finished her breakfast and returned to the door of the chairman's office. Chairman Lin, what can I do for you? Zhou Siyue took a deep breath, trying to make her tone sound calm. I wonder how our company's employees are doing now after the super typhoon a few days ago. Have any of them encountered any difficulties? Lin Xian asked Zhou Siyue with a frown and some concern. Zhou Siyue nodded and replied, Yes, Chairman Lin. This super typhoon has had some impact on the company's employees, but fortunately everyone has been safely evacuated from the danger zone. Only some employees' homes and vehicles suffered varying degrees of damage. Some employees were unable to come to work as they needed to be relocated to safe locations. However, overall, everyone remained resilient, and no major problems occurred. Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief, then asked, Were any employees injured? I'd like to know the details. After thinking for a moment, Zhou Siyue replied, Well, actually, a few employees did suffer minor injuries. They were hit by objects blown over by the wind and are currently receiving treatment at the hospital. The doctor said their injuries are not serious and they are expected to recover and be discharged soon. Then you should issue a notice that the company has decided to provide each affected employee with a consolation payment of 10,000 yuan, and the company will cover the medical expenses for the injured employees, Lin Xian said. Okay, Chairman Lin. Zhou Siyue returned to her office and began to get busy. Lin Xian then continued to focus on the documents at hand. Just then, General Manager Lu Wendy arrived in front of the chairman's office. Chairman Lin. Lin Xian looked up, a warm smile on his face, and stood up to greet her at the door, saying kindly, President Lu, please come in. After Lu Wendy walked into the office with a smile, Lin Xian handed him a cup of hot tea, and the two sat down to talk. The company has been running very well lately, President Lu. It's all thanks to your strategic planning, Lin Xian praised. Not at all, it's all thanks to your excellent leadership, Chairman Lin. I was just doing my duty, Lu Wendy replied with a smile. Lin Xian thought to himself, I don't think I did anything. By the way, Chairman Lin, the company recently signed a major project that will bring in an additional 30% of revenue.
What do you think we should do with this money? I see. Here's what we'll do: give every employee a 10% raise, allocate another 5% as bonuses to middle and senior management, and continue to invest the rest in the company's daily operations, Lin Xian said with a smile, his eyes revealing determination and confidence. Yes, Chairman Lin, Lu Wendy said excitedly. Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise and emotion flashed in Lu Wendy's eyes. You know, if it were the previous chairman, he might have pocketed most of the profits, but Lin Xian was able to think of raising the employees' salaries right away, which he really admired. Next, Lu Wendy reported to Lin Xian on the company's recent operations and raised some suggestions and questions. Finally, Lu Wendy said gratefully, Chairman Lin, I'll go back and get back to work now. Lin Xian nodded and replied with a smile, go ahead. Lu Wendy then left the chairman's office. Lin Xian saw that the work here was almost finished, and thinking of his good brother Zhong Zixing, who was still working as a department manager in the RD department, he decided to go down and see him. Soon, Lin Xian took the elevator to the 5th floor RD department. As soon as he stepped out of the elevator, he felt a tense and busy atmosphere. Lin Xian walked into the RD department's conference room and found that a meeting was being held inside. He immediately recognized Zhong Zixing sitting in the chairman's seat, who was intently discussing something with other employees. He carefully analyzed the various technical problems, proposed solutions, and then broke down the tasks. Lin Xian gently pushed open the door and stood at the entrance, quietly observing. Finally, Zhong Zixing said one last thing at the end. We guarantee no rest on Saturdays, but we cannot guarantee rest on Sundays. That's the situation. Please bear with us during this time. Because Lin Xian had his back to Zhong Zixing, he didn't notice, but the employees below all looked at Chairman Lin with surprise. This is only temporary, why are you all staring at each other like that? Zhong Zixing turned his head in confusion. Chapter 82 Your father is Lu Wendy? Zhong Zixing turned around and saw Lin Xian smiling at him. Hey, Chairman Lin, when did you get back? Zhong Zixing quickly stood up, his face showing surprise and delight, and hurriedly went to greet him. You've all worked hard, let's adjourn the meeting now, Lin Xian said with a smile to the employees below. As he finished speaking, the RD staff stood up and left the meeting room one after another. After everyone had left, Lin Xian looked at Zhong Zixing and teased him with a smile, you little rascal, you've learned to exploit your employees now, and you can't even guarantee rest? Hearing Lin Xian's words, Zhong Zixing immediately felt a little embarrassed, scratched his head, and explained. Brother Xian, we recently signed a big project, so we need to hurry up and catch up. And I've already paid all the overtime. Lin Xian nodded in understanding, but still said seriously, we can't let employees not get rest. Normally, we should guarantee them weekends off. In special circumstances, we must have one day off on Saturday and Sunday to maintain the team's fighting spirit and efficiency. Okay, Brother Xian, I understand. Zhong Zixing nodded quickly in response. But Zixing, you've really done a good job lately, Lin Xian said with a smile. That's all thanks to Lin's promotion. I'm so eager for advancement. Zhong Zixing joked. Alright, stop with the nonsense. I'm going home to be with my wife. Let's get together sometime, my roommates and I. Lin Xian said with a smile. Okay, no problem. Zhong Zixing replied with a smile. He then saw Lin Xian out of the RD department office before turning back to his own work and continuing his busy schedule. Lin Xian returned to the chairman's office, tidied up briefly, and prepared to take the elevator downstairs. As the elevator slowly ascended from the first floor, the doors gradually opened, and a familiar figure appeared before Lin Xian. Lu Yusin? Lin Xian's eyes widened, his face full of shock. Lin Xian? Lu Yusin was equally astonished. The two gasped almost simultaneously, their faces showing disbelief. Lin Xian, how did you get here? Lu Yusin asked in surprise, her eyes filled with doubt. Lin Xian smiled and said, I work here. But what about you? What brings you here? I'm here to get something from my dad. He's the general manager of this company, so if you need any help, you can ask me. Lu Yusin smiled slightly. Seeing how well Lin Xian had taken care of Li Mengyao during this time, Lu Yusin put aside her doubts about him. Now that she sees Lin Xian is her father's subordinate, she'll definitely help him however she can. Your father is Lu Wendy? Lin Xian asked in surprise. Yes, so if you have any questions, just tell me, and I'll have Dad help you. Lu Yusin nodded gently, her face beaming with pride.
Just then, Lu Wendy walked out of the general manager's office and immediately saw his daughter chatting with Chairman Lin.
His eyes lit up and he instantly felt that there was a chance.
Chairman Lin, let me introduce you.
This is my daughter, Lu Yusin.
She graduated from Jinghai University, just like you. Lu Wendy walked up to Lin Xian and introduced her with a smile.
What? Dad, you're saying he's Chairman Lin? Lu Yusin stared wide-eyed at Lin Xian in disbelief.
Yes, he is the chairman of our company, Lu Wendy said.
Upon hearing this, Lu Yusin was completely stunned.
She never imagined that Lin Xian, at such a young age, would be the chairman of the company and also her father's boss. What made her even more ashamed was that she had just told Lin Xian that if he needed any help, he could come to her anytime.
President Lu, actually Uxin and I have known each other for a long time.
She is my wife's best friend, Lin Xian explained with a smile.
Oh? I didn't expect Chairman Lin to get married so young, ha. Lu Wendy smiled awkwardly.
Lu Wendy cursed his good-for-nothing daughter in his heart for not making a move on such a good man sooner.
If there's nothing else, I'll head back now, Lin Xian said, bidding farewell to the two. Wait, Lin Xian, is Yao Yao home now? Lu Yusin suddenly asked. Yes, she's at home, Lin Xian nodded in reply. Can I go play with Yao Yao later?
I haven't seen her in a long time, Lu Yusin asked somewhat shyly.
Of course, but I need to go buy some groceries first to cook.
You can go ahead, Lin Xian said after thinking for a moment.
Okay, Lu Yusin said with a delighted expression.
Actually, she had wanted to visit Yao Yao for a long time, so this was a good opportunity to have a good chat with her and also get a free meal from Lin Xian. It was a win-win situation. Next, Lin Xian arrived at the company parking lot, got into his Maybach, started the engine, and sped off towards the vegetable market. At the same time, Lu Yusin also came out of her father's office and drove straight to Jinwan Mansion.
Ding dong!
At this moment, Li Mengyao was sitting quietly on the sofa, engrossed in reading. Suddenly, a crisp doorbell ring broke the silence, making her instantly tense. Since the house has a smart lock that can be opened without a key, the person ringing the doorbell is definitely not her husband.
So who is it?
With a mix of trepidation and excitement, Li Mengyao cautiously walked to the door and peered out through the security camera.
There's nobody here. Just as she was feeling puzzled, a familiar voice reached her ears. Hey, I'm here.
Li Mengyao looked closely and realized it was her best friend, Lu Yusin.
Lu Yusin peeked out from the corridor next door and winked at her mischievously.
Li Mengyao was stunned for a moment. After confirming that the person in front of her was indeed Lu Yusin, she finally felt relieved and opened the door with a smile.
Hey! Yao Yao, you didn't expect it to be me, did you? Lu Yusin's face was beaming with joy as she skipped over to Li Mengyao and hugged her tightly.
Li Mengyao was startled by Lu Yusin's sudden action, but quickly recovered and rolled her eyes helplessly.
Xin, how childish are you?
You're such a grown-up, yet you still play these childish games.
It's been so long since I've seen Yao Yao. Come on, let's have a good chat. The two then went to the sofa in the living room and began to chat.
Li Mengyao was also very happy. After all, she hadn't seen her best friend Lu Yusin for a long time. After a while, just as they were chatting enthusiastically, Li Mengyao heard the sound of the door unlocking.
She immediately jumped up from the sofa and quickly walked to the door.
She knew it must be her husband coming home.
Wife, I'm home.
Lin Xian pushed open the door, a happy smile on his face.
Welcome home. As always, Li Mengyao threw herself into Lin Xian's arms. Chapter 83. Then you'll have to ask my husband.
Lu Yusin was also watching from the side, and unlike before, she had a relieved smile on her face. She was genuinely happy that her best friend Li Mengyao had found happiness. After spending some time together, Lin Xian returned to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Li Mengyao, on the other hand, went back to the soft sofa and sat down next to Lu Yusin.
Have you been intimate enough? Lu Yusin asked jokingly. A blush rose on Li Mengyao's delicate face. Then it's my turn.
I want to sleep with you at noon today, or I'm not leaving.
Lu Yusin said smugly. Then you'll have to ask my husband. Li Mengyao said shyly in a low voice. Lu Yusin was speechless.
On the other side, Lin Xian was making lunch. Today he was going to make a stir-fried fish dish. However, considering that Li Mengyao was pregnant and couldn't eat too much spicy food, He only added a tiny bit of chili, just the mild spiciness typical of Southerners. After a while, Lin Xian finished preparing 3 dishes and a soup. Stir-fried fish, garlic oysters, oyster sauce lettuce, and kelp and pork rib soup. Dinner's ready. Dinner's ready. Lin Xian called out as he carried the food out of the kitchen.
Li Mengyao and Lu Yusin couldn't wait to arrive at the restaurant.
Lin Xian, your cooking skills are absolutely amazing. I wish I could come here for meals every day.
Lu Yusin exclaimed as she enjoyed Lin Xian's cooking again after a long time.
Especially the stir-fried fish. When it was served, the fish pieces were golden and tempting, garnished with red chili peppers and bright green scallions. The moment the stir-fried fish enters your mouth, its spicy and savory flavor instantly spreads, making it irresistible. Sure, it'll be good to keep Mengyao company, Lin Xian said with a smile.
Hey, Yao Yao, let me tell you, Lin Xian is actually the chairman of my dad's company. Lu Yusin suddenly said to Li Mengyao. Ha! What a coincidence!
Li Mengyao, who was eating her rice in small bites, was also slightly taken aback. Yes, the world really is such a small place, Lu Yusin said with a smile.
Lin Xian, how come you are the chairman of Jinwan Technology Company? Lu Yusin asked curiously.
She vaguely remembered that the former chairman was not Lin Xian. It was acquired not long ago, Lin Xian replied casually. Lin Xian, you're so rich, that's a huge company.
Lu Yusin exclaimed in surprise. The 3 of them chatted happily while eating.
After finishing her meal, Lu Yusin took the initiative to grab the bowl and chopsticks. She said that since she had come here to freeload, she should at least do something. Lin Xian had no choice but to let her have her way.
Around noon, Lu Yusin wanted to take a nap with Li Mengyao.
Lin Xian watched them leave helplessly, shook his head, and turned to walk into his bedroom. He lay on the soft bed, his eyes closed, but the 2 women in the next room were still chattering away, their voices reaching his ears through the walls. The 2 continued chatting while lying in bed.
Yao Yao, let me ask you something. Since you got drunk last time, have you had any more? Lu Yusin asked curiously. What? Li Mengyao looked blank, blinking her big eyes, seemingly not understanding what the other person was talking about.
Oh dear, it's the time when you were drunk and jumped into Lin Xian's arms.
Lu Yusin explained anxiously. Ha? No. Li Mingyao's cheeks instantly turned bright red, like a ripe apple. Really not? Lu Yusin pressed. Really, no.
Li Mengyao nodded shyly, but in her heart she was thinking, I was just kissed a lot.
Hee, so are you 2 only at the kissing stage now?
Lu Yusin revealed a sly smile, continuing to pry into her best friend's privacy.
Mum. Li Mengyao nodded gently, not daring to look the other person in the eye. Ha, Yao Yao, let me tell you. Lu Yusin suddenly lowered her voice, a mischievous smile appearing on her face. Yusin, stop talking.
Li Mingyao's face turned bright red, and she quickly covered her face with her hands.
Ha, are you shy? Lu Yusin couldn't help but burst into laughter when she saw Li Mingyao's reaction. You stinky xin. Li Mengyao glared angrily at Lu Yusin, then reached out and tickled her waist. Ha, it itches so much, stop scratching.
Lu Yusin laughed and begged for mercy, and the 2 of them wrestled and played on the bed. She didn't dare to fight back against Li Mengyao, who was pregnant. All she could do was get scratched. Lin Xian heard the cheerful laughter coming from next door and a slight smile appeared on his lips. Lin Xian thought to himself that it would be a good idea to have Lu Yusin come over to keep his wife company occasionally. But without his wife to hold him while he slept, Lin Xian tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep. Time ticked by, and Lin Xian endured the torment until after 2 p.m., finally unable to resist picking up his phone to send Zhou Quan a text message.
Quaner, are you there?
Zhou Quan was engrossed in the gamed collapse iron when he suddenly received a text message from Lin Xian. He immediately stopped what he was doing and quickly replied. I'm here, brother Xian.
Lin Xian continued, is the restaurant about to open? I'm planning to go check it out. Okay, brother Xian, I'm coming right now.
After saying that, Zhou Quan happily turned off the game, a smile spreading across his face. His luck seemed to be exceptionally good lately. He hadn't had a single bad day since switching games. Lin Xian quickly got out of bed, got dressed, and went out.
Not long after, he arrived at Xianmeng restaurant on the 5th floor of Jinwan Plaza.
When they arrived, Lin Xian found that Zhou Quan had not yet arrived, so he waited there for a while.
Brother Xian. I'm here. Zhou Quan ran over.
Zhou Quan had already bought his own new car, so he no longer needed Lin Xian to pick him up.
How are the restaurant preparations going lately? When will it open? Lin Xian asked Zhou Quan.
Brother Xian, everything is basically ready, and all the personnel have been found. We plan to open for business in a few days, on August 1st, Zhou Quan replied with a smile, leading Lin Xian into Xianmeng restaurant.
Lin Xian glanced at Xianmeng restaurant and was very satisfied, just as Zhou Quan had said, that everything was ready. Unexpectedly, Zhou Quan was indeed quite capable. Quaner, is the money enough? Lin Xian asked. It's enough, there's even more, Zhou Quan replied. Alright then, I'm relieved to have you managing things here. By the way, are you free later? Lin Xian asked. Nothing's wrong, Zhou Quan replied.
That's perfect. Come with me to take a look at the piano later, Lin Xian said with a smile. Lin Xian remembered that the system had given him the skill of a top-level music master, so he decided to buy a piano so he could use it for prenatal music education for his babies. Chapter 84 The Wind Rises.
Brother Xian, there's a Steinway piano dealership downstairs. Zhou Quan is quite familiar with Jinwan Square because he comes here often. Let's go then. Lin Xian and Zhou Quan went to a Steinway piano dealership on the second floor. The store is located on the second floor at a corner.
The store's decoration style is simple and elegant, giving people a sense of sophistication. As soon as the two entered, a young, handsome, and charismatic male shop assistant came to greet them. He was wearing a well-tailored suit, and his smile was friendly and warm. "Hello, are you here to look at Steinway pianos?" the male sales clerk asked with a smile, his voice gentle and magnetic.
Yes, may I ask which Steinway pianos you currently have in the store?
Lin Xian asked with a smile, his gaze falling on the pianos displayed in the store. Are you buying this Steinway piano mainly for performances? The male sales clerk continued. No, it's mainly for home use, Lin Xian replied.
Okay, please follow me.
The male shop assistant smiled and nodded, then led the two to a piano. The piano sat there quietly, like a work of art. Its body lines are smooth and elegant, as if it were a meticulously crafted work of art.
The black lacquer is as smooth as silk, shimmering in the light and exuding a mysterious and noble aura.
The curves of the lid are natural and graceful, like the corners of a gently upturned mouth.
The legs are sturdy and upright, supporting the entire body of the instrument.
The ivory white keys and the black body form a striking yet harmonious contrast, like twinkling stars in the night sky, captivating all who behold them. This is a Steinway Piano S155 piano, one of our Steinway Piano line piano series. It's a good size, has excellent sound quality, is exquisitely crafted, and has an elegant and sophisticated design, making it perfect for home use, the male salesperson explained. Lin Xian looked at the beautifully designed Steinway S155 piano in front of him, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He turned to the male sales clerk and said,
"Can I try out the sound?"
The male shop assistant gave a polite smile and replied, "Of course." Zhou Quan, who was standing to the side, was stunned when he heard Lin Xian's words.
He asked in surprise, "Brother Xian, you know about music?"
He originally thought Lin Xian just wanted to buy a piano for Li Mengyao, but he didn't expect Lin Xian to know how to test the sound. "I know a little bit," Lin Xian said with a smile. He then sat down at the Steinway S155 piano, adjusted his posture, and kept a proper distance between his body and the piano to ensure he could play comfortably and freely. Then, he stretched out his hands and gently placed them on the keys, starting with the notes near middle C, playing each note one by one, feeling the touch and timbre of each key. Zhou Quan, standing to the side, smiled as he watched Lin Xian play the piano keys one by one.
"If I could just play one key at a time, I could do that too."
However, at that moment, a beautiful melody suddenly rang out, interrupting Zhou Quan's thoughts. Zhou Quan stared wide-eyed at Lin Xian.
Lin Xian sat gracefully at the piano, his hands moving lightly across the keys as if he were dancing.
His fingers deftly and accurately struck each note, creating beautiful melodies, the climax of The Wind Rises. I was once overwhelmed by the vastness of the world, and also lost in its delusions. Lin Xian hummed softly, his singing voice accompanying the piano music, like a clear spring flowing through the air. The male shop assistant and Zhou Quan were both stunned. This was an effect that only a top pianist could produce. Lin Xian's singing voice is equally captivating, as melodious and beautiful as heavenly music. After the song ended, Lin Xian slowly stood up, a satisfied smile on his face. He gently stroked the piano keys, then turned to the male sales clerk and asked, "Hello, how much is this piano? I'd like to buy it." The male shop assistant was clearly still immersed in the beautiful music from before, and only snapped out of his reverie when Lin Xian's voice rang out again. His eyes widened, and he stammered, "This Steinway piano S155 costs
500,000.
Just then, a middle-aged man walked over. He wore gold-rimmed glasses and a sharp suit, looking very refined, like a gentleman. The middle-aged man walked up to Lin Xian, smiled, and introduced himself. "Hello, I'm He Ziyuan, the manager of this store."
May I ask your name?
Lin Xian turned to look at He Ziyuan and smiled. "Hello, my name is Lin Xian." A hint of surprise flashed in He Ziyuan's eyes. He quickly extended his hand to shake hands with Lin Xian and exclaimed in admiration, "Lin Xian, hello. I just heard you play a piece on a Steinway piano. It was absolutely wonderful. Your piano playing was flawless. I greatly admire it.
Would you like to be friends with me?"
Lin Xian smiled slightly and nodded in agreement.
"As for the price just now, I can give you a certain discount." He Ziyuan was delighted to see Lin Xian agree.
Specifically, the original price of 500,000 yuan can be reduced by 100,000 yuan. After hearing this, Lin Xian thought the discount was quite good, so he readily accepted He Ziyuan's suggestion. Therefore, He Ziyuan immediately instructed his employees to prepare the relevant procedures, and invited Lin Xian and Zhou Quan to the VIP room to rest for a while.
In the VIP room, Lin Xian and He Ziyuan continued their pleasant conversation.
The two started talking about music, and He Ziyuan was surprised to discover Lin Xian's amazing knowledge and talent in the field.
Before we knew it, time flew by, and it was soon evening.
Lin Xian stood up to say goodbye, thanked He Ziyuan for his hospitality, and expressed her hope to meet again in the future. He Ziyuan personally saw Lin Xian and Zhou Quan off, and the two exchanged contact information and agreed to stay in touch. He Ziyuan believes that a young person who can play such a beautiful melody will definitely achieve great things in the music industry in the future. After the two left the Steinway store, Zhou Quan couldn't help but ask, "Brother Xian, when did you learn music?" "I learned this recently, to provide music education for my baby during pregnancy," Lin Xian said with a smile. Zhou Quan was inexplicably bombarded with another wave of PDA.
"Quaner, what are you going to do for dinner?"
Lin Xian checked the time. It was almost time to go back and cook for his wife.
"Hee, can I go to Brother Xian's for a free meal? I haven't had any in ages." Zhou Quan almost drooled just thinking about it.
"Sure, but my wife's best friend is also coming."
"Are you going too?"
Lin Xian asked with a smile.
Zhou Quan laughed heartily. "What's there to be afraid of? The thing about me, Zhou Quan, is my thickest skin." Chapter 85. My stinky husband lied to me again.
Lin Xian and Zhou Quan soon arrived at Jinwan Mansion in their respective cars.
As soon as Lin Xian opened the door, Li Mengyao was already standing at the doorway, smiling broadly, to greet him. "I'm back,"
Lin Xian said with a gentle smile.
"You've worked hard, honey."
Li Mengyao replied with a slight smile. Just then, Zhou Quan jumped out from the side, beaming, and said, "Hello, sister-in-law.
I'm here to freeload again."
"Hello, please come in," Li Mengyao replied with a smile. Then, as Zhou Quan entered the house, he saw Lu Yusen sitting gracefully on the sofa. He was instantly captivated by her beauty and couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, "So beautiful."
"Let me introduce you.
This is my college roommate, Lu Yusen."
Li Mengyao then introduced Lu Yusen to Zhou Quan. Li Mengyao then introduced Zhou Quan. "This is Lin Xian's college roommate, Zhou Quan."
"Hello," Lu Yusen said softly. "Why you, hello?" Zhou Quan suddenly started to stutter for some reason, and seemed a little nervous as he spoke. "Alright Zhou Quan, since you're here to freeload, come and help me out," Lin Xian said with a smile, glancing at Zhou Quan. This was the first time he had ever seen Zhou Quan, a normally lively and cheerful person, show such a nervous expression. Coming, Zhou Quan finally came to his senses and replied. The two then went into the kitchen together and began to get busy. In no time, Lin Xian had prepared a table full of delicious dishes. Lin Xian, Li Mengyao, and Lu Yusen were chatting happily, while Zhou Quan ate quietly and rarely spoke. This surprised Lin Xian. But when he noticed Zhou Quan glancing at Lu Yusen from time to time, he instantly understood. Not long after everyone had finished their dinner and chatted for a while, Lu Yusen and Zhou Quan left one after the other. After Lin Xian finished showering, he came to the room and saw Li Mengyao preparing to blow dry her hair. "Honey, let me help you," he said with a gentle smile.
"Okay." Li Mengyao smiled sweetly, full of happiness.
Lin Xian held a hairdryer in one hand and gently lifted her long hair with the other, blowing it softly, filling the air with a fresh fragrance. After their hair dried, the two lay down together on the soft bed. Li Mengyao nestled in Lin Xian's arms like a little bird, her little hands playfully drawing circles on his chest. Wife, I have a question for you, Lin Xian asked softly with a smile on his lips.
What's wrong?
Li Mengyao looked up at Lin Xian and asked in confusion.
Does Lu Yusin have a boyfriend now?
Lin Xian suddenly asked.
Hearing this, Li Mengyao blinked, then raised an eyebrow and teased, Honey, why are you asking this? Could it be that you've fallen for my best friend?
Lin Xian smiled helplessly, reached out and gently pinched Li Mengyao's nose, explaining, What are you thinking about all day long with that little head of yours?
I'm asking for Zhou Quan. Li Mengyao smiled and said, Well, Yusin is currently single.
She did have a boyfriend in college, but they broke up a long time ago.
Lin Xian nodded and smiled with satisfaction, That's good. I reckon Zhou Quan must have fallen in love with Lu Yusin at first sight. Li Mengyao looked at Lin Xian with some surprise and asked in confusion, Honey, how did you know? Lin Xian smiled and said, Because I know Zhou Quan. I know what he's up to the moment he sticks his butt out.
I've never seen Lu Yusin so nervous and shy before when I saw her today.
Li Mengyao nodded slightly and then said, Then I'll ask Yusin what her impression of Zhou Quan is another day.
Lin Xian smiled and said, Alright, let's stop talking about this and start doing prenatal music education for the baby. As he spoke, he skillfully lifted Li Mengyao's clothes, revealing her alluring little belly.
Honey, I heard that you don't need to lift your clothes for prenatal music education. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat, and he thought to himself, Am I about to be discovered?
Actually, he just wanted to press his face against Li Mengyao's stomach. Lin Xian feigned composure and, forcing himself to lie, said, It would be even better if you lifted it up.
Oh.
Li Mengyao nodded blankly, but she felt that something was off. Afterwards, Lin Xian found another piece of music suitable for prenatal education and played it. Li Mengyao was still a little skeptical of what Lin Xian had just said, so she secretly took out her phone and started searching for related information.
The results showed that there is absolutely no need to expose your belly during prenatal education. My stinky husband lied to me again. Li Mengyao muttered angrily in a low voice. After listening to a song, Li Mengyao couldn't hold back any longer.
She quickly pushed Lin Xian away and covered her belly tightly.
Wife, what's wrong? Lin Xian asked innocently. You stinky husband. Prenatal education doesn't require opening your belly.
Li Mengyao said angrily. Lin Xian was dumbfounded.
Oh no, he'd been found out. Wife, let me explain.
Lin Xian quickly tried to defend himself.
You big liar. I won't listen to your explanation.
Li Mengyao turned around, her back to Lin Xian. Helpless, Lin Xian turned off the light and hugged Li Mengyao from behind, preparing to fall asleep. Honey, I didn't sleep much at noon, Lin Xian suddenly said.
Why?
Li Mengyao shifted slightly, turned her head to look at Lin Xian, and asked curiously. I can't sleep because my wife isn't with me, Lin Xian replied with a slight smile. After saying that, he followed Li Mengyao's movements and turned her around to hug her. Oh, I didn't sleep much either, Li Mengyao said softly.
Let's go to sleep now. With that, he gently kissed Li Mengyao's forehead.
Li Mengyao closed her eyes, a happy smile on her lips, and replied, With that soft murmur, the two drifted into a sweet dream. Time flies, and August 1st, 2024 is fast approaching.
Tonight, Shenmeng Restaurant in Jinwan Plaza will officially open.
Li Mengyao dressed up carefully, wearing an elegant dress and exquisite makeup, exuding a charming allure.
She and Lin Xian arrived at Jinwan Square hand in hand. The two arrived on the 5th floor and saw a long queue forming in front of the Shenmeng Restaurant from afar.
Lin Xian had originally planned to personally taste the food at his restaurant, but faced with such a lively scene, he could only shake his head helplessly.
Honey, let's go see a movie first. We can come back after the movie, maybe there will be fewer people then. Li Mengyao smiled slightly. Li Mengyao was thinking that she hadn't seen a movie in the cinema with her husband yet. Okay.
Lin Xian said with eyes full of doting affection.
So the two of them walked hand in hand to the Jinwan cinema. Chapter 86 Do you like Lu Yusin?
Lin Xian and Li Mengyao arrived at Jinwan cinema hand in hand.
Looking at the big screen in front of them, they looked around but couldn't find a movie that satisfied them.
Suddenly, Lin Xian's gaze fell upon an anime movie that was playing Natsum's Book of Friends, the movie. His eyes lit up immediately, and an excited smile spread across his face. Honey, let's go see this. As he spoke, Lin Xian pointed to the screen, his eyes sparkling with anticipation.
Li Mengyao looked in the direction Lin Xian was pointing and was slightly taken aback, a look of surprise flashing across her face. Honey, I didn't know you watched anime? Her voice held a hint of curiosity and doubt. After all, since she had been with Lin Xian, she had never seen him so enthusiastic about watching anime. I watched it back in high school. Natsum's Book of Friends is a very heartwarming and healing work. I'm sure you'll like it, my wife, Lin Xian said with a smile. Okay. Let's go. Li Mengyao smiled charmingly after hearing Lin Xian's words. So Lin Xian and Li Mengyao went to the front desk.
Lin Xian smiled and said to the ticket seller, please give us 2 tickets for Natsum's Book of Friends the movie, a bucket of popcorn, and 2 glasses of fresh juice.
Thank you.
The ticket seller smiled and replied, okay, please wait a moment. Soon, Lin Xian, carrying a bucket of popcorn, and Li Mengyao, holding 2 tickets, walked into screening room number 3 together. When they entered the screening room, they found it empty. Honey, it looks like we've booked the whole place. Li Mengyao said in surprise. This film isn't very popular in China, so it was expected that we would book the entire theater, Lin Xian said with a smile. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao chose a comfortable seat and sat down, ready to enjoy this unique movie-watching experience. As the lights dimmed and the movie began, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao were immersed in the story, feeling its warmth and emotion. The entire screening room was filled with a peaceful and warm atmosphere, as if time had stopped flowing. Natsum's Book of Friends the movie is a highly charming and valuable work. The visuals are fresh and natural, and the music is soothing and melodious, making the audience feel as if they are in a fantastic and beautiful world. It mainly tells various touching stories about Natsum and the yokai. He treats the yokai with his kindness and sincerity, illuminating people's deep-seated longing for kindness, gentleness, and love. P.S. I highly recommend Natsum's Book of Friends. It's a very heartwarming and healing anime. The two sat there quietly, enjoying this warm moment. 2 hours passed quickly. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao walked out of the movie theater hand in hand. Honey, that cat teacher is so cute. So round and chubby. Li Mengyao smiled as she looked at Lin Xian. Honey, do you like cats? Lin Xian asked with a smile. I like it. Li Mengyao smiled and nodded. Then let us go to the pet store when we have time. We can keep a cat at home, Lin Xian said. Really? Can I keep a cat while pregnant? Li Mengyao asked with a happy expression but also with a hint of doubt. It's okay to keep a cat while pregnant, but the cat must be clean, Lin Xian explained with a smile. Okay, Li Mengyao smiled sweetly. It was already 10 p.m. when the two left the movie theater. They went back to the 5th floor of Jinwan Plaza and found that Xianmeng restaurant was still packed with people. However, just as a customer left, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao took the opportunity to go inside. Unexpectedly, a waitress stopped them. Excuse me, gentlemen, but we've had so many customers today that we've sold out of ingredients and we're about to close. It's alright, let's go in and take a look. With that, Lin Xian led Li Mengyao into Xianmeng restaurant. You didn't even get in. The waitress was about to continue when she was interrupted by a voice. Brother Xian. Zhou Quan saw Lin Xian and his sister-in-law Li Mengyao as he came out of the kitchen. Zhou Quan, how did the opening of Xianmeng restaurant go today? Lin Xian asked. It's incredibly popular, we're completely overwhelmed. I thought you, the boss, weren't coming anymore, Zhou Quan said with a smile, his tone slightly teasing. The waitress standing nearby widened her eyes upon hearing this. It turned out this handsome young man was the restaurant owner. Brother Xian, do you know what? I just did a quick calculation, and our store's turnover today has exceeded 500,000. Zhou Quan's face was beaming with excitement. Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly, revealing a satisfied smile. Not bad. By the way, Zhou Quan, do you still have any ingredients in your shop? Zhou Quan quickly replied, yes, a customer just cancelled an order, so we have an extra fresh turbot. Lin Xian nodded and smiled, that's good. How about this, I'll be a customer today, and you cook this dish for me. Okay, Brother Xian, please wait a moment. Zhou Quan said and went back to the kitchen to make arrangements. Lin Xian then took Li Mengyao's hand and found a quiet corner to sit down. Before long, a plate of fragrant steamed turbot was placed in front of them. Lin Xian looked at Li Mengyao tenderly and said softly, wife, come and taste how it is. As he spoke, he used his chopsticks to pick up a piece of tender and juicy fish and put it into Li Mengyao's bowl. Although they had eaten something before coming here, their stomachs started growling again after watching a movie. It's pretty good, but it's still not as good as my husband's cooking, Li Mengyao said with a smile as she ate the fish in small bites. Lin Xian also picked up his chopsticks, took a bite of fish. Although it wasn't as good as what he made himself, it was still far superior to what his peers made, and it was quite delicious. After Lin Xian and Li Mengyao finished eating, Zhou Quan gathered all the employees of Xianmeng restaurant in front of Lin Xian.
Brother Xian, these are all the staff at our Xianmeng restaurant, Zhou Quan introduced.
Lin Xian looked at the dozen or so people in front of him. Apart from Zhou Yong and Wang Li, whom he had met before, the rest were all unfamiliar faces.
I just tried it, and it's delicious.
Everyone has worked hard, Lin Xian said with a smile.
Thank you, boss, everyone said in unison. Afterwards, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao left Xianmeng restaurant to go home. Suddenly, Lin Xian thought of something.
Zhou Quan, come here for a second, I have something to ask you, Lin Xian called out to Zhou Quan.
What's wrong, brother Xian? Zhou Quan also came out and asked in confusion.
Lin Xian grinned mischievously.
Do you like Lu Yusin?
I feel there's still hope for chapter 87.
How could that be? I didn't,
nothing like that happened. Zhou Quan's face flushed red, his eyes darted around, and he began to stammer.
Really? That's a pity.
Lin Xian's lips curled up, deliberately showing a regretful expression.
What's a pity?
Zhou Quan asked, puzzled. My wife said Xin has a bit of a thing for you, but unfortunately you're not interested. Lin Xian looked at Zhou Quan, a sly glint in his eyes.
Really?
Zhou Quan's eyes widened, and he was so excited that he almost jumped up.
Why are you so agitated? Didn't you say you didn't like it?
Lin Xian suppressed a laugh and continued to echo Zhou Quan's words.
I do have a bit of a crush on her.
Zhou Quan scratched his head shyly, a blush creeping onto his face.
Ha, I knew it. Lin Xian couldn't hold back any longer and burst into laughter. So what you just said was true.
Zhou Quan then realized that he might have been tricked by Lin Xian, and he looked at Lin Xian with some embarrassment and anger. It's fake, Lin Xian shrugged and said casually.
Zhou Quan, I'll fight you to the death.
Lin Xian and Li Mengyao arrived at the parking lot and got into the Maybach.
After hearing that Lin Xian had successfully extracted information from Zhou Quan, Li Mengyao couldn't stop smiling.
Honey, you're so naughty, Li Mengyao said with a smile. Honey, when you have time, ask Lu Yusin what her impression of Zhou Quan is, Lin Xian said to Li Mengyao as he started the car. Okay, Li Mengyao replied, then took out her phone and found Lu Yusin.
Xin, are you there? Li Mengyao sent a message. Soon, the other party replied, Xin is already dead. You chose her, idol. Lu Yusin had just returned from working overtime and was exhausted. She lay on the bed, not wanting to move. When Li Mengyao saw this message, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha, Xin, the fact that you can still joke around means you're still alive, Li Mengyao replied with a laugh. Get to the point. Otherwise, I'm going to sleep, Lu Yusin said irritably. Okay, I have a question for you. Li Mengyao quickly said, Xin, do you remember Zhou Quan, the boy who ate at my house a few days ago?
Lu Yusin closed her eyes and tried hard to recall.
I remember, what's wrong? Lu Yusin asked. I just wanted to ask what your impression of him is. Li Mengyao asked. He is a pretty cute boy, Lu Yusin replied.
Li Mengyao felt there was a chance after seeing it, but the next second she felt it was all over. He looks like a little brother, Lu Yusin added immediately afterward. There was nothing that could be done. Zhou Quan was quite short, even shorter than Lu Yusin, but she was very pretty with delicate features and good, smooth skin. Honey, I feel like it's hopeless, Li Mengyao said to Lin Xian, looking up at him.
Huh? Why?
Lin Xian asked while driving attentively.
Xin said he is like a cute little brother, Li Mengyao said.
Then there's no chance. I'll give Zhou Quan a big blow when I get back, Lin Xian said with a smile.
No, I still think there's a chance. Besides, aren't you a younger brother too?
Li Mengyao raised an eyebrow and smiled.
I'm not. Lin Xian quickly retorted. You are. You brat. Li Mengyao pinched Lin Xian's cheek.
Lin Xian was speechless for a moment. After returning to Jinwan Mansion, the two went to the bathroom to take a shower, and after showering, they lay on the bed playing on their phones. Suddenly, Lin Xian turned around and hugged Li Mengyao, revealing his signature smile.
You naughty husband, What are you trying to do now? Li Mengyao turned around with difficulty, put her hands against Lin Xian's chest, and said coquettishly, "Who just called me a bratty little brother?" "Whom?" Lin Xian smiled. "You're such a brat, and you still won't admit it," Li Mengyao said angrily. Lin Xian didn't give in, and took the opportunity to hug Li Mengyao tightly, lowering his head slightly to kiss her delicate lips. The next morning, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao got up early and had a hearty breakfast. They decided to go to a nearby cat shop together to pick out a kitten of their own. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao walked hand in hand into a cat-themed pet shop. The shop was exquisitely decorated, with the walls covered with photos of various cats, making it dazzling. "Welcome, you two." A sweet-looking, petite and cute girl greeted them. "I'm the manager of this cat shop." "Are you here to buy a cat?" the female manager asked warmly. "Yes, we want to get a cat." "What breeds of cats do you have here?" Li Mengyao asked curiously. "Please look this way," the female shop manager pointed to one side. "This is an American short-hair cat, also known as a U.S. short-hair. They are lively and gentle, with round heads and soft, fluffy bodies that feel wonderful to the touch, making them very popular. They are also very easy to care for and highly adaptable to different environments," the female shop manager explained. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao went over to take a look. The American short-hair cat was lying there quietly, a fluffy ball of fur, like a moving ball of fluff. Its eyes are round and sparkling with a bright light, while also having a playful look, making it extremely cute. "Anything else?" Lin Xian asked with a smile. "Yes, please look over there," the saleswoman replied enthusiastically, leading them to another display area. She pointed to the cats inside and said, "This is a silver-shaded cat, a very popular breed." She continued, "These cats have a very unique coat color. The undercoat is white, while the tips of the fur are a light silver, creating a soft and elegant silver-gray gradient effect. Their eyes are big and round, like bright gemstones, their heads are round, and their ears are small and cute. In terms of personality, they are gentle, lively, and active, enjoy interacting with people, and are very affectionate towards their owners." Lin Xian and Li Mengyao went forward to check again. There was a silver-shaded cat with a pair of large emerald green eyes, a delicate face, small ears, and fur as fine as silver frost. Its round and cute body made it irresistibly lovable. Perhaps the kitten saw someone coming. It took graceful little steps, wagging its silver tail, and walked to the glass, staring with its big, round eyes. Meow. Chapter 88 Leisurely. A clear meow reached their ears. "Wow! So cute!" Li Mingyao's heart melted. Seeing how much his wife loved the kitten, Lin Xian smiled gently. He turned to the female shop manager and asked softly, "Boss, what size is this silver-shaded leather?" The female shop manager smiled and replied, "She's exactly 6 months old, and she's a little female kitten." Lin Xian nodded and asked, "Has it received all the required vaccines?" "My wife is pregnant, so I'm worried about the cat getting toxoplasmosis." The female shop manager quickly explained, "This silver-shaded dog has completed all its vaccinations. Here is its vaccination record, sir, you can take a look." Lin Xian checked carefully and confirmed that the information on the vaccination record was complete. It's okay to keep a cat during pregnancy, as long as the cat is regularly dewormed and fully vaccinated. However, it's important to note that pregnant women should avoid contact with cat feces, the female shop manager continued. Lin Xian nodded in relief after hearing this. He looked at the silver-shaded dog again, his heart filled with affection. Then, he turned to me and asked gently, "How much is this silver-shaded silver?" The female shop manager smiled slightly and replied, "This is a purebred silver-shaded tilapia, so the price is a bit higher, 8,000 yuan. "All right then, this one will do." Lin Xian looked at the cute kitten and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. "Okay, thank you. I'll prepare the cat cage for you right away." Lin Xian then bought some cat food and cat litter, as well as 2 cat toys. Soon, Lin Xian walked out of the Meow Meow pet shop, holding Li Mengyao's hand with one hand and carrying a cat cage in the other. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao arrived at the Maybach. Lin Xian placed the cat carrier containing the cat on the back seat, then started the car and drove towards Jinwan Mansion. A short while later, the Maybach came to a smooth stop in the Jinwan Mansion parking lot. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao returned home. Li Mengyao couldn't wait to open the cat cage, eager to see how the kitten was doing. The little guy was hiding inside, looking around curiously, too scared to come out. Seeing this, Li Mengyao quickly put the cat food she had just bought in her hand to lure the kitten.
Sure enough, the kitten smelled the aroma of cat food, slowly came closer, looked at Li Mengyao with its big, round eyes, and then lowered its head to lick Li Mengyao's palm with its little tongue. Li Mengyao was amused by the kitten's actions. She thought the kitten was adorable.
Honey, let's name it, Li Mengyao said happily. Sure, honey, what name do you want to give this little guy?
Lin Xian said with a smile.
Let's call her Yu.
Meow, the kitten seemed to know something, looking at the two of them with its cute big eyes.
Honey, look, it likes this name. Li Mengyao smiled brightly. From now on, I'll call you Yu. And so, the kitten got its own name Yu.
Lin Xian then went into the kitchen to prepare lunch. He took out fresh ingredients from the refrigerator and skillfully chopped and stir-fried the vegetables.
Soon, an enticing aroma wafted from the kitchen. Li Mengyao, meanwhile, was happily playing with Yu, holding a cat toy.
Yu excitedly chased after the toy, occasionally letting out joyful meows. Soon, Lin Xian prepared a sumptuous lunch, which looked and smelled delicious. After finishing their meal, the two returned to their bedroom to rest. Seeing that no one was playing with it, Yu obediently returned to the soft cat bed that Li Mengyao had just made for it, curled up into a ball, and quietly fell asleep.
The afternoon sun shone through the curtains onto the bed.
Lin Xian slowly opened his eyes, looked at Li Mengyao sleeping soundly beside him, and a smile involuntarily appeared on his lips. He reached out and gently brushed the strands of hair from her forehead, his fingers lightly tracing her cheek, feeling the smoothness of her skin.
Suddenly, a telephone rang. Hello? Jingming?
Lin Xian picked up the phone and pressed the answer button.
Brother Xian? Are you still in Jinghai City? Chen Jingming asked.
Yeah, what's up? Lin Xian said, rubbing his eyes. I have 2 tickets to a piano recital at 4 p.m. at the Jinghai Grand Theater. I originally wanted to go with my girlfriend, but her tutor suddenly had something to do and she has to go help him, so she can't come.
It wouldn't be very interesting for me to go alone, so I'm asking if you and your sister-in-law want to go? Chen Jingming said.
Chen Jingming's girlfriend is a music student, and this concert was recommended to her by her teacher.
Lin Xian thought to himself, a piano recital? Perfect opportunity to give my wife prenatal music education.
So he said, okay, I'll ask. Then Lin Xian leaned down, brought his lips close to her ear, and whispered. Honey, there's a piano recital at the Jinghai Grand Theater this afternoon.
Do you want to come along?
His voice was gentle and deep, as if it possessed a touch of magic. Li Mengyao seemed to hear Lin Xian's call. She moved slightly and slowly opened her beautiful eyes. Her eyes were still a little confused, but when she saw Lin Xian, a sweet smile immediately appeared on her face.
Then she sat up in bed and smiled. A piano recital? Great, I've never been to one before. Jingming, where are you now?
I'll come find you later, Lin Xian said, taking back the phone. I'm on the graduate campus of Jinghai University, Chen Jingming replied.
Okay, you wait for me. Lin Xian hung up the phone.
The two then got up, dressed up carefully, and prepared to go out. Just as the two were about to leave, Yu came running over, seemingly wanting to go out as well.
Yu, you have to be a good girl at home, okay?
Then Li Mengyao gently closed the door, leaving only a soft meow. A dozen minutes later, a Maybach came to a smooth stop in front of a dormitory building in the graduate student community of Jinghai University. Lin Xian picked up his phone and called Chen Jingming.
Jingming, we've arrived.
They're here. Chen Jingming then jogged down the hill and immediately spotted the long, black Maybach.
Brother Xian, long time no see. Here are 2 tickets. Chen Jingming smiled and stuffed 2 elegant tickets into the car, along with a red envelope.
My supervisor has something to attend to, so I'll have to go now.
Please accept this wedding gift. Chen Jingming then left without looking back.
Lin Xian hadn't seen Chen Jingming in a long time. Every time the 4 of them in the dorm planned to get together, he was always too busy to come. Lin Xian smiled, then started the car and drove towards the Jinghai Grand Theater. When they arrived at the theater entrance, Lin Xian stopped the car and turned to Li Mengyao, saying, Wife, we've arrived.
Whom? Li Mengyao opened the car door and got out.
She wore a light blue dress, the hem of which fluttered in the wind, making her look like a fairy descending to earth. Lin Xian looked at her, his eyes filled with love. They went into the theater and found their seats. The stage was brightly lit, and a black grand piano sat in the center, its body gleaming with dazzling light.
The audience members gradually took their seats, eagerly anticipating the wonderful performance.
As the concert began, melodious piano music resonated throughout the theater. Li Mengyao was immersed in the world of music, her face beaming with a happy smile. Lin Xian sat quietly beside her, admiring her beautiful profile, his heart filled with satisfaction.
Chapter 89, Playing Only for My Wife and Babies.
Honey, I'm going to the bathroom, Lin Xian whispered in Li Mengyao's ear.
Okay, go ahead.
Li Mengyao nodded with a smile. Then, Lin Xian quietly got up from his seat and walked out of the concert hall, quickly arriving at the nearby restroom. However, just as he stepped out of the restroom, he unexpectedly bumped into someone. He Ziyuan.
Mr. Lin, it's been a long time. He Ziyuan greeted him warmly with a smile. Mr. He, it seems like we just met a few days ago.
Lin Xian said with some doubt.
A day apart feels like 3 autumns. He Ziyuan laughed heartily. Is Mr. He also here to watch the concert? Lin Xian asked. Lin Xian and He Ziyuan walked together towards the concert venue.
Instead of returning to their seats, they chose to stand a little further away to avoid disturbing other audience members.
Yes, what do you think of the people who play the piano nowadays? He Ziyuan asked.
Lin Xian and He Ziyuan gazed at the musician playing the piano in the center of the stage, listening intently to the music. Despite the distance, they could still feel the powerful impact of the beautiful melody. His piano playing is excellent overall, with precise rhythm, but there are occasionally some subtle dissonant notes, Lin Xian said after listening attentively for a while. Thanks to the top-tier music master provided by the system, Lin Xian's hearing is much better than that of ordinary people, allowing him to accurately judge a person's playing level. As expected of the person I chose, he really has the ability.
He Ziyuan said to Lin Xian with an admiring look.
Lin Xian shook his head modestly. I only know a little bit, and I can't compare to professional musicians.
In fact, Lin Xian didn't want to show off.
He just hoped that his wife and baby could hear the music he played.
He Ziyuan patted Lin Xian on the shoulder and said with a smile, you're too modest.
Lin Xian suddenly remembered his Steinway piano and asked, Mr. He, when will my piano arrive?
He Ziyuan smiled slightly, it should arrive tomorrow afternoon. Then, He Ziyuan suddenly became serious and asked earnestly, would you be interested in holding your own piano recital up there?
Lin Xian was taken aback for a moment, but quickly regained his composure and replied firmly, thank you for your kindness, Mr. He, but I don't want to perform for others, so I'll pass. Alright then, if you change your mind, you can let me know anytime, He Ziyuan sighed, speaking with regret.
Mr. He, can I hold a piano recital at the Jinghai Grand Theater anytime? Lin Xian asked curiously. To be honest, I am actually the president of the Jinghai City Piano Association.
If Mr. Lin wishes, I can arrange it at any time, He Ziyuan said with a smile.
Let's forget about it, I should head back now. Goodbye, Mr. He.
Lin Xian said politely. After Lin Xian finished speaking, he left and quickly returned to Li Mengyao's side.
After Lin Xian left, He Ziyuan couldn't help but sigh.
He felt it was a great pity. If Lin Xian had agreed to hold a piano recital at his hotel, it would have caused quite a stir. However, he felt that Lin Xian might change his mind in the future. Thinking of this, He Ziyuan revealed a hopeful smile, then turned and left.
After listening to the piano recital, Li Mengyao was still somewhat reluctant to leave.
She squinted slightly, seemingly still immersed in that wonderful world of music. After a while, she came to her senses, gently tugged at Lin Xian's sleeve, and whispered, Honey, let's go to a music restaurant. As she spoke, she pointed with her little finger to a music restaurant not far away, her eyes sparkling with anticipation.
Okay, let's go.
Lin Xian smiled at her, affectionately patted her head, and said gently. After saying that, he took Li Mengyao's small hand and led her toward the music restaurant. The two soon arrived at the music restaurant.
Upon entering, they were immediately drawn to the warm and tranquil atmosphere inside.
Soft background music played in the restaurant, the beautiful music like flowing water, as if taking people into another world.
Lin Xian and Li Mengyao chose a quiet corner to sit down. At that moment, a waiter came over with a menu and asked warmly, Hello, gentlemen, what would you like to eat?
Lin Xian took the menu, glanced at it, and then turned to hand it to Li Mengyao. Wife, let's order. Li Mengyao thought for a moment, then smiled and replied, I'd like 2 filet mignons, 1 spaghetti bolognese, and 1 margarita pizza.
Oh, and 2 fruit salads too.
Lin Xian nodded, then handed the menu to the waiter and said, That's all, thank you. The waiter smiled politely and turned to leave. Soon, all the dishes were served. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao enjoyed the warm atmosphere in the restaurant. listening to soothing music while savoring their delicious dinner.
It was a very pleasant experience. After dinner, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao drove home.
As soon as I opened the door, I heard a clear meow sound. It turned out that Yu Yu was squatting in front of the door, making continuous noises.
Oh dear, honey, we were so focused on eating that we completely forgot about Yu Yu.
Li Mengyao quickly went inside, took out cat food from the cabinet, and began feeding Yu Yu.
I forgot.
I'll buy an automatic feeder on Taobao later, Lin Xian said with a smile.
Yu Yu seemed to be starving.
It wolfed down its cat food, but kept meowing.
It's as if it's saying, how could you forget about me?
After Yu Yu had filled its belly, it climbed contentedly to Li Mengyao's side and rubbed its round head against her, looking all cute and affectionate.
That round, chubby little head is so cute.
Li Mengyao gently stroked Yu Yu's fur, a happy smile spreading across her face. As night deepened, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao returned to their bedroom, embraced tightly, exchanged a goodnight kiss, and drifted off to sleep.
Chapter 90 Confession Balloon.
The next day, the morning sunlight streamed through the curtains into the room, and Lin Xian was woken up early by meowing sounds coming from outside the door. He rubbed his eyes, yawned, stretched, and slowly got out of bed. After feeding the gluttonous Yu Yu breakfast, I gave her a good pat on the round little head. He then turned around and went back to the living room, poured himself a glass of water, and drank it all in one gulp. Then, Lin Xian went into the kitchen, skillfully kneaded the flour into dough, cut it into small pieces, rolled it into thin wrappers, filled them with the 3-ingredient filling, and shaped them into small and exquisite buns. Next, he cooked a pot of fig porridge and boiled a few eggs. Before long, the table was filled with fragrant food that made one's mouth water. Just then, Li Mengyao opened her beautiful eyes in a daze, slowly got out of bed, and groggily went to the smart body fat scale, stood on it and weighed herself. She discovered she had gained weight again. This made her a little upset, so after washing up, she came to the living room pouting, looking unhappy.
Seeing Li Mengyao's expression, Lin Xian's heart tightened. He quickly went to her side, gently hugged her, and asked with concern, "Wife, what's wrong? Didn't you sleep well?"
Li Mengyao turned her head away, not wanting to look at Lin Xian, and pouted, saying, "It's nothing.
It's all Lin Xian's fault. All men are such bastards."
Pregnant women are often sentimental, and Lin Xian had already figured that out.
"Did you weigh yourself again?"
Lin Xian gently stroked her hair and said softly. Li Mengyao listened quietly without saying a word. The baby's weight gain means they're developing normally, Lin Xian said with a smile, trying to comfort them. But I'll become ugly, Li Mengyao said with some worry. No, after the baby is born, you'll still be just as beautiful as before, Lin Xian said gently, stroking her cheek.
Really? Li Mengyao turned around and asked expectantly.
Of course it's true, my wife will always be the most beautiful, Lin Xian replied firmly.
Hearing Lin Xian's words, Li Mengyao smiled happily. "Thank you, husband." "I'm sorry, honey, I just lost my temper again,"
Li Mengyao said with some remorse. It's alright, my wife is very cute when she gets angry, Lin Xian said gently. Li Mengyao raised her little face arrogantly and said coquettishly, "My little cutie is out of power and needs to be recharged."
"Okay, honey, I'll get you breakfast."
Lin Xian thought Li Mengyao was hungry and was about to turn around and go to the kitchen when Li Mengyao pulled him back. "We can't charge our phones for breakfast,"
Li Mengyao said. "Then what can charge it?"
Lin Xian asked, puzzled.
"I want a kiss." Li Mengyao leaned forward, waiting for Lin Xian's kiss.
Lin Xian smiled slightly, then pulled the beauty into his arms and leaned down to give Li Mengyao a good morning kiss. After the kiss, Li Mengyao began to enjoy the breakfast that Lin Xian had prepared with love. After finishing breakfast, Li Mengyao lay lazily on the soft sofa in the living room, holding a delicate cat toy in her hand, her gaze fixed on Yu Yu lying on the floor. She gently waved the cat toy in her hand, and Yu Yu was immediately attracted, excitedly jumping left and right, trying to grab the cat toy. Just then, Li Mengyao's phone screen lit up, indicating that a new message had arrived. She put down the cat toy and picked up her phone to check. It turns out that it was the group name of Li Mengyao's university dormitory, for Rich Women's Group. "Chen Man, sisters, let's get together for lunch and shopping." "Yang Lin, great. The weekend is finally here." "Lu Yusin, working overtime. Please do not disturb." At this very moment, Lu Yusin is working overtime at the company, enduring the harsh realities of society. "Chen Man, poor xin, at yo, do you want to come?" After seeing this, Li Mengyao turned to ask Lin Xian, who was leaning against the side. Li Mengyao looked at her phone screen, then turned to Lin Xian leaning against her, and asked softly, "Honey, my roommates asked me to go out for lunch and shopping together." Lin Xian looked at her with affection, smiled gently, and said, "Go if you want to. It's good to go out and relax once in a while." Upon hearing this, Li Mengyao smiled happily and replied, Time flies, and before we knew it, it was almost noon. At this moment, Li Mengyao was in her room, carefully dressing up. A moment later, the door was gently pushed open, and Li Mengyao walked out of the room. At this moment, Li Mengyao was wearing a white V-neck top and a light brown skirt, making her look fresh, refined, and elegant.
"Honey, I'm going out."
Her beautiful and charming appearance left Lin Xian speechless. He stared at her intently, feeling as if he would rush over and hug her tightly at any moment. Li Mengyao had clearly anticipated this situation, so she didn't give Lin Xian any chance. She rushed to the door as fast as she could, changed her shoes, and then dashed out like a gust of wind. Before leaving, she turned back and shouted to Lin Xian, "Goodbye, husband."
Then she ran away without looking back. Li Mengyao drove her Xiaomi SU7 to a barbecue restaurant with her roommates.
The three of them enjoyed a delicious and happy meal. After having lunch, the three of them went shopping at a mall.
During the shopping trip, Li Mengyao specifically selected several outfits suitable for Lin Xian.
She couldn't help but mutter to herself, "My husband is really something else. If I don't buy him clothes, he'll never buy them." The scene shifts back to Jinwan Mansion. Since his wife isn't home, Lin Xian is too lazy to cook and just orders takeout. The afternoon sun streamed into the room through the window, and the Steinway piano S155 that Lin Xian had ordered finally arrived at his home. Lin Xian warmly invited the movers to place the piano in the center of the spacious and bright living room. The living room was large enough to fully accommodate this elegant instrument. After 2 hours of meticulous installation, a stunning Steinway piano S155 was unveiled to the public. Its black lacquer shines brightly, the keys are as white as pearls, and the whole piano exudes an air of nobility and elegance. Lin Xian sat in the chair in front of the piano, gently stroking the keys and feeling their texture. Just as he was about to play, the door was suddenly pushed open.
"Honey, I'm back. I brought you some delicious food." Li Mengyao's cheerful voice rang out.
She carried several bags full of items into the house and went straight to the living room. Upon entering the living room, her gaze was immediately drawn to the exquisite Steinway piano S155.
"Honey, you bought a piano?"
Li Mengyao asked in surprise, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She put down her shopping bag, quickly walked to Lin Xian's side, and sat down close to him. "Yes, we'll use this piano for prenatal music education for the baby," Lin Xian replied gently, a happy smile on her face.
"Honey, can you play the piano?"
Li Mengyao looked at Lin Xian curiously, her eyes full of doubt.
She had never seen Lin Xian display any talent related to musical performance.
"I just learned it recently, and I'll play it for you right now, honey," Lin Xian said gently, a slight smile playing on his lips. Then, he gently pressed the piano keys with his fingers, and melodious notes flowed out slowly.
The song "Castle in the Sky" flows like a clear spring, full of warmth and tranquility.
The beautiful piano music filled the air, as if transporting people to a dreamlike world, making them feel incredibly relaxed and joyful. Li Mengyao sat quietly to the side, gently resting her head on Lin Xian's shoulder, closing her eyes, and immersing herself in the beautiful music. As the song ended, Li Mengyao slowly opened her beautiful eyes, raised her head, and looked at Lin Xian with a face full of surprise. She never expected that her husband could play the piano, and so skillfully at that. He even played better than the musicians at yesterday's piano recital. Lin Xian, who was already handsome and charming, was now even more irresistible in her eyes.
"The little baby has finished listening, but what about the big baby?"
Li Mengyao playfully pointed to herself with her little finger, indicating that she was also a big baby who needed to be taken care of. Lin Xian smiled slightly, picked up Li Mengyao, and let her sit on his lap.
"What song would the big baby like to hear?" Lin Xian asked gently.
Li Mengyao stretched out her arms and hugged Lin Xian's neck tightly, her face beaming with a happy smile.
"Honey, I love whatever you play,"
Li Mengyao replied sweetly. Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly, revealing a bright smile. He first kissed Li Mengyao's delicate, luscious red lips tenderly, then his fingers danced across the piano again, accompanied by his gentle singing voice, like a clear spring flowing through the air.
"Coffee shops on the left bank of the Seine. I hold a cup in my hand to savor your beauty. A mouth that left a lip print. My dear, I've fallen in love with you. From that day on. Sweetness comes so easily. Darling, don't be willful. Your eyes. saying I do. Chapter 91 My Wife's Cravings Again.
The performance of Jay Chou's confession balloon has ended.
Lin Xian slowly turned his head, looked at Li Mengyao with affection, and smiled. Wife, do you like this song?
Tears welled in Li Mengyao's eyes, her heart filled with emotion and happiness. Without hesitation, she rushed towards Lin Xian and kissed him deeply on the lips. After an unknown amount of time, their lips parted.
Lin Xian smiled and said, Wife, what do you want to eat tonight? Li Mengyao smiled and replied, either is fine.
Lin Xian then went to the kitchen and started getting busy. Soon, Lin Xian prepared a sumptuous meal. When he brought the dishes to the table, he found Li Mengyao sitting on the sofa in the living room, quietly lost in thought. Let's go eat quickly, the babies must be starving, Lin Xian said to Li Mengyao with a smile.
Li Mengyao smiled and nodded.
Lin Xian then led Li Mengyao to the restaurant, where they began to enjoy a delicious dinner. Honey, let's go back to Jinghai University tonight, Li Mengyao said to Lin Xian while happily eating.
Huh? Why do we suddenly have to go back to school?
Lin Xian asked, puzzled.
Because this afternoon I heard young Lin say that a really delicious dessert shop opened inside Jinghai University. A hint of anticipation and happiness flashed across Li Mengyao's face.
Okay, my wife's got a sweet tooth again, Lin Xian joked with a smile.
You're the one who's greedy. It's the babies who want to eat, not me.
Li Mengyao said, feigning anger. Okay, it's the babies who want to eat, not my dear wife, Lin Xian quickly coaxed. After dinner, the two rested for a while before getting ready to head to Jinghai University. After Lin Xian and Li Mengyao got into the Maybach, Lin Xian started the car and slowly drove towards Jinghai University. Before long, they arrived at Jinghai University. After parking the car, the two walked into the campus hand in hand. The campus of Jinghai University is quiet and beautiful at night. The moonlight shines on the ground, as if draping the entire campus in a layer of silver. Lin Xian led Li Mengyao on a stroll along the campus path, enjoying the familiar atmosphere. Soon, they arrived at the legendary dessert shop. The shop was packed with people, business was booming. Lin Xian carefully led Li Mengyao into the store and looked around for seats.
Finally, they found an empty seat and quickly walked over to sit down.
Lin Xian took out his phone and scanned the QR code on the table to order food.
Wife, what would you like to eat?
Lin Xian asked softly. I want the starry sky mirror cake. Li Mengyao stretched out her slender index finger, pointing to the exquisite starry sky mirror cake on the menu, a sweet smile on her lips. Seeing this cake, she couldn't help but recall the beautiful starry sky she had seen in Lin Xian's hometown, Yunshan Town. That vast and boundless starry sky had captivated her.
Okay.
Lin Xian nodded with a smile. He then ordered a potted plant dessert with great interest, finding the design quite novel and interesting. A short while later, a young waiter brought over two exquisite desserts. Please enjoy your meal, gentlemen, the waiter said politely, and gently placed the tray down before leaving. Li Mengyao couldn't wait to pick up her phone and take pictures of these mouth-watering dishes. Then, she eagerly picked up the small spoon and began to savor it, bite by bite. Each bite brought her immense satisfaction and pleasure.
Honey, it's really delicious. You should try some too.
Li Mengyao happily scooped up a spoonful and held it to Lin Xian's lips. Lin Xian obediently opened his mouth and took the spoonful of delicious cake into his mouth. Instantly, a sweet taste filled his mouth, and Lin Xian couldn't help but exclaim, it's really delicious. Not to be outdone, Lin Xian pushed his oddly shaped potted plant dessert in front of Li Mengyao. Li Mengyao looked at the unique dessert with curiosity, then gently scooped out a small piece with a spoon and put it in her mouth. The sweet cream and delicate chocolate blend together to create a wonderful taste experience. At this moment, Li Mengyao's face was filled with a happy smile, as bright and dazzling as a flower blooming in spring. After finishing their dessert, the two continued their stroll hand in hand through the campus of Jinghai University. Before they knew it, they had reached the school's sports field. The moonlight shone on the lush green grass. A gentle breeze brought a touch of coolness. At this time, some students were still exercising and running on the playground, and some even started a small concert in the middle of the playground. Although it is August now and most students have already gone home for the holidays, some students will choose to stay at school to continue their studies. Honey, look, there's someone playing guitar and singing over there, Li Mengyao said, pointing to the crowd not far away, her face beaming with a happy smile. Lin Xian looked in the direction Li Mengyao was pointing and saw a group of young people sitting together. One of the boys was playing the guitar, and the others were humming along to the rhythm. Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly. It looks quite lively.
Your husband can do it too? Want to hear it?
Lin Xian suddenly turned to look at Li Mengyao, his eyes filled with tenderness and doting. Upon hearing this, Li Mengyao's eyes lit up instantly, and she excitedly grabbed Lin Xian's hand. Yes. Her face was filled with anticipation, as if Lin Xian was the most dazzling star in her heart.
Chapter 92, I can't fit into many of my old clothes anymore.
Looking at Li Mengyao's adorable appearance, Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh. Then I'll go buy a guitar tomorrow and play it for you. He gently patted Li Mengyao's hand, wanting to pull her along to continue walking forward. But I want to hear it now, Li Mengyao said coquettishly, standing still. Ever since she learned that her husband was a music maestro, she had longed to hear him sing in person.
All right then.
Lin Xian reached out and gently pinched Li Mengyao's cheek, a tender smile on his face. Although he had previously said he would only play for his wife and children, he had no choice but to agree when his wife asked to hear it. So, the two of them held hands and slowly walked to the small concert hall on the playground, listening quietly. The boy was playing and singing passionately on his guitar. The guitar music and his singing were both very beautiful, and Lin Xian guessed that the boy must be a music major. Finally, after the boy finished playing, Lin Xian took Li Mengyao's hand and slowly walked forward.
Hi, could I borrow your guitar?
I'd like to play a tune here, Lin Xian said with a smile to the boy. When everyone saw a handsome young man walking over, they applauded to welcome him, and several girls stared at Lin Xian in a daze.
Wow, he's so handsome. Then don't break my guitar, okay?
This guitar is very expensive, the boy said to Lin Xian. Don't worry, I'll make sure to compensate you if I break it. Lin Xian took the guitar and then pulled Li Mengyao to sit down on the soft grass.
Honey, what kind of music would you like to hear? Lin Xian asked Li Mengyao gently as he tuned the strings.
Anything is fine, Li Mengyao said softly, resting her head on Lin Xian's shoulder. Lin Xian smiled slightly, then his fingers moved continuously on the guitar, producing a series of beautiful notes. Lin Xian closed his eyes slightly and began to sing and play the guitar with deep emotion.
I can accept everything about you. All the little temper tantrums. I can take you to eat lots of food. Lots of good things. I can bring you some occasionally. Bringing a little sweetness. I can heal your heartbreak. Only you can give me happiness. Let's never be separated again. Can I be with you? We have so many memories together. There's no reason why I fell in love with you. It just so happened that I met you when I was just beginning to experience love.
Lin Xian dedicated his song Can We Do It to Li Mengyao. His singing voice flows through the heart like clear spring water, carrying a lot of warmth. Each note seemed to be given life, leaping in the air and weaving into a beautiful picture. At this moment, Li Mengyao also revealed a sweet smile. She felt as if she were in a magnificent starry sky, and Lin Xian's singing voice was like those brilliant stars, illuminating the whole world. At that moment, their eyes met, and they saw only each other. Their love, like this beautiful melody, was deeply imprinted in everyone's heart. Everyone was stunned. This wasn't some performance he intended to give here, it was clearly a piece specifically for his wife. The boy was even more shocked. His eyes widened, his mouth gaped open, and his face was filled with disbelief. He never expected to encounter a music master like him here. At the same time, he was filled with admiration and amazement, and he admired Lin Xian's talent to the point of prostration. After Lin Xian finished playing, a burst of enthusiastic applause erupted from the crowd. People stood up and applauded Lin Xian in response. They expressed their love and appreciation for Lin Xian's music in the most enthusiastic way. Lin Xian's face beamed with confidence and satisfaction. He felt everyone's enthusiasm and support. Hello, are you also studying music? My name is Su Muyang. The boy quickly ran up and asked excitedly. Hello, my name is Lin Xian. I studied computer science and just graduated from Jinghai University this year, Lin Xian said with a smile. It seems we're from the same year. I also just graduated with my bachelor's degree this year and am now pursuing a master's degree in the music department at Jinghai University, Su Muyang said with a smile. He then added, I have never seen such an outstanding guitarist as you. I wonder if I could become your student? Lin Xian smiled slightly and replied, I'm sorry, I only play occasionally, and I have no intention of taking on any apprentices. Then, if you have time, could you teach me? Su Muyang continued to ask. Lin Xian replied with a smile, of course, if time permits. They exchanged contact information. Then Lin Xian took Li Mengyao's hand and turned to leave.
Just then, the small concert held on the playground of Jinghai University was recorded and uploaded to the internet.
In particular, the video of Lin Xian singing and playing guitar for Li Mengyao attracted widespread attention and quickly became a hit on Douyin TikTok.
Netizens left comments. Wow, this couple is so enviable. That guy is so handsome. This guitar playing and singing is absolutely top-notch in China, it's amazing. Some even praised Li Mengyao, saying, that girl is simply a fairy descended from heaven.
Lin Xian and Li Mengyao drove home, took a shower, and then lay in bed scrolling through Douyin TikTok. Suddenly, Li Mengyao exclaimed in surprise, "Honey, look! You seem to be famous." She excitedly handed her phone to Lin Xian. Lin Xian took the phone and saw that his video had indeed attracted widespread attention online.
Well, it's because your husband is so outstanding.
Lin Xian smiled.
Li Mengyao raised an eyebrow playfully and asked with a half smile, how outstanding are you?
Lin Xian answered confidently, standing out from the crowd.
After saying that, he and Li Mengyao burst into laughter. Alright, time for bed.
Then, Lin Xian got up and turned off the light, then hugged Li Mengyao and kissed her before the two drifted off to sleep. Over the next few days, Lin Xian would go to the company whenever he had free time in the mornings, and as time went on, Li Mengyao's belly began to show. That day, Lin Xian had just returned home when he saw Li Mengyao sitting on the sofa with an unhappy expression. He hurried over to Li Mengyao's side and asked with concern, "What's wrong, honey?
Are you feeling unwell?" Li Mengyao pouted, looked at Lin Xian pitifully, and said aggrievedly, "Honey, I feel so ugly now. I can't fit into so many of my old clothes anymore." Chapter 93 The baby moved.
Looking at Li Mengyao's slightly protruding belly, Lin Xian calculated the time in his mind and realized that his wife was already 18 weeks pregnant, which is more than 4 months.
Now she's finally starting to show her pregnancy. "Honey, what are you saying?"
"You'll always be the most beautiful," Lin Xian quickly comforted her.
"A man's words are deceitful."
Li Mengyao raised her head, looking at Lin Xian with a slightly aggrieved expression.
"It's okay if you can't wear your old clothes anymore. We'll go shopping this afternoon and buy some new clothes to cover up your tummy, okay?"
Lin Xian said softly, gently stroking Li Mengyao's hair.
Li Mengyao nodded slightly in agreement. "Okay, honey, go cook. I bought all your favorite dishes today."
Lin Xian hugged Li Mengyao and kissed her before returning to the kitchen to start cooking. Before long, a sumptuous lunch was ready.
The aroma of the food instantly lifted Li Mengyao's spirits.
She temporarily forgot the worries brought on by her pregnancy and began to enjoy the delicious food. "Honey, let's go for the prenatal checkup tomorrow morning," Lin Xian said to Li Mengyao with a smile. "Okay," Li Mengyao replied happily while eating. After having a full lunch, the two leisurely returned to their bedroom, ready to enjoy a relaxing afternoon nap. Lin Xian held Li Mengyao tightly, feeling her warmth and softness. Just as he was about to drift off to sleep, he suddenly heard a soft cry, "Ah!" He suddenly opened his eyes, looked at Li Mengyao in his arms with concern, and asked, "Wife, what's wrong?
Are you feeling unwell?"
With a shy yet happy expression, Li Mengyao gently stroked her tummy and said softly, "The baby moved." Upon hearing this, Lin Xian's face immediately lit up with a delighted smile, and he was so excited that he almost jumped up.
"Really?"
He eagerly sat up, then skillfully lifted Li Mengyao's clothes, revealing her slightly protruding belly, and gently pressed his ear against it, trying to listen to the baby's voice. However, even though the pregnancy has reached 18 weeks, the fetal movements are still very slight and almost imperceptible to outsiders. Lin Xian tried hard for a long time, but still came up empty-handed.
But he wasn't disappointed.
Instead, he happily lay back down on the bed, continued to hold his wife, and said gently, "It's okay, you'll definitely feel it in the future." Li Mengyao smiled slightly and gently comforted him, "Okay, don't worry, let's get some sleep first."
Afterwards, the two embraced and fell asleep, enjoying a wonderful afternoon nap.
In the afternoon, Lin Xian brought Li Mengyao to the entrance of a clothing store that specializes in selling maternity wear. He took her hand and led her into the store, where they began to pick out some clothes that would suit Li Mengyao. Although Lin Xian had bought some maternity clothes before, she always felt that the quantity might not be enough, so she planned to buy more this time. After careful selection, Li Mengyao chose several beautiful maternity dresses, comfortable maternity pajamas, and practical maternity support pants. Afterwards, they went to other fashion stores and bought some loose-fitting clothes.
Li Mengyao has a slender figure, and her belly isn't too big yet, so when she wears these loose clothes, it's almost impossible to tell that she has a small pregnant belly.
While Li Mengyao was still trying on clothes in the fitting room, Lin Xian's phone suddenly rang.
"Hello? Is this Mr. Lin?
A middle-aged man's voice came from the phone.
Is it bossy? Lin Xian asked. Ah, it's me, He Ziyuan laughed. What can I do for you, Mr. E? Lin Xian continued to ask. Mr. Lin, I just wanted to ask you again, would you be willing to give a piano recital at the Jinghai Grand Theater? He Ziyuan looked at Lin Xian expectantly.
I saw you playing guitar in front of a group of people on Douyin, He Ziyuan added. Lin Xian previously said he would only perform for his wife and children, but that reason is no longer valid. I'm sorry, Lin Xian was about to refuse, but he suddenly remembered that today was August 7, 2024, and the day after tomorrow, August 9, was his wife Li Mengyao's birthday.
Don't be so quick to refuse, Mr. Lin.
If you have any conditions, I'll try my best to meet them, He Ziyuan said hastily when he heard Lin Xian preparing to refuse him again.
He Ziyuan really wanted Lin Xian to hold a piano recital at the Jinghai Grand Theater.
With Lin Xian's talent, it would surely cause a sensation across the country, and then he could recommend him to the National Piano Association, thus discovering a musical talent for our country. When the time comes, it will be a source of pride to say that I discovered a musical master like Lin Xian. Alright then, Mr. He, but I have 2 conditions, Lin Xian said.
What conditions? Just name them. He Ziyuan asked impatiently.
First, I want to be able to improvise freely and play whatever I want, Lin Xian stated his first condition. Of course, there are no restrictions on a music master like Mr. Lin, He Ziyuan quickly agreed.
Secondly, I want to book all the seats in the first row. Lin Xian then made his second request. No problem. It's decided then. Mr. Lin, when would be a convenient time for you to come and perform? He Ziyuan asked with great interest.
Let's set the time for the evening after tomorrow, Lin Xian replied with a smile.
Okay, see you the day after tomorrow night. He Ziyuan was overjoyed.
After ending the call, Lin Xian turned to look in the direction of the fitting room, only to find that Li Mengyao had already finished trying on clothes and come out. She looked exceptionally beautiful and charming in her new clothes.
Honey, do you think that one looks better or this one? Li Mengyao asked with a smile.
Both are beautiful, let's buy them both, Lin Xian said with a smile. So, Lin Xian held Li Mengyao's hand with one hand and carried a bag full of new clothes with the other, happily taking her home.
Chapter 94. Both little ones are developing very well.
The next day, the sun was shining brightly, and Lin Xian and Li Mengyao arrived at Jinghai City People's Hospital early.
They are having their 4th month of pregnancy checkup today.
After entering the hospital, Lin Xian carefully helped Li Mengyao. They first went to the obstetrics and gynecology department, completed the formalities, and then began to wait in line for the examination. When it was Li Mengyao's turn to have her examination, Lin Xian accompanied her into the examination room. After asking a series of questions, the doctor began a series of examinations.
First came the ultrasound examination.
Through the screen, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao saw 2 adorable little lives moving inside their mother's belly, filling them with joy. Next comes Down syndrome screening, basic physical examination, and routine blood and urine tests. After the examination, Li Mengyao received a thick report containing various indicators of her and her babies.
Lin Xian and Li Mengyao took the test results and went to the doctor's office. After carefully reviewing the report, the doctor smiled and said, "Yes, both little ones are developing very well."
Upon hearing this, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao exchanged a smile, their eyes filled with happiness. The doctor then advised, you should continue to pay attention to a balanced diet and eat more foods rich in protein and vitamins. At the same time, appropriate exercise, such as taking a walk, is beneficial for childbirth. Maintaining a positive mood is also very important.
Okay, thank you, doctor.
Lin Xian smiled slightly after hearing this, and then took Li Mengyao's hand and left the hospital.
The two drove back to Jinwan Mansion. After Lin Xian parked the car, he and Li Mengyao went into the house together.
As soon as the door opened, Yu, as usual, obediently squatted at the doorway, meowing incessantly.
It always greets its owner in this way. Yu, were you a good girl at home today? Li Mengyao squatted down and gently stroked Yu's soft fur.
Yu seemed to really enjoy being petted. It squinted its eyes and let out a satisfied meow. Now that an automatic feeder has been installed at home, Yu no longer has to worry about going hungry.
Lin Xian went into the kitchen to prepare lunch for the day. Li Mengyao continued to play with Yu. Come, let me show you another chubby little kitten.
Li Mengyao picked up the kitten and then played Natsam's Book of Friends on the TV in the living room. When Yu saw Teacher Miaomi, its bright green eyes widened, and it kept meowing.
Seeing this, Li Mengyao couldn't help but smile happily.
Indeed, having a cute kitten by your side can really brighten a pregnant woman's mood. Just then, Lin Xian carried a sumptuous lunch into the living room and said gently to Li Mengyao, "Wife, lunch is ready."
"Here I am."
Li Mengyao immediately turned off the TV, and at the same time, the automatic feeder emitted a cheerful sound, "Yu, dinner's ready."
Thump, thump, thump.
As a pile of cat food rolled down, Yu quickly ran to her little bowl and started eating. Li Mengyao first took out a bag of dried fish from the cabinet above and gently placed it in Yu's bowl as a snack for her. Next, Li Mengyao happily went to the living room to enjoy a delicious lunch with Lin Xian. After having a full lunch, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao returned to their bedroom to rest.
Just as Lin Xian was holding Li Mengyao and preparing to fall asleep, a voice rang in his mind again.
Ding dong, congratulations host for accompanying your baby to another prenatal checkup. A cash reward of 5 million yuan has been awarded, with a double bonus, for a total reward of 10 million yuan. The reward has been transferred to your bank account through official channels. Please check. Ding dong, we have detected that the host has been accompanying the baby's healthy development for more than 4 months. Top-tier massage technique as a reward, please check. Immediately afterwards, a massive amount of information flooded into Lin Xian's mind. This information contained various advanced massage techniques, which he mastered instantly. Nowadays, if someone were to select the best technician in the country, probably no one would dare to compete with Lin Xian.
Li Mengyao is now 4 months pregnant, and proper massage can be beneficial for the fetus.
Just as Lin Xian was about to give his wife a massage, Li Mengyao was already fast asleep in his arms.
Lin Xian didn't want to wake his wife, so he decided to wait until evening to come back. Soon it was afternoon.
Lin Xian opened his eyes and lay on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. He was thinking that besides giving his wife a special piano recital tomorrow, he also needed to prepare a gift.
But we already have rings, diamonds, necklaces, and so on, so what should we give as a gift?
Just then, Lin Xian suddenly remembered the 10 million that had just arrived in his account at noon. A brilliant idea struck him, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly, as if he had thought of something good. Then, he carefully got out of bed, afraid of waking his sleeping wife. After getting dressed, Lin Xian quietly left the room and sent a text message to his wife on his phone, telling her that he had to go out for a while. Lin Xian arrived at the parking lot downstairs, got into the Maybach, started the car, and slowly drove out of the parking space, heading towards the entrance of the community. Not long after, Lin Xian arrived at a Bentley 4S store located in the center of Dinghai.
"Welcome, sir. Are you here to buy a car?"
A young female salesperson in professional attire with a good figure greeted him warmly. "Yes, I want to buy a convertible sports car that's suitable for girls to drive," Lin Xian replied.
"No problem, sir, please follow me."
The young saleswoman smiled and led Lin Xian to the store's display area. She saw that Lin Xian had arrived in a Maybach S680, so she figured the car he was going to buy must be quite expensive. When they walked up to a brand new Bentley, Lin Xian's eyes lit up.
Then a Bentley Continental Roadster in brewery blue came into his view.
This car's exterior design combines elegance and sportiness, with smooth body lines and a dynamic silhouette, showcasing Bentley's unique design style. That shade of blue, as deep and mysterious as the ocean, shimmers with a unique charm under the sunlight, exuding a regal air.
This is our 2024 Bentley Continental GT Mulliner convertible luxury sports car.
Its appearance is simply a work of art on wheels, with classic and elegant body lines, and this brewer blue color is also very suitable for women to drive, the young female salesperson explained in detail. Lin Xian first sat in the car, feeling the softness and comfort of the seats, and then looked at the various configurations and functions inside the car. He was very satisfied and couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, "It truly lives up to its reputation as a top-of-the-line luxury car."
"How much is this car?" Lin Xian asked the young female saleswoman next to him with a smile.
This 2024 Bentley Continental GT Mulliner convertible luxury sports car costs a total of 4.2 million yuan, the young female saleswoman replied enthusiastically. "Okay, I'll buy it," Lin Xian said casually.
Lin Xian imagined that wonderful scene.
He and his wife drove their Bentley Continental convertible slowly along the winding, picturesque coastline. Sunlight fell on her, and a gentle breeze caressed her hair, bringing with it the fresh scent of the ocean. She smiled, her eyes filled with happiness and contentment.
Chapter 95. Is this kid going to stand us up again?
"Sir, would you like to pay in installments or in full?"
the young saleswoman asked with a bright smile and a joyful voice.
She successfully closed a big deal and felt a great sense of accomplishment. The young man standing before her was not only handsome but also very generous. She wondered if he already had a girlfriend. I just heard him say that the car was given to a girl, maybe his sister or older sister.
We absolutely must find a way to get his contact information. Full payment.
Lin Xian replied calmly and in a neutral tone. The young saleswoman paused slightly, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. She hadn't expected the customer to be so generous, choosing to pay the entire amount up front without hesitation. This was incredibly wealthy.
Can this car be delivered tomorrow morning? Lin Xian asked immediately.
Of course. For VLP customers like you, we will prioritize your order and ensure you can pick up your car as soon as possible, the young female salesperson replied with a smile, her attitude very enthusiastic.
Okay, thank you. Lin Xian gave a faint smile. You're welcome. I'll prepare the relevant contracts and procedures for you right away. Please wait a moment.
After saying that, the young saleswoman turned around and went back to her office to prepare the relevant documents. Not long after, Lin Xian successfully completed the payment process and signed the car purchase contract. So he bought the expensive 2024 Bentley Continental GT Mulliner convertible in full. Just as Lin Xian was about to leave, he was stopped by the young female saleswoman. Sir, would it be convenient for me to add your contact information? The young saleswoman asked somewhat nervously. Lin Xian glanced back at her, a hint of doubt creeping into his heart, but he still replied, "Oh, sure." Lin Xian thought it wouldn't hurt to add each other's contact information, since it would be easier to find him when he came to pick up the car tomorrow, so he didn't think much of it. After exchanging contact information, Lin Xian drove his Maybach away from the Oli 4S store. The young female saleswoman stood there, watching Lin Xian's departing figure, a ripple of emotion stirring within her.
The young female saleswoman is named Lin Ruoshi. She is 23 years old and came to work at this 4S store after graduating from university.
She is beautiful, tall, and has a gentle and kind personality, making her well liked by her colleagues. When Lin Ruoshi returned to the store, a female receptionist of similar age suddenly called out to her, "Ruoshi, that customer of yours was quite handsome."
"Chichi, why did you suddenly scare me?"
Lin Ruoshi rolled her eyes at her.
"Haha, are you tempted? Hurry up and make your move."
"If I weren't already married, I would have pounced on her already." Wei Qi looked at Lin Ruoshi with a sly grin. Lin Ruoshi shook her head helplessly and said with a smile, "It's not that easy.
We don't even know if he has a girlfriend yet. How will we know if we don't ask?"
"Just dress up nicely and attract his attention," Wei Qi encouraged.
"Then I'll give it a try."
Lin Ruoshi felt a surge of courage after hearing Wei Qi's words. Soon, Lin Xian drove home.
As soon as he opened the door, Li Mengyao eagerly threw herself into Lin Xian's arms. "Honey, where have you been? Why did it take you so long to come back?"
Li Mengyao looked up, her face beaming with a happy smile.
"Hey, honey, be careful. You're showing now. You can't rush like this. What if you hurt the baby?"
Lin Xian gently pinched Li Mengyao's nose, his eyes full of doting and tenderness.
"Okay, I'll be more careful next time."
Li Mengyao nodded slightly, her face flushed. Seeing this, Lin Xian quickly led Li Mengyao into the living room and had her sit on the soft sofa.
"You still haven't told me where you went this afternoon?"
Li Mengyao snuggled into Lin Xian's arms like a spoiled child, blinking her big eyes and asking curiously. In the past, Lin Xian would always tell everyone where he was going and what he was doing whenever he went out. But this time, Lin Xian simply said that he had something to do and needed to go out for a while. This made Li Mengyao suspicious. She felt that Lin Xian must be hiding something from her.
Upon closer reflection, Li Mengyao realized that tomorrow was her birthday.
"I went to the company this afternoon to handle some urgent matters," Lin Xian said with a slight smile, his tone relaxed and natural. Lin Xian wanted to surprise his wife, so he told a white lie.
"Really?"
Li Mengyao narrowed her beautiful eyes and smiled.
"Is my wife hungry? I'm going to prepare dinner."
Lin Xian felt a little flustered under Li Mengyao's gaze, so he quickly made his escape. Seeing her husband flee in panic, Li Mengyao's lips curled up slightly. The beautiful curve like a crescent moon was truly lovely.
Soon, Lin Xian had prepared dinner. The two sat down at the table and enjoyed the meal. After dinner, the two lay on the comfortable sofa together and watched a show.
Just then, Lin Xian's phone, which was placed to the side, began to vibrate incessantly.
622 Rice Bucket Group. Qin Jingming, kids, Dad finally has some free time tonight, let's grab some late-night snacks? Zhong Zisheng, you son of a bitch, trying to rebel? How many times have you stood me up? Zhou Quan, that's right, you're treating tonight. Chen Jingming, where is Lin Shen? The other side threw a bomb.
Lin Xian then picked up his phone and took a look.
Honey, we're planning to have a get-together at our university dorm tonight for a late-night snack, is that alright?
Lin Xian asked with a smile.
Of course I can.
I can take care of myself at home, but I can't come back too late.
Li Mengyao pressed her face against Lin Xian's neck, nuzzling him affectionately, and whispered. Okay, I'll be back soon.
Lin Xian lowered his head and gave those alluring lips a deep kiss. Then, he picked up his phone, which was lying to the side, and sent a message to his roommates.
Lin Shen, where is it? He received a reply very quickly.
Chen Jingming, the usual place, the barbecue stall next to the university. So Lin Xian went into the bedroom, changed into casual clothes, and then went out. He arrived at the underground parking lot of Jinwan Mansion, started a Maybach, and slowly drove out of the community.
Not long after, Lin Xian arrived at a barbecue stall near Jinghai University. This place is full of life and is a place they often visited during their university years.
As soon as Lin Xian got out of the car, he saw Zhong Zixing and Zhou Quan sitting at a table chatting. The two smiled with delight upon seeing Lin Xian.
Brother Xian, you're here.
Zhou Quan saw Lin Xian and immediately stood up to greet him warmly, quickly pouring him a glass of cola. He knew his sister-in-law, Li Mengyao, was pregnant, so he didn't give Lin Xian any beer.
Where's Jingming? Hasn't he arrived yet?
Lin Xian asked, puzzled.
I don't know, is this kid going to stand us up again?
Zhong Zixing picked up his phone, ready to call Chen Jingming.
Chapter 96. My husband can also give massages?
I'm here. Chen Jingming jogged over from a distance, his face beaming with excitement. Finally, he reached the stool, plopped down, and said, slightly out of breath, sorry to keep everyone waiting.
Jingming, what's wrong with you?
You're late. Punish yourself with 3 drinks. Zhou Quan teased with a smile, and quickly picked up the bottle and poured Chen Jingming a full glass of beer. Without saying a word, Chen Jingming took the wineglass, tilted his head back, and drank it all in one gulp. Then, he wiped his mouth with satisfaction and exclaimed, I was so thirsty. It turned out that Chen Jingming had been running all the way here and was already sweating profusely. When he took a sip of ice-cold beer, he immediately felt a refreshing coolness. I was just about to leave when my supervisor suddenly messaged me asking me to revise a file, which is why I'm late, Chen Jingming explained, a hint of helplessness in his voice.
Upon hearing this, everyone expressed their understanding. Zhong Zixing asked curiously, Jingming, is it fun to do graduate school?
Zhong Zixing originally had the opportunity to be directly recommended for postgraduate studies, but he ultimately chose to give it up, wanting to first venture out into the workforce and see what the corporate environment was really like. Unexpectedly, he ended up working at Lin Xian's company. Yeah, Jingming, it must be pretty fun staying in school. I already miss my university days, Zhou Quan said.
What a load of rubbish. I envy your carefree life.
I'm being exploited by my supervisor in the lab every day. The school's already on break, but my advisor kept me behind to continue doing experiments and collecting data. I feel like I'm just cheap labor. Even having a late-night snack with you guys is a struggle. I'm even thinking of dropping out of school.
Chen Jingming said with a miserable expression. Is it that serious?
Lin Xian asked in surprise.
The barbecue is here.
At this moment, the barbecue stall owner brought out a large basin of fragrant skewers.
Yeah, sigh, it's all tears when I talk about it.
Chen Jingming said helplessly as he picked up a skewer of grilled meat and started eating.
And what about your girlfriend? Zhou Quan asked.
She is quite busy too, but her mentor is more benevolent, while mine is quite extreme, Chen Jingming said with a sigh. I feel like you've chosen a bad mentor, Zhong Zixing chimed in. Yeah, I must have been blind to choose him. Now I can't change my advisor, and I don't dare offend him, or I won't be able to graduate. Chen Jingming sighed helplessly, a hint of frustration in his eyes. Zhou Quan comforted him, Jingming, just bear with it a little longer, it will pass soon. Chen Jingming nodded and smiled helplessly. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he turned to them and asked, by the way, how have you guys been lately? Chen Jingming knew that Zhou Quan had started a business and was managing a restaurant while Zhong Zixing went directly to work for a technology company. Upon hearing this question, a smug smile immediately appeared on Zhou Quan's face. He replied excitedly, Brother Jingming, I'm so happy. I'm managing a restaurant in Jinwan Plaza now, and business is booming.
Hee hee, my boss is really great too. He lets me split the profits 30-70 with him, and I also get a guaranteed base salary of 20,000 yuan. Zhou Quan glanced at Lin Xian and said with a smile. Lin Xian sat to the side, focused on eating his barbecue, while also chatting with his wife on his phone. Li Mengyao, honey, when are you coming back? Lin Xian, wait a little longer, baby, be good. Is your boss any better than mine? My boss at Jinwan Technology Company Limited promoted me directly to R&D manager and paid me a yearly salary. Zhong Zixing glanced at Lin Xian smugly and said defiantly. He secretly rejoiced that he had found the right job, working under such a capable and insightful boss. His future was bright. Then mine is definitely better. Zhou Quan naturally Wen Ti backed down and immediately responded. He firmly believed that he had made the right choice. Lin Xian had not only given him an opportunity but also helped him grow. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at Lin Xian with gratitude. Hello, my boss, Zhong Zixing retorted without hesitation. He knew that his current position was hard-won, and Lin Xian was the benefactor who gave him the opportunity. Who is your boss? Chen Jingming asked with a puzzled look. My boss is Brother Xian, the two answered in unison. Their eyes revealed their admiration and respect for Lin Xian. Upon hearing this answer, Chen Jingming was stunned and didn't react for a moment. Zhou Quan and Zhong Zixing exchanged a glance and blinked. Which Brother Xian are you referring to? Zhong Zixing asked first, his tone tinged with a hint of probing. It's Lin Xian. Could it be that you are also? Zhou Quan opened his mouth wide in surprise, looking at Zhong Zixing in disbelief. What are you two arguing about? Just then, Lin Xian put down his phone and looked at them with a smile. Good heavens, so your boss is the same person, Lin Xian. Chen Jingming suddenly realized, finally understanding. Ha? Brother Xian, why didn't you tell me? Zhou Quan looked at Lin Xian in surprise and asked. You didn't ask either. Lin Xian smiled slightly. Ha, so Zhou Quan is working for you too? Zhong Zixing couldn't help but laugh, his laughter revealing a hint of surprise and delight. Brother Xian, when will you take me under your wing? Don't be biased. Chen Jingming said enviously from the side, his eyes shining with longing. Let's talk about it after you graduate with your master's degree, Lin Xian teased with a smile. Ah, that'll take a long time. Chen Jingming said helplessly. On the other side, Li Mengyao was quietly watching a drama at home, munching on some snacks. She checked the time. It was already 11 o'clock. Why hadn't her husband come home yet? Just as Li Mengyao was about to call Lin Xian, she suddenly heard the sound of the door unlocking. My husband is back. Overjoyed, she immediately put down her snacks, stood up, and hurried toward the door. Yu also quickly got up and hurried to the door. Honey, I'm home. Welcome home. Li Mengyao's face lit up with a bright smile. She stepped forward and hugged Lin Xian tightly, feeling the warmth emanating from him. Why aren't you asleep so late? Lin Xian looked at Li Mengyao, a gentle smile appearing on his lips. Waiting for you to sleep together. Li Mengyao smiled sweetly. Then honey, you go back to bed and lie down. I'll give you a massage after I take a shower. After saying that, he gently took Li Mengyao's hand and they walked together towards the bedroom. As Li Mengyao walked, she couldn't help but think to herself. My husband can give massages? Chapter 97. What day is it today? After carefully placing Li Mengyao on the bed, Lin Xian immediately turned around and went into the bathroom to take a shower. Hearing the sound of running water in the bathroom, Li Mengyao was still wondering, is my husband's massage legitimate? Thinking of this, a shy blush immediately spread across her delicate face. While Li Mengyao was still lost in thought, Lin Xian had already finished showering and came out of the bathroom. He gently climbed into bed, embraced Li Mengyao, and asked with a tender smile, Wife, what's wrong? Your cheeks are so rosy, like a ripe apple. And nothing, Li Mengyao replied softly, her head slightly lowered. Lin Xian looked at his wife's shy expression, but he didn't know what she was shy about. Come on, let your husband give you a massage. Lin Xian sat up and gently stroked Li Mengyao's shoulders, his voice full of tenderness and care. Proper massage for pregnant women does indeed have many benefits, such as relieving physical fatigue, improving sleep quality, and reducing anxiety and tension. Of course, for pregnant women who are less than 3 months pregnant, massage should be avoided as the fetus is not yet stable, so as not to cause unnecessary harm to the fetus. My wife is now more than 4 months pregnant, and it's okay to get a massage during the second trimester. How do you plan to give the massage? Li Mengyao asked.
Wife, lie down first, Lin Xian said with a smile. Lin Xian possessed top-tier massage skills granted by the system. He skillfully used the index, middle, and ring fingers of both hands to gently slide and press along Li Mengyao's forehead, starting from the center of her eyebrows. Then I gently pressed her temples with the pad of my thumb. The movement was gentle and just right. Wife, is this pressure appropriate? Lin Xian asked softly. So comfortable. Li Mengyao closed her eyes, immersed in this comfort, her face beaming with a happy smile. After finishing the head massage, Lin Xian then prepared to massage his wife's back. Honey, lie down on your side now, I'm going to start massaging your back, Lin Xian said gently. Okay. Li Mengyao obediently lay down on her side. Lin Xian gently pressed and kneaded Li Mengyao's back muscles, massaging from her waist upwards to her shoulders, while carefully avoiding the middle of her waist. He knew that stimulating this area could have adverse effects on the baby in his womb. Throughout the massage, Lin Xian remained highly focused and attentive, ensuring that every movement made his wife feel comfortable and relaxed. After the massage, Lin Xian gently pulled Li Mengyao into his arms, preparing to drift off to sleep together. However, Li Mengyao looked up, a mischievous smile on her lips, and asked softly, Honey, where did you learn your massage skills? Lin Xian smiled slightly and replied, I've been learning it outside recently. Li Mengyao blinked and continued to press. Outside? Where is outside? Is it those places you often go to? As she spoke, she narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly, a sly glint in them, as if she were deliberately teasing Lin Xian. In truth, Li Mengyao knew perfectly well that her husband would never go to such disreputable places. She was just using this opportunity to tease him a little. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian immediately became nervous and quickly explained, No way. I learned from reputable professional massage institutions outside. Seeing Lin Xian's flustered appearance, Li Mengyao couldn't help but chuckle and said, I'm just asking, honey, what's the panic? Ha ha ha. Lin Xian then realized that he had been teased by his wife. Lin Xian's eyes were full of tenderness and consideration. It's already very late, let's go to sleep, okay? Considering it was late, he didn't want his wife to stay up late, as it might affect the baby's health. Li Mengyao nodded slightly. She understood her husband's worries and concerns, and her heart was filled with gratitude. So the two of them fell asleep in each other's arms. Time flew by, and before we knew it, it was the morning of the next day. Lin Xian slowly opened his eyes and immediately saw Li Mengyao in his arms, blinking her beautiful eyes, gazing at him quietly. Honey, you're awake? Li Mengyao's face lit up with a bright smile. Lin Xian smiled slightly and asked with concern, Wife, why did you wake up so early today? Li Mengyao smiled slightly and replied, Honey, do you know what day it is today? Lin Xian deliberately feigned ignorance and asked in confusion, Huh? What day is it today? You stinky husband. Li Mengyao frowned, raised her little pink fist, and unleashed a flurry of punches at Lin Xian. Lin Xian looked at her with doting eyes and laughed heartily, Ha, of course I know. Today is a special day, it's my darling's birthday. Upon hearing this, Li Mengyao felt a surge of sweetness in her heart, and pouted coquettishly, saying, Humph. You actually know that. Lin Xian reached out and held Li Mengyao's small hand, then pulled her tightly into his arms, smiling gently, How could I not know? Happy birthday, my darling. Li Mengyao tilted her head slightly, her eyes sparkling with joy, and the corners of her mouth turned up. Then, is there a gift? Lin Xian gently stroked her hair and said softly, Of course, your husband has already prepared it. Really? Where is it? Li Mengyao asked excitedly, eager to see her birthday present. Lin Xian smiled slightly, It's right outside. Upon hearing this, Li Mengyao quickly broke free from Lin Xian's embrace, happily got out of bed, left the bedroom, and went to the living room to look for the gift. However, after looking around, she found no trace of any gifts in the living room. Only Yu Yu raised her head and looked at her with a blank expression. There's nothing there. She pouted in disappointment, sullenly walked back to the bedroom, sat on the edge of the bed with her back to Lin Xian, and didn't say a word. Lin Xian burst into laughter upon seeing this. Honey, I wasn't talking about outside the room, I was talking about outside the house. Li Mengyao blinked, her face full of confusion. Outside the house? Lin Xian nodded and said seriously, Okay, after we finish breakfast, I'll take you to see your birthday present. Li Mengyao's eyes lit up, and she smiled happily, Okay. Chapter 98 The Mysterious Musician. So Lin Xian and Li Mengyao got up and started washing up. After finishing breakfast, the two left home together. They walked hand in hand to the ground floor of Jinwan Mansion. Li Mengyao suddenly stopped and asked in confusion, Honey, aren't we going to drive there? Normally they would go directly to the underground parking lot to drive out, but this time Lin Xian did not take her to the parking lot. Instead, he took her hand and led her to the main gate of Jinwan Mansion.
Lin Xian smiled slightly and explained, "We'll take a taxi today."
After saying that, he opened his phone and called a ride-hailing car. Soon, a white ride-hailing car drove up and stopped in front of them. Lin Xian opened the car door and let Li Mengyao get in first, then he got in himself. The ride-hailing car then slowly drove towards its destination. Along the way, Li Mengyao kept asking Lin Xian where he was taking her, but Lin Xian just smiled and shook his head, refusing to reveal a single word. After a while, the car finally arrived at its destination, a luxury car dealership. Lin Xian led Li Mengyao out of the car, arrived at the Bentley 4S store, and went inside. Lin Xian took out his phone and dialed the number of Lin Ruoshi, the saleswoman who had served him yesterday.
"Hello, this is Mr. Lin, who bought a Bentley Continental yesterday. We've arrived now."
"Okay, I'll be right there," Lin Ruoshi said.
Lin Ruoshi looked in the mirror in her office.
She had dressed up specially today, put on exquisite makeup, and chosen a beautiful outfit, hoping to leave a good impression on Lin Xian. After all, there are very few young, handsome, and generous guys like Lin Xian anymore, so I have to seize the opportunity. Lin Ruoshi walked out of the office and immediately saw Lin Xian standing in the store with a girl in his hand. The girl was very pure and sweet looking, wearing a light blue dress, with long hair draped over her shoulders, fair skin like snow, and a pair of clear and bright eyes that seemed to speak. Lin Ruoshi's heart skipped a beat. Did he already have a girlfriend?
"Mr. Lin, hello. And this is?"
Lin Ruoshi greeted Lin Xian with a smile and asked politely. "Oh, this is my wife," Lin Xian introduced with a smile. His eyes were full of tenderness and love as he held hands tightly with the woman beside him. Upon hearing this, Lin Ruoshi's heart sank to the bottom. She had still held onto a sliver of hope, but now it seemed she had absolutely no chance. "Hello? Could you please take us to pick up our car?" Lin Xian asked, looking at Lin Ruoshi who was standing there blankly. He was a little confused.
"Ah, okay, please follow me."
Lin Ruoshi snapped out of her daze, forced a smile, and turned to lead the way. Lin Xian held Li Mengyao's hand tightly and walked behind her.
"Honey, why did you buy another car?"
Li Mengyao gently squeezed Lin Xian's hand, her eyes sparkling with surprise as she asked curiously. "I'll get you a new car, I'm sure you'll love it, honey." Lin Xian's lips curled into a doting smile. Soon, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao arrived at the car delivery site.
Li Mengyao's gaze was immediately drawn to the blue Bentley Continental, and her eyes brightened. The car's body lines were smooth and elegant, and its unique brewery blue color, like a dazzling sapphire, radiated a captivating luster.
Under the sunlight, it appeared exceptionally dazzling.
Its front design is exquisite and imposing, with the iconic Bentley grille and sharp headlights making it instantly recognizable. The wheel design is simple and elegant, yet distinctive.
The rear design is equally exquisite, with rounded lines that complement the overall style. The uniquely shaped exhaust pipes exude a luxurious feel. The entire car is as flawless as a work of art, its charm irresistible. Surrounded by flowers and balloons, it shines like a dazzling pearl, attracting everyone's attention. Lin Xian took a delicate blue Bentley key from Lin Shirua and gently placed it in Li Mengyao's palm. "Honey, this blue Bentley Continental GT is your birthday present," Lin Xian said with a smile.
"Thank you, husband."
Li Mengyao reached out her small hands and hugged Lin Xian tightly, her face beaming with a happy smile. Then Li Mengyao carefully opened the car door, and a faint leather scent wafted from inside. She carefully examined every detail inside the car, her heart filled with joy. Then Lin Xian, holding a bouquet of blue tulips, walked towards Li Mengyao with a smile and handed her the flowers. Li Mengyao accepted the flowers and gave a sweet smile. Just then, a staff member gently pressed the shutter, capturing this beautiful moment. Finally, Li Mengyao and Lin Xian boarded the Bentley Continental together, and Li Mengyao drove the car slowly out of the dealership. Along the way, sunlight streamed through the car windows, creating streaks of golden light. A gentle breeze carried the fresh air. Li Mengyao happily hummed a song, while Lin Xian sat quietly in the passenger seat, admiring her beautiful profile. Soon, the car arrived at the underground parking lot of Jinwan Mansion. Li Mengyao parked her car steadily next to the Xiaomi SU7. She glanced at the two cars, feeling somewhat conflicted. "Which of these two cars should I drive?" she murmured to herself. Lin Xian seemed to see through Li Mengyao's thoughts and smiled. "You can drive whichever car you want, as long as you're happy."
Li Mengyao took Lin Xian's hand and left the parking lot with him.
Upon returning home, Lin Xian immediately busied himself preparing a sumptuous lunch for Li Mengyao. After lunch, the two returned to their bedroom to rest. Because Li Mengyao got up early in the morning, she fell asleep quickly after lying in bed. Time quickly came to 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Lin Xian gently woke Li Mengyao. "Wife, wake up, you can't sleep for too long."
What time is it now?" Li Mengyao asked sleepily.
"It's already 5 o'clock in the afternoon," Lin Xian replied with a smile.
I slept for so long."
Li Mengyao suddenly opened her beautiful eyes and quickly sat up in bed. "Honey, let's go to another concert tonight," Lin Xian suggested gently.
"Okay." Li Mengyao readily agreed, a beautiful smile blooming on her face. As night fell, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao enjoyed a sumptuous dinner. Then, they drove their brand new Bentley Continental towards the Jinghai Grand Theater.
Upon arriving at the theater, Lin Xian first led Li Mengyao to a seat in the center of the front row and carefully adjusted the seat angle for her. Then he told Li Mengyao that he was going to the restroom and would be back soon. Li Mengyao sat there quietly, looking forward to the start of the performance.
"Have you heard?
The piano performance this time is by a mysterious musician."
"Yes, the publicity says he's a music master. I can't wait."
The audience behind started whispering among themselves. Just then, the spotlights on the stage suddenly turned on, shining brightly. To her surprise, Lin Xian, dressed in a black suit, sat elegantly in front of a magnificent piano, gazing at her with deep affection, a warm smile playing on his lips.
Chapter 99 Happy Birthday.
Li Mengyao's heart raced, and a shy blush rose on her face.
Her gaze was drawn to Lin Xian as if by a magnet, unable to look away.
His handsome appearance and charming demeanor deeply attracted her, making her heart race. She never imagined that Lin Xian would appear before her in such a unique way, which surprised and delighted her.
However, the audience didn't see it that way. They were disappointed and angry when the mysterious musician they had been waiting for turned out to be a young man. Why is there a young man on stage? Wasn't there supposed to be a mystery musician? Can he play the piano? I feel like I've been scammed. Isn't he just a gigolo? Refund.
These questions and condemnations rose one after another, and the scene was once out of control. However, there was one exception in the audience, who was looking at Lin Xian on the stage with anticipation.
This person is Su Muyang, who used to play guitar at Jinghai University. He just happened to be here to listen to the concert today.
Faced with the dissatisfaction and doubts of the audience, Lin Xian did not get angry or flustered. Instead, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly, revealing a confident and composed smile. Just then, Lin Xian's fingers lightly touched the piano keys, and the crisp notes, like nimble little elves, danced in the air. Immediately afterwards, a series of smooth and beautiful melodies began to play, like heavenly music, lingering throughout the entire theater. The audience, who had been making a ruckus just moments before, fell silent instantly, captivated by the beautiful music. As Lin Xian's fingers gently touched the piano keys, melodious music began to play, flowing like a clear spring and lingering throughout the entire theater. Lin Xian played classic pieces such as Wedding in a Dream, Starry Night and Romance de Amour. Each song was captivating, and Li Mengyao felt Lin Xian's deep affection for her. She sat quietly in the audience, her eyes moist, tears welling up in them. At the same time, she was immersed in the beautiful melody and felt Lin Xian's love for her. As the last note faded, the entire theater fell silent. A thunderous applause erupted. The audience stood up and gave Lin Xian a warm round of applause and cheers. Their faces beamed with admiration and respect, and their initial dissatisfaction vanished. After the applause subsided, Lin Xian stood up and bowed to everyone in respect.
"Thank you all so much for coming to my concert.
The main purpose of this concert is to give my wife a special performance." His voice was deep and magnetic, and his eyes were fixed firmly on the audience below the stage. After saying this, he slowly pointed to his wife Li Mengyao, who was sitting in the front row.
At this moment, Li Mengyao was already moved to tears.
She stood up excitedly, covered her mouth with her hands, and her eyes were full of happiness and surprise. She then ran up to the stage and threw herself into Lin Xian's arms. Lin Xian gently held Li Mengyao in his arms, softly stroking her hair and gently wiping away the tears on her face. "Today is my wife's birthday, so I have one last song to dedicate to her," Lin Xian said affectionately. He took Li Mengyao's small hand and slowly walked to the piano seat, letting her sit down first, and then he sat down next to her. The two clung to each other, as if the whole world had shrunk to just the two of them. A faint smile appeared on his lips as he gently touched the piano keys, producing a crisp and melodious sound. Then, he began to play a cheerful and beautiful song, Happy Birthday. Accompanied by beautiful musical notes, he softly sang, Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. The audience was touched by the warm atmosphere and joined in the singing. Their singing voices converged into a warm torrent, permeating the entire space. Happy birthday to you. This lyric conveys best wishes to everyone.
Li Mengyao leaned quietly against Lin Xian, feeling the joy and emotion brought by the music.
She closed her eyes and listened to the melodious tune, as if she were in a dreamlike world. At that moment, she felt like the happiest woman in the world. As the concert came to an end, the audience members rose from their seats, their faces beaming with satisfaction and joy.
Wow, this concert is amazing, someone exclaimed.
Yeah, I think the tickets were totally worth it, the music was amazing, another person chimed in. That performer is so young, but his piano skills are so high, it's truly amazing, someone exclaimed. He's simply a musical genius, someone exclaimed excitedly.
And that final, heartfelt confession, his wife must be so happy. Everyone was talking about it with envy.
Meanwhile, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao walked out of the concert hall hand in hand, both wearing happy smiles. They arrived at the parking lot of the Jinghai Grand Theater. Lin Xian gentlemanly opened the door of the Bentley and invited Li Mengyao to sit in the passenger seat. Then, he went around to the driver's side, got in the car, and prepared to start the engine. Wife, why haven't you said a word the whole way?
Lin Xian noticed Li Mengyao's silence and asked with concern.
Husband, you're so good to me.
Li Mengyao's eyes suddenly welled up with tears, and she choked out.
I'm your husband, of course I'll treat you well, Lin Xian said gently, then gently hugged Li Mengyao. He smiled, his eyes filled with love and doting. Li Mengyao slightly raised her head, her eyes glistening with tears, as if they contained endless emotions. She leaned forward and offered her soft, pink lips. Happy birthday, Yao Yao. It's unclear how long the kiss lasted, but Li Mengyao gently pushed Lin Xian away and then pressed her head against his chest. Go home, Li Mengyao said softly, bowing her head slightly. Okay. Lin Xian carried Li Mengyao back to the passenger seat and then helped her fasten her seatbelt. He then started the car, left the Jinghai Grand Theater, and drove towards Jinwan Mansion. Soon, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao arrived at their front door.
The moment Li Mengyao opened the door, a surprise occurred.
Slap! Slap! Happy birthday! Two loud bangs were heard, followed by a shower of colorful ribbons, and Li Mengyao's eyes were instantly filled with dazzling light. It turned out that Chen Manman and Yang Lin were setting off birthday firecrackers on both sides. Behind the two, Lu Yusen held a large birthday cake and smiled at Li Mengyao.
Happy birthday, Yao Yao, Lu Yusen said with a smile.
You guys, Li Mengyao covered her mouth, too surprised to speak. This was all your husband's idea.
Don't just stand there, come in. Chen Manman pulled Li Mengyao into the house.
The room was filled with colorful balloons, like a group of cheerful elves dancing in the air, and the dazzling lights, like twinkling stars, illuminated every happy corner. Everyone sat around the dining table. Lin Xian lit the candles on the cake and then turned off the lights. Li Mengyao clenched her hands, closed her beautiful eyes, and prepared to make a wish on her birthday cake. In the candlelight, her beautiful face looked especially captivating. Lin Xian gazed at her quietly, his heart filled with happiness. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. Lu Yusen sang first. Then everyone joined in singing along.
The singing echoed in the room, warm and touching.
Li Mengyao opened her eyes, which were glistening with tears.
Thank you everyone, I'm really happy. Then she blew out the candle, plunging the room into darkness.
However, a warm and happy atmosphere permeated the darkness. Lin Xian then turned on the lights in the room, took out a cake knife, and prepared to work on the poor birthday cake. Before long, a large birthday cake was cut into pieces and distributed to everyone. Li Mengyao and her sisters also came to the living room, where they watched TV and enjoyed the delicious cake. Lin Xian then returned to the kitchen and prepared some snacks for them. Yao Yao, here you go, this is your birthday present. Yan Lin handed a beautifully packaged gift box to Li Mengyao.
And here's mine, Yao Yao's birthday present. Chen Manman also handed over the gift she had prepared. This is mine. Lu Yusen smiled slightly and presented the gift to Li Mengyao. Thank you.
Li Mengyao accepted the three gifts, carefully placed them aside, and then continued chatting happily with her sisters. That evening, after seeing off her three best friends, Li Mengyao returned to the living room and hugged Lin Xian tightly. Honey, I'm so happy today.
This is the happiest birthday I've ever had, Li Mengyao said with a beaming smile. Yes, as long as you're happy.
Lin Xian gently stroked her hair and said tenderly.
By the way, honey, what did you wish for just now? Lin Xian asked curiously. Hee, I won't tell you, it won't work if I do.
Li Mengyao replied playfully, her face beaming with a happy smile. I'm going to take a shower now, Li Mengyao said softly. Then she gently broke free from Lin Xian's embrace, kissed him on the cheek, and floated towards the bathroom like a light butterfly. Lin Xian watched her departing figure, a gentle smile appearing on his lips. In fact, Lin Xian could roughly guess it. Li Mengyao's wish is to be happy with Lin Xian forever. After taking a shower, Li Mengyao exuded a faint fragrance, like a blooming flower. Lin Xian then went into the bathroom to take a shower. At this moment, Li Mengyao was sitting on the sofa in the living room, unpacking the gifts her sisters had given her one by one.
Li Mengyao first opened Yang Lin and Chen Manman's gifts, which contained two exquisite and adorable little gifts.
She happily took them out to admire them and placed them in the living room as decorations. Then, when her gaze fell on the gift Lu Yusin had given her, she couldn't help but feel a little curious. From the outside, it looks like a piece of clothing. So, she carefully tore open the packaging, and upon opening it, her face instantly turned bright red. She quickly took out her phone, opened the chat window with Lu Yusin, and wrote, "You stinky Yusin, what is this?" Lu Yusin replied, I just sent you an ordinary piece of clothing." Li Mengyao's eyes widened in disbelief as she said, "Ordinary clothes?" Lu Yusin laughed mischievously, Yao, that's all I can do for you. I have to go to work tomorrow, bye-bye." Li Mengyao looked at the clothes in her hand, her eyes filled with a firm determination as if she had made a decision, and then she quickly walked back to her bedroom. After taking a shower, Lin Xian walked into the living room while drying her hair. However, he did not see his wife, and a sense of doubt arose in his heart. So he went to the bedroom, gently pushed open the door, and found it was pitch black inside.
"Wife, why aren't the lights on?"
Lin Xian asked softly. Just as he was about to reach for the light switch, Li Mengyao suddenly spoke up from the darkness, stopping him, "Honey, don't turn on the light."
"Huh?
Why?" Lin Xian asked, looking completely confused. "There is no reason, honey, just come up here." Li Mengyao's voice was shy and nervous, making people feel affection for her. Lin Xian slowly walked into the bedroom, her steps light and careful. In the dim light of the night, he saw that Li Mengyao was wrapped tightly in the quilt, with only her cute little face showing, like a well-behaved kitten. Lin Xian gently climbed onto the bed and slowly lifted the covers. When he finally saw the scene before him clearly, he was completely stunned.
"Wife, what are you doing?"
Lin Xian was about to continue speaking when Li Mengyao reached out and hooked her arms around his neck, pressing her cherry lips against his.
Chapter 101 Husband Hugs.
The next morning, sunlight streamed through the curtains and onto the bed. Lin Xian slowly opened his eyes, and what came into view was Li Mengyao's beautiful face. She was nestled in his arms, a happy smile on her lips.
At this moment, Li Mengyao used Lin Xian's arm as a pillow and hugged it tightly.
Time passed by, and after about an hour, Li Mengyao's eyelashes trembled slightly, and then her charming eyes slowly opened.
"Wife, are you awake?"
Lin Xian gazed at Li Mengyao affectionately and asked softly. "Whom?" Li Mengyao raised her small hand and gently rubbed her eyes. After a while, once Li Mengyao had recovered, she blinked her big eyes and said to Lin Xian in a coquettish tone, "Honey, I'm hungry." Lin Xian said gently, "I'll go prepare breakfast now." After saying that, he quickly jumped out of bed, got dressed, and left the bedroom. Just as Lin Xian was making a delicious breakfast for Li Mengyao, the system's voice sounded again. "Ding dong, congratulations host for giving the baby's mother an unforgettable birthday. A cash reward of 4 million yuan has been awarded, with a triple bonus, bringing the total reward to 12 million yuan. The money has been transferred to your bank account through official channels. Please check. Ding dong, we have detected that you have purchased a new car for the baby's mother. For the safety of the babies, the system will once again load a top-of-the-line intelligent driving system with futuristic technology for you free of charge. Congratulations, host, on successfully loading the Bentley Continental with a top-of-the-line intelligent driving system based on future technology. Just like the previous Xiaomi SU7, the host will not need to drive manually." Lin Xian was pleasantly surprised. Not only did they send another sum of money, but they also perfectly integrated a gasoline car with intelligent driving. It was simply amazing. With that, he felt more at ease knowing his wife was driving. Lin Xian became happier and happier as he thought about it, so he sped up the preparation of breakfast. In no time, Lin Xian had prepared delicious sweet potato and millet porridge, golden fried eggs, and fragrant vegetable buns. After setting breakfast on the dining table, Lin Xian went into the bedroom. He gently pushed open the door and found Li Mengyao lying back on the bed, smiling as she played on her phone. "Honey, get up and wash up, it's time for breakfast." Lin Xian walked to Li Mengyao's side and said softly. "I've already washed up, but I still feel so tired." Li Mengyao closed her beautiful eyes and pouted. "Then what should we do?" Lin Xian asked with eyes full of affection. "Hug me, honey." Li Mengyao stretched out her little hand and said in a coquettish tone. "Okay." Lin Xian smiled happily, gently holding Li Mengyao in his arms like a little princess, and slowly walked towards the restaurant. Then, the two of them happily enjoyed a hearty breakfast. After breakfast, Lin Xian was in charge of clearing away the dishes, while Li Mengyao started playing with the kittens using a cat toy. So Yu ran left and right, panting heavily, then lay down on the ground with its little tongue sticking out. No matter how you teased it, it wouldn't move an inch. Seeing this, Li Mengyao smiled and shook her head, then took out a can of cat food and placed it in front of Yu as a reward. Then, she took a book from the study, lay down leisurely on the comfortable sofa, and quietly enjoyed her reading time. 10 minutes later, Lin Xian came out of the kitchen and sat down next to Li Mengyao. Just then, his cell phone rang again in his pocket. "Is this Mr. Lin?" A deep and steady male voice came from the other end of the phone. "Yes, that's me." "And who are you?" Lin Xian replied calmly. "Oh, I'm the chief engineer in charge of the renovation of apartment A1201 in Times Garden. Your apartment is now fully renovated and you can come over for inspection at any time. If you are not satisfied with anything, please feel free to contact me," the voice on the other end of the phone replied. "Okay, I understand. Thank you for letting me know." Lin Xian hung up the phone. "Honey, who called?" Li Mengyao asked curiously as she leaned closer. "It's from the renovation company. They said our renovation at Times Garden in Jingshui City is finished," Lin Xian replied with a smile. "Really? Can we go back and take a look?" Li Mengyao's face was full of anticipation. Lin Xian smiled slightly, gently hugged her, and then kissed her luscious lips. "Wife, not yet." Li Mengyao was somewhat confused and infatuated by the kiss, but she still let out a soft moan and asked indignantly, "Why?" Lin Xian patiently explained, "Because the house has just been renovated, there is still a lot of formaldehyde inside that hasn't completely dissipated. If we move in now, it will be harmful to our health, especially since you are pregnant." Upon hearing this, Li Mengyao couldn't help but show a hint of disappointment on her face. "Then how long will it take before we can check in?" Lin Xian smiled and said, "Generally, it takes 3 to 6 months, but I can have them hire a professional formaldehyde removal company to help with it. That should speed things up and it should be done in a month. Or how about we wait until September to go back to Jingshui City?" "Okay." Li Mengyao immediately cheered up again, her eyes sparkling with joy. Chapter 102: Preparing Qixi Festival Gifts. Around noon, Lin Xian brought the chicken soup he had carefully prepared to the table, and its aroma filled the air. "Wife, try it." He looked tenderly at Li Mengyao sitting at the dining table. Li Mengyao took the bowl, gently blew away the steam from the soup, and then carefully took a bite. Instantly, a rich aroma filled her mouth, making her smile with satisfaction. Delicious. After lunch, the two returned to their bedroom. That's when technician Lin comes online. With his top-notch massage skills, Lin Xian gave Li Mengyao another comfortable massage. Li Mengyao lay quietly on the bed, closed her eyes, and quietly enjoyed the moment. Not long after, she fell into a deep sleep. As afternoon approached, Lin Xian, as usual, sat in front of the Steinway piano with Li Mengyao in his arms and played beautiful music with both hands. The musical notes leaped and danced in the air like sprites, captivating the listener. Meanwhile, the Jinghai Piano Association is holding an important meeting. In a spacious and bright conference room, a group of well-dressed and focused people sat together. A large screen TV was placed on the stage, playing a video of Lin Xian playing the piano at the Jinghai Grand Theater. The entire conference room was filled with a rich artistic atmosphere, and everyone was immersed in the beautiful and moving melody, completely captivated and unable to extricate themselves. When the video ended, the conference room fell silent. Deep shock and admiration were evident on everyone's face. After a moment, He Ziyuan broke the silence, smiling as he asked, "What do you all think?" As soon as he finished speaking, everyone came to their senses and began to express their opinions all at once. "This is simply heavenly music. I have never heard such beautiful piano music. This young man's playing skills have reached a master level. His piano skills are among the best in the country.
Such a musical genius is truly one in a million.
Everyone spoke highly of Lin Xian, praising him highly.
Hearing these words of praise, He Ziyuan couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. After all, Lin Xian was a talent he had discovered.
It was by chance that I met such a musical genius, he said with a smile. Since we have such a gifted talent, we must not miss out on him, someone suggested.
We should recruit him into our piano association as soon as possible. Yes, if we don't hurry, associations from other regions might beat us to it, another person chimed in. However, He Ziyuan frowned and sighed.
Sigh, I really want to recruit him, but I'm afraid he himself won't want to join, he said worriedly. He had to use a lot of persuasion to convince Lin Xian to hold a piano recital. At night, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao lay together on the beanbag chairs on the balcony, enjoying the shimmering waves on the river and the pleasant breeze. Li Mengyao curled up in Lin Xian's arms like a docile kitten, sometimes playing with her phone, sometimes quietly reading a book. This was her favorite way to spend time. Meanwhile, Lin Xian was immersed in his wife's alluring fragrance, gazing at the distant river, pondering to himself, the day after tomorrow is the Qixi festival in the lunar calendar, what kind of gift should I give my wife? Suddenly, he remembered that his wife really liked to take pictures of beautiful scenery with her phone, so Lin Xian had an idea. Li Mengyao was also pondering what kind of gift she should prepare for her husband for the Qixi festival Chinese Valentine's Day the day after tomorrow.
Should I give myself to him? It seems like I already did yesterday.
Thinking of this, Li Mengyao's delicate face instantly turned crimson. So she shook her head, trying to calm herself down. Suddenly, she remembered Lin Xian's love for Jay Chou's songs when he played the piano, and an idea immediately came to her mind. Husband, Li Mengyao called softly, raising her head and blinking her elegant eyes gently.
What's wrong?
Lin Xian lowered his head and smiled at Li Mengyao.
It's nothing, I just wanted to call you.
Li Mengyao playfully stuck out her tongue, a sweet smile appearing on her lips. Lin Xian continued to hold Li Mengyao, his thoughts drifting far away as he pondered which camera would be most suitable for his wife. The Leica Q2 or Sony A7 or LV, and the Nikon Z7 LL seems pretty good too. Just as he was lost in thought, he heard a sweet voice calling out again, "Husband." The voice carried a hint of playfulness and slyness, making Lin Xian unable to help but laugh. He lowered his head, revealing his signature gentle smile, and asked softly, "What is it now?" Li Mengyao blinked and said with a grin, "It's nothing, However, before she could finish speaking, Lin Xian captured her lips with his. Seeing his wife being so mischievous and adorable, Lin Xian naturally wouldn't indulge her.
Chapter 103 Happy Qixi Festival.
The day after tomorrow is the 7th day of the 7th lunar month, which is also the Qixi festival. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao registered their marriage on July 7th of the Gregorian calendar, which meant they had two special holidays. The morning sunlight streamed through the curtains onto the bed. Lin Xian slowly opened his eyes, looking at Li Mengyao sleeping peacefully in his arms, a happy smile spreading across his face. He carefully climbed out of bed, careful not to wake her. Then he took out a beautiful gift from the cabinet beside him. This gift was a special Qixi festival present he prepared for Li Mengyao, a Nikon Z7 LL camera. This camera features a high-resolution full-frame mirrorless design, delivering excellent image quality and autofocus performance. At the same time, its lightweight and portable design makes it very suitable for girls. The price isn't expensive, around 30,000. Lin Xian gently placed the Nikon Z7 LL on the bedside table and left a handwritten note. He then quietly left the room and began preparing a sumptuous breakfast for his wife. Lin Xian walked out of the bedroom and into the living room, where he immediately saw a record on the piano shelf. Curious, he walked closer and discovered that it was Jay Chou's latest album, The Greatest Work, with Jay Chou's autograph on it. He picked up the record and examined it closely, only to find a note underneath.
"Happy Qixi Festival, you naughty husband."
Li Mengyao also attached a heart drawn by herself. Lin Xian smiled slightly upon seeing this, and a wave of emotion welled up in his heart.
On the other side, Li Mengyao also vaguely opened her beautiful eyes.
After staring blankly on the bed for a while, she immediately noticed an exquisite camera on the bedside table. This surprised and delighted her, because Li Mengyao had always loved photography, but since a good camera was expensive, she could only use her mobile phone to record the beautiful moments in her life. Now, with this Nikon camera, she can better capture those beautiful landscapes and precious moments. Li Mengyao blinked happily and picked up the Nikon camera, fiddling with it in her hands. She carefully opened the lens cap, adjusted the focus and aperture, and felt the tacit understanding between her fingers and the shutter.
Every time I press the shutter, it's like creating a new world.
She was so engrossed in this world of creativity and art that she lost track of time. After fiddling with it for a while, Li Mengyao noticed another note on the bedside table. Curious, she reached out her little hand to take a look and discovered that it was left behind by her wicked husband. Happy Qixi Festival, my darling. Love, your husband. A kissing emoji followed. Li Mengyao looked at the note and smiled sweetly. Why does my husband always want to kiss me? Just then, Lin Xian gently pushed open the door and saw Li Mengyao sitting upright on the bed, looking at him with a smile. Lin Xian walked over happily, sat down next to Li Mengyao, and asked softly, Wife, you're awake? Li Mengyao nodded and smiled, replying, Yes, thank you for the gift, husband. I love it. As she spoke, she hugged Lin Xian tightly and gently placed a sweet kiss on his left cheek. Feeling the warmth, Lin Xian smiled slightly and teased, I also really like my wife's gift. Is that all? Li Mengyao smiled shyly, then planted another kiss on Lin Xian's right cheek, and said gently, and another one, so it's symmetrical. A touch of playfulness and cuteness appeared on her stunningly beautiful face. Seeing this, Lin Xian smiled and said, Since that's the case, my wife has kissed me enough. Shouldn't it be my turn now? Before he could finish speaking, he eagerly moved closer to Li Mengyao's delicate lips, attempting to kiss her. No, I'm going to wash up. Li Mengyao nimbly dodged away, quickly broke free from Lin Xian's embrace, and hurried into the bathroom to wash up. Lin Xian shook his head helplessly, having no way to deal with his mischievous wife. He could only obediently return to the kitchen and place the carefully prepared breakfast on the table. Not long after, Li Mengyao finished washing up and slowly walked to the dining room, where the two began to enjoy a delicious breakfast. Honey, let's go to Jinghai Disneyland later, Lin Xian said softly with a smile on his lips. Hearing this, Li Mengyao's face lit up with a bright smile, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons. Okay. After they finished eating and rested for a while, they went back to the bedroom to change their clothes. Li Mengyao turned around and began changing her clothes with her back to Lin Xian. Although she was still a little shy, she thought that he had already seen everything he needed to see, so she stopped worrying about it. After all, she simply couldn't stop her husband, who always acted like a scoundrel. At the same time, Lin Xian quickly changed into a handsome outfit, then sat quietly on the edge of the bed, admiring his wife's carefully dressed appearance. Before long, Li Mengyao had finished her makeup. Her makeup was very light and elegant, yet exquisite. This made her, who was already naturally beautiful, even more graceful and pure. She then changed into an apricot-colored floral maternity dress, which was both stylish and comfortable, making it perfect for pregnant women. Next, she put on a sun-protective shirt, which not only served as sun protection but also added a sense of layering to her overall look. Finally, Li Mengyao put on a cute little hat, which added a touch of playfulness to the whole outfit. She turned around in front of the mirror, looked at herself, and smiled with satisfaction. Li Mengyao now looks fresh, charming, and beautiful as a painting. Honey, let's go. Once everything was ready, Li Mengyao took Lin Xian's arm and they walked out of the house together. The two arrived at the parking lot of Jinwan Mansion. Lin Xian carefully helped Li Mengyao into the passenger seat, and then walked to the driver's seat of the Bentley Continental and sat down. Honey, this Bentley Continental can now be driven autonomously, Lin Xian said with a smile. Huh? Isn't it an oil tanker? Li Mengyao tilted her head slightly and asked in confusion. It was just upgraded recently, honey. Now you can drive just like you did with your old Xiaomi SU7, no need for manual driving, Lin Xian said. Okay, Li Mengyao thought it was very convenient and stopped thinking about why a gasoline car could be driven intelligently. So Lin Xian started the car, activated the top-of-the-line intelligent driving mode, and the Bentley Continental began to automatically drive towards Jinghai Disneyland. Chapter 104 I Feel Like a Princess. Soon, the Bentley Continental came to a smooth stop in the parking lot of Jinghai Disneyland. Lin Xian got out of the car first, and as he was about to help his wife from the passenger seat, Li Mengyao's cute little head popped out first. She blinked happily, a hint of joy flashing across her face. A giant Mickey Mouse sculpture greets every visitor with a beaming smile, surrounded by ornate archways and fluttering ribbons. The dreamlike castle spires gleam with a mysterious light under the blue sky and white clouds. The bustling crowd is filled with happy smiles, and adorable cartoon characters dance merrily at the entrance, as if warmly inviting people into this world full of wonders. Lin Xian took Li Mengyao's hand and together they followed the crowd into the world of Jinghai Disneyland. Because Li Mengyao had never been here before, she kept looking around and taking pictures of anything she liked with the Nikon Z7LL camera that Lin Xian had given her. Following the Disney travel guide he found online, Lin Xian began to explore step by step. Li Mengyao is currently pregnant, so she cannot experience many of the more stimulating activities.
So Lin Xian took Li Mengyao to the Disney carousel attraction.
This carousel has a relatively gentle motion, making it safer for pregnant women to ride without worry.
The carousel at Jinghai Disneyland is a dazzling visual feast.
The tall and magnificent carousel shimmers with colorful light, and the carvings on the carousel are exquisite, showing ingenuity in every detail. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao waited quietly in line at the back.
Soon, it was their turn. Li Mengyao chose a pink rocking horse.
Lin Xian helped Li Mengyao onto the rocking horse, carefully fastened her seatbelt, and then she grabbed the handrail and waited for it to start. Then Lin Xian sat on a white wooden horse next to Li Mengyao, like a prince on a white horse, smiling as he looked at Li Mengyao. As the music begins, the carousel slowly begins to turn, creating an atmosphere as if you've stepped into a dreamlike fairy tale world, captivating all who behold it. While Li Mengyao exclaimed excitedly, "It's so beautiful.
I feel like a princess."
She was as excited as a child, her face beaming with a happy smile.
"Honey, give me the Nikon camera, I'll take a picture of you,"
Lin Xian said with a smile, his eyes shining with anticipation.
"Okay."
Li Mengyao replied with a smile, taking out a camera from her bag and handing it to Lin Xian.
Lin Xian took the camera and adjusted the focus.
As the rocking horse slowly turned, Li Mengyao's face lit up with a bright smile, an expression of pure happiness. Lin Xian pressed the shutter, capturing this beautiful moment in his camera.
After experiencing the carousel, Lin Xian took Li Mengyao to Crystal Voyage.
This is a place full of fantasy, making you feel as if you have entered a fairy tale world. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao boarded the Crystal Voyage cruise ship, embarking on a magical and dreamlike journey. The boats glided leisurely along the shimmering waterways, and the scenery on both banks unfolded like a series of magnificent paintings. The colorful lights and wonderful sound effects intertwined to create a mysterious and romantic atmosphere. As the ship slowly passed through the mysterious cave, colorful lights illuminated the entire space, making one feel as if they were in a magical world. Flowers blooming along the waterway emit a captivating fragrance, and a gentle breeze brings a touch of freshness and tranquility. Li Mengyao held Lin Xian in her arms, quietly appreciating the beautiful scenery before her. At noon, Lin Xian took Li Mengyao to a restaurant in Disneyland Mickey's Good Friends Market for lunch. Lin Xian ordered their signature dishes, braised lamb shank, seafood laksa noodles, German sausage, and pineapple shrimp fried rice. Looking at the table full of delicious food, Li Mengyao was overjoyed and then happily enjoyed her meal. After lunch, Lin Xian took Li Mengyao's hand and strolled to the wonderful memory house. Upon entering the store, Li Mengyao was immediately drawn to the wide variety of merchandise. She excitedly pointed to the exquisite crystal ornament in front of her and exclaimed, "Wow, this is so beautiful." Then, she turned her head and saw the uniquely designed badges, her eyes lighting up. "This badge is so cute." Lin Xian smiled slightly as he looked at Li Mengyao's happy expression. He smiled and said, "Which one do you like? Your husband will buy it for you." In the end, the two chose a cute badge and pinned it on each other's clothes. After leaving the wonderful memory house, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao each had a cute badge on their clothes. They smiled at each other and continued strolling around Disneyland. As they walked, Lin Xian noticed that Li Mengyao's forehead was starting to sweat and she looked tired. He asked gently, "Honey, are you tired?" Li Mengyao nodded gently and said, "It's a little hot." Lin Xian knew that the sun was strongest and the temperature was highest at noon, so he had booked a hotel in advance for his midday rest. So the two went to the hotel. "I'm so tired." Li Mengyao sighed contentedly as she lay on the soft bed. Lin Xian lay down beside her, hugged her tightly, and said with a smile, "Wife, it will be very hot this afternoon, let's go out later." Li Mengyao nodded in agreement. So the two snuggled together and soon fell asleep. After the afternoon heat subsided, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao left the hotel to continue exploring Jinghai Disneyland. The two first visited the Alice in Wonderland maze, traversing a maze composed of fantastical sculptures such as hedges, stone walls, and giant flowers, and also encountered the magic cat and the little white rabbit. Afterwards, Lin Xian continued to take Li Mengyao to see Frozen, as if they had stepped into an ethereal, pure, and magical ice and snow world. After the visit, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao went to the Old Vine Tree restaurant at Disneyland for dinner. They sat by the window, admiring the night view outside. Li Mengyao looked at the siblings eating at the next table and a warm smile appeared on her face. The younger brother said pitifully, "Sis, I want to eat some of yours too." The older sister firmly replied, "No. You didn't order it yourself just now." The younger brother said, looking aggrieved, "I'll only eat a little." The older sister replied somewhat helplessly, "Then you can't eat too much." Suddenly, my younger brother grabbed a hamburger and took a big bite, finishing more than half of it.
Ah!
My hamburger, the sister screamed.
Seeing this, Li Mengyao couldn't help but chuckle.
Then she touched her slightly protruding belly and wondered if her two future babies would be just as cute and mischievous. At 8 p.m., as night fell, a breathtaking fireworks show began at Jinghai Disneyland. Brilliant fireworks burst in the night sky, like dazzling flowers blooming in an instant, or like countless stars falling to earth, their colorful light illuminating the entire park. People looked up, their faces beaming with happiness and joy.
"Husband!"
Li Mengyao called out, her voice drowned out by the noisy surroundings, but Lin Xian keenly caught her call.
He lowered his head, looking at his beautiful and charming wife, a gentle smile appearing on his lips. "What's wrong?"
Just then, a huge firework shot into the sky, like a dazzling dragon soaring straight into the heavens. Li Mengyao reached out her small hand to hug Lin Xian's neck, stood on tiptoe, and offered him a sweet kiss. Lin Xian was slightly taken aback, but then responded to her enthusiasm, and the two were immersed in a sweet atmosphere.
Bang!
With a loud bang, a huge firework exploded in the air, like a fairy waving her colorful sleeves and scattering countless gorgeous petals. It also illuminated the figures of Lin Xian and Li Mengyao embracing and kissing.
Chapter 105 Honorary President.
Time flies like an arrow, and soon the annual Zhongyuan Festival, also known as the Ghost Festival or July 15th Festival, will arrive. According to folk tradition, the gates of hell will be opened wide on this day, releasing all the ghosts so that the deceased ancestors can return home and reunite with their families. I remember back then, whenever the Ghost Festival approached, Lin Xian would always be too playful to go home. His mother, Zhang Shulan, would scare him by saying that there will be many ghosts tonight, and with Lin Wanqing adding fuel to the fire, young Lin Xian was so frightened that he dared not step out of the house. Now that he's older, Lin Xian no longer believes it.
Ghosts and such don't exist.
In the early morning, sunlight streamed into the room through the gaps in the curtains. Lin Xian slowly opened his eyes, feeling the gentle breathing of his wife, Li Mengyao, in his arms. At this moment, she nestled tightly in Lin Xian's arms, a slight smile playing on her lips. Lin Xian gently placed a deep kiss on Li Mengyao's forehead, then carefully got out of bed. After washing up, Lin Xian went into the kitchen and carefully prepared a sumptuous breakfast. After finishing his meal, Lin Xian put his wife's portion in the warmer.
Then, he left home and went to Jinwan Technology Company.
An hour later, Li Mengyao also woke up from her sweet dream. She blinked her beautiful eyes in a daze, looking around with a hazy gaze. Seeing that her husband was no longer in bed, she felt a slight sense of loss, but she knew he had gone to the company. So she lay quietly on the bed for a while, enjoying the moment of peace and languor. Then, she slowly got out of bed and went to the bathroom to wash up. Next, she went to the kitchen, opened the warming cabinet, and found a familiar loving breakfast inside. A happy smile spread across Li Mengyao's face as she sat down at the table, slowly savoring the delicious breakfast. Just then, her phone rang, interrupting her thoughts. She picked up her phone and saw that it was Lu Yusin making a video call. Li Mengyao was slightly taken aback, then clicked the answer button, and Lu Yusin's smiling face immediately appeared on the screen.
"Yao Yao, let's go out and play later," Lu Yusin said excitedly. "Xin, don't you have to go to work?" Li Mengyao asked curiously. "What kind of work? I never want to work again in my life."
Upon hearing the word work, Lu Yusin's face instantly fell, and she looked extremely unhappy.
"Ha ha, is Zun Du fake Du?" Li Mengyao burst into laughter at Lu Yusin's expression. "Zun Du. I'm on vacation today and don't want to discuss work." "It's settled then. I'm going to take a nap and leave as soon as I wake up," Lu Yusin said and then hung up the video call.
After finishing breakfast, Li Mengyao sat down on the sofa in the living room, holding a book in her hand, and also picked up a cat toy to tease the cat. Time passed by, and about an hour later, she suddenly received a cute emoji from Lu Yusin, indicating that she had woken up and was ready to leave. Half an hour later, Li Mengyao finally finished dressing up. She looked at herself in the mirror, nodded in satisfaction, and then left the room. Before leaving, she took out her phone and sent a message to Lin Xian to let him know. Then, she opened the door and went out. Because Lu Yusin's car had recently broken down, Li Mengyao was responsible for driving her to pick her up this time. Li Mengyao walked up to the Bentley Continental, gently opened the car door, and climbed into the spacious and comfortable driver's seat. She then pressed the start button and activated the top-of-the-line intelligent driving system.
With a slight rumble, the car slowly drove out of Jinwan Mansion and headed towards its destination.
Not long after, Li Mengyao drove to the entrance of the residential area where Lu Yusin lived.
Just then, Lu Yusin walked out of the entrance of the residential area.
A hint of surprise flashed in Lu Yusin's eyes when she saw Li Mengyao's brand new convertible sports car. She excitedly walked quickly to the car, opened the passenger door, and plopped inside.
Wow, Yao Yao, when did you buy such a beautiful convertible sports car? Lu Yusin asked curiously.
This is a gift Lin Xian gave me for my birthday, Li Mengyao said with a smile.
TSK, not bad, you've completely become a little rich woman now, huh? Lu Yusin teased.
Don't talk nonsense, you're the rich woman, you're making me sound old.
Where are we going now?
Li Mengyao rolled her eyes at Lu Yusin and asked with a slight upturn of her lips.
Let's go eat first, I haven't had breakfast yet. Lu Yusin stretched out her little hand and pointed ahead.
Li Mengyao glanced at Lu Yusin speechlessly, then started the car and slowly drove forward.
Yao Yao, don't you hold the steering wheel when you drive?
Lu Yusin asked nervously, looking at Li Mengyao with her hands on her lap. No need, my car has intelligent driving capabilities, Li Mengyao said with a relaxed smile.
How can a gasoline-powered car have intelligent driving capabilities?
Meanwhile, Lin Xian happily returned home after handling some matters at the company. He had just opened the door when he was met not with a hug or a welcome from his wife.
Hey, where's my wife?
Lin Xian muttered to himself as he walked into the living room, then went into the bedroom to look around, but no one was there.
Strange, where did my wife go?
Lin Xian scratched his head, then took out his phone and saw a message from Li Mengyao. Honey, UXIN, and I went shopping.
We'll be back this afternoon.
Lin Xian sighed helplessly. Well, my wife has been lured away by my best friend again.
Looks like I'll have to deal with lunch by myself. With that, Lin Xian headed to the kitchen, intending to make something quick and easy to get by.
Just as Lin Xian was having lunch, the phone suddenly rang. Lin Xian picked it up and saw that it showed a call from Ez Yuan.
So he pressed the answer button. Brother Lin Xian, are you having lunch? Ez Yuan asked kindly on the other end of the phone. Yes, I'm eating right now. What's up, Mr. He?
Lin Xian replied with a smile.
That's really unfortunate. I was planning to invite you out for dinner. Do you have time tonight? Ez Yuan then asked.
I have to have dinner with my wife tonight, but Mr. He, please just say what you need, Lin Xian replied.
Actually it's like this. Ez Yuan laughed heartily, then said.
I would like to sincerely invite you to serve as the honorary president of our Jinghai City Piano Association.
What do you think? Chapter 106 is not bad, Chairman Lin. Honorary president? Lin Xian was completely taken aback that Ez Yuan would so directly appoint him as the honorary president of Jinghai City.
Yes, the honorary president doesn't need to be directly involved in the association's daily management.
It's just a nominal position, and you can show up occasionally.
Ez Yuan explained with a smile. Of course, if you have spare time, you can also provide some guidance to the newcomers.
Why me?
Lin Xian asked, puzzled. With your status as a top-tier pianist, you should naturally be appointed as the most honorary president, Ez Yuan replied with a smile.
Moreover, it would provide more convenience in the music field after your child is born, wouldn't it? After careful consideration, Lin Xian realized that Ez Yuan's words were indeed not without merit.
After all, it's always beneficial to build a wider network of connections. It can be said that his relationship with Ho Chi Yuan was mutually beneficial.
All right, I'm willing to accept the position of honorary president.
Lin Xian finally nodded in agreement, but also emphasized, however, my focus is still on my family. If there is a conflict in my schedule, I will definitely prioritize family matters.
Of course. Ez Yuan quickly expressed his understanding. Would it be convenient for you to come over this afternoon? Our piano association will be holding a grand appointment ceremony.
I'm free this afternoon, Lin Xian replied.
Okay, see you this afternoon.
After hanging up the phone, Ez Yuan was overjoyed he had finally managed to bring Lin Xian into his piano association.
On the other side, Li Mengyao and Lu Yusin arrived at a restaurant, which was the legendary Xianmeng restaurant. Yao Yao, let me tell you, this Xianmeng restaurant is super popular in Jinghai City.
I had to book several days in advance to successfully reserve a table.
Lu Yusin excitedly grabbed Li Mengyao's hand and walked into Xianmeng restaurant with a look of anticipation on her face.
The two found a comfortable seat, and after sitting down, Lu Yusin ordered her food.
After the waiter left, Lu Yusin revealed a sly smile and stared at Li Mengyao, asking, Yao Yao, what do you think of the dress I gave you?
Upon hearing this, Li Mengyao's cheeks instantly flushed red, and she said with a hint of embarrassment and annoyance, how dare you ask?
Ah, that night you guys.
Lu Yusin wanted to continue, but Li Mengyao quickly covered her mouth with her hand, preventing her from speaking.
Stop talking.
Just then, a waiter came over and brought out all the dishes, which smelled enticing.
The food is served. Please enjoy your meal.
The two immediately put aside their previous topic and began to enjoy the delicious food while chatting happily.
Wow, this is so delicious. It was totally worth the wait.
Lu Yusin picked up a piece of tender and juicy meat, put it in her mouth and savored it, nodding in satisfaction.
This tastes a bit like your husband's cooking, but it's not as good as his.
Lu Yusin had gained experience from frequently eating at her best friend's house. Upon hearing Lu Yusin's evaluation, Li Mengyao simply smiled slightly.
This Xianmeng restaurant was opened by her husband.
Just as the two were finishing their meal, Zhou Quan came out from backstage.
He looked around and his gaze landed on Li Mengyao. Sister-in-law?
Zhou Quan exclaimed in surprise, then quickly walked to the front desk.
He said to the receptionist, Xiaoli, waive the fee for this table.
The receptionist smiled and nodded, indicating that she understood.
After giving his instructions, Zhou Quan walked happily to Li Mengyao's table and greeted her warmly. Sister-in-law, what brings you to the restaurant today? Where's brother Xian? Zhou Quan asked curiously.
Li Mengyao smiled and replied, he should be eating at home.
I'm having dinner with Yusin today. You've met her before. Zhou Quan was puzzled after hearing this.
He turned to look at Lu Yusin and found her smiling at him.
Hello, I'm sorry I didn't see you just now. Zhou Quan blushed instantly and said shyly. It's alright, are you eating here too? Lu Yusin asked with a smile.
No, I'm the manager of this Xianmeng restaurant.
Would you like anything else? Zhou Quan asked with a smile. Ha? You're the manager of this restaurant?
Lu Yusin asked, somewhat surprised. Actually, this restaurant belongs to Lin Xian, I'm just managing it for him, Zhou Quan explained.
Just then, a shout came from backstage, Manager Zhou.
I need to take care of that first, you guys continue enjoying your meal.
With that, Zhou Quan turned and left. Watching Zhou Quan's departing figure, Lu Yusin said with some emotion, Yao Yao, this restaurant is also Lin Xian's?
Yes, but my husband doesn't manage it much. Zhou Quan does most of the work, Li Mengyao said with a smile.
So? What's your impression of him? Li Mengyao suddenly asked.
I don't really feel anything, but Zhou Quan is quite impressive for managing Xianmeng restaurant so well, Lu Yusin replied thoughtfully. After they finished eating, the two continued shopping in the mall.
Yao Yao, how's this dress? Ha ha ha. What kind of clothes are you looking for?
In the afternoon, after receiving his employment certificate from the Jinghai City Piano Association, Lin Xian couldn't wait to return home. He pushed open the door, and before he could even put down the employment certificate in his hand, he was drawn in by a familiar fragrance. He knew it was Li Mengyao's unique fragrance, and a feeling of warmth and sweetness welled up in his heart.
Welcome home.
Li Mengyao hugged Lin Xian and said softly, her voice full of warmth and love. Lin Xian couldn't help but kiss her cheek and asked with concern, wife, you're back so soon.
How was shopping today?
Li Mengyao squinted her eyes, enjoying her husband's kiss, and replied with a smile, I'll be back after shopping this afternoon. Lin Xian nodded and sat down on the sofa in the living room with his wife.
Honey, what's this?
Li Mengyao suddenly noticed that Lin Xian was holding a small red notebook and asked curiously, pointing at it. This is an employment certificate from the Jinghai City Piano Association, Lin Xian said with a smile. Li Mengyao took it and carefully opened it, immediately noticing a line of text on it. Effective immediately, the Jinghai Piano Association officially appoints Lin Xian as its honorary president. She couldn't help but show a surprised expression, her eyes sparkling with excitement, and exclaimed, not bad, Chairman Lin. After saying that, she stretched out her little hand and playfully lifted Lin Xian's chin, a smile on her lips. Lin Xian saw his wife so boldly teasing him. So he took the opportunity to put his arm around Li Mengyao's waist, pulled her into his arms, and kissed her passionately.
Chapter 107 The Little Devil is Here. Honey, the baby's hungry. Li Mengyao touched her slightly protruding belly and said to Lin Xian in a coquettish tone. Honey, I'll go prepare dinner now.
Lin Xian smiled, stood up, and went into the kitchen to get busy.
Evening arrived quickly.
After dinner, the two sat on the beanbag chairs on the balcony as usual, leisurely enjoying the night view of the river. Li Mengyao nestled in Lin Xian's arms, playing on her phone while chatting with him. "Honey, I have a package that has arrived."
Li Mengyao suddenly looked up and said to Lin Xian with a look of anticipation.
"I have one too, honey, I'll go get it now." Lin Xian took the opportunity to kiss Li Mengyao again, then smiled and left the balcony. After Lin Xian left, Li Mengyao quickly returned to her room and took out the clothes she had bought with Lu Yusen that afternoon while shopping. She thought nervously, will this really scare my husband? He's so afraid of ghosts, and today is the ghost festival, he'll probably be frightened. Thinking of this, Li Mengyao gritted her teeth and made up her mind to change into that black short dress. On the other side, Lin Xian went downstairs to the express delivery locker at the front door, skillfully entered the pickup code, and hurried home after receiving the package. When he opened the door, he found it was pitch black inside.
What's going on? Where did my wife go? Lin Xian wondered, and his steps slowed down.
He cautiously entered the house and tried to turn on the lights, but to no avail. The room was eerily quiet.
"Wife! Where are you?"
Lin Xian shouted in a panic. Lin Xian's heart began to race, and a nameless fear welled up inside him. He couldn't help but remember that today was the Ghost Festival, also known as the Hungry Ghost Festival.
Is my house really haunted?
Lin Xian grew increasingly frightened, a fine layer of sweat beading on his forehead. But he mustered his courage and told himself he had to find his wife first. So, Lin Xian shakily turned on his phone's flashlight to illuminate the road ahead. He took a deep breath and walked step by step toward the room, preparing to search one by one.
At each room door, he would gently push it open, nervously looking around as if afraid of seeing something terrifying.
Just as Lin Xian slowly entered a room, he suddenly heard a series of hurried footsteps behind him.
Who's there?
Lin Xian turned around abruptly, only to find no one there. Judging from the voice, it seemed like someone had run out of the living room.
Just as Lin Xian walked out of the room and into the living room with a trembling heart,
suddenly the lights in the room came on.
Lin Xian was startled and froze, afraid to move.
"Ha ha ha, the little devil is here." Lin Xian heard a familiar voice.
He looked in the direction of the sound and saw Li Mengyao peeking out from the side. Li Mengyao was wearing a black mini dress and a cute devil hair clip.
With her delicate face and small ears, she looked playful and adorable.
She was showing Lin Xian her cute teeth.
Lin Xian stared blankly at Li Mengyao, his mind completely blank, the fear he had just felt vanishing in an instant. More than fear, what surprised him at this moment was Li Mengyao's contrasting outfit.
"Honey, did I scare you?"
Li Mengyao saw Lin Xian still in a daze, so she quickly went up and hugged him, feeling a little guilty. She had actually intended to turn off the lights to scare her husband, but she was afraid of frightening him, so she turned the lights back on.
"Wife, you're getting more and more mischievous. You're even scaring your husband now."
Lin Xian finally realized and smiled.
He looked at Li Mengyao's outfit with surprise.
"Humph, I was originally planning to turn off the lights to scare you, but then I thought about how my husband is a coward, and what if he got scared?
So I turned the lights on for you."
Li Mengyao proudly raised her head, her eyes full of smugness. Lin Xian lowered his head and gently kissed those alluring lips. A blush crept onto Li Mengyao's face as she softly murmured, "Turn off the lights." What followed was a scene that defies description. In the days that followed, Lin Xian would go to the company every morning to handle business, but he would also take some time to visit the restaurant and the Jinghai Piano Association. He spent most of his time with Li Mengyao. Time flies, and it's already early September morning. That day, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao packed their luggage together. Li Mengyao said with a smile, "That's about it, honey, let's go." "Okay." Lin Xian nodded in response, picked up a suitcase, and took Li Mengyao's hand as they walked to the parking lot downstairs at Jinwan Mansion. Lin Xian carefully helped Li Mengyao into the passenger seat, then stuffed the suitcase into the trunk of the Bentley Continental. Once everything was ready, he got into the driver's seat. "Xiaobin, locate me to Jingshui City," Lin Xian instructed the car's top-of-the-line intelligent driving system. "Okay." As the voice prompt ended, the Bentley Continental started smoothly and headed towards Stillwater.
Chapter 108. I gained weight because of the baby.
Throughout the journey, Li Mengyao was in a very pleasant mood. She admired the scenery outside the car window and hummed a few beautiful songs from time to time. This is understandable, given that she hasn't seen her mother for a long time. Looking at his wife's jubilant expression, Lin Xian couldn't help but smile with satisfaction.
After a 4-hour drive, they finally arrived at their destination, downstairs from Li Mingyao's apartment building. After Lin Xian brought the car to a smooth stop, he got out, opened the car door for Li Mengyao, and took her hand as they went upstairs together. Before long, the two arrived at their doorstep. Li Mengyao took out her keys, opened the door, and eagerly stepped inside, shouting, "Mom, I'm home." Meanwhile, Huang Shifang was busy preparing lunch in the kitchen. Hearing her daughter's familiar voice, she immediately put down what she was doing and hurried out of the kitchen. Li Mengyao walked quickly to her mother and gently hugged her. "Mom, I missed you so much." Huang Shifang gently stroked her daughter's hair, her eyes filled with joy and relief. "Yao Yao, it's good that you're back." Then, she noticed Lin Xian standing to the side, carrying a large bag full of gifts, and couldn't help but smile and say, "Lin Xian, you're here, but why did you bring so much stuff? Don't do this again next time, or Mom will really be unhappy." "It's not much, Mom. You and Mengyao sit down and talk for a while. I'll go cook," Lin Xian said to Huang Shifang with a smile. Because Lin Xian and Li Mengyao were already married, Lin Xian now calls Huang Shifang Mom instead of Auntie. "I can do it." Before Huang Shifang could finish speaking, Lin Xian had already gone into the kitchen and started working. So Huang Shifang pulled Li Mengyao to sit on the sofa, and looking at Li Mengyao's protruding belly, a relieved smile appeared on his face. She never imagined that her daughter would become a mother, and a mother of two at that. "Yao Yao, how many months pregnant are you now?" Huang Shifang asked with concern. "I'm 5 months pregnant." Li Mengyao gently stroked her belly, her face radiating maternal love. "Time flies. My granddaughter is about to be born," Huang Shifang said with emotion. "I really want to see what the little one looks like. Have you been feeling unwell lately?" Huang Shifang continued to ask. "No, Lin Xian took very good care of me," Li Mengyao replied gently. "I can see that finding a son-in-law like Lin Xian is a blessing for our family," Huang Shifang said with emotion. "Your father would be comforted in heaven." Huang Shifang's eyes were slightly red, her voice trembled slightly, and she couldn't help but choke up. "Mom, don't cry, it makes me want to cry too." Seeing her mother's tears, Li Mengyao felt a pang of sadness and quickly pulled out a tissue to wipe away Huang Shifang's tears. Huang Shifang sniffed, forcing back the tears in her eyes, and smiled through her tears, saying, "Mom, these are tears of joy. Don't cry anymore. Come on, tell Mom how you've been doing lately." Upon hearing this, Li Mengyao smiled and recounted the most important recent events to her mother. Just then, Lin Xian brought out the last dish from the kitchen and placed it on the table, calling out to the two of them, "Dinner's ready." So the mother and daughter stood up and sat down at the dining table. Lin Xian prepared a very lavish meal, including braised fish, sweet and sour pork ribs, braised beef, and winter melon meatball soup, among other delicious dishes. Looking at the delicious food in front of her, Huang Shifang couldn't help but praise, "Lin Xian, your cooking skills are getting better and better." "Ha, thank you for the compliment, Mom." Lin Xian smiled slightly, then picked up a piece of fish and fed it to Li Mengyao. Delicious." Li Mengyao said indistinctly while chewing on the fish. "Mom, Lin Xian's cooking is even better than that of a 5-star chef." Huang Shifang chuckled, her gaze falling on her daughter, and then said, "No wonder Yao Yao has gained so much weight." "Mom." Hearing this, Li Mengyao blushed and said coquettishly, "I've gained weight because of the baby, not because I'm greedy." As she spoke, she picked up another piece of pork rib and put it in her mouth. Lin Xian and Huang Shifang exchanged a glance and both smiled happily. "By the way, Mom, we're planning to move to Times Garden this afternoon," Lin Xian said. "Great. The environment there is nice and comfortable." Huang Shifang nodded, then turned to Lin Xian and said gratefully, "Lin Xian, thank you. Thanks to you, Mengyao and I are living better and better." "Mom, please don't be so polite. We're all family." "Please don't say things like that to me again," Lin Xian said earnestly. Huang Shifang nodded slightly, a hint of emotion flashing in her eyes. "Okay, Mom understands." After lunch, Huang Shifang took the bowl and chopsticks from Lin Xian's hands and said with a smile, "You two should go and rest for a while. I'll clean up here." Lin Xian smiled helplessly and led Li Mengyao back to their room. Li Mengyao changed into a pink nightgown, eagerly lay back on her familiar bed, then made room for Lin Xian, beckoned, and called out, "Honey, come to sleep." Seeing this, Lin Xian smiled slightly, immediately changed into his pajamas, lay down next to Li Mengyao, and gently hugged her. "We're moving soon, are you feeling a little sad?" Lin Xian asked gently. A hint of reluctance flashed in Li Mengyao's eyes, but she still smiled and said, "Of course I'll be a little reluctant to leave, after all, this is where I've lived since I was a child. But thinking that I can come back and visit any time in the future makes it all worthwhile." Go to sleep, baby. Lin Xian gently kissed Li Mengyao's cheek.
Li Mengyao nodded happily and closed her eyes. The two then fell into a deep sleep. In the afternoon, after Lin Xian woke up, he first packed up all of Li Mengyao's things, then dragged the luggage downstairs again and stuffed it into the trunk of the Bentley Continental. When Lin Xian went upstairs for the last time, he found Huang Shifang coming downstairs with a huge suitcase. Since I mainly brought clothes and small daily necessities, I was able to fit them all in the car.
Lin Xian, you changed your car again?
Huang Shifang looked at the brand new Bentley Continental convertible in front of her with surprise, her eyes full of shock and doubt.
Yes, it was just changed recently. This car is for Mengyao to drive.
Lin Xian smiled slightly, took the luggage from Huang Shifang's hands, and easily stuffed it into the Bentley's trunk.
Just right, the Bentley's trunk was packed full.
At this moment, Huang Shifang secretly sighed, Lin Xian is just too rich.
Alright, Mom, get in the car now, Lin Xian said gently, looking at Huang Shifang who was still in a daze. Huang Shifang seemed to wake from a dream and quickly nodded in response, okay.
She hurriedly climbed into the back seat of the Bentley Continental, enjoying the luxurious atmosphere inside the car. Then, Lin Xian carefully helped Li Mengyao and settled her in the passenger seat.
Finally, Lin Xian returned to the driver's seat and prepared to set off.
Lin Xian gently pressed the button, and the roof of the Bentley Continental slowly opened, like a blooming flower. With the roar of the engine, the car slowly drove out of the parking space and headed towards Times Garden. Throughout the journey, Huang Shifang was filled with emotion. She never imagined that one day she would be able to sit in such a luxurious convertible and enjoy the feeling of a gentle breeze on her face. The Bentley Continental cruised through the streets of Stillwater, becoming a striking sight.
Passers-by cast envious glances, marveling at the expensive sports car. Chapter 109 I love eating whatever my husband makes.
Soon, the Bentley Continental came to a smooth stop in the parking lot of the Times Garden residential complex. After getting out of the car, Lin Xian, Li Mengyao, and Huang Shifang headed towards Building A of Times Garden. Before long, they arrived at the door of apartment 1201 in Building A.
Lin Xian extended his finger and gently pressed the fingerprint lock.
With a soft click, the solemn and grand smart door slowly opened.
When Huang Shifang went inside, she was stunned.
Her eyes widened, and she was so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth.
The new Chinese-style interior design is full of artistic flair, and the luxurious decor and brand new furniture are truly eye-catching. The renovation costs are almost equivalent to a decent apartment in the city. Honey, did you buy a piano here too? Li Mengyao walked in, her eyes scanning the surroundings, and suddenly exclaimed in surprise.
She walked briskly to the piano in the living room, her face beaming with excitement. Yes, my wife loves listening to me play the piano, so we have one in every house, Lin Xian replied with a smile. Li Mengyao and Huang Shifang began to explore every corner of the house with great interest, carefully appreciating every detail. Lin Xian followed behind them, checking the house's renovation for any flaws. Finally, after they had walked all over the house, all three of them smiled with satisfaction. Afterwards, they sat together on the soft, comfortable solid wood sofa, leisurely watching the 85-inch TV and enjoying the tranquility and warmth of the moment.
Mom, can we invite Mengyao's aunt and her family over for dinner tonight? Lin Xian asked his mother, Huang Shifang, with a smile.
Okay, I'll ask right away. Huang Shifang happily agreed, then picked up her phone to call her sister Huang Shizhen and invite her family over for dinner.
Huang Shifang dialed Huang Shizhen's number. Sister, are you and brother-in-law free tonight?
Yes, what's wrong, sister?
Huang Shizhen replied on the other end of the phone.
Well, Lin Xian and Mengyao are back. They've moved to a new place and wanted to invite you all to dinner tonight, Huang Shifang said happily.
What? You've moved to a new house? Huang Shizhen asked in surprise.
Yes, we've moved to Times Garden now, Huang Shifang replied with a smile. Oh dear, that's terrible. Xingchuan and I will definitely come, but Luo Jiai is still out of town, so she can't come, Huang Shizhen said regretfully.
It's okay, see you tonight. Huang Shifang then hung up the phone.
Mom, I'll go to the supermarket to buy some ingredients for tonight's meal, Lin Xian said, standing up. No need, Mom can go buy it, Huang Shifang quickly stopped her. Mom, you and Mengyao should rest at home.
After saying that, Lin Xian walked towards the door.
Just as he changed his shoes and was about to leave, he suddenly felt a force coming from behind him. It turned out that Li Mengyao had tightly held his big hand with her soft little hand.
Honey, I want to go too.
Li Mengyao blinked her bright eyes, a radiant smile on her lips, her tone slightly coquettish.
Lin Xian turned around, gently pinched Li Mengyao's delicate cheek, and asked with concern, "Wife, aren't you tired?"
Not tired, Li Mengyao shook her head and answered happily. Seeing his wife's energetic appearance, Lin Xian couldn't help but smile and nodded, saying, "All right then, let's go together." Hearing her husband's words, Li Mengyao's face beamed with a happy smile. She nodded obediently, letting Lin Xian take her hand, and they walked out of the house together.
Before long, they arrived at the entrance of Walmart.
After parking the car, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao walked into the supermarket hand in hand. After entering the supermarket, Lin Xian pushed a shopping cart and began to carefully select the ingredients he needed.
"Honey, what are you planning to cook tonight?" Li Mengyao asked curiously, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Lin Xian smiled and replied, "Let me think.
First, we need a braised carp, symbolizing abundance year after year, hoping our future life will be prosperous and fulfilling. Then we need some 4 happiness meatballs, representing the 4 great joys of life: fortune, prosperity, longevity, and happiness, wishing our whole family happiness and good health. And of course, we can't forget lobster, because it has the auspicious meaning of rising higher and higher."
"Honey, I didn't know you knew all this."
Li Mengyao smiled sweetly.
"Of course, is there a reward for my husband?" Lin Xian asked with a mischievous smile. "Aren't you ashamed, being out in public?" Li Mengyao blushed and glared at Lin Xian. "Honey, is there anything you particularly want to eat?"
Lin Xian asked with a doting expression. "There's nothing in particular I want to eat," Li Mengyao said, shaking her head.
"Because I love eating whatever my husband makes."
Li Mengyao then said with a smile, her smile as gentle as a spring breeze, as beautiful as a fairy from heaven. Lin Xian couldn't resist and hugged Li Mengyao, kissing her on her beautiful face. Li Mengyao hurriedly broke free, glanced around, and saw several aunties looking at her with doting smiles.
Li Mengyao blushed deeply with embarrassment, wishing she could disappear into the ground. "You stinky husband, can't you be a little more discreet when you're out?"
Li Mengyao said angrily. "My wife is so beautiful, I just couldn't resist," Lin Xian said with a smile.
"All right, let's hurry up and buy the ingredients, then head home."
Li Mengyao shook her head helplessly and pulled Lin Xian to continue walking forward.
After buying the groceries, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao drove away from Walmart. "Mom, we're back." Lin Xian led Li Mengyao home.
Hearing the sound, Wang Shifang came out of the living room and said with a smile, "Lin Xian, you've worked hard. Please put your things down and I'll cook." As she spoke, she reached out to take the bag from Lin Xian's hand. However, Lin Xian laughed and said, "No need, you and Mengyao can rest in the living room.
It's a good opportunity for your aunt and uncle to try my cooking."
After saying that, he picked up the bag and went into the kitchen, ready to show off his skills.
Around 5 p.m., a crisp doorbell rang.
Huang Shifang stood up, walked to the door, and looked out through the security camera. She saw 2 people standing outside the door: her sister Huang Shizhen and her brother-in-law Luo Qingchuan. They carried a beautiful fruit basket and a small, exquisite money tree, their faces beaming with bright smiles. Huang Shifang quickly opened the door and greeted them with a smile. "Sister, brother-in-law, you've arrived."
Huang Shizhen smiled and said, "Sister, congratulations on your housewarming."
Huang Shifang gratefully accepted the gift and said, "Thank you, please come in."
Huang Shizhen and Luo Qingchuan entered the house, looked around, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Sister, the decoration here is so exquisite. It must have cost a lot of money."
Huang Shifang smiled and replied, "Lin Xian handled everything." Then she led the 2 into the living room and warmly poured them a cup of hot tea. Just then, Li Mengyao came out of the room and saw Huang Shizhen and Luo Qingchuan. She greeted them happily, "Auntie, uncle." When Huang Shizhen saw Li Mengyao's protruding belly, a kind smile appeared on his face.
"Yao Yao, come over to your auntie." Chapter 110. It's all for Mengyao's good.
Li Mengyao sat obediently next to Huang Shizhen, her face beaming with a happy smile. Looking at her, Huang Shizhen couldn't help but sigh with emotion. "I never thought our Yao Yao would be preparing to become a mother." Her tone was full of relief and joy. The Huang family had a deep bond with Li Mengyao. They practically watched her grow up. Now that she sees Li Mengyao about to become a mother, she is genuinely happy for her. Li Mengyao nodded shyly upon hearing Huang Shizhen's words. She knew that all of this was thanks to Lin Xian's care and love, so she said with emotion, "It seems that Lin Xian has taken good care of you."
"By the way, where is Lin Xian?" Huang Shizhen asked curiously. Li Mengyao smiled and replied, "He's cooking in the kitchen." "It's really rare to see a man who can cook for his wife's family, Xingchuan, don't you think?" Huang Shizhen praised, then glanced at Luo Qingxuan. Yes.
Upon hearing this, Luo Qingxuan quickly shifted his gaze and pretended to be watching TV intently. Luo Qingxuan is the kind of man who never goes into the kitchen, so he felt rather embarrassed when his wife asked him that question.
Everyone couldn't help but laugh when they saw Luo Qingxuan's reaction.
Just then, Lin Xian had already prepared all the delicious dishes and brought them to the table one after another.
He greeted everyone warmly, "Dinner's ready."
Lin Xian walked into the living room and politely greeted Huang Shizhen and Luo Qingxuan. "Auntie, uncle, you're here."
"Lin Xian, you've really worked hard," Huang Shizhen said with a smile.
"It's no trouble at all, it's what I should do."
"Everyone, get ready to eat,"
Lin Xian replied with a smile. Afterwards, everyone sat down around the dining table. The table was laden with a sumptuous spread of dishes, emitting an enticing aroma. There were fragrant braised carp, 2 servings of large 4 happiness meatballs, delicious baked lobster with cheese, garlic-flavored spare ribs, aromatic stir-fried beef with scallions, tender and juicy chicken stew with mushrooms, and flavorful bamboo shoot and crushing carp soup. That made a total of 7 dishes. Because Li Mengyao was pregnant and more sensitive to the taste of alcohol, everyone chose to drink fruit juice instead of alcohol.
New home, new happiness, new fortune. Wishing you a happy move to your new home. May you always be smiling, may happiness stay with you forever, and may your life become better and better. Huang Shizhen raised his glass and sincerely wished you well.
Cheers! Everyone raised their glasses and toasted together. Then, they began to savor the delicious food on the table. Lin Xian, your cooking skills are simply divine.
Huang Shizhen couldn't help but exclaim. Yes, this is the first time I've ever had such delicious food, Luo Qingxuan echoed.
Yes, I was also very surprised at first, Wang Shifang said with a smile.
If it's delicious, everyone should eat more.
Lin Xian was a little embarrassed by the praise, but his heart was filled with joy.
No wonder Yao Yao has gained a lot of weight,
Huang Shizhen said, glancing at Li Mengyao as he ate. Upon hearing this, Li Mengyao froze, and the meat she was about to eat instantly stopped. She stared wide-eyed at Huang Shizhen in disbelief.
Oh, why does Auntie say that too? Li Mengyao pouted, looking a little upset. Ha ha ha. Everyone couldn't help but laugh when they saw Li Mengyao's adorable expression. Laughter echoed in the room, making everyone feel incredibly warm.
After dinner, Huang Shifang was clearing the dishes to wash them, but Huang Shizhen insisted on going into the kitchen to help. So, only Lin Xian, Li Mengyao, and Luo Qingxuan remained in the living room. At this moment, Luo Qingxuan sat on the sofa, looking at the luxurious decorations in the room, and a sense of doubt arose in his heart. He was quite surprised that Lin Xian, at such a young age, possessed such wealth and status.
So he couldn't help but ask, Lin Xian, what are you doing in Jinghai City now?
He hoped that by asking this question, he could gain a deeper understanding of Lin Xian's background and professional situation. Lin Xian smiled slightly and replied in a gentle tone, I own a technology company in Jinghai.
Upon hearing Lin Xian's answer, Luo Qingxuan nodded in satisfaction, expressing his appreciation.
He exclaimed, I never imagined you'd start a company at such a young age. You're truly remarkable.
Then, Luo Qingxuan continued, it seems that Mengyao has chosen the right person. Judging from all the details, you are really good to Mengyao.
I watched Mengyao grow up since she was a child. After her father passed away, I treated her as my second daughter. Luo Qingxuan's voice carried a deep emotion, allowing listeners to feel his deep affection for Mengyao. Although it may be inappropriate to say these things on this housewarming day, I am a pragmatic person, so I still want to tell you that if you treat her badly in the future, I will hold you accountable immediately. His tone was firm and serious, making his warning impossible to ignore. Lin Xian was deeply moved by Luo Qingxuan's words. He knew that Luo Qingxuan said those words entirely out of concern and care for Mengyao. Lin Xian quickly replied, I am very grateful to your family for taking care of Mengyao.
I will definitely treat Mengyao well.
A resolute glint flashed in his eyes as he expressed his determination to Luo Qingxuan.
Okay. Luo Qingxuan nodded with satisfaction, a pleased smile on his face.
Come, try some of the fresh fruit I just washed. Just then, Huang Shizhen came out of the kitchen, carrying a bowl of abundant fruit. However, when she stepped into the living room, she keenly sensed that something was amiss.
Old Luo, are you asking Lin Xian all sorts of questions again? Huang Shizhen frowned and glared at Luo Qingxuan, scolding him. I only asked a little bit. Luo Qingxuan lowered his head guiltily and said in a low voice. You're about to retire, and I'm telling you, you should really get rid of this occupational habit.
Huang Shizhen sighed helplessly, his tone tinged with a hint of resentment. Lin Xian, please don't mind him. He's been working at the procuratorate for a long time, and it's just an old problem he's developed. Huang Shizhen turned around and explained to Lin Xian with a face full of apology. It's alright, it's all for Mingyao's sake. Lin Xian smiled slightly, his tone relaxed and gentle. At this moment, Li Mengyao nestled close to Lin Xian, her face beaming with a happy smile. Then, everyone chatted happily in the living room, discussing everything from work to life, from the past to the future, freely and joyfully. After a while, Huang Shizhen and Luo Qingxuan got up to say goodbye. At night, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao lay on the soft bed. Lin Xian looked at his wife in his arms, gently stroked her hair, and then said tenderly, "Good night, baby." Then, he slowly moved closer to her cheek, preparing to give her a sweet goodnight kiss. However, at that moment, Li Mengyao suddenly reached out her small hand and gently covered Lin Xian's lips. "Humph, it's all your fault. You made me so fat, and now you won't let me kiss you." Li Mengyao pouted. Chapter 111 Quit your job at the supermarket. Wife, how can you blame me? Lin Xian said with a smile, gently removing Li Mengyao small hand from her hand. Who else is to blame but you? Li Mengyao said coquettishly, then stretched out her other small hand to continue covering Lin Xian's lips. Baby, they're the ones who made you fat. Lin Xian removed Li Mengyao's small hand again and held it tightly in both of his hands. Li Mengyao glared at Lin Xian reproachfully, trying to reach out to cover herself again, but found that both of her small hands were firmly locked by Lin Xian and she couldn't pull them out. Lin Xian's face drew closer and closer, their breaths mingling. Finally, Lin Xian's lips gently touched Li Mengyao's lips. After a long while, Lin Xian reluctantly released the beauty in his arms, looking at her with doting eyes. It means the babies are developing well. They'll gradually lose weight after my wife gives birth, Lin Xian said softly, his tone full of tenderness and care. Li Mengyao's mind went blank from the kiss, and her little temper disappeared. She leaned against Lin Xian's chest, quietly feeling his warmth, and soon fell asleep. Just as Lin Xian was holding Li Mengyao and preparing to fall asleep, the system's voice sounded again. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for helping the baby's mother celebrate her housewarming. A boutique shop located downstairs in the Times Garden residential complex will be awarded as a reward. Please check. The system is giving away another shop? The shop gave it to me, but it's not really of any use yet. Well, something is better than nothing. I'll go check it out tomorrow. Lin Xian gradually drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Lin Xian got up early to make breakfast for his family. Before long, a delicious aroma wafted from the kitchen. Lin Xian, why are you up so early? Huang Shifang asked as she came out of the room. I couldn't sleep, so I got up. Mom, come and have breakfast. Lin Xian said with a smile, and brought 2 bowls of shrimp and tomato noodles to the table. Each bowl had a golden poached egg on top, making it look very appetizing. Okay. Huang Shifang sat down at the dining table, picked up her chopsticks, and began to enjoy the delicious breakfast. After finishing breakfast, Huang Shifang went to work. Just as Huang Shifang left, Lin Xian's phone rang suddenly. Hello, is this Mr. Lin? A clear and pleasant female voice came from the other end of the phone. Yes, may I ask who you are? Lin Xian asked curiously. I am the manager in charge of sales of shops in Times Garden. You ordered a boutique shop yesterday. When would you be free to come and check it? The other party asked politely. I live in Times Garden. I'll go there when I have time, Lin Xian replied. Okay, then I'll wait for you to come over. Lin Xian then hung up the phone. Suddenly, he realized that the shop was perfect for Huang Shifang to manage, and it was right downstairs in the residential complex, which was very convenient. Thinking of this, Lin Xian was overjoyed. As time went by, sunlight streamed through the windows and fell on the floor, creating dappled patterns of light and shadow. Lin Xian was leaning back in a comfortable chair on the balcony, admiring the beautiful scenery of the Times Garden community. Suddenly, he heard a clear, crisp voice calling out, "Husband." Lin Xian's gaze immediately turned towards the bedroom. He walked into the room with light steps, his eyes filled with anticipation and excitement. When he entered the room, he found Li Mengyao sitting quietly on the edge of the bed, staring at him with her bright, innocent eyes like a doe's. Honey, you're awake? Are you hungry? Breakfast is ready. Lin Xian said gently as he sat down next to Li Mengyao. Li Mengyao responded softly, her gaze still fixed on Lin Xian, as if she were looking at something. Lin Xian felt his wife's gaze and felt a little confused.
He couldn't help but reach out and touch his cheek, asking curiously, "Wife, is there something on my face?" "Yes, it's here."
Li Mengyao suddenly leaned closer to Lin Xian, her lips gently touching Lin Xian's right cheek, leaving a deep kiss. Lin Xian's body trembled slightly, and a sweet feeling welled up in his heart. Li Mengyao then quickly left the bedside and went to the bathroom to wash up. Lin Xian scratched his right cheek, then smiled happily. After Li Mengyao finished washing up, the two went to the restaurant together. Lin Xian watched his wife slurp up noodles in small bites. "Honey, let's go check out the shops downstairs later," Lin Xian said with a smile.
"Shops?" Li Mengyao asked curiously.
"Well, I wanted Mom to quit her job at the supermarket, but I was worried she'd be too bored, so I bought her a shop," Lin Xian replied with a smile.
"Really? Then Mom will be so happy."
Li Mengyao's face beamed with a smile. After all, Huang Shifang's job at the supermarket was both hard and low-paying. "Look how happy you are, you've even got soup on your lips," Lin Xian teased.
"Where is it?"
Li Mengyao tried to reach for a tissue to wipe it.
"Don't move, let your husband do it,"
Lin Xian said, taking a tissue and gently wiping his mouth clean.
"It's gone now."
After having breakfast, the two of them set off together to the downstairs of the Times Garden residential complex. "I found the premium shop that the system had gifted me."
The sales manager left after helping Lin Xian complete the signing process.
The two then began to carefully examine the 70 square meter shop. "It's just the right size, not too big or too small, and it's centered in the middle." Lin Xian and Li Mengyao were both satisfied.
Time quickly came to noon.
Huang Shifang finished her morning work and returned home. As soon as she entered the door, she smelled the enticing aroma of food. Lin Xian had already prepared a sumptuous lunch and said to her with a smile, "Mom, you've worked hard.
Come and eat."
Huang Shifang felt a warmth in her heart, and a happy smile spread across her face.
She couldn't help but exclaim, "It's so wonderful to have such a thoughtful son-in-law."
Then, the three of them sat down happily around the table and enjoyed the delicious lunch.
During the meal, Lin Xian suddenly asked, "Mom, how long until you retire?"
Huang Shifang was taken aback for a moment, then replied, "There are still more than 2 years left, what's wrong?"
Lin Xian smiled and said, "Mom, why don't you quit your job at the supermarket?"
Hearing this, Huang Shifang was stunned with surprise. No more wild thoughts after chapter 112. But soon, Huang Shifang came to her senses. She looked at Lin Xian and Li Mengyao, a smile appearing on her face, and said, "Lin Xian, I know you're doing well now, but if I suddenly had to retire early and have nothing to do, I would find it very difficult to adjust."
Huang Shifang has been busy for Li Mengyao for more than 10 years.
Suddenly asking her to stay at home and do nothing would indeed make her feel bored and uncomfortable. "Mom, we knew you wouldn't be comfortable with it, so Lin Xian bought you a shop downstairs in Times Garden," Li Mengyao explained with a smile.
Hearing this, Huang Shifang frowned and said, "A shop?
Lin Xian, you've been wasting money again." Lin Xian quickly waved his hand and said with a smile, "It's all right. I'll take care of this shop for you in the future.
You can open it whenever you want and rest whenever you want. Besides, it's very close to home."
After much persuasion from Lin Xian and Li Mengyao, Huang Shifang finally reluctantly agreed. Although she still felt it was a waste of money, Huang Shifang was very gratified to see how filial her two children were. So in the afternoon, after finishing her last day of work, Huang Shifang submitted her resignation to the company. Despite her superior's repeated attempts to persuade her to stay, she had already made up her mind to enjoy a more leisurely life. Ultimately, she successfully resigned from her job.
"Shifang, why did you suddenly resign?" Huang Shifang's colleague Chen Li asked in surprise. "My children don't want me to continue.
They say I've worked so hard for so many years and deserve a good rest," Huang Shifang explained with a smile. "Sai, I really envy you for having such a filial child.
What do you plan to do in the future?" Chen Li asked curiously.
"Yes, my child bought me a shop downstairs in Times Garden so I can open my own little shop," Huang Shifang replied happily.
"Wow, this is really great.
You can make money and have free time at the same time," Chen Li exclaimed. Then Chen Li thought about how her son had gradually become distant and unresponsive after getting married.
"My brat son, never mind, congratulations."
As night falls, the entire city is immersed in tranquility. After dinner, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao walked out of their home hand in hand and strolled along the tree-lined path in the residential area. The Times Garden residential area is very spacious, with shady trees, blooming flowers, and a gentle breeze carrying the refreshing fragrance of flowers. Soft light filters through the lush foliage, creating a play of light and shadow that is both dreamlike and enchanting.
Everything was so harmonious on this peaceful and beautiful night.
Lin Xian and Li Mengyao walked slowly along the path and saw many people enjoying this wonderful time. Some elderly people sat in the rest area playing chess and chatting. Some middle-aged women danced in the open space, their laughter echoing in the air, and a group of innocent and adorable little kids played and frolicked in the entertainment area, chasing and laughing non-stop. The two continued walking until they reached a flower bush. Li Mengyao reached out and gently touched the petals, feeling their softness and delicacy. Lin Xian stood to the side, quietly admiring Li Mengyao's beauty, his eyes filled with love.
Honey, do you think Yu might not be used to being in the pet store?
Li Mengyao suddenly thought of her own kitten and felt a little worried.
Of course not.
Yu was originally bought from that pet store, and the staff there will definitely take good care of her, Lin Xian reassured her.
Since Lin Xian and Li Mengyao had to return to Jingshui City, they had to leave Yu with Miao Miao Pet Shop.
Then, Li Mengyao's gaze was drawn to the children playing on the slide not far away. Looking at the children's innocent and smiling faces, she was filled with anticipation. Honey, my children will be able to play happily like them in the future, Li Mengyao said with a gentle smile, stroking her belly. Yes, we will, Lin Xian said gently, leading Li Mengyao forward.
At this moment, a question suddenly arose in Li Mengyao's mind: if it weren't for the child, would Lin Xian still be her husband?
The thought made her heart clench, as if an invisible force was tearing at her heart. She stopped, looked at Lin Xian, and asked softly, Husband, I have a question for you.
Wife, what's wrong? Lin Xian sensed Li Mengyao's unusual behavior and asked gently.
Li Mengyao took a deep breath, her eyes becoming unusually serious, even a little nervous, as she asked, if that night hadn't happened, and if we didn't have this child, would you still have fallen in love with me?
Lin Xian's body trembled slightly upon hearing these words.
However, Lin Xian quickly stepped forward and embraced Li Mengyao, gently stroking her hair. He said in a deep and firm voice, even without that night, you and I would have met again in the future, fallen in love, and you, my wife, would never escape my grasp. Lin Xian pressed his forehead against Li Mengyao's, his gentle breath brushing against her face like a spring breeze, making her feel incredibly safe. His words, like a gentle stream, nourished Li Mengyao's soul. She looked up, tears glistening in her eyes. She finally understood that, regardless of that night, their love was destined. Even if Lin Xian doesn't find her, she will take the initiative to come to him.
Lin Xian was right.
Even without that night, Lin Xian would definitely fall deeply in love with Li Mengyao if he met her in the future. Who wouldn't love such a beautiful, gentle, kind, and charming pure school beauty? Even if fate changes course, their love will shine like the stars and never fade.
Don't let your mind wander like that again, okay?
Lin Xian gently pinched Li Mengyao's nose and smiled indulgently.
Li
Mengyao nodded shyly, a happy smile spreading across her face. Looking at Li Mengyao's adorable appearance, Lin Xian couldn't help but kiss her cheek.
Li Mengyao's face flushed red instantly.
She lowered her head shyly and said coquettishly, I know, we're still outside. As she spoke, she tried to push Lin Xian away with her small hand. Lin Xian smiled slightly, then released Li Mengyao and continued to hold her hand as they strolled through the beautiful garden. After a while, Li Mengyao felt a little tired, so the two went home. Huang Shifang had already gone back to her room to sleep, leaving only Lin Xian and Li Mengyao in the living room. They sat quietly on the solid wood sofa, playing on their phones.
Lin Xian suddenly noticed a photo album under the table.
He curiously reached out and took it, but just as he was about to open it, Li Mengyao quickly snatched it away from him.
Honey, don't look,
Li Mengyao said in a panic.
Why?
Lin Xian asked, puzzled.
No reason why.
You're just not allowed to look.
Li Mengyao pouted.
Let your husband guess, is this an ugly photo of you when you were little? Lin Xian said with a mischievous smile. Since you said it's an ugly photo, then I definitely can't show it to you.
Li Mengyao pouted, looking unhappy.
After she finished speaking, she stood up with the photo album in her hand and hurriedly walked towards her room. Lin Xian shook his head helplessly, a faint smile appearing on his face.
There will be plenty of opportunities to see in the future. Chapter 113. When has your husband ever lied to you?
The next day, sunlight streamed into the room through the gaps in the curtains. Lin Xian slowly opened his eyes and felt a warm aura rushing towards him. He looked down and found Li Mengyao nestled in his arms, exuding a captivating fragrance. He couldn't resist kissing her fair forehead. Then Lin Xian remembered the photo album from last night, and a sense of curiosity and anticipation welled up in his heart. He carefully got out of bed, walked to the bedside, squatted down, and groped his way to the storage box that Li Mengyao had hidden under the bed. He gently opened the lid and, sure enough, found the photo album. Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly, revealing a smug smile. After all, he and Li Mengyao had been living together for a long time, and he knew exactly where she hid her things. Lin Xian carried the photo album back to bed and gently turned each page, as if entering a time tunnel. The photos in the album caught Lin Xian's eye. They were all pictures of Li Mengyao when she was a child. Looking at those chubby, adorable photos, Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh out loud. Girls really do change a lot as they grow up, becoming more and more beautiful. Lin Xian imagined his wife's childhood memories, flipping through the photo album while occasionally letting out a soft laugh. At this moment, the beauty in his arms trembled slightly, but Lin Xian, who was focused on admiring the photo album, did not notice that Li Mengyao beside him had gradually woken up. After a while, Li Mengyao finally opened her beautiful eyes. She rubbed her eyes and stretched. Then, she yawned and gradually came to her senses. When she turned her head and saw Lin Xian flipping through her childhood photo album, a shy expression instantly appeared on her face. Honey, you're awake? Lin Xian noticed Li Mengyao's movement and asked with a smile. Ah, you naughty husband, why are you peeking again? Li Mengyao pouted cutely, her face full of shyness. I found it by accident, Lin Xian said with a grin. I don't believe you. Give it back to me. Li Mengyao stretched out a small hand, gesturing for Lin Xian to quickly return the photo album to her. My wife was quite cute when she was little. Lin Xian handed the photo album to Li Mengyao with a helpless expression. Really? Li Mengyao asked, somewhat doubtfully. Of course it's true. When has your husband ever lied to you? Lin Xian smiled gently. Don't you always try to trick me into kissing you? Li Mengyao said playfully. That's a way for couples to strengthen their relationship, how can you call it lying? Lin Xian said shamelessly. Snort! Li Mengyao gave a soft hum, but still gently rested her head on Lin Xian's shoulder, then flipped through the photo album page by page to show her husband, happily wiggling her little feet. After Lin Xian and Li Mengyao finished reading, they walked out of the bedroom together and came to the living room. Huang Shifang had already prepared a steaming hot breakfast. Good morning, Mom, Lin Xian said with a smile. Good morning, are you hungry? Breakfast is ready, Huang Shifang said with a smile. So Lin Xian and Li Mengyao began to enjoy a delicious breakfast. After breakfast, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao took Huang Shifang to the boutique shops downstairs. Huang Shifang carefully examined the small shop, a satisfied smile appearing on her face. Mom, what kind of shop are you planning to open in this shop? Li Mengyao asked with a smile. Let me think about it, how about opening a convenience store? That would make it convenient for nearby residents to shop, and we could also make some money, Huang Shifang said. That's fine. Mom's schedule will be more flexible then, and she can arrange things freely, Lin Xian nodded in agreement. The three returned home and got busy with their own things. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao sat on the beanbag chairs on the balcony, enjoying the warmth of the sun. The young couple continued to cuddle, admiring their surroundings while chatting about their future plans and dreams. Huang Shifang began preparing for the shop's renovation, carefully considering how to create a convenience store that would attract customers. As evening approached, the sun set and its afterglow faded. Li Mengyao sat quietly on the sofa in the living room, holding a book in her hands, reading attentively and quietly. However, when she happened to look up, her gaze was drawn to the view outside the window. The sky was filled with a magnificent sunset, like a mysterious and spectacular painting unfolding before our eyes. She excitedly got up, walked lightly to the spacious balcony, and gazed into the distance. As the evening sun gradually sank in the west, it emitted a charming orange glow, like a soft veil gently covering the entire neighborhood. Sunlight filters through the dappled leaves, scattering across the lawn of the community like tiny pieces of gold, shimmering with a warm and dazzling glow. Honey, come and see. It's so beautiful. Li Mengyao excitedly turned her head and called Lin Xian to come and admire the beautiful scene together. Upon hearing the voice, Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile. He strode into the bedroom and took out the Nikon Z7LL camera. Lin Xian walked onto the balcony and pointed the camera at Li Mengyao's profile. At this moment, the evening glow, like a dreamy veil, gently draped over her profile, painting her with a captivating blush that was breathtakingly beautiful. Lin Xian pressed the shutter and captured this stunning scene. Honey, shall we take some photos downstairs in the apartment complex?
The scenery there will be even better, Lin Xian said with a smile. Okay, Li Mingyao's eyes crinkled with joy.
She quickly turned around and went back to her bedroom, where she changed into a sweet outfit. A white Peter Pan collar t-shirt paired with a refreshing green maternity dress.
This outfit showcases her elegance and grace while maintaining a youthful and energetic vibe. Honey, let's hurry, the sun will be setting soon,
Li Mengyao said, pulling Lin Xian along as they walked outside. Slow down, honey, no rush. Lin Xian carefully supported Li Mengyao, afraid that she would bump into something.
Soon, Lin Xian brought Li Mengyao to the apartment building.
The two searched for a suitable spot to take photos and finally found a clearing on the lawn.
The light there was the brightest and just right.
At this moment, the setting sun casts its last rays across the orange sky, a breathtaking sight. With her back to the evening glow, Li Mengyao gently tucked her hair behind her ear, a serene smile on her face. At that moment, Lin Xian's heart began to pound. He quickly took out his Nikon camera, carefully adjusted the angle and lighting, and then pressed the shutter button.
With a click, a beautiful photograph was born.
In the photo, Li Mengyao looks like a fairy descended from heaven, beautiful and captivating. Her smile is as radiant as the sunshine, warming hearts.
Chapter 114 Wife, who can you keep in check like this? After taking the photos, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao happily went home.
Back home, Lin Xian went into the kitchen to prepare dinner, while Li Mengyao and her mother carefully examined the beautiful photos they had just taken with her Nikon Z7LL.
Before long, a sumptuous dinner was ready. Dinner's ready. Dinner's ready,
Lin Xian called out.
Lin Xian served 4 dishes and a soup. Li Mengyao is 5 months pregnant with twins, so she has a large appetite.
Li Mengyao arrived at the restaurant happily, swallowed hard, and her eyes lit up because it was full of her favorite dishes. Lin Xian made them a braised beef dish, which was reddish in color and tender and juicy. The steamed sea bass was delicious and tender. The cumin squid was fragrant and crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. The tomato and eggplant stew was sweet and sour and had a bright and tempting color. And there was also a duck and winter melon soup, which was light and delicious. These dishes are not only nutritious, but also delicious and visually appealing.
Wow, it smells so good, my husband is amazing,
Li Mengyao said excitedly. She leaned close to Lin Xian, stood on tiptoe, and kissed him on the cheek, seemingly forgetting that her mother, Huang Shifang, was watching and chuckling to herself. Li Mengyao only realized it after kissing him, and immediately blushed with embarrassment. Then she quietly sat down and ate rice in small bites. Lin Xian was amused by her actions and burst into laughter. He quickly picked up a piece of fish and fed it to her. Li Mengyao opened her small mouth, put the fish meat into her mouth, chewed it carefully, and had a happy expression on her face. Seeing her enjoying her meal made Lin Xian feel especially happy. After finishing her meal, Li Mengyao let out a comfortable little burp. Seeing that his wife was quite full, Lin Xian smiled indulgently. Honey, let's rest for a bit and then go for a walk, Lin Xian said with a gentle pat on her shoulder and a smile. Okay, let us go for a walk along the Jingshui River tonight, Li Mengyao nodded in agreement. So, after resting for a while, the two of them went out of the house together. Lin Xian drove a Bentley Continental and took Li Mengyao to the Jingshui River. When they arrived at the Jingshui River, Lin Xian parked the car and then took Li Mengyao's hand and strolled along the riverbank. The Mid-Autumn Festival is approaching, and the round moon hangs high in the night sky, emitting a bright yet gentle light. The bright moonlight shone on the river, making it sparkle like a dream.
A gentle breeze blew by, stirring Li Mengyao's hair and making it dance in the air.
Seeing this scene, Lin Xian felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He reached out and gently tucked a strand of Li Mengyao's hair behind her ear, his eyes full of doting and care. The two walked forward hand in hand, step by step. They walked and chatted happily. However, just then, a person walked towards them from the front, catching Li Mengyao's attention. A look of surprise instantly appeared on her face, and she greeted him happily, Teacher Wu. Lin Xian followed her gaze and saw a woman who looked to be middle-aged standing in front of him. The woman had piercing eyes and a serious expression, exuding a chilling aura. From her appearance, she seemed to be the kind of very strict female teacher who inspired awe. But when she saw who it was, her expression instantly changed completely, replaced by a warm smile.
Oh my! Isn't this Mengyao? When did you get back?
Wu Qingling said with a smile. I just got back not long ago, Li Mengyao said with a smile. You're getting more and more beautiful.
I almost didn't recognize you,
Wu Qingling praised.
Thank you for the compliment, teacher.
You still look so young and beautiful, Li Mengyao replied politely. Wu Qingling looked Li Mengyao up and down, then suddenly noticed her slightly protruding belly and asked in surprise, Mengyao, what's going on?
Teacher, I'm married now and pregnant.
Li Mengyao touched her belly and smiled happily. This is my husband, Lin Xian, Li Mengyao said, pulling Lin Xian over to introduce him to Wu Qingling.
Hello, Teacher Wu, Lin Xian greeted with a smile.
Hello, Lin Xian, you're quite handsome.
Wu Qingling smiled and nodded. Congratulations, Mengyao. I can't believe you're going to be a mom-to-be. Time flies.
Wu Qingling exclaimed. So Li Mengyao and her teacher Wu Qingling sat side by side on a bench by the river, reminiscing about the past, their laughter echoing in the air. Lin Xian leaned quietly against the railing by the river, gazing into the distance, enjoying the tranquility and beauty of the moment. Soon, Li Mengyao said goodbye to teacher Wu. Then Li Mengyao walked to Lin Xian's side and gently patted his shoulder. Honey, let's keep going. Lin Xian turned around, looked at his beautiful wife in front of him, and his face was filled with a happy smile. They walked hand in hand along the riverbank. Lin Xian asked curiously, was that your high school teacher? Li Mengyao nodded, her eyes sparkling with gratitude. Yes, she was very good to me in high school and always took good care of me. Lin Xian recalled meeting teacher Wu earlier and couldn't help but sigh, she seems rather strict from the outside. Li Mengyao explained with a smile, honey, don't be fooled by teacher Wu's serious face. Actually, she's a very gentle person, but she has to show a strict side in order to help her students achieve better results.
Lin Xian nodded thoughtfully, then joked, will our teacher Li be like this in the future?
After giving birth to her baby, Li Mengyao plans to become a teacher. Li Mengyao paused for a moment, then gave a sweet smile. Maybe, after all, teachers have to be strict with their students.
But I believe the children will like me. Honey, do you think I can keep a primary school student in check like this?
Li Mengyao deliberately put on a fierce expression, put her hands on her hips, glared at Lin Xian fiercely, and her tone became fierce as well.
Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh when he saw her like this. Ha ha, wife, who can you keep in check like this?
He laughed as he reached out and pinched her cheek, finding her incredibly adorable. Hearing this, Li Mengyao was a little discouraged, but still said defiantly, why can't you control me? I'm very fierce. As she spoke, she deliberately put on a stern face, trying to show her authority. However, Lin Xian didn't buy it at all and continued to laugh heartily. Seeing that he wasn't afraid of her at all, Li Mengyao couldn't help but feel a little angry and said coquettishly,
don't laugh. Ha ha ha. Chapter 115 Top Liberal Arts Student.
The two continued walking, and soon they found the old man who had sold candied hawthorns earlier.
Grandpa Candied Hawthorn, I'm here again.
Li Mengyao excitedly ran forward and greeted Grandpa Candied Hawthorn.
Haha, little girl, you're here again.
What flavor would you like to eat today?
Grandpa Candied Hawthorn asked with a kind smile.
Li Mengyao stood in front of the candied hawthorn stall, her eyes dazzled by the colorful and translucent candied hawthorns, unsure which one to choose.
Grandpa, could you please get me a candied hawthorn berry?
After some hesitation, Li Mengyao finally made her decision and said to the candied hawthorn berry Grandpa with a smile. Okay. As he spoke, Grandpa Tanghulu took a string of candied oranges from the shelf and handed it to Li Mengyao. Then Li Mengyao led Lin Xian as they walked and ate. Wife, why did you only buy one candied hawthorn skewer?
What about your husband's?
Lin Xian asked with a smile.
He. My husband doesn't get any.
Li Mengyao laughed triumphantly. The two walked to an exquisite pavilion by the river, surrounded by lush green trees and a pleasant view. Honey, let us go sit in that pavilion over there for a while, Li Mengyao said, pointing to the pavilion with a bright smile on her face.
Lin Xian nodded and pulled Li Mengyao into the pavilion.
Li Mengyao found a seat and sat down. She patted her legs, looking somewhat tired. Lin Xian smiled and sat down next to her, gently stroking her hair and asking tenderly, would you like me to rub it for you? Okay. Li Mengyao nodded happily and stretched her foot out in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian gently massaged her calves, his movements soft and meticulous, as if afraid of hurting her.
Li Mengyao enjoyed Lin Xian's massage while admiring the shimmering water and surrounding scenery.
She relaxed, leaned against Lin Xian, and felt his warmth. Then I picked up the last candied hawthorn, put it in my mouth, and savored its sweet and sour taste.
Honey, do you still want to eat?
Li Mengyao suddenly looked up, a sweet smile on her face, and asked Lin Xian in a gentle voice.
Yes.
Lin Xian swallowed hard, looking at the candied hawthorn in Li Mengyao's mouth. Here you go. Li Mengyao looked around to make sure no one was paying attention to them. So she reached out her little hand to hug Lin Xian's neck, tilted her head back, and put her fragrant lips into Lin Xian's mouth. Afterwards, Li Mengyao pressed her little head against Lin Xian's chest and let out a light laugh. Lin Xian smiled as he looked at the beauty in his arms. I have to say, sometimes wives can be really alluring. But at that moment, in a corner in the distance, a figure stared intently at the two of them. The figure's eyes revealed a hint of resentment and jealousy, as if it wanted to devour Lin Xian and Li Mengyao. Time flies, and the next day arrived in the blink of an eye. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao discussed their plans for the day while having breakfast together. They decided to visit Ms. Wu today to thank her for taking care of Li Mengyao during high school. However, considering that Ms. Wu needed to teach during the day, Li Mengyao and Wu Qingling agreed to visit her in the evening. This way, they had enough time to prepare the gift and ensure that it wouldn't disturb Ms. Wu's work. As evening approached, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao had nothing else to do, so they decided to visit Li Mengyao's former high school, Jingshui No. 1 High School. The two could take a tour of the campus, and Li Mengyao had been clamoring to eat at a fish head noodle soup restaurant near the school, after which they would visit teacher Wu. So Lin Xian drove his Bentley Continental and took Li Mengyao to Jingshui No. 1 Middle School. After parking the car, Lin Xian took Li Mengyao's hand and went to the school gate. As expected, I was stopped by the security guard. Who are you? The gatekeeper shouted. Li Mengyao walked up to the guardhouse and said with a smile to the guard, Uncle, I am an alumna of Jingshui No. 1 Middle School. I would like to come back to visit my alma mater. May I come in for a visit? Oh, fellow alumni. The security guard looked them up and down, then asked in a serious tone, What proof do you have? Yes. Li Mengyao took out her phone and showed him her high school graduation certificate. You need the original document. The security guard looked at it and shook his head helplessly. Excuse me, sir, we didn't bring the original certificate. Li Mengyao said awkwardly. Lin Xian stepped forward, smiling, and asked, Is there any other way? The security guard scratched his head, thought for a moment, and then replied, There's another way, find a teacher at the school to vouch for you. Oh, I see. Li Mengyao's eyes lit up. She immediately called Wu Qingling and then handed the phone to the security guard. The security guard took the phone and, upon hearing that it was Mr. Wu, a well-known teacher at the school, his attitude immediately became enthusiastic. So you're Mr. Wu's student, please come in. Thanks. So Lin Xian and Li Mengyao went to the school. As Lin Xian walked, he looked around at the school in front of him. The school wasn't large, but the several teaching buildings were arranged neatly in rows. A tense atmosphere permeated the campus, perhaps typical of most high schools. He sighed inwardly. At this moment, Li Mengyao smiled and said softly, Honey, come with me. The two then walked side by side to a display board showcasing their deeds. Li Mengyao pointed to the display board and said happily, Look. Honey, this is mine. Lin Xian followed her finger and saw that the honorary deeds board clearly stated. Li Mengyao achieved an astonishing score of 643 in 2020, becoming the top liberal arts student in Jingshui City and successfully gaining admission to Jinghai University. Lin Xian carefully examined the text and photos on the display board, which also included a photo of Li Mengyao from her high school days. She was wearing a blue summer school uniform, with her hair in a ponytail, smiling at the camera, looking fresh and beautiful. Wow, it turns out my wife was also a top scholar. Wife, so you were also a top scholar. Why didn't you tell me? Lin Xian said with a smile. You didn't ask either, did you? Ha ha ha. Li Mengyao's bright smile made everyone's heartstrings tremble. Mengyao. Suddenly, a shout came from behind them. Chapter 116 Am I that scary looking? Wu Qingling walked over gracefully, carrying an exquisite handbag. Mengyao, why did you suddenly come to school this afternoon? Wu Qingling asked softly with a gentle smile, while also nodding to Lin Xian. Well, I just suddenly wanted to come back and visit my alma mater, to reminisce about the past, Li Mengyao said with a smile. Oh, I see. Have you finished eating? Wu Qingling asked with concern. Ah, we've eaten, Li Mengyao stammered, her voice clearly lacking confidence. Lin Xian couldn't help but chuckle to himself. His wife really had no talent for lying. She was probably still thinking about that delicious fish head soup noodle shop near the school. Lying. Why are you being so polite with your teacher? Come on, let us go to your teacher's house for dinner. Wu Qingling glanced at the two of them. As an experienced professional teacher, she saw through Li Mengyao's lie at a glance. Then I'll have to trouble you, teacher.
Li Mengyao sighed helplessly. Mengyao, from what you're saying, you don't want to go to your teacher's house for dinner?
Wu Qingling deliberately put on a stern face and looked at her.
No. I really want to go.
Li Mengyao quickly waved her hand, instantly putting on a very expectant expression. Seeing her adorable appearance, Lin Xian and Wu Qingling couldn't help but exchange a smile, and then burst into laughter.
The three of them then went to the school parking lot.
Mengyao, Lin Xian, get in the car. Wu Qingling unlocked the door of the BYD Han with her key and turned to say to the two of them. She figured the two young people must have come by taxi. After all, it's already quite an achievement for young people of this age to have a car at all, let alone a luxury car. However, when she saw that Li Mengyao and Lin Xian did not walk towards her car, she couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Teacher, we'll drive there ourselves, Li Mengyao replied with a smile. Hearing this, Wu Qingling asked with some doubt, did you drive here? She remembered that Li Mengyao's family was not well off, but now she was driving a car, which surprised her greatly.
Mum.
Li Mengyao nodded with a smile. Okay then, just follow my car, or you can use the navigation I sent you. After saying that, she got into the car. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao then returned to the Bentley Continental and followed the BYD Han as it slowly drove to the school. Soon, the two cars stopped in a parking lot of a residential area. Looking in her rearview mirror, Wu Qingling saw a Bentley Continental sports car closely following her, and it even had a license plate from another city, which made her a little puzzled. But then I thought, maybe it's some wealthy person coming to this small fourth-tier city to experience the feeling of a secluded paradise. So she got out of the car, intending to call Li Mengyao to ask where they were. Hey, Mengyao, where are you? Wu Qingling took out her phone and dialed. Teacher, we've arrived. Li Mengyao's voice came from the other end of the phone. Wu Qingling glanced around in confusion, only to see Lin Xian and Li Mengyao step out of the Bentley Continental. She was instantly stunned.
Mengyao, is this Bentley your car?
Wu Qingling asked incredulously, her eyes wide.
Yes, Lin Xian bought it.
Li Mengyao nodded and answered with a smile. Lin Xian, I never knew you were so rich.
Wu Qingling exclaimed. At this point, Wu Qingling had already labeled Lin Xian as a rich second generation. How could someone so young have so much money? And could his feelings for Mengyao be genuine?
Thinking of this, Wu Qingling frowned, realizing she still needed to find an opportunity to have a proper talk with Mengyao. Teacher? Li Mengyao waved her small hand in front of Wu Qingling's eyes, interrupting her thoughts.
Oh, sorry, I was just spacing out.
Let's go upstairs. Wu Qingling smiled apologetically, then led Lin Xian and Li Mengyao to her home. As soon as the door opened, a cute little boy rushed into Wu Qingling's arms like a joyful bird. He blinked his big eyes and said with a big smile, Mommy, you're finally back. Wu Qingling immediately shed her strict teacher image from school, her eyes revealing endless tenderness. She gently stroked the child's head and asked softly, Lele, were you a good girl at home today? The little boy nodded proudly and replied, I'm a very good boy, Mommy. Then, he stared curiously at Lin Xian and Li Mengyao, hiding behind Wu Qingling, pointing at them with his little finger, and asked in confusion, Mommy, who are they? Wu Qingling explained with a smile, they were the teacher's former students, so you should call them older brothers and sisters. After hearing this, Lele nodded obediently and greeted Lin Xian and Li Mengyao. Hello, older brother and sister, my name is Lele, and I am 8 years old this year. Li Mengyao happily patted Lele's little head and praised, Lele, you're so cute. Then, everyone went into the living room together. Lin Xian took out a carefully prepared gift box and handed it to Wu Qingling, saying gratefully, Teacher Wu, this is a gift we specially prepared for you to thank you for taking good care of Mengyao during high school. Oh dear, what are you doing? That's what a teacher should do. Take it back quickly, Wu Qingling hurriedly declined. Teacher Wu, please accept this. It's nothing expensive, just a small token of our appreciation, Lin Xian said with a smile, gently placing the gift box on the table. Seeing Lin Xian's insistence, Wu Qingling stopped refusing and nodded in gratitude, alright then, thank you. At this moment, Wu Qingling couldn't help but feel that Lin Xian was not only polite but also very well-mannered, and her impression of him instantly improved. Lele, you play with your older brother and sister in the living room for a while Mom goes to make dinner, Wu Qingling said gently to her son. Okay. Lele nodded obediently. Then, Wu Qingling turned and went into the kitchen to start preparing dinner. At this moment, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao were sitting on the sofa in the living room, both smiling and looking at Lele with gentle eyes. Lele, holding a toy, stood far away, her eyes fixed on Lin Xian and Li Mengyao, seemingly still somewhat wary. Lele, come play here with your big sister.
Li Mengyao waved to Lele with a big smile.
However, at this moment, Lele gently shook her head, her big eyes fixed on Lin Xian, revealing a trace of fear and apprehension.
Honey, could you sit on the other side?
I feel like Lele is a little afraid of you, Li Mengyao said softly to Lin Xian.
Ha? Do I look scary? Lin Xian looked at Li Mengyao's disgusted expression, touched his own face, and asked with some confusion. He's clearly very handsome. Hey, why don't you sit across from me? Li Mengyao said, shoving Lin Xian to sit across from her.
Lin Xian shook his head helplessly and could only get up and walk to the seat opposite him. As soon as Lin Xian sat down, Li Mengyao called out to Lele again, Lele, come here to your sister, there's candy for you. As she spoke, she took a candy out of her bag and waved it in the air, trying to attract Lele's attention.
Mom said I shouldn't eat candy from strangers.
Although Lele said that, his big, round eyes were fixed on the tempting candy, and his little mouth was slightly open, as if he was about to drool. In the end, Lele's body betrayed her, and she walked over to Li Mengyao and sat down, reaching out her little hand to take the tempting milk candy.
Chapter 117. He looks a bit like a bad uncle. Lele, didn't you say you wouldn't eat candy from strangers?
Li Mengyao was as happy as a child, grinning from ear to ear. My sister is the teacher's student, so she's not a stranger, Lele answered innocently, then eagerly tore open the candy wrapper, put it in her mouth, and looked satisfied.
And what about this brother?
Li Mengyao asked with a smile, pointing at Lin Xian. Lele blinked, carefully examined Lin Xian, then frowned and said, he looks a bit like a bad uncle.
Bad uncle?
Lin Xian was completely dumbfounded when he heard this comment.
Ha 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 ha. Li Mengyao couldn't hold back any longer, her eyes crinkling with joy.
Lele, you're so cute. Li Mengyao said with a smile, gently pinching Lele's cheek.
After a while, Wu Qingling prepared a sumptuous dinner. Let's get ready to eat.
So everyone sat down around the table and began to enjoy their dinner.
Lin Xian, how did you and Mengyao meet? During the meal, Wu Qingling finally couldn't help but ask out of curiosity.
We met in the university library, Lin Xian replied calmly.
Are you also a student at Jinghai University? Wu Qingling asked, somewhat surprised.
This surprised Wu Qingling. Jinghai University is one of the top universities in the country, so being able to get in means that Lin Xian is an exceptionally good student. Yes, Mengyao and I are in the same year, Lin Xian said.
Teacher, you probably don't know, but Lin Xian was the top science student in Yunhai City's college entrance examination that year, Li Mengyao said with a smile. He's even the top science student. This rich kid is something else.
You two are quite a good match, one a top science student and the other a top art student, Wu Qingling said with a smile. After finishing their meal, everyone returned to the living room to chat. Li Mengyao and Wu Qingling were reminiscing about their high school days, while Lin Xian listened quietly.
Meanwhile, the adorable Lele was sitting in front of the TV, engrossed in watching his favorite cartoon.
Just then, a delicious and tempting cake suddenly appeared in the cartoon.
Lele's eyes lit up and her mouth watered. He turned to his mother and said, Mom, I really want to eat cake. We just finished eating not long ago, why would we want cake? Wu Qingling refused without hesitation.
Mom, I just want to eat it, Lele said sweetly.
Where can I get you a cake now? Wu Qingling asked. We can order takeout, Lele pointed to her mother's phone with her little finger. The takeout isn't clean. Wu Qingling refused again. Teacher, do you have flour, eggs, milk, baking soda, or anything else at home?
Lin Xian saw that Lele really wanted to eat, so he decided to make a cake for him.
Yes, Lin Xian, you can make cakes? Wu Qingling asked, somewhat surprised. I know a little bit.
I can try making a small cake for Lele. Lin Xian smiled slightly.
Then I'll trouble you. They're all in the kitchen.
Wu Qingling was also fed up with her son, so she led Lin Xian into the kitchen to find the necessary ingredients. Lin Xian then began to busy himself in the kitchen.
Seeing Lin Xian's skillful movements and focused expression, Wu Qingling couldn't help but be a little surprised.
This young man didn't look like a spoiled rich kid, he seemed more like an experienced chef.
Wu Qingling nodded in satisfaction, turned around and sat down on the sofa in the living room. At this moment, Li Mengyao asked curiously, Teacher, isn't Uncle here? Wu Qingling replied, he's working overtime tonight and won't be home for dinner. Then, she asked with concern, Mengyao, your teacher is asking you, is Lin Xian good to you?
Li Mengyao was taken aback for a moment, then broke into a bright smile. Lin Xian is very good to me. Why do you ask that, teacher? She felt a little confused. It seemed like everyone around her asked the same question. Wu Qingling explained earnestly, because many rich kids are fickle. They're only nice to you now because you're pretty, but they'll leave you once they get tired of you. I'm worried about you. Teacher, Lin Xian isn't a rich kid, he started his own company. Li Mengyao smiled slightly after hearing this. Wu Qingling was pleasantly surprised to hear this. Oh, I see. Then congratulations, teacher. At this moment, Wu Qingling also greatly admired Lin Xian. There really aren't many guys who love their wives, can cook, and have a successful career. About an hour later, Lin Xian brought out a beautiful chocolate cake. Wow, brother is so amazing. Lele exclaimed happily, waving her arms and legs. So am I still a bad uncle now? Lin Xian asked with a smile. No, you're a handsome brother. Lele couldn't wait to pick up the spoon, scoop out a bite of cake and stuff it into her mouth, looking very satisfied. This child is really clever and mischievous. Lin Xian patted Lele's little head. It was almost 9 p.m. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao said goodbye to Teacher Wu. Come again next time you have time, Wu Qingling said with a slight smile. Okay. Goodbye, teacher. Li Mengyao said with a smile. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao then walked hand in hand to the parking lot and found the Bentley Continental parked there. Lin Xian opened the car door and let Li Mengyao get in first, then he walked to the driver's seat and sat down himself. Just as he was about to start the car and go home, Li Mengyao suddenly called out to him, "Honey, I'm a little hungry." Lin Xian turned to look at her and saw Li Mengyao looking at him with adorable eyes. Lin Xian gently patted her head and comforted her, "Wife, let's go home quickly, I'll make you something delicious." However, Li Mengyao shook her head and said coquettishly, "But I want to eat fish head soup noodles, I haven't had it in so long." "I'll cook for you when we get home," Lin Xian coaxed softly. He still didn't want his wife to eat out. "There are no fish heads left at home. I'll just have a few bites, okay?" "You can have the rest," Li Mengyao pouted and insisted. Under Li Mengyao's persistent pleading and coaxing, Lin Xian reluctantly agreed. Lin Xian drove to a fish head soup noodle shop near the number 1 middle school in Jinshui City. Although the shop was small, it was very popular, and many people liked to enjoy the delicious fish head soup noodles there. After parking the car, Lin Xian led Li Mengyao into the restaurant. They found an empty seat and waited for the waiter to serve their food. Soon after, a steaming bowl of fish head soup noodles was placed in front of Li Mengyao. Her eyes lit up at the enticing aroma, and she eagerly picked up her chopsticks and began to eat. Lin Xian sat to the side, watching Li Mengyao eat with relish, and felt a sense of happiness in his heart. By the time he realized it, Li Mengyao had already eaten more than half of the fish head soup noodles. "Honey, didn't we agree to only eat a few bites?" Chapter 118 Fong Fong Convenience Store. Sunlight streamed into the room through the gaps in the curtains, signaling the start of a new day. Li Mengyao was still immersed in a sweet dream when she was awakened by an alluring fragrance. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and followed the fragrance out of the bedroom. As soon as she arrived at the restaurant, she saw Lin Xian placing a steaming bowl of fish head soup noodles on the table. In the milky white fish soup, the translucent rice noodles are faintly visible, the tender fish head is half hidden in it, and the bright green scallions and cilantro are scattered here and there. Looking at the delicious food in front of her, Li Mengyao was stunned, and even drooled. "Wife, look at your drool," Lin Xian said with a smile, and took out a tissue to gently wipe the drool from the corner of her mouth. "Honey, I'm going to wash up now." Hearing Lin Xian's words, Li Mengyao came to her senses and quickly went back to the bathroom to wash up. Before long, Li Mengyao couldn't wait to sit down at the table, ready to enjoy the delicious food. She picked up her chopsticks and gently stirred the fish head soup noodles, ensuring each noodle was coated in the delicious broth. Then she took a bite and savored it. So delicious. "Honey, you're amazing." Li Mengyao couldn't help but exclaim, her face beaming with a happy smile. "This is hundreds of times better than the one I ate it yesterday. Would you like your husband to cook for you often from now on?" Lin Xian said with a smile. "Okay," Li Mengyao smiled sweetly. Yesterday, he snatched the fish head soup noodles that his wife had eaten most of, tasted it, and with his 5-star chef skills, he roughly knew how to make it. After breakfast, Lin Xian took Li Mengyao's hand and they went downstairs in the apartment complex. They were going to check on the progress of Huang Shifang's shop renovation. Upon arriving at the shop entrance, they found Huang Shifang diligently supervising the construction workers. Despite the hot weather, she didn't forget to care about the renovation workers' feelings. She not only brought a fan to cool them down, but also thoughtfully bought some cold drinks. In addition, she carefully guided the workers to ensure that the renovation work was completed according to her ideal vision.
Mom!
Li Mengyao called out softly with a happy smile on her face.
Hey, Yao Yao! What are you doing here?
It's dusty everywhere, it's not good for your health.
Go home quickly.
Huang Shifeng turned around and looked at her daughter with concern. It's okay, I'll just look from afar, Li Mengyao replied with a smile.
Mom, what name are you planning to give this shop? Lin Xian asked curiously.
Huang Shifeng thought for a moment, then said, how about we call it Fong Fong Convenience Store? Lin Xian and Li Mengyao both nodded in agreement with the name. Then, Huang Shifeng urged, if you two have nothing else to do, go back and rest.
You can leave this to me.
Okay then, Mom, you should also take care and not overwork yourself, Li Mengyao reminded her.
I understand, you can go back now. Huang Shifeng waved her hand, signaling them to leave.
Lin Xian and Li Mengyao then returned the way they came. On their way back, a voice called out to them.
Mengyao? The two turned around and looked. It turns out to be Li Mengyao's childhood friend, Chen Tingting.
She stood not far away, looking at Li Mengyao with a look of surprise and delight.
Mengyao, when did you get back? You didn't even say anything.
Chen Tingting said happily, but her tone carried a hint of reproach. I just got back not long ago, Li Mengyao replied with a smile. Chen Tingting quickly stepped forward and carefully examined Li Mengyao. Oh my, Mengyao, your belly.
You're pregnant?
Her voice was full of surprise. Li Mengyao gently touched her belly and nodded with a smile. Yes, I'm already more than 5 months pregnant.
Wow! Chen Tingting was so excited she almost jumped up. Congratulations! I can be a godmother now, haha.
She happily took Li Mengyao's hand and said, by the way, come to my house tonight, let's catch up.
Li Mengyao readily agreed, okay, see you tonight.
Chen Tingting nodded happily, then greeted Lin Xian politely before turning and leaving. As night fell and the city lights gradually came on, Li Mengyao dressed simply and went to Chen Tingting's house in a cheerful mood. Chen Tingting also lived in Times Garden, so Li Mengyao arrived at her destination after a short walk in the community. She arrived at the door of apartment 3201, Building E, Times Garden, and gently pressed the doorbell. A cheerful reply came from inside, coming, coming. Then the door opened, revealing Chen Tingting's friendly smile.
Mengyao, come quickly.
Chen Tingting warmly invited Li Mengyao into the house and carefully helped her into the room.
Tingting, do you live here all by yourself?
Li Mengyao looked around curiously, a faint smile on her face.
Chen Tingting nodded and replied, yes, I want to live independently and don't want to listen to my parents nagging all day long.
As she spoke, she led Li Mengyao to the spacious and bright living room and made her sit comfortably on the soft sofa. Then, Chen Tingting walked to the refrigerator, took out a glass of chilled cola, and handed it to Li Mengyao.
Tingting, I can't drink cola now that I'm pregnant, Li Mengyao said gently, shaking her head. Chen Tingting asked in surprise, oh? I'm so sorry, I didn't know.
But all I have at home are these carbonated drinks. It's alright, just give me a cup of hot water, Li Mengyao said with a smile. Chen Tingting nodded and quickly turned around to pour Li Mengyao a steaming cup of water.
Mengyao, you're pregnant already? That's incredibly fast. Chen Tingting exclaimed in surprise. I got pregnant by accident. Li Mengyao blushed. Chen Tingting asked curiously, is Lin Xian good to you? Has he taken good care of you and the baby?
That's great, I feel like everyone around me asks that, Li Mengyao chuckled. Chen Tingting sighed and said enviously, sigh, I really envy you for finding your own love.
Unlike me, I'm still single.
Then she started complaining, if I hadn't moved out, my family would be nagging me to go on blind dates every day. They'd always say, Tingting, you're not getting any younger, you should go find someone.
It's so annoying.
I'm already exhausted from work during the day, and then I have to come home to this nagging nonsense, it's unbearable.
Chen Tingting launched into a rant. Li Mengyao sat quietly to the side, listening attentively, occasionally laughing out loud at the funny parts. After catching up, Li Mengyao prepared to go home. Mengyao, let me take you home.
Chen Tingting looked at Li Mengyao with concern, and said with some worry when she saw that she was heavily pregnant. It's alright, we live in the same neighborhood, very close by, Li Mengyao said with a smile, declining Chen Tingting's offer. Okay then, you must be careful, Chen Tingting instructed.
Okay. Li Mengyao nodded and walked towards the door.
She opened the door, left Chen Tingting's house, and walked downstairs. When Li Mengyao arrived at the community garden, the moonlight shone on her, warm and comforting. She strolled along the path in a cheerful mood, feeling the gentle breeze caressing her cheeks. However, just as she was halfway there, a figure suddenly appeared in front of her, blocking her way. Alarm! There is a dangerous person ahead, master. Please be careful. The pink diamond tech watch on Li Mengyao's wrist emitted an alarm sound.
Chapter 119. Because I knew my husband would come to save me.
The figure slowly stepped forward, revealing his true face.
Li Jia, what are you doing here? Li Mengyao stepped back slightly and looked at the man in front of her warily. Why can't it be me? He's just a spoiled rich kid, what's so great about him?
Li Jia roared angrily.
My husband isn't a spoiled rich kid. This has nothing to do with you.
Li Mengyao said with a cold look and a firm tone. She would never allow anyone to speak ill of her husband. I'm the one who truly loves you, Mengyao.
Don't you understand my feelings?
Li Jia shouted emotionally.
I've never had any other feelings for you, not before, and not now.
Li Mengyao retorted angrily.
Fine, fine. If I can't have it, no one else can either.
Li Jia suddenly saw Li Mengyao's protruding belly, and as if struck by lightning, his body trembled violently. Then he said in a trembling voice. Then, he pulled out a sharp fruit knife from behind his back.
Li Jia, calm down.
Li Mengyao panicked when she saw this, but she quickly calmed down and quietly put her hand into her bag. She knew that if she tried to run away now, she wouldn't be able to outrun Li Jia, especially since she was heavily pregnant. At the same time, Lin Xian also received an alert from the Black Diamond technology watch at home. Seeing his wife in danger, he looked anxious and worried. Without hesitation, he stood up from the sofa and rushed to the door.
When Lin Xian opened the door, a strong sense of urgency welled up in his heart.
He rushed to the elevator, pressing the buttons incessantly, but the elevator remained motionless, the display showing the third floor as the last floor.
Time ticked by, and Lin Xian grew increasingly anxious.
Unable to wait for the elevator, he decided to take the stairs instead. With the system's enhanced physique, he gripped the railing tightly and jumped off without hesitation. Each jump felt like a challenge to his limits. Lin Xian, like a hero in an action movie, rushed down the stairs at an astonishing speed. Finally, Lin Xian reached the bottom of the building and ran towards his wife. On the other side, Li Jia was slowly approaching Li Mengyao, his eyes flashing with ferocity and malice. Just then, Li Mengyao's hand, which was inside her bag, gripped something tightly, as if preparing for a final act of resistance. Suddenly, the pink diamond smartwatch on Li Mengyao's wrist flashed with light. This light instantly triggered a sudden gust of wind, which howled and swept in, causing leaves to dance in the air.
Damn it, what the hell is this wind coming from?
Li Jia was caught off guard by the sudden gust of wind, his vision blurred, and he couldn't see what was in front of him. He desperately covered his face with his hands, trying to resist the powerful wind.
Taking advantage of the opportunity, Li Mengyao quickly turned and ran away.
Her steps were unsteady, but despite being heavily pregnant, she still ran with all her might. However, due to her pregnancy, her movements were significantly restricted, and she could not run very fast. Just as the automatic protection mechanism of the pink diamond technology watch failed, Li Jia finally came to his senses and began to frantically chase after Li Mengyao. Li Mengyao remained highly vigilant throughout. When Li Jia was about to catch up, she quickly took out pepper spray from her bag and pointed it at Li Jia. However, at that moment, Lin Xian suddenly darted out from the bushes beside him.
Ah!
A scream was heard. Lin Xian kicked Li Jia hard, then slammed him to the ground. Lin Xian rushed forward and pinned Li Jia to the ground. He grabbed Li Jia's collar tightly, raised his fist the size of a sandbag, and punched Li Jia's face again and again. Li Mengyao was stunned for a moment, but when she saw it was her husband, she immediately breathed a sigh of relief. As she calmed down, she realized that she had to stop Lin Xian now, or things might get worse.
Husband, stop hitting him! Li Mengyao cried out anxiously.
However, Lin Xian seemed not to hear her words and continued to swing his fists, relentlessly smashing them at Li Jia. His eyes were cold and ruthless. Li Jia was already beaten black and blue, as if he really wanted to beat him to death. This was the first time Li Mengyao had ever seen Lin Xian so fierce, as if he had transformed into a merciless Grim Reaper.
Husband! Li Mengyao called out again.
This time, Lin Xian finally heard his wife's voice, and his fist, which had been hovering in midair, stopped. His eyes remained empty and lifeless, staring blankly at Li Mengyao, as if he had lost his soul.
Honey, stop hitting him. Let's call the police and let them handle this.
Li Mengyao hugged Lin Xian tightly, trying to use her warmth to bring him back to his senses. Lin Xian's body trembled slightly, and the coldness in his eyes gradually faded. He took a deep breath, slowly loosened his fist, and gently embraced Li Mengyao. Lin Xian's voice was a little hoarse as he tried to calm himself down. He truly couldn't believe what his life would have been like if he had arrived a moment later and Li Mengyao had met with misfortune. Subsequently, the property management staff rushed to the scene and called the police. Finally, the police arrived at the scene and took Li Jia, Lin Xian, and Li Mengyao to the police station. After questioning and investigation, the police reviewed the relevant surveillance footage and, based on the evidence, determined that Li Jia's attempted attack with a knife was unsuccessful. Next, the police took detailed statements from Lin Xian and Li Mengyao, recording the entire incident and its details. After giving their statements, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao prepared to leave the police station. At this moment, a policeman walked over and said to Lin Xian, "Luckily, your wife stopped you in time, otherwise you would have been in trouble for excessive self-defense."
I understand, thank you, Lin Xian said.
Lin Xian and Li Mengyao then returned home.
As soon as she entered the door, Huang Shifang anxiously stepped forward.
Her eyes were full of concern, and her tone was slightly nervous. "Yao Yao, are you alright?
Are you hurt? Let Mom take a look."
Li Mengyao looked tired, but she still managed to smile and comforted her mother. "Mom, I'm fine, I was just a little frightened."
"Don't worry,"
Lin Xian quickly said. "Mom, it's all over now." He tried to tell Huang Shifang in a calm voice that everything was in the past.
It's alright, you should all go and rest." Huang Shifang finally breathed a sigh of relief and gently patted her chest.
After taking a shower, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao lay down together on the comfortable and soft bed. At this moment, Lin Xian held Li Mengyao tightly in his arms, feeling her warmth and reassurance. Lin Xian lowered his head, his voice low and hoarse. "I'm sorry, wife." Li Mengyao raised her head slightly, looked at Lin Xian tenderly, and asked with a smile, "Husband, why are you apologizing to me?" Lin Xian's eyes revealed guilt and self-blame. "I didn't protect you well.
If I had arrived a moment later."
He dared not imagine the consequences, and his voice gradually lowered. At this moment, Li Mengyao clearly saw that Lin Xian's eyes were red. She reached out and stroked Lin Xian's face, comforting him. "Honey, don't think too much.
I'm fine now, aren't I? We should be happy."
Then, Li Mengyao continued, "Honey, I wasn't actually scared at the time." A determined light shone in her eyes.
"Because I knew my husband would come to save me. I will protect you well after chapter 120.
Upon hearing this, Lin Xian's deep eyes widened instantly, his heart filled with emotion and surprise. "I never expected my wife to trust me so much. Besides, I still have pepper spray to use."
Li Mengyao smiled slightly.
Lin Xian hugged Li Mengyao tightly and said earnestly, "Wife, I will protect you well from now on, and there will be no more accidents like this." Li Mengyao looked up at Lin Xian, her eyes filled with affection. "Yes, I believe you." The two gazed deeply into each other's eyes. Lin Xian couldn't help but cup Li Mengyao's face in his hands, gently kissing her forehead, then her cheek, and finally resting his kiss on her alluring lips. For the next few days, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao stayed at home and didn't go out much. Lin Xian stayed by Li Mengyao's side almost constantly, following her everywhere. Once, Li Mengyao suddenly felt the urge to use the restroom, so she got up and went to the restroom. Lin Xian saw this and followed.
"I need to use the restroom."
Li Mengyao turned around and glared at her.
"We need to be careful when going to the toilet."
"Let your husband go with you," Lin Xian said worriedly.
"No," Li Mengyao said, walking into the bathroom and locking the door.
Just as Li Mengyao sat down on the toilet, she heard a knock on the door.
"Honey, do you really not need me to stay with you?"
"Don't lock the door," Lin Xian asked.
"No need," Li Mengyao replied. "Honey, I'll call your name every 10 seconds. You have to respond, or I'm breaking down the door,"
Lin Xian shouted.
Li Mengyao sighed heavily. Was her husband beyond saving? "Honey, 10 seconds are up. You're so annoying."
Lin Xian stood outside the door, still feeling somewhat uneasy. He would occasionally press his ear against the door to listen for any sounds inside, fearing that something might have happened to Li Mengyao. After a while, Li Mengyao finally came out of the toilet.
"Honey, are you alright?"
Lin Xian asked with concern.
"What could possibly be wrong with me?"
"I just need to use the restroom." Li Mengyao rolled her eyes at him.
"That's good.
From now on, you must tell your husband whatever you do, Lin Xian said. Okay, you nagging devil, Li Mengyao said with a smile. Sunlight streamed through the curtains into the room, and a new day began.
Lin Xian and Li Mengyao got up early and prepared to go out.
Li Mengyao is now 23 weeks pregnant and needs to return to Jinghai People's Hospital for another prenatal checkup. Huang Shifan was carrying a bulging bag and was trying to stuff it into the trunk of the car. Mom, you don't need to bring so much stuff. We're only going for one day, we'll be back tomorrow, Li Mengyao said gently.
Huang Shifang slapped her forehead. Oh dear. Look at my memory, I completely forgot. Okay then, you guys must be careful on the road.
After saying that, she went back into the house and brought out some fruit.
Okay, Mom, don't worry.
Lin Xian answered with a smile, then took Li Mengyao's hand and walked downstairs to the Bentley Continental. He opened the car door and helped Li Mengyao into the car. Then he started the car and activated the top-of-the-line driving system. With the roar of the engine, the Bentley Continental slowly drove toward Jinghai City People's Hospital. Lin Xian turned to look at Li Mengyao and said gently, "Wife, you can rest in the car for a while. By the time you wake up, we'll be almost at the hospital." Li Mengyao nodded, adjusted the angle of her seat, and quickly drifted off to sleep. Time passed slowly, and after a nearly 4-hour drive, the Bentley Continental slowly drove into the gate of Jinghai City People's Hospital. "Wife, we're here." Lin Xian gently woke the sleeping beauty in his arms.
Have we arrived yet?
Li Mengyao slowly woke up, her beautiful eyes slightly opening as she groggily woke up. Because Lin Xian had made thorough preparations beforehand and accurately timed his arrival at the hospital, Li Mengyao was seen only a few minutes later. For pregnant women who are 5 months pregnant, this prenatal checkup will still mainly consist of routine examinations, including ultrasound and Down syndrome screening. In addition, at this stage, they can listen to the fetal heartbeat using specialized equipment. A female doctor was seen carefully searching for the heartbeats of 2 tiny lives in Li Mengyao's abdomen with a Doppler fetal heart stethoscope. Finally, the female doctor found the faint but strong heartbeats of the 2 babies.
Doctor, can I listen to it? Lin Xian couldn't hide his excitement, his eyes sparkling with anticipation.
Of course, no problem. The female doctor smiled and nodded in agreement. With the doctor's patient guidance, Lin Xian put his ear close to the stethoscope and finally heard the baby's heartbeats with his own ears. The rhythmic thumping of the water was like heavenly music, melting his heart.
Wife, come and listen.
Lin Xian eagerly handed the stethoscope to Li Mengyao. Then Li Mengyao heard the baby's voice and smiled sweetly. After a series of examinations, the doctor told them that the baby's heartbeats, body structures, and other indicators were all normal, and the babies were developing very healthily.
After the inspection, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao returned to Jinwan Mansion, which was close to noon. So Lin Xian went into the kitchen to cook. After having a full meal, the two lay down on the soft, large bed. Li Mengyao gently stroked Lin Xian's cheek, while Lin Xian quietly gazed at his wife's beautiful face, his heart filled with love. Suddenly, the system's voice rang in Lin Xian's mind again. Ding dong, congratulations host for completing the baby's 5th-month prenatal checkup. Considering the host's strong desire to protect Li Mengyao and the baby in the near future, the system will dispatch a futuristic female robot as Li Mengyao's personal bodyguard.
She will hide in a secluded place and protect Li Mengyao at any time when Lin Xian is not around.
Chapter 121 System, are your family members aware that you're so easy to talk to? This system is amazing.
With a female robot bodyguard, Lin Xian no longer needs to worry about his wife's safety as he used to. Thinking about it this way, Lin Xian's lips unconsciously curled up.
Just then, a sharp pain suddenly came. Honey! What are you laughing at? You're ignoring me.
Li Mengyao pouted and said coquettishly. Lin Xian then came to his senses and looked down at his wife in his arms. I'm thinking of something happy, Lin Xian said with a gentle smile.
Oh? Is it because your wife is about to give birth?
Li Mengyao raised her eyebrows playfully and asked teasingly.
Hearing his wife tease him like that, Lin Xian naturally wouldn't tolerate it.
Then, Lin Xian leaned down and kissed those delicate red lips, their lips pressed tightly together. As afternoon approached, Lin Xian slowly woke up from his sleep. He opened his eyes and saw Li Mengyao's beautiful face pressed against his, a sweet smile on her lips, looking completely satisfied.
Lin Xian looked at Li Mengyao up close.
Her long eyelashes fluttered gently like butterfly wings, and her fair, oval face was delicate and smooth, her appearance was flawless. Lin Xian couldn't help but sigh, his wife was just too beautiful, he couldn't get enough of looking at her.
He couldn't help but lower his head and leave a gentle kiss on Li Mengyao's fair forehead. Then he carefully got up and left the bedroom. Lin Xian went to the living room, turned on the TV, and casually started watching videos. After watching for a while, Lin Xian went into the kitchen to prepare a sumptuous dinner for Li Mengyao. After preparing dinner, Lin Xian returned to the living room, sat quietly on the sofa playing on his phone, and waited for his wife to get up. Some time has passed. Husband. A soft voice called from the bedroom. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian immediately stood up from the sofa and strode towards the bedroom. He gently pushed open the door and saw Li Mengyao lying lazily on the bed, her beautiful big eyes gazing at him leisurely. Wife, are you awake? Lin Xian asked with concern. Li Mengyao slightly raised her head, her face showing a hint of fatigue and a coquettish expression. I'm a little thirsty, she said softly. Okay. Lin Xian gently lifted Li Mengyao up, then lowered his head to kiss her soft lips. Then, he left the bedroom and went to the kitchen to pour water for Li Mengyao. Li Mengyao sat blankly on the bed, blinking her beautiful eyes in confusion. How did she get kissed again? A short while later, Lin Xian returned to the bedroom with a glass of water and handed it to Li Mengyao. Li Mengyao took the water glass and started chugging it down. Wife, are you still tired? Lin Xian sat quietly by the bed, looking at her with a smile. Li Mengyao glared at Lin Xian sideways while drinking water. After drinking the water, Li Mengyao felt much better in her throat, but she was still a little sleepy. Lin Xian then led Li Mengyao to the restaurant to enjoy dinner. After dinner, as usual, they took a walk in the Jinwan Mansion community, enjoying the peaceful and beautiful evening. They strolled to the children's area, found a clean bench, and sat down to quietly enjoy the joyful scene of the children playing. The children's innocent laughter echoed in the air, bringing joy to everyone. Looking at these adorable children, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao couldn't help but think of their future baby, their hearts filled with anticipation. Just then, a crisp cell phone ring broke the silence. Li Mengyao took her phone out of her pocket, glanced at the caller ID, and a smile involuntarily crept onto her lips. Hello, Mom, she said softly. Yao, what are you doing right now? Came the gentle voice of her mother, Wang Shifang, from the other end of the phone. Lin Xian and I are taking a walk downstairs in the neighborhood, Li Mengyao said, giving Lin Xian a sweet smile. Oh, it's like this, your aunt invited us to her house for lunch tomorrow, Wang Shifang said casually. Okay, then we'll go straight to Auntie's house tomorrow, Li Mengyao replied without hesitation. She then chatted with her mother for a few more minutes before hanging up the phone. Then she turned to Lin Xian, smiled, and said, Honey, let's go straight to Auntie's house tomorrow. Okay. Lin Xian nodded with a smile in response. So, the two of them washed up and went to bed early that night. The next morning, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao slowly woke up. After getting up, they ate a simple breakfast and then went downstairs together to the parking lot. This time, Lin Xian plans to drive his Maybach, which he hasn't used in a long time. Maybach's understated and composed appearance further accentuates his mature and confident demeanor. Lin Xian thought to himself, this way, I won't be mistaken for a spoiled rich kid anymore. However, Li Mengyao, who was standing next to her, laughed mischievously, Honey, Maybachs aren't cheap either. How can you call this being low-key? Ha ha ha. Okay, Lin Xian just wants to drive a Maybach. Of course, you should drive different luxury cars. The two then got into the Maybach. Lin Xian started the car, and the engine emitted a deep roar. Then, he gently pressed the accelerator, and the Maybach slowly drove out of the parking space, heading towards Jingshui City. As soon as Li Mengyao got into the car, she quickly fell asleep, just like always. Lin Xian, meanwhile, focused intently on driving, his eyes fixed firmly on the road ahead. Suddenly, Lin Xian realized that his Xiaomi SU7 and Bentley Continental sports car both had top-of-the-line intelligent driving systems, but his Maybach didn't. It was so unfair. System. Are you there? Lin Xian asked. Yes, host, the system's voice immediately replied. System, can you also load a top-of-the-line intelligent driving system with future technology into the Maybach? Lin Xian asked expectantly. Yes, please wait a moment, host, the system replied. Ding dong, the Maybach has successfully loaded a top-of-the-line intelligent driving system with future technology. The host does not need to drive manually. The system notification sounded. Upon hearing this news, Lin Xian was overjoyed. It truly was a wonderful system. System, do your family members know you're so easy to talk to? Chapter 122. Is he capable of protecting you?
Once the Maybach acquired the top-of-the-line intelligent driving system, it seemed to come alive and began to take control of the vehicle. During this process, Lin Xian can gradually loosen his grip on the steering wheel and relax his body. He placed his hands behind his head, leaned back comfortably in his seat, and enjoyed the moment of tranquility. His gaze swept across the car and he saw his wife sleeping soundly beside him, a doting smile appearing on his face. Li Mengyao's face looked exceptionally beautiful and charming in the soft light. Her tightly closed eyes trembled slightly, as if she were having a sweet dream. P.S. This content is purely fictional, please do not imitate it, fellow racing enthusiasts. 4 hours had passed in the blink of an eye. A long, black Maybach came to a smooth stop in the parking lot downstairs from Huang Shizhen's apartment complex. Lin Xian opened the car door, took out a carefully wrapped gift box from the trunk, and then gently took Li Mengyao's soft little hand and walked up with her. Soon, the two arrived at the door of Aunt Huang Shizhen's house.
Li Mengyao gently pressed the doorbell.
However, it wasn't Luo Qingxuan and Huang Shifang who opened the door, but a young woman with neat short hair, a tall figure, and delicate features.
Sister E.
Li Mengyao called out excitedly, her face beaming with joy.
Little sister, you're finally here. Come in quickly.
Luo Jiai immediately showed a happy smile and warmly helped Li Mengyao into the house.
Lin Xian followed them into the house.
But he keenly noticed that Luo Jiai had only prepared slippers for Li Mengyao, but not for herself. This puzzled Lin Xian. This must be Huang Shizhen's daughter, but she seemed to harbor obvious hostility towards him. At that moment, Li Mengyao was being quickly helped into the house by Luo Jiai, so she did not notice these subtle details. Lin Xian shook his head helplessly, then picked up a pair of slippers from the shoe cabinet, put them on, and went into the house. Just then, Huang Shifang also came out of the kitchen.
Auntie, these are some small gifts I brought back from Jinghai. I hope you like them.
Lin Xian smiled and handed the gift box to Huang Shifang.
Oh dear, you're here already, why did you bring anything?
Come sit in the living room for a while, lunch will be ready soon.
Huang Shizhen greeted Lin Xian with a warm smile and quickly invited him to sit down.
Lin Xian followed Huang Shizhen into the living room and found Huang Shifang and Luo Qingxuan already sitting there chatting, while Luo Jiai seemed to have directly led his wife into the bedroom.
He greeted them politely, Mom, Uncle. Lin Xian, are you tired from driving?
You must have had a long and tiring journey, Huang Shifang asked with concern.
Lin Xian, have a cup of tea. Luo Qingxuan smiled and poured a steaming cup of tea for Lin Xian. Lin Xian took the teacup, took a small sip, and savored the aroma of the tea. He couldn't help but exclaim, this is top-quality tea Guanyin. Ha, I didn't expect you to know how to appreciate tea.
It's rare to see young people like you who appreciate tea these days.
You're really great. Luo Qingxuan was very happy to hear Lin Xian's words. I only know a little bit.
I used to drink tea with my father often, so I know a little about tea, Lin Xian replied modestly. On the other side, Luo Jiai led Li Mengyao to her room and had Li Mengyao sit on the soft bed. Little sister, I went on a business trip to another province and haven't seen you for only a few months.
How come you? Luo Jiai asked in surprise, looking at Li Mengyao's protruding belly.
Li Mengyao lowered her head, her face slightly flushed, and said shyly, it's just...
I'm pregnant. Luo Jiai frowned and pressed, what exactly happened? Tell me now.
Li Mengyao shifted her gaze, avoiding Luo Jiai's eyes, and remained silent. She had never been good at lying since childhood. The more she said, the greater the chance of being exposed, so she simply kept quiet. When Luo Jiai saw this, she knew something must have happened, and that Li Mengyao was unwilling to tell her. Since Li Mengyao's father passed away, Luo Jiai has always treated her like her own younger sister.
Luo Jiai suddenly remembered Lin Xian and said angrily, was it that Lin Xian outside who did this? Fine, I'll go find him and settle the score. With that, she turned to walk out. Li Mengyao quickly grabbed Luo Jiai and anxiously explained, Sister E, it's not my husband's fault. I couldn't help myself.
Her face turned even redder, and her voice grew softer and softer.
Li Mengyao still remembered that Luo Jiai was a black belt in Taekwondo and was very fierce when she fought. If she really angered her, the consequences would be unimaginable. There was a bully at school who tried to harass Li Mengyao, but Luo Jiai discovered it in time and, in a fit of anger, beat the bully until he was black and blue. The next morning, the school bully knelt before Li Mengyao, begging for forgiveness. This sudden scene terrified Li Mengyao.
From then on, no one at school dared to bully her anymore.
Sister, sigh. Luo Jiai sighed helplessly, rubbing her forehead. Sister E, my husband treats me very well. I really love Lin Xian. Li Mengyao looked at Luo Jiayi with a determined gaze. Is he capable of protecting you? Luo Jiayi asked. Luo Jiayi learned from her parents that Lin Xian was very rich, but being rich doesn't necessarily mean you can protect the people around you. Being rich and being good at fighting are two different things. She admires martial arts. Yes. Li Mengyao answered without hesitation. Luo Jiayi was speechless. After a while, Luo Jiayi led Li Mengyao to the living room and sat down, where they saw Lin Xian and Luo Qingxuan happily discussing tea. Suddenly, Lin Xian remembered that he still had a jar of fine Wui Mountain de Hong Pao tea in the trunk of his Maybach. It was a gift from Yi Ziyuan when he accepted the honorary chairmanship of the Jinghai City Piano Association. Uncle, I suddenly remembered there's a can of good tea in the trunk of the car. I'll go get it for you to try, Lin Xian said with a smile. Then he stood up and walked out of the room. Just then, a pair of eyes were fixed on him. Little sister, I forgot there's a package downstairs. I'll go get it, Luo Jiayi said with a smile. Li Mengyao nodded and continued to watch TV with a blank expression. Afterwards, Luo Jiayi also left the room. Lin Xian arrived at the underground parking garage, opened the trunk of the Maybach, and found the jar of Wui Mountain de Hong Pao tea inside. However, at that moment, the black diamond technology watch on Lin Xian's wrist suddenly began to vibrate. Alarm! An attack on the host has been detected. Please take precautions. Chapter 123 Stop. Lin Xian was startled and quickly turned his head to look. He saw a fair and slender leg kicking towards his shoulder with a sharp gust of wind. Without a second thought, Lin Xian quickly raised his arms to block. Bang! With a muffled thud, Lin Xian was jolted back a few steps. You reacted pretty quickly. Luo Jiayi's lips curled up slightly, forming a charming arc, before launching another attack. She moved with lightning speed, using both fists and feet, left hooks, right hooks, high kicks, low sweeps, all kinds of attacks came at Lin Xian like a storm. Lin Xian retreated repeatedly, only able to use his arms and body to defend himself, and said, Sister E, what do you mean by this? I don't think I've done anything to you, have I? You're pretty tough. But what's the use of just being defensive? How can you protect Yao Yao like this? Luo Jiayi sneered, her attacks becoming even more ferocious. After saying that, she turned her body, causing her legs to spin rapidly, and then kicked out with a powerful whirlwind kick. Lin Xian dared not be careless and quickly put his hands in front of him to block the attack. Bang! Lin Xian was forced back several steps by the powerful force, and at the same time, he took the opportunity to push Luo Jiayi away. The two put some distance between them. He's quite strong. Luo Jiayi's face showed a hint of surprise, and she had a greater appreciation for Lin Xian's strength. Since Sister E wants to test me, then I should show my true skills. I'd better be careful from now on. Lin Xian's lips curled up, revealing a confident smile. I couldn't be happier. A hint of excitement flashed in Luo Jiayi's eyes, and she rushed forward again. The two began exchanging punches, their back-and-forth exchanges revealing Luo Jiayi's fierce and rapid attacks, which Lin Xian skillfully countered with her own force. This surprised Luo Jiayi greatly. You actually know Wing Chun? Lin Xian smiled slightly, struck a Wing Chun pose, and said, I know a little bit about it. Just as the two were preparing for a new round of fierce combat, a soft yet loud voice suddenly rang out. Stop! The two turned their heads at the same time and found that it was Li Mengyao. At this moment, Li Mengyao stood there, her chest heaving slightly, her brows furrowed, clearly very angry. Wife, what brings you here? Lin Xian immediately ran over, held Li Mengyao's small hand tightly, and asked with concern. Li Mengyao glanced at Lin Xian and said angrily, If I don't come, are you guys going to keep fighting? No, that's not true. Jia and I were just sparring, right? Lin Xian quickly explained, then looked at Luo Jiayi. Luo Jiayi quickly added with a smile, Yes, sister, I saw that my brother-in-law's kung fu was so good, I just wanted to have a match with him. Luo Jiayi knows her younger sister very well. She knows that when Li Mengyao is obedient, she is like a cute little kitten, but once she gets angry, she will turn into a fierce lion. So when Li Mengyao angrily questioned them, Luo Jiayi immediately realized that things were not going well. Do you guys think I'm a 3-year-old? Sister E, where's your package? Li Mengyao said angrily. Luo Jiayi quickly explained, I just wanted to test Lin Xian, little sister, don't be angry, I was wrong. After being exposed, she quickly admitted her mistake. Lin Xian quickly comforted Li Mengyao, honey, look, we're both fine. Don't be angry, it's bad for the baby.
Seeing that neither of them was injured, Li Mengyao sighed helplessly and said, don't do that again.
Let's go back.
Li Mengyao, who had been waiting in the living room, noticed that her husband and sister hadn't returned for a long time and, worried that something might have happened, went downstairs to check. To her surprise, she found the two of them fighting. The three of them entered the elevator in silence, creating an awkward atmosphere. Lin Xian and Luo Jia felt Li Mengyao's cold gaze, and neither of them dared to speak again, because they could both see that Li Mengyao was still somewhat angry. Lin Xian was also speechless. He got beaten up and made his wife angry. Not long after, the three of them returned to the house and went into the living room together. As soon as he sat down, Huang Shizhen asked, why did it take you so long to come back? Lin Xian laughed and replied, we've been looking for this for quite a while. Then, he handed the Huaishan de Hong Pao in his hand to Luo Qingxuan.
Uncle, this is Huaishan de Hong Pao. Upon seeing this, Luo Qingxuan couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, my goodness, this is precious Wui Mountain de Hong Pao tea. A single jar can sell for hundreds of thousands of yuan on the market. But he immediately added, I dare not accept such a valuable gift, please take it back with you. Lin Xian quickly waved his hand, no need to be polite, uncle, please accept it. I have many more in Jinghai City. Alright then, after lunch we'll brew this Wui Mountain de Hong Pao tea and everyone can enjoy it together. Luo Qingxuan said happily. After he finished speaking, he invited everyone to the restaurant for lunch. The lunch was very sumptuous, and everyone enjoyed it very much. After lunch, everyone returned to the living room. Some sat on the sofa watching TV, while others gathered together to chat. Luo Qingxuan then began preparing tea, taking out the precious Wui Mountain de Hong Pao and carefully brewing it. Soon, the living room was filled with the aroma of tea, and everyone was savoring the rare de Hong Pao tea. Of course, Li Mengyao didn't drink it. De Hong Pao is a type of black tea, which contains a certain amount of caffeine and theophylline, which can have adverse effects on the baby. So she drank fruit juice instead. Time flies, and it's already afternoon. After saying goodbye to Li Mengyao's family and her aunt's family, Lin Xian took Li Mengyao's hand and went downstairs to the Maybach with Huang Shifeng.
Then they started the car and drove towards Times Garden. They arrived home safely very quickly. After arriving home, everyone went to their rooms to rest. Lin Xian was covered in sweat from sparring with Luo Jia, so he went to take a shower. After taking a shower, Lin Xian saw Li Mengyao lying quietly on her side on the bed, staring at him with her bright, lively eyes. Lin Xian slowly walked to the bedside and asked softly, wife, are you still angry with me? Li Mengyao shook her head slightly. Then, he climbed into bed, lay down next to Li Mengyao, and gently embraced her. Honey, let me see your hands. As Li Mengyao spoke, she reached out her slender hand and gently stroked Lin Xian's reddened arm, her eyes filled with concern and heartache. Sister E, really, you don't know what's important. Li Mengyao complained, her face full of worry. Lin Xian smiled slightly and comforted her, saying, Sister Yi's intentions were good, she just wanted to test whether I was capable of protecting you. You can't use so much force, it hurts me, Li Mengyao said gently, looking up. It won't happen again next time. Lin Xian cupped Li Mengyao's small face and gently kissed her. Chapter 124 Wife, be gentle. Under Lin Xian's soft words and gentle comfort, Li Mengyao finally closed her eyes, nestled quietly in his warm embrace, and drifted into a sweet dream. However, Lin Xian couldn't fall asleep, his thoughts kept drifting back to the intense sparring he had just had with Luo Jia. This woman is ruthless, she shows absolutely no mercy. If Lin Xian hadn't enhanced his physical attributes, he wouldn't have been able to withstand her attack. As for Wing Chun, let's go back to when Luo Jia used the whirlwind kick, and Lin Xian started asking the system for help in his mind. System, you only enhanced my physical attributes, but you didn't give me any practical combat moves. If I encounter a real master, I'll only get beaten up. Lin Xian cried out in his heart. Just then, the system's response rang out, good luck, host. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian nearly collapsed. He continued to lament in his mind, System, don't you have any combat-related rewards? The system replied, yes, but the host has not yet triggered such a reward. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian's hope was immediately rekindled, and he eagerly asked, then could I borrow it for a while, my system master? After a moment's hesitation, the system said, alright, then I'll temporarily reward you with the top fighting master skill, with a 10-minute usage limit. 10 minutes is more than enough, Lin Xian said confidently, a slight smile playing on his lips. As he finished speaking, a mysterious power surged into his heart, and all sorts of top-notch fighting skills from around the world flooded into Lin Xian's mind. Every detail and every movement is clearly visible. This led to the scene where Lin Xian later used Wing Chun. Sigh, I really want to experience what it's like to be a top-tier fighting master again.
Which man wouldn't want to have this skill?
However, the system said that there would be a reward if it was triggered in the future, and it would be yours sooner or later. Lin Xian sighed softly, his gaze falling on Li Mengyao in his arms. She slept peacefully, her beautiful face radiating tranquility and gentleness. Lin Xian smiled slightly, carefully held her, and together they drifted into a sweet dream.
Ouch! 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 Wife, be gentle. Lin Xian couldn't help but frown and mutter. Li Mengyao stopped what she was doing and looked at him in confusion. Does it hurt?
I didn't use much force.
It turned out that Li Mengyao was applying liniment to Lin Xian.
Looking at her earnest expression, Lin Xian felt a warm feeling well up in his heart.
Does it still hurt?
Li Mengyao asked with concern, easing her pressure slightly. Lin Xian nodded, a smile playing on his lips. Yeah, much better.
Honey, if you can't beat someone, just run away, okay? Don't always try to be brave. Li Mengyao gently instructed.
Lin Xian turned her head, her eyes firm and stubborn. Does my husband look like someone who can't be beaten?
Ouch! It hurts.
Suddenly, Lin Xian let out a scream. It turned out that after hearing his words, Li Mengyao unconsciously increased the force in her hand, and Lin Xian's face instantly became ferocious and distorted.
Still being stubborn.
Li Mengyao glared at him, but there was a hint of a smile in her eyes. She continued to gently wipe the red and swollen areas of Lin Xian with her warm little hands. I'll listen to my wife. Lin Xian finally relented, responding with a smile. After a while, Li Mengyao finally finished applying the medicine and carefully packed her things away. Thank you, my wife, Lin Xian said softly, a happy smile on his face.
At this moment, Lin Xian lay lazily on the bed, fully enjoying this warmth and sweetness.
As evening fell, Huang Shifang went downstairs to do square dancing, while Lin Xian and Li Mengyao also prepared to go out for a walk to enjoy the tranquility of the night. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, interrupting their plans. When Lin Xian opened the door, he saw that it was Li Mengyao's childhood friend, Chen Tingting, standing outside. She seemed a little nervous, glancing into the room every now and then.
Hello Lin Xian, is Mengyao here? Chen Tingting asked cautiously.
Yes, Lin Xian replied. At this moment, Li Mengyao also came out of the bedroom after changing her clothes.
Honey, who is it? Li Mengyao asked curiously.
It's Chen Tingting, Lin Xian told her.
Upon seeing Li Mengyao, Chen Tingting immediately said apologetically, Mengyao, I'm so sorry.
It's all my fault for not taking you home, you almost had an accident. She bowed deeply to express her apology. It turned out that Chen Tingting was quite frightened when she heard that Li Mengyao had almost been attacked by Li Jie that day. Tingting, this isn't your fault, Li Mengyao quickly helped Chen Tingting up and comforted her. If I had taken you home that day, maybe this wouldn't have happened, Chen Tingting said remorsefully. It's okay, don't think too much about it, Li Mengyao comforted her.
Come in and have a seat. With that, Li Mengyao pulled Chen Tingting into the house.
Lin Xian wisely returned to the bedroom, leaving the two of them with their own space. Li Mengyao and Chen Tingting sat down in the living room. Mengyao, you're pregnant now, and you can't run fast if you encounter danger, so I should have taken you back, Chen Tingting said with a guilty look.
Tingting, it's really okay. Look, I'm perfectly fine.
Besides, even if you take me away once, Li Jie will still find a chance to attack me again. And now that Li Jie is in prison, he won't have the chance to hurt me anymore.
Li Mengyao comforted her. Really? Mengyao, will we still be good friends? Chen Tingting asked, her eyes sparkling with anticipation.
Of course, Li Mengyao said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Chen Tingting smiled brightly and chatted happily with Li Mengyao. The two chatted happily, seemingly forgetting the unpleasantness that had occurred earlier. Oh, Mengyao, your penthouse is amazing. It's spacious, has a great view, and the decor is so luxurious.
Chen Tingting exclaimed.
Then Chen Tingting began to complain about the bizarre things she encountered at work, while Li Mengyao listened with a smile, occasionally offering a response. After a while, Chen Tingting happily got up, said goodbye to Li Mengyao, and went home.
Honey, let's go for a walk. Li Mengyao called out.
You're here. Lin Xian came out of the bedroom and smiled. Then Lin Xian took Li Mengyao for a walk downstairs in the community. During their walk, Lin Xian suddenly noticed that his wife seemed to have something in her mouth. She would chew lightly from time to time, a satisfied smile on her face.
Honey, what are you eating? Lin Xian asked curiously. Milk candy. Li Mengyao turned around and smiled. My husband wants one too.
Lin Xian smiled slightly.
I still have a few more in my bag.
Li Mengyao said, reaching into her bag. Lin Xian reached out and grabbed Li Mengyao's small hand, revealing his signature smile. Li Mengyao blushed slightly, then shook her head left and right to make sure no one was around. She tiptoed gently and fed the candy to Lin Xian mouth to mouth.
Mommy, someone is kissing me.
Just then, a child's voice came from behind.
Chapter 125 Wife, I'm here for you from now on. Li Mengyao panicked instantly and quickly turned around to look.
She saw a little boy who looked about 6 or 7 years old staring at them with big, curious eyes, as if he were studying something interesting. Just then, a woman in her 30s walked over. Seeing the scene before her, she immediately covered the little boy's eyes with her hands and said anxiously, "Don't look." Then he picked up the little boy, turned around, and walked away, muttering to himself.
Couldn't we go back and kiss again? Young people these days are really.
Upon hearing this, Li Mengyao's face turned bright red, and she wished she could disappear into the ground. She no longer cared about Lin Xian's joking face beside her, and walked quickly forward with her head down. Seeing this, Lin Xian quickly caught up and said with concern, "Wife, slow down, don't rush, be careful." His face still had that carefree smile.
"Humph, it's all your fault."
Li Mengyao muttered angrily, but her pace didn't slow down at all. The two continued walking forward and soon heard a burst of cheerful music. "You are the most beautiful cloud in my sky, let me keep you with my heart, keep you here." It turned out to be the sound of square dancing music. Li Mengyao held Lin Xian's hand and slowly walked towards the music. Soon they found a group of middle-aged women dancing. They danced gracefully to the rhythm of the music, their faces beaming with joy and happiness.
"Wife, what are you doing here? Do you want to jump too?"
Lin Xian asked with a smile. Li Mengyao rolled her eyes in exasperation after hearing this.
"Look who that is."
She extended her slender index finger and pointed gently. Lin Xian looked in the direction she pointed and saw a familiar figure appear before him. "Mom," he exclaimed in surprise. At this moment, Huang Shifang was standing in the middle of the crowd, her face beaming with a happy smile, happily dancing to the rhythm of the music. "I haven't seen my mom dance so happily in a long time." Li Mengyao smiled gently, a hint of emotion in her eyes. "From now on, Mom can dance happily like this every day," Lin Xian said with a smile.
"Mom."
Li Mengyao smiled brightly at Lin Xian. Then, she took out her phone from her pocket, pointed the camera at Huang Shifang who was dancing with great enthusiasm, and pressed the shutter button to record this beautiful moment. After filming, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao quietly left.
"Unfortunately, I didn't bring my Nikon Z7LL camera with me this time.
I'll bring it next time to take a set of photos for my mom." The two went home after their walk. As night fell, Lin Xian lay on the soft bed, his hands constantly playing with Li Mengyao's smooth hair, feeling the delicate touch of it gliding through his fingertips.
"Honey, stop playing."
Li Mengyao put down her phone, looked up at him pretending to be angry, but there was no threat in her eyes.
"Even when a kitten is angry, isn't it still a kitten?"
Lin Xian wasn't afraid at all and continued playing his own game.
"Honey, can we go to the countryside tomorrow?" Li Mengyao gently pushed Lin Xian away and said with a touch of sadness.
Hearing his wife's words, Lin Xian looked up, his eyes filled with concern and tenderness.
Why the sudden trip to the countryside?"
"Tomorrow is the anniversary of my father's death, and I want to go see him," Li Mengyao whispered, pressing her face against Lin Xian's chest.
"Of course you can, I also want to meet my father-in-law."
Lin Xian hugged Li Mengyao tenderly and gently stroked her soft back. "We'll be right back after we finish watching," Li Mengyao continued. "Okay," Lin Xian said gently. Li Mengyao slowly raised her head, her beautiful eyes gazing deeply at Lin Xian, filled with love and gratitude.
She asked softly, "Honey, why do you never ask me about my father's relatives?"
Lin Xian smiled slightly and replied gently, "If you don't want to talk about it, I won't ask." Upon hearing these words, Li Mengyao felt a surge of warmth in her heart, and her eyes welled up with tears. She gently bit her lip and continued, "Actually, my grandparents used to love me very much, but everything changed after my father passed away. My uncle's family had a son, and my grandfather started to see us as a burden, gradually distancing himself from us." At this point, her voice became low, as if recalling those painful memories. Lin Xian listened quietly, sensing his wife's pain and helplessness. He reached out and held her small hand tightly, offering her strength and support. Li Mengyao continued to tell her story. Grandpa believed that girls would eventually get married, so he treated his grandson like a treasure. Later, my mother couldn't take it anymore and had a fierce argument with my grandfather. She finally decided to sever ties with them and take me with her. From then on, my mother and I depended on each other for survival. As she spoke, tears welled up in her eyes, and she wiped them away with a wronged expression. Wife, you don't need to pay attention to them anymore, I've got you covered. Lin Xian looked at her with heartache, gently cupped her cheeks, and comforted her tenderly. He carefully wiped away her tears, his eyes filled with determination. Li Mengyao nodded, touched, her eyes glistening with tears, but the corners of her mouth turned up slightly. Lin Xian lowered his head, pressed his forehead against Li Mengyao's, and gently asked, "Are you still sad?" Li Mengyao blinked, a hint of a smile flashing in her eyes, a little. Lin Xian smiled and continued, "Then what should we do?" Li Mengyao closed her beautiful eyes, smiled, and said, "I want a kiss." Looking at her adorable appearance, Lin Xian felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He gently kissed Li Mengyao's lips. Chapter 126. Dad, I'm doing very well now too. The next morning arrived quickly. After having breakfast, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao prepared to set off. Li Mengyao's father, Li Qingyang, has been buried in his hometown since his death. His hometown is located in Litsuan, a remote village in Jingshui City, which is quite a distance from the city center and takes about 3 hours to drive there. Mom, aren't you coming with us? Li Mengyao asked her mother. I already went during the Qingming festival, so I don't need to go again this time. You two can go by yourselves, Wang Shifang replied. In fact, Huang Shifang also really wanted to go, but she hoped to leave Lin Xian and Li Mengyao some space to be alone so that they could better face Li Qingyang. Alright then, honey, let us go. Li Mengyao nodded, then took Lin Xian's hand and walked out of the house together. The two arrived at the Maybach parked downstairs. Lin Xian carefully helped Li Mengyao into the passenger seat, then returned to the driver's seat, started the car, and slowly drove out of the Times Garden community. They first bought some offerings along the way, and then headed straight for Li Village. Honey, won't you take a nap on the way? Lin Xian said gently, looking at Li Mengyao. Normally, Li Mengyao would fall asleep as soon as she got on the bus, but today she sat quietly in her seat with a blank look in her eyes, as if she had lost her vitality. Honey, I can't sleep. Li Mengyao said. Hearing this, Lin Xian looked at his wife with heartache and comforted her, then let's put on some music. Listening to songs might help us relax. As he spoke, he turned on the car stereo and selected a few light and cheerful songs. After hearing this, Li Mengyao gradually calmed down and started chatting with Lin Xian from time to time. Time passed slowly, and after a long 4-hour drive, a long, black Maybach slowly drove into Litsuan. The farmers were busy with their farm work when they suddenly saw this luxury car drive into the village. They stopped what they were doing in surprise and stared intently at the car's trajectory. They remembered that no one in the village seemed to drive such a luxury car, so they started gossiping about who it was. Whose car is this? It's so beautiful, a villager exclaimed. Yes, I've never seen such a nice car before, another villager chimed in. Just as everyone was discussing this, the Maybach stopped, the door opened, and Lin Xian led Li Mengyao out of the car. Wow, whose child is this? He's so good looking, a woman couldn't help but exclaim. Yes, that guy is so handsome, he looks like a movie star, another young girl chimed in. That woman looks a bit like Li Qingming's niece, someone recognized Li Mengyao. Since Li Qingyang's tombstone is not far from the village entrance, cars can only be parked on one road in the village, and the rest of the way has to be walked. Wife, be careful. Lin Xian carefully supported Li Mengyao and slowly walked forward. Yes, I'm watching. Li Mengyao smiled gently at Lin Xian. The two walked side by side and soon arrived at Li Qingyang's tombstone. At this moment, the tombstone in front of me did not have much dust on it, only some fallen leaves, as if someone came to clean it regularly. The tombstone bears a photo of Li Qingyang in his youth. He has a handsome face, a resolute look in his eyes, and a slightly upturned mouth that reveals a confident smile. Li Mengyao's beautiful eyes resemble her father's, clear and bright, revealing a determined gaze. Lin Xian took out his tools and began to carefully sweep the fallen leaves around the tombstone, while Li Mengyao gently arranged the offerings she had brought in front of the tombstone. Considering that Li Mengyao was pregnant, Lin Xian specially took out a soft mat and laid it on the ground. Then, the two of them knelt down gently, their knees resting on the mat, facing Li Qingyang's tombstone. Dad, I've come to see you.
How have you been lately?
Someone as kind as you must be living a happy life in heaven, Li Mengyao said softly, tears welling in her eyes. Dad, I want to tell you that I'm doing very well now, Li Mengyao continued, her face beaming with happiness.
I've graduated from university and gotten married. My husband loves me very much and takes good care of me and my mother. Li Mengyao gently stroked the photo on the tombstone.
Also, Dad, you're going to be a grandfather soon, and a grandfather of 2 children at that.
You'd be so happy if you were here.
As Li Mengyao spoke, her voice gradually choked up, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Lin Xian looked at his wife with heartache and quickly took out a tissue to wipe away her tears.
Dad, this is your son-in-law. What do you think? Isn't he as handsome as you were when you were young?
Li Mengyao smiled through her tears and pointed at Lin Xian as she introduced him to her father. He is not only handsome, but he also has his own career. He takes great care of me.
Your daughter has good taste, doesn't she? She took Lin Xian's hand and held it tightly with her own.
Dear father-in-law, I am Lin Xian, Li Mengyao's husband. He gazed at the name on the tombstone, a sense of respect welling up in his heart. Thank you so much for your love for Mengyao when she was little. Don't worry, Mengyao is in my care from now on. I will not let her get hurt in the slightest. Lin Xian said firmly. He knew this responsibility was immense, but he was willing to dedicate his life to protecting Li Mengyao and their family.
The two knelt quietly, their grief gradually turning into tranquility. After a while, Lin Xian gently took Li Mengyao's hand and stood up. He bowed deeply to the tombstone, then turned to leave. Suddenly, a strong wind blew, carrying a cloud of dandelions that danced in the air like light snowflakes. These tiny dandelion seeds danced in the air, like a group of little elves playing happily. They fluttered and drifted towards the sky, creating a beautiful contrast with the blue sky and white clouds, as if bravely seeking the unknown distance, forming a magnificent picture. Li Mengyao leaned on Lin Xian's shoulder, quietly gazing at the beautiful scenery before her.
Lin Xian and Li Mengyao walked back hand in hand. As they approached Maybach, they found the villagers already gathered there, discussing animatedly. Their back, a villager shouted. The other villagers all turned around and stared at Lin Xian and Li Mengyao. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao continued walking towards the Maybach with expressionless faces. As they approached, they found an elderly woman with white hair and a cane standing beside the car. Chapter 127 I will definitely take good care of Mengyao in this life. The old man's face was etched with the marks of time, but his eyes shone with a warm light.
Yao Yao, is that you back?
The old lady looked up and asked softly.
Li Mengyao quickly stepped forward, took the old lady's arm, and gently replied, Grandma, it's me who's back.
Although her grandfather and uncle's family regarded Li Mengyao as a burden and abandoned her ruthlessly, her grandmother had always treated her very well in the past. When the decision to sever ties was made, my grandmother strongly opposed it, but ultimately she could not change the decision. Seeing you living such a happy life now, Grandma is at ease, Grandma said gently.
Grandma, Mom and I are doing well, so you don't need to worry, Li Mengyao said with a smile.
Grandma's blurry eyes carefully examined Li Mengyao, and suddenly noticed that her stomach seemed a little strange, so she reached out her old hand and gently stroked it.
Oh dear, Yao Yao, what's wrong with you? Grandma asked in surprise.
Yes, Grandma, you're going to be a great-grandmother, and a double one at that. Li Mengyao excitedly told her grandma.
This is good news, this is good news.
Grandma said excitedly. However, she suddenly remembered that Li Mengyao had long severed ties with her family, and her joy vanished instantly, replaced by a deep sigh. Immediately afterwards, Grandma took a red envelope out of her pocket and handed it to Li Mengyao.
I'm already very grateful that you still consider me your grandma.
Keep this red envelope, it's for the 2 little ones, Grandma said with a smile.
Li Mengyao knew that this was originally meant for her grandson.
Grandma, I can't accept it, Li Mengyao said, declining. Grandma insisted, I've wronged you for the past 10 years or so. If you still acknowledge me as your grandma, then take it. Grandma's eyes gradually welled up with tears, and her voice became firm. Left with no other choice, Li Mengyao had to accept the red envelope. At this moment, Grandma's gaze fell on Lin Xian, who was standing next to Li Mengyao.
She smiled kindly and asked softly, this must be my grandson-in-law, right? He's very handsome. Lin Xian smiled and replied, yes, Grandma, my name is Lin Xian. Grandma nodded and praised, Lin Xian, what a good name.
Then, Grandma suddenly became serious and looked at Lin Xian earnestly, saying, Lin Xian, Grandma has a request for you. Please take good care of my granddaughter. Grandma, I promise you, I will take good care of Mangyao for the rest of my life, Lin Xian said firmly.
Okay, I'm relieved to hear that. You should hurry up and leave. When the old man comes and sees how rich you are now, he'll probably start acting like a scoundrel again, Grandma said with a smile.
Grandma, we're going back now, Li Mangyao said reluctantly. Yes, please give my regards to Shifang, and also apologize to her on behalf of Grandma. It was our Li family's fault, Grandma said, her voice choked with emotion. Lin Xian then helped Li Mangyao into the car, returned to the driver's seat, started the Maybach, and slowly drove away amidst the envious gazes of many villagers.
Just as they were leaving the village, they ran into Li Qingyang's younger brother, Li Qingmin. He gaped in astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief, because he saw Li Mangyao, whom he had abandoned, now riding in a luxury car.
Lin Xian and Li Mangyao didn't even glance at him. The long, black Maybach drove straight away from Li village. On the way back, Lin Xian noticed that his wife was looking out the window and seemed very depressed.
Honey, shall we sit in the back?
Lin Xian looked at Li Mangyao, his eyes filled with love and tenderness.
Why?
Li Mangyao turned her head and asked in a low voice. The back is spacious, let your husband hold you for a while, Lin Xian said gently.
Who's driving that car? Li Mangyao asked with some concern.
Don't worry, let the top-of-the-line intelligent driving system handle it, Lin Xian explained with a smile. After saying that, Lin Xian parked the car on the side of the road, opened the car door and got out, leading Li Mangyao to the back seat. He gently opened the car door, carefully helped Li Mangyao sit down, and then sat down next to her himself. In the back row, Lin Xian gently held Li Mangyao in his arms, letting her feel his care and protection. Li Mengyao's long, fair legs gently rested on Lin Xian's thighs, her small head nestled against his chest, as if she had found a peaceful haven. Xiaohei, activate the top-level intelligent driving mode, Lin Xian commanded the Maybach's intelligence system.
Okay, Maybach replied. As the vehicle slowly started, it drove smoothly forward.
Honey, it's okay to cry if you want to, but you can't cry anymore once we're home, Lin Xian said, gently stroking Li Mengyao's hair. He knew she must be harboring a lot of grievances and pain, and now was the time to release those emotions.
Upon hearing this, Li Mangyao finally couldn't hold back anymore.
Her tears flowed like a burst dam, dripping onto Lin Xian's shirt. She hugged Lin Xian tightly and cried her heart out, releasing all her exhaustion and sorrow. Lin Xian held her quietly, feeling her every sob, his heart filled with heartache. All he could do was use a tissue to wipe away Li Mengyao's tears.
Perhaps she was exhausted from crying. Li Mangyao leaned against Lin Xian and fell into a deep sleep.
Lin Xian gently helped her rest her head on the back seat and carefully fastened her seatbelt before cautiously returning to the driver's seat. He never dared to ask Li Mangyao about her father, Li Qingyang, for fear of touching on her deepest pain. It wasn't until later that he learned the truth from Huang Shifang. It turned out that Jingshui City had been hit by several days of heavy rain, causing the river to overflow and cause disaster. On his way home from get-off work, Li Qingyang discovered a little girl being swept away by the raging river. Without hesitation, he jumped into the river and, thanks to his excellent swimming skills, quickly rescued the little girl and brought her back to the shore. However, at that moment, the river suddenly surged, and Li Qingyang, having exhausted his strength, was ultimately swept away by the merciless current. The little girl who was rescued by Li Qingyang disappeared without a trace afterward. Thinking of this, Lin Xian couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. His wife's childhood was truly unfortunate. Time ticked by, and finally, after nearly 4 hours of driving, the Maybach came to a smooth stop in the parking lot of the Times Garden residential complex. Lin Xian returned to the back seat and gently woke Li Mangyao. Honey, we're home, Lin Xian said gently.
Chapter 128. Are all female hooligans these days so self-righteous?
Li Mangyao gently rubbed her beautiful eyes. Let your husband check if your eyes are swollen. Lin Xian cupped Li Mengyao's small face and examined it carefully. Her beautiful eyes, like two bright gems, blinked as she looked at him, as if telling of endless tenderness and love. Even when my wife cries, she's still beautiful, Lin Xian couldn't help but kiss her rosy cheek and whispered.
Stop fooling around, let's go home.
Li Mengyao smiled shyly and offered her small hand to Lin Xian. Lin Xian took Li Mengyao's hand and helped her out of the car, then walked towards the elevator. Soon, the two returned home. It was already past 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and sunlight streamed through the window, casting golden patches on the floor.
Mom, I'm home.
Li Mengyao called out cheerfully as she entered the house. At this moment, Huang Shifang had already calculated the time and was bringing out a large bowl of steaming noodles and a bowl of braised dishes from the kitchen. Hearing her daughter's call, a relieved smile appeared on her face.
You're back?
Let's have some noodles, Huang Shifang said gently.
Mom, how did you know I was hungry? Li Mengyao asked in surprise.
You never eat much when you visit your father, but you immediately complain of being hungry when you come back, Huang Shifang said with a smile.
Hee hee, honey, come and eat some braised noodles. My mom makes them so delicious.
Li Mengyao couldn't wait to pull Lin Xian to sit down in the restaurant, her eyes filled with excitement and anticipation. She picked up a large bowl of noodles, then scooped on a big spoonful of fragrant braised seafood, and skillfully stirred it with chopsticks. Then, she happily picked up her chopsticks and slurped up the noodles, her face beaming with a blissful smile. Lin Xian also tried a bite and had to admit that his mother's cooking skills were really good. Mom, the braised noodles are delicious, Lin Xian said with a smile.
I'm glad you like it. Huang Shifang watched the two of them from the side and smiled happily.
Since neither of them had eaten properly at noon, they quickly finished off a large bowl of noodles. After finishing her meal, Li Mengyao went back to her room to rest, while Huang Shifang went downstairs to check on the progress of the shop's renovation.
Lin Xian quietly left home.
He went to the parking lot downstairs, started his Maybach, and drove out of the Times Garden residential complex. Lin Xian first went to the largest traditional market in Jingshui City and selected 2 exquisite lotus lanterns. In ancient times, people would release lotus lanterns to express their grief and remembrance for their deceased relatives. After buying the lotus lantern, he drove to a well-known Martin guitar shop in Jingshui City.
As soon as I entered the store, a friendly young male salesperson greeted me. Hello sir, are you here to buy a guitar? The male salesman gave a professional smile. Yes, may I ask which Martin guitars you sell here? Lin Xian asked. Oh, we have Martin D28, Martin D41, Martin D45, etc.
These are all very classic models, the male salesman introduced. At that moment, Lin Xian's gaze was drawn to a guitar. He walked up to the guitar without thinking and examined it closely. This guitar is absolutely stunning. Its elegant silhouette and delicate lines create an unparalleled charm that is truly captivating. Sir, you have excellent taste. Upon seeing this, the male salesman immediately stepped forward and said excitedly, "This is our Martin D45 Modern Deluxe. It uses high-quality rosewood and spruce wood, and has a rich, warm and balanced sound quality. Whether you are playing an instrument or singing, it can show its unique charm. Moreover, it feels great to play. The comfortable neck design allows you to easily press the strings and play. This guitar looks really good," Lin Xian said with a smile.
May I try it out?
Of course, the male salesman readily agreed, and carefully took the Martin D45 Modern Deluxe off the shelf and gently handed it to Lin Xian. After taking the Martin D45 guitar, Lin Xian gently pressed a few strings, enjoying the beautiful sound it produced, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face.
He turned to the male salesman and asked, "How much is this guitar?"
The male salesman smiled and replied, "Because the materials used in this guitar are very rare, the price will be slightly higher, priced at 100,000 yuan.
Okay, I'll buy it. Please wrap it up for me."
Lin Xian handed the Martin D45 guitar back to the male salesman. The male salesman excitedly accepted it and said happily, "Okay, thank you very much."
Next, Lin Xian went to the front desk to pay and retrieve his shopping receipt. Just as he was about to leave, the male salesman came over again and asked, "Sir, would you like this guitar engraved?"
After thinking for a moment, Lin Xian smiled and replied, "Yes, please engrave the word Xianmeng on it for me." The male salesman nodded to indicate that he understood and prepared to turn around to handle the engraving.
By the way, I have something to do later. Could you please deliver this guitar to this location around 8 p.m.? Lin Xian opened his phone and handed the address to the male salesperson for review. Yes, that's possible. Since you've spent over 100,000 yuan at our store, we can accommodate some of your personalized requests.
We guarantee on-time delivery, the male salesperson said with a smile.
Okay, thank you for your help.
After saying that, Lin Xian left the Martin musical instruments store and drove his Maybach home. Soon, Lin Xian returned home, changed into comfortable pajamas, and quietly lay down next to Li Mengyao, falling asleep. Time quickly came to 7 p.m., and Lin Xian vaguely felt a pair of small hands touching his face.
Then I grabbed it.
Lin Xian grasped Li Mengyao's small hand with his own, slowly opened his eyes, and looked at his playful wife in front of him.
"Honey, you're awake." Li Mengyao blushed and said playfully. "Wife, when did you become so dishonest?"
Lin Xian smiled and gently pinched her nose with his fingers. "No way," Li Mengyao pouted, lowered her head, and dared not meet his gaze, feeling a little guilty.
"You still say no?" Then what were you doing with your little hands just now?
Lin Xian said with a smile. He reached out a hand and gently turned Li Mengyao's cheek, forcing her to face his gaze.
I didn't do anything.
Li Mengyao raised her face proudly, looking completely innocent.
Are all female hooligans this brazen these days?
Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly, revealing a wicked smile.
Can this be called being a hooligan?
Li Mengyao stuck out her cute little tongue, blinked her big eyes, and looked pitiful.
In that case, I'll kiss my wife too. Chapter 129 Lotus Lantern.
After their intimate moment, the two changed their clothes in the room and prepared to go downstairs for a walk.
Honey, let's go for a walk by the lake next to our neighborhood today, Lin Xian said with a smile. Okay, Li Mengyao smiled happily.
Then Lin Xian led Li Mengyao to the lakeside next to Time's Garden. This moon reflection lake is like a dazzling pearl, inlaid in this tranquil land. The lake water is as clear as a mirror, reflecting a bright moon and the lush green trees around it, creating a beautiful natural painting. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao strolled along the lake, enjoying the refreshing breeze and tranquil environment. The two chatted and laughed all the way, and soon arrived at an end of the road. Li Mengyao stood by the lake, gazing up at the full moon. Lin Xian could tell that his wife was still missing her father. So he took out 2 lotus lanterns that he had prepared beforehand from the bushes behind him.
I hid them here after buying them in the afternoon.
Wife, let's release lotus lanterns, Lin Xian said with a smile.
A lotus lantern?
Li Mengyao turned around curiously.
Seeing the 2 exquisite lotus lanterns, each petal is carved with lifelike detail.
The petals are arranged in a staggered and orderly manner, layer upon layer surrounding the central wick, just like a lotus flower in full bloom, exuding a tranquil and peaceful beauty.
Honey, when did you buy this?
A hint of joy flashed across Li Mengyao's face. While you're taking a nap this afternoon, Lin Xian said with a smile, handing a lotus lantern to Li Mengyao. Li Mengyao took the lotus lantern, examined it carefully, and smiled slightly. Lin Xian said softly, Wife, lotus lanterns can be used to express our grief and remembrance for our loved ones. He paused for a moment, then continued, We will place the lotus lanterns in this moon reflection lake, and I believe my father in heaven will be able to see them.
Li Mengyao nodded slightly, her eyes a little moist. Yes, thank you, husband.
She gently hugged Lin Xian. Lin Xian gently hugged her back, feeling her warmth. After a while, they released each other, and Lin Xian took out a lighter and lit the wick of the lotus lantern. Li Mengyao did the same, and then the two of them gently placed the lotus lantern on the lake.
As a gentle breeze blows, the lotus lanterns sway softly on the water's surface.
Moonlight spills onto the lake, reflecting the lantern's shadows and making the whole scene exceptionally beautiful. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao stood quietly by the lake, hand in hand, watching the lotus lanterns gradually disappear into the distance, their hearts filled with longing and blessings for their loved ones. Soon, the lotus head disappeared from their sight, and it was exactly 8 o'clock in the evening.
Just then, footsteps suddenly came from behind.
The two turned around and saw a young man carrying a large guitar backpack coming towards them.
It was that male salesman.
Sir,
here is the Martin D45 Modern Deluxe you ordered this afternoon.
Please check it.
Thank you.
Lin Xian took the guitar bag, and then the male salesman left. Lin Xian opened the guitar bag, inside which was a beautiful Martin D45 Modern Deluxe guitar.
Honey, why did you buy another guitar? Don't we already have a piano at home? Li Mengyao asked happily. The guitar is more convenient.
My husband can play songs for you anytime, anywhere, just like now, Lin Xian said with a smile.
What song will my husband play for me?
Li Mengyao felt warm and sweet inside, and couldn't help but show a happy smile.
Come this way. Lin Xian gently took Li Mengyao's small hand and led her to a delicate little pavilion by the lake.
A gentle breeze swept across the lake, bringing a touch of coolness. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao sat on the stone benches in the pavilion. The surrounding environment was quiet and pleasant. Li Mengyao gently rested her head on Lin Xian's shoulder, feeling his warm body temperature, and then slowly closed her beautiful eyes, quietly enjoying this peaceful and beautiful moment. Lin Xian picked up the guitar beside him, adjusted the strings, and plucked them with his fingers, producing beautiful music. The music he played was beautiful and melodious, flowing into Li Mengyao's ears like a gentle stream, immersing her completely. Lin Xian played the instrument while softly singing. The smile of a super idol.
None of them are as sweet as yours. The midday sun in August. None of them are as dazzling as you.
You have no idea how adorable you are. After falling down, he'll stand up with a silly grin.
You never give up easily.
My dedication to my dreams has never wavered.
I feel at ease when you say that to me. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Let me do it. Dare to pursue your dreams. That resolute look.
I dedicate a seesaw love you at 105 degrees to Li Mengyao.
Wife, the past is the past. From now on, your husband will always be by your side.
Lin Xian gently pressed his forehead against hers.
Yes, my husband is the best in the world.
Li Mengyao's lips curled up slightly, forming a beautiful crescent moon shape. She was truly stunning. They drew close to each other, their breaths mingling, gently caressing each other's skin.
Slowly, their lips drew closer, as if drawn by an invisible force.
From a distance, they looked like a guitar-playing boy and a stunningly beautiful woman embracing and kissing passionately in a pavilion, both immersed in this beautiful moment.
The tranquil lake reflected the moonlight, as calm as a mirror.
A bright full moon hung in the sky, illuminating their figures and bringing a mysterious and enchanting glow to the whole scene.
It was late at night, and Lin Xian and Li Mengyao were lying on the soft bed.
"Honey, I want to learn music too," Li Mengyao said sweetly, while gently stroking her husband's firm abs with her small hand, then looking up with a sweet smile. "Okay, I'll teach you from now on," Lin Xian said gently.
"Honey, once I learn music, I'll sing for you too."
Li Mengyao tucked her long hair behind her ears, revealing a gentle and serene smile.
Chapter 130 Grandma's House.
The next day, the morning light shone through the curtains onto the bed. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao got up early and began packing their luggage.
Today they will be heading to Li Mengyao's maternal grandmother's home Yunxi Village, a remote village located in a county under Jingshui City. The family plans to stay at the maternal grandmother's house for 2 days.
It takes more than 3 hours to drive there from Jingshui City.
"Honey, have you packed everything?"
Lin Xian asked his wife with a smile as he unpacked his luggage. Her face was beaming with happiness.
"I've brought everything,"
Li Mengyao replied happily, holding a small suitcase filled with gifts for her grandmother. Afterwards, the two walked out of the room and saw that Huang Shifang had already packed her luggage and prepared a sumptuous breakfast. The family sat around the dining table, their laughter filling the room. After breakfast, Lin Xian, Li Mengyao, and Huang Shifang went to the parking lot downstairs in the residential complex and got into the luxurious Maybach. Lin Xian skillfully started the vehicle and selected the highest level of intelligent driving mode. The car started slowly, and the Maybach smoothly drove out of the residential area, heading towards Yunxi Village. They chatted and laughed all the way, and soon, in the blink of an eye, they arrived at the entrance of Yunxi Village. As the long, black Maybach slowly drove into Yunxi Village, it aroused the curiosity and attracted the attention of a group of villagers.
Everyone was discussing it. "Who's back? Driving such a nice car? Is it that Mr. Huan, the richest one? It doesn't seem like it."
The villagers were all watching the luxury car pass by. They then watched as the luxury car smoothly came to a stop in front of a simple country house. The car door opened, and a handsome young man stepped out first, his eyes revealing confidence and determination. Immediately afterwards, he walked to the passenger seat and carefully helped a beautiful woman out of the car. Finally, a middle-aged woman got out of the back seat. The villagers were all amazed.
This was Huang Shifang's family's property. After taking the luggage out of the trunk, Lin Xian took Li Mengyao's hand and walked towards the building. Li Mengyao's maternal grandmother's house is a simple rural house. Although it lacks luxurious decorations, it exudes a simple and unpretentious beauty.
The house has a simple exterior, with slightly mottled white walls that bear the marks of time.
Yet, it still exudes a warm and inviting atmosphere. Li Mengyao gently pushed open the door and excitedly called out, "Grandma, I'm back to see you."
Her voice was full of joy and excitement. Grandma hurried out of the room, a kind smile on her face.
Yao Yao is back? Grandma hurriedly came out of the house, a kind smile on her face. "Yes, Grandma, I missed you."
Li Mengyao ran forward and gently hugged her grandmother. She felt her grandmother's warm embrace and felt exceptionally happy. "My child, Grandma misses you so much too." Grandma gently patted Li Mengyao's back, her eyes full of love.
At this moment, Huang Shifang stepped forward and said gently, "Mom, we're back."
Grandma turned around, took Huang Shifang's hand, and said with a smile, "It's good that you're all back." At this moment, she began to look at the young man standing behind her granddaughter with curiosity. "This must be my grandson-in-law," Grandma said with a smile. "Hello, Grandma, my name is Lin Xian, and I am Li Mengyao's husband," Lin Xian said with a smile.
Good, oh, so good. He's so handsome. Come on in." Grandma smiled and let everyone into the house.
After entering the house, Lin Xian looked around. Although this rural house couldn't compare to his family's luxurious villa, the furniture was neatly arranged and the house was very clean. It was clear that his grandmother really enjoyed living here. Lin Xian followed them into the living room.
After sitting down, his grandmother warmly asked him, "Were you thirsty on the way?"
Then she turned to Li Mengyao and said, "Grandma will pour you a glass of water." After saying that, she prepared to get up to pour the water. Li Mengyao quickly called out, "Grandma, I can do it myself."
But Grandma smiled and waved her hand, "You're pregnant now, so Grandma will do it."
"Don't let her age fool you, she's in great health." After saying that, she walked briskly to the kitchen and quickly brought out 3 glasses of warm water and placed them on the table.
"Yao Yao, you're in for a treat today."
"Grandma's making your favorite braised fish," Grandma said with a smile. Hearing this, Li Mengyao smiled happily. Okay, when she was little, her favorite food was braised fish made by her grandmother.
Soon, Grandma prepared a sumptuous lunch, and everyone sat around the table, happily enjoying the delicious food. "Honey, this is delicious." Li Mengyao picked up a piece of braised fish and put it into Lin Xian's bowl. Lin Xian took a bite and couldn't help but exclaim, "It's delicious."
Huang Shifang also said with a smile, "Mom, Lin Xian's cooking is much better than ours."
Upon hearing this, Grandma beamed with joy. "Really? I'd love to try it tonight, ha."
Lin Xian nodded quickly, "No problem, I'll take care of it." After lunch, everyone returned to their rooms to prepare for a nap. There was no air conditioning in my grandmother's house, only a small fan that was spinning hard. Although September marks the beginning of autumn, the weather is still quite hot. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao were lying in bed.
"Honey, are you not used to being here?"
Li Mengyao looked up and asked with concern.
Lin Xian smiled slightly and replied gently, "It's all right, it's just a little hot."
He reached out and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Li Mengyao immediately showed a pained expression and said, "Then I'll fan you with a fan." After saying that, she took out a small and cute fan from behind her and gently fanned Lin Xian. When Li Mengyao was little, she couldn't sleep because of the heat, and her mother would gently fan her with this fan. Lin Xian quickly stopped her, saying, "No need, I can do it myself."
"Don't tire yourself out, honey." But Li Mengyao shook her head, insisted on fanning him, and said softly, "I'm not tired." After a while, Li Mengyao spoke up again, "Actually, it's quite cool here at night. By the way, why didn't Mom and Aunt bring Grandma to the city?"
"It would be more convenient for them to live there," Lin Xian couldn't help but ask.
"Of course we've taken her there, but my grandmother just doesn't like city life.
She feels it's too unfamiliar and too lonely. Every time she goes, she only stays for a few days before she starts nagging to go back to the countryside, so we can't let her go back," Li Mengyao explained. Lin Xian said with emotion, "It seems that Grandma still prefers rural life." "Yes, Grandma said that here she has familiar neighbors, so she can chat and talk anytime, and visit each other."
Li Mengyao nodded in agreement. "All right, honey, you're not hot anymore.
Go to sleep now," Lin Xian said gently, taking the fan from Li Mengyao's hand. Li Mengyao then lay quietly, her body gradually relaxing, and soon she drifted into a sweet dream. After seeing that Li Mengyao had fallen asleep, Lin Xian picked up a fan and gently fanned his wife, his movements so soft that they were almost inaudible. A gentle breeze brushed against Li Mengyao's cheeks, bringing a touch of coolness, and a sweet smile appeared on her beautiful face. Lin Xian stayed by her side the whole time, protecting her dreams.
Chapter 131 Li Mengyao's maternal grandfather.
As the afternoon drew to a close, Li Mengyao took Lin Xian's hand and strolled through Yunxi village. As the sun sets, it bathes the entire Yunxi village in a golden hue, as if draping the small village in a golden veil, making it exceptionally beautiful and captivating. At this time, some hard-working farmers were still working in the fields, their figures appearing tall and upright in the afterglow of the setting sun.
"Isn't this Mr. Huang's granddaughter?"
A middle-aged woman looked up from the field, saw Lin Xian and Li Mengyao, and said with a smile. "Aunt Huang, it's me," Li Mengyao replied with a smile.
"Oh my, I didn't expect the little girl to have grown so much. She's getting more and more beautiful. How is your mother?" Aunt Huang asked with concern.
"Great, she came back too," Li Mengyao replied. "Aunt Huang, this is my husband, Lin Xian." Then, Li Mengyao introduced Lin Xian to Aunt Huang. "Your husband has such a refined air about him, he's a perfect match for that young lady," Aunt Huang said with a satisfied smile after carefully examining Lin Xian.
"By the way, is that luxury car yours?"
Aunt Huang suddenly pointed to the Maybach parked by the roadside and asked curiously. Yes, Aunt Huang, Lin Xian nodded with a smile.
That's wonderful. The little girl's life is finally getting better. Auntie is so happy for you. Best wishes to you. Aunt Huang laughed happily. Thank you, Aunt Huang. Li Mengyao smiled and thanked Aunt Huang. Now that we have money, we can't forget Aunt Huang, huh?
She used to change your diapers when you were little, Aunt Huang said with a smile, recalling the past.
Let's not talk about the past. I won't forget Aunt Huang. Li Mengyao's face flushed slightly. Ha ha ha.
Lin Xian and Aunt Huang smiled at each other, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. Li Mengyao then continued to lead Lin Xian forward, and soon they arrived at the only small shop in the village. The two entered the convenience store and saw a middle-aged man sitting leisurely inside, watching TV while enjoying the breeze from a fan. Uncle Huang, I'm here to buy candy again, Li Mengyao said to Uncle Huang with a smile.
Isn't this the little girl? When did you get back? Uncle Huang looked up and smiled at Li Mengyao.
I just got back this morning, Li Mengyao replied.
Would you like milk candy again? Uncle Huang asked with a smile. Mum. Li Mengyao nodded happily. Is this the little girl's boyfriend? Uncle Huang asked curiously, scrutinizing Lin Xian.
No, he is my husband.
Li Mengyao smiled slightly.
Uncle Huang looked at Lin Xian in shock, his eyes filled with disbelief. Kid, you'd better treat the little girl well, she's the life of the village. After saying that, his expression turned serious. Uncle Huang, I will, Lin Xian said firmly. Li Mengyao, who was standing nearby, quickly interjected, saying, Uncle Huang, he treats me very well, so don't worry. Her face was filled with a happy smile. Uncle Huang nodded slightly to show his satisfaction, then smiled and said, That's good.
This box of white rabbit milk candy is a gift for you.
After saying that, he handed the milk candy in his hand to Li Mengyao. Li Mengyao quickly shook her head and declined, saying, That won't do, Uncle Huang has it tough too. Then, she quickly took out her phone, ready to scan the code to pay.
However, Lin Xian reacted quickly and completed the payment first.
Upon seeing this, Uncle Huang burst into laughter. You used to come here all the time to mooch candy, but you weren't this formal before, huh? His laughter was hearty and friendly. Li Mengyao smiled slightly and said shyly, I was just being immature before.
Thank you, Uncle Huang, we're leaving now.
Then, she took Lin Xian's hand and turned to leave. On the way back, Li Mengyao excitedly opened the wrapper of the milk candy, took one out and put it in her mouth, savoring the sweet taste.
Honey, open your mouth.
Li Mengyao turned to look at Lin Xian and said with a smile.
Lin Xian was taken aback. They were still on the way. Did his wife want a kiss right now? How embarrassing. Ah. Lin Xian opened his mouth expectantly, waiting for Li Mengyao's fragrant lips.
He was greeted with a piece of candy.
Honey, are you thinking something inappropriate? Li Mengyao couldn't help but chuckle at Lin Xian's blank expression.
Lin Xian said with some disappointment, I thought my wife would feed me.
Dream on.
Now you have your own milk candy, so you're not allowed to eat mine anymore, Li Mengyao said haughtily. As night fell, Lin Xian went into the kitchen to prepare a sumptuous dinner. He skillfully chopped, stir-fried, and stewed vegetables, and one delicious dish after another gradually appeared on the table. Stir-fried beef with green peppers exudes an enticing aroma, stewed mutton with carrots is rich and flavorful, steamed sea bass is tender and juicy, and mushroom and chicken soup is nutritious and nourishing. Lin Xian, your cooking skills are amazing.
Grandma exclaimed after tasting the food.
Mom, I told you, Lin Xian's cooking skills are much better than ours, Huang Shifang said with a happy smile. If you like it, come back often to cook for Grandma, Lin Xian said with a smile.
Looks like I'm in for a treat, ha ha ha. Grandma laughed happily. The family sat around the dining table, enjoying this warm and cozy moment.
After dinner, Li Mengyao took Lin Xian to a small pond. The two sat on stone benches, looking at the small pond and the rice paddies in the distance, quietly enjoying the tranquility of the rural night. The moonlight shone down, illuminating the water's surface and creating a silvery glow. A gentle breeze blows, and the rice ears in the paddy field sway gently, making a soft rustling sound. Lin Xian asked softly, Wife, why did Aunt Huang say you were Mr. Huang's granddaughter this afternoon?
Logically, shouldn't we just call out the specific name?
Li Mengyao sighed softly and explained, because my maternal grandfather used to be the village schoolteacher. In the past, all the children in the village were taught by my maternal grandfather, so everyone respected him and was used to calling him teacher. Her voice carried a faint sadness.
Lin Xian asked softly, then your maternal grandfather? He was about to ask further, but seeing a hint of sadness flash in Li Mengyao's eyes, he didn't press the matter. Chapter 132 Rice Fragrance. After a moment of silence, Li Mengyao slowly said, my maternal grandfather, like my father, died young. He left behind 2 aunts and my mother, and then suddenly fell ill, leaving only 3 women to depend on each other. Her eyes revealed deep sorrow. Lin Xian silently took Li Mengyao's hand. Li Mengyao continued, that's why our family and my aunt's family have a particularly deep bond. Lin Xian never imagined that his wife's family would be so tragic. Wife, I will always be by your side from now on, Lin Xian said gently, embracing Li Mengyao tenderly. Yes, my husband said it before, I've always believed in you, Li Mengyao replied with a slight smile. Honey, would you like to listen to some music? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Li Mengyao's eyes lit up, and she happily smiled, yes. Wait a moment, honey, I'll be right back. Lin Xian immediately got up and left the small pond. Soon, he returned with a Martin D45 guitar. Li Mengyao asked in surprise, honey, why did you bring a guitar? Lin Xian explained with a smile, the guitar is kept in the trunk of the Maybach, so it's convenient to play music for my wife anytime. This small gesture made Li Mengyao feel Lin Xian's thoughtfulness and care for her. What song is your husband going to sing? Li Mengyao looked up at Lin Xian with a smile, her eyes full of anticipation. Lin Xian didn't answer, but instead focused on playing the guitar. As his fingers plucked the strings, a beautiful guitar melody rang out, like heavenly music. Immediately afterwards, Lin Xian began to sing. If you have too many complaints about the world. If you fall, you won't dare to keep going. Why are people so fragile and degenerate? Please turn on the TV and take a look. So many people are bravely striving to keep going for their lives. Shouldn't we be content? Cherish everything, even if you don't possess it. Do you remember you saying home is the only castle? The river continues to flow with the fragrance of rice. I know the dreams you had as a child when you smiled slightly. Don't cry, let the fireflies take you away. The folk songs are our eternal refuge. Let's go home, back to the beauty of the beginning. The performance of Jay Chou's rice fragrance has ended. His voice is clear and infectious, and he expresses the emotions in the lyrics to the fullest. The entire pond was immersed in this beautiful music, as if time had stopped flowing. At this moment, Li Mengyao leaned quietly on Lin Xian's shoulder, gently closed her beautiful eyes, and immersed herself in the wonderful music. Her face was beaming with a happy smile, as if the whole world had become a better place. Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly as he asked softly, wife, does it sound good? Li Mengyao opened her beautiful eyes, which sparkled with joy, and replied with a smile, it sounds beautiful. Is there a reward? Lin Xian looked at her and smiled. Yes. Upon hearing this, Li Mengyao winked mischievously, looked around to make sure there was no one around, including any little kids, before she felt relieved. She reached into her pocket and took out 2 milk candies. Then, she gently reached into her pocket and took out 2 milk candies, carefully tore open the wrapper, handed one to Lin Xian, and then ate one herself. Is this all the reward? Lin Xian was a little disappointed. Oh, and there's more. After saying that, she wrapped her small arms tightly around Lin Xian's neck, tilted her head back, and offered her soft, fragrant lips. Time flew by and it was noon the next day. After having lunch at his grandmother's house, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao prepared to set off back to Jingshui City. Mom, you really don't need to bring so much stuff. Huang Shifang quickly stopped her mother as she saw her mother about to start loading large and small bags into the car again. These chickens, ducks, and geese are all raised at home, so it's safer to eat them, and these vegetables are all grown by me, absolutely no pollution. Take them back for Yao Yao to nourish her body. Grandma said as she handed the bag in her hand to her daughter. Huang Shifang reluctantly took the bag, somewhat amused and exasperated. Okay, Mom, is this enough? Not enough, not enough, how can this be? Grandma wouldn't listen to any advice and continued to stuff all sorts of agricultural products into the trunk of the Maybach. Alright, it's finally full. Grandma looked at the trunk, which was now packed to the brim, and nodded with satisfaction. Lin Xian then helped Li Mengyao into the car, and Huang Shifang also sat in the back seat. Have a safe journey. Grandma shouted from the doorway. Okay, Mom, we're leaving, Huang Shifang replied, opening the car window. Grandma, we'll come see you again next time. Li Mengyao smiled sweetly and waved to the window. Grandma, we're leaving. Lin Xian smiled and said goodbye to his grandmother. Okay, be careful on the road. Grandma waved her hand, her face full of a kind smile. As Lin Xian pressed the start button, the Maybach slowly drove out of Grandma's house and headed towards Jingshui City. In the days since returning home, Li Mengyao has bought a yoga mat and maternity yoga clothes online and has been learning yoga at home while watching videos. She felt her body was becoming increasingly cumbersome, so she decided to maintain her health through yoga. Now she's starting to gain weight, can clearly feel the baby moving, and often urinates. These are all common symptoms during pregnancy. Lin Xian took meticulous care of Li Mengyao at home, massaging her legs and waist every day to relieve her discomfort. He would also prepare a variety of nutritious foods for her to ensure that she and the babies received enough nutrition. Once, Lin Xian added a tiny bit of chili to his stir-fry, just the mildly spicy kind. After taking a bite, Li Mengyao exclaimed "Ah!" Startled, Lin Xian hurriedly stood up. She asked worriedly, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" "No, the baby just kicked me," Li Mengyao said with a smile. "Then wife, don't eat this plate of beef. I added a little bit of chili." Lin Xian quickly took the dish away, afraid that Li Mengyao would feel uncomfortable if she ate it. "It seems the baby doesn't like spicy food." Li Mengyao smiled and touched her belly. That night, before going to sleep, Lin Xian gently pressed his ear against Li Mengyao's belly and listened carefully, hoping to hear the baby's voice. Suddenly, a faint poof sound came from Li Mengyao's stomach. "Honey, did you hear that? The baby just moved." Li Mengyao exclaimed in surprise, her face beaming with happiness. "I heard it. I really heard it." Lin Xian laughed happily, like a child. Chapter 133 What names should we give our babies? Lin Xian continued to listen to Li Mengyao's stomach for a while, but this time he didn't hear any movement. However, this did not dampen his excitement. He happily lay back on the bed, holding Li Mengyao tightly with one arm, while casually placing the other hand behind his head. He stared at the ceiling and began to ponder. It's about time to choose a nice name for the babies. What's a good name for my son? And for my daughter? Lin Xian was deep in thought. Honey, what names do you think we should give our babies? Lin Xian gently stroked Li Mengyao's hair and asked tenderly. Isn't it a bit too early to be thinking about this now? Li Mengyao looked up and said gently. It's getting late, we need to get ready in advance. Lin Xian gently hugged Li Mengyao and smiled. But I haven't decided yet, maybe we should wait a little longer, Li Mengyao said with a smile. Okay, Lin Xian said indulgently. The next day, Lin Xian went to the market to buy groceries and was surprised to see a stall selling ingredients from northeast China, which reminded him of the geese his grandmother had brought him. On a whim, he decided to buy some ingredients and cook a sumptuous northeastern feast for his wife himself. Lin Xian enthusiastically selected various northeastern specialties, such as vermicelli and hazel mushrooms, and then happily returned home with a bountiful harvest. At noon, as lunchtime approached, Li Mengyao was quietly reading on the balcony when she suddenly smelled an enticing aroma. She closed the book and followed the aroma to the restaurant. Just then, Lin Xian came out of the kitchen, carrying a large iron pot filled with food that emitted an enticing aroma. He placed the pot on the table, lifted the lid, and saw tender and juicy goose meat, along with diced potatoes, golden corn, fresh hazel mushrooms, and soft and chewy glass noodles. Wow, it smells so good! Li Mengyao couldn't help but exclaim, her eyes fixed on the pot of stewed goose. This is a northeastern specialty dish I specially made for you, stewed goose in an iron pot. Lin Xian said proudly. Honey, can you cook northeastern Chinese food? Li Mengyao asked in surprise. Of course, your husband is omnipotent. Lin Xian replied confidently, then kissed her slightly parted lips. Li Mengyao grunted in response, then turned around in a panic, only to find Huang Shifang coming out of the room, smiling at them. She immediately felt extremely shy, her face turning as red as a ripe apple, and she glared at Lin Xian angrily. Lin Xian was soon met with a sharp pinch. Then Lin Xian brought out a plate of delicious-looking, fragrant, and flavorful stir-fried potatoes, eggplant, and green peppers, and a plate of richly flavored braised pork ribs from the kitchen. And so, a sumptuous northeastern feast was laid out on the table, and the family sat together to enjoy the food. Honey, this is so delicious. Li Mengyao picked up a piece of goose meat soaked in broth and put it in her mouth. After chewing it carefully, a happy smile appeared on her face. Lin Xian, have you ever been to northeast China before? The taste is very authentic. Huang Shifang also took a bite and praised it highly. I've never been there before. I learned all this online. If it's delicious, eat more.
After saying that, Lin Xian put a tempting piece of goose meat on Huang Shifang's and Li Mingyao's plates. This braised pork rib smells so good. This stir-fry of potatoes, eggplant, and green peppers is also very delicious.
Li Mengyao couldn't stop eating. Eat slowly.
Lin Xian looked at Li Mengyao and smiled.
As night fell, countless stars were scattered across the tranquil surface of Yingyue Lake.
Lin Xian led Li Mengyao on a leisurely stroll along the lake. Lin Xian listened to Li Mengyao murmurs while admiring the beautiful night view of the lake. Under the moonlight, the two figures looked exceptionally warm and inviting.
Help! Someone, please save my grandson. Suddenly, a series of urgent cries for help echoed across the lake, shattering the tranquility. Chapter 134. I only hope you can always stay by my side.
Lin Xian and Li Mengyao exchanged a glance and immediately walked quickly in the direction from which the sound came. They walked through the dense woods and came to a delicate little pavilion, where they saw an elegantly dressed old woman calling out anxiously. Her face was filled with terror, and her eyes revealed despair and helplessness.
Grandpa, what happened?
Lin Xian asked with concern. The old woman pointed with trembling hands to the lake beside the pavilion, her voice choked with emotion. My grandson fell into the lake.
I can't swim.
Lin Xian looked in the direction the old lady pointed and saw a small figure struggling desperately on the lake not far away before sinking. By this time, a crowd had gathered. Some were calling the police, some were watching the commotion, and others were searching for lifebuoys, but no one was going to rescue him.
Wife, I'll be right back.
Lin Xian quickly took off his shirt and handed it to Li Mengyao.
Husband, be careful.
Before Li Mengyao could finish speaking, Lin Xian had already jumped into the lake. The lake water was icy cold, but he didn't care and swam with all his might towards the little boy's location. Li Mengyao stood anxiously by the lake, her hands clasped tightly together, her eyes fixed on the spot where Lin Xian dived into the lake, silently praying that everything would go smoothly.
Time passed second by second, but Lin Xian still did not surface.
30 seconds passed, and Lin Xian still hadn't come up. Li Mengyao frowned, starting to feel worried. A minute passed, and Lin Xian still hadn't come up. Li Mengyao paced back and forth anxiously, her eyes fixed on the lake, hoping to catch a glimpse of Lin Xian. 2 minutes passed, and Lin Xian still hadn't come up. Li Mingyao's face turned pale, her lips trembled slightly, and tears welled up in her eyes.
She couldn't help but let her imagination run wild. What if Lin Xian encountered some danger? What if he got tangled in the seaweed? What if? Every second felt like an eternity. Finally, another 30 seconds passed. A ripple suddenly appeared on the lake's surface, and Lin Xian's head emerged from the water, still tightly clutching the child in his arms. He paddled vigorously towards the shore. Li Mengyao waited anxiously on the shore, her eyes never leaving the lake. When she saw Lin Xian's surface, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, but more than that, she was worried. Li Mengyao clenched her fists tightly, tears welling up in her eyes again and sliding down her cheeks. Soon, Lin Xian successfully brought the little boy back to shore. At this point, the little boy was completely unconscious, his face deathly pale. Without hesitation, Lin Xian immediately began first aid for the child. Following his knowledge, he rhythmically pressed on the boy's chest and then performed CPR. Time and again, Lin Xian repeated this action, hoping to awaken this poor life. However, despite Lin Xian's best efforts, the little boy remained unresponsive. Junior, wake up. Don't scare Grandma.
The old woman beside her was already sobbing uncontrollably, calling out her grandson's name in a trembling voice, hoping for a miracle. Lin Xian continued CPR, but the little boy still did not respond. Just when he was about to give up, a miracle happened. Cough, cough. A cough came from the little boy's mouth, and his body twitched slightly.
Lin Xian was overjoyed and quickly continued the first aid.
The little boy coughed and vomited a lot of lake water, and his breathing gradually returned to normal.
At this moment, police cars and ambulances arrived at the scene.
Paramedics quickly got out of the vehicles, immediately examined the little boy, and rushed him to the hospital for further treatment. Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. The weight on his heart finally lifted. Li Mengyao ran over excitedly and threw herself into Lin Xian's arms, tears streaming down her face.
Wife, it's all right now. Lin Xian gently stroked Li Mengyao's hair. But Li Mengyao just hugged Lin Xian tightly and didn't say anything.
Afterwards, Lin Xian took Li Mengyao's hand and slowly left the scene. At Dingshui People's Hospital, a doctor in a white coat carefully examined the little boy, and finally relaxed, letting out a long sigh of relief.
Thank goodness.
The child is out of danger and in stable condition. Fortunately, the first aid after the drowning was very timely. If it had been any later, the consequences could have been unimaginable. Upon hearing the doctor's words, the elderly woman who had been standing by the doctor's side was so moved that tears welled up in her eyes. She gripped the doctor's hand tightly and repeatedly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, doctor. Thank you, doctor." However, at that moment, the old lady suddenly realized something. He had been so focused on rushing into the ambulance that he had completely forgotten about the young man who had saved his grandson's life. Now, he had vanished without a trace. When they got home that evening, Lin Xian pulled Li Mengyao into the master bedroom's bathroom to take a shower. However, Li Mengyao remained silent throughout the entire process, her eyes slightly red, seemingly still immersed in the thrilling incident she had just experienced and unable to let go of it. After taking a shower, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao changed into comfortable pajamas and lay on the soft bed. Lin Xian gently pulled Li Mengyao into his arms and asked with concern, "Wife, are you still angry with me?" Li Mengyao responded softly, her voice tinged with a hint of grievance and worry. "I'm sorry, my wife. I shouldn't have worried you." Lin Xian lowered his head and gazed at Li Mengyao with deep affection, his eyes filled with love and tenderness. "Husband, I don't want you to become some great hero, nor do I want you to be the savior in other people's eyes. I just want you to always be by my side, safe and sound." Li Mengyao's voice trembled slightly, and tears slid down her fair cheeks, leaving behind crystal-clear tear tracks. Those 3 harrowing minutes had made her deeply aware of the fear of losing Lin Xian. "Honey, I grew up by the sea, so I'm a very good swimmer. I was confident I could save her in that situation. Even if she really reached her limit, I could still get out unscathed," Lin Xian explained patiently while gently wiping away the tears from Li Mengyao's eyes. In fact, Lin Xian was already an excellent swimmer, and after being enhanced by the system, his physical fitness far surpassed that of ordinary people. Therefore, he can stay in the water for a long time, and even if he cannot successfully rescue someone, he is confident that he can retreat safely. "Then why didn't you tell me from the beginning?" Li Mengyao looked at Lin Xian and said aggrievedly. "The situation was urgent just now, and I didn't have time to explain to you. But I will definitely let you know in advance if something similar happens in the future," Lin Xian replied gently. "I will only take action when I am confident. I will not take risks easily if I am not confident," Lin Xian said firmly. "Honey, am I a bad woman?" Li Mengyao lowered her head and asked softly. "How could that be? You're just worried about me. You're the best wife in the world." Lin Xian comforted her and gently kissed her forehead. "If you're absolutely certain you can succeed, I certainly hope you'll go and save the person. After all, saving lives is a noble thing." Li Mengyao tilted her head back and revealed a faint smile. Chapter 135. If you don't agree, I'll keep following you. The next day, the morning light streamed into the room through the curtains, and Lin Xian slowly woke up. When he opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was Li Mengyao's serene face, gently resting on his chest, a faint smile on her lips, as if she were immersed in a beautiful dream. A warm and happy feeling welled up in Lin Xian's heart. He couldn't help but lower his head and leave a gentle kiss on Li Mengyao's forehead. Then, he carefully prepared to get up, afraid of waking the beauty in his arms. However, just as he tried to remove Li Mengyao's small hand from his waist, Li Mengyao's brows furrowed slightly, and then her beautiful eyes slowly opened, revealing a hint of confusion and drowsiness. As soon as Li Mengyao opened her eyes, she saw Lin Xian preparing to leave. "Honey, where are you going?" Li Mengyao hurriedly grabbed Lin Xian's hand and asked in a soft, sweet voice. After last night's harrowing experience, she was afraid that Lin Xian would disappear from her sight again. "Baby, I just remembered to make you breakfast. Sleep a little longer, okay?" Lin Xian gently kissed Li Mengyao's cheek again and tenderly comforted her as she lay down again. Looking at Li Mengyao's captivating face, Lin Xian couldn't help but sigh, "My wife is just too beautiful." "Honey, from now on, you have to tell me everything you do first," Li Mengyao said earnestly to Lin Xian, blinking her beautiful eyes. "Huh?" Lin Xian was puzzled. "If you don't agree, I'll just follow you everywhere you go," Li Mengyao pouted. "So, are you going to come with me when I take a shower?" Lin Xian asked with a mischievous grin, his eyes fixed on Li Mengyao. With Li Mengyao's delicate face flushed red as she whispered. "Rather than having my husband disappear from my sight, I'd rather sacrifice myself for now." Looking at his wife's adorable appearance, Lin Xian couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. He bent down and gently cupped Li Mengyao's face, showering her cherry-red lips with kisses. I haven't washed up yet," Li Mengyao said indistinctly. However, Lin Xian didn't care at all. He raised his head and said with a smile, "My husband doesn't mind. After saying that, he prepared to kiss her again. Seeing this, Li Mengyao quickly covered her mouth and said in a coquettish tone, "Honey, hurry up and make breakfast, I'm hungry." "Okay." Lin Xian then got up and went to the kitchen to start preparing breakfast. Soon, 2 steaming bowls of fish head rice noodles were served on the table again. Huang Shifan left early in the morning to supervise the construction, leaving only Lin Xian and Li Mengyao at home. "Wife, breakfast is ready." Lin Xian gently pushed open the bedroom door and called out softly. Coming, Li Mengyao had already gotten up, finished washing up, and was walking out of the sink. Her face was radiant with a fresh smile, and she looked absolutely charming. Afterwards, Lin Xian took Li Mengyao's hand and they went to the restaurant together. "Wow, it's my favorite rice noodles again," Li Mengyao exclaimed happily when she saw the breakfast laid out on the table. The two happily enjoyed a delicious breakfast, chatting and savoring the warm moment. After breakfast, they went to the living room, sat on the comfortable solid wood sofa, and each picked up their phone to play. Time passed by, and Lin Xian suddenly seemed to remember something, stood up, and prepared to leave. "Honey, have you forgotten what I just said?" Li Mengyao pouted slightly as Lin Xian was about to leave, and said with dissatisfaction. Upon hearing Li Mengyao's words, Lin Xian suddenly realized, "Oh right, my husband went out to buy groceries." He turned around, gently pinched Li Mengyao's cheek, and said with a smile, "I want to go too." Li Mengyao raised her head and looked at Lin Xian with a proud expression. Lin Xian smiled, nodded, and said, "Okay, let's go change our clothes together." After saying that, he took Li Mengyao's hand and they went back to the bedroom together. The two had already been completely honest with each other, so they no longer tried to hide anything when changing clothes. Soon, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao changed into comfortable clothes and walked out of the house hand in hand. The morning sunlight filters through the leaves, casting dappled shadows, and a gentle breeze caresses the face, bringing a refreshing coolness. There is a dedicated farmers' market near Times Garden, which is bustling with activity and full of life. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao strolled hand in hand along the paths in the residential area, enjoying the peaceful and beautiful moment. Before long, the two arrived at the vegetable market. Lin Xian smiled and asked Li Mengyao, "Wife, would you like to eat northeastern food again today?" Li Mengyao looked at him with bright eyes, a sweet smile on her face, and nodded, saying, "Yes." "Then today, your husband will make you something different." With that, he took Li Mengyao's hand and walked into the market. The market was bustling with activity, and various stalls were filled with fresh vegetables, fruits, meats, and seafood. Lin Xian led Li Mengyao through the various stalls, selecting the ingredients they needed. He carefully selected each item to ensure that they were the freshest and of the highest quality. Soon, Lin Xian had bought all the ingredients, and then he and Li Mengyao returned along the same route. Back home, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao continued to sit on the solid wood sofa in the living room and watch TV. The TV was playing the anime adaptation of Natsam's Book of Friends. The heartwarming scenes and touching story moved me deeply. Li Mengyao nestled quietly in Lin Xian's arms, intently watching the television program, her face beaming with a happy smile. Suddenly, she looked up at Lin Xian and said, "Honey, seeing Teacher Miaomi makes me miss Yu." Lin Xian casually replied, "Yu probably doesn't want you." "Ha? No, what I meant was that Yu misses you too," Lin Xian quickly corrected himself. Li Mengyao rolled her eyes at Lin Xian, annoyed, and didn't say anything more. Time flies, and it was almost lunchtime. Lin Xian glanced at the clock on the wall, then stood up and prepared to go to the kitchen to cook. "Don't come into the kitchen, be a good girl," Lin Xian said with a smile as he turned back to his wife, who was about to follow him. "Okay." Li Mengyao was a little reluctant, but she still agreed. Lin Xian then went into the kitchen and started working. After a while, Huang Shifang returned. As soon as she entered the door, she smelled the aroma of the food, and her mood immediately brightened. "Mom, you've worked so hard." Li Mengyao greeted her happily. "What is so hard about this?" "It's much easier than working in a supermarket," Huang Shifang replied with a smile. Just then, Lin Xian brought out plates of delicious-looking and fragrant dishes. "Dinner's ready." There are tender and juicy chicken stewed with hazel mushrooms, soft and flavorful catfish stewed with eggplant, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside braised pork slices, and tender and fall-off-the-bone pork ribs stewed with green beans. Each dish exudes a rich aroma. P.S. It seems like all the classic northeastern Chinese dishes are stewed, eyes closed face. Chapter 136 Simple Love. After a hearty lunch, the family members all went back to their rooms to rest. In the afternoon, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao, after waking up, continued watching the Natsam's Book of Friends anime in the living room. After watching the second season, Lee Mangyao suddenly looked up and said, "Honey, it seems like we haven't used the piano at home yet."
Lin Xian smiled gently and replied, "Would you like to listen to some music, my wife?"
Lee Mangyao nodded with a happy smile on her face.
"Then your husband will play the piano and sing for you."
Lin Xian got up and turned off the TV, then took Lee Mengyao's hand and walked to the piano, letting her sit down next to him.
"What song are you going to sing for me this time, honey?"
Lee Mengyao blinked her pure and bright eyes, like a deer's, and stared at Lin Xian expectantly. Lin Xian smiled mysteriously and replied, "You'll find out soon enough."
After saying that, he gently kissed Li Mengyao's delicate red lips. Then, Lin Xian's fingers gracefully landed on the piano keys, like butterflies dancing in the air.
The melodious sound of a piano filled the air, like a clear spring flowing through it. At the same time, he began to sing with deep emotion. "I can't explain why I've become so proactive.
If you fall in love with someone, you'll do anything for them.
I want to loudly proclaim how reluctant I am to part with you. Even my next door neighbor can guess how I feel right now.
I want to hold your hand like this and never let go. Can love always be pure and without sorrow? I want to take you cycling. I want to watch baseball with you. I want to be free of worries. Singing as we go. I want to hold your hand like this and never let go. Can love be simple and without harm? You lean on my shoulder. You sleep on my chest. A life like this. I love you, do you love me? I want to love simply. I dedicate Jay Chow's simple love to Li Mengyao. Wife, does it sound good?" Lin Xian looked at Li Mengyao tenderly.
"It sounds beautiful." Li Mengyao raised her head and looked at Lin Xian with deep affection. Their eyes met, and their faces drew closer and closer until they collided. Lin Xian gently kissed her soft lips. As evening approached, the sun gradually sank in the west, and a magnificent sunset painted the sky. When Huang Shifang returned from supervising the shop construction, she opened the door and saw her daughter, Li Mengyao, sitting on the sofa in the living room with rosy cheeks.
"Yao, I'm back," Huang Shifang said with a smile. "Mom, welcome back," Li Mengyao said. "Yao, why is your face so red?" Huang Shifang asked.
"And nothing, it's probably just the heat," Li Mengyao explained hastily.
Oh. Huang Shifang didn't think about it anymore.
After all, the weather in Jingshui City was still quite hot, even though it was September and autumn had arrived. Just then, Lin Xian appeared out of the kitchen.
"Dinner's ready." The family then happily enjoyed their dinner.
In the evening, Lin Xian sat in the living room leisurely watching TV. At this moment, the phone screen lights up, displaying a new group message notification. He opened it and found it was a conversation in the 622 Rice Bucket group. Chen Jingming excitedly sent a message, "Kids, Daddy's back to full health.
Can I log in tonight?" Zhou Quan replied, "Don't you have to be a mentor's slave anymore?"
Chen Jingming warned sternly, "I'm warning you once, don't mention the word mentor to me again."
Zhong Zixing then asked, "Did your advisor approve of you playing games?"
Chen Jingming warned again, "I'm warning you one more time, don't mention the word mentor to me. If you say it too many times, I won't be able to sleep at night." Then he urged, "Hurry up and log on, don't dawdle."
Zhou Quan replied impatiently, "What's the rush? The emperor isn't worried, but the eunuch is."
Zhong Zixing stated, "I'm already logged in." Finally, Chen Jingming called out to Lin Xian, "We're one short for the three of us, you're the only one we need." Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh after reading these messages. He turned to look at Li Mengyao beside him and said with a smile, "Honey, my college roommate asked me to play games." "Okay, go ahead." Li Mengyao nodded with a smile. Lin Xian happily replied to the group chat, "I'm here, let Dad take you flying." Then, he quickly got up, went to the computer room, turned on his Dell Alienware Aurora R15 computer, opened Heroes Canyon, and prepared to dominate the canyon with his roommates.
Lin Xian, "Oh my god, it's me. I came down from the mid lane to provide support. Why are you zooming in on me like that?" Zhou Quan, sorry, I feel like using my ultimate whenever I see Yasuo." Lin Xian. Time flies, and the Mid-Autumn Festival is here in the blink of an eye.
On this bright and sunny morning, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao got up early, dressed up carefully, and prepared to take Huang Shifang to Yunhai City to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival. The group arrived at the parking lot downstairs in Times Garden and got into the Maybach together. Lin Xian skillfully activated the top-of-the-line intelligent driving system, and the Maybach smoothly drove out of the parking lot, heading towards Yunhai City along the wide road. The car was filled with laughter and cheerful conversation throughout the journey. About an hour and a half later, the Maybach finally arrived at its destination, the parking lot of the Cloud House Villa. Huang Shifang stared in amazement at the luxurious villa before her, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly.
Lin Xian's family is so rich.
We've arrived, Lin Xian said with a smile. The three of them then got out of the car together and walked into the Yunhai home villa. At this moment, Zheng Shulan, Lin Zhanghua, and Lin Sisi were already waiting at the door. When she saw them appear, Zheng Shulan's face lit up with a joyful smile, and she hurriedly went forward to greet them. Welcome, in-laws.
Huang Shifang responded with a smile, I'm sorry to bother you again.
Zheng Shulan quickly waved her hand, not at all, it's more lively with more people.
Come on in.
Lin Sisi's gaze fell on her older brother and sister-in-law, especially on the Maybach. She excitedly ran forward and asked curiously.
Dude, when did you buy a new car? It's so cool.
Chapter 137 Wife, you're really something. Your older brother's first car was this Maybach, Lin Xian said with a smile, patting Lin Sisi's head.
Oh, what about that Xiaomi SU7 from last time? Lin Sisi asked in confusion.
That one is for your sister-in-law, Lin Xian explained.
Oh.
Lin Sisi nodded, but then realized something. Wait a minute, you drive a luxury car worth millions, but your wife only drives one worth a few $100,000? As she spoke, Lin Sisi ran to Li Mingyao's side, took her arm, and said playfully, Sister-in-law, this is not fair. Lin Xian was stunned. How could my little sister, whom I raised with such care, have turned against me in such a short time?
Sisi, you misunderstood.
Lin Xian bought me a new sports car later too, Li Mengyao explained gently.
Ah? Does that mean a Xiaomi SU7 has been freed up?
Lin Sisi's eyes lit up, and she was secretly delighted.
I'm currently a senior in high school and will be graduating soon to take my driver's license test. Once I get my driver's license, I can drive around and have fun.
Thinking about this, Lin Sisi began to imagine herself driving around, and an expectant smile appeared on her face.
Little sister, what are you thinking about?
Lin Xian looked at Lin Sisi, who was lost in thought, and couldn't help but go over and pinch her fair cheek. Lin Sisi was suddenly interrupted from her thoughts and immediately came back to her senses.
She turned to look at Lin Xian and asked, Brother, is that Xiaomi SU7 still available? Can I drive it after I graduate?
No, Lin Xian said decisively.
Ah? My dear brother.
Lin Sisi ran to Lin Xian again in an instant, grabbed his arm and said coquettishly.
Weren't you just tattling to your sister-in-law? Lin Xian questioned. No, that's not true.
I was just saying it casually, Lin Sisi scratched her head and quickly explained. You're punished by having to prepare lunch with your older brother. Lin Xian gently pinched Lin Sisi's nose, then led Li Mengyao back into the villa.
Oh.
Lin Sisi touched her nose, and although she was a little unwilling, she still nodded obediently. Back home, Zheng Shulan and her husband Lin Zhanghua chatted with Huang Shifang and Li Mengyao in the living room. Lin Xian and Lin Sisi were busy in the kitchen.
They plan to have dumplings for lunch today. Prepare another big meal tonight. Yao Yao, your belly is finally showing now. Are the babies doing well?
Zheng Shulan asked with concern, staring at Li Mingyao's slightly protruding belly. I just had a prenatal checkup recently, and the doctor said the babies are developing very well, Li Mengyao replied with a smile. She gently stroked her belly. That's good. You're already more than 5 months pregnant, so you'll have to take good care of yourself from now on, Zheng Shulan advised. Yes, I will be careful. Li Mengyao nodded, a happy smile on her face. Then Zheng Shulan and Huang Shifang talked about the things Li Mengyao needed to prepare before giving birth. Meanwhile, Li Mengyao sat quietly on the sofa, her gaze occasionally drifting towards the kitchen. In the kitchen, Lin Xian was processing minced meat.
He skillfully cut the meat into small pieces and then chopped it finely with a knife.
Lin Sisi was rolling out dough on the side. Her movements were quick and light, and the dough quickly turned into thin dumpling wrappers in her hands. Little sister, roll the dumpling wrappers a little thinner, Lin Xian reminded her as she chopped the filling.
Okay, you stinky bro.
Lin Sisi pouted and grumbled, but her hands didn't stop moving.
Honey, I want to help too.
Just then, Li Mengyao suddenly poked her cute little head out from the kitchen doorway and smiled at Lin Xian.
Wife. What are you doing here? Let me do these things. Go back and rest.
Lin Xian immediately put down what he was doing, came to the kitchen door, and said gently.
I'm not tired.
Li Mengyao gently shook her head, looking at Lin Xian with a firm gaze. There's a smell of cooking oil here, I'm worried you might have morning sickness. Lin Xian looked at her with concern, his brows slightly furrowed.
No, I feel great right now.
I can help you wrap the dumplings. I'll go back when you start steaming them, Li Mengyao said with a smile, her tone relaxed and natural.
All right then.
Lin Xian couldn't persuade Li Mengyao otherwise, so he could only nod helplessly, a hint of doting in his eyes. Afterwards, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao went into the kitchen together. This was the first time Li Mengyao had stepped into the kitchen since her last bout of morning sickness, and everything around her felt somewhat unfamiliar. Cece, the dumpling wrappers you rolled out look really nice. Li Mengyao looked at Lin Cece, a slight smile playing on her lips, and softly praised her.
Really? My brother was just complaining about the dough I rolled out.
Lin Cece pouted and complained.
Cece, you've actually done a great job.
If you pay a little more attention to the details, you'll roll it out even better. With that, Li Mengyao took the rolling pin and skillfully rolled out a thin, evenly sized, and round dumpling wrapper.
Wow, it really is. Lin Cece's eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Wife, you're really something. Lin Xian exclaimed in amazement after seeing it. Humph. Don't underestimate me. I used to be a regular in the kitchen. Li Mengyao proudly raised her chin, her eyes sparkling with confidence.
The three of them then busied themselves happily in the kitchen, making dumplings together.
They chatted and laughed, enjoying this warm and cozy moment. Soon, it was noon, and Lin Xian brought out 3 large plates of dumplings. Time passed quickly, and before we knew it, it was noon.
Lin Xian brought 3 large plates of steaming dumplings to the table and placed them in front of everyone.
These dumplings come in various flavors: shrimp and 3 delicacies, corn and pork, lamb and carrot, and more. Each filling exudes an enticing aroma that makes your mouth water.
Everyone picked up their chopsticks, took a dumpling, dipped it lightly in a little vinegar and soy sauce, and then put it in their mouths to chew slowly. The delicious flavor of the dumplings spreads across the tongue, making one feel intoxicated.
The family sat around the table, eating and chatting, their laughter echoing in the air.
After lunch, Zhang Shulan tidied up Huang Shifang's room, and everyone returned to their own rooms for a nap.
Honey, I didn't expect you to be such a good cook. The dumplings you made are delicious. Lin Xian gently hugged Li Mengyao and said tenderly.
Li Mengyao nodded slightly, a happy smile on her face. Of course, when my mother went out to work before, I always cooked for myself.
After the baby is born, I'll really enjoy my wife's cooking.
Lin Xian's lips curled up, revealing an expectant expression. Okay, Li Mengyao smiled slightly, her eyes sparkling with sweet light. However, she then playfully added, but it definitely won't taste as good as my husband's.
What my wife makes is always the best. Lin Xian lowered his head and kissed Li Mengyao's fair cheek, speaking gently.
You're so sweet talking, Li Mengyao said coquettishly, blinking her beautiful eyes.
Chapter 138 Mid-Autumn Festival.
In the afternoon, the sun shone brightly, and a gentle sea breeze was blowing.
Zhang Shulan and Huang Shifang went out shopping together.
Lin Xian and Li Mengyao were still lying in bed, embracing each other, leisurely watching the beautiful sea view outside the window. Honey, I want to go to the game room, Li Mengyao said sweetly, pressing her face against Lin Xian's. Lin Xian turned around and looked at Li Mengyao's adorable appearance. He couldn't help but reach out and pinch her cheek, asking with a smile, okay, what game do you want to play?
Li Mengyao blinked, her eyes sparkling with excitement. I want to play a kitchen management game, is that okay? Isn't that just playing house?
Lin Xian asked, startled. I don't care, my husband has to play with me, Li Mengyao said coquettishly. Lin Xian nodded, took Li Mengyao's hand, and said with a smile, let's go, your husband will play games with you. The two held hands and walked out of the room to the game room on the second basement floor of the villa.
The game room was filled with all sorts of game machines and entertainment facilities, a dazzling array.
After Lin Xian adjusted his seat, Li Mengyao happily walked over to Lin Xian, sat down next to him, picked up the game controller, and was eager to try it out. Lin Xian then opened a kitchen management game and started playing it happily with Li Mengyao. At the same time, Lin Cece walked out of the study looking exhausted, muttering, I'm so tired. There's still so much homework to do during the Mid-Autumn Festival holiday. She walked toward the villa's kitchen while complaining. After entering the kitchen, Lin Cece picked out a delicate little cake and happily took it back to the spacious and bright living room. She sat on the sofa, slowly savoring the delicious food in her hand. Just as Lin Cece was enjoying her meal, she suddenly realized that her parents might have gone out, and her brother Lin Xian and sister-in-law were probably still in their room, whispering sweet nothings to each other. At that moment, a thought flashed through her mind: if she could secretly play a game while no one was paying attention, she probably wouldn't be discovered, right? Thinking of this, a sly smile appeared on Lin Cici's lips. She quickly finished the small cake, wiped her hands, and then eagerly took the villa elevator to the game room on the second basement floor. However, when she pushed open the door to the game room, she unexpectedly bumped into Lin Xian, who was on his way to get a drink. Lin Xian looked at his sister and demanded, "Lin Cici, what are you doing here?" Lin Cici gave an awkward smile, scratching her head as she said, brother, sister-in-law, what are you doing here?" Lin Xian rolled her eyes at her, annoyed, and gently tapped her forehead. "Why can't I be here? If I'm not here, are you going to secretly play on the computer?" After saying that, he put his hands on his hips and seriously lectured Lin Cici, "You're already in your senior year of high school, and you still don't study properly. All you do is play games all day long." Lin Cici covered her head, standing aside with a wronged expression as she listened to Lin Xian's lecture. "Honey, today is the Mid-Autumn Festival. It's a rare day off, so let Cici come over and play with us." At this moment, Li Mengyao also walked over and smiled. "My sister-in-law is still the best to me." Lin Cici quickly hugged Li Mengyao's leg tightly. "Wife, just spoil her." Lin Xian sighed and agreed helplessly. Li Mengyao then pulled Lin Cici to sit down in the game room. "Cici, do you want that Xiaomi SU7? Li Mengyao asked Lin Cici gently. Upon hearing this, Lin Cici's eyes lit up instantly, and she excitedly replied, "Yes." Li Mengyao said with a smile, "Then when you graduate, your sister-in-law will give you the car." Upon hearing this, Lin Cici was so happy she almost jumped for joy. She excitedly hugged Li Mengyao and exclaimed, "Really? That's wonderful. You're the best, sister-in-law." However, at that moment, Li Mengyao suddenly said, "But it's just for you to use temporarily." "Huh? Transition?" Lin Cici looked at Li Mengyao in confusion, not understanding what she meant. Li Mengyao smiled and explained, "Have you forgotten? Didn't your brother promise to buy you a new car? You can drive this Xiaomi SU7 for now, and we'll buy you a new car later when you're more familiar with it." Lin Cici nodded in sudden realization. She knew her brother and sister-in-law always had her best interests at heart. But the prerequisite is to achieve good results, Li Mengyao added. She hoped to motivate Lin Cici to study hard and achieve better results through this method. "Okay," Lin Cici answered without hesitation. "Don't worry, sister-in-law. Although my grades aren't as good as my brother's, I'm still among the top students in my grade," Lin Cici said confidently. "You still have some self-awareness." At this moment, Lin Xian had already placed 3 bottles of drinks and some snacks on the table. "You stinky old man," Lin Cici muttered under her breath. Then, the 3 of them started playing games happily, enjoying a joyful family time. They laughed and played around, filling the game room with a joyful and warm atmosphere. Time flies, and before we knew it, it was evening. The sunset reflected on the sea, radiating a golden glow, as if draping the whole world in a golden coat. Zhang Shulan and Huang Shifan walked home happily, carrying a large bag of things in their hands. Then Lin Xian returned to the kitchen and started preparing the Mid-Autumn Festival feast with Lin Zhenghua. Before long, the restaurant was filled with a table full of delicious dishes, making everyone's mouths water. The table was laden with various delicacies, including steamed hairy crabs, braised lion's head meatballs, braised prawns, glutinous rice lotus root, and tomato stewed beef brisket. There was also a pot of fragrant mushroom and chicken soup. The family sat happily together, enjoying a delicious dinner. After dinner, everyone went to the viewing terrace on the 3rd floor of the villa. They sipped tea, savored mooncakes, and admired the bright, full moon that night. The moonlight shone down like water, illuminating the seaside and the entire viewing terrace. Chapter 139 What's Wrong? "Honey, let's go for a walk on the beach," Lin Xian said gently to Li Mengyao with a smile. "Okay," Li Mengyao nodded happily. "Cici, are you going or not?" Lin Xian turned to Lin Cici, who was eating mooncakes beside him, and asked. "I'm not going." "You're just trying to make me eat your dog food again," Lin Cici muttered while chewing on a mooncake. Under the cover of night, the seaside is exceptionally peaceful and beautiful. The stars are scattered across the deep sky, reflecting off the shimmering waters of the sea. The waves gently lapped against the beach, making a crisp and melodious sound, like a soothing nocturne. In the distance, a bright full moon hangs high on the sea, illuminating the entire surface of the ocean, creating a breathtaking scene. Lin Xian took Li Mingyao's hand and led her to the beach below the villa. They strolled along the beach, feeling the cool seawater beneath their feet. Suddenly, a gentle sea breeze blew by, carrying the scent and moisture of the ocean. Li Mingyao's hair fluttered in the wind, and a few strands gently fell onto Lin Xian's face. She turned her head, her gaze meeting Lin Xian's, revealing her stunningly beautiful face. He stared blankly at Li Mengyao, his eyes filled with deep affection.
What's wrong, honey? Li Mengyao felt Lin Xian's intense gaze and couldn't help but smile shyly.
She gently smoothed her hair and revealed a sweet smile.
It's nothing, I just think you're so beautiful, my wife.
Lin Xian gently pulled Li Mengyao into his arms and tenderly stroked her hair.
Since I'm so beautiful, why did it take my husband so long to notice me? Li Mengyao looked up at Lin Xian and asked playfully.
Lin Xian was speechless for a moment, unsure how to answer. Indeed, it was Li Mengyao who had fallen in love with him first.
Honey, would you like to hear me sing?
Lin Xian quickly changed the subject and said with a smile.
Okay, Li Mengyao nodded happily. She especially loved listening to Lin Xian sing.
Then please wait a moment, my wife, Lin Xian said with a smile.
Then, he dialed his sister Lin Cece's number. Cece, are the mooncakes delicious? Cece, are the mooncakes delicious? Lin Xian asked.
Brother, just say what you want to say, Lin Cece replied without any politeness. Go to my room, find the key to the Maybach, then go down to the parking lot, open the trunk of the Maybach, and bring me the guitar inside, Lin Xian said with a smile.
Ha? Can't you go get it yourself? I'm not going.
Lin Cece refused decisively.
Not going? Then let's have a good talk.
Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly, revealing a mischievous smile. This afternoon, someone tried to sneak onto the computer, but I caught them red-handed.
If Mom finds out, I wonder if she'll get a spanking.
Lin Xian continued. Upon hearing this, Lin Cece panicked and said with a wronged expression, Okay, I'll go, alright? You just wait, you jerk. When you buy me a car, I'll rip you off big time. Afterwards, Lin Cece reluctantly took the car keys to the parking lot, opened the trunk of the Maybach, and finally found the Martin D45 guitar. She carried her guitar and slowly walked towards her older brother. Meanwhile, Lin Xian, holding Li Mengyao, sat on a sturdy rock, quietly admiring the beautiful scenery around them. Hey bro! Suddenly, a clear voice came from behind Lin Xian. He turned around and saw Lin Cece carrying a guitar on her back, walking quickly towards them. Little sister, you've worked hard.
What do you want for a late-night snack? I'll make it for you.
Lin Xian took the Martin D45 guitar from his sister, a gentle smile on his face.
Humph, all you do is bully your cute little sister.
At least you have some conscience, Lin Cece pouted, muttering with dissatisfaction. Nothing else, I'm going back now, Lin Cece said. Go back, Lin Xian said without turning his head. Watching her brother and sister-in-law interact sweetly on the beach, Lin Cece couldn't help but wonder when her brother had learned to play the guitar. As she slowly walked back, she pondered the question to herself, but at the same time, she didn't want to be subjected to public displays of affection in front of her older brother and sister-in-law, so she jogged all the way back to the villa. Back in her room, she quickly took out a pair of binoculars, then hid behind the window to secretly observe the situation on the beach. On the other side, Li Mengyao quietly nestled beside Lin Xian, feeling his warm presence. Lin Xian held a beautiful Martin D45 guitar and began to play with deep emotion. As the strings were plucked, the melodious tune echoed in the air like heavenly music, intertwining with the gentle sea breeze to create a beautiful scene.
The sky really wants it to rain. I really want to live next door to you. Just standing there like an idiot downstairs.
Raise your head and count the dark clouds.
Summer is almost over. Please buy less ice cream. Don't wear short skirts after daybreak. Don't be so naughty anymore. Sing this song for you.
It has no particular style.
It merely represents. I want to bring you happiness. To thaw the glacier for you. I would be a moth drawn to the flame for you. Nothing is unworthy.
I dedicate the song What's Wrong to Li Mengyao. Li Mengyao listened to Lin Xian's song, and a happy and satisfied smile appeared on her face. When the song ended, she couldn't help but give Lin Xian a passionate kiss, and Lin Xian responded to her enthusiasm without hesitation. She was surprised when she saw Lin Xian playing the guitar. It turns out her older brother can actually play the guitar. However, when she saw Lin Xian and Li Mengyao kissing, her eyes widened and her face turned bright red. She immediately put down the binoculars, hurriedly ran back to the bedside, and tightly covered her body with the blanket. Half an hour later, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao returned to the Yunhai house villa. Lin Xian went into the kitchen and started making a late-night snack for Lin Cece. Although he often teases his younger sister, he never goes back on his word. Lin Xian always kept his promises to his sister. This is why Lin Cece listens to her older brother so much. Soon, the sound of something frying came from the kitchen. Having prepared a late-night snack, Lin Xian gently knocked on Lin Cece's door. He said softly, "Little sister, come out for a late-night snack. I made your favorite fried chicken. Here I am." Upon hearing that her favorite fried chicken was available, Lin Cece immediately forgot about what had just happened and excitedly ran out of the room. Chapter 140. Cece, your homeroom teacher is looking for you. After the Mid-Autumn Festival, Huang Shifang stayed in Yunhai City for a few days before preparing to return to Jingshui City. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao chose to stay in Yunhai City because they needed to go back to their hometown of Yunshan Town during the National Day holiday. Zhang Shulan originally wanted to stay a few more days, but Huang Shifang said that the shops in Jingshui City were almost finished being renovated and she needed to go back to take a look. So this morning, Zhang Shulan carried a large bag of Yunhai City specialties and stuffed it into the trunk of the Maybach. "In-law, that's enough, I can't eat this much by myself." Huang Shifang quickly stopped her. She knew that these local specialties were carefully selected by Zhang Shulan, but she simply couldn't eat so many. "Eat slowly, it's all right. Next time, I'll have Lin Xian bring you some local specialties from Yunshan Town," Zhang Shulan said. "Once everything is ready." Zhang Shulan held Huang Shifang's hand and said, "In-law, let's celebrate holidays together from now on. Now that Li Mengyao has married into their family, Huang Shifang will be spending holidays alone, which will be so lonely." "Okay, thank you, in-laws," Huang Shifang said with a smile. She felt Zhang Shulan's sincerity and care, and was deeply moved. "Mom, honey, be careful on the road," Li Mengyao instructed. "Okay, let's go." Lin Xian and Huang Shifang then got into the Maybach, and Lin Xian started the car, slowly driving towards Jingshui City. So now Chef Lin is gone, and Lin Zhenghua has gone to work, leaving only Zhang Shulan and Li Mengyao at home. So the glorious and arduous task of making lunch fell to Zhang Shulan. She was busy in the kitchen early in the morning, carefully preparing lunch dishes. She tasted each dish herself to make sure it was palatable, for fear that it wouldn't suit her daughter-in-law's taste. Li Mengyao tried to help several times, but each time Zhang Shulan gently pushed her away, saying that her mother could handle it. Soon, 3 dishes and a soup were on the table. "Mengyao, are you hungry? Come and try my cooking." "No need to wait for Lin Xian's dad," Zhang Shulan said with a smile. "Dad should be back soon, let's wait a little longer," Li Mengyao replied with a smile. "He's probably already eaten at the company cafeteria." Just as Zhang Shulan finished speaking, Lin Zhenghua called. "Honey, I can't come home for lunch today. There's an urgent matter at work that I need to deal with," Lin Zhenghua said. "Okay, then you're out of luck. I'll cook for you myself today," Zhang Shulan said. After hanging up the phone, Lin Zhenghua noticed his wife cooking for him. While eating the cafeteria food, he suddenly realized it tasted better now. On the other side, Zhang Shulan served Li Mengyao a bowl of delicious fish soup. "Mengyao, try it," she said with anticipation. Li Mengyao carefully picked up the small bowl, gently blew on it, and then carefully took a small sip. "How is it?" Zhang Shulan asked anxiously. Li Mengyao smiled happily and replied softly, "Mom, it tastes pretty good." Hearing her daughter-in-law's praise, Zhang Shulan was as happy as a child, and excitedly said, "Really? That's great. I knew my cooking skills wouldn't be bad. Really, Mom, try some too." Then, Li Mengyao also served Zhang Shulan a bowl of fish soup. This is a fish soup that I carefully prepared. I really want that brat to try it too, and see if he dares to doubt my cooking skills again." Zhang Shulan said proudly. "Mom, it's really good." Li Mengyao picked up another piece of meat, took a bite, and smiled. "Then eat more. In the future, during holidays, we'll have Lin Xian bring your mother over so everyone can have a lively time together," Zhang Shulan said with anticipation. Li Mengyao looked up at Zhang Shulan, her eyes filled with emotion, and said in a slightly trembling voice, "Thank you, Mom." "Oh dear, why are you crying?" Zhang Shulan hurriedly picked up a tissue and gently wiped away Li Mengyao's tears. "I'm touched," Li Mengyao said with a smile. She felt truly blessed to have such a caring mother-in-law. After lunch, Li Mengyao and Zhang Shulan returned to their rooms to rest. Before we knew it, it was already around 2 p.m. Lin Xian returned home and quietly went to the master bedroom of the villa. He gently pushed open the door and immediately saw Li Mengyao lying quietly on the bed, like a sleeping angel. Lin Xian smiled slightly, picked up his clothes, and headed to the bathroom. After taking a shower, he gently climbed into bed and tenderly embraced Li Mengyao. Just as he was about to go to sleep, he noticed the beauty in his arms trembling slightly. Li Mengyao slowly turned around, her beautiful eyes blinking, sparkling with a gentle light. "Honey, you're back?" Li Mengyao said softly, her voice revealing a hint of surprise. Lin Xian smiled and replied, "Yes, I just got back." Li Mengyao nuzzled her face against Lin Xian's chest, like a docile kitten. She whispered, "Thank you for your hard work, honey." For the next period of time, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao lived in Yunhai City. Li Mengyao wakes up every morning to a beautiful sea view, which makes her very happy. She also started practicing yoga every day to maintain her health and vitality. In the evenings, she would take walks on the beach with Lin Xian, enjoying the sea breeze and the sound of the waves, and appreciating the beauty of nature. Life is so pleasant. One day, Li Mengyao suggested bringing food to Lin Cece at school, since she was a senior in high school and needed extra nutrition. Lin Xian readily agreed. That afternoon, Lin Xian made a bento box that Cece liked to eat in the kitchen. Afterwards, he drove his Maybach to Yunhai No. 1 Middle School with Li Mengyao. When they arrived at the school, they first went to the office of Chiu Ruishua, Lin Xian's former high school teacher, to visit her and wait for Lin Cece to finish class. I learned from the chat that Lin Cece's current senior year homeroom teacher is Chiu Ruishua. Since the last period was a self-study period, teacher Chiu arranged for someone to call Lin Cece over. Meanwhile, Lin Cece, who was in the classroom, had just finished a set of math practice problems. She breathed a sigh of relief and felt she should reward herself a little. However, her phone had already been confiscated by Zhang Shulan, so she had to borrow a comic book from her deskmate and read it with great interest. Just then, a voice came from beside her ear. "Cece, your homeroom teacher wants to see you." "Ah,